You would never have thought that squatting in the bathroom to watch a short video would actually bind you to a system. Ding! The host is detected to check the balance before buying an ice cream. So poor that even the coffin board of the ancestors is about to collapse. Congratulations! The host has obtained a One-Yuan flash sale system, and activating this system only requires 3 different dog heads. Then, you inexplicably replied with 3 different dog heads, and the One-Yuan flash sale event has already started. Please complete the flash sale as soon as possible. This system has helped the host return to 1998, and the future wealth password lies within me. Thank you for your attention. Host, at this moment, your breathing quickens slightly, your eyes unknowingly become moist, and a storm rises in your heart. Lin Wanjun, The Rooftop, 1998. Everything feels so familiar, so soul-stirring. Memories rush in like a torrent, and in an instant, you remember that this is the most profound memory of your life. In the spring of that year, on that brief yet crucial day, she angrily urged you to study hard and not waste time anymore. But the time you live in is clearly November 2024, and in the blink of an eye, heaven has unexpectedly pulled you back 16 years. You can hardly believe it. A feeling of indescribable emotion surges in your mind. Could it be that heaven pities me? You murmur, unable to believe your luck. So many regrets from your past life lingered. That suffocating failure of a life. Yet you have a chance to start over. The girl across from you is still glaring at you angrily, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Your smile deepens, and a feeling called hope rises in your heart. She is right. Getting into a good university is the first step to changing your destiny. Scenes from your past life flash through your mind. Lin Wanjun successfully got into Peking University, studied abroad in the beautiful country during her sophomore year, and years later graduated from a prestigious school in the beautiful country with her abilities and hard work, starting a company and overcoming obstacles to become the president of a multinational group. Her wealth is astonishing, reaching $300 billion. Yet you, on the other hand, chose to fall into depravity, went to a low-tier university, and ended up with a life full of failure, ultimately not even having the qualification to see her. 20 years later, you are crushed by debt, owing 5 million yuan, standing on the edge of the rooftop, ready to let the wind blow away all your hatred and pain. But she appeared, like an angel, without a trace of pity, yet offering you hope. She paid off your debts and pressed the reset button on your life. Grasping the lifeline she handed you, you cried out in the wind. All these cruel memories hit you, making you deeply understand that it was you who had ruined the opportunity, and that perfect her from the last life only left you with regrets. It is now 1998, and you know that everything still has a chance to change. Everything can start over. Your eyes are firm, and your tone is filled with emotion. Lin Wanjun, thank you. I will study hard and get into a good university. Your voice drifts away in the wind, yet it is resolute. At this moment, a gentle yet somewhat mechanical voice suddenly sounds in your ear, as if drifting from another world. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the One-Yuan kill system. The One-Yuan kill event has begun. Please complete the kill as soon as possible. Your expression freezes instantly. Even the sensation of the wind brushing against your clothes feels strange. You stand there in a daze, your heart surging, as if struck by lightning. Am I hallucinating? You are well aware of what the system is, something that only exists in novels. But the problem is, how could such a fictional setting possibly come into reality? You tugged at your sleeve hard, trying to verify if this was a dream. But then you thought, you've already experienced rebirth, and even the absolute law of time has been broken. Having one more absurd system doesn't seem so out of place. You shook your head, took a deep breath, and a sense of incredible excitement surged within you. A reborn person with a system is standard equipment. Although you had your doubts, you still tentatively called out in your heart, "System, are you there?" In an instant, a virtual interface appeared before your eyes like a flash of lightning, suspended in midair. Its semi-transparent texture reminiscent of futuristic technology in sci-fi movies. Your fingers instinctively clenched, and you held your breath, staring at the screen before you. The interface was astonishingly simple, clearly displaying the system named One-Yuan Instant Kill System at the top, with a straightforward function introduction. 4 items refresh daily, and you can only choose one for an instant kill, with a price of just 1 yuan in cash. Your gaze locked onto the updated daily items in the system interface. 10 gold bricks, with a total weight of 3 kilograms, a super soldier serum specifically for Captain America, the ultimate longevity technique from the Tang Dynasty, and a cognitive enhancement potion from the future world, which doubles intelligence after use. After reading this, your pupils suddenly constricted, and you were so shocked that you almost lost your balance. Your heart was roaring. This is amazing. Who said a system has to be realistic? Every single item that refreshes is outrageous. You took a deep breath, forced yourself to calm down, and began to analyze the value of each item. Although the gold brick is hard enough, it is the worst option among these 4 items, so you directly eliminate the gold brick from consideration. Among the other 3 items, the intelligence potion has also been discarded by you. You lower your head and recall your current state, feeling that your mind is still sufficient, and such intelligence-enhancing items have not been useful for the time being. Now only 2 items remain: Captain America's Super Soldier Serum and the Tang Dynasty's max-level longevity technique. Both items can enhance combat power, but the difference lies in their directions. Your brows gradually furrow as dark memories surge in your mind, like a hellish crack suddenly revealing sealed nightmares. In my memory, it was the spring of 1998, and it was today that you experienced an indelible humiliation on this rooftop. A few classmates, led by Zhang Lei, beat you up, even urinating on your head, forcing you. This kind of school bullying dragged you directly into the abyss, like a kick that shattered the ladder of fate you were desperately climbing. At that moment, your grades plummeted. You failed the college entrance exam and entered a second-rate university, and the violent impact of the incident became the starting point of your life's failure, laying an unavoidable route for the nightmare that would last for 20 years from that moment on. The fragments of memory pierce through you, making your whole body tremble, even your fingertips slightly quiver, as fear, anger, and humiliation converge into a complex emotion that tightly grips your heart. Zhang Lei, you whisper this name, feeling as if your heart is set ablaze, and even your body instinctively becomes alert because you know he and that group will soon be following. Zhang Lei is a senior student from the neighboring class, also pursuing Lin Wanjun, and he is jealous to the point of gritting his teeth about your closeness to her, having repeatedly threatened to teach you a lesson. Today marks the moment the nightmare begins, but this time, it will no longer be the helplessness and embarrassment of a past life. Everything will be completely different. You reached into your pocket and took out the only One-Yuan bill, staring at it for a second, as if grasping the switch of fate. Then you opened the system interface and decisively completed the recharge. The One-Yuan bill transformed into flowing light, disappearing from your fingertips, and the system balance was instantly updated to 1 yuan. Your gaze gradually sharpened, directly locking onto your final choice on the interface, 1 yuan, to instantly acquire the max-level longevity technique. Yes, while the Super Soldier Serum is tempting, the value of the longevity technique is even higher. You understand that this top-tier martial art is not just about power, but also a realm of existence. It comes from the world of the twin dragons of the Tang Dynasty, bringing not only top combat strength but also the ability to extend life, completely surpassing the serum. Without the slightest hesitation, your choice is the longevity technique. This time, you will tear off the shackles of fate and rewrite a chapter that belongs to you. Who can resist such temptation of having a longer life and gaining top combat power? Moreover, you now directly possess the max-level longevity technique, saving you the process of cultivation. If you had to cultivate bit by bit, the extraordinary Super Soldier Serum might be more suitable, but the max-level longevity technique is right in front of you, and you absolutely cannot miss it. A dazzling golden light radiates from your body, seemingly enveloping the entire rooftop. Your body trembles slightly as an unfathomable power suddenly surges in. Even the air seems to pause at this moment. At the same time, a flood of memories from cultivating the longevity technique rushes into your mind, like drifting fragments instantly piecing together a complete picture. Max-level longevity technique loading complete. A golden light flashed through Pingon Chen's eyes. He was now a top-tier internal martial arts expert. His dantian was filled with powerful innate true qi. The innate true qi, flowing out from the dantian, traveled straight through the meridians of the entire body, constantly strengthening the body. Full-level everlasting skill, practiced. That's the greatness of the system. Pingon Chen operated his true qi, and with a casual wave of his hand, a qi force erupted, directly cutting a long sword mark on the wall 10 meters away, sending out sword qi with his hands. This was the combat power of a top inner strength expert. Feeling the surging true qi within his body, the corner of Chen Pingon's mouth hooked into an icy smile. With a snap, the iron door to the rooftop was kicked open. A group of seniors walked in. The student who hit the head as being Zhang Lei. For Zhang Lei, Pingon Chen was too familiar with him. That was Pingon Chen's previous life, a lifelong nightmare in shadow. In his last life, it was here that Zhang Lei, with his lapdogs, brutally beat up Pingon Chen, and then a group of people urinated directly on him. The humiliation of a lifetime was born. Not only did Zhang Lei do that, but he also publicized this matter in the school, making it impossible for Chen Pingon to hold his head up and be a man in the school. When Pingon Chen's parents found out, they also came to the school to make trouble, but it was useless. Zhang Lei's father is a contractor, the hands of money and people. Things are dealt with. The school also favors Zhang Lei. Only a minor disciplinary action was given to Zhang Lei. Then Zhang Lei's family compensated Chen Pingon $200. The incident passed painlessly. Both of Pingon Chen's parents were just ordinary people. They were angry, but there was nothing they could do. Chen Pingon was devastated and his essence was completely gone. The last 2 months, he directly dropped out of school, can only review at home. The college entrance examination is also a failure, and finally only admitted to the Pheasant University, and Li Mengyun will never cross paths again. It was here that Pingonchen's fate was changed. How many times had he dreamed in the middle of the night? Pingonchen was thinking that if he hadn't been bullied by Zhang Lei in the first place, wouldn't his fate have been different? There are no answers because the past cannot be changed. But this time, there's a chance for change. Pingonchen had been reborn 20 years ago, reborn to this point in time when Zhang Lei had bullied him. Moreover, Pingonchen was now a top expert. Pingonchen, you're not small in guts. What did Lao Zi tell you before? Lao Zi and you have said that you are not allowed to pester Li Mengyun anymore. Are you taking Lao Zi's words as if they have fallen on deaf ears? Asterisk. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll write my name backwards. Zhang Lei swaggered onto the rooftop, cursing and swearing. Zhang Lei didn't put Pingonchen in his eyes at all, and he intended to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Chen Pingon calmly looked at Zhang Lei in front of him, fear and anger no longer in his gaze. There was only a coldness. In Pingonchen's eyes, Zhang Lei was already a dead man. He, already, has a way of taking death. Avenge in this life what you did in your last life. You guys are a little slow getting here. I've been waiting for you for a while. Pingoncchen said slowly, with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He had a smile that looked evil and cold. Zhang Lei, however, was enraged. Grass. Chen Pingon, you're looking for death. Brothers, give me on. Beat him to death. I'll be responsible for killing people. Zhang Lei waved his hand and said arrogantly. Students his age just tend to get hot-headed and impulsive. Besides, he was usually just arrogant and used to it, and it wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing. It was still on the rooftop of the school, and there were no other people around, so they were even more reckless. At this time, Zhang Lei was also angry to the extreme, and also really had the idea of killing someone, and behind Zhang Lei, there were 3 of his followers. In his last life, it was the 3 of them, along with Zhang Lei, who had violently beaten Pingonchen. In his previous life, Pingonchen was a nerd who couldn't fight at all. Where would he be a match for a few of them? But the Pingonchen of this life was not a nerd anymore. Pingonchen showed his teeth and smiled. His figure flickered, instantly passing by several people in a flash. Chapter 3, An Eye for an Eye. A series of miserable screams instantly rang out. Zhang Lei 4 people was already flying out horizontally. Pingonchen's movements were too fast, and they were also completely unable to react before they were already sent flying by Pingonchen. However, Pingonchen used skillful strength, and although he knocked the people out and hurt them, they were not injured. That's the beauty of inner strength. The 4 of them landed on the ground, unable to climb up, and were filled with pain, and couldn't tell exactly where it hurt, just all over their bodies. Zhang Lei fell to the ground, dazed. Not in his plan. According to his plan, it should have been his 3 men who had brutally beaten up Pingonchen. This one should have been a crushing game. It should have been a complete win, but it turned out that the 4 of them had been brutally beaten up. It's unbelievable, and it shouldn't be. Zhang Lei wanted to run, but he couldn't get up and his whole body was in severe pain. Just now, you're the one who tried to teach me a lesson. Ha, come on, I'm right here, you teach me a lesson. Pingonchen walked to Zhang Lei's body and said coldly, what have you done to us? I'm telling you, you're dead. My father won't let you go. Zhang Lei colorfully said, that's all you've got. You can't beat me, so you threaten me with your father? What the hell? A piece of garbage. Pingonchen said disdainfully. Zhang Lei's face was reddened by what was said, and even he realized that it was a sign of cowardice for him to do so, but Zhang Lei was also really scared. He was intimidated by the Pingonchen in front of him. Don't you want to teach me a lesson? Go ahead, you teach me a lesson. I'll be right here waiting for you to teach me a lesson. Pingonchen said coldly, his face was ice cold. Just you wait, you're dead, I won't let you go. Zhang Lei said through gritted teeth, that's all you've got in your mouth. Pingonchen said disdainfully, come on, I'll teach you how to bully. As Pingonchen spoke, he took off his pants and pulled out his big dick. You are blessed, you can drink the good wine I brewed today, Pingonchen said in a somewhat manic manner. Zhang Lei's face turned green. What Pingonchen was doing now was what he wanted to do to Pingonchen, but that kind of thing, it was okay to put it on Pingonchen's body, but it was definitely not okay to put it on his. Pingonchen, I was wrong, please let me go. Don't, Zhang Lei said in panic, I've begged you like this before, but you didn't spare me either. Pingonchen said with a cold smile. Of course, what Pingonchen was talking about was his own past life. When he was bullied by Zhang Lei in his previous life, he had also begged on his knees, but it was useless. Zhang Lei still didn't let him go. Zhang Lei still wanted to speak, but it was too late. A bubble of urine was already shot at Zhang Lei's face. Zhang Lei could only make an effort to look away and shut his mouth. But when Pingonchen kicked Zhang Lei immediately opened his mouth wide and let out an ah. then a pea that landed right in Zhang Lei's mouth. Pin Chen shivered and released cleanly. It's cozy. Sun Li's three people saw this scene from the side, and their entire bodies were dumbfounded. Sun Li, LV Ming, Xian Hao, the three of them were Zhang Lei's lapdogs. Pin Chen looked over towards the three, and feeling Pin Chen's gaze, the three were terrified. It's cheap for you three today. I'm out of urine or you guys won't be able to have a good time either, Pin Chen muttered. Hearing what Pin Chen said, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. I'll give the three of you a chance to live. As long as you promise to pee on Zhang Lei's head as well, then I'll let you go. Pin Chen rushed at Sun Li's three again and said with a smile, impossible thing, we wouldn't do such a thing. Zhang Lei is our boss, Sun Li said in a hurry. Righteousness, good job, then go ahead and die. I'll fulfill you all, Pin Chen said with a cold smile. After saying that, he walked to Sun Li's side and kicked his body. This kick lands to the acupressure points on Sun Li's body. Sun Li immediately screamed out in misery, his entire body in excruciating pain. LV Ming and Xian Hao were also terrified when they saw the scene. What about the two of you? Do you want to pee on Zhang Lei, or do you plan to do the same as Sun Li? Pin Chen said as he looked at the remaining two. I. Lu Ming stuttered. Since you guys are so righteous that you are not even afraid of death, I will fulfill you as well, Pin Chen said with a smile, then kicked at each of the two men. Both of their bodies curled up at once, their whole bodies aching. IP, please let us go, we are all classmates. Sun Li shouted. He couldn't take it anymore. It was too painful. You can all go together. All go pee. If anyone doesn't pee, I'll bully them, Pin Chen said coldly. Hearing Pin Chen's threat, Sun Li's three men shivered and didn't dare to refuse, so they could only obediently do as they were told. Zhang Lei had been acupointed by Pin Chen, and at this time, with his mouth open, he was not able to move at all. I could only watch the three of them, urinating on themselves, yellow urine, drenching my head and coming down, all over my head and face. Just at this moment, the three felt themselves being kicked, and then the three's bodies became fixed and immobile. Behind the trio, there was a soft chuckle. That's enough for today. We'll take our time later. From afar, Pin Chen's voice came, and then the sound of his gradually distant footsteps. The three suddenly sighed in relief as they heard the sound of Pin Chen's footsteps gradually moving away. But very quickly, they realized to their horror that they couldn't move their bodies. Pin Chen, hurry up and let us go. We want to go home, please. Ping and Chen, we won't dare to find trouble with you anymore. Please let us go. All three of Sun Li cried, with a pleading voice, hoping to call Pin back, but Pin Chen never came back. On the rooftop of the school, only four tearful and crying teenagers were left behind. Walking down the stairs to the rooftop, Chen Pingon was in a great mood. Humming a song on her lips, she took small steps toward her classroom. The location of the classroom, he probably still remembers. Just then, a beautiful young woman walked up to him head-on. Pin Chen's footsteps paused for a moment. Looking at the beautiful young girl in front of him, a trace of shock flashed in his gaze. Lin Wanjun. It's the still alive Lin Wanjun. In his last life, Lin Wanjun died very early, and in a few years Lin Wanjun should be dead. That was why seeing Lin Wanjun again made Pin Chen feel shocked. Pin Chen reacted violently that he was back in 1998, when Lin Wanjun was still alive. It's good that Lin Wanjun is still alive, Pin Chen shouted excitedly in his heart. Lin Wanjun and Li Mengyun were both big beauties belonging to the school flower level, and were also jokingly referred to by their classmates as the two beauties of one middle school. In Pin Chen's memories of the past decades, there were actually not too many girls who could be more beautiful than the two of them. You can see how good they both are from this. They both have completely different personalities and temperaments as well. Li Mengyun's personality is cheerful and generous, and she can make a mess with the boys as well. Of course, she was also a little arrogant. Lin Wanjun was different. She was a bit high-strung, usually unsmiling and had very few friends. Many of her classmates called Lin Wanjun an iceberg beauty, and to be honest, Lin Wanjun really did have a bit of an iceberg beauty about her. In his first year of high school, Chen Pingon had pursued Lin Wanjun, but was rejected by her. It was only after being rejected by Lin Wanjun that Pingon Chen began to pursue Li Mengyun. One could only say that Pingon Chen was already a potential scumbag in his high school days. Speaking of which, Li Wanjun's next fate was quite miserable. Chapter 4 Hello, Lin Wanjun. As far as I can remember, Li Mengyun could be said to have had a smooth ride for the next 20 years. Lin Wanjun, on the other hand, would get killed 2 years later. Li Wanjun's family is not well off and her family is from the countryside. She is the oldest in the family with a younger sister and a younger brother. The mother runs the household and the father works outside the home. Originally, the family had a hard time, but they could live in peace. But alas, fate has its way. Lin Wanjun's father, who was working overseas, broke his leg when he fell from a height due to an operational error. Since he was a temporary worker, the compensation was also very small, just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Projecting the time, her father had come home injured. In order to treat my father, all of the family's savings were used up, and all of the money that could be borrowed was also borrowed, but there's still not enough money. The roof leaks. Lin Wanjun's father recurrence of old injuries, need to open surgery, need more than $100,000, but the family's money, long ago, is already spent. There is no surgery costs. It was at this time that an old bachelor from the next village was willing to pay a dowry of $300,000 to marry Lin Wanjun. With this money, not only can my father's leg be treated, but also the family's life can be improved. Without this money, then Lin Wanjun's father will suffer. Although Lin Wanjun looked a bit high-strung, she was a filial daughter. For her father's sake, and for the sake of the whole family, she agreed to marry. Lin Wanjun didn't take the college entrance exam and married straight out of high school. But Lin Wanjun's suffering also came at this time. It turns out that the man Lin Wanjun married is a pervert with a physical disability that prevents him from sharing a room. But he's rich, so he's all about marrying a beautiful woman as a wife. That way, outsiders won't know he can't. Not only that, he also planned to ask his cousin to room with Lin Wanjun. And when that time came, when Lin Wanjun got pregnant, the child that was born would be his. Suffice it to say, this is a very sick line. Lin Wanjun resisted and threatened to call the police. Lin Wanjun then told the man, as long as they dared to use force, she would go to the police, and then they would all go to jail. The man's cousin was afraid to do so. Lin Wanjun's actions but angered his man. He then beat and abused Lin Wanjun every day. Only 2 years, Lin Wanjun was killed alive. Lin Wanjun didn't dare to divorce or run away because the man was a pervert and he threatened Lin Wanjun. As long as Lin Wanjun dared to escape, he would kill Lin Wanjun's entire family. Lin Wanjun had no choice but to endure it alone. She was really tolerant. She just didn't expect to end up getting killed. The case only broke out after Lin Wanjun's death, and the man was later shot. There were things about Lin Wanjun that were only inquired about from the family after Pinggan Chen had returned home after graduating from university. Such a beautiful girl, such a good Lin Wanjun, died a miserable death like this. So much aggravation, so many beatings before death. Back then, when he heard the news, Chen Pinggan couldn't help but cry his eyes red. And now, that Lin Wanjun, who had already died, was so dressed in her school uniform, walking alive towards Chen Pinggan. Lin Wanjun, Pinggan Chen suddenly called out, something wrong? Lin Wanjun looked towards Pinggan Chen in surprise. Lin Wanjun's eyes carried a hint of doubt. She did know Pinggan Chen, who had pursued her in her first year of high school, but after being rejected, she hadn't pestered herself again. For some reason, Pinggan Chen greeted himself again today. It's okay, I just wanted to say hi. Hello, Lin Wanjun. Pinggan Chen waved his hand towards Lin Wanjun with a naive and silly smile on his face. You're insane. Lin Wanjun raised both eyebrows and said coldly, get out of the way. Lin Wanjun pushed Chen Pinggan away and stepped away. As expected of an iceberg beauty, she does have a personality. It's just a shame that it was so miserable to die and live a miserable life in a previous life. Pinggan Chen, however, was not angry at all. Even though he had been scolded by Lin Wanjun for being a psychopath, Pinggan Chen's face still wore a satisfied, silly smile. It's nice to be back in the present time. All the regrets that were once there can be made up again. Lin Wanjun's fate, too, could be changed. Pinggan Chen hadn't thought about pursuing Lin Wanjun, but it could have saved her life. Definitely can't let Lin Wanjun be married off by that old bachelor again. It was just that Chen Pinggan didn't know the specific news about that man either. Only that he was an old bachelor, and his age should be 40 years old. As for what the other person's name is and where they live, there is absolutely no idea. So Chen Pinggan could only wait passively for this man to appear. And there was no way to explain this kind of thing to Lin Wanjun. Can't explain it after all. He couldn't say that he had come from the future and told Lin Wanjun to never marry anyone, and that if he did, he would die of abuse. If Pinggan Chen said such nonsense, he was probably going to be scolded to death by Lin Wanjun. But Pinggan Chen was now also confident that he could guarantee Lin Wanjun's safety. It was because Chen Pinggan had already mastered the full-level everlasting skill. He is now the ceiling of combat power among humans. As soon as that man dares to show up, he's dead. In his last life, Pinggan Chen did not have the opportunity to kill him. In this life, he must seize the opportunity and do him in. The bell rang for class. Pinggan Chen froze for a moment, more or less uncomfortable, because his soul is already an older man in his 40s, but now he needs to go back to high school. He had to adapt even if he didn't. After all, he was a senior now. It's only 2 or so months until the entrance exams. It's just a matter of getting through it. Thinking about the college entrance exam, Chen Pinggan's face darkened. Where else would he be high school? All the points from high school are forgotten. Now that he is allowed to retake the college entrance exam, he probably won't even be able to get into a pheasant university. It's over. What about the college entrance exam? Chen Pinggan's face was filled with distress. However, with the entrance exam still at least 2 months away, another thing was going to be even more problematic. He couldn't remember where his seat was. The classes have been found, but the seats are not known because they rotate weekly. Old Chen, come over quickly. The teacher will be here soon. Right at this moment, a male student beckoned towards Pinggan Chen and called him over. Pinggan Chen's memory was instantly activated. Zhang Yong, senior classmate. It was also Pinggan Chen's hairdresser. The two were neighbors, grew up together, and were classmates in elementary school, middle school, and high school. The two were still in the same class in high school, so they were extremely close. It's the kid who's been pretty miserable for the rest of his life. The main thing is that Zhang Yong married wife cannot. That woman is not really beautiful, is quite Thai. Zhang Yong fascinated, and she's not a good person. She took advantage of Zhang Yong's frequent business trips to hook up with another man. Later, Zhang Yong found out about the incident and in a frenzy of anger, he beat the adulterer to death. Zhang Yong was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison. His wife divorced him, his house was sold, and he was left with a daughter who was just over a year old. By the time Zhang Yong came home from prison, his daughter was over 6 years old. The daughter was raised by Zhang Yong's parents, who followed her. It was kind of comforting to have a daughter, but it turned out that within a few years, she had leukemia too. Zhang Yong poured his family's money for the child's treatment. Zhang Yong himself and the child did a bone marrow match. The results of the doctor also checked out. The child's blood type and Zhang Yong does not match. The DNA test was done and the child is not Zhang Yong's. It's a real call for despair when it comes down to it. But Zhang Yong is also a real man. Even if he knows that the child is not his own, he still spends money on treatment for the child. It's just that this child had a bad life and in the end, he was not saved. Later, Zhang Yong was also disillusioned and never married in his life. Zhang Yong was having a bad time himself, but he was also really righteous to Pinggan Chen. When Chen Pinggan was in the most difficult time, he also transferred $10,000 to Chen Pinggan. It's not a lot of money, but the sentiment is too much. It was able to make Pinggan Chen remember it for the rest of his life. Only, in his last life, this $10,000, there was no chance to pay it back. In 2022, Zhang Yong was killed in a car accident. The love that had not been repaid in the last life had to be repaid in this one. Pinggan Chen had no intention of returning Zhang Yong's $10,000. Instead, he intends to return a fortune to Zhang Yong. Of course, the most important thing was to absolutely not let Zhang Yong marry that trashy woman home again. Chapter 5, Homecoming. Good buddy. Chen Pinggan sat down beside Zhang Yong and spoke with emotion. What for? Zhang Yong asked in surprise. It's fine. Just lamenting about our friendship. Pinggan Chen said with a smile. That's a must. We're blood brothers. Zhang Yong also said cheerfully. Speaking of which, the two could really be considered brothers, as they grew up together. And since both of their families were only children with no siblings, the two grew up as brothers. Let's go to class. The teacher is here. Zhang Yong reminded. This was English class, and Chen Pinggan had already flipped open his textbook and read it. After reading it, the look of relief was much greater. In his last life, he had passed the 4th grade of English, and was still considered a solid learner and memorized. When I look at my English textbook now, I basically recognize everything on it. The study of English is not too difficult for him. He just needs to review it. Chen Pinggan also wanted to get into a good university in his life, so he was still more serious in class. For the few classes in the afternoon, Chen Pinggan was attentive to the lessons. Zhang Yong was a bit surprised when he sensed Chen Pinggan's serious attitude towards studying. The previous Pinggan Chen was not like this. Old Chen, have you taken the wrong medicine? Studying so seriously today? Zhang Yong asked softly. I want to get into a good university and work harder while I still have time. Pinggan Chen said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Yong shook his head, not understanding what Pinggan Chen was thinking, but it was also impossible to influence him. In short, Pinggan Chen was willing to learn, and he was supportive. Only Zhang Yong himself is already swinging for the fences, because Zhang Yong also knows that he would not be the material to learn. Even if he is willing to learn, now it is already too late. Evening study hall was only until 6:30 p.m. And then school was out. Pinggan Chen's home is local, so he didn't live in school and rode his bike to and from school every day. So did Zhang Yong, and the two were dismissed from school together, as well as going to school together. When he arrived at the school entrance, Chen Pinggan turned his head towards the rooftop and looked at the rooftop with a smile at the corner of his mouth before he turned his head and rode away. What were you looking at just now? Zhang Yong asked with a strange look on his face. He had already noticed that Pinggan Chen had turned his head towards the school earlier. Nothing, just want to see the school. Pinggan Chen said with a smile. What's there to see in school? I'm tired of seeing it, Zhang Yong muttered. Pingan Chen smiled and did not explain. Where does Zhang Yong know that on the rooftop of the school, there are 4 other students, in the night wind, are shivering? It was not until the middle of the night that the acupoints on Zhang Lei's 4 bodies would be automatically unlocked, and it was only after the acupoints were unlocked that the 4 of them were able to move freely. It just wasn't going to be too good for the 4 of them for that long. After riding for 10 minutes, Pingan Chen was finally in the happy neighborhood, Zhang Yong's home, living diagonally across the old alley. The two separated at the entrance of the neighborhood, and Pingan Chen rode his bike back into the neighborhood. Looking at the familiar scenery of the neighborhood in front of him made Chen Pingan a little excited. Parking his bike, Chen Pingan walked quickly towards his home with a few moments of excitement. Pingan Chen's home was on the 3rd floor, and the family didn't have an elevator. Their house was a walk-up. Arriving at the door of the house, Chen Pingan did not knock on the door and directly opened the door with the key. It was a habit he kept up. The door opens to the living room of the home, which also serves as the dining room. A family that eats here. At the first glance, Pingan Chen saw a pair of middle-aged men, watching TV in the living room. That was Pingan Chen's father and mother. Father Chen Guoqing, mother Yu Xiaoying. The two parents smiled and greeted Pingan Chen when they saw him return. Son is back. You're hungry. Mom will get you some rice, Yu Xiaoying said with a smile. Mom, I'll do it myself. Pingan Chen hurriedly spoke. As he spoke, Chen Pingan glanced at his parents, but did not dare to show too much emotion. He didn't want his parents to see his abnormality. That's fine, then you'll fight for your own food, Yu Xiaoying said. Chen Pingan gave himself a bowl of rice, then came to the dining table to prepare for dinner. Mom and Dad, have you eaten? Pingan Chen opened his mouth and asked. As he spoke, he also took the opportunity to check on his parents. The parents at this time were really young. The father seemed to be less than 40 years old, and the mother was only in her 30s. Because his parents married early and had children early, Pingan Chen was 18 years old, but his father was not yet 40. The father that Pingan Chen remembered was an older man with a head full of gray hair and wrinkles. The mother is pretty much the same way, but the parents, at this point, are excessively young. Seeing his parents from his youth, Chen Pingan's heart was a little excited. It was a pity that at this time, facing his parents, Chen Pingan did not dare to express his emotions at all. Otherwise, there was no way to explain to his parents, you can't tell your parents that you're coming from 20 years later, can you? He'd probably be treated like a psychopath by his parents if he explained it that way. While Pingan Chen was eating, various ideas were popping up in his head. In his last life, because he was in a bad situation himself, he owed his parents a special debt and didn't have the chance to repay them. Now that God had given him a chance to start over, he must take advantage of such an opportunity. He must make a good life for his parents. In my last life, my parents didn't have it easy. Both parents were laid off workers. 5 or 6 years ago, after she was laid off, my mother got a job as a hotel waitress, and my father, who had skills in repairing cars, went to work in a private auto body shop after he was laid off. Neither parent had a good job and made hard money, but the good thing is that the family has no worries about food or clothing, just no chance to get rich. Lin Feng ate slowly today, carefully savoring his mother's handiwork. The family meals have always been made by my mother. Why are you eating so slowly today? Father Chen Guoqing opened his mouth with a strange expression and asked. I feel it's too delicious, so I can't afford to eat it too fast, Pingan Chen said with a smile. Mother smiled when she heard this. After a while, Pingan Chen finally had a full stomach. If the previous Pingan Chen had eaten his fill, he would have left, but the current Pingan Chen even casually cleaned the dishes after he had eaten his fill. Seeing this scene, the two parents looked at each other and smiled at each other. Have you done your homework yet? Why are you sitting over here? Seeing that Chen Pingan had sat beside him, his father, Chen Guoqing, asked with some confusion. There's not much homework, so I'll take a break first, but mainly I want to accompany mom and dad to have a good talk, Pingan Chen said with a smile. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why do I feel that you should be different? Yu Xiaoying also asked with a strange face. Normally, when Pingan Chen comes home, he just eats, and after eating, he goes back to his room, and doesn't wash the dishes at all. This evening's Pingan Chen not only washed the dishes, but also did not go back to his room after washing the dishes, and came over to accompany the two to watch TV together. There's nothing strange about me, it's just that I suddenly have some feelings. I'm all grown up, but I haven't spent any quality time with you guys. Mom and Dad, wait a few more years, Mom and Dad are going to be old, Pingan Chen said with a touching expression. It's not right, why do I still feel that you look quite strange today? Chen Guoqing said with a frown on his face. Chen Pingan smiled bitterly inwardly. Sure enough, as long as he behaved a little abnormally, his parents had already discovered his abnormality. Chapter 6, Opening an Internet Cafe. Mom and Dad, you're overthinking it. I'm just me. What's so strange about it? Pingan Shan said with a smile. In the back of his mind, he was really thinking that mom and dad shouldn't notice anything unusual about him. Fortunately, Chen Pingan was also overthinking it. His parents were just as smart as they were. They couldn't possibly guess that the son in front of them was actually a reborn person's. Moreover, at the age of Chen Pingan's parents, they probably didn't know what it meant to be a reborn person. There is something that I happen to want to discuss with you guys. Chen Guoqing suddenly spoke up. What is it? Yu Xiuying asked curiously. I have a friend, that old Li. You should know him too. We had dinner together last time. Old Li told me that they were planning to open a hot pot restaurant and asked me if I wanted to partner up with them. They opened this hot pot restaurant. It's not small. It's almost a $2 million investment. If I'm willing to take a stake, I can invest $200,000. If this hot pot restaurant really gets going, it's not a problem to make a few $1,000,000 a year, and then our family can follow suit. When Shen Guoqing said this, there were a few more points of anticipation in his eyes. Pingan Shen froze for a moment, then a long ago memory slowly appeared in his mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I remember Dad also invested in a hot pot restaurant back then, but lost more than $300,000 into it. Pingan Shen said inwardly spitting. I had forgotten this memory before, but now it came back to me all at once. Their family had invested in a hot pot restaurant in a previous life, and more than likely this was the same one they had invested in. At the beginning is really only invested $200,000, but the back of the store renovation funds are not enough. Chen Guoqing and continue to follow the investment of $100,000 into a total investment of $300,000. But after the hot pot restaurant opened, it was only good for a month, and in less than a month, business began to plummet. As for that old Li, he even ran away with the money directly. By the time Chen reacted, it was too late for anything. The equipment in the store was also all pulled away and sold. Chen Guoqing directly lost more than 300,000 yuan. In just one night, Chen Guoqing's hair turned gray. Back then, Pingan Shen was just a high school student who wasn't interested in such things. So of course, he didn't open his mouth to ask. It's not clear about the specifics. Just remember, the incident hit their family harder still. After all, losing $300,000 all of a sudden would be hard on any family. Not to mention, it was still an ordinary family like Chen Pingan. Pingan Shen's mind spun with thoughts, but he just didn't know how to carry out the persuasion. Yu Xiuying said with some hesitation, where is the business so good, if you don't do well, but you have to lose money? Dad, I also support this point of view of Mom. Doing business is risky. Have you ever thought about it? If this business loses money, all $200,000 are in vain. Can you accept this result? Chen Pingan interjected. It's kind of an assist. Can't you guys say something nice in case I get rich? Chen Guoqing said in a deep voice. Dad, our family is not rich. Before making an investment, we must have thought of the worst possible outcome. Just tell me, if all the $200,000 are lost, can you accept such an outcome? Pingan Shen continued to ask. Chen Guoqing was silent for a moment. If the $200,000 were really all lost, he would not be able to accept such a result. You know that the entire savings of their family is just over $200,000, and these money, there is also a specific use, are intended to give Chen Pingan in the future to study in the university, as well as the cost of getting married and buying a house after graduating from the university. Chen Guoqing and his wife have worked hard all their lives, and that's all the savings they have. If he lost it all, he was afraid that he would want to die. Dad, do you know what business you can't do? Pingan Shen continued to speak. What business can't be done? You're not trying to say that the hot pot business can't be done, are you? Chen Guoqing said with some unhappiness. It's not the hot pot business that can't be done. It's the partnership business that can't be done. Especially if it's a partnership of several shareholders like yours. Think about it. You're in a partnership and you're still only a minority shareholder. So how does the business work? Is it up to you? Or is it up to them? How much overhead? How to do the hot pot business? Isn't it? Is it all up to them? In this way, the fate of the hot pot restaurant, isn't it in someone else's hands? Investing $200,000 just to gamble on their abilities. Isn't that too big of a gamble? Pingan Shen asked rhetorically. If we could afford to do it ourselves, we'd do it ourselves. But we don't know how to do business. Chen Guoqing said with a few moments of anger. He is also a middle-aged man, but nothing has been accomplished. The heart naturally has its own ideas. It is also hoped that through this investment, the family's living situation can be changed. It's just that he has a good idea. He's just naive. Dad, if you're going to invest $200,000 in the business, then why don't we just do it ourselves? We can make a small business that we are sure of, whether we make or lose money, knowing that we have something in mind for ourselves. You've invested this $200,000 out, and at the end of the day, even if it's a waste of money, You yourself don't know how you caused it. When Yu Xiaoying heard Qin Pingan say that, she also said with relief, still, my son is right. Investing $200,000 into someone else's hands is not as good as investing it ourselves. Chen Guoqing said with a bitter smile, where do we know how to do business? Really want to do it on our own. I feel how the chances of losing money, on the contrary, is a little bit greater. Who said that? I know a business that can make money, and it's guaranteed to make money. Pingan Chen suddenly spoke. Chen Pingan also suddenly thought of what kind of business he could do to make money during this period. Tell me what kind of business you can do and still make a solid profit. Chen Guoqing came to be interested and opened his mouth to ask, do you guys know about internet cafes? Pingan Chen said with a smile, thinking about the business of the internet cafe. Chen Pingan also came to be interested. An internet cafe? What's that? Chen asked in disbelief. Internet cafe. Isn't it a store with a lot of computers being used inside? Yu Xiaoying thought about it and spoke. Not far from the hotel where she worked, there was a newly opened internet cafe that she happened to have seen. Yes, Mom, that's the internet cafe. Pingan Chen nodded and said, have you kid been to an internet cafe? Chen Guoqing seemed to have reacted and said unhappily, after all, Chen Pingan happens to be in the critical period of his senior year of high school. If he goes to an internet cafe at this time and delays his studies, then the impact will be great. Where do I have time to go to an internet cafe? I've just seen them in passing. I would say internet cafes because I have a classmate whose family runs a play internet cafe, and his family's internet cafe is doing great business. And it's said that internet cafe internet access is now $5 an hour. One computer is $5 an hour. 24 hours is $120. If you have 10 computers, that's $1,200 a day. 36,000 a month. Over 400,000 a year. That's still 10 computers. What if it's 20 computers? 30 computers? The key is that the internet cafe is a one-time investment that makes money all the time, so you don't need to go in every day. And the daily consumption is just the electricity bill. The electric bill is only a few dollars. It's a different business for hot pot restaurants, because hot pot is stocked, and what you buy today won't be available tomorrow. As long as business is bad, in 10 days and a half, the hot pot restaurant will close down. Chapter 7, Attendance at School. What does a child know? Chen Guoqing said unhappily. It was mainly because his own advice had been refuted, and his son's advice, which still sounded so reliable, had made Chen a little unhappy. Dad, no investment is too small for you. I've said what I need to say, so think about it yourself. Pingan Chen said breathlessly. Now Pingan Chen had also considered clearly. In case his dad still wanted to invest in the hot pot restaurant, then let him invest in it. Anyway, he had the system on him. It wasn't hard to make money, and when his dad's investment failed, he'd pay for him to have a good time. Consider it yourselves. I'm going to take a shower first. After Pingan Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Wait, you stay first. That internet cafe thing, you tell me clearly first. Chen Guoqing hurriedly called out. Pingan Chen laughed and said, Dad, aren't you not interested in the internet cafe business? Who said I'm not interested? I just don't understand the business of internet cafes. You should at least make it clear to me. Chen Guoping said without any good humor. Alright son, don't be angry. Come over here quickly and tell us how the internet cafe business works. Is it really that simple? Yu Xiaoying also spoke. Pingan Chen smiled, walked back, and sat down again. I'll be brief then. In fact, the business of internet cafes is really simple. We find a place with a little more foot traffic, and we don't need such a good store. Just an ordinary store will do. Buy 20 computers, network the internet, and then open the door for business. The price of computers nowadays, you can probably buy one for about $10,000. So with $200,000 invested down the line, it's about right to buy 20 computers. Nowadays, the price of internet cafes are $5 an hour. 20 computers, that's more than $70,000 a month. A year down. You guys do a good job of calculating how much money you can make. But we don't know anything about computers, Chen said with a frown. Dad, you guys are the bosses. Just take care of collecting the money, and when the time comes, we'll hire a webmaster and just leave all the technical stuff to him. How about this? You guys go out tomorrow and look around. See where there are internet cafes and see if their business is good. If their business is also good, you guys can consider it then. Pingan Chen spoke. When you say it like that, it's only a little more reliable. Chen Guoqing then nodded. Chen Pingan heatedly smiled and directly went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a bath, it was already half an hour later. Chen Pingan didn't stay in the living room and went straight back to his bedroom. Looking at the bedroom in front of me, there were a few moments of real nostalgia, but that nostalgic feeling quickly faded, because the rooms are really small. Cozy, yes, but not so comfortable to live in. When we have money, we'll change a house first. Pingan Chen said in his heart. This can only be said in the heart a little. absolutely will not say out. Otherwise is going to be parents as a little cute. I'm not going to say it out loud, or else I'll be treated like a cutie by my parents. There is also no entertainment equipment in this era. Computers and cell phones, all of which are not available. That is, television sets, which are only available in the living room. There was none in Pingan Chen's own room. Pingan Chen sat dryly for a while, feeling a bit bored, but after a few minutes, he consciously took out his textbook and read it. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. It's still necessary to study a little bit. I hope the college entrance exam can still get a good grade. Early the next morning, Pingan Chen was woken up by his father's loud voice. That's the one bad thing about going to school, getting up too early in the morning. Chen Pingan was at least an adult soul, so when he was urged by his father, he also got up very quickly, getting dressed, washing up, eating breakfast. The family's breakfast, always made by the mother herself, was usually thin rice, eggs and steamed buns. Occasionally there are dumplings and ravioli, or pasta. It's usually a variety change a few days apart. After breakfast, Chen Pingan rode his bicycle to school. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhang Yang was yawning and waiting for Pingan Chen. The two ride their bikes to school together. How did you do that math problem yesterday? Show me later at school. Zhang Yang spoke as he rode his bike. Pingan Chen's face instantly changed. Homework? He didn't write it. He'd long forgotten about the homework thing, and hadn't done any homework at all when he got home last night. Now it's bad. He has no homework to turn in. Speechless. I'll probably get scolded when I get to school. A scolding is a scolding, and it's not a big deal. Pingan Chen comforted himself in his heart, but there was always some embarrassment. I didn't write it. You find someone else to copy it. Pingan Chen said breathlessly. You're awesome. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up. He really didn't expect that Pingan Chen would even stop writing his homework. Zhang Yang somewhat admired Chen Pingan, but he himself did not dare to skip his homework. Chen Pingan's embarrassment was only for a moment, and now he was already putting down the matter of his homework. It's not a big deal anyway. Kids are the only ones who are afraid of their teachers. It's not a big deal for soldiers to come and go. By the way, I wonder if the system merchandise has been refreshed yet. When Pingan Chen thought of this, he hurriedly opened the system interface, and at a glance, he realized that it had not yet been refreshed. The goods in the system interface, which were refreshed once a day, would only continue to be refreshed at 8 a.m. every day. The time of refreshing are fixed. It's 7:30 a.m. And there's still half an hour before it refreshes. There's no rush. Just be patient for a little while longer. School's here. The two parked their bikes at the school and then headed up to the classroom, where morning study was already open. Pingan Chen also took out an English book and secretly read it. A fragrant breeze swept past Pingan Chen's side, followed by the cold grunt of a young girl. Pingan Chen looked up and recognized that it was none other than Lin Wanjun. But this small action of Lin Wanjun was what made Chen Pingan feel so cozy in his heart. This girl, can't let her go in this life. Pingan Chen thought secretly in his heart. The class bell unknowingly followed suit. But Zhang Lei's four actually hadn't come to school yet. It was also true that they had, last night, spent the night on the rooftop of the school, and it was expected that the people were now in enough trouble. Even if he hadn't gotten sick, he'd probably be sleepy by now. I don't know what they're doing now. Pingan Chen's guess was really good, as Zhang Lei's few people had not slept well all night, so after being able to move their bodies during the day, the first thing they do is go home and sleep, especially Zhang Lei. His body was covered with the smell of urine, and after he went home, he washed himself for a whole hour. Zhang Lei also hated Pingan Chen to the bone right now, and probably had the idea of killing him. But Pingan Chen's methods were also bizarre and incomparable, making Zhang Lei's heart scornful. Chapter 8 Stock Forecast Scrolls. The time was slowing down. Finally it was 8 a.m. Opening the system seconds interface. Today's seconds products were finally refreshed. The same 4 items that were refreshed today. 1. 100 pounds of excellent apples. Excellent flavor. 2. 110 perfect mending pill. Eat it to strengthen your body. 3. A local commercial house. 4. Stock prediction reel. January edition. Chen Pingan's gaze, in an instant, fell onto the stock prediction scroll. The remaining 3 items are not comparable to the stock prediction scrolls. Wouldn't you be rich if you could predict stocks? Click on the product to view the details of the product. Same as the literal interpretation. The effect of a stock prediction scroll is that after using it, you can see where the stock is going afterward. But the stock prediction scrolls are valid for 1 month. No wonder it says January edition on the back. So that's how long it's set to be used. If there's a January version, isn't there also a February, March version, or even a yearly one? It would be awesome to gain the ability to speculate permanently. Although it was only a month's time, it was already very impressive. Sweeping his eyes over the remaining 3 items, Chen Pingan finally chose the stock prediction scroll. because it is only the stock prediction reels that have the greatest value and the greatest potential. The stock prediction scrolls have been bought to hand, straight from the $1 spike, and can be bought by spending $1. After you buy it, it gets deposited into the system interface, and when you need to use it, you just take it out. Once you use it, you can see the next movement of the stock. Exactly how it is seen is unknown at this time, and will only be known after it is used. But Ping Shen wouldn't be able to use it now, because once you use it, then the time limit is only 1 month, and as long as Ping Shen did not use it, the scroll would not activate. Ping Shen's preliminary work hadn't been done yet, so of course he wouldn't use the scroll now. The stock prediction scrolls have been bought, but the principal hasn't. This was where Ping Shen was troubled. How about borrowing the savings from mom and dad's hands for a while? Ping Shen thought secretly in his heart, but the thought is just a thought. It's not even remotely possible. Then where exactly is the principal going to get it? Ping Shen was in a state of distress. Sure enough, it's the first bucket of money that's the hardest. If I really can't, then I'll just go rob. With my current ability, robbing is still a very easy thing to do. Ping Shen thought wildly. Robbery? How can you really go to rob? Qin Pingan has too many ways to make money. There's no way he's going to do anything illegal. It's not that hard to rob. It's that the funds that are robbed can't be used at all, because that's the bogeyman. So the first bucket of money, it has to be from a legal and reasonable source. For a moment, Ping Shen could not think of a way out. For the time being, we can only put it down and wait until we think of a solution. Ping Shen thought darkly in his heart. First period, class is starting. The next day was definitely a painful day for Ping Shen, because he didn't do his homework. He was punished by the teacher and had to make up the work. Luckily, he was already a senior in high school, and the teacher wouldn't move to invite his parents, so it allowed Chen Pingan to dodge a bullet. No parents were asked by the teacher at this time. No parents were invited, but he had, again, a bad day. It wasn't just the problem of the unwritten homework, but also the previous high school knowledge, all of which he had forgotten. Classes were particularly mind-numbing. Chen Pingan was already having thoughts of skipping school. Anyway, he studied to make money, and he had the ability to make money now, so why should he suffer and be scolded here? It just occurred to me that my parents would be very disappointed if I skipped school. Thinking of his parents' disappointed looks, Chen Pingan could only endure it. Finally, the day simmered down. Pingan Chen, what the hell is wrong with you? Do you still want to study properly? And are you not going to participate in the college entrance exam afterward? Li Mangyun walked to the side of Chen Pingan and said with a serious face, "Don't worry, I'll be on the college entrance exam and get good grades." Pingan Chen said confidently, "Humph, that's your business, I don't care." Li Mangyun threw her head back and walked away with her school bag. Pingan Chen looked at Li Mangyun's back as she left, revealing a smile. The girl, as usual. Why do I feel that Li Mangyun is interested in you? Zhang Yong came to his side and whispered, his eyes filled with envy. You're overthinking it, Pingan Chen said casually. Let's go. Go home. Chen Pingan picked up his book bag and similarly walked out of the classroom without looking back. Chen Guoqing sneaked up to the entrance of an internet cafe and looked towards the inside with a few moments of shock in his eyes. Last night, after being told by Chen Pingan about the internet cafe, Chen Guoqing got on board, but he had to work during the day, and he didn't have time to check out the internet cafes. It took until the end of the day, which was when I took the time to find an internet cafe. Nowadays, there were not many internet cafes, and Chen even spent quite a bit of time, which led him to the internet cafes. What made Chen Guoqing feel surprised was that the internet cafe was actually packed. There were only 10 computers in total, all of which had people on them, and there were quite a few people standing next to these computers, watching them play with the computers while still waiting for someone to get off the computer so they could grab a spot. For the first time, Chen Guoqing knew that the business of an internet cafe could actually be that good. That would be amazing. In fact, Chen Guoqing doesn't know that this internet cafe is not really an internet cafe, because this internet cafe is not equipped with internet access, because the cost of internet access now is still relatively expensive. So the owner of the internet cafe does not have internet access, but only in the computer, installed a good single game. Just being able to play single-player games for the computer is enough for people in this day and age. Whether or not you have access to the internet doesn't matter at all. And the internet is slow in this day and age. So even if you can access the internet speed experience won't be too good. Chen Guoqing didn't rush home, so he watched in front of the internet cafe for more than half an hour. Seeing that the business of the internet cafe was so good, he was really a bit moved. Just like what Pingan Chen said, there's a lot to be said for being an internet cafe. If he invests in Hot Pot, he is only a small shareholder, and he has no say in what happens in the Hot Pot restaurant, and he has no initiative. Whereas if he opened an internet cafe, the business would be his own and he could be his own boss. It definitely feels different. Open an internet cafe. That's a business you can do. Chen Guoqing's heart thought with some fire. Chapter 9, The Water Meter Checker. Where to get the first pot of money. While Pingon Chen was riding his bike, his mind was still thinking about getting money. Thinking about what? Zhang Yang asked curiously as he looked at Chen Pingon's distracted appearance. Thinking about how to get money. Pingon Chen said casually. Zhang Yang hemmed and laughed and opened his mouth. It's not simple to ask for money. Isn't the son of that cement king Zhou Wanhao missing? Their family has offered a reward of $300,000. If we can find his family's son, then we will be rich. Cement king Zhou Wanhao's son is missing? Pingon Chen repeated. He felt that these words sounded so familiar. Suddenly, Pingon Chen remembered the case of the disappearance of Cement King Zhou Wanhao's parents and son, a case that he had heard of. It was only because it was so long ago that he didn't think about it for a while, but now that he was reminded by Zhang Yang, he remembered. In fact, the son of Cement King Zhou Wanhao is not missing, but has been abducted by human traffickers. Pingon Chen remembers that it should have been the child's grandparents who took their grandson, who was only 3 years old, to the park to play. Then the two old men met an acquaintance and chatted with him, while the 3-year-old played nearby. Play, and the child is gone. There was no surveillance at the time, so there were no clues to the missing child at all. Zhou Wanhao directly offered a reward of $300,000 to find his son, only to never find it, until more than 20 years later, the child was found. Later, based on the child's recollections, it was realized that he had been taken by traffickers in a park. He was later sold inside the Northwest Mountains and was only recovered more than 20 years later. Just because of the momentary negligence of the two old men, it can be said that the child's life has been jeopardized. 20 years later, the traffickers were also found, and also explained the process of catching the child that year, and also said that the child was taken by them to the official Hadhadong and stayed for 3 days. Originally, they intended to leave on the same day, but because of the bounty of Zhou Wanhao, the wind was tighter, so they hid for 3 days, and only then did they leave with their children. As for why they don't hand over their kids, it's also very simple. They don't dare to do so and they can't believe that they can really get $300,000. Then this child, who was sold to the mountains, was only sold for $20,000. $20,000 in 98, again, is no small amount. Just for $20,000, they sell other people's children. These traffickers are not human beings. Do you have a picture of that kid? Show me. Maybe I've seen it before. Pingon Chen said half-jokingly. Isn't it on the wall? Zhang Yang said as he pointed at the wall. Sure enough, there was a missing person notice posted right on the wall. A picture of a 3-year-old child, right on top of it. Chen Pingon took a serious look at it, and it really did say that there was a reward of $300,000, and as long as someone was able to retrieve the child, they could get $300,000. $300,000 in 1998 was an absolute fortune. I don't know how many people want this child back. It's just a shame that 2 days have passed and no one has found the child yet. Of course, it's unlikely that they'll find the child. After all, the child is now being taken by traffickers. It's this kid. I know him. Zhang Yang, come with me. Our chance to get rich has come. Chen Pingon rushed at Zhang Yang and said excitedly. His excitement was half feigned and half real, because the opportunity for him to make money is really here. Because Pingon Chen knew where the human trafficker lived now. After 20 years, the human trafficker had explained where he lived. The place where the traffickers now live is at 888 River Road, because this door number was conspicuous. So Chen Pingon remembered it very clearly. The reason why Pingon Chen wanted to bring Zhang Yang with him was to give Zhang Yang a chance to make money on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was also to be a bit more reasonable. Two seniors, with a lead on the kid, working together to get the kid out makes it even more awesome. If Pingon Chen, by himself, had gone over and saved the person, it would have seemed more or less unreasonable. You really have a clue about that child? Zhang Yang said with the same excitement. It must be there. If it wasn't, what would I be so excited about? But Zhang Yang, a blood brother, still has to settle his accounts. So let's make a deal first. I discovered the clues to that kid first, so I'll take the lion's share when the time comes. I'm going to take $250,000, and you'll get the rest of the 50,000. Pingon Chen said. Pingon Chen needed to use money now, so it was better to talk about this kind of thing first. No problem. Don't say 50,000. Just give me 10,000. 5,000. Just give me 5,000 and I'll be satisfied. Zhang Yang said with a silly smile. Already, his mind was on the scenario where he got $5,000 and was dashing around. As for the $10,000, he shuddered to think of it. I'll give you $50,000, and when I say $50,000, I mean $50,000. As long as I can get $300,000 in prize money, I'll share $50,000 with you. Pin Shan spoke decisively. Thank you then, Zhang Yang said cheerfully, as if he had really taken Pin Shan's words seriously, and had never even thought about whether Pin Shan was joking with himself. It's normal, it's of their years of brotherly bonding, and they know each other better. Of course, Zhang Yang knew that Ping and Shan would not joke above such things. The kid is along the river road. Let's go over and take a look, Pin Shan said. The two soon rode their bikes to River Road. Along the river road is 3 kilometers away and took a little while to ride, but not for long, and along the river road, Pin glanced at the nearest door number. No, 165, not far from no, 888. The two proceeded down the street, and in a short time, no, 888, arrived. Zhang Yang didn't know the destination yet and just followed Pin Shan. Pin Shan suddenly stopped his bike and said softly, "Here we are. This is where I saw that child before. I'll keep watch here while you go get Uncle Hat." Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, but still agreed decisively. But before leaving, Zhang Yang still said, "Be careful, don't be impulsive. I'll be right over." "Don't worry, I won't be impulsive," Pin Shan said with a smile. Zhang Yang nodded his head and rode his bicycle to the one that flew away. As soon as Zhang Yang left, the corner of Chen Pingan's mouth curled into a smile. Bringing Zhang Yang was for the sake of reasonableness, and sidetracking Zhang Yang was also for the sake of making the next move a little easier. That $300,000. It is not so good to get, just provide clues. It is estimated that you cannot get $300,000, so Pin Shan intended to take matters into his own hands and get the child back. Parking his bike, Chen Pingan directly went up and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Behind the door, the voice of a middle-aged woman rang out. "Checking the water meter," Pin Shan casually called out. Chapter 10, The Child is Found. The water meter check? Didn't we already check the water meter before? Why are you checking the water meter again? Who are you? The door opened and behind the door was a middle-aged woman, who spoke while looking at Pin Shan. Seeing the school uniform that Chen Pingan was wearing, he immediately said with an angry face, "Young man, you're still a student, right? You actually lied to me that you're here to check the water meter. If you're like this, I'm going to have to call your parents." The middle-aged woman said angrily, "Human trafficker, it's your time to die." Pin Shan sneered, and without waiting for the other party to react, he reached out and grabbed the middle-aged woman and flung her towards the side. When he grabbed the middle-aged woman, Chen Pingan was already using a dexterous force that directly sealed the chi and blood in the middle-aged woman's body. This was a pointing technique, only it was more advanced than the usual pointing techniques. When the middle-aged woman was thrown to the side, her whole body was already immobile. Chen Pingan directly walked in towards the inside, which was a small courtyard with a set of floor-to-ceiling rooms. After entering the gate, there is a small courtyard with 2 rows of small 2-story buildings behind it. Chen Pingan keenly sensed a line of sight falling onto his body. When he looked up, he saw someone looking down the doorway on the second floor toward him. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry and closed the gate without any haste, then first checked the first floor to make sure that there was no one on the first floor before he walked up towards the second floor. When they reached the second floor, the door to the room on the second floor slammed open, and a middle-aged man, holding a dagger, rushed towards Pin Shan. Pin Shan smiled contemptuously. For this kind of him, he didn't care about it at all. It would be impossible to be Pin Shan's opponent anyway. Pin Shan didn't even maneuver to avoid it and directly punched his fist. In the eyes of Pin Shan, the middle-aged man's speed was too slow. Pin Shan directly avoided the other party's dagger and punched the other party's eye socket. Of course Chen Pingan also used ingenuity. He didn't want himself to kill someone here. After all, killing someone would be troublesome, even if the other party was a human trafficker. Pin Shan was also not here to kill, but to save people, so he used dexterity and just needed to keep the traffickers under control. Chen Pingan snapped a few punches and hit the trafficker's head, directly knocking the trafficker into a daze. The trafficker probably didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a student. Just how did the trafficker know that he wasn't dealing with a student, but a martial arts master? Chen Pingan kicked the trafficker's body, directly sending him flying. After landing, the trafficker let out a miserable scream. It felt like his whole body was going to fall apart. Everywhere hurt, and he couldn't use his strength anywhere. He was lying on the ground, and straight away he couldn't move. When Pin Shan walked into the room, he saw several children lying on the large bed in the room. All are 2 or 3 years old, look very cute. Is that at this time these children are in a stupor, most likely to be eaten intoxicants? One of the children is none other than the Cement King, the son of Zhou Wanhao. The child had been found, and Pin Shan smiled, his heart relieved. Earlier, he had sought to come here with the idea of taking a gamble, and now, well, it was finally the right gamble. After determining that the child was still there, Chen Pingan was relieved. After that, Pingon-chan arrested the two traffickers and tied their hands and feet with a rope. During this time, Pingon-chan had also moved on the two men's bodies. The true chi was already lurking within their bodies, and in a month's time, the true chi would explode within their bodies, and at that time, the tendons and veins in their entire bodies would be severed. People don't die, they just become paralyzed. Chen Pingon knew that even if this kind of trafficker was caught, at most he would only go to jail and would not be shot. That's why it was deliberately moved and a punishment for them. The least forgivable of criminals are these traffickers. In this world, there are many ways to make money. If you have the ability, you can rob a bank, and if you don't have the ability, you can be a thief. The most abominable thing is these traffickers who steal children to sell them. Pingon-chan also hated this kind of person the most, which was why he chose to lay his hands on them. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang panted and ran in, still probing and observing as he ran in. Only after seeing Chen Pingon did Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief. Chen Pingon, what are you running here for? I didn't see you just now and it scared me to death. Zhang Yang said excitedly. I just came over to take a look. Pingon-chan said with a smile. Right, Uncle Sheriff. You guys hurry up and go to the second floor. There are a lot of kids inside. They should all be children captured by human traffickers. Chen Pingon had already seen the constables that followed behind Zhang Yang and hurriedly opened his mouth. The constable was also taken aback when he heard Pingon-chan say that. They had heard Zhang Yang say earlier that they had a lead on the child, and were half-hearted, but they still followed over. I didn't realize that it was actually true now? Whether it's true or not, now that it's here, it's definitely time to go up and check it out. Several constables rushed up to the second floor, and sure enough, they found several children who had been trafficked here in the rooms on the second floor. Among them is the son of Cement King Zhou Wanhao. The case of the disappearance of Zhou Wanhao's son is a big deal, so there are a lot of people who know about it, and they, the constables, of course, know about it. Uncle Constable, we found the child. Shouldn't Zhou Wanhao's bounty also go to us? Pingon-chan walked behind a few constables and said loudly, the matter of the bounty is out of our hands, but don't worry about it, we can testify to you that you were the one who found the child. The leading constable said happily. There was no way for them, the constables, to get the reward, because they immediately constrained the constables, and there were rules about that, and they couldn't get the reward, so as a passing favor, just help Pingon-chan testify. Moreover, this matter was originally done by Pingon-chan, and he was the one who found the child. The constables will not suffer, because they have merited, and in private, Zhou Wanhao is not likely to have no indication. Things are much better with a constable on the scene. 10 minutes later, Zhou Wanhao's family also drove over. Chen Pingon as well as Zhang Yang stayed at the scene, with no intention of leaving at all. It was impossible for Chen Pingon to leave before he had gotten the reward. My baby, baby. A middle-aged woman rushed over and hugged Zhou Wanhao's child, then just bawled. There was a young couple coming up behind them, and an older man behind the young couple. The young couple, is Zhou Wanhao couple. As for the middle-aged woman holding the child, is Zhou Wanhao's mother, that is, the child's grandmother. The old man at the end is the kid's grandfather. Since the child was lost because of the grandparents, the grandmother was also the most agitated. Chapter 11 Obtaining Startup Funds. Zhou Wanhao was also very concerned about his son, but seeing his son in his own mother's arms with his own eyes, he was already relieved. At this time, Zhou Wanhao was looking over towards Chen Pingon and Zhang Yang. The constable had already been on the phone to inform him that it was two high school students who had found his son, and it was one of them, Pingon-chan, who had caught the traffickers. It is said that this Pingon-chan knows kung fu. That's why he was able to catch the traffickers. Zhou Wanhao's gaze swept over Chen Pingon and also Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang lowered his head somewhat nervously, while Chen Pingon raised his head and stared at him without fear. Zhou Wanhao smiled at once, certain of who had saved his son. Hello classmate, you are classmate Pingon-chen, right? Zhou Wanhao stretched out his hand towards Pingon-chen, who froze for a moment, then also hastily stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhou Wanhao. It's me, I'm Pingon-chen. Pingon-chen said briefly. Thank you, you saved my lifeblood. Zhou Wanhao said solemnly. Zhou Wanhao this year has more than 30, married for several years, has been no children. This child or his first child, if something happens to this kid, he's not going to feel good about it. Now, it's possible to get your child back. Zhou Wanhao was also relieved. Mr. Zhou, you're older than me, so I'll have the cheek to call you Big Brother Zhou. It shouldn't be a problem. Pingon-chen said with a light smile. Of course there's no problem. I'd be overjoyed if my brother had skills like yours. Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. What he said is also true, because Zhou Wanhao is really have a younger brother. Only that his younger brother, good lazy, also not willing to come out to work. Let Zhou Wanhao headache. Brother Zhou, speaking of which, you still have to thank yourself for this matter. It was your reward that saved your son, because, I also saw the reward on the street and that's what made me think of it. The process of seeing the traffickers with the children a few days before. I didn't know then, though, that the man was a trafficker, and thought it was just a regular guy, taking his kid home. I also saw the bounty on the street today, and that's how I knew about that person's trafficker. And then I searched for it, and after taking a look, I really found your son here, Chen Pingan said calmly. This was said to the constable before, and now it was said again to Zhou Wanhao, also to prove the beginning and end of this matter. Otherwise, the traffickers were found for no reason, and Pingan Chen couldn't explain it clearly. But even if that's the case, it's still thanks to your good fortune, little brother, Zhou Wanhao said with emotion. Although Chen Pingan was so attentive because of the money, the words of gratitude should not be missing. Zhou Wanhao can make the business so big at a young age. In terms of dealing with people, of course, it will not be bad, little brother. This time thanks to your efforts, 300,000 reward will not be less than your share. In addition, I also owe you a favor. In the future, when you encounter any trouble, you can directly come to me, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. He was a local figure, and such a promise was still very valuable. When Pingan Chen heard these words, his eyes lit up with joy. He certainly knows that Zhou Wanhao is probably just being polite, and this kind of favor cannot be taken seriously. But Pingan Chen now needed the first start-up capital. For the sake of money, Pingan Chen could be shameless. Pingan Chen smiled and said, Brother Zhou, if you say so, then I won't be polite with you. I really do have one thing that I need your help with. Tell me, what is it about? Zhou Wanhao said without moving. If what Pingan Chen said was relatively small and easy to accomplish, he would of course give face to it. But if what Pingan Chen said was too difficult, then there was no way he would help. Zhou Wanhao is not a cutie after all. Pingan Chen spoke. Brother Zhou, I need a sum of money, but I can't find a place where I can borrow money. You're a businessman. You must have contacts in this area. Can you introduce me to a place where I can borrow money? Chen Pingan did not directly find Zhou Wanhao to borrow money, but changed his statement. Zhou Wanhao also froze for a moment when he heard Pingan Chen say that. If Pingan Chen directly asked him to borrow money, then he would definitely be unhappy. As for whether to borrow or not, that was hard to say. But now that he heard that Chen Pingan was only looking for himself, introducing someone and giving him a loan, the nature of that was different. One was a direct loan and the other was to help him find someone to borrow money from. He would be the equivalent of just being a bondsman. It's not that easy to do with a bondsman, but again, it's a lot better than borrowing money directly. There's a reward of $300,000. Isn't that enough for you? Zhou Wanhao asked curiously. We were two men acting together, and it was agreed before that when we got the money, we would split 50,000 with him, and I would get 250,000 when I got there. 250,000 isn't that little, but I need money for more things, and 250,000 still isn't enough. It would be best if we could borrow money. It won't take me long, just a month, and I can pay interest. But of course, it can't be usurious. With interest rolling in, I can give 20% interest. Pingan Chen spoke with discretion. Interest, he also thought carefully. Too little is no fun. The other side is probably not going to borrow money. It's too much, and it's not possible. Loan sharks, he won't borrow. 1 month, 20% interest? This interest rate isn't low. Zhou Wanhao said softly. The interest rate is not low, but I don't have collateral, so I need your help. Big brother Zhou, Chen Pingan said with a bitter smile. Without collateral, that is indeed quite a bit of trouble. Zhou Wanhao nodded. How much do you need to borrow? Zhou Wanhao asked. Of course, Pingan Chen hoped that the more the better, but he couldn't say that. If he said that, he probably wouldn't be able to borrow a single penny. It's like they're trying to roll up and run away. Chen Pingan turned quickly in his mind and immediately spoke. $2 million, 1 month period. After 1 month, I'll return $2,400,000 with 20% interest. Zhou Wanhao looked deeply at Chen Pingan and said with a smile, Little brother, I made you this friend. I also hope that I don't look away. This money, there is no need to introduce someone else. I'll just lend it to you directly. Let's do it this way. It's too late for today. Tomorrow you'll come to my company. We'll go through the process. Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. Big brother Zhou, thank you. Pingan Chen said excitedly. It was $2 million, and with that amount of money, he finally had his start-up capital. Chapter 12, this money is to be turned in. Zhou Wanhao does things very thoughtfully. After seeing that his son was safe, he wrote a check for $300,000 directly to Pingan Chen on the spot. This was to avenge Chen Pingan's bounty. As for the loan of $2 million that had been promised to Pingan Chen, of course, he would need to wait until tomorrow after he had gone through the process before he could do so. You really agreed to lend that kid $2 million? Back at home, his wife asked with a puzzled look on her face, for she knew that her husband was not a man who would do anything foolish, nor was he a man who would lend out money easily. I must have borrowed it since I promised. That little brother is not ordinary. I'll take it as making him a friend. Just tell me, which is more valuable, sending charcoal in the snow, or adding flowers to the brocade? Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. I'm a woman and I don't know about that. Anyway, just make yourself clear. It's just that in the future, we can't have your parents, with the kids, anymore. It's too scary. This time it was only because we were lucky and had the help of a nobleman that our son was able to be retrieved. Not every time luck can be that good, the wife said seriously. I know, there won't be a next time, Zhou Wanhao said with the same seriousness. He was shocked this time too and will never let a parent take a child alone again. It was a bit late when Pingan Shan returned home. Luckily, the constable had already been the one to call home and explain things earlier. Pingan Shan, you're really bold. Ah, you dare to catch human traffickers all by yourself. Chen Pingan had only returned home when his mother, Yu Xiaoying, grabbed him by the ear with a burst of fire output. Chen Pingan didn't dare to resist, couldn't be obedient, and was given a lecture by his mother. Well, the kid knows it's wrong, and that's all there is to say. Besides, for once our boy is doing the right thing. I've just asked the constable, and if our son hadn't stepped in and caught the traffickers, those children would have been in trouble. Those traffickers have captured 3 children, all of whom they intend to take out of state and sell. Although this kid is reckless for a bit, what he did was still a good thing, Chen Guoqing said with a happy face. It was mainly because of this time. Chen Pingan had done a great job and had given Chen Guoqing a long face. That's why Chen Guoqing was so happy and defended him a bit. But he can't go alone. How dangerous, Yu Shili said in a good-natured manner. But in her words, it was a concern so thick that it could not be melted. Mom, actually, there's no danger. I observed it before I did it. The traffickers are an old man and an old woman, both of whom are incapable of anything. At that time, the traffickers were planning to run away, and it was too late to wait for the constable, so I had to go up alone first. Pingan Chen explained. And I'll give you my word that I won't do this next time. Pingan Chen looked at his mother's face and hurriedly assured her. Remember, there's no next time. You're the only child we have. If something happens to you, what are you going to ask mom and dad to do? Yu Xiaoying said solemnly. Don't worry mom, nothing will happen to me. Mom, I'm hungry. Is there any food left? Chen Pingan forcefully changed the topic. You wouldn't have come back earlier if you knew you were hungry. Just wait, I'll go heat up some rice for you now. Yu Xiaoying pinched Chen Pingan's cheeks before heading towards the kitchen. It wasn't long before the smell of food was coming from the kitchen. Instead, Chen Guoqing pulled Chen Pingan to sit down on the sofa. Chen Guoqing looked at his son. A smile came on his face, and in his gaze toward Chen Pingan, there were clearly a few more points of relief. Before, he always felt that his son didn't know what to do. But today, Chen Pingan would have gone to arrest the traffickers and save the child. It gave Chen a feeling that the child had grown into an adult. Dad, did you go and look at the internet today? Chen Pingan somewhat couldn't stand his dad's gaze and changed the topic, saying, speaking of internet cafes made Chen get a little excited. Yeah, I've been there. The internet cafe is really good. I've been to see a couple of internet cafes and business is exceptionally good. My door business seems to be really doable. It's not as if it can be done. It can really be done. Dad, let's just open an internet cafe. It can make money and it's a sure thing. It's a lot more peaceful than you opening a hot pot. That's all the money our family has, so it's definitely going to be a quiet business. Pingan Chen persuaded. Chen Guoqing obviously also thought clearly, and when he heard Chen Pingan's persuasion, he also smiled and nodded his head and said, I also feel that opening an internet cafe is good, but I am worried that I can't do it well on my own. There's me. I took computer science in school, and I can ask my classmates for information. Pingan Chen quickly said, Dad, in these few days, if you are free, go out and look around to see if there are any stores that cooperate in opening internet cafes, and if there are, we can rent them. And then there is also the need to register a company and get a business license to start an internet cafe. One thing Pingan Chen remembered was that it was easy to apply for an internet cafe license now, but it would be hard to get one in the future. If we get some more internet cafe licenses now, we can make a fortune later even if we don't open an internet cafe and just resell the licenses. Of course, this kind of business, Chen Pingan himself was not interested in, but he could let his dad do it. To be honest, Dad's age is also only 40 years old. Really ask him, now retire, in the home to eat and wait for death. Chen Guoqing is absolutely not willing to do, so it also comes down to the need to organize some career for Dad. In his last life, his old man Chen Guoqing also lived a very stifling life. This life, just to help his old man, also on the peak of life well. Chen Guoqing was getting more and more excited when he heard Chen Pingan speak in such detail, and there was an additional look of anticipation and excitement in his eyes. Dinner, finally, was heated up. Pingan Chen had also eaten his dinner for the day, By the way, has that reward been given to you yet? Yu Xiaoying suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chen Pinggan's expression paused for a moment before he swallowed the rice in his mouth and calmly said, "Not yet. It's too late in the day, so I'm sure I still need time." Then you remember to make sure to get the reward. What about the $300,000 reward? It's not a small amount. This money is also what they promised to give. Yu Xiaoying said seriously. Mom, just don't worry, the money won't escape. Pinggan Shen said in a hurry. I'm not worried about the money running away. I'm saying, before you get the money, give it to us. You're still young. It's useless to ask for so much money. We'll save it up for you first, and later on, we'll buy you a house and also use it for marriage. Yu Xiaoying looked at Chen Pinggan and said. When Pinggan Shen heard this, the meat in his mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Chapter 13, Learning Potions. This money, of course, Chen Pinggan will not be turned in, just to hear his mom talk about this matter, or let Chen Pinggan feel difficult. Chen Pinggan hurriedly said, Mom and Dad, this matter, I am doing it with Zhang Yong. Before that, I said with Zhang Yong, he will take 50,000. I will take 250,000. This money, we can't hack Zhang Yong, since it was agreed upon before. It must be for Zhang Yong, Yu Xiaoying said. After saying that, he looked at Chen Pinggan again and said, even if he gave Zhang Yong 50,000, there is still 250,000, which is not a small amount. Your father and I, after all those years of saving, I'm only $200,000. You're richer than all of us at once. Mom, this money, I have plans of my own. I have my senior year coming up, and then college. For college, I'm paying my own way, and then while I'm in college, I also want to start a business, and you need capital to start a business. This money is what I'm going to pay for college and to start my own business. If you take it, this money of mine, I feel like there's no point in living. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean there's no point in living? Yu Xiaoying was instantly anxious. There's no way I can think otherwise. I'm 18 years old. It's hard. I'm relying on my own abilities to make my first dollar. And then my mom is going to take that money away from me. So what can I do? Chen Pinggan looked at his old mom with an innocent face. I'm not doing this for your own good. $250,000. You're a little kid. Getting that much money. Can you hold it? Yu Xiaoying also said excitedly. Mom, I'm 18, an adult. In other words, 30 years ago, you could get married and have children at 18. At 18, even if you're ready to start a family, why can't you be in charge of a fortune? Of your own money? Pinggan Shen said seriously. Well, the kid is old enough to have his own plans. This is also quite good. Chen Guoqing spoke. Yu Xiaoying bit her lip, still a little unhappy in her heart. She wasn't really looking at her son's money either. It was her son. She's just worried that young people, suddenly rich, can't control themselves. Tell you what, let's make a discount. This money will be left with me for a month's time first, so it's good for me to take a look at it at least. I'll hand it over to you guys a month later, Pinggan Shen said with a resigned face. Of course, it's a feigned aggravation. In a month's time, he could use the money to speculate on stocks and make a lot of money then. By then he would have the funds. Even if he gave his parents $250,000, no need to go to that trouble. Just take it yourself. Yu Xiaoying, however, suddenly shook her head and said. She also looked at her son's aggrieved expression and suddenly went soft. What my son said is also right. This is his life. The first money he earned, it is reasonable that it should also be grasped by himself. Yu Xiaoying said in her heart. Thank you, Mom. You're so kind. Pinggan Shen said happily. This gives him more money, and more money. Hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold. Yu Xiaoying said without any good humor. Chen Pinggan heatedly smiled and picked up his rice bowl to eat. After dinner, Chen Pinggan volunteered to wash the dishes, but was sent away by Yu Xiaoying. Chen Pinggan did not force himself, and after returning to his bedroom, the first thing he did was to take out his homework and do it. I didn't do my homework yesterday and got a lecture from my teacher, but I don't want to continue to have that treatment tomorrow, so it's better to pay attention today and get your homework done. It's these assignments. It's so hard. Chen Pinggan was also speechless about doing these high school assignments. The key problem is that there are so many topics, he can't do it. Chen Pinggan could only, bit by bit, harden his head and finish all of these homework assignments. It doesn't matter if it's written correctly or not. Chen Pinggan was now really starting to worry about the college entrance examination after himself. With his current ability, if he went to the college entrance exam, he probably wouldn't even be able to get into a pheasant university. What he had learned in high school was pretty much forgotten. It's over. What's going to happen? Chen Pinggan exhaled a breath and suddenly had a plan to give up on the college entrance exam. You're not going to pass the test anyway, so you might as well make it easy on yourself for the next 2 months. However, the thought flickered. There was no way he was going to voluntarily give up his high school entrance exams until the dust really settled. It was also late in the day after homework time. Pingan Chen didn't have a hard time with the idea, and quickly shuffled off to bed. The next morning, it was time to go to school with Zhang Yang again. When he arrived in the classroom, Chen Pingan was somewhat looking forward to the seconds to come. It's also the third spike today, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to swipe any good items today. The time, finally, was 8 o'clock in the morning. The spike system interface refreshed. The brand new 4 items appeared in the system interface, and at the same time, Chen Pingan also had a chance to purchase the items. The 4 items are 1 gold brick, 1 30-carat ruby, 1 master-level Taijiquan skill book, 1 bottle of learning potion. The gold brick is excluded first because it has the lowest value. The 30-carat ruby really did make Pingan Chen's heart flutter for a moment. You know, this is a 30-carat rubies. If you put it on the auction house, you can at least sell it for tens of millions of dollars. That was why Pingan Chen had a heartbeat. The patriarchal Taijiquan skill book is also great, and once you learn it, you will have mastered the patriarchal Taijiquan. However, for Pingan Chen, who had already mastered the full-level everlasting skill, learning Taijiquan would be somewhat redundant. The final item, a bottle of learning potion. Learning potion, when taken, it can permanently improve memory ability and, within 3 days, increase learning ability 100-fold. After reading the introduction to the learning potion, Chen Pingan's breath caught. This learning potion, it's definitely something good. It's the good thing he needs the most. Learning potion, not only is it a way to improve permanent memory ability, but it also gives you the ability to learn 100 times in 3 days. That would be awesome. That's it. Seconds. Without hesitation, Pingan Chen directly purchased the bottle of learning potion. The potion was purchased, but Pingan Chen had no choice but to take it now, because the learning potion, after taking it, only had 3 days of learning time. The timing of its use was critical. It's still in school, and it would be a waste of the potion to take it now. Pingan Chen planned to wait until he got home tonight and prepared himself before he took the study potion. Chapter 14 Opening a Stock Account. Just as Chen Pingan was somewhat elated that he didn't have to worry about studying, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Zhang Lei is here. Zhang Lei appeared at the door of the classroom with a gloomy face, his eyes looking resentfully at Chen Pingan, and when Chen Pingan also looked at him, he made a throat-slitting gesture at Chen Pingan. Pingan Chen suddenly smiled, and his mouth lightly spat out 2 words. Although he didn't hear Pingan Chen's voice, Zhang Lei obviously also guessed what Pingan Chen was saying, and his face instantly became even more somber. The class bell rang, and Zhang Lei left with an angry look on his face. He wouldn't let go of Pingan Chen. He wanted to get Pingan Chen killed. Is Zhang Lei going to find trouble with you? Zhang Yong came over and spoke. Yeah, Zhang Lei is planning to get me in trouble. You know, you both have the surname Zhang. How come the gap is so big? Pingan Chen said jokingly. That's right, there has to be a gap. Zhang Lei's kind of person is simply an insult to the surname Zhang. Zhang Yong said smilingly. The next day's lesson, but also waves. Is Chen Pingan over some pain? The most afraid of. Is the teacher in the classroom to name? Let him answer the question. A lot of questions. He really doesn't know how. But the good thing is, now that it's the senior year sprint, the teachers basically don't ask questions. They just let them do practice problems. But even if it's a practice problem, it's still hard to do. His memories of attending high school were from a previous life. So where was he to remember high school? It could only be agonizing. And it was hard to make it to the end of school at noon again. Their school is kind of humane, and they are allowed to go out to eat after school at noon. Without saying a word, Pingan Chen rode his bicycle out of the school. Yesterday is already and Zhou Wanhao made a good decision. Today to go to borrow money. With the $2 million borrowed, he can go speculate. By then, there will be the first startup capital as well. There you are, little brother. Wanhao Cement Factory. Zhou Wanhao smiled and greeted the sweaty Chen Pingan. Big brother Zhou, your place is really hard to find. I was looking for the wrong place just now. Pingan Chen panted and said, not looking restrained at all. Zhou Wanhao for Chen Pingan more and more eyes, always feel in front of the young man, not like a high school student, as if it is the same age as their own. But in reality, Zhou Wanhao was already investigating Pingan Chen's identity, determining that Pingan Chen was really a senior student. There's no way I'm running a cement factory. I can't be in the city. When I go back later, I'll arrange a car to send you back? Zhou Wanhao asked with a smile. I'd rather not. I rode through on my bike and it would be inconvenient to go back to the car. Big brother Zhou, why don't we take care of business first? Pingan Chen said with a bit of coyness. Okay, listen to you. Zhou Wanhao said with a loud laugh. Zhou Wanhao led the way in front and went directly to the accountant's office to let the accountant handle the relevant procedures. A brother's brother, not to mention, or two people in this kind of relationship. Zhou Wanhao can be willing to borrow money, that is already an indication. His atmosphere. In any other situation, see if you would agree to lend the money. And at first, Ping Chen had not thought that Zhou Wanhao would really lend money to his own. Ping Chen was just trying it out. If he was willing to lend money, then of course it would be the best result. If he was not willing to lend money, then there was nothing he could do. It would have to be a $300,000 bounty, as a startup fund. But now with an extra 2 million, that's a lot of money to make. With Zhou Wanhao's explanation, the accountant's procedures here were quickly completed. Chen Pinggan's hand had an additional check for $2 million, and Zhou Wanhao also received one. A note written in Chen Pinggan's hand. Big brother Zhou, thank you. After a month, I will definitely return it to you, Pinggan Chen said with certainty, and there's no need to thank me. I didn't lose out anyway. After all, with 20% interest a month, I've already earned it. Peace, and I won't ask you what you're going to do with the money. It's just that you have to be careful yourself. If by then, the money can't be paid back, you can't blame me, Zhou Wanhao said seriously. Don't worry, big brother Zhou, I am 100% sure that nothing will happen. Chen Pinggan spoke confidently. That's good. You haven't eaten at noon yet. Do you want to eat together? Zhou Wanhao asked with a smile. Pinggan Chen glanced at his watch and shook his head. Let's forget about it. I'm in a hurry. If I'm too late, I'm going to miss it. When this business is done, I'll treat you to dinner. No, I'm going to treat your family to dinner, Pinggan Chen said with a smile. No problem. I'll be waiting for you. Zhou Wanhao nodded his head and agreed. Chen Pinggan went out of the cement factory. The mood is also very excited. His first bucket of money now can be considered in place. That's $2,300,000 in total. $2,300,000. For those rich people, of course, it was nothing, but for Chen Pinggan, it was a valuable first bucket of money. With the check in hand, Chen Pinggan arrived at the East Ocean Securities Company at the first opportunity. There are several local securities firms, but in the end, I chose this one, Donghai Securities. The main reason is because Donghai Securities has the best service. The rest of the securities companies are also there, but in terms of service, on the contrary, they are not as good as Donghai Securities. At this time is already to the end of the day. Chen Pinggan came to the East China Sea Securities, saw the East China Sea Securities Company, empty, only a front desk duty lady. Hello, I'm here to open an account. Can I open an account now? Chen Pinggan jogged over and opened his mouth to inquire. I'm sorry, it's already impossible to open an account now. You see, our staff are off duty. You can come back after 2 p.m. The receptionist lady said with a smile on her face. Look sis, I'm a student, a senior, and I'm in school when you all go to work, and you're all off when I'm off. If that's the case, I don't even have a way to open an account. So can you help me out and get a staff member to come over and open an account for me? Handling the account opening, they will not lose out. There is a commission. The more I do, the higher their income. Pinggan Chen said with a pleasing face. It doesn't hurt to curry favor with a young lady like this. Qian Xiaoyuan, too, did see that Pinggan Chen was a student, because Pinggan Chen's body was still wearing a school uniform, but it was the first time she had encountered students coming to speculate on stocks. Qian Xiaoyuan hurriedly said, this student, stock speculation is a high-risk investment. You are still a student. It's better not to make this kind of investment. The risk is too big. Chen Pinggan unhurriedly took out his ID card and the $2 million check, then said, here's my ID. I'm 18 years old, and also here's the investment capital that my family has set aside for me. Both my parents are also in business, and they intended to train me in investing, so they gave me a startup capital. I'm still going to school, and the rest of my investments are not easy to operate, so I'll just have to practice on the stock market first. Chen Pinggan spoke calmly. Pinggan Chen spoke calmly, but Qian Xiaoyuan was not calm. She's in her mid-20s and doesn't have $20,000 in savings, and in front of him, the 18-year-old kid brother, casually holding out a check for $2 million, and it's still taken out by the family and used for his investment. It's really a case of people being able to be more angry than people. Chapter 15 Opening the Stock Prediction Scroll. If an ordinary person made such a request, Qian Xiaoyuan would never agree to it, because that's an outrageous request. They are at least a securities firm, and there is no way they would call back an already off-duty staff member just for one customer. However, when Pinggan Chen took out a check for $2 million and also proved that he was capable of doing so, it was a completely different story. Rich customers get preferential treatment everywhere. Pinggan Chen was also enjoying preferential treatment now. Student Chen, wait, I'll call a manager over for you. At that time, you'll look for her to sign the contract, and if you have any problems in the future, you can also look for her to deal with them. Qian Xiaoyuan hurriedly spoke. Good, thanks. Pinggan Chen nodded and said, Qian Xiaoyuan hurriedly ran in towards the back, and a few minutes later, a beautiful female white collar followed Qian Xiaoyuan out. Sun Haitang looked at the young man in front of him, and his eyes flashed with surprise once. Earlier, he had also heard Qian Xiaoyuan say that a rich and big customer had come, and he was also a senior. It was said that there was a check for $2 million, which was intended to be used in investing in stocks, for such an advantageous customer. Of course Sun Haitang had no intention of letting it go, and hurriedly followed Qian Xiaoyuan out. It was also Sun Haitang's luck that she didn't go out to eat at noon and packed back to eat at the back, and she and Qian Xiaoyuan's relationship was quite good. That's why Qian Xiaoyuan called Sun Haitang over on an opportunity like this one. However, Sun Haitang was also a smart person, and had already been talking to Qian Xiaoyuan before, and tonight she was buying dinner. Qian Xiaoyuan naturally agreed happily. Hello Mr. Chen. My name is Sun Haitang. I'm the account manager of Donghai Securities. I'm glad to serve you. You need to open an account, right? Sun Haitang said with a smile on his face. Yes, I need to open a stock account, and I also want to ask, can you open leverage? Chen Pingon opened his mouth and asked. We are able to open leverage, but to open leverage, it is necessary to apply, and because of your new account users, so the maximum is only 5 times leverage, usually only 1 or 2 times leverage. Sun Haitang hurriedly explained. Then open an account for me first. Pingon Chen said. Okay, let's go over here and check in for the start. Sun Haitang was already coming to her workstation, then checking in for Pingon Chen. Chen Pingon has already brought his ID card, bank card, all of them. The formalities, of course, is also very simple. Stock accounts were quickly processed, but in this day and age it's still a hassle to speculate, because in this day and age there are no smartphones and there are no computers to speculate on. So if Pingon Chen wants to speculate on stocks, he can only do so here at the securities company. However, there was another way to speculate on stocks as well, and that was to directly entrust Sun Haitang to conduct buying and selling transactions for Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen could only use this method for stock speculation at the moment. As for security, there is no need to worry. After all, Donghai Securities is also a large formal company. Chen Pingon is still very assured of this point. Chen Pingon inquired again if the check was directly transferable. As a result, it is possible to transfer funds directly from here. This is so much easier. Chen Pingon directly took out 2 checks, one for 2 million and one for 300,000, all of which were transferred to his account. Zhang Yuan's 50,000 was now also temporarily used by Pingon Chen. When we make money this time, we can return it to Zhang Yuan, and then we can give Zhang Yuan a little more money. The transfer of money was soon also processed. Sun Haitang's service is also very good, so that Chen Pingon is very satisfied, reducing Chen Pingon a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just going to the bank to transfer money would be a very troublesome thing for Chen Pingon. The stock account was opened and $2,300,000 was already in the account. Pingon Chen also applied for leverage. Leverage is not something that Sun Haitang can agree to. It needs to be on the side of the headquarters, with specialized personnel to review and deal with. But in reality, with this kind of thing, it also depends on the funding. The more funds you have, the faster it will be reviewed. Chen Pingon's account was already $2,300,000, which was too much money compared to most of the accounts, so the speed of the review was relatively fast, but even faster reviews take time. During the waiting time, Pingon Chen asked, Ms. Haitang, can I entrust you and help me with the transaction? I'm a student, so I'm afraid I don't have time to make a deal. Of course, it's an honor to make a deal for you. Sun Haitang's heart jumped and she hurriedly said happily, being able to make a deal for a customer is the best thing that can happen to them as managers, because then the commission will be a little bit higher. Specifically what stocks to buy and sell, I will look after them myself, but operationally, it will require you to operate them. You are equivalent to being my trader. There should be no problem, right? Chen Pingon asked again. No problem. In our company, many customers operate this way. Sun Haitang said with a smile. No problem then. Pingon Chen nodded with satisfaction once again. It's very comfortable. His requests, all of them, have been met, and that makes it feel good. I want to look at the trend of the stock now. Is that okay? Chen Pingon opened his mouth and asked. Of course, Sun Haitang said in a hurry. After all, this was her customer, so she definitely had to maintain it. Sun Haitang's time working here was still relatively short, and there weren't many customers per se. Chen Pingon was already the most advantageous customer in her hands. Therefore, when facing Pingon Chen, her service was also the most attentive. If they were to be replaced by the rest of those managers who had many customers in their hands, it was expected that they would not have as much patience and quality service when dealing with Pingon Chen. Evidence Inc. Here, and the customer's operating room. There are computers here for the use of customers who open accounts. Chen Pingan is not qualified to go to the VIP operation room right now, but the retailer operation room is available. The stock market is now closing, but there are still quite a few people who remain to review their stocks. But everyone was doing their own thing without disturbing each other. Sun Haitang helped Pingan Chen open a computer. The computers here all had passwords and needed a staff member to log in before they could be used. Sun Yat-sen certainly has such authority. Chen Pingan looked at the computer in front of him, but also some emotion. This kind of computer monitor with a big ass is really not seen for years. The computer is a bit slow, but it's good enough to use just for speculation. Pingan Chen pretended to check the stocks, but in reality, was secretly using the stock prediction scroll. Chapter 16, starting to buy stocks. After the stock prediction scroll was used, there was an additional stock interface on Ping and Chen's system interface. In a short period of time, Chen Pingan was already aware of how to use the stock prediction function. Stock prediction function. You can predict the next 3 days of the stock trend. This ability is truly unbelievable. Know the trend of the stock 3 days in advance, and then follow the stock trend to speculate. As long as it is not a little cute, all can make money through stocks now. Ping and Chen also only pretended to check the stocks displayed above the computer screen, but in reality, his attention was focused on his system interface. The system interface has future stock movements. There it is, Sichuan machinery, pulling straight up this afternoon. Still a one-word board tomorrow morning, but it will plummet tomorrow afternoon. There's one more Groundhog Day board for Wufu wine tomorrow morning. Buy Wufu wine tomorrow morning. In his heart, Chen Pingan was already making an investment plan for himself. The investment plan for the next 2 days is already in place, and as for the day after that will wait until tomorrow. Chen Pingan took out a pen and paper, wrote the stocks he wanted to buy, and then handed it over to Sun Haitang, who followed behind him. Sister Haitang, these are the stocks I'm looking at. After the market opens this afternoon, please buy them for me. All of them. Buy all of this stock? Sun Haitang asked again uncertainly. Yes, all buy this stock. If tomorrow morning still pull up, you will be in the stop to me to ship. I estimate that this stock can only be held in the hands of 2 days. Pingan Chen opened his mouth. Sun Haitang once again ate a shock. Did not expect. Chen Pingan actually is accounted for to sell at the time of the stop. Most of the people who speculate in stocks, their own stock if they encountered a stop, it is certainly to hold on to. Like Chen Pingan so intends to sell, there are really not a few of them, but Chen Pingan is still only the boss, so exactly how to operate. Or Chen Pingan said, since Pingan Chen had said that he would sell it, then it was fine. Okay, I understand. Sun Haitang agreed in a hurry. What stocks are going to be traded tomorrow? Wait until I come over tomorrow and look at them. Pingan Chen continued. It was because the stocks that were to be traded tomorrow were not traded until tomorrow afternoon, so that was why Pingan Chen did it. It would also make more sense to wait until noon tomorrow, when he's come over and looked at the stock, before giving a target for the trade. As for the practice of deliberately losing money to appear reasonable, he would not do it, because he didn't have much capital in the first place, and he only had a month to trade, so where was the capital and time to get that much done? Pingan Chen signed another authorization agreement, in which case Sun Haitang had the right to trade stocks for Pingan Chen, but Sun Haitang is unable to withdraw the money in the stock account because the account secret is not in Sun Haitang's hands. I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Pingan Chen smiled and waved his hand towards Sun Haitang before leaving on his own bicycle. Sun Haitang had been watching Pingan Chen leave before she withdrew her gaze. Don't look. If you look again your eyes will fall in. Xian Xiaoyuan said with amusement. You say? What kind of family is this? Taking out more than $2 million and giving it to such a small child to use for stock speculation? Sun Haitang reached out and ruffled her bangs, changing the topic in a raw manner. It must be a rich man's family. You noticed that the 2 checks just now were written by Zhou Wanhao. It must be someone who is related to Zhou Wanhao. Sun Haitang said with a smile. Cement King, Zhou Wanhao. Ah, no wonder then. Xian Xiaoyuan nodded and said, alright, I'm going to eat first. I only ate half of it just now. I'm still hungry. Sun Haitang stretched her back and said faintly, go go go. Xian Xiaoyuan said with a wave of his hand. After Pingan Chen left the securities company, he didn't go back to school, so he found a fast food restaurant on the side of the road and bought a fast food to eat. That said, prices are real cheap in this day and age. When Pingan Chen bought fast food, he was shocked by the price. 3 meat and 3 veggies for $3? Can you believe it? 3 meat and 3 veggies for $3. Prices in '98 were such a bargain. In fact, this is also very normal, because most of the month's salary, it is only $700 or $800. Some good, only can be over $1,000. Pingan Chen's father was not bad, earning just over $1,000 a month. That's why Pingan Chen's father, seeing that the business of the internet cafe was so good, was immediately moved. It's really that his income is so low right now. Chen Pingan ate the fast food that he bought for $3. It's cheap, but fast food in this day and age is instead about more real food. Not as much technology and ruthlessness as the latter. 20 years later, and it tasted very good. Although his parents did not have much income, they were still generous to Pingan Chen, and Pingan Chen's living expenses were, well, sufficient. Spending a lot of money is not something that is possible, but basic living expenses are well supported. After eating his fill, only then did Chen Pingan slowly ride his bike towards the school. Just as Chen Pingan went to school, the stock market finally opened in the afternoon. Sun Haitang opened his own computer. First or all, he checked the stocks, and then he found the one that Pingan Chen wanted to buy. At this point in time, this stock is on a lukewarm move and is still in a slow downtrend. Sun Haitang looked at the downward trend of the stock and immediately became a little hesitant, wondering if she should purchase this stock for Pingan Chen. But professionalism, or let Sun Haitang determination, finally still in accordance with the requirements of Chen Pingan, 2,300,000. All of them have purchased this stock. At the time of purchase, the stock was still green and hovering at -2 points. $2,300,000 is not a small amount of money, but in the stock market, it is really nothing. Even if you bought all of this one stock, it wouldn't change much. Sun Haitang waited for a few minutes and watched the stock price still half dead, so he didn't continue to bother. Anyway, the operation that should be done are already done. The next, no matter whether it is down or up, are already unable to continue to operate. Sun Haitang continued to do his work. Sun Haitang doesn't have many clients, so her work is relatively free. With nothing to do for half an hour, Sun Haitang inadvertently glanced at the stock interface. Oh look, the whole person is dumbfounded. How come? Sun Haitang shouted in surprise. What happened? The surrounding co-workers heard Sun Haitang's voice and also looked up. Sun Haitang hurriedly stood up and said in embarrassment, "Sorry, I misread the data just now. Don't be so startled. It's scary." The good thing is that the co-workers, who didn't really blame Sun Haitang, who also worked slower than the comparison, have gone to do their own things. Sun Haitang patted his chest and calmed himself, then continued to go to the stock interface. Chapter 17, the stocks go up. Sichuan machinery directly pulled up the stop. Sun Haitang couldn't believe her eyes and looked again. The result is still the same. Sichuan machinery has entered the stop, and the stop above the buy order, or increasing. It is estimated that today will not open the board. How come it just went up? Sun Haitang thought in his heart, then looked carefully at the stock trend. This stock before are very low, and then suddenly began to quickly pull up. Just 2 minutes of time, directly pulled up to the stop, is simply incredible. But it's the stock market where these sudden pull-ups still happen all the time. And basically, by the time you see the stock start to pull up, it's already out of purchase. The average person is also afraid to buy it because of this sharp pull and also the possibility of a crash. Once you buy, you fall, and the natural man stands on a high mountain. Sun Haitang couldn't figure out why the stock that Chen Pingan had his eye on would pull up to the stop in a short period of time. How did he judge? Sun Haitang said with a puzzled expression, but it was undeniable that Pingan Chen's judgment was really accurate. And Pingan Chen made money. Before it was -2 points to buy, now it is already up 10 points. Before and after the direct earnings of 12 points, direct earnings of 280,000 yuan. Stocks are the charm is here, but stocks are high yield, high risk investments. While it's quick to make money, it's also quick to lose money. That's why most of the common people, it is not recommended to invest in stocks. Pingan Chen opened the system interface while attending the class to watch the trend of the stock. It was only now that Pingan Chen realized that the stock interface, not only was it possible to predict the trend of stocks 3 days later, but it was also possible to see the current trend of stocks. At this time, Sichuan machinery pull stop. Chen Pingan is also already seen. Chen Pingan's heart was a little afflicted, but he was mainly worried that Sun Haitang was unreliable and didn't purchase the stock for him. If Sun Haitang didn't purchase it, Pingan Chen would have suffered a great loss. Right now, Pingan Chen was attending classes at the school. He couldn't do anything but choose to believe Sun Haitang. As soon as Pingan Chen looked up, he saw Zhang Lei, appearing at the classroom door again, staring at himself with a resentful face. Zhang Lei had long wanted to retaliate against Pingan Chen, but had never found an opportunity to do so, so he could only take the time between classes to come over and stare at Pingan Chen spitefully. Pingan Chen hemmed and hawed, and really didn't take Zhang Lei's resentment to heart, because Pingan Chen was still waiting to retaliate back. Chen Guoqing, having already walked around for a day, pretty much had a number in mind. There are quite a few places around that are suitable for an internet cafe, but not many that are suitable for him to open an internet cafe. This is because the rents of quite a few places are too expensive for him to afford. So in the end, Chen Guoqing still chose a place that is not far from his home and has more foot traffic in the neighborhood as the address for opening his own internet cafe. It's also because there happens to be a storefront for rent right here. This store used to sell clothes, but the business is not so good. The original tenant is already straight away. After the landlord repossessed the store, he again posted an advertisement for rent. Quite a number of people also came to ask about the rent, but since the price was not negotiated, no one ended up renting it. Chen also inquired that the rent was 8,000 a year. If we were to put it in 20 years, such a price would of course be ridiculously low, but put it in 98 and that's a little on the expensive side. The landlord had his own reasons for insisting on an $8,000 rent. That is, the store was big enough and in a good enough location. Chen Guoqing couldn't make up his mind and planned to go home and ask Chen Pingan before making a decision. And at that moment, Chen Pingan also finally left the school after school. Zhang Yang, you go home first, I still have a little something to take care of. Pingan Chen suddenly said to Zhang Yang. Chapter 18 Zhang Lei gets beaten up again. What's going on? If we run into trouble, let's go together. Zhang Yang opened his mouth, although he did not know what kind of trouble Pingan Chen had encountered. Zhang Yang regarded Pingan Chen as his good brother. Definitely we'll face it together. It's okay, I'll take care of it, so go home. Right, that $50,000. I'll give it to you next month. I'll give you a surprise then. Pingan Chen said to Zhang Yang. Just use it first. I'm not short of money right now anyway. Zhang Yang said coyly, but his eyes were still very excited. After all, that's $50,000. He's never owned $50,000 in his life. And this thing, he is not told to his family. His family also do not know. He now owns $50,000. This $50,000 is his personal money. Then I'll go back first? After making sure that Chen Pingan was really fine, Zhang Yang spoke. Go back, Pingan Chen said. Zhang Yang staying would only affect Pingan Chen's play, so it's better to let Zhang Yang go back. After Zhang Yang left alone, Chen Pingan rode his bicycle slowly forward. Not a lull. Several figures also rode their bicycles to catch up. Pingan Chen had already been noticing before that Zhang Lei, with a few people, was already chasing after him. Pingan Chen, you're dead today. Zhang Lei fiercely intercepted in front of Chen Pingan said with an icy face. I didn't feed you last time, and you're doing it again today? Is that what you're going to do? Try to keep drinking piss? Pingan Chen said with a smile on his face. Zhang Lei's face twisted when he heard this. The few people around Zhang Lei also looked towards him with surprised faces. This time the ones following Zhang Lei were no longer Sun Li and the three of them, but a group of unfamiliar young men, and these young men were still flowing, looking less like students and more like a bunch of hooligans. They would have been street hooligans. This was because Pingan Chen knew that they were all cousin Zhang Lei's men. Zhang Lei's cousin is also not a good person, belonging to the street gangsters, raising a large group of beaters in his hands. Zhang Lei also still knew that Sun Li and the others could not be relied upon. Moreover, the last incident had caused Zhang Lei to lose face in front of Sun Li and the others, and Zhang Lei had not gone to Sun Li and the others for several days. This time, also from the hands of his cousin, he had borrowed a group of fighters specifically to deal with Pingan Chen. Hearing the conversation between Zhang Lei and Pingan Chen, the group of thugs were all surprised and looked towards Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei drank urine? Pingan Chen, if you keep talking nonsense, beware of me beating you to death. Zhang Lei hissed in violent anger. You're in a hurry. You're in a hurry. It's a fact that you've drunk urine. It's useless for you to be in a hurry. Pingan Chen said with a cold smile. I'm going to chop you to death. Zhang Lei was furious and drew a knife from his waist and slashed towards Pingan Chen. It was too late for the surrounding fighters to stop him. Although these fighters are also bold, they wouldn't dare to kill someone right on the street. You should at least find a street with no one on it to make your move. Pingan Chen coldly watched Zhang Lei swing his knife towards himself, raised his hand and grabbed Zhang Lei's knife-wielding wrist, and lifted his foot to kick Zhang Lei out. That kick directly broke Zhang Lei's ribcage. Zhang Lei let out a miserable scream and directly fainted. Brothers, together, the surrounding fighters. At this time, they did not care about the rest of the things. They directly hardened their heads and rushed towards Pingan Chen. Without moving, Pingan Chen walked to Zhang Lei's body, stepped on Zhang Lei's body, and stood with both feet, facing these incoming punks. These punks were fine with bullying ordinary people, but when they faced Pingan Chen, they were not capable of much. By Pingan Chen alone, they were directly cleaned up. In the blink of an eye, all of these punks were knocked to the ground by Pingan Chen. That nice man, do me a favor and call the police. Chen Pingan rushed at the surrounding people, bowed and said. At this time, Chen Pingan disguised himself as a good student again. I'll call the police for you. A middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd and spoke. As he spoke, he took his cell phone out of his possession and dialed the police. Cell phones are still expensive in this day and age, but there are a lot of people, too, who are already buying them. After calling the police, the middle-aged man then rushed to Pingan Chen and said, "Little brother, good hands, practiced kung fu, right? You are a connoisseur." "I do practice kung fu," Pingan Chen said with a smile. "I'm not a connoisseur. I'm just a spectator. I saw just now, you faced a group of them alone, not afraid at all, and even knocked them to the ground. So it's obvious that your kung fu is really powerful," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "I don't know what the gentleman's name is yet." "Thank you for calling the police," Chen Pingan said politely. "My name is Lin Wanjun. I'm a businessman. It's fate that we met." "Little brother, don't be polite with me." Lin Wanjun smiled and said casually. "My name is Pingan Chen. I'm still in school. I'm a senior, so I'll address you as Uncle Lin. I should have called you Big Brother Lin, but I'm afraid that your children will beat me up if they hear me call you Big Brother, so it's better to call me Uncle Lin," Pingan Chen said with humor. "Ha ha ha, you're quite an interesting young man," Lin Wanjun said with a loud laugh. "I don't know what kind of business you do, Uncle Lin?" Pingan Chen asked. Pingan Chen was definitely going to do business afterward, and now it was considered to be accumulating contacts. "I sell computers. Since you're a senior, you should know what a computer is, right?" Lin Wanjun said with a bit of pride. Computers are still very high up in this day and age, and being able to run a computer sales is enough for Lin Wanjun to be proud of, because the average person can't do this business. "Uncle Lin runs computer sales. That's a good business with a great future." Pingan Chen patted a small horse's ass, but this ass-kissing still made Lin Wanjun very comfortable. "However, this business of computers can only be done for 10 years, and after 10 years we have to consider a way out," Pingan Chen said with a smile. "Why is that?" Lin Wanjun asked in disbelief, also with a few moments of curiosity. "Because things are expensive. Computers are now sold expensive. Earn more, but in the future the computer is certainly more and more popular. The more popular things, the price of computers will be the down. The lower the price, the lower the profit, and the longer it goes on, the more people selling computers, and the more net sales without core competencies. It's definitely getting harder and harder to sustain. So in the short term, selling computers is a good business, but in the long term, it's not so good, and my guess is that in 10 years' time, computer sales will start to go downhill," Pingan Chen said boldly. Chapter 19, Zhang Lei's Arrest. Lin Wanjun was half convinced, but the way Pingan Chen was talking about it was also really impressing Lin Wanjun. What would happen 10 years later? No one knew, but for Pingan Chen to be able to boldly prophesy and make such a valid point, that was very impressive. This kid is no ordinary person, Lin Wanjun thought secretly in his heart. As he spoke, there was already the arrival of the uncle of the constable. When the constable's uncle arrived at the scene, he began to ask what had happened and who had called the police. Pingan Chen hurriedly walked out and introduced the scene. "Hello Uncle Constable, here's what happened. This is my classmate Zhang Lei. He had some conflicts with me in school, but I didn't think he would find someone to kill me outside the school. If I hadn't practiced kung fu since I was a kid, I'd probably be dead in his hands today. You see he's got a knife in his hand, and these are the assassins he called in. All of them had weapons in their hands. By the way, there are security cameras at the entrance of the mall. Can you guys find the mall to get the security video out?" Pingan Chen said as he spoke, pointing to the camera at the entrance of the mall. Why did Pingan Chen stop here? It was because of this location, which was at the entrance of the mall. In this day and age security cameras are very precious. The average place doesn't have them at all. Only the entrance of those large shopping malls. This place that Pingan Chen came to was not far from the entrance of a large shopping mall. There just happens to be security cameras here, so the footage of Pingan Chen encountering the attack would have been captured by the security cameras. Immediately after Uncle Trapper heard this, two men went to the mall to ask for the security cameras. A couple of other arresting uncles were at the scene to continue the questioning and take statements. There were also a number of enthusiastic people around who also provided a number of clues. Lin Wanjun, as the alarmist, of course made a statement. He also gave an account of what he saw one by one. The case is not complicated and can be described as clear-cut. A few of the on-site had uncles had it in their hearts. Just then another police car drove up and several more of the constable's uncles got out. "Pingan Chen, why are you here?" One of the constable uncles saw that Pingan Chen was also at the scene, and opened his mouth to ask with some surprise. Chen Pingyang also recognized the identity of the other party. Wasn't this the uncle of the constable that he had met when he had arrested the traffickers before? Pingan Chen still remembered the other party's name. His name was Zhang Guada. "Uncle Zhang, you're here too. I was also unlucky to be attacked by a classmate. I also didn't expect that it was just a small conflict with him in school, and he actually wanted to kill me with a knife," Chen Pingan said with a helpless face. Zhang Guada still had a good impression of Pingan Chen, so he also hurriedly inquired about the case. After realizing that Chen Pingan had been attacked and had killed the other party in return, Zhang Guoda's expression was also a bit surprised, and there was a look of wanting to laugh but being embarrassed to do so, because he knew how powerful Pingon Chen was. He never thought that Pingon Chen would still encounter an attack. One could only say that the person who attacked Chen Pingon was really unlucky. Who couldn't be attacked? He actually attacked Pingon Chen. But looking at the scene could also show that Pingon Chen's martial arts were indeed very powerful. At the time before, Zhang Guoda hadn't realized that Pingon Chen's martial arts would be so powerful. He just felt that Pingon Chen was a senior who knew martial arts. But now if he was someone impressed with Pingon Chen, even if he was a constable, when he encountered this group of weaponized fighters it was estimated that he himself would suffer. But Pingon Chen was able to take them all down unharmed. From this, one could see that Pingon Chen's kung fu really did have a few brushes. When Zhang Guoda heard that surveillance footage had been captured inside the surveillance room, he immediately led another group of people to the surveillance room to check the footage. Zhang Guoda's status is not low. He is the captain of constables. The case happened in his district again, so it was his responsibility, and that's why he took the car straight over. Zhang Guoda in the surveillance room had his mouth a little wide open after watching the surveillance footage. Before he had watched the surveillance footage, he had only imagined in his imagination that Pingon Chen's kung fu was very powerful, but realized that it was just an image he had conjured up, so the shock wasn't that great. But watching the surveillance that was completely different. He was really seeing Chen Pingon alone facing a group of villains with weapons. It was in the situation where Pingon Chen was facing a group of weapon-wielding villains by himself that he actually took all of these down. Pingon Chen's kung fu was really high. You kid is quite alright. Do you want to attend our constable school after high school? Zhang Guoda hurriedly rushed at Chen Pingon and asked. It was too bad that Pingon Chen had such good kung fu and wasn't a constable. Uncle Zhang, I'm afraid this can only be known after my results come out. It's too early to talk about this, Pingon Chen said in a hurry. In fact, this is Chen Pingon's refusal, because he does not want to be any constable, reborn over to be a constable. Then he is not brainwashed? Although being an official in the country is awesome, it's also really great to be in the system, but unless you have a background, an ordinary person entering the system is just a bummer. A lifetime pretty much comes to an end. Pingon Chen wouldn't think twice about going to such a hellish day. What Pingon Chen wanted to do was to become a big brother. Build his own business empire. When he became a business tycoon, even those high officials would have to be polite when they met him, and being outside of the system has given him more freedom. As long as he doesn't get married and has more girlfriends, no one can control him. But if you're in the system it's a completely different story. Even if he doesn't get married, can he really have more girlfriends openly and honestly? And even if he has money by then, can he just spend it? The system looks great, but in reality the constraints are great. At least Pingon Chen did not intend to take this path within the system. Zhang Guoda also heard out Chen Pingon's polite refusal and felt some regret in his heart. This case is not complicated and there is physical evidence. There's also video evidence. And these killers were apprehended directly at the scene, so it's an ironclad case. It's not impossible to overturn the case, but it would take a very powerful figure to step in. Zhang Lei's family didn't have such a character. Zhang Lei's group of people were all arrested, and Pingon Chen also left after making a good statement. What awaits Zhang Lei should be a prison sentence, but this thing won't end like that. Zhang Lei was arrested, but Zhang Lei's parents will never rest easy. Pingon Chen also had no intention of letting Zhang Lei's parents go. Chapter 20, The Superb Schoolmaster. Why did you come back so late? Chen Guoqing asked with a worried face when he saw Li Qingshan return. Under normal circumstances Chen Pingon should have returned soon, but tonight he did return a little late. And it's not like there are convenient communication facilities like cell phones in this day and age. Even if Pingon Chen came back late, there was no way for him to contact Pingon Chen. Had a little trouble on the way back. Chen Pingon briefly told the story. Chen Guoqing and Yu Xiuying were also shocked when they heard this. The two of them hurriedly got up to take a concerned look at Pingon Chen's entire body. Fortunately, there were no injuries on Chen Pingon's body, which made the two parents feel relieved. Chen Pingon introduced the situation again, saying that it had been registered on the constable's side. That's pretty much it for this matter, but I guess there are still some troublesome things to be dealt with behind the scenes. As for Zhang Lei's family situation, Chen Pingon did not say that much. Both parents were finally relieved to hear the news as well. It was good that nothing happened to their son. Otherwise they wouldn't know how much grief they had in their hearts. By the way, Dad, how are you handling the internet cafe thing? Chen Pingyang said in a hurry to change the topic. You'd better eat first. We'll talk about the internet cafe matter later. Chen Guoqing glared at his son and said in an unpleasant manner. Chen Pingon came back late already, did not eat. Hungry stomach. Certainly first let his son eat before. Chen Pingon heatedly smiled and went to get his own food, then sat down at the dining table and began to eat. Chen Guoqing took a cigarette and smoked it silently before talking about the store. I've seen that house, and it is indeed a very nice house. It's just that the rent is a bit expensive. I can't decide whether to rent it or not right now, Chen Guoqing said with difficulty. Dad, I know the place you're talking about, and I think that storefront could be rented. The foot traffic around there is still high. We wouldn't be short of customers at all if we opened an internet cafe there, although the rent is a bit more expensive. Relatively speaking, having customer traffic is the most important thing. Chen Pingan thought about it and opened his mouth. You mean you're in favor of opening an internet cafe here too? Chen Guoqing asked with a few moments of excitement. Of course I support it. Why wouldn't I? By the way, I seem to remember upstairs together. Can we rent the upstairs store together? Pingan Chen spoke up. The upstairs and downstairs are together, but we'll just rent the downstairs. What am I going to do without a store that big? If I rented the upstairs together, it would cost several thousand more a year in rent. Chen Guoqing said. Then we definitely need to rent it together. The bigger the store, the more room for us to grow in the future. We can make money while we're at it and use the extra money to keep buying computers. There are so many spots upstairs and downstairs. I estimate that 100 computers will be enough. Pingan Chen did some calculations in his mind and spoke. 100 computers. Are you crazy? Do you know how much a computer costs nowadays? More than 10,000 a piece. Chen Guoqing didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. Dad, computers aren't really that expensive. The price of a computer is made up of many factors. I don't know where you inquired about the price, but that price is definitely still on the expensive side. When the time comes, I'll go figure out a way to see if I can get a computer for 4,000 or 5,000. Pingan Chen opened his mouth. Pingan Chen knows that his father must have asked for a branded computer. In this era of 1998, the price of brand-name computers is high. More than 10,000 that is also very normal. But it is impossible for Pingan Chen to buy this kind of branded computers with branded premiums. If Pingan Chen wants to get it, he will definitely get the assembled computer. Don't fool me. How can there be 4,000 or 5,000 computers? Chen Guoqing said in disbelief. It's too soon to tell. I need to ask someone first to find out. Pingan Chen felt his pocket as he spoke, and Zhang Guangshan's business card was still in his pocket. Zhang Guangshan is doing this kind of business. When the time comes, you can just find him to buy the parts. You should still be able to have a certain discount on the price. Dad, you're going to rent the store tomorrow and then you can start decorating the store. Remember, the upper and lower floors need to be rented together. And business licenses. All those things you need to get. After all, you're the one who's going to be managing this internet cafe from now on. Don't tell me this is something you can't do. Brat, underestimating your father me, can't I do such a small thing? Chen Guoqing said without a trace of anger. In reality, Chen Guoqing's psyche was really a little weak, worrying that he couldn't do this well, but being so provoked by his son, he had to push his way up the ladder as well. Yu Xiaoying smiled as she watched this scene, and her heart was also happy. After eating a full meal, Chen Pingan gave himself a bath. Then Pingan Chen returned to his room. Returning to his room, Pingan Chen searched out all of his old books. Freshman, sophomore, and junior year books were not thrown away before they were all still there. After all, it had occurred to me earlier in the day that senior year was the time to review these assignments. Only the books were left behind, but he didn't put them to much good use. Some of the materials used for revision were also still preserved. This made Chen Pingan breathe a sigh of relief. Make sure all the materials for good learning are still there. Only then did Pingan Chen take out the learning potion and drink it in one gulp. The study potion tasted a little bitter with a hint of medicine. Fortunately, Pingan Chen was prepared and hurriedly took another sip of fresh water. After drinking the learning potion, he didn't feel much at first, but gradually Pingan Chen felt something. It was an amazing feeling. He couldn't tell. Chen Pingan hurriedly flipped open the textbook and read it carefully. This learning immediately revealed the huge effect of the learning potion. He had a very hard time learning these texts before. He read them once and then forgot the text as soon as he turned his head. But now that he had used the study potion, he had basically memorized the content on these texts after reading them once, and after reviewing them once more they were firmly in his mind. This ability is the equivalent of being unforgettable. Not only is it unforgettable, but he has a fair amount of understanding of what's in the textbook. That is, he now possesses super memory power and super understanding power. The two most important abilities for learning are the ability to memorize and the ability to understand. Being able to memorize is an important thing, but being able to remember and not being able to understand is equally useless. So it needs to be memorized and understood again. And that's really what a school teacher can do. Pingan Chen was now a super learner. Chapter 21, The Best Apples. It's too good a feeling to be learning, Pingan Chen said to himself, a joyful expression all over his face. He was really feeling too good. The process of learning before was a painful one. Because learning is so hard, it can feel particularly painful. But tonight, the learning process was completely different. It didn't feel painful at all. Instead it felt very refreshing. Because he learned in, no matter what study materials, textbooks or notebooks. As long as Chen Pingan has seen it once, he will have a memory, and then read it again to completely memorize it, and then also understand the mystery. The process of learning becomes easy and enjoyable. This is called real learning, Pingan Chen said with a smile. Chen Pingan, who was in a good mood, studied even harder, because he knows that his study time is limited. The learning potion was only effective for 3 days, and after 3 days the super learning ability would lose its effect, but the super memory was still there. Take a learning potion to gain permanent memory enhancement. Chen Pingan was now immersed in the world of learning, and without realizing it, the time came to 11 p.m. Chen Pingan exhaled a breath and a smile appeared on his face, although only a few hours of time, but Chen Pingan's harvest is very huge. The content of the textbook of the senior high school, he is now all over the study once, and mastered. There's still the sophomore and freshman year left to learn. Chen Pingan was confident that he could master all of his high school knowledge in 3 days, and by then, he could also learn more about the content of university courses. He couldn't believe that he couldn't get into a good college with this kind of himself. It's early for bed. My mother's voice rang out from the doorway. Got it? I'll go to sleep soon, Pingan Chen said in a hurry. Aha! Mother hummed and went to her room as well. After his mother left, Chen Pingan also packed up his desk. Removing the clothes from himself, he soon lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. This night Chen Pingyang slept extremely sweet, asleep to dawn when he woke up. Outside the bedroom door, has sounded the father's shouts. Pingan Chen quickly got dressed and then came out of the room. His parents had already made breakfast, and after Chen Pingan came out, he hurriedly sat down next to his parents and followed them to eat breakfast. Mom and Dad, I'm done eating. I'll go to school first. Pingan Chen spoke. Go on, be safe and careful on the way. Mother spoke up. Pingan Chen promised, turned around and walked off with his backpack, riding his bike out of the neighborhood. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhang Lei was waiting for him at the entrance. The two have been going to school together for many years now and have gotten used to it long ago. After chatting with Zhang Lei on the road, the school arrived in a short while on the bike. The two arrived at the school, which began to read in the morning, and while Pingan Chen was reading, he was also waiting for the seconds to open. The seconds open at 8 a.m. Finally, the 8 a.m. hour arrived. Chen Pingan also did not waste time. While reading, opened the system interface. The Spike interface is already refreshed with 4 items. A fine iron pot with which to cook food for added flavor. A gold necklace to sell for money. 1 bottle of kidney pills, aphrodisiac and kidney tonic. 100 pounds of superb apples. Excellent taste, nourishing the body. Beauty. Chen Pingan's luck was really not very good, and among the 4 items, there was not a single one that belonged to a good thing that he himself could look at. However, that's what's considered normal, and it's not every time that you can come across something good. It takes luck to be able to swipe the goodies you need. One could only say that Pingan Chen's luck before was what was called really good, which was why he was able to encounter good things one after another. But the current situation is no longer good enough. After comparing the 4 items, Chen Pingan's gaze gradually fell on the last 2 items, the kidney treasure pill and the extreme apple. The rest of the things that Chen Pingan could not use even more, were still the only 2 things that could be used. But the kidney treasure pill, for the current Pingan Chen, was really useless. He was still an 18-year-old lad, where else would he need such a thing? After some final consideration, it would be good to try this excellent apple. There's no telling what effects this extreme apple can bring. Chen Pingan really did have a few moments of anticipation. Spend $1 and purchase 100 pounds of excellent apples. These 100 pounds of excellent apples were all stored in the system space, so they could be taken out and consumed when needed. Pingan Chen was now somewhat looking forward to it. Morning study was finally over, and Chen Pingan somewhat eagerly opened his own book bag and took out an apple from it. As soon as the apple was taken out, it exuded a tantalizing aroma, and Pingan Chen wanted to eat the apple as soon as he smelled the aroma. It was just too fragrant. Chen Pingan had never thought that this apple would smell so good either. The fragrance was spreading out. No, it's the scent of apples that is spread out. It smells so good. Why does the apple in your hand smell so good? Pingan Chen? Zhang Lei, who was sitting next to him, asked with a surprised look on his face. Little wonder. Isn't it normal for an apple to smell good? Pingan Chen said smilingly. Che, do you think I haven't eaten apples before? Where would an apple smell so good? Your apple wouldn't be perfumed, right? Zhang Lei asked with a skeptical face. Chen Pingan is speechless. Your family's apples will hit the perfume? Chen Pingan didn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Lei and took a bite on the apple. I have to say, this superb apple is truly delicious. After a bite, the mouth was full of juice. The flavor, it is indescribable, fragrant and sweet, soft and glutinous. Chen Pingan's face was all mesmerized, because this apple was really too delicious, and it was the first time he had ever eaten such a delicious apple. Zhang Lei, who was next to him, was already drooling, as the smell of the apple was already drawing him in. Zhang Yong couldn't wait, he could just punch Pinggan Chen out, then snatch Pinggan Chen's apple and eat it himself. Except that this thought, which is only a thought, is impossible to actually do that. Don't look, I'll give you an apple. Take your time, Pinggan Chen said with amusement before taking out an apple from his backpack and throwing it towards Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong received the apple was also a hefty smile, then rubbed the apple, and did not bother to wash it, directly so eat it. The surrounding students, too, looked at Zhang Yong with envy. They also wanted to eat this kind of apple, but their friendship with Chen Pinggan was not that deep, so they could only look at Zhang Yong with envy. Pinggan Chen took out another apple from his backpack and then held it towards Li Mangyun. Li Mangyun also noticed Pinggan Chen's proximity. Her eyes looked towards Pinggan Chen and said, "What are you doing? It's almost time for class. You know it or not. My relatives sent me apples from the countryside to give you a taste. You can't buy these apples on the market." Pinggan Chen said, "Who cares?" Li Mangyun said in a bad mood. The words were so said, but the apple in her hand, she still decisively took it over. She had also smelled the scent of the apple just now. She wanted it just now. She was just too embarrassed to ask for it. Now that Pinggan Chen had taken the initiative to send it over, then of course she was going to take it. "Right, said I'd borrow my note materials. You won't have forgotten, right?" Pinggan Chen asked with a smile. "Yes, I forgot," Li Mangyun said with a serious face. "Alright, don't forget next time," Pinggan Chen said with a helpless face. "Humph, who would forget?" Li Mangyun said without a trace of anger. After saying that, Li Mangyun took out a bag out of her own school bag, which was filled with all the study materials she had used before. These study materials were still very valuable, and Pinggan Chen himself did not have such study materials. "It's for you. Don't use it badly and remember to return it to me." Li Mangyun opened her mouth and said, "Don't worry, I won't break it. I'll just borrow it. I'll return it to you tomorrow." "Thank you," Pinggan Chen said happily. "You just borrowed one day enough for you to use it?" Li Mangyun asked with some curiosity, somewhat worried that Pinggan Chen was bragging again. "Don't worry. Well, there's enough for me. In one night's time I'll be able to copy this information down," Pinggan Chen said with a smile, but in reality, he had lied. He wasn't going to copy down so much information. He was going to take it back and study it all in one night. But under normal circumstances it is impossible to learn all of this information in one night. But in the current situation Pinggan Chen had already used the learning potion and he was still in the super learning state. So utilizing an evening to study this information would not be too much of a problem for him. Li Mangyun nodded his head and didn't say anything more. "I'll go back first. If the apples are delicious, you can find me again. I'll even send you some more then." Pinggan Chen smiled and spoke. "I know. You go back. Class is about to start. Be more serious in class." Li Mangyun couldn't help but preach. Pinggan Chen laughed and didn't care too much about it, and quickly returned to his seat. After Pinggan Chen left, Li Mangyun picked up the apple and smelled it. The aroma of the apple was indeed very tempting. Li Mangyun was a bit unable to resist. He took the apple and quickly went out of the classroom, put the apple on the faucet, and cleaned it. Once the apple was cleaned, she took a hard bite at it. After this bite of apple, the thick juice filled her mouth. The apples were very sweet and soft and mushy. Li Mangyun's eyes immediately widened. The apple flavor was just too delicious. Chapter 22, Coming to the Door. "Where did you get the apple? How did it taste so good?" Li Mangyun asked with a surprised face. She was also feeling very surprised that Pinggan Chen was able to get his hands on such delicious apples. Pinggan Chen smiled and spoke. "It's good that you like it. If you need it, I can send you more after school." Li Mangyun was a bit hesitant, but thinking that her parents hadn't eaten such delicious apples yet, she was still a bit heartbroken and said, "Then I'll trouble you. Your apples are really good. How much do you need? You tell me and I'll give it to you then. Don't bother about the money. A few apples aren't worth much. I also have to thank you for giving me the notes, but it's a big favor for me," Pinggan Chen said with a smile. "Alright then." Li Mangyun nodded and said. The class bell also rang, and Chen Pinggan quickly returned to his seat. Zhang Yong, who was next to him, gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Admirable. You're really something. It's a small point, normal operation." Pinggan Chen similarly said with a smile. Today's class still made Chen Pinggan feel surprised as well as relaxed. In the past, he was always on edge in class because he didn't know what was in the textbook, but he didn't feel that way this time. Classes just seemed so easy and comfortable. Don't worry about it early. The teacher will call the roll and get him up to answer questions. During the teacher's review, the content of the explanation, Chen Pinggan also listened clearly. The effects of the learning potion could be said to have subverted Pinggan Chen's cognition. What comes out of the system is just fine. During the lesson, the homeroom teacher walked in with a couple of constables, followed by one or two middle-aged men behind the constables. Chen Pinggan's gaze instantly landed on those two middle-aged men. because those two middle-aged men, Chen Pingan knew them both. One is Zhang Lei's father, Zhang Mingguang. One is Zhang Lei's second uncle, Zhang Mingliang. The two of them teamed up together as a contractor. The hand has also raised a lot of beaters. In the local size is also considered a number one person. Of course, it wasn't considered a big shot, but it was certainly more than enough to deal with a high school student like Pingan Chen. Chen Pingan had also anticipated that the few of them would definitely come over to find themselves. After all, it was because of himself that Zhang Lei had entered the bureau, and if no one had stepped in, Zhang Lei would definitely still have to go to jail once his charges were finalized. Of course, the Zhang family would not watch Zhang Lei go to jail, so they now came over to find Pingan Chen. The most crucial part of this case is Pingan Chen's confession. As long as Pingan Chen changed his mind, then this matter would be handled well. It was just that Chen Pingan did not expect that the other party was going to bring his constable uncle along. Chen Pingan, come out for a moment. The homeroom teacher called out at Pingan Chen. Pingan Chen didn't dawdle, and directly walked out in front of the surprised gazes of his classmates. Student Pingan Chen, we meet again. About that case, there are still some things that need your assistance to deal with it. The other thing is that they are Zhang Lei's relatives. They hope to meet with you. But don't worry, with us around, your safety is definitely guaranteed, and you don't need to have too many worries. Zhang Guoda spoke to Pingan Chen. Chen Pingan also instantly recognized the uncle of the constable in front of him as the same constable he had met before. The two were also considered old acquaintances, and hearing each other's words, as well as their tone of voice, Pingan Chen realized that this uncle Zhang Guoda was still quite good. It didn't look like it was intentionally brought in to cause trouble for himself. Zhang Guoda was also a little pained at this time, because he himself didn't want to come, but a deputy director had greeted him, so he had to bring his people over. And later on, he couldn't figure it out, feeling that if he didn't come, he wouldn't be able to guarantee Pingan Chen's safety instead, but after he must have followed along as well, then he could ensure the safety of Chen Pingan even more. For Pingan Chen, it was instead a good thing. Hello Mr. Pingan Chen, my name is Zhang Mingguang. I'm Zhang Lei's father. Let's talk about this alone. You think it's okay? Zhang Mingguang rushed at Chen Pingan and opened his mouth. Then he turned his head again and spoke to Zhang Guoda. Don't worry, Sheriff Shang. We won't do anything bad. We're just talking in private. And please, teacher, arrange a room for us. Zhang Mingguang said to himself, looking very domineering, as if he was completely ignoring the opinions of the people around him. He's usually one of those guys. Don't worry, Mr. Pingan Chen, we're all here. Zhang Guoda spoke to Pingan Chen. Okay, I'm not afraid. Pingan Chen said with a smile. He's really not afraid, because he's the only one on the scene who can fight the most. The rest of them weren't his match even if they teamed up together on it. Under the circumstances, what else did he have to fear? The person who should truly be afraid was not Pingan Chen, but instead Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingliang. The teacher didn't dare to refuse and quickly arranged for a free room. Several constables waited at the door, and the two brothers, Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingliang, led Chen Pingan into the room, and even closed the door. There's something, you guys can say it now. Chen Pingan spoke indifferently. Young man, you're quite a drag. Zhang Mingliang said nonchalantly. From the very beginning of the meeting, Zhang Mingliang had very much disliked the young man in front of him, because this young man was so calm. That is, when he saw them all, bringing the constable along, he also looked very calm, not at all like a high school student. This calm and confident demeanor made the two Zhang family brothers look like they were extremely upset. I'm just a drag. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, you can beat me to death right now and see if the constable at the gate will arrest you. Pingan Chen said with a cold smile. How arrogant his demeanor had to be. When the two Zhang family brothers saw the look on Pingan Chen's face, they were also furious and could not wait to take a bite out of Pingan Chen right now. But Pingan Chen was right. There were constables right at the door. Of course they did not dare to take action against Pingan Chen at this time. They probably wouldn't even dare to speak loudly. Zhang Mingguang took a deep breath to calm himself down, then slowly spoke. Young man, I admit that you have a lot of guts. Really a lot. I've never seen a young man at your age with more guts than you. I admire you. So I'm going to give you a chance to get rich. What happened to my son? I know he did wrong. I'm here to apologize on behalf of my son, and I'll give you any compensation you want. 200,000. I'll give you 200,000 as compensation. Chapter 23, The End of the Zhang Brothers. After Zhang Mingguang finished speaking, a pair of eyes were already looking towards Chen Pingan. Just after he saw that Chen Pingan's face was expressionless, his heart just thumped. He was already realizing that the young man he encountered this time was truly extraordinary. This young man is not easy to deal with. However, he still showed great composure on the surface. $200,000. It's really a great deal. Only without merit, I don't dare to take your money. Pingan Chen said with a smile. The $200? 000 is compensation for making a deal with you. Take this money and you'll stop embarrassing my son. Wait a minute and you'll straighten things out with those constables. Let's just say it was just a jokey fight between you and my son. It wasn't really a deliberate attempt to hurt anyone. Let's get you off this case, and I'll give you 200,000 more when it's done. You should be clear that this is 400,000. 400,000 would be enough for you to buy 2 houses in the city. Zhang Mingyuan spoke calmly. He still believed in the power of his wallet. With 400,000 dollars of heavy money, he didn't believe that Qin Pingan would still be able to calm down. But the situation that made him feel surprised happened again. Pingan Shan still had an impassive expression. Don't dream of it. I won't spare your son. Not only will I not spare your son, I won't spare a single member of your entire Zhang family. You brothers better wash your necks too. Wait for me to find you. Pingan Shan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. After all, there were constables right at the door, so it was better to keep his voice down when he spoke. If these constables had given their voices to the content, he would have been in trouble. The Zhang brothers were shocked to hear this. However, do you have such a deep grudge against our Zhang family? Zhang Mingyuan spoke incredulously. He truly did not understand where Pingan Shan and their Zhang family had such a deep grudge. Even if his son had bullied Pingan Shan, it was just a fight between children. How come Pingan Shan is going to do things so absolutely, and talk in such a big tone? Not only do you want to get his son, but you want to get the whole Zhang family together? An 18-year-old senior in high school. Where did he get so much courage and so much resentment? Neither of the Zhang brothers could figure this out, but the tone of Qin Pingan's speech made them believe that Qin Pingan had such thoughts. Young man, you're going to get the road cut off that way. Even if you're not afraid of your parents yourself, you're not afraid of whether you have any siblings. There should always be grandparents. Aren't you afraid of a little accident to your loved ones? You should know in this society accidents happen every day. I know accidents happen every day, and you'll get my whole family killed if you can. Let's just compare notes and see whose family dies fast. Pingan Shan smiled and spoke softly. It was just that the words he spoke were so cold and icy that the Zhang brothers shuddered a little when they heard them. Asterisk. This. You're really looking for death. Zhang Mingliang couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore. Viciously, he rushed at Qin Pingan and opened his mouth. I'm just looking for death. What can you do to me? Zhang Lei has already gone in. I guess you two don't have a good ending either. Your Zhang family will fall soon. Why should I be afraid of you? Listen to my advice. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, and cherish the life at hand. Pingan Shan slowly opened his mouth and said, the tone of his speech indescribable, a kind of arrogance. The two Zhang family brothers were truly infuriated when they heard Pingan Shan's words. You're really good. I'll see how long you keep your mouth shut. Zhang Mingyuan said coldly. He sort of also saw that the young man in front of him was a rash. There's no room for negotiation with this kind of rube, because people don't listen. Big brother, let's go. There's nothing to say to this little brat. Zhang Mingliang also spoke coldly. He was also half exasperated by Pingan Shan's words. If it wasn't for the constable standing right at the door, they would have made a move to teach Qin Pingyang a lesson by now. The two turned and headed for the door. The moment the two turned around, Pingan Shan stormed over, reaching out and counting on the backs of the two in quick succession. What are you doing? Zhang Mingliang sensed something strange behind him and violently turned his head to look at Qin Pingan and drank. But by the time he turned his head, Pingan Shan had long retreated 2 meters away. Pingan Shan returned to his original position as if he had never moved. Pingan Shan said with a puzzled look on his face. What are you talking about? I haven't moved since I've been standing here. Zhang Mingyuan, Zhang Mingliang brothers looked at each other, also felt puzzled. They both did feel as if their backs had been moved, but there were only 3 of them in the room, and Pingan Shan stood still again. That meant there was a 4th person? Or should I say that it was just an illusion for both of them just now? But how can 2 people have an illusion together? There's something odd about this kid. Let's leave early. Zhang Mingyuan whispered. Zhang Mingliang also nodded gently. Zhang Mingliang's heart at this time had been filled with anger. He now just had one idea, and that was to get Qin Pingan killed. Of course not on the spot to get killed. After all, there are still constables at the door. But he could have waited until these constables had left the school, and then he could have called in the hit. It's just a senior. Can't their Zhang family handle a senior? The 2 men with their anger didn't think much of it and quickly pushed open the door to their room and walked out. The constable at the door saw the 2 come out and looked at Pingan Shan in the room, determining that there was nothing unusual about any of the 3 men, and that there was no conflict. The constables breathed a sigh of relief. The constables certainly didn't mind their own business, and soon left on their own. There was also a vice principal inside the school, who quickly walked over to exchange pleasantries with Zhang Mingyuan and Zhang Mingliang brothers. The brothers and this vice principal were also talking and laughing. A few people talked and laughed as they walked towards the entrance of the school. It had to be said that the two Zhang family brothers did have great connections, and they also knew the vice principal inside the school. But just as Zhang Mingliang, Zhang Mingyuan brothers walked to the door, the brothers suddenly fell to the ground in a warm heap, and there was blood foaming from the corners of their mouths. It's not good. Quickly come someone nah. Something happened. The vice principal was also shocked at the sight of the scene and yelled out in a hurry. Pingon Chen saw the scene from afar, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He would be so reckless just now, threatening the two Zhang family brothers because he had his own bottom line, because Pingon Chen would not let the two Zhang brothers be able to walk out of the school safely. Just now, Pingon Chen had nudged the two Zhang brothers on their backs for their death points. Of course, our brothers won't die yet, but they'll have a stroke, a cerebral hemorrhage, and then total paralysis is worse than death. Where else would an ordinary person end up if they offended a Zhongsher level expert like Chen Pingon? Chapter 24, Some are happy, some are sad. Pingon Chen saw the scene from afar, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. In his last life, he had been bullied by the Zhang family, but in this life, he was able to take a breath of fresh air. But that's not all. There are still people in the Zhang family who exist. Pingon Chen would not let the Zhang family off the hook so easily either. Now it can only be regarded as a collection of interest from the Zhang family. The Zhangs are arrogant and think they are above the rest and can be superior to others. But in fact, he was nothing more than a mole in the eyes of some people. For example, at this moment, the Zhang family members were ants in the eyes of Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen could easily decide whether the Zhang family would live or die. At the entrance of the school, the two Zhang family brothers were foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the ground, their bodies still twitching from time to time. The vice principal of the school who had accompanied them to speak was by now dumbfounded. He had never expected that the Zhang brothers would suddenly become seriously ill. Luckily, the crowd responded in time as well, and the school nurse was quickly called over. Since it was an order from the vice principal of the school nurse came in time. The school doctor's medical skills weren't very advanced, but he knew the basics and had his own judgment after checking it out. They both had brain hemorrhages and a possible stroke. Don't ever move them now. Moving them could result in even more serious consequences. Has an ambulance been called yet? We'll just have to wait for an ambulance now. The school nurse spoke with a stony face. The ambulance we've called. Is there no way to administer them now? The vice principal said with a frown. After all, it wouldn't look good for him if something happened to the two of them at school. So the vice principal still hoped to save the two Zhang brothers. The school doctor, however, shook his head and spoke. There's nothing I can do for Principal Wu. A situation like this can only be handled by a specialist at a major hospital. I can't really do my words anymore, and I'm afraid to do it now. Of course the school doctor didn't dare to move his hands. After all, if he doesn't move his hand, he has no responsibility. Once he moves his hand, if something happens to the person, his responsibility can be big. He didn't have to put his future on the line for this. The vice principal could only be silent when he heard this. The class bell rang, and Pingon Chen smiled and followed the crowd back into the classroom. 10 minutes passed before the ambulance arrived. Both Zhang brothers were pulled away in an ambulance. They were resuscitated after arriving at the hospital. Pingon Chen did not know how the doctors would administer to them, but Pingon Chen knew that the two of them were hopeless. After all, this was the hand of Chen Pingon. What kind of result would it cause? Pingon Chen himself knew best. A moment ago, Pingon Chen had already used his true chi to lurk within the bodies of the two Zhang brothers. By the time the two brothers walked to the entrance of the school, the true chi within their bodies just exploded. The true chi that Pingon Chen used was directly destroying specific nerves in their brains. The result of this destruction is a cerebral hemorrhage. It then destroys the central nervous system and paralyzes the person with a stroke. The two Zhang brothers would not die for a while, but the two of them should never want to live an ordinary life again either. Chen Pingon is in the classroom joyfully, but the Zhang brothers are in the emergency room of the hospital by the doctor's emergency treatment. The medical skills of modern doctors were still very skillful. Under their emergency medical treatment, the little lives of both Zhang brothers were preserved, but both of them were also all paralyzed by strokes. Once the two were stabilized, they were sent inside the ward. At this time, the Zhang brothers' eyes were askew and their mouths were slanted, and saliva would still flow down the corners of their mouths. Their mouths muttered unknown words. It made a gurgling sound. Their eyes glazed over trying to speak, but nothing came out. My goodness, how did you two become like this? An obese middle-aged woman walked into the hospital room and howled when she saw the Zhang brothers' appearance. This middle-aged woman was also Zhang Lei's mother, Zhang Mingguan's wife. She also came to the hospital the first time after she received the news. Only that the two brothers were in the emergency room resuscitating earlier. She couldn't come over to check on them. It was not until the brothers had stabilized and came into the middle of the ward. Only then did Zhang Lei's mother come to the ward. Seeing her husband and her brother-in-law become what they are today, Zhang Lei's mother's heart was immediately cold. Zhang Lei's father was the backbone of the family. Now that he had fallen, it was the same as this Zhang family going down. What the middle-aged woman is best at is playing mahjong and cursing, and he is not at all good at running a business when asked to do so. Now that her husband had fallen, she thought of the misery she was going to have to live through in the future, and all of a sudden she was overcome with grief and bawled her eyes out. My goodness, why is my life so hard? My son is just going to jail and my husband is sick. The obese middle-aged woman bawled her eyes out, crying her heart out. She is not crying that her husband has fallen seriously ill. She is crying that she will have to live a hard life in the future. She's also too old to remarry now. Now that her husband is seriously ill, how can she live on? Mrs. Zhang, you don't have to worry too much. Your husband's condition is still relatively stable and not life-threatening. The doctor next to him saw the middle-aged fat woman so sad, and hurriedly persuaded her. What about my husband and my brother-in-law? Are you able to return to normal? The middle-aged fat woman hurriedly opened her mouth and asked. They're both in a relatively stable and non-life-threatening condition though, but they had a cerebral hemorrhage and a nerve broke in their brain. It's now causing their stroke paralysis. To be able to keep their lives alive in a situation like theirs is already very impressive. I'm afraid it's very difficult if you want them to return to normal. Actually, the doctor was being very conservative with that. It would have been more brutal if he had told the truth. The truth is that there are two of them. 99% of the time it's impossible to get back to normal. Only the patient's family was still bawling. He couldn't really say anything about a brutal truth like this one either. The middle-aged woman wasn't a cutie either. Cried out again all of a sudden after hearing that. Auntie, don't cry yet. We can still take our time with this matter. A tall young man walked into the hospital room and rushed to persuade. This tall youth was named Zhang Su, Zhang Lei's cousin, while his father was Zhang Mingliang. Although Zhang Mingliang was Zhang Mingguang's younger brother, but he had children earlier, so his son, among his children, was the eldest in the ranking. Zhang Su was also shocked when he received the news, but soon there was more than a touch of joy in his heart, because his cousin is in jail. His eldest uncle and his father have had a stroke, so won't the family be his from now on? A kind of elation rose in his heart at the thought. Chapter 25, Delivering Apples. Zhang Su did not have any sadness at all. Instead, he was vaguely excited and had a touch of happiness in his heart, because his father and his eldest uncle are now in trouble. The Zhang family has now lost its top pillar. So who will be in charge of the Zhang family in the future? Of course it was him, the eldest son of the Zhang family, who was in charge. In fact, according to normal circumstances, this matter was not Zhang Su's turn, because most of the Zhang family's assets were in the hands of his eldest uncle, Zhang Mingguang, so the Zhang family should end up in Zhang Lei's hands. But now something has happened to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei is going to jail. Zhang Lei is an incident of intentional injury. This case can be big or small. Once this case into an iron case, at least Zhang Lei will be locked up for a few years. The most important thing is that if Zhang Lei has been in jail, then his future is gone. It was also impossible for the Zhang family to bet on Zhang Lei, who had been in jail. Then Zhang Su could potentially take over the authority of the Zhang family. That's the ideal. Of course, there is also the possibility that in the end the battlefield is still controlled by Zhang Liachi. Zhang Su was of course a bit unwilling about this situation, but there was nothing he could do about it. But Zhang Su never expected accidents to happen frequently. His old man and his oldest uncle were actually hospitalized with a stroke together. After Pops and Uncle were both hospitalized, the Zhang family lost their top man. So big a stall. Who's going to take care of so many businesses in the Zhang family? Of course it's him, the Zhang family. Who's in charge? The smile at the corner of Zhang Su's mouth couldn't be suppressed a bit when he thought of this. As for his father's and his eldest uncle's health, he didn't care at all. Let's just say that he's a very thin-skinned person by nature. In his heart, the most important thing is his own interests. As for his father or uncle, or the health of other people in the family, and what does it matter to him? He hasn't cared at all about the health of his family. He only cares about the benefits that come to him. Zhang Su's heart spun with this thought, but of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to say this thought out loud. Just looking at his father who was paralyzed in bed and his eldest uncle, the joy in his heart was already almost too much to suppress. Ping Donshan didn't know about such things. Ping Donshan only knew that the Zhang family had no good end in sight. Zhang Lei just might have to go to jail, but Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingyuan are definitely going to be paralyzed. As for whether Zhang Lei can go to jail or not, this matter is indeed hard to say. After all, Chen Pingan, the victim himself, is not even injured. Then Zhang Lei's crime is very difficult to sit. Zhang Lei could totally say that he just wanted to come and beat Chen Pingan a beating, just wanted to come and fight with Chen Pingan. If that's the excuse Zhang Lei is using, then the criminal case on Zhang Lei is probably moot. After all, Pingan Chen did not have any social status. He had no right to intervene in this kind of case, and it was difficult for him to convict Zhang Lei if he wanted to, but it doesn't matter. If Zhang Lei goes to jail, it can only be considered really lucky. Zhang Lei was in jail, and it was impossible for Ping Chen to run inside the jail to find Zhang Lei's trouble. In this way it could still be considered Zhang Lei's luck to have dodged a bullet. If Zhang Lei isn't in jail, then Zhang Lei is out of luck. Ping Chen could continue to take action against Zhang Lei. Put these two results Chen Ping he can be acceptable. Evening study. The bell for the end of evening study finally rang. One by one, the students in the classroom hilariously packed up their school bags and walked out of the classroom. Ping Chen took out a bag of apples out after taking in his book bag. Ping Chen quickly stepped forward and walked to Li Wanjun's side, handing over the bag of apples. I have apples ready for you to take home for your family to taste as well. Ping Chen put down the apple and left such a sentence. Afterward, he smiled at Li Wanjun, turned around, and left without any extra half-sentence of nonsense. Thanks. Li Wanjun wanted to refuse, but after thinking of the deliciousness of the apple, she swallowed her refusal. Hearing Li Wanjun say the word thank you, Chen Ping waved his hand with a smile and turned around, having walked out of the classroom. Walking out of the classroom, Chen Ping's footsteps were light and quick, and he quickly walked towards the next classroom again. In the classroom next door, Lin Wanjun was also packing her book bag. Ping Chen did not act in a hurry, but waited at the classroom door. When Lin Wanjun packed her school bag and also walked out, only then did Ping Chen take out another bag of apples from his own school bag. It was a good thing that no one had checked Ping Chen's school bag either and didn't realize that he had put so many apples in it. This kind of apple Ping Chen has 100 pounds, enough for him to eat for a long time. It was appropriate to take it out and give it away. Student Lin Wanjun, I'm sorry for making you angry last time. This is the apple one sent you. Express my apologies. Ping Chen walked up to Lin Wanjun and said in a generous manner, no need. We are all classmates. It's not that serious. Lin Wanjun looked at the apple in Chen Ping's hand, and one shook her head and said, take it. Just don't be polite with me. There are still so many students next to us. It's not nice for us to pull and tug. Ping Chen grabbed Lin Wanjun's hand as he spoke and directly put the bag of apples into her hand. If you really don't like it, you can throw away the apple. Except it would be a bit of a shame if you just threw it away. After all, these apples cost money too. As for what you're going to do with these apples, you decide. Ping Chen dropped these words and turned around, not giving Lin Wanjun time to backtrack at all. Why are you such a person? Lin Wanjun's mouth muttered as if she was a bit angry. After all, this overbearing approach of Ping Chen made Lin Wanjun feel a bit uncomfortable. Lin Wanjun knew what Ping Chen meant, but she was not interested in such things at all. She is still young and in her senior year of high school, and her most important task is to study and take the entrance exam. Lin Wanjun knew very well what things were most important to her. For the rest she wasn't interested at all. Lin Wanjun had the intention to throw the apples away, but after glancing at the bag in her hand, the apples in the bag were all red and colorful, which made them look especially attractive, and they also gave off a strong fragrance. She lifted the apple and inhaled deeply, a strong scent entering her nostrils. What is this? Why do apples smell so good? Lin Wanjun secretly opened her mouth in her heart. It's kinda hard to tell her to throw away those apples now. Her family's situation is not good. Usually is rarely eat fruit. Like this kind of apple is also the first time to encounter. Forget it, take it back to your siblings to taste the flavor. I'll just give him a gift back later. Lin Wanjun said in her heart. Chapter 26. Lin Wanjun wants to drop out of school. Lin Wanjun's home is a bit far from her school, about 7 or 8 kilometers away, and she rides her bike to and from school every day. The location of her home was in an urban village near the outskirts of the city, and the surroundings couldn't have been too good. When Lin Wanjun arrived home, the whole family was already waiting for her. Since they knew that she came back late every day, the family had already eaten, but they had also prepared a meal for Lin Wanjun. I'm back. Lin Wanjun called out from the entrance of her house. The door opened and his younger siblings were already walking out cheerfully. It's sister who's back. Seeing Lin Wanjun come home, his brother and sister were extremely happy. Lin Wanjun was the oldest in the family, with a younger brother and sister below her, the younger sister being the second and the younger brother the third. The sister's name is Lin Wanqing and the brother's name is Lin Yiming. Lin Wanqing was now in her third year of junior high school, while her younger brother Lin Yiming was in his first year. Lin Wanjun's hand carried a bag of apples, and said without moving, my classmate's family grows orchards, and brought some apples to school, and gave me a bag of apples. He said he grew it in his own home and it's very tasty and very healthy, so I brought it back for you to try the flavor. As Lin Wanjun was speaking, she was also displaying the apple she was carrying in her hand. In fact, the two siblings, before already was to see the sister holding the apple. Only then, the sister did not speak, the two did not dare to ask. It was only now that my sister said it that it cheered up my sister and brother. It's nice to have apples, we haven't had apples in a long time, my brother said happily, although my sister was also very happy, but after all, she was a bit older. so she had more ideas, and asked with some doubt, "Sis, are these apples really from your classmates?" "Of course it's from my classmates. Otherwise, where do you think these apples came from?" Lin Wanjun said with a smile. "You guys eat your apples? I'll eat first." Lin Wanjun said with a smile once again. "Sister, then we can eat apples." The younger siblings certainly had no reason to refuse such a request. Soon the siblings opened the bag and each took an apple. After cleaning it they began to eat it. Lin Wanjun went to the kitchen to eat, so the siblings ate apples in the living room. "Wow, this apple is so delicious. The apples from my sister's classmate's house are too delicious," Lin Yiming shouted with a surprised face. He was still slurring his words as he spoke, because the inside of his mouth was now full of apples. Just eating this apple was really too delicious. It's fragrant and sweet, and it's a little soft and sticky. This flavor was the best apple he had ever eaten. Lin Wanqing also smiled with her eyes squinting. This apple was indeed delicious, and it was very lethal for a girl like her. Their family was not well off, so it was usually rare for them to eat any good fruits. The fruit was really good this time. "You two need to stop being so dramatic. Is it really that delicious?" Lin Wanjun, who was eating, saw her siblings' exaggerated expressions and asked with some surprise. At the same time, she also felt somewhat amused. The expressions on the faces of these two little kids were really a bit too much. Sis, have you not eaten this apple yourself yet? This apple from your classmate's house is really too delicious. You'll know when you've eaten it later." Lin Wanqing hurriedly spoke. "Is it really as delicious as you said?" Lin Wanjun said in disbelief. Really, you wait, I'll go wash an apple for you." Lin Wanqing came with another apple as she spoke and ran to the kitchen to wash it. After she cleaned the apples, she also used a fruit knife to cut them down into pieces for her sister's convenience. Once the apples were cut open, the scent of a crisp apple began to spread out. The family all smelled the fragrance at this time, and of course Lin Wanjun smelled it as well. Lin Wanjun was a bit in disbelief that this apple would actually smell so good. She picked up a piece of apple with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, and it was very delicious. "I didn't expect the apples that Guy sent would be so delicious. Where did he buy them from?" Lin Wanjun thought secretly in her heart. Just as the sisters were happily eating their apples, their mother came out with a sad face. Originally there were 3 children in the family. The family was in a difficult situation, and during this period of time the backbone of the family, that is, Lin Wanjun's father, he fell ill because of an injury. Now the family can say that the family is having a very hard time. Lin Wanjun's parents are already discussing whether to let Lin Wanjun drop out of school and go out to work. After all, Lin Wanjun was already 18 years old, so it was fine for her to go out and work at her age. Lin Wanjun was a girl after all, and girls didn't need such a high diploma. Being able to go out to work earlier was much more useful than studying for a few more years. Lin Wanjun's parents were both illiterate and could not read a word. Although they felt that reading was useful, they also felt that it was not very useful, or I should say they are more patriarchal. If it is their son, they must want their son to go to university, but if it is their daughter then it doesn't matter. Now that the family situation is not good, instead of letting Lin Wanjun continue to go to school, it would be better for Lin Wanjun to just go to work. Even if Lin Wanjun finally graduated from university is not also out to work, now is only to let Lin Wanjun work a few years earlier. If Lin Wanjun comes out to work, his younger siblings can still go to school, but if he doesn't, it's hard to say whether the 3 kids will be able to go to school. Lin Wanjun's mother wanted to say something. Mom is out of the situation. Lin Wanjun put down the chopsticks in her hand and asked softly, "Daughter, can we graduate from high school and we'll go out to work?" Lin Wanjun's mother said softly. Lin Wanjun's heart thumped when she heard this. Lin Wanjun's academic performance was very good, and could be considered as a school bully level. According to Lin Wanjun's learning ability, getting into a university was the nail in the coffin. Only it was just not known what level of university she could get into. Normally, as long as nothing goes wrong with her exams, she can just go to a university of the rank of 985, 211. Lin Wanjun was, after all, a senior in high school, so of course he knew the importance of studying, and he was very eager for him to get into a good university. But the current situation had left her a bit overwhelmed. What was the situation at home she knew very well, and of course knew that if she got into a good college, then the tuition would be a huge burden. Originally, her heart was very torn, and now that she heard her mother say this, she felt that the string in her heart crumbled all of a sudden. Lin Wanjun was very understanding. She knew the meaning of her mother's words and she said softly, "Mom, don't worry about it. I'll go out and work after I graduate from high school. I'm not going to college." Lin Wanjun also had a calm expression on her face after she finished speaking, but the waves in her heart were clear only to her. Chapter 27. Pingan Chen had only returned home when he heard good news from his father's mouth. His father, Chen Guoqing, has rented the storefront and is now waiting to open the internet cafe. Son, do you think this internet cafe has really opened up? Chen Guoqing asked at this time with some affliction. He's only ever worked jobs in his life, and it's the first time he's been a boss, and he still needs to come up with $200,000 as a principal, which is still a lot of pressure for him. So at this time, Chen Guoqing was also a bit afflicted. Dad, don't worry about it. The internet cafe can definitely make money. I'm here. Ping Donchen quickly patted his chest and said, if he didn't, he'd probably scare his dad to death. After all, Chen had already had some doubt in his heart that he couldn't do such a thing. If Ping Donchen didn't cheer and refuel him, Chen Guoqing really couldn't hold on. Don't worry, Dad. I've asked how the internet cafe works. Tomorrow you'll make a run for it and get all the paperwork for the internet cafe to open. Also, it would be best if you were to go over to the business site and ask if you can register a company dedicated to running an internet cafe. If we can register it, this would be the best. It will be much easier for us to open branches in the future. We're opening an internet cafe and we're not doing anything else, so there's no need to decorate the inside of the store. Just clean it up. But the sign in front of the store must be customized by someone. Get a decorator to customize a sign out tomorrow. If you want to buy anything inside the internet cafe, let's talk about it the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the weekend. I'll take you to the computer city then. We'll buy it together then. Chen Pingon spoke eloquently, arranging things in a clear manner. You brat, you even set me up. Chen Guoqing laughed and scolded, but after being arranged by Pingdon Chen, he instantly felt much more at ease. Before, he was really a bit clueless in his mind about how to open an internet cafe. Although he had visited all the other people's internet cafes, watching them and operating them himself was definitely different. Now that he had heard Pingdon Chen speak with such confidence, he had confidence in his heart as well. Alright, what you father and son have to say will be said slowly later. Let your son eat first. Mother Yu Xiuying walked over and said with a smile, go eat quickly, don't delay your meal. Chen Guoqing also nodded and said, I'll eat first then, we'll talk about anything after dinner. By the way, I'll bring back some apples for you to try. These apples are grown by my classmate's family, and his family grows delicious apples. I tasted one at school that tasted really good. You guys try it too. Pingdon Chen said as he pointed to the bag of apples he had brought back. The two parents looked in the direction of Chen Pingdon's finger and saw the bag of apples that Chen Pingdon had brought back. This apple looks good. The mold is rather delicious looking. Yu Xiuying said with a smile. Mom and Dad, I'm going to eat first, so wash your own apples if you want. Pingdon Chen said with a smile, then gave himself a bowl of rice and sat down at the table to take a big bite. Mealtime had long since passed, and his stomach had certainly been rumbling with hunger for a long time. I'll go wash the apples, Yu Xiuying said. Yu Xiuying washed the apples and ate one for herself and one for her husband. When Yu Xiuying took the first bite of the apple, all of a sudden her eyes widened again. She had lived half her life and had certainly eaten a large number of apples, but it was the first time she had ever eaten an apple that tasted this good. What kind of apple is this? It's too delicious, so Yu Xiuying asked in surprise. I don't know. I asked my classmate and he said he didn't know either. Anyway, he just grows it himself. And he said that his apples hadn't been as good as this year's before, and that it was probably because of this year's favorable winds and rains that the apples were especially good. You might not be able to eat it after this year, Pingdon Chen explained as he ate. The main thing is that this kind of apple it is also only 100 pounds. Whether it can still be encountered in the future, Chen Pingdon is also not clear himself. So Pingdon Chen came up with this excuse. His 100 pounds of apples would last him a long time anyway, and he had now laid down an ambush in case he never came across such apples again. Are the apples at your classmate's house for sale? If they're for sale you buy some more over. You don't want to give it away, do you? If you're giving it away then you don't want it. This kind of apple is very rare. Let's just buy some for ourselves and eat it. Don't give it to others, Pingdon Chen said in a hurry. After all, this was an excellent apple that the system had gotten in seconds. It's okay for him to eat it by himself. It's okay for mom and dad to eat it. And it's okay for his favorite woman to eat it. But if mom wants to give it to someone else so that they can eat it too, then Pingdon Chen won't do it. What others? Am I that stupid? I was trying to send some apples to your grandparents as well, Yu Xiuying said without a trace of anger. And your grandparents? Such delicious apples. Don't you want to give your grandparents a taste? Yu Xiuying continued. Mom, I was wrong. Grandparents and grandparents definitely want these apples. I'll talk to my classmate tomorrow and ask him to bring more from home. But it's true that there aren't many of these apples. The orchard at my classmate's house was also lucky to produce this kind of apple. If there are such good apples this year, they may not be available next year. So you don't want to give it away indiscriminately, Pingdon Chen said in a hurry. I know, don't worry. This apple is indeed quite delicious. When the time comes, you can buy a little more and we'll keep it for ourselves. Chen Guoqing spoke at the same time. Dad, that's reliable. We'll definitely need to stock up on more if we're eating at our own house. Chen Pinggan also smiled and nodded. After eating and taking a bath, Chen Pinggan went back to his room and continued to study. The time left for him to study was running out, and he had to make every minute of his study time count, because the potency of the learning potion was about to expire. It was a good thing that Chen Pinggan had already utilized these 3 days to study all 3 years of high school. Not to say that he was now some kind of academic bully, but at least the college entrance exam was no longer much of a problem. It's hard to say if you can get into Peking University and Tsinghua University, but it shouldn't be much of a problem to get into a major university. While the medicine was still effective, Chen Pinggan studied until 12 p.m. It was true that he had classes tomorrow, so Chen Pinggan could only force himself to go to bed. Perhaps too tired from studying, he headed for his bed and quickly fell into sleep. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes. The sky had already dawned to the second day. Opening the system interface and glancing at it, there was still an hour and a half until the merchandise was refreshed. I wonder if today's spike item will surprise him. Chapter 28 Advanced Hacking Skill Book. At 8 a.m., the system mall refreshes its merchandise again. Today's new items appear on the system interface. 100 pounds of excellent strawberries, 1 30-carat ruby, 1 copy of Shaolin Luohan Fist, 1 advanced hacking skill book. Those are the 4 items for today. Pinggan Shen's gaze swept over the 4 items of the day, and finally his eyes locked onto the advanced hacking skill book. Today, Pinggan Shen's luck was actually quite good. At least 3 of the 4 items were quite good goodies. Whether it was the ruby or the Shaolin Luohan Fist secret, both were useful to Pinggan Shen. But the absolute best of these 4 items is the advanced hacking skill book. With little hesitation, Pinggan Shen directly spent $1. Seconds killed this advanced hacking skill book. Successful $1 spike to get a copy of the advanced hacking skills book. Pinggan Shen suppressed his excitement and then clicked learn on the system interface. Wordlessly, Chen Pinggan had already learned this advanced hacking skill book. A large amount of hacker's knowledge was all fed into Pinggan Shen's mind. The great power of the system was once again displayed at this moment. Normally this learning process should be very long or very taxing on the brain, but at this time, under the effect of the system's power, Chen Pinggan hardly felt any burden. Pinggan Shen comfortably finished learning all the skills of an advanced hacker. At this point in time, Pinggan Shen had already mastered the top hacking techniques in this world. Chen Pinggan also finally understood that advanced hacking skill books were divided according to the current world. The hacking skills he possesses are the top hacking skills in the world today. His hacking skills are now ranked within the top 10 globally. From this point onwards one could also tell how powerful Chen Pinggan's hacking skills really were. But Pinggan Shen had a huge advantage over other hackers. It is that Pinggan Shen he is also an expert in the internal arts. So it's a little faster than normal in terms of actually manipulating the keyboard. As a hacker, the ability to manipulate the keyboard is part of his own abilities. Hackers can imagine what a downer that would be if they were typing slowly, and Pinggan Shen's typing speed must be flying. The corner of Chen Pinggan's mouth curled up into a deep smile. Advanced hacking is just awesome. Pinggan Shen was now confident that even if he didn't have the $1 second system anymore, he could still gain a foothold in this world. Just by relying on this kind of advanced hacking skills, Chen Pinggan was enough to become the top handful of people in this world. Pinggan Shen had already thought of several ways in which he could utilize this advanced hacking technique. Making money with advanced hacking skills is really easy. For example, Pinggan Shen could design an antivirus software. It's 98, but antivirus software isn't really popular. If Pinggan Shen designs an antivirus software, and it is still free, it can definitely become a direct hit. Pinggan Shen would be able to take a step ahead to occupy the market of antivirus software. When this antivirus software company goes public in the future, Pinggan Shen can easily become a big shot. There is so much more that can be done by other related industries besides antivirus software. At this time, Chen Pinggan was also ambitious and couldn't wait to do something big right away. But the reality here was not that Pinggan Shen could do it just because he wanted to. Pinggan Shen was still a senior in high school and would soon be facing the college entrance exam. So this entrepreneurial route that he had conceptualized in his head would have to wait at least until he was in college before he could implement it. And really, the principle is a huge problem if you want to start such a company. Pinggan Shen also needed a huge capital to support him in creating the company. Little by little, it's already a pretty good start now. Let's not be in a hurry, Pinggan Shen said to himself in his heart. Slowly Pinggan Shen quieted down again. His mind had once again regained its calmness once again. Old Chun, you thought of something good. Look at the corners of your mouth, you can't suppress the smile. Zhang Yong, who was at the same table, laughed and poked Chen Pinggan's arm. Last night I had a dream that I won the lottery. Then I started a company and became a billionaire. Just now, I thought about this matter, so I smiled happily. Pinggan Shen said with a smile. Che, what are you daydreaming about? Lottery are all cheating. Zhang Yong said disdainfully. Zhang Yong is very experienced in this area because Zhang Yong's old man buys lottery tickets. Zhang Yong has seen his old man buying lottery tickets since he was a child, and after more than 10 years of buying, he has not won a single jackpot. That's why Zhang Yong has known since he was a child that the lottery is a scam, and he has never bought a ticket himself. What's wrong with daydreaming? Maybe one day the dream will come true, Pin Ganshan said with a smile. The two were joking and laughing when the teacher of the class came, and suddenly the two were quiet again. Just at this time, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Chen Pingyang felt a wave of malice coming towards him head-on and turned his head violently to look over. He saw Zhang Lei's figure appear at the classroom door. Zhang Lei stood in the doorway looking viciously at Ping Yanshan, and he even reached out and scratched at his neck, comparing it to a throat-slitting motion. After doing this, Zhang Lei turned around and left. This kid actually came out. The Zhang family's energy is really not small, Pin Ganshan said secretly in his heart. However, Pin Ganshan was not very surprised about this matter. What Zhang Lei does can be big or small. The key still depends on whether there is someone to operate. Obviously the experts still operated, so they got Zhang Lei out. Although Pin Ganshan was a victim, he had not received any news notification in this regard. A lot of things were actually dysfunctional in 98, and it was very normal for some unexpected situations to arise. Let's not talk about 98, let's talk about 20 years from now. It's not unusual for this to happen. It's all those death row inmates that can be worked on a bit. None of them need to be shot. Not to mention a harmless offense like Zhang Lei. As long as someone up there operates, it's easy to free Zhang Lei. They could have totally convicted Zhang Lei of fighting and assault. Then just criticize and educate Zhang Lei and release him. If this was the case, there was nothing Pin Ganshan could do at all. However, Pin Ganshan didn't care about such things. If he does go to jail, it's really only a lucky break for him. Since he came out now, Zhang Lei would be in bad luck. Pin Ganshan would never let Zhang Lei have a good time. Pin Ganshan also believed that Zhang Lei would not let himself go. Chapter 29, Sun Haitong's Shock. After class, Pin Ganshan went to the next classroom, but did not see Zhang Lei in the classroom. This guy probably didn't have the heart to go to school right now, and the reason why he came to the door of the classroom and made the throat-slitting gesture towards Chen Pingan was also to scare Chen Pingan. Pin Ganshan could only say that this kind of thinking of the other party was truly too childish. Now that Zhang Lei was not found in the school, then Pin Ganshan had no way to deal with this guy. For the time being, Chen Pingan put this matter behind him, studying at ease in school. It was getting closer and closer to the entrance exams, so at least in school he was going to be a good student. At noon Pin Ganshan went to the securities company again. As soon as Pin Ganshan arrived at the securities company, the manager, Sun Haitang, was the first to greet him. "You're here, Mr. Chun." Sun Haitang greeted with a smile on her face. This is the third time Ping Yanshan has come to the stock company, but Pin Ganshan's operation had already shocked Sun Haitang to the core. When he met Pin Ganshan for the first time, Sun Haitang still regarded Pin Ganshan as an investment geek, but when Pin Ganshan's invested stocks went all the way up, Sun Haitang realized that Pin Ganshan was a stock expert. Ping Yanshan had never bought 3 stocks until today, but any stock that Ping Yanshan bought was skyrocketing. Chen Pingan's stock that he bought yesterday arrived, and today it's a straight up again. Sun Haitang had now treated Pin Ganshan as a god of wealth. You should know that Sun Haitang is Pin Ganshan's stockbroker. When Pin Ganshan buys and sells stocks, Sun Haitang gets a cut. The more money Pin Ganshan traded, then the more commission Sun Haitang received. Now Sun Haitang could not wait for Chen Pingan to make as much money as possible. "Mr. Chen, I've arranged the operating computer you need for you." Sun Haitang was the first to speak. "Thank you. I'll go check the stock market today first," Pin Ganshan said with a smile. In fact, even if Pin Ganshan didn't look at it, he knew today's stock trend. After all, Pin Ganshan had a stock radar. The trend of the stock Pin Ganshan is clear, but the superficial article should be done or should be done. Otherwise it would be bizarre for him to know what the stock is doing without even looking at it. Half an hour later Chen Pingan was already looking at today's stock situation. How about then pulling out a piece of paper and writing down the results of your trade? "Ms. Haitang, I'm going to have to trouble you to continue making deals for me." Pin Ganshan smiled and handed the note he was holding over to Sun Haitang. "This is all what I should do. You are too kind." Sun Haitang hastily accepted the note with both hands. As she spoke she read the contents of the note. A puzzled expression flashed across Sun Haitang's face as she softly opened her mouth to ask, "Mr. Chen, this is Deep State Electric. It's been in the doldrums for a long time, and there hasn't been much movement lately. How did you come up with the idea of buying it? Isn't there too much risk involved? I'm not questioning your judgment. It's just that as your stockbroker, I need to warn you of the risks involved." Sun Haitang said with a serious face. "Thanks, but let's deal as I operate. I'm pretty confident in my judgment. According to my judgment, there is a banker behind Deep State Electric. If I'm right, This stock is going to pull up this afternoon. Of course it's possible I'm wrong. It's just that things like stocks are supposed to be a bet on a probable event. If I'm wrong, then I'll cut my meat and leave the market. If I bet right, then I get a big bite of meat, Pingan Chen said with a smile, but his face was overflowing with confidence. Obviously, Pingan Chen was still very self-confident in his judgment. Chen Pingan didn't stay in the securities company for too long. After all, he had to attend classes in the afternoon. After explaining clearly how his stock should be traded, Chen Pingan left the stock securities company and returned to the school. Sun Haitang saw the note in his hand but looked a little hesitant. In fact, Sun Yatsen can trade stocks himself. Of course she can't trade on her own account because she's a stockbroker, but Sun Haitang could have asked his family to open an account for his family to speculate on stocks. Many stockbrokers, in this way, speculate on stocks. The time before that Sun Haitang was cautioning himself that he should never privately speculate in stocks, because she knows all too well how risky the stock market can be. But for a few days in a row, Pingan Chen had made a lot of money, and every time Sun Haitang, he had gotten the operating instructions from Pingan Chen in advance. So Sun Haitang was in such a position to follow Pingan Chen's stock speculation himself as well. But after considering it for a long time, Sun Haitang still lost his smile and shook his head, decisively ending his thoughts of speculating in stocks. Stocks are still too risky, and it's better to stay away from such things. It is because she is a stockbroker that she is more aware of the risks involved. Returning to the school, Pingan Chen unexpectedly saw someone. This was because Lin Wanjun was waiting for Chen Pingan right in front of the classroom. Chen Pingan. Lin Wanjun directly called out to Pingan Chen when she saw him coming. You're here to find me. What do you want from me? Pingan Chen asked suspiciously. After all, Pingan Chen was very clear that his relationship with Lin Wanjun was not that good. The apples you gave me last time were quite tasty. Then I made a little pickle at home for you to eat. Take it. Lin Wanjun didn't squirm at all and said directly and generously. Pickles? This is good stuff. Thanks. Chen Pingan only froze for a moment and quickly reacted, and hurriedly smiled as he took the bag of pickles handed over by Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun faintly, imperceptibly, let out a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Chen Pingan would not accept the pickles she had brought. She didn't have much in the house, only her mother's pickles which were considered to be good. If Pingan Chen didn't accept these savory dishes, she didn't know what she would do. Lin Wanjun was unwilling to owe Chen Pingan a favor. Even if it was just a favor like a bag of apples, she didn't want to owe it. That was why Lin Wanjun had brought pickled vegetables from home as a return gift to Pingan Chen. Have you run into any trouble lately? Tell me directly if you have run into trouble. I can help you. Pingan Chen held back or couldn't hold back, and said so directly. Lin Wanjun looked up at Pingan Chen, said, you can't solve my problems. That's it. Lin Wanjun also did feel that she was in trouble. Pingan Chen could not solve it. After all, Pingan Chen was only a high school student. The only trouble you can get into is with money. Either your parents need money or you need money for school. Any trouble that money can solve is no trouble to me. Is 100,000 enough to solve your problem? 200,000 if 100,000 is not enough. 300,000 if 200,000 is not enough. At this time, Pingan Chen was slowly speaking. Chapter 30, Be My Wife. Are you kidding me? Do you think this is funny? Lin Wanjun said coldly. She didn't feel at all that what Pingan Chen said would help her in any way. Instead, she was feeling that Pingan Chen was insulting herself. Chen Pingan was speechless. How could he still react in this way after he had said everything to this point? Are women's brains so strange? I didn't find that amusing. I just really want to help you. I know you must be short of money. I don't care what you think. I'll put my words right here anyway. If you need to spend money, you come to me. I'm not giving you the money for free. It's kind of like I'm lending it to you. And you can slowly pay it back later when you've gone to college and graduated from college and are working and able to make money. I've said my words to this point. Just listen carefully and stop thinking I'm joking with you, okay? Pingan Chen opened his mouth. He was literally almost all the way down on his knees to talk. Why is it so hard to talk to these women? Lin Wanjun's expression had a few moments of movement. You're really not kidding me? Lin Wanjun asked. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would joke with you about something like this? We've been classmates for years too. What jokes can and can't be made? Don't I get it? I've told you everything I need to tell you anyway. As for what you decide for yourself, that's up to you, because fate is in your hands. I can save you once, I can't save you forever. If you give up on yourself, then no one can save you. Pingan Chen turned around and wanted to leave after he finished speaking. You wait, you don't go. Lin Wanjun, behind her back, suddenly spoke. Pingan Chen turned around with joy in his heart. What do you have to say to me? Pingan Chen opened his mouth and asked. Are you really able to lend me money? Your parents' money or your own? Such a large sum of money. Where did you get that much money? Lin Wanjun inquired. The Cement King's child is missing. You know about this case, don't you? Pinggan Shan opened his mouth and spoke. This case is quite a big deal. I've heard about it as well. Lin Wanjun nodded and said, You're not going to tell me that you rescued the Cement King's child, are you? Lin Wanjun asked hesitantly. Look at you. You're pretty smart. Isn't that a good guess? Pinggan Shan said with a smile. You're really right. That child of the Cement King was rescued by me. Didn't he post a reward before? Whoever saves his child will get several $100,000. It just so happens that his family's child was saved by me, and he gave me a couple $100,000. This money is in my bank right now. As for myself, I can't use this money. I can lend you this money for your use if you need it. It's better this way. You don't want me to suffer. You can calculate a little interest to me every year. Pinggan Shan said with a smile, because Pinggan Shan was very clear that this woman, Lin Wanjun, just wasn't willing to take advantage of others. If any other woman had a bargain to take, she would probably be overjoyed. But Lin Wanjun is not this kind of woman. That was why Pinggan Shan had brought up the idea of letting Lin Wanjun calculate the interest for herself. If I really need money, how much can you lend me? Lin Wanjun said in a small voice, her face already a little red. It was the first time in her life that she had asked someone to ask for a loan. I'll lend you as much money as you need. As long as it's what you need, any amount of money is fine. Pinggan Shan said with a smile. Chen Pinggan's heart was also relieved, but it could be considered that Lin Wanjun was willing to find herself to borrow money. Thank you, Pinggan Chen. Lin Wanjun said sincerely. In her heart, she was really very grateful to Chen Pinggan, regardless of whether or not Pinggan Chen was really able to lend her money in the end. At least this promise from Pinggan Chen was very valuable to Lin Wanjun. But I'm worried that I won't be able to pay you back in the future, Lin Wanjun said hesitantly. She was, after all, just a senior girl, and she really wasn't sure she'd have the ability to make money in the future. If she really borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars from Pinggan Shen's hands, it was also too much pressure for her. Pinggan Shen suddenly said in a snarky manner, why don't you just consider it a bride price? Later, when we graduate from college, we can just get married. In that case, you don't have to pay me back this money. Heaven and earth is kind. Pinggan Shen was really just joking around a bit. Although Lin Wanjun is also really pretty, but it was also impossible for Pinggan Shen to fall on his sword in this situation. You're so hateful. Lin Wanjun coldly looked at Chen Pinggan and turned around, but there was no feeling of anger in her heart. Instead, there was a moment of emotion. She's a girl anyway, and sooner or later she's going to get married. Her parents probably couldn't wait for her to get married early. In the past, she had a bad impression of Pinggan Shen, but now it seemed like there was nothing wrong with marrying Pinggan Shen. At least Pinggan Shen was her classmate, and the two of them were considered to know each other. But in front of Chen Pinggan, how could such words be said? So Lin Wanjun ran away straight away. I'll go. Lin Wanjun won't get angry just like that, right? Pinggan Shen said with some bitterness. He realized that women were really hard to handle. He hadn't even struggled this much against the Zhang family's father and son. After all, dealing with the Zhang family's father and son could be done with force. But to deal with Lin Wanjun's words, it was something that could be done with more than just force. The point was that Chen Pingyang was not trying to deal with Lin Wanjun, but to save her life. You two are in a situation. Suddenly a young girl's voice rang out from the side. Chen Pinggan's face stiffened for a moment and he turned his head to see that it was indeed Li Mangyun. You're mistaken. We were just talking about something else, Pinggan Shen said in a hurry. What are you so nervous about? Class is in session. Let's go back to the classroom, Li Mangyun said indifferently, turning around and walking away. She didn't seem jealous, but then again, she seemed jealous. Chen Pinggan grabbed his hair powerlessly. He so wished that he had mind-reading magic at this moment. It's so hard to handle these girls when one has more heart than the other. But there's no way. Who told Chen Pinggan to take this bite? Chen Pinggan was already powerless to spit on himself. Chapter 31 Drawing out Zhang Lei. So much for another boring day at school. Pinggan Shen was now itching to end his high school career as soon as possible. During his high school career, he couldn't do anything and had to spend most of his day at school. The good thing is that it won't be too much longer already. There's just over a month left until the entrance exams. When school was over, Chen Pinggan also paid special attention to the surrounding area, just waiting for Zhang Lei to come and find himself in trouble. As a result, Zhang Lei, this brat, actually didn't come looking for trouble from Pinggan Shen. Pinggan Shen's heart tightened. In reality, of course, Pinggan Shen was not afraid of Zhang Lei coming to trouble himself, because he was capable of dealing with Zhang Lei. But now if Zhang Lei didn't come, it would be a little more trouble for Pinggan Shen instead. Since you're not coming, then I'll have to take the initiative to find you, Pinggan Shen said to himself. Chen Pinggan knew with great certainty that Zhang Lei must be brewing a plot and trickery by not coming to trouble himself now. It was Pinggan Shen who had no intention of being passive, since he already knew that Zhang Lei would find his own trouble. he definitely had to take the initiative. A plan was already brewing in Ping Donchen's mind, but this kind of thing is not convenient to do now, only tomorrow. Ping Donchen had only returned home when his father took the initiative to find him. Son, let me tell you about the situation in our store, Chen Guoqing said with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was in a pretty good mood right now. After all, he had worked all his life and now he finally had his own business, so how could he be in a bad mood as a middle-aged man? Although his father's this little deal Ping Donchen could not look at it, Ping Donchen still smiled and chatted with his father. He hadn't let his parents have a good life in his last life, so he was going to have to turn it all around in this life. The time flew by as I ate and chatted with my father. After finishing the meal, Ping Donchen however had no intention of staying. The previous days were because he had the effect of learning potions in. That's why he had to make time to finish his studies. But by this evening the effects of the study potion had worn off, and there was no point in staying home to study. And tomorrow is the weekend. Consider today a day of relaxation for yourself. Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a walk. Chen Pinggan greeted his own parents and walked straight out. Take care of yourself and come back early. The mother called out and left Pinggan Chen alone. After all, Chen Pinggan was already 18 years old and was considered an adult, so he really didn't need to worry too much about going out shopping. Pinggan Chen had originally wanted to push Zhang Lei's matter back a bit, but the thought of Zhang Lei was a time bomb that might blow up at some point, so Pinggan Chen still decided to do it tonight. As long as we let him find Zhang Lei, then Zhang Lei will be finished. So the question also arises, where can I find Zhang Lei? Chen Pinggan's mind began to recall the situation related to Zhang Lei, and happily, Chen Pinggan had his own plan. Pinggan Chen did not know much about Zhang Lei, but he knew that there was one person who was much easier to understand about Zhang Lei. That person was Zhang Lei's cousin, Zhang Su. Pinggan Chen didn't know where Zhang Lei was, but he knew where Zhang Su went every night. Half an hour later, Pinggan Chen arrived inside a bar. This bar was owned by Zhang Lei, and usually Zhang Su would follow his men around the bar at night. The bar wasn't very classy, but the business inside was pretty good. After Pinggan Chen entered the bar, he soon saw a familiar-looking person. That person was Zhang Su. At this moment, Zhang Su was drinking a mulled wine at the bar. Looking at Zhang Su's appearance, he didn't seem too happy. Chen Pinggan directly walked over and naturally sat beside Zhang Su. Who are you, kid? Zhang Su looked towards Pinggan Chen and asked coldly. You're drunk. As Pinggan Chen spoke, he reached out and nodded at Zhang Su's body. Zhang Su's body instantly stiffened. Chen Pinggan got up and helped Zhang Su and walked out towards the outside of the bar. The bar was a mess and no one noticed it. Although there were quite a few of Zhang Su's men in the bar, all of them were busy with their own business. Who would pay attention to Zhang Su's state? So Chen Pinggan took Zhang Su out in such a big way. Zhang Su's eyes were wide open, and the color of fear was all over his pupils. He was never expecting to be taken so lightly. After leaving the bar, Chen Pinggan directly took Zhang Su to the opposite side of the road. After crossing the road, there was a remote alley, and Pinggan Chen directly threw Zhang Su to the ground. Pinggan Chen kicked Zhang Su, and the acupoints on Zhang Su's body were then undone. After unlocking the acupoints, Zhang Su hurriedly stood up. Are you a human or a demon? I haven't offended you, right? Zhang Su said shakily. His face was full of fear, and he could tell he was very scared. It is expected that any sane person in this situation would be scared to death. Don't worry, I'm not here to get you in trouble. I have a problem with Zhang Lei. I'm here to find Zhang Lei in trouble. But where is Zhang Lei now? I can't find him, so I can only trouble you to call Zhang Lei over. Chen Pinggan spoke indifferently. Zhang Lei? I don't know where Zhang Lei is right now. Zhang Su's eyes rolled and he hurriedly opened his mouth. If you want to be tough talking, that's fine. Then it's about me and Zhang Lei. You're going to help carry the load, right? Pinggan Chen's voice instantly went cold. Sensing the coldness in Pinggan Chen's voice, Zhang Su did not dare to push back. No, what happened to Zhang Lei has nothing to do with me. Although Zhang Lei is my cousin, his affairs have nothing to do with me. I won't carry things for him. Contact you right away. Zhang Lei will definitely help you get Zhang Lei over, Zhang Su said in a hurry. Although it is 98 years, cell phone is not very popular, but rich hands are cell phone. Zhang Su himself has a cell phone. Zhang Su could only shiver and take out a cell phone from his own pocket. Nowadays, cell phones are just old people's phones in Pinggan Chen's opinion, but it's this kind of old people's phone that sells for a frighteningly high price. It can easily take 6,000 or 7,000 to buy a cell phone. The average person can't really afford this kind of cell phone, much less use it. Zhang Su trembled and made a call, which was quickly answered. Hello, is this Zhang Lei? I'm your brother Zhang Su. Zhang Su quickly said calmly. What happened to brother? Zhang Lei asked. Brother knows that you're in a bad mood, and has prepared a few pretty female students for you in the bar. So hurry over and let's let you have a good time relaxing tonight. Zhang Su opened his mouth and said, Big brother, is this appropriate? Zhang Lei stammered. but it was obvious that his heart was moved. Don't be a pussy, hurry over, I'll be waiting for you in front of the bar. Zhang Su scolded. Thank you brother Tang, I'll be right over. Only then did Zhang Lei agree painfully. Chapter 32, Life is Worse Than Death. This big brother, I've already called my cousin out as you said. Is it possible to let me go now? Zhang Su said with a pleading face. The thing he was most worried about now was that Chen Pingan would not keep his word and would not let him go. Don't worry, I'll keep my word and won't give you a hard time, just bothering you to sleep here again. Pingan Chen grinned. At the same time, before Zhang Su could react, he reached out his hand and counted several times on Zhang Su's body. Zhang Su's eyes instantly widened and his body fell softly to the ground. Zhang Su's body convulsed for a moment, and he soon fell to the ground without moving. Zhang Su didn't die, but he had a stroke. Among the people who had bullied Chen Pingan in his last life, there was also a part of Zhang Su, so how could Pingan Chen possibly let Zhang Su go? At the time before, Chen Pingan had thought of many ways to retaliate against the Zhang family, but in the end he was choosing the easiest and most effective way to retaliate. That would be to paralyze all the men in the Zhang family. Don't you guys like to bully people? Don't you have money and connections in your family? That's good. Pingan Chen will let all of you become paralyzed now. Pingan Chen would like to see if their family's money and their family's connections would still work after they all became paralyzed. Doing this, Chen Pingan also did not have half the mental pressure. If it was 2025, Pingan Chen really wouldn't dare to do so, because there were so many cameras in those days. Any random action could be caught on camera. But it's 98, and it's not that there wasn't surveillance in 98, it was just a lot less. For example, there was no surveillance at all in this area around where Chen Pingan had made his move. The inside of the bar is even less equipped with surveillance, because inside the bar there is a mixed bag of illegal trade. Zhang Su wasn't a little cutie. He wouldn't even dare to install surveillance in his home bar. So when Zhang Su was taken away by Chen Pingan, it was impossible to leave behind surveillance footage. As for this alley they were in now, there were no streetlights in the pitch black, let alone any surveillance. Pingan Chen was just killing people here, and he didn't even need to worry that he would be discovered. But there is such a thing as killing. Pingan Chen easily wouldn't do that, because once a person is killed and a life is lost, it's a major case. When the time comes, the public security system side will definitely step up its efforts to start the investigation. But if no human life cases come up, it's a completely different story. Pingan Chen was the one who saw through this, so he didn't kill anyone. He just pointed the acupoints on Zhang Su's body. Of course Pingan Chen did not simply just point out his acupoints, but rather, he directly punctured the acupoints on his body. It's the equivalent of cutting a few of the most important circuits in a robot right out of the box. Unless a repairman can reconnect these circuits, the robot is a goner. Zhang Su is in this situation now. Several important meridians and acupoints on his body had already been destroyed by Pingan Chen. Zhang Su has now lost the ability to speak and move. He was still conscious, but his body was paralyzed. His current symptoms, if he were to be examined by a doctor, would be a cerebral hemorrhage stroke neuroparalysis. This condition is the most difficult to do tests for because if you look at it from a Western medical perspective, the root of his illness is in his brain. Only a very skillful Chinese medicine practitioner could see that the root of his illness was in the meridians. But even if a Chinese doctor could see his state, it would be difficult to cure him. Chen Pingan exhaled a breath of air. His heart was refreshed. A big part of my revenge from my last life has finally been avenged. Now there's only one Zhang Lei left. Pingan Chen hid in the shadows, quietly waiting for Zhang Lei to arrive. Accidents don't happen. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Lei rode his own bicycle slowly to the entrance of the bar. Zhang Lei is locking his bike in front of the bar. Coldly, a man came over and nodded at Zhang Lei's body. Zhang Lei's body instantly stiffened. Zhang Lei then felt his body being nudged several times in a row again. Zhang Lei couldn't feel the existence of his body all of a sudden, and he fell straight to the ground. You don't sit in jail if you're told to, and you have to come out and seek death on your own, so I'll fulfill you. Zhang Lei's ears heard a soft whisper. The voice was familiar, and Zhang Lei simply couldn't forget this voice. This was because Zhang Lei clearly remembered that it was Pingan Chen's voice. Zhang Lei wanted to say something, but he couldn't move his mouth at all. The only thing that could move was Zhang Lei's eyes. Zhang Lei just collapsed to the ground as he stared blankly at the night sky, and then couldn't do anything. Pingan Chen turned around and left. He estimated that he would never see Zhang Lei and the group of people from the Zhang family again in his life. Zhang Lei, Zhang Su, and their father all suffered strokes and were paralyzed. 4 people in the family were paralyzed, and the Zhang family was finished. Mom and Dad, I'm back, Pingan Chen said as he returned home in a great mood. You're back so early. Don't play outside for a while, Mother asked with concern. It's not much fun, so I'll just come back early and I can read for a while longer, Pingan Chen said. This is good. It's not safe to be outside at night. Father Chen Guoqing nodded his head repeatedly and said, by the way, I have a few questions I want to ask you about the internet cafe, Chen Guoqing 6 said in a hurry. Dad, you ask. Pingon Chen smiled and walked over, taking a seat next to his father. Father and son started chatting about things regarding internet cafes. The mother couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth when she saw this scene. Day 2 was a weekend, but Pingon Chen still chose to get up early. I woke up early and ran around downstairs to get moving before heading home for breakfast. Mom and Dad were also long up by the time we got home. Dad Chen was a little excited because today was a very important day for him. Today, Chen Pingon is at home, and he wants to take advantage of the fact that he has some free time today to hurry to the computer market and buy the computers that he needs for the internet cafe. Brat, hurry up and eat. After you're full we'll hurry to buy a computer, Chen Guoqing said in a hurry. Dad, what's the hurry? It's still early. The computer city hasn't even opened yet. What are we doing over there so early? Pingon Chen said carelessly. Son is right. What are you in such a hurry for? It's not like the computer is there to run away, the mother also said without a word of humor. Hearing his wife and children say this, Chen Guoqing calmed down. Chen Pingon slowly and leisurely ate his stomach, and the time followed closely, coming to 8 o'clock in the morning. New merchandise has been refreshed once again. Mom and Dad couldn't see the system interface anyway, so Pingon Chen directly opened the system interface to check out the new items. At a glance Chen Pingon's eyes lit up. Brush up on the good stuff. Chapter 33, Mastery of Medicine. 1 Advanced Drawing Skill Book. 1 Master Level Calligraphy Skill Book. 1 Medical Mastery Skill Book. 1 Master Level Go Skill Book. The 4 items that were refreshed today were actually all skill books. 4 skill books in total. After learning any of these 4 skill books, you will immediately master a very powerful skill. It's just that from a practical point of view, the skill book is most useful only if you're medically proficient. Chen Pingon only hesitated for that second, then still decisively purchased the medical proficiency skill book. After all, out of these 4 skill books, only medical proficiency is the most valuable. It is also the most practical. Other skills were useful, but they were worth nothing when compared to medical skills. The $1 spike was finished, and a medical proficiency skill book had been stored in the system interface. Mom and Dad, it's still early. I'll go to my room and read for a while. Pingon Chen hurriedly spoke. The main thing was that the skill books had been bought, and he was itching to learn them if he didn't learn them now. Go go go, Chen Guoqing said without a trace of anger. Pingon Chen returned to his room with a hefty smile. The door to the room was also unlocked by him, and then he tapped on the system interface and directly chose to use the medical proficiency skill book. The medical proficiency skill book turned into a golden light and entered his body. Countless medical techniques were then all injected into Pingon Chen's mind. It was only now that Pingon Chen realized that the so-called medical proficiency referred to being proficient in all the medical arts of the current realm. What Chinese medicine and Western medicine, Miao medicine, Mongolian medicine, Indian medicine, mainly the factors that exist in the current world, all will be mastered by Chen Pingon, and is a proficient level. This would be very impressive indeed. If Pingon Chen mastered all of these medical skills, he would be the first person in the world of medicine today. The knowledge inputted this time was just too much, and even with the greatness of the system, it took quite a while. A full quarter of an hour had passed before Pingon Chen finally finished absorbing the knowledge. Chen Pingon felt his head swell with some swelling pain. After all, after absorbing so much knowledge in such a short period of time all at once, it was no wonder that his head felt bloated. If it wasn't for the power of the system protecting his brain, and inputting so much medical knowledge into his brain in such a short period of time, it was possible that his brain would have been paralyzed straight away. But the good thing was that he was already pulling through and finished absorbing the knowledge. Chen Pingon exhaled a long breath and a smile appeared on his face. It's cool. It's really cool. He's now the top doctor in the world, because he has mastered the best medical skills on the planet. There is just one thing that is very unfortunate. The world of medicine today is already considered very advanced, but there are still a lot of terminal diseases that he can't cure. That means that what the best doctors can't cure, he also can't cure. But Pingon Chen had an advantage because he was a general practitioner. For example, an ophthalmologist can only look at the eyes, and a surgeon can only look at surgery. They, the doctors, are specialists and can only see a certain part of the disease. This is actually quite detrimental when it comes to treating certain conditions, because when a person is sick it's not just one disease, or even several. Often, when this is the case, only multiple doctors can combine treatments, but in practice this combined treatment is always flawed. But if it was changed to Pingon Chen for treatment, it would be completely different. Pingon Chen was a single person yet mastered all the medical skills, and if he was the one to treat him, he would be able to give the most perfect treatment plan. Chen Pingon was now considering whether he wanted to take a medical college. With his medical skills it would definitely be very advantageous if he went to medical school now. You can also be a very prestigious doctor in the future. But after thinking about the path the doctor was going to take, Pingon Chen decisively still gave up this idea. After all, being a doctor is just too strenuous. He came to this world to enjoy life, not to be a cowboy for others. And there's actually a limit to the number of patients you can treat being a doctor. But it would have been a bit more if he had been a super rich guy who could save instead. For example, when Chen Bingbing has money, he can open an affordable hospital. Let this hospital charge a little cheaper so that it can benefit the people. Or start a pharmaceutical company that produces medicines that are effective and inexpensive. More people can be saved by using this means than by simply being a doctor. And all of this presupposes that he has to have money. Chen Pingon exhaled a breath and raised his big money-making plan up another notch. Have you gotten better yet? Pingon Chen, we should go. There was a shout from his father in the living room. Coming right away. Pingon Chen hurriedly called out. I guess my father can't wait to get his computer. Anyway, Pingon Chen had already taken care of things, and the skill books had already been learned, so it didn't matter if he went to buy a computer now. Walked out of his room and sought his parents in the living room. Pingon Chen observed his parents' aura and had a clear picture in his heart. There's nothing majorly wrong with the parents, but there are a few little things. You need to find a chance to treat your parents' health yourself. There is no need for a special opportunity, but I will give my parents a massage tonight, and then I will be able to cure the disease in them. It was important to know that Pingon Chen was not only the topmost doctor, he also mastered the everlasting true qi at the same time. Utilizing the combination of medical skills and true qi, he could better treat his parents' bodies. Computer City was a bit far away, and Pingon Chen's family didn't have a small car. As for calling a cab, his parents couldn't afford to do so, so the family went to the Computer City by bus. Taking the bus is really quite a waste of time, and the only advantage is that it saves money. The bus ride now costs only 50 cents a person and $1.50 for a family of 3. By the time they got to the Computer City, it was 9:30 in the morning. The Computer City has been open for business for a long time. I have an acquaintance here. Let's go over to him first and inquire about the price of the computer. If the price is right at his house, buy it at his house. Pingon Chen opened his mouth. How come you still have acquaintances here? Father Chen Guoqing asked with some disbelief. Dad, I'm an adult too. It's normal to have acquaintances, Pingon Chen said with a smile. Chen Guoqing shook his head, but he didn't pursue the matter further. Although there was an acquaintance, Pingon Chen did not immediately walk over. Instead, they went around the stalls and casually asked for prices. The price of computers in 98 Pingon Chen is not very clear, so it is still necessary to inquire about the market price. When asked, it did not disappoint Pingon Chen, and the price of a 98-year-old computer was ridiculously high. I can't believe it's over $10,000 to buy a computer casually, and the configuration of the computer looks trashy to Pingon Chen. It's outrageous to the core, but there was nothing Pingon Chen could do at all because it was now 1998. Chapter 34, Opening an Internet Cafe. Big Brother Lin, I can finally find you. Pingon Chen saw Lin Wanjun and greeted him with a smile. It's little brother, you're here. When Lin Wanjun saw that Pingon Chen had arrived, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Lin, we had agreed before that if I came to you to buy a computer, you definitely had to give me a discounted price. Pingon Chen said with a smile. No problem, we are all on our own. We will definitely give you a favorable price. Lin Wanjun said with a sudden smile. Right, let me introduce you. This is my father, Chen Guoqing. Chen Pingon introduced his father beside him again. Chen, on the other hand, was a bit restrained. Lin Wanjun, on the other hand, greeted Chen Guoqing warmly. Chen Guoqing was a bit surprised. He didn't expect his son to have acquaintances he knew here as well. It's a good thing to have acquaintances, you know. At least you won't get ripped off. What kind of computer are you planning to buy? Lin Wanjun inquired. How about Lenovo's desktops? Their after-sales service is pretty good. Lin Wanjun made a recommendation. Branded machine, even if. Get me assembled machine. All kinds of accessories you can get, right? Chen Pingon said directly. Assembly machine, it's no problem. Say it. What configuration do you want? Lin Wanjun asked with a smile. Chen Pingon had already asked for the price in the rest of the stores before, and had already considered the configuration. Now it depends on whether Lin Wanjun's price here can satisfy Pingon Chen. This configuration you're talking about isn't bad. When Lin Wanjun heard the configuration that Pingon Chen said, he immediately had a good idea. This Pingon Chen should be a computer-savvy person. Lin Wanjun thought silently in his heart. I guess you can't ask for too much in terms of price. Although the two were sort of acquainted, they weren't exactly acquaintances who could give certain discounts, but certainly not too many. Computers are a profitable business in this day and age. The price of computers, too, is a bit more esoteric, and it's hard for an outsider to say exactly what the price is. If you want this configuration, I'll quote you a price. Lin Evening was bringing a pen and paper and wrote up the price of each accessory. Brother Lin, the price you're giving is too high. Brother Lin, I'm not buying a computer. Our family runs an internet cafe. This is the first batch of computers. If our first collaboration goes perfectly, then we can continue to work together in the future. But the first time we work together you give me this kind of price, then there is no way to do this business. Pingan Shan said with a helpless face. The price Lin Wanjun gave wasn't inflated, but it wasn't too sincere either. Sure enough, you shouldn't expect a businessman to give you a satisfactory price. Hearing Pingan Shan say that he was planning to open an internet cafe, Lin Wanjun immediately became interested. Since you're buying in bulk, I'll give you the wholesale price. The price I can give you here must be the lowest in the market. Lin Wanjun also said with extreme seriousness. Of course, Pingan Shan did not take his words completely seriously. Some words were good to hear, but not to be taken seriously. Tell me the price first. If the price is right, I'll buy all my computers from you in the future. Pingan Shan said with a smile. Take a look, I'll give you this price. Lin Wanjun used a pen to write a price out on a piece of paper. This price is still too expensive. Let's change the price. Do you think you can accept this price? Chen Pingan likewise took a pen and paper and wrote a price out. Your price is too low. Add a little more. I won't be able to make much money yet with your price being so low. Lin Wanjun then spoke in a hurry. Both sides then began to haggle. Of course, Chen Pingan knew clearly that he had given the wrong price. In fact, the other party still had something to earn. But that's the way it is in this day and age. Computers are a profitable business, and if you don't let him make that much money, people won't do the business. So after haggling, both sides got a more satisfactory price. Lin Wanjun could make a big profit, and Pingan Shan could save a fortune. According to the configuration given out by Pingan Shan, Lin Wanjun quoted him $8,500 for an assembled computer. Mainframe, monitor, speakers, mouse, keyboard all wrapped up. The same configuration would cost about $15,000 for a branded machine. Even if it's an assembled machine, it's probably going to cost up to $12,000 in other stores. So the price of $8,500 is still a very good deal for Pingan Shan. Next to him, Chen Guoqing was also very satisfied when he heard this price. He couldn't help but show a smile on his face. The price of the computers he had inquired about before, and they were all at least $10,000 upwards. Now that Pingan Shan had found an acquaintance, he could buy a computer for $8,500, which was still good news for him. Since it's $8,500 apiece, that's exactly 20 computers. It would cost $170,000 for such a purchase. There is still a little more money left over for other accessories. Computer desks, computer chairs, these can cost money all over again. There are also some tables and chairs that need to be purchased for use as facilities in an internet cafe, and a cashier's desk is definitely needed. Lin Wanjun is also happy to be able to do this business and hastened to ensure that all 20 computers will be assembled within today. It's just a shame that he only sells computer supplies here. And as far as computer desks and chairs go, they just don't sell them here. Pingan Shan only paid a deposit of $30,000, and the rest of the cost would not be paid until the computers were shipped to his store. Lin Wanjun didn't have any opinion on this point and agreed directly and painfully. The next thing you need to do is go shopping for a computer desk and chair. Computer desks and chairs are relatively easy to buy. After all, they are not that expensive. The real bulk of it is still in the computer mainframe. Father and son went back to the store next door to purchase a good computer desk and chair. The owner of this store also offers home delivery. After all, it would be impractical for a father and son to carry that much stuff on their own. I almost forgot. Dad, we need a computer ourselves. We still need a computer over at the register. Anyway, with this computer purchase price, the price is still more favorable, so we'll buy one more. Chen Pingan thought of this and returned to the store to add an extra computer. Lin Guangxin of course had no problem with it. After all, one more computer and he made another fortune. The tables, chairs and benches were all transported back to the store first. When they arrived at the store, father and son got busy, first setting up the tables and chairs. It wasn't long before my mother came along with a family of 3 and started to get busy in the store. Lin Guangxin did things very quickly, and all 21 computers were shipped in the afternoon. Lin Guangxin's service is also done very well. After the computers were shipped and then followed the staff of his own store to assemble all of these computers. All 21 computers are installed inside the store. Little brother, can we settle the payment now? Lin Guangxin asked with a smile. Just a moment. In a minute. After Pingan Shen finished saying this, he opened all of the computers on each one and checked them all. Lin Guangxin wasn't in a hurry, so he waited by the side. A good while later Chen Pingan had checked them all and had a satisfied smile on his face. Lin Guangxin, although the price card is relatively dead, but things are still very down to earth and serious. These hosts do not have the slightest problem. Pingan Shen was still very satisfied with this, so he also painfully gave the balance. Chapter 35 Internet Cafe Management System. Our internet cafe is finally open, Chen Guoqing said joyfully as he looked at his internet cafe. It's no wonder Chen Guoqing is so excited, because in order to open this internet cafe, he has taken out all of his family's belongings. Over $200. 000 was a lot of money after 20 years, not to mention putting it in 1998. This amount of money would be enough to buy a small quadrangle in this day and age, even if one ran to the capital to buy a quadrangle. In this day and age, there are literally so many ways to make money. Pingon Chen could casually figure out a way to make money. Son, what should we do next? Chen Guoqing asked with some anticipation. Dad, I'm going to install a game first so you can play it here. After all, this internet cafe is for you to open in the future. You can't have an internet cafe with computers that don't work. As for myself, I'm going to write a program. I may need to work late here tonight. Pingon Chen said with a smile. What the hell is this for? Chen Guoqing asked with a puzzled expression. Son, you have to teach me well. Chen Guoqing said again in a hurry. Dad, actually computer stuff is pretty easy to learn. Once I teach you, and none of our computers can be connected to the internet these days. We all play single-player games. That's why our computers are relatively simple in function. Just use them as game consoles. Pingon Chen said as he began to teach his own father how to use the computer. Broadband hasn't been installed yet, so just use it as a standalone for now. And even if it's connected, there's very little internet stuff, and odds are it's still playing single-player. This era of the internet, there isn't a whole lot of stuff for that yet. It's not like 20 years from now when everything is on the internet. But for Pingon Chen, this was good news, which meant that this market was a blank slate. Pingon Chen could completely build his business empire in this market. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Chen Pingon had money of his own. The current Pingon Chen couldn't do this because he didn't have any money. Although Pingon Chen had already made some income in the stock market, it was not enough. This computer thing isn't that hard, Chen Guoqing said with a smile. Before that he knew nothing about computers, to the point of being somewhat intimidated by them, because he had never used a computer before, and when he saw one he always felt that it was too high-end for him to use himself. But after being taught by Pingon Chen, Chen Guoqing realized that this computer was not difficult at all. It's really the difference between learning to drive and building a car. It's certainly hard if you're building a car yourself, but not if you're just learning to use drive. Chen is now simply learning to use a computer. This kind of learning is easy and not a hassle. Dad, you can play by yourself. I'm going to go get something. After delivering it, Pingon Chen came to the cashier's desk and started to get busy on the computer at the cashier's desk. Pingon Chen is going to build an internet cafe cashier system for his family's internet cafe. It should be called Internet Cafe Management System to be precise. In '98 there was no Internet Cafe Management System. Basically, Internet Cafe charges are calculated manually. That is, record the time when you get on the plane, and then count the time when you get off the plane and charge the price. The earliest internet cafes were used this way, because at that time there was no internet cafe management system in internet cafes. In later years the internet cafe management system was born in the internet cafe. You don't need to go through all that trouble when you get on the computer. Just open the computer at the internet cafe with your account password and log in directly. The time of consumption is recorded in the computer of the internet cafe, and even the expenses can be deducted directly from the computer. What Pingon Chen is now trying to do is this kind of internet cafe management system. Fortunately, Pingon Chen had already acquired an advanced hacking skill before. Otherwise, he couldn't have built this kind of internet cafe system himself. But for the current Pingon Chen, this was a small matter that was a piece of cake. Although this kind of work was simple for Pingon Chen, it took time to accomplish. So once upon a time Pingon was expected to work overtime this evening. Chen Guoqing didn't care what Pingon Chen was going to do. He was also having fun on the computer. There aren't many MMOs in the current era, but there are quite a few single-player games. For example, the most classic Red Alert, StarCraft, Age of Empires all already have. What Pingon Chen let his old man play was Age of Empires. He also specifically adjusted the difficulty. Is the easiest difficulty mode? Can let pops, a newbie pain in the ass, in the game world to play up. Boss, can you get on the plane here? Suddenly a questioning voice rang out from the doorway. Chen stood up somewhat at a loss for words. Sure, we're having a trial run today. You can count on a lower price, $2 an hour. Play or not? Pingon Chen said as he walked over with a smile. $2 an hour. Really? The young standing in the doorway asked with an incredulous look on his face. Of course it's true. Is it any less true? But as you can see, our computers were only installed today and are still being debugged. So I'll take care of any problems for you right away. If there's anything bad about it, I'll also trouble you to take care of it. Chen Pingon said politely. No problem, no problem. I understand everything. The young man said with a smile. After all, the lure of $2 an hour was really too much. and any glitches he could overcome. You know those current black internet cafes are $5 an hour. $2 an hour here in Ping and Chen directly killed the price like crazy. Will it be $2 more an hour from now on? The young man asked again. Of course not. We're just having a trial run today. It's for you guys to get on the machine and test it out. Pingan Chen said with a smile. Young is a little regretful, but it also feels deserved. Quickly, the young man chooses a computer to get on. Dad, you make a record for this big brother. Pingan Chen said in a hurry. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Guoqing also hurriedly agreed. Doing this kind of thing for the first time made Chen a bit frazzled, but the good thing is that they are minor issues that can be taken care of quickly. After the first customer settled down, Chen Guoqing's heart dropped. I don't know if the effect of such a release was such that it was followed closely by a steady stream of customer inquiries. Chen Pingan also always used the price of $2 an hour to deal with these customers. I heard that it only cost $2 an hour to get on the machine today. It drew a big crowd of customers. You can't surf the web, but you can play single-player games just fine. These are already installed in the computer, and the single-player games can be played directly on the single-player games. Soon, the entire internet cafe was full. Chen was also passive and could no longer use the computer, but Chen wasn't frustrated at all. Instead, he had a happy smile on his face. He was a little worried about the business of the internet cafe before, but now he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 36, Business is booming. This money is too easy to earn. Chen Guoqing said to Chen Pingan with a smile. With all 20 computers up and running at $2 an hour, that's $40 an hour for 20 computers. If a day is based on 24 hours, that's $960 a day. Chen did the math and sucked in a breath of cold air himself. One day's income is as much as his month's salary, and now it's still calculated at $2 an hour. The market rate is $5 an hour, so that's an even more frightening income. Thinking of the possible income that would come from the internet cafe, Chen smiled from ear to ear. Dad, you should stop smiling like that. It's quite scary, Pingan Chen said helplessly. Chen hemmed and hawed, then closed his mouth. I can't be blamed for this. It's mainly because it's too scary. How can it be so easy to make money? Chen said in a low voice, the corners of his mouth grinning again. Dad, where is this going? It's still just an internet cafe. Once we have recovered the cost of this cyber cafe, we can move on to open a second cyber cafe, a third cyber cafe. Even more so, we can work with computer dealers. Let him give us the mainframe first and use us to make installment purchases. The first time we buy a computer we can use cash, and later we can make the purchase in installments. If we could make purchases in installments, we'd be able to open branches much faster. If we could open 17 or 18 branches, just think how much money we could make in a day, and how much money we could make in a month. How much money can we make in a year? Chen Pingan brought one sentence after another, making Chen Guoqing dumbfounded. I can't count anymore. If that day really comes, it's probably going to be a fortune. Chen Guoqing shook his head with a bitter smile, but there was a real sense of anticipation in his heart. Dad, you can watch while I get back to work. You have to be careful. Don't let them steal our computer mainframe. Pingan Chen whispered again. This concern of Pingan Chen was not false. You know this computer is over 10,000 a piece at market price. Now that it's 98 again, and things aren't going so well for everyone, there's a chance that someone will get desperate and just steal the mainframe. When Chen Guoqing heard this, his face became serious. A computer costs a lot of money, and they would lose a lot of money if one was stolen. After hearing his son's reminder, Chen Guoqing also woke up, and now with a pair of eyes wide open, he directly patrolled the scene. Pingan Chen smiled faintly, and then started to continue working on his own. He had a lot of work to do today, and if he didn't get it done today it would affect things tomorrow. The good thing was that according to Pingan Chen's own estimation, it would take at most 2 more hours for it to finish programming the software. It was quite a bit faster in terms of time than Pingan Chen's own previous estimate. Before editing the software, Chen Pingan thought that he would have to work overtime tonight, but now it seemed that there was no need to work overtime tonight. While the father and son were still busy in the internet cafe, his mother, Yu Xiaoying, followed. Is this opening today? Why are there so many people in the store? Yu Xiaoying looked at the internet cafe full of all the people. The aisle is still standing full of people after a face of surprise asked. When Yu Xiaoying came, there were more people in the internet cafe. Although there are only 20 computers in the internet cafe, and theoretically only 20 people can play on the computers, but the reality is that 2 or 3 people stand behind each computer. On the one hand they are waiting in line, and on the other hand they are watching other people play computer games. You don't see this scene 20 years later, but it was very common in 98. On the one hand, there are too few computers in the internet cafes for everyone to have a turn on the computer. The other side of the coin is because playing with computers is so expensive. A lot of young people simply can't afford to spend this playing with computers, so they can only watch others play through it. Watching the game as if it were a movie works pretty well anyway, especially in this day and age. Computers are a novelty, and single-player games on computers are very appealing. Many young people have never played a single game on a computer at all. Suddenly in the internet cafe, they found out that you can still play single-player games in the computer, and they were instantly attracted to it. Mom, we're having a trial run today, but you can see that our store is still doing really well. Now you and Dad don't have to worry, do you? Pingan Shen said with a smile. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Yu Xiaoying also hurriedly smiled and shook her head. It would be impossible to say that you weren't worried at the time before. After all, their family's family all out. In case the internet cafe cannot operate then, the old couple of decades of savings can be blistered. Now that they saw that the business in the internet cafe was so good, no matter whether it was Yu Xiaoying or Chen Guoqing, all of them were relieved. What are you boys doing? Yu Xiaoying asked again. He couldn't understand Chen Pingan's operation, but he always felt that Chen Pingan looked so handsome and inscrutable when he was operating on the computer. This is your own son, so powerful, Yu Xiaoying thought secretly in her heart. I'm working on a program that will be ready soon, Pingan Chen explained. Yu Xiaoying couldn't understand what her son was saying, but anyway, she knew that her son was just doing his job. What do you guys want to eat tonight? Let me go buy you guys something to eat, Yu Xiaoying continued. It's too late to cook now, and it's kind of a waste of time to go back and forth, so why not just buy a little something to eat? There are quite a few restaurants and fast food joints around, and there is no shortage of food. Mom, just watch and buy, Pingan Shen said casually. Chen didn't care too much about such things. Yu Xiaoying nodded and quickly left. It was only 10 minutes before Yu Xiaoying returned, carrying 2 fast food boxes in her hand. Don't do anything, eat first. Yu Xiaoying opened the fast food box while speaking. After Pingan Chen made the preservation, this came over for dinner. Chen Pingan and his father had 1 fast food each, and both of them hit the dishes that each of them liked to eat. Worthy of being an old mother, she really knew that Pingan Chen liked to eat meat. Mom, how much does this fast food cost? Pingan Chen asked curiously while eating. Not bad, $3 a serving, Yu Xiaoying said casually. Chen Pingan, obviously, paused for a moment. He didn't expect the prices to be that cheap. $3 of fast food now, and it's still 3 meat and 2 veggies. You can't even think about it after putting it away for 20 years. By 20 years from now, a fast food meal like that will be at least $20. But in '98, a fast food meal with 3 meat and 2 veggies only cost $3. Prices are real cheap in this day and age, but incomes are also real low. Many people make a few $100s a month. The higher incomes are just over 1,000 to 2,000. It is because incomes are so low that prices are correspondingly lower. But even in this day and age, there is no shortage of rich people. Chapter 37 Internet Cafe Management System Online. The Internet Cafe Management System, finally, is ready. 2 hours later, Chen Pingan exhaled a breath and a smile appeared on his face. This Internet Cafe Management System made by Pingan Chen does not have so many complicated functions, but it also has all the functions that it should have, and it is also made by Pingan Chen himself in combination with the later Internet Cafe Management System. With this Internet Cafe Management System, there will be no need for manual labor to keep an eye on these computers. Pingan Chen quickly called his father over and told his father how to use this Internet Cafe Management System. That's awesome, son. You made this thing, Chen Guoqing said in awe after knowing the functions of the Internet Cafe Management System. He looked at his son with an unbelievable face, absolutely unable to imagine that his son had such an ability. When did you learn this stuff? Do they still teach this in your school? Chen asked incredulously. Chen Guoqing wasn't very clear about what was taught inside the school. It was just that he felt that such profound knowledge should not be taught inside the school. After all, it's not like the college entrance exam will test computer skills. Anything not related to the GCSEs shouldn't be taken too seriously in schools. We don't teach this stuff in school. I learned this on my own by going to the library. Dad, it's actually not as hard as you think. A lot of the techniques outside door welding look difficult, but in reality you just have to learn them. You'll realize that what's inside is actually quite simple. Pingan Chen smiled and opened his mouth to explain. That also shows that my son is smart. Otherwise how could you learn it on your own? Chen Guoqing said in praise. In Chen Guoqing's eyes, all of them were proud gazes. Any sane father is so proud when his son is productive. Is this program available now? Chen asked curiously. Not yet. I'll install it in the background first, Pingan Chen said. The computers in the Internet Cafe are not connected to the Internet, but they are actually connected to the LAN. So while the games in Internet cafes are single-player games, it is actually possible to set up a LAN network to play the games. Chen Pingan then operated in the background, installing the Internet Cafe Management System onto every computer. The process of installing the program has made these computers lag a bit. Luckily, the games nowadays are all single-player games that don't require a very high level of computer performance, so they didn't notice any abnormalities in their computers. After 10 minutes all the programs have been installed. Next, Ping Donchen began to manually enter the uptime for each computer. Previously, the time spent on the computer was recorded in a book, but now with the Internet Cafe management system it is possible to record the time spent on the computer directly on the computer. It didn't take long for all 20 computers to be recorded by Li Qingshan. Dad, let me teach you a little more. You see, here is the computer uptime, here is the price, and here is the time left. Ping Donchen patiently taught his father how to use the Internet Cafe management system. Chen also knew the importance of this matter, so he studied very carefully. Dad, it's almost time today. Let's drive here for today. Ping Donchen glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m., which he said to his father. Even though it was already 11 p.m., the store was still doing great business. All 20 computers were actually occupied. Why don't we keep it open tonight? You see that business is so good, Chen Guoqing said in a hurry. He really can't afford to close the store. After all, you can't charge much for a night's drive. Dad, we've got a long day of making money ahead of us. We really don't need to count this one day or two. Even if we want to stay open at night, then we have to get ready first. We don't have anything in the store today. What if they get hungry and thirsty in the middle of the night? And it definitely won't work if you're the only one inside the cyber cafe. There needs to be other cyber administrators here as well. Listen to me, we'll open here tonight, and tomorrow we'll be ready for the night when we're ready. And I've set up the online business, so we're counting it as a package night when the time comes, starting at 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. on the second day. This is considered a charter night. The nightly package is 8 hours, but we're only on a flat rate of $20. That means they can play here for 8 hours a night for only $20. Ping Donchen opened his mouth. One computer is $20 a night. 20 computers. Wouldn't that cost $400? This is really good money, Chen Guoqing said with emotion. As much as he would have loved to make that money tonight, his son was right. It really wasn't a good idea to keep the store open tonight when there was nothing in it. So the two men in charge had to notify these internet customers one by one to tell them that the store was about to close. Today is just a trial run, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow if you want to continue playing on the computer. After all the customers had left, father and son shut down the computer and locked the door behind them. Geez, no, I can't just leave like this. From Guoqing suddenly spoke up. We have 21 computers in the internet cafe, more than $200,000. If the store is left unguarded tonight, it will be missed by thieves. This won't work. I'll have to sleep in an internet cafe tonight, Chen Guoqing said worriedly. It had to be said that Chen Guoqing was still very justified in worrying like this. In this day and age, there is also more petty theft, and since these computers are relatively valuable, it's not unusual for a real thief to come and steal them. Alright then, Dad, then you can watch from here. Ping Donchen nodded and said. Ping Donchen had never worried about his father's safety. After all, they just had 20 computers here. It wasn't like they were running a gold store. As long as the store is guarded, I guess those thieves won't dare to come over. Ping Donchen made another trip home on his bicycle and brought quilts and beds from home for his father. Chen Guoqing directly in the store hit the ground directly sleep in the door position. In this way, he could be the first to listen whenever there was a movement. And the door of the internet cafe has been locked behind us. Security is still relatively guaranteed. It's funny how you father and son are really letting your dad sleep in an internet cafe. 2. Back at home, his mother, Yu Xiaoying, said with an odd look on her face, Mom, the computer in the internet cafe is worth $200,000. Ping Donchen said with a smile, You're really not afraid that our internet cafe will be missed by thieves? Listening to you say that there really needs to be someone to watch over it. Yu Xiaoying also changed her face and said in a hurry. She had really overlooked that before. Now that he was reminded by Li Qingshan, he also remembered. The computer in the internet cafe was worth more than $200,000. What about after that? It's only good if someone guards it every day. Yu Xiaoying asked worriedly. It's just a little unsafe tonight. After tonight it'll be fine. Tomorrow during the daytime we'll go to a surveillance installation and have them put it all up. We put surveillance everywhere we can outside the store. With surveillance these thieves will not dare to come over. And in the future, our internet cafes are going to be open at night. And at night the cafes are full of people. So we don't need to worry about security issues. It's that the fire prevention measures must be done properly. Absolutely no safety hazards. Ping Donchen said again. He would have preferred not to make this money. And safety hazards must be taken seriously. Later, there was an arson case in an internet cafe, which Chen Pingyang remembered very clearly, and he didn't want a similar incident to happen to his family's internet cafe. Chapter 38 The Best Peach. The words were so, but Qin Pingan was really a bit worried about his father's safety. So early in the morning of the second day Qin Pingan rode his bike to the internet cafe. When Pingan Chen came to the internet cafe, he found that the door of the internet cafe was already open, and his father was already open for business early. But what Pingan Chen didn't expect was that there were actually people already coming to the internet cafe to surf the net that early in the morning. Let's just say these people are really hardworking. Let's get an opening event as well. Pingan Chen came to his father's side and whispered, "What kind of activities are you planning to get?" Chen Guoqing opened his mouth and asked, "The market rate in internet cafes is now $5 an hour. Let's not break this market price, but we can also run a wave of discounts. We're open for 7 days and we play 1 hour and get 1 hour free. That's like a 50% discount in disguise. Although this will make us less money, but it can also earn a little more popularity when it opens." Pingan Chen said, "I don't know about this kind of thing. You can say what you want. If you say it's okay, we'll do it like this," Chen Guoqing said softly. He also knew his shortcomings, and he really wasn't good at this kind of thing. Moreover, after coming into contact with his son, he also realized that Qin Pingan was very experienced in this area. Anyway, this was a suggestion made by his own son. So let's do what Pingan Chen said. In addition to the concessions, we have to make sure that the security measures in the cybercafe have to be done properly. Surveillance needs to be installed both inside and outside the cybercafe, and there needs to be fire extinguishers available in the cybercafe. By the way, we can also sell snacks in the internet cafes, and drinking water, all of that. That's a lot of revenue. Qin Pingan said quite a few comments, and Chen Guoqing nodded his head and agreed to all of them. Internet cafes are really profitable these days, at $5 an hour, but such violence won't be supported for too long, and by next year more and more internet cafes will be opened, and then the prices will come down. But now in this situation, Pingan Chen had no intention of lowering the price, because that's the way the market is. Everyone is paying $5 an hour and you have to make it $3 an hour. Isn't that against everyone else? If Pingan Chen really did this, other internet cafes would definitely find trouble with their family. That was why Pingan Chen never had the intention of lowering the price. Anyway, whatever the market price is, that's what their price is. Pingan Chen bought a cage of buns and a bowl of soybean milk at a nearby breakfast store for his morning meal. It was 8 a.m. by the time we had eaten and drank. The items in the system mall were refreshed once again. Pingan Chen opened the system mall and took a look at it, and was instantly somewhat disappointed. The items in the system mall didn't swipe out the good stuff every time. Whether or not you get a good swipe depends on how lucky you are that day. Obviously, Pingan Chen's luck was not so good today. 1 fine iron pot, 1 fine t-shirt, 1 solid gold ear scooper, 100 pounds of the finest peach. Chen Pingan thought that boutique iron pot and boutique t-shirt would have some special effect. However, Chen Pingyang took a look at the system introduction and realized that these two items did not have any special effect additions. It's just that because they're from the system, they're all going to be of a higher quality, a little better quality than the average item. But even if their quality was good, this was of no use to Pingan Chen, so these two items had to be dropped. That solid gold ear scooper is nice, or at least it could be sold for quite a bit of money. This pristine ear scoop weighs 10 grams and would sell for a lot of money in a gold store. It was only that this was something that Pingan Chen couldn't see much of right now. The last item is 100 pounds of the finest peach. Pingan Chen still remembered the last 100 pounds of extreme apples he bought. This superb fruit in flavor that are very tasty, and it's also nourishing for the body. If Qin Pingan was very short of money, buying a pure gold ear scoop is the most cost-effective. But Pingan Chen is not that short of money right now, so 100 pounds of superb peach is going to be a bit more appropriate. Spend $1 and buy 100 pounds of excellent peaches. All of these 100 pounds of superb peach exist in the system interface, and will be taken out and used when needed. This is a hidden function of the system interface, and purchased system goods can be temporarily stored in it. But stored system goods can only be taken out and used. They can't be stored back in. So only take it out when you need to use it and don't take it out normally. When Pingan Chen took advantage of the fact that the people around him were not paying attention, he had a peach in his hand. This peach is extra large. It's as big as a fist, and it looks especially good too. Like a fairy peach in the hand of the birthday boy. The mere appearance of this peach can already conquer a lot of people. There is a bathroom in the internet cafe, and there is also a hand washing sink. Qin Pingyang took watermelon to wash up in the hand washing sink. After washing the peach, Chen Pingan took a bite on the peach. Yummy, these peaches can be really delicious, Pingan Chen said secretly in his heart. After determining that the peach was very tasty, Chen Pingan washed another peach and sent it to his father. Where did you get the peaches? Are there peaches for sale now? Chen Guoqing asked with a surprised face as he looked at the peach in his hand. Dad, now there are early ripening varieties of peach. This kind is the early ripening one, Pingan Chen calmly explained. Of course, Chen Pinggan's explanation was considered reliable, because peaches do have an early start now. Dad, don't ask so many questions, just try to see if this peach is good. Pinggan Chen opened his mouth and said, okay, I'll give it a try. This early variety is definitely not tasty, but should I say no? This peach looks really good, Chen Guoqing said with a smile. After receiving the peach he took a bite, and only after taking a bite he was surprised, realizing that the peach was really too delicious. Where on earth did you buy this peach? It's too delicious, Chen Guoqing asked in surprise. Dad, don't ask so many questions, just have something to eat anyway, I'll buy more next time. It's all from my friend, his fruit is really quite good. The apples our family ate last time were also bought from his house. They were all especially delicious, Chen Pinggan introduced. This friend of yours is indeed quite impressive. All the fruits in his house are delicious. Chen Guoqing nodded and didn't pursue the question any further. After all, it's just delicious fruit. It's not like it's a big deal. Dad, I'll go look for Lin Wanjun and see if he knows anyone on his side who can come and work as a webmaster. And you ask your relatives at home if any of them need a job, so you can have someone come to our internet cafe to watch the store. Even though we're not a big internet cafe, we can't afford to be short on the manpower we need. Chen Pinggan gave further suggestions, and Chen Guoqing agreed to all of them. Pinggan Chen then went to the computer store and found Guanxin Lin, asking him to help introduce someone who knew about computers to work as a webmaster in their store. This kind of small thing, of course Lin Guanxin had no reason to refuse and agreed with his mouth full. The surveillance thing is pretty well taken care of too. They sell surveillance in computer towns. Pinggan Chen also told Lin Guanxin about this matter, and Lin Guanxin hurriedly took Pinggan Chen to an acquaintance's store. This is a store that specializes in selling surveillance, and all types of surveillance are for sale. Surveillance in this day and age is likewise not cheap, but surveillance is definitely not something you can do without. Without surveillance, Pinggan Chen didn't feel safe, so this money has to be spent as well. Chapter 39, I can cure your disease. Big brother Zhou, venturing to the door has not disturbed you, has it? Pinggan Chen said with a smile, you've come all the way here, and you're still saying such polite things to me. Zhou Wanhao also laughed at once. Chen Pinggan has contacted Zhou Wanhao by phone before coming, sure that Zhou Wanhao is at home, but also asked for a clear home address before choosing to go to the door. You can just come. What gifts are you bringing? Zhou Wanhao said somewhat nonchalantly when he saw what Pinggan Chen was holding in his hand. It's not a gift, it's a local specialty from our old home. Try it. Pinggan Chen lifted the 2 bags in his hand. The 2 bags contained apples in one bag and peaches in the other. All are excellent fruits from the system. This superb fruit can't be bought for money on the market, and it's best to use it as a gift for someone. After seeing clearly that the bag is indeed just 2 kinds of fruit, Zhou Wanhao then revealed a smile. It's fruit. That's more like it, but our family doesn't lack fruit, Zhou Wanhao said casually. He did not act in a restrained manner with Pinggan Chen, and his speech appeared to be casual. You came to see me today, but is there something you want? Zhou Wanhao invited Chen Pinggan into the living room and then opened his mouth to ask. 2 things. The first is for you to try the fruit I brought, and by the way to recognize the door as well. The second thing is that my investment has yielded results I want to show you. Brother Zhou, Pinggan Chen held up 2 fingers and spoke. It's only right to recognize the door, and in the future, our 2 families can also get closer, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. No matter what, Pinggan Chen had saved his son and was his son's savior, so this favor he still recognizes. As for the fruits that Pinggan Chen had brought, he didn't care too much about them. His family is not short of money. What kind of delicious fruits have not eaten? Does he still need to eat the fruits sent by Pinggan Chen? Big brother Zhou, you must not look down on the fruit I sent. It's a good thing that can't be bought with money, Pinggan Chen said confidently. Of course, Pinggan Chen also knew very well that if he did not make these things clear, Zhou Wanhao probably wouldn't take these fruits to heart. Because people like Zhou Wanhao, there is no shortage of fruit at home. The reason why Pinggan Chen attached so much importance to this matter was because these fruits were all produced by the system. He had originally used the fruit produced by the system as a favor. If the other party didn't care about it, wouldn't the favor be in vain? Doing favors must be done right. This was the life experience of Pinggan Chen. For example, many people will sneak around and be nice to someone. Is there any point in not wanting the other person to know you're doing this? Be an unsung hero? That doesn't make any sense at all. That's good for someone else. Then they should be made aware of it. Chen Pinggan couldn't care less about other people. Anyway, he did good things for good people. Definitely need to let this matter let other people know in order to be able to do so. Otherwise wouldn't it become useless? The fruit you brought is really as divine as you say. Then I'll have to try it, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. Then Zhou Wanhao called the nanny of the house over and asked the nanny to clean a few apples, as well as peach. While taking advantage of the nanny's efforts to clean the fruits, Chen Pinggan took a closer look at Zhou Wanhao. Big brother Zhou has something I don't know when to say or not to say. Pingon Chen slowly spoke. Why are you looking at me with such eyes if you have something to say? You can just say it. Zhou Wanhao said curiously. Actually, I wanted to say it to you the first time I met with Big Brother Zhou, but at that time there were too many people and it wasn't convenient to speak, and at the time, I was afraid I had misread it, but today I took a closer look. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. What exactly did you look at? Zhou Wanhao felt stranger and stranger. I've learned Chinese medicine from my grandfather since I was a child, although I'm not a proper doctor, but giving people a look, illnesses can still be done. Big Brother Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a bit out of your depth. There are also some unspeakable feelings on the manly side, Pingon Chen said calmly. Pingon Chen spoke calmly, but Zhou Wanhao was shocked to hear this, because what Pingon Chen said was too right. He does have a hard time with men. Just as Pingon Chen had said, he was a bit out of his depth. Obviously he works out a lot, and obviously he's not that old, but he's just not very good at it. It is for this reason that it is also difficult for his wife to get pregnant and have children. You can tell? Zhou Wanhao asked questioningly. Brother Zhou, I'll take your pulse again. This way it can be more accurate. Pingon Chen said seriously. Okay, try it. Zhou Wanhao also got serious and extended one of his hands. Pingon Chen reached out and took Zhou Wanhao's pulse. 1 minute and 2 minutes later, Pingon Chen withdrew his hand. Big Brother Zhou, you suffered an injury to your metacarpal point when you were young. Your treatment back then was somewhat mishandled, so it left you with a dark disease in the perineum. It is also this reason that caused you to cause your body to have the current condition. Pingon Chen said extremely seriously. Zhou Wanhao's face just changed when he heard this, because what Pingon Chen said was too right. When he was 18 years old it was because of a fight with someone and he was kicked in the lower body area. He was also treated at the time, but he was young at the time and didn't realize that the kick would affect him that much. When he later got married and had a wife, he realized that something was wrong with him, but by that time it was actually a little late to know that something was wrong with the body. Later, he also saw a lot of doctors. The doctor's judgment said that he had kidney deficiency, also took a lot of drugs. All kinds of drugs, Chinese medicine and Western medicine have been taken. The result is that the medicine is not very effective. Zhou Wanhao is dead to this. He feels that his life will be like this. Unexpectedly, Pingon Chen saw his problem at a glance. You know, when you saw those doctors before, none of them could see that he had been injured when he was younger. I was injured when I was young. Can this be seen? Zhou Wanhao asked with some disbelief. Of course you can see that when people get hurt on their bodies they leave marks. Western medicine just has a big disadvantage in that regard. He can't tell what you've had before, unless he looks at your case. The data from the various tests conducted by Western medicine are all judgments based on your current body, but that data is missing in a lot of ways. I studied Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine has a big advantage in this area alone. I can't explain so much to you about the specifics. I don't think you'd understand even if I told you, but I can tell you with certainty that I can cure your body. Pingon Chen said confidently. Zhou Wanhao's face changed when he heard this. Chapter 40. Zhou Wanhao's shock. Little brother, you're not kidding me, are you? Can I really be cured? Unbelievable. So unbelievable. Do you know how many doctors I've seen for my disease? They couldn't see me well at all. Now you're telling me that you can look after my illness. It's not that I don't believe you. It's mainly because I'm too excited. Zhou Wanhao said with an incredulous face. It was really because the result was too shocking and scary for him, so he was filled with thoughts of disbelief. Big brother Zhou, you wait, I'll let you see my medical skills. Pingon Chen didn't explain that much. He just smiled and said this. He then grabbed Zhou Wanhao's arm and clicked a few times on Zhou Wanhao's wrist. This point a few times. Of course, all of a sudden cannot cure Zhou Wanhao's disease, because Zhou Wanhao's this disease years is too long. Want to cure in a short time is not easy, but if it was just a brief temporary fix to get his body back to normal and healthy, a few strokes of this point would have been enough to do the trick. The means that Pingon Chen was using now was to briefly, first restore Zhou Wanhao's body. Sure enough, this tactic of Pingon Chen was very effective. Zhou Wanhao's face instantly turned rosy, and an ecstatic smile was all over his face. I felt it. Unbelievable. So unbelievable. How did you do it? Zhou Wanhao said excitedly. Just now, when Pingon Chen said that he could cure him, he was really a bit skeptical and in disbelief. But now he was not half as skeptical of what Pingon Chen said, because Pingon Chen had used his means to prove that what he said was true and valid. Zhou Wanhao could clearly feel his body sprouting a second spring. He knows best whether a man reacts or not. Zhou Wanhao was certainly aware of his body's reaction. Big brother Zhou, you shouldn't be too happy right now. I only activated your body briefly, but I didn't cure the disease in your body. Pingon Chen explained. So how am I going to be treated for this disease? You have what you need, can completely tell me. I will definitely cooperate well. Zhou Wanhao hurriedly said. The look on his face was serious. He has had this disease for many years. He had given up hope of treatment, but he didn't realize that there was now hope for treatment again. For people like Zhou Wanhao, there is no longer anything more important than health. Only those who have been sick know how important health is. The treatment isn't that hard. I'll give you a massage later, and then I'll write you a prescription. I'll make sure you're alive and well after 3 months of letting me prescribe the medication. But there is one thing you must do. You must abstain from sex while on the medication. You can't touch a woman during these 3 months of taking the medicine. If you do, then you'll have to start taking the medicine from the beginning again and wait another 3 months from the beginning. Chen Pingan also said with incomparable seriousness. No problem, I agree to this condition. Zhou Wanhao agreed in a single breath. What about his current state? He's actually impotent, powerless, but not really impotent. So he can still get a taste now and then. But he couldn't do it with the bravery of a real man. If just enduring 3 months could restore his manhood and let him truly be a man for a time, he was certainly willing to endure those 3 months. Bring over the paper and pen. I'll write you a prescription first now. Chen Pingyang spoke. Zhou Wanhao hurriedly brought a pen and paper over. Pingan Shan wrote down the prescription in one breath, and all the areas of attention on the prescription were also clearly written. Zhou Wanhao got the prescription like a treasure. This prescription is as important as his life. Sir, the fruit is washed. Just then Nanny Auntie came again and had already cleaned the peaches as well as the apples. Of course not all of them were cleaned off. 3 of the peaches were cleaned and 3 of the apples, for a total of 6. At this time, Zhou Wanhao was also in a good mood, and when he was looking at these fruits, he instantly also felt that these fruits had all become good-looking. Zhou Wanhao blinked and continued to look at the apple and peach, and immediately realized that these 2 fruits seemed to be quite beautiful. It wasn't his hallucination, but something that really happened. Big brother Zhou, why don't you try the fruits I brought first? I didn't lie to you before. The fruits I brought are really delicious. Pingan Chen pointed at the fruits and said, okay, I'll taste it. Zhou Wanhao nodded with a smile and said, whether these fruits were delicious or not, this token of appreciation was received by him. Eyes swept over the peach and the apple, finally choosing the peach, because it looks like the peach is going to be a little more tender and flavorful. It should be a little more tasty as well. Zhou Wanhao picked up the peach and took a bite, then his eyes widened. It's delicious. What kind of peach do you have? Where did you buy it? Why is it so delicious? It's different from the peaches I bought before, Zhou Wanhao said vaguely, eating a peach in his mouth while opening his mouth to inquire. A friend's family grows their own, and it's not available on the market. I also got lucky and picked some over from his house. Next time I want to eat them, then I won't be able to buy them. Pingan Shan said with a smile, his peaches are so good, can they be grown on a large scale? Not to mention how much we can sell it for. It's cost-effective for us to eat it ourselves. Zhou Wanhao but inquired. Worthy of being the king of cement, his business acumen is really no match. It was just a delicious peach, and the first thing he thought of was actually doing business. I guess it won't work. He's done experiments before, but the peaches grown from other peach trees aren't as tasty as the ones grown from those trees. This kind of thing can't be helped. Just like the mother tree of the big red robe. Everyone knows that the mother tree of Dahongpo is precious. The tea that grows out of it is also superb. But there's no way to replicate it if you want to. If peaches of this quality could be mass-produced, I reckon my friend's family would have been rich a long time ago, Pingan Shen said half-jokingly. Zhou Wanhao, however, nodded seriously. It's a bit of a pity, Zhou Wanhao said again with regret. I don't know if he's sorry that he's missing out on this business or that he won't be able to eat such delicious peaches in the future. By the way, do you know how to cure other diseases? The old man's body, you guys give a look. Zhou Wanhao suddenly asked again. There are old people at home. Do you need me to see them? Pingan Chen inquired. My father has not been well for some time, and have seen a number of doctors who all say it's an old man's disease and just say it's rest and recuperation. It's just as well that you're here. I wonder if I can give my old father a look. Zhou Wanhao hurriedly explained. Then let me give the old man a look first. I don't dare to say before I've seen it. Pingan Chen also said seriously. Although his medical skills are excellent, it is very difficult to draw conclusions about old people's illnesses. After all, when people get old and their body organs fail, many times there is no way to treat them anymore. Chapter 41. Do you have a computer at home? No problem. First go and take a look at my father's body. Zhou Wanhao hastily spoke. The two quickly went to Zhou Wanhao's father's bedroom. Zhou Wanhao's father is not young. The old man's health is a little bad, is lying in bed to rest. Pingan Shen greeted the old man after he came in. Zhou Wanhao, on the other hand, introduced himself to his father, and knowing that Pingan Shen had come to give himself a physical examination, the old man agreed with a smile. The old man had a kind face and looked like a good old man. Chen Pingan stepped forward and took the old man's pulse, and Chen Pingan's face quickly became serious. Seeing Chen Pingan's face, Zhou Wanhao's heart was also lifted. It was the old man who was a little worried about his health at this point. Chen Pingan exhaled a breath before he said seriously, Elder, your health condition is not very good. Even if I were to come out and treat you, it's estimated that I can only let you live for 10 or 20 more years. The old man asked with some dumbfounded surprise. What did you say? I can still live another 10 or 20 years. The old man asked with some disbelief. That's for sure. If I can't even make you live another 10 or 20 years by making a move, then what's the point of me making a move? Pingan Shen said seriously. You're a scary young man. I just thought I was going to die soon. The old man laughed at once. If I can live another 10 or 20 years, then what am I not satisfied with? The old man continued with a smile. Zhou Wanhao also gently patted Pingan Shen. Ah, Pingan Shen, that expression of yours just now scared me to death, Zhou Wanhao said in tears and laughter. Pingan Shen laughed along with him. He had just made a small joke. Of course, the reason why Pingan Shen would make such a small joke was because he was certain that he could renew the old man's life for another 10 or 20 years. If he wasn't able to do so, of course, Pingan Shen wouldn't have made such a joke. The reason why Pingan Shen had such certainty was because after taking the old man's pulse, Pingan Shen had realized that the old man's health was actually not that bad. I'll do a little massage for the old master first. Then I'll write a prescription for the old master. As long as the old master takes the medicine daily according to the prescription I prescribed, his body will gradually heal, Pingan Shen said confidently. For his own medical skills, Chen Pingan was still very self-confident. The key point is still because there's nothing much wrong with the old man's body itself. It's really just old man's disease. Other doctors were afraid that they did not have the means to treat this old man's disease, but Pingan Shen did. That would be a lot of trouble. The old man also said politely. Pingan Shen smiled and quickly pushed and nudged on the old man's body. Pingan Shen's massage technique was not ordinary, and it also utilized the internal energy of the everlasting life technique. It was because of the internal strength of the everlasting life technique that this nudging effect became a little better. The entire nudging process took half an hour, and only then did Pingan Shen complete the nudging. At this moment, Pingan Shen felt in his heart that he needed a box of silver needles. If he had silver needles in his hand at this time, he could have just used the treatment of acupuncture without this push and pull. 2A treatments are fine, but they really aren't as effective as acupuncture. Little Chen, this means of yours is truly divine. Being pressed by you, I feel warm and especially comfortable on my body, and I am energized all over. The old man turned towards Pingan Shen and raised his thumb. He was genuinely feeling that Pingan Shen's massage techniques were really too powerful. After being massaged by Pingan Shen like this, he felt especially comfortable on his body. Old master, although this hand of mine's massage technique is effective, it treats the symptoms but not the root cause. I can only temporarily move the qi and blood in your body. But what about wanting your body to completely recover? You still need to take medicine, but you have to remember to take your medication on time every day. Pingan Shen smiled and opened his mouth. No problem, I will definitely remember to take my medicine on time every day, the old man said with a quick smile. Zhou Wanhao was also overjoyed at this time. He had watched his father, after Pingan Shen's treatment, instantly become alive and well, and his complexion had become very good. He was also now more confident in Pingan Shen's treatment methods. You take a rest first, old master, so the two of us will go out and have another chat first. Pingan Shen took the initiative and said, good thing too, son, you must take care of little Chen. Little Chen is our family's great benefactor. The old master spoke in a hurry. Don't worry, father, I will definitely take good care of little Chen. Zhou Wanhao patted his chest and said, the previous Pingan Shen had only saved his son's life. Zhou Wanhao also only had some appreciation for Pingan Shen, but the current Pingan Shen was a great favor to both their father and son. Their entire family owed Pingan Shen a big favor. The key was still that the potential in Pingan Shen was too great. How old was Chen Pingan? At the age of 18 or 19, yet he had already mastered such superior medical skills. Pingan Shen's future could be said to be promising. For such a talent, Zhou Wanhao is of course also incomparable respect. And who doesn't have sick people in their house? For a highly skilled doctor like Pingan Shen, of course, Zhou Wanhao did not dare to disregard it. By the way, Pingan Shen, what was it that you had to tell me about the investment just now? After the two of them walked out of the room, Zhou Wanhao took the initiative to speak. Zhou Wanhao's memory was not bad, but he remembered that Pingan Shen had said that he wanted to tell himself two things. Pingan Shen had already said one thing to him, so the other thing must be said now as well. Zhou Wanhao had a better impression of Pingan Shen, so he took the initiative to bring up the matter. Brother Zhou, do you have a computer at your home? Pingan Shen opened his mouth and asked. Yes, there is, but I don't use this computer often. I always feel like this computer, nothing practical. Zhou Wanhao opened his mouth and said, the computer has no utility. Does your family's computer have an internet connection? Chen Pingan asked with some surprise. That definitely needs to be networked. A computer that is not networked, that is even more useless. Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. knowing that Zhou Wanhao's home computer has a network. Chen Pingan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Zhou Wanhao's home has no computer and no network. The computer is in my office. Let's go. Come to my office and we'll talk, Zhou Wanhao said. Zhou Wanhao's home is a large flat, although it is not a large villa, but there are a lot of rooms, and a separate office. The two quickly arrived in Zhou Wanhao's office. Zhou Wanhao's office did have a computer, an old computer with a big-ass monitor. Of course, it takes some time for the computer to boot up. Pingan Chen opened his mouth as he started the computer. Brother Zhou, in fact, computers still have a lot of uses. Although you have bought a computer, I guess you are still completely ignorant of the uses of computers, and the lifeblood of the future is in the computer. I suggest you pay a little more attention to computers and their use in the future. Pingan Chen spoke. Come on, tell me more carefully what this computer really does? Although this computer I also bought, but I bought it as a decoration at home. Always feel that it's not very practical. Not much use, Zhou Wanhao asked with a curious face. Chapter 42, Making Money in the Stock Market. A computer is a tool. Can the tool be utilized or does it depend on the person using it? Older brother, you put the computer at home as a decoration to see the computer where there is still a roll? Chen Pingan laughingly opened his mouth and said, then why don't you tell me a little bit about it? What is the use of this computer? Zhou Wanhao didn't get angry and just asked with a curious face. A computer has many uses, but the biggest use for you right now is that it can be networked. Once the computer is connected to the internet, you can look up the knowledge you need online. But it's true that our domestic network environment is not good enough right now. If it's on the pretty countryside, their network has been built many years ahead of us, so they have a more developed network over there, and you can look for any information you need on the computer network. But have you thought about it, old brother? Our computer network is now a blank slate, which means that this market is blank. Wouldn't it be great if someone could get this market going? Pingan Chen explained so with a smile. Zhou Wanhao didn't understand at first, but gradually he tasted it. You mean you want to get into this kind of business on the computer too? Engage in networking? Zhou Wanhao asked uncertainly. Can't do it yet. I don't have the capital. To be precise, one should be working on a website on a computer. I'll open a web page and show you. Pingan Chen opened a URL as he spoke. Pingan Chen opened Sina. In 98, the domestic network environment was really rather cold, and there were not so many assorted websites, but a few big sites had also started to rise by this time. For example, the famous Sina, NetEase, Yahoo, Catfish, all of these bigger, older sites have come up at this point, and several sites have been brought online within the year. Take a look Lao. This is the website. In this website there is a lot of content. We can read the news here, and we can also chat with others. Pingan Chen thought of Penguin while introducing it. Then it struck him that Penguin hadn't even started to set up yet. He couldn't remember exactly when Penguin was founded, but Pingan Chen remembered that Penguin only appeared in 99. That meant that if Pingan Chen had the capital now, he could have opened his own enterprise company. Even Pingan Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In addition to Penguin not being there yet, Taobao is not there yet either. Taobao companies appeared a little later, not until 2003. As long as Pingan Chen had the funds, he could totally get the Taobao company and the enterprise company up on his own. All other companies aside, as long as these two companies were in his hands, then he wouldn't have to worry about money in his life. Thinking about this, Chen Pingan was a little excited. Zhou Wanhao suddenly realized that Chen Pingan was a bit agitated and felt some surprise. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Zhou Wanhao asked strangely. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought about the prospects of this market and I got a little excited. Chen Pingan explained with a smile. Zhou Wanhao, still not understanding, shook his head. It's normal that Zhou Wanhao doesn't understand because he hasn't experienced the internet age 20 years later. Only if Pingan Chen had experienced that era would he know more clearly. For the future, what meaning did these network companies represent? Little brother, is that why you are showing me these things? Zhou Wanhao asked with growing confusion. Of course not. Just wait a minute while I open a web page. Pingan Chen said with a smile. Then he opened the stock market URL. Pingan Chen then logged into his account. It's the weekend and the stock market is closed. Trading stocks is not possible, but you can open your account and see what's going on with your account. Chen Pingan showed his account situation and also the transaction records to Zhou Wanhao. Zhou Wanhao does not understand the network, but on the stock he still knows something, because he himself also speculate in stocks. You're looking for me to borrow money just to speculate on stocks? Ha, little brother, you have a lot of guts, Zhou Wanhao said in surprise. Borrowing money to speculate on this matter for Zhou Wanhao. This is a big taboo because Zhou Wanhao himself also speculated in stocks, so he knows very well that the risk of speculation is very high. With their own capital to speculate on the stock market, that is not bad. The loss of money that is only their own money. Borrowing money to speculate on stocks. That risk is high to the sky. I've been studying stocks for many years, and I've noticed that the stock market is way up in this last month. We are now entering a brief bullish phase. There are several stocks that I'm very bullish on. I have the certainty that all these stocks will go up in the red. That's the reason why I'm looking to borrow money from the old heel. Older brother, you'd better take a look at my transaction records, Pingan Chen said with a big smile. For this excuse, he had already thought of it. He couldn't talk about the system, of course, but it was still easy enough to find an excuse to say that he had studied stocks. Zhou Wanhao stopped talking and instead looked at Pingan Chen's transaction records. His eyes widened at the glance. Zhou Wanhao was somewhat skeptical that Pingan Chen was not faking. But after a closer look at the site, yes, it's a regular stock trading site. This kind of stock trading interface, which he had also used at the securities company, didn't have any major problems. But Pingan Chen's transaction record was too scary. It's a 100% profit, because as long as it was a stock that Pingan Chen bought, all of them went all the way up. Pingan Chen had not traded for a long time, just a few days. But in just a few days, the funds in Pingan Chen's account had risen by more than 40%. When Pingan Chen entered the stock market, his principal was $2.3 million. But now Pingan Chen's capital holdings inside the stock market have reached $3.28 million. In just a few days, the district made over $1 million straight away. Zhou Wanhao all feel that this is incredible. The speed of this money than he opened the factory are faster. The opportunity to make money for the old man is here. Long term I can't say, but it's been a month. The stock market is way up. I'm bullish on several stocks, all of which definitely have upside during the month. It would be a shame if you couldn't grab a chance to get rich like this. I didn't dare to go big before, so I only borrowed $2 million from you, old brother. But now I have more certainty and want to find you, Lao, to follow me and work together. I just don't know if you dare, old brother? Pingan Chen slowly spoke. Zhou Wanhao, however, was instantly moved, because Pingan Chen's transaction records couldn't be faked. He was certain that Pingan Chen should not have lied to himself. Pingan Chen could really make money by speculating on stocks. Chapter 43, Borrowing a large sum of money. How do you plan to cooperate? Zhou Wanhao inquired. 2 ways of cooperation. One is that you lend me money. I will calculate the interest risk you do not have to bear. We can work out the interest rate. The second way is that you invest to speculate. But I want 70% of the return. You're going to have to take some of the risk of the investment. Of course, the account number for speculation can be provided by you. I just need to operate the investment, Pingan Chen said calmly, and he also offered 2 ways of cooperation. One is no risk but the return will be low, and one is risky but the return will be higher. Zhou Wanhao frowned and fell into deep thought. These 2 types of cooperation made him a little uncertain in his mind. Although Pingan Chen had acted very dependable, but if he really took out a large sum of money and gave it to Pingan Chen to invest in stocks, he was a bit uneasy again. Zhou Wanhao was walking back and forth twice. His footsteps jerked to a halt and he looked at Chen Pingyang and opened his mouth. I can lend you $20,000 for a period of 1 month at 50% interest, which means that you will have to pay me back $30,000 with interest after 1 month. Little brother Chen, we are also in business. I wonder if you dare to do such a cooperation. This is the cooperation program that Zhou Wanhao seems to be the most favorable to himself. He didn't know how much money Pingan Chen could make from speculating on stocks. It's possible that it will be more than 50%, but it could also be less than 50%, and there was also the possibility that Pingan Chen would lose money on it. He knows better than anyone how risky speculation is. After all, he has lost money. Although Pingan Chen had just taken out the winning rate of the speculation record in the account was very high, he still somewhat did not believe Pingan Chen. So, Zhou Wanhao came up with a way of cooperation that was more stable for him. He wants a fixed income. Only this fixed income he sets a little high. After all, in Zhou Wanhao's opinion, a month's time can earn $10,000. He really is blood money. But we also need to set an additional condition. If you can't pay this money back, then you'll have to work for me for 20 years. When the time comes, I will invest another sum of money for you to open a clinic, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. Although he said this with a smile, he looked serious. The reason why Zhou Wanhao was willing to spend this amount of money on Chen Pingan was because he was interested in Chen Pingan's medical skills. In terms of Pingan Chen's medical skills, even if he lost this money, he could completely make it back again from other aspects. That's why Zhou Wanhao made such an offer. He was willing to pay for the construction of a large private hospital where Pingan Chen could work as a doctor. Big brother Zhou, are you serious? Pingan Chen asked with the same smile. Pingan Chen was actually very satisfied with this type of cooperation. 50% interest for a month can be ridiculously high. However, Pingan Chen was eager for such cooperation. because through the stock market, he will make more money. Of course it's serious. Wait a moment, we can write all the contracts, Zhou Wanhao said with the same seriousness. No problem, I promise. Let's sign the contract, Pingan Shen said in a hurry. He was really afraid that Zhou Wanhao would regret it. You're in such a hurry. It's not because you're afraid I'll regret it, is it? Zhou Wanhao asked seriously. It's a little scary, because the terms are still quite favorable to me. I'm worried that you won't want to invest with me anymore, Pingan Shen said with a smile. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I can make a ton of money on this deal. There's no reason for me not to do it, Zhou Wanhao said with a big smile. Qin Pingan also laughed happily. He did not persuade Zhou Wanhao to use the second type of cooperation, because even Pingan Shen wasn't sure whether the 30% gain was too much or too little for Zhou Wanhao, and no matter which way one looked at it, this type of cooperation was now in the best interest of Pingan Shen. Right, brother Zhou, do you know anyone from the securities company? Can you help me get a financing? Pingan Shen asked again. You're planning to increase leverage. You're really getting bold, Zhou Wanhao said in surprise. I won't let go of such a good opportunity to make money. The bolder you are, the more money you can make. Chen Pingan also said seriously. Which securities company did you open your account with? Zhou Wanhao inquired. Chen Pingan then said himself. The securities company that opened the account. It's that company. I do know one of the junior executives in there. Let's put it this way. I'll say hello for you. As for whether it's a success or not, then I'm not sure. Zhou Wanhao opened his mouth. Big brother Zhou, thank you so much then. Pingan Shen said gratefully. Securities companies usually offer financing services, but the requirements for such services are high and the procedures are cumbersome. Chen Pingan's securities account is another new account. It is likely to apply for such a function, but if someone says hello, it's a whole different story. Of course, there was also the fact that the amount of money in Pingan Shen's account was also relevant. In Pingan Shen's account, there was now more than 3 million, plus the 20 million promised by Zhou Wanhao, which would be more than 23 million. With such a volume of funds, even the securities companies would definitely look at it differently. It would treat Pingan Shen as a VIP. 9 times out of 10 the function of financing can be activated. For this transaction, Zhou Wanhao is also extremely serious made a phone call. The company's financial and legal affairs together called over. With the assistance of the finance and legal staff, a formal contract was created. And this contract was not written as a loan contract, but as an investment agreement. If it is written in accordance with the loan contract, a month's time, 50% interest definitely belongs to usury. Is a lawsuit. Zhou Wanhao cannot win. So this contract can't be written that way. Although Zhou Wanhao is also very recognized champion, but business matters, he has never been very serious. Chen Pingan also looked at the contract carefully. This contract is indeed nothing wrong. It was all reasonable and legal, and the terms were all written as Zhou Wanhao had said. After making sure there were no problems, Chen Pingan signed his name. Once both parties have signed their names, the contract is considered valid. Of course, the final step is to make the payment. Only if you make a payment, you need to go to the bank. There is no way to do it on site. Big brother Zhou, thank you. Speaking of which, you are my nobleman, Chen Pingan said gratefully. Chen Pingan said this is not false at all. If not Zhou Wanhao support, Chen Pingan in wanting to get so much money in the startup phase is really not easy. It is also Zhou Wanhao, the cement king, who has money in his pocket and also very much recognizes Chen Pingan, which makes him capable of supporting Chen Pingan. Couldn't have done this with anyone else. We're all on our own, so don't talk to me so politely. And that's also what I want to say to you. You're the one who is my honored person, the honored person of my family. Zhou Wanhao patted Chen Pingan's shoulder and said with the same look of gratitude. For Zhou Wanhao, how is Pingan Shen not his nobleman? Chapter 44, 100 million. In 1998 $20 million was definitely considered a lot of money, but Zhou Wanhao is also really worthy of the cement king. This money really took out. Pingan Shen soon received 20,000,000,000 in his account. After receiving this 20,000,000,000 loan, Chen Pingan's heart was also put at ease. With that money, he'd really have the startup capital. But this money is still not enough. It is still not enough. Chen Pingyang still needs more money, so that requires financing. Zhou Wanhao is also a good person to the end. Decisively contacted the securities company's own acquaintances. This acquaintance is named Mr. Zhang. In the securities company is considered to be middle management, although the position is not high, but there is still some power in the hand. After knowing that Chen Pingan had more than $20 million in his hand, he decisively agreed to the request for financing. Mr. Chen, I'm at the securities company right now. You can come over right away and I can take care of the financing procedures for you. Mr. Zhang told Pingan Shen so on the phone. Thanks, Mr. Zhang, I'll be right over. Pingan Chen also promised in a hurry. Then Pingan Chen rushed towards the securities company. After arriving at the securities company, it was Mr. Zhang who received Pingan Chen. Mr. Zhang was a middle-aged man, a little bald, but he looked very kind. It's just nice to have money. Everyone around you will seem nice. Pingan Chen thought silently in his heart. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chen. Thank you for your trust. Our company is willing to invest in stocks in our company, Mr. Zhang said very enthusiastically. After all, Pingan Chen had more than $20 million in his account and was going to continue trading stocks in their company, which made him a valued customer. It's no wonder that Mr. Zhang would be so enthusiastic. The money earned by the securities company is actually the commission. Chen Pingan trading in the securities company. The stock is to pay money to their securities company. So for customers like Pingan Chen, their securities company is very fond of them. Chen Pingan also exchanged pleasantries and was considered to know this general manager Zhang. This Mr. Zhang didn't have much to say, and quickly got straight to the point. The procedures for financing were completed for Pingan Chen in the office. Mr. Zhang applied for a good 5 times financing authority for Pingan Chen, with a deposit of 20,000,000,000 and a financing amount of 100 million. Pingan Chen's 20,000,000 will be remitted to a special account, and this money is a deposit for the securities company. Then Pingan Chen could use $100 million for stock trading. Once this $100 million has lost $20 million, the securities company will automatically close the position. So this kind of trading is high risk and high reward, and when it is risky, the losses can be particularly bad. But once you make money, you also make an exceptional amount of money. The principal in Pingan Chen's hand had instantly become more than $100 million. Pingan Chen was also slightly moved when he saw the more than 100 million breaths in his account. That's over $100 million in 98. To be able to move more than $100 million in 98 is really too much. The next transaction must also be done with caution. Mr. Chen, this is my business card. Can I have the honor of knowing your phone number? We can also contact each other. Mr. Zhang smiled as he handed over his own business card. Chen Pingan hastily accepted the business card with both hands, then said helplessly, Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. It's my honor to have your call. It's a bit of a pain to get in touch with each other though, and I don't have a cell phone right now. I'm not going to lie. I've invested all my money in the stock market. I don't have a few cents in my pocket right now. Pingan Chen spoke in a somewhat helpless tone, but the expression on his face was very calm. So that's how it is. It seems like you're bullish on our stock market. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhang asked in surprise. It's okay. I don't think there's anything too wrong with the stock market these days. It belongs to a small bull market, right? Chen Pingan directly blew a great deal. Then you really have a vision. You deserve to be rich. Mr. Zhang said as he hurriedly raised his thumb in praise. Right. I have a cell phone here. It's rewarded by the company for doing activities. If you don't mind, why don't you use it first? Mr. Zhang said with a smile as he tapped his head. As he spoke he opened his drawer and pulled a box out of it, which held a cell phone. This cell phone was actually given to Mr. Zhang by someone else. He couldn't use it himself, so now he gave it to Pingan Chen as a favor. The phone is also pricey, costing over $5,000. Only in Mr. Zhang's opinion, it would be cost-effective to give such a gift if he was able to hook up with Pingan Chen. Mr. Zhang, if you say so, I won't be polite with you. I happen to need a cell phone like this as well. Pingan Chen said with a smile. Everyone is one of us. Don't ever be polite to me. Mr. Zhang said with a loud laugh. Mr. Chen, that's how I like a man of your nature. Mr. Zhang once again laughed out loud. Naturally, Pingan Chen was not polite and directly took the cell phone over to check it out. There is already a bearer phone card in the cell phone. You can use it for now. General Manager Zhang explained. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Pingan Chen smiled and thanked him. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Pingan Chen said again. Then I'll be waiting. Mr. Zhang also agreed with a smile. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Chen Pingan left the securities company with the phone. The cell phone box was put by Pingan Chen at the door and thrown directly into the trash can. Chen Pingan examined the phone and determined that the phone had indeed not been taken apart. The phone should not have been tampered with. After all, Pingan Chen wasn't a big shot and couldn't use such tactics against him. So this phone should be safe and working. Pingan Chen also mastered hacking techniques and had a certain understanding of things like cell phones. Unfortunately, all cell phones nowadays are old-fashioned old people's phones. The function is very single and can only be used to make phone calls. Other functions are basically gone. And it's also very expensive. When I'm rich in the future, I'll definitely make our own smartphone, Pingan Chen said silently in his heart. But building something like a cell phone was not that simple. Even if Pingan Chen had the money, it would be difficult to do this, so it was only an idea right now. Not to mention the fact that the current Pingan Chen didn't have much money at all. Although there was $100 million in the stock account, that money didn't belong to him. It does get a lot easier when you have your own phone number. Chen Pingan first called Zhou Wanhao and told him his cell phone number. In this way, it will be much easier for both parties to contact each other in the future. Then there was the call to Ms. Begonia. The stock trading afterward would require Sun Haitang to continue to serve Pingan Chen. It will be much easier to speculate in the future if you have a phone. Chapter 45. Sun Haitang was shocked. Hey, who are you? Hello, is this Ms. Sun Haitang? I'm from Pingan Chen. Here's my new phone number. Please take note of it so we can contact each other by phone in the future if anything happens. Pingan Chen smiled and explained. So it's Mr. Chen. Great. You can be considered to have a phone, so it will be much easier for us to contact each other in the future. Sun Haitang also giggled over the phone. By the way, my stock account has changed. You can pay attention to it. Pingan Chen said. Ah, is there a change? Sun Haitang asked in disbelief. I raised a grant and applied for a financing with your company. Right now I have $100 million in cash in my account. Pingan Chen explained simply, and the other end of the line had fallen into silence. Ms. Sun Haitang, are you still there? Pingan Chen asked in surprise. In. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, right? Sun Haitang asked in some panic. Do I have to joke with you about something like that? And you can check my account and you'll know. Pingan Chen said calmly. Sun Haitang thought it was right. Chen Pingan said words are true or false, as long as he went to the company to check the account can be. Mr. Chen, thank you for your trust in me. I will definitely work harder to serve you, Sun Haitang said in a hurry. That's all for now then. We'll be in touch later. Pingan Chen hung up the phone after saying a few simple words. Pingan Chen here was hanging up the phone, but Sun Haitang could not calm down at all, because Pingan Chen's account suddenly had an extra $100 million in it. Then his transaction fee would become an astronomical price. Pingan Chen's transaction fees for a random transaction would be very scary, and with such a scary fee, Sun Haitang is going to have a huge gain. Sun Haitang is not working today, but after hearing the news he couldn't stay, and hurriedly rushed to the company at the first time to check the situation of Chen Pingan's account. At a glance Sun Haitang was really shocked because there was really an extra $100 million in Pingan Chen's account. This is too awesome. It's really an extra 100 million ya. Even though this funding is financed out, it's pretty remarkable. What kind of person is this Mr. Chen? I heard he's still in school. How come he's so powerful, with so much money? Sun Haitang said to herself, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Pingan Chen didn't care about Sun Haitang here. After hanging up the phone, he called Lin Wanjun again. Little brother Chen, your call came just in time. Don't you need webmasters? I just happened to connect you with 2 suitable webmasters. If it's convenient for you, why don't you meet them now? Lin Wanjun said. It's convenient for me now. If it's convenient for them as well, can you ask them to go directly to my home in the internet cafe? Pingan Chen spoke. No problem. Lin Wanjun agreed in a single breath. And he knew about the address of Pingan Chen's home internet cafe. After all, in the previous times, the computers in Pingan Chen's internet cafe could be sold by him. After hanging up the phone Chen Pingan rode his own bike and rushed to the internet cafe. Business was still booming in the internet cafe. There wasn't an empty seat and there were several people standing behind every computer. Pops Chen sat at the cash register with a big smile on his face. It was obvious that Pops appeared to be in a very good mood. At the time before, Chen Guoqing was worried that the business of the internet cafe would not work, but now he is not worried at all. Dad, I've recruited 2 webmasters for you. Let's interview the webmasters later. Pingan Chen greeted his old man. Why don't we just save it? I'll just watch it every day, and I don't need a webmaster. Chen Guoqing said with some hesitation. After all, the webmaster had to be paid when he was recruited. It was going to take out money and make him feel a little uncomfortable inside. Dad, let me just ask you one thing. If something goes wrong with the computer, will you handle it? Pingan Chen asked with a smile. Hi, Chen sighed at once. He can use a computer now, but when he's really asked to deal with the problems inside the computer, he can't. Besides, we're open 24 hours. Even if you can stay at the store during the day, what about at night? The store if it's just you. It wouldn't take more than a few days for you people to collapse, and we'll have to open branches later. If we open a dozen or 2 branches, you'll be asked to look after the store all by yourself then too. Dad, the little paycheck we put out is nothing compared to what we make, so to speak, and since we've gotten rich ourselves, we always have to lift up the rest of the people around us as well. Pingan Chen patiently explained. He understood where his father was coming from. After all, paying a webmaster could be considered not a bad salary. It's normal for a father to be a little reluctant to give up. Nowadays, workers' incomes weren't high, but the salary that Pingon Chen had set for the webmaster was already considered above the level. Pingon Chen set the salary for the webmaster at 1,500 per month. This is no way out of the matter. After all, network administrators belong to the skilled labor. If you pay less, people do not want to do in your home. Chen could only silently nod his head in agreement. In no time at all 2 young men arrived. Hello, which one is Mr. Pingon Chen? We were introduced here by Lin Wanjun. One of the young men said to Pingon Chen. I am Pingon Chen. Introduce yourselves. Chen Pingon stood up and spoke to the two. My name is Su Hong. My name is Wei Yong. Chen Pingon's gaze took one more look at the young man named Su Hong. Obviously a boy, but the name is actually Su Hong. I do not know what his parents think. Of course, this had nothing to do with Pingon Chen, who was just curious to take an extra look. Lin Wanjun had introduced these two people to Pingon Chen before. These two people are not computer majors, which is normal. If they are really computer majors, it is not possible to come here to be some kind of webmaster, but they had studied relevant computer knowledge before. It was just a simple computer problem that they could handle. Chen Pingon then asked a few simple computer questions. The two stumbled and could answer them. Neither of them was a technical person, but they were more than capable of being webmasters. The probationary period is 1 month, and the salary for the probationary period is 800. After the official conversion, it's 1,200 per month, and there's also a $300 perfect attendance bonus. The full attendance bonus is available as long as you guys do a full month. That means you'll have a salary of 1,500 per month after you're transferred. There are working meals during the work period. Food is included but not housing. Done, I'm done, Su Hong said at the first opportunity. I'm dry too. Wei Yong also spoke up in a hurry. Chapter 46 Lin Wanjun's plea for help. The treatment that Pingon Chen said was already not bad, so the two agreed at the first opportunity. They've asked other internet cafes before how they're treated. Only other internet cafes as a network administrator treatment is a notch lower than Pingon Chen here. And all the other internet cafes have webmasters. It's not easy for them to get a job like this. I'll show you how to use our internet cafe management system. Pingon Chen pointed at the computer and said. The two were indeed taken aback when they heard these words from Pingon Chen. It was the first time that both of them had heard of an internet cafe management system, because in other internet cafes there is no internet cafe management system. All the charges are manual bookkeeping. By the time Pingon Chen finished introducing the internet cafe management system, the two were shocked. The two of them are not professionals, but they are also very fond of computer programs, not self-taught computer skills. They are much more powerful than a half-knowledgeable person like Pops Chun. That's why they are more aware of how awesome the internet cafe management system really is. Other internet cafes do not have this internet cafe management system, but your internet cafe has this management system. You say your family bull? Chen Pingon, this internet cafe system was made by you? Su Hong asked with an incredulous face. Yeah, I learned that on my own too. There's not really a lot of technology in this stuff. It's just that no one has bothered to make this thing. Pingon Chen explained with a smile. That's also very impressive, but we can't do it anyway. Wei Yong also hurriedly said. His eyes were filled with admiration when he saw Pingon Chen. Before they came to work here, both of them had some pride in their hearts. After all, they're self-taught, have mastered computer technology, and always feel like they're special and awesome, but now they don't have that awesome feeling at all. Chen Pingon was also a senior like them, and they were several years older than Chen Pingon, but when it came to computer technology, they were a piece of. There was no comparison to Pingon Chen. No wonder people can open internet cafes and we can only be part-timers. People are indeed bullish, Su Hong thought silently in his heart. Chen Pingon was also relieved after there were two more webmasters in the internet cafe, and after saying hello to his old man, Chen Pingon directly left. Now that the internet cafe was on track, there was no need for Pingon Chen to remain here. The game and the computer of the internet cafe, Chen Pingon is not very interested, and directly went home to read a book. In the evening, Chen Guoqing made a trip home, all with a full smile on his face. Business at the internet cafe was exceptionally good all day today, and the day's earnings were so impressive that it made him smile. The internet cafe now had a webmaster watching over it, and Chen was a lot more relaxed. Okinawa went home for a full meal and later brought a fast food box, which was brought for the webmaster's dinner. The internet cafe now has surveillance and a webmaster. It will be much easier in the future. Day 2 had arrived, and on Monday Pingon Chen had to go to school again. Chen Pingon was also quite helpless about this kind of day. The good thing is that it is less than a month from the college entrance exam, so it will pass after a little more simmering. But what Pingon Chen didn't expect was that only when he arrived at the classroom did he see Lin Wanjun standing at the door of the classroom. Lin Wanjun's eyes were a little red, so she should have already cried before. Chen Pingan. Lin Wanjun saw Pingan Chen, and her lips moved slightly as she softly called out his name. Wait for me. I'll put my book bag away and we'll find a place to talk. As soon as Pingan Chen took a look at Lin Wanjun's appearance, he realized that Lin Wanjun must be looking for something for himself. Chen Pingan quickly threw his book bag onto his seat and jogged out. There are too many students here. Let's find a place to talk? Pingan Chen asked tentatively. No need to be so troublesome. I'll just ask you a few words. Lin Wanjun wiped the corners of her eyes and said softly. You ask. Pingan Chen said decisively. Is it true what you said before? That you are really willing to lend me money? You really have money too. Can you lend it to me? Lin Wanjun said as she looked at Chen Pingan with red eyes. Sure, no problem. I can lend you as much money as you need. Pingan Chen kissed his head and nodded his head, saying very seriously. I want to borrow $300,000 from you. I may not be able to pay you back this money, but I can marry you, Lin Wanjun said through clenched teeth. Pingan Chen was also taken aback when he heard this and secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. Although Lin Wanjun was only 18 years old, with her stunning appearance and tall figure, she was already a first-class beauty. Such a stunning schoolgirl, taking $300,000 to take it down, was really too cost-effective for Chen Pingan. Of course, Pingan Chen also knew that this was taking advantage of someone's danger. Pingan Chen slowly exhaled a breath and said, it's not that serious, and there's no need to take it to that level. If you need money, I'll just lend you $300,000 up front. After all, they were all classmates, and Lin Wanjun had lived a pretty miserable life in her last life, so Pingan Chen didn't want to bully his female classmates. It's better to take advantage of people who are in danger, and do such things a little less often. If it was an enemy, Chen Pingan did not mind taking advantage of the situation, but after all, they were classmates, and this kind of thing Pingan Chen still couldn't do. Hearing Pingan Chen say this, the tears in Lin Wanjun's eyes instantly fell. Pingan Chen, thank you. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Lin Wanjun shed tears and said softly, they're all classmates. It's not like that, and you don't have to think twice. I'm not rejecting you. You're beautiful and you know it. I like you a lot. Except I also want you to genuinely like me and not be willing to walk with me because of something like this. You're looking for me to borrow $300,000 now. Is there something going on at home? Chen Pingan opened his mouth and asked. Aha. Lin Wanjun gently nodded her head, then explained in a small voice. Over the weekend, my third aunt brought a man over to my house for a blind date with me. The man was almost 40 years old and ugly, and he took an instant liking to me and said he would marry me. The man was also willing to put up $300,000 as a dowry, and my parents were heartened. There's really nothing else I can do. I don't want to marry that man. You know what, Pingan Chen? You're willing to give me this money. You're saving this life of mine. I understand about getting paid, and I'll marry you later. Lin Wanjun wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Chen Pingan and said with a serious face. Chen Pingan did not look too surprised, because he knew this had happened in a previous life. It's just that no one was there to save Lin Wanjun in her last life. Lin Wanjun ended up marrying that man because of the $300,000 bride price. In the end, Lin Wanjun died a horrible death at the hands of this man, and now the opportunity to change Lin Wanjun's fate appeared in front of Pingan Chen. Chapter 47, Storage Ring. Pingan Chen hadn't thought of taking advantage of the fire. He only wants to offer this $300,000 to save this life of Lin Wanjun. But Lin Wanjun didn't think so, because $300,000 is an astronomical amount of money in Lin Wanjun's opinion. She can't afford to pay it back in her life. Anyway, she is going to marry someone in the future, and she can't afford to pay back this $300,000, so she might as well just marry Pingan Chen. In Lin Wanjun's eyes, as long as she got the $300,000 given by Chen Pingan, she was Chen Pingan's woman. Can you really give me $300,000? Lin Wanjun bit her lip and asked softly. She was still in a bit of disbelief about the whole thing. After all, in Lin Wanjun's opinion, $300,000 was an astronomical figure. Here, I gave it. I'll give you $300,000 tomorrow, but if we can slow it down a bit, can I give you this money in a month? After a pause, Pingan Chen added these words. Is it inconvenient? Lin Wanjun asked hesitantly. It's not that it's inconvenient, but I put all my money in the stock market. I can come up with $300,000 for you anytime, but this money would have yielded a little more if it had been in the stock market. Tell you what, I'll give you $350,000 in a month. Is that okay with you? Pingan Chen spoke after thinking about it. Give me $350,000 in a month. Are you serious? Just wait for a month's time to get an extra $50,000. Lin Wanjun asked incredulously. Yes, you get an extra $50,000 for waiting an extra month, and I'll give you $350,000 in a month. I'll take care of your mom and dad's side. I'll go home with you when you get home from school tonight, Pingan said very decisively. Of course, Pingan knows very well that Lin Wanjun can't take the lead in this matter, and the ones who really take the lead are still his parents. Lin Wanjun looks like she's very high-strung, but she's actually a very filial girl. As long as he could convince Lin Wanjun's parents, then there would be no problem with this matter. Okay. Lin Wanjun nodded hesitantly. I'll go back first. Lin Wanjun turned around and suddenly ran away with small broken steps. She had just come over to Pingan on impulse. Lin Wanjun, who had calmed down, felt ashamed all of a sudden. What does Lin Wanjun want with you? Look at how close you guys are talking. Are you making friends? A girl's voice suddenly sounded beside Pingan. There seemed to be a sour note in that voice. When Pingan turned his head, he saw Li Mengyun standing by his side. You're jealous? Pingan asked with a smile. Nonsense. What am I jealous of? Li Mengyun said with a red face. It's okay to tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. Lin Wanjun's family is not in a good situation. Her parents have arranged a blind date for her and want to marry her off. She came to me to borrow money. I've promised to lend her money and will help her get through this time, Chen Pingan said very frankly. There was originally no ambiguous relationship between Pingan and Lin Wanjun, so when he talked about this matter, he also acted very frankly. Of course, the details of the part that is not necessary to say so clearly. So it is. That's not right. You still have the ability to help her through this one? Li Mengyun asked in disbelief. Of course I can. Don't underestimate me, okay? Pingan lifted his chest and said with a confident expression. Che, I don't believe your bull Li Mengyun made a face and turned around to go back to her seat. Pingan, what are you still standing here for? Quickly go back to your morning reading. The language teacher happened to walk over and said nonchalantly at Pingan. Yes teacher, I'll be right back in my seat, Chen Pingan promised, then slowly walked back to his seat. He was not afraid of his teacher at all. After all, in his body as a high school student, there was the soul of a middle-aged man. What was there to be afraid of in a teacher? He had played with several other female teachers in the days to come. It was just that. With a ding-dong sound, the system merchandise refreshment alert had sounded in his head. Pingan had already opened the system interface without moving. The system interface could only be seen by Pingan, so even if it was opened in the classroom, no one would be able to notice this. Pingan glanced at the system merchandise with a startled gaze. Today's 4 items showed up. 1 gold brick, 1 bottle of extreme golden wound medicine, a pair of imperial green emerald bracelets, 1 oversized space storage ring. The first 3 items were almost ignored by Pingan at the very first moment, because the 4th item is an oversized space storage ring. Compared to the oversized space storage ring, the other items are not comparable and have no value at all. Without any half-hearted hesitation, Chen Pingan directly spent $1 and purchased this oversized space storage ring. Pingan reached into his pants pocket as if nothing had happened. By the time he took his hand out of his pocket, he was wearing a white gold ring on his middle finger. The white gold ring is a simple one, with some antique floral patterns on it. In addition to the ancient pattern, the ring had a large, blue-colored gemstone. The most conspicuous thing is this blue gemstone, because if you look closely you will see that there seems to be a vortex present in this blue gemstone. This ring is the oversized space storage ring. This storage ring had already been bound to Pingan, and now only Pingan could use it. However, Pingan could also unbind it and wait until the second person would complete the binding again if they wore the ring again. Of course, it was treasures like these that Pingan would not unbind. Pingan consciousness entered the storage space. He immediately realized that this storage space was very huge. The entire storage space is a huge square of space. This space is 1 kilometer in length, width and height. No wonder the name of this storage ring would be called an oversized space storage ring. How refreshing. With this storage ring, won't I make a fortune if I run transportation in the future? Pingan couldn't help but feel secretly good in his heart. Of course, cool is just a fantasy. There are so many ways to make money. He doesn't need to run a transportation business. But with this storage ring, the convenience in life was indeed much greater. Pingan quietly threw all the textbooks in his desk into the storage space. There were only a few commonly used books that remained, and all the other textbooks were in the storage space. The process of storing the items was very smooth. No one was able to notice this either. The storage ring does work well. Chapter 48, Discovering a Big Bull Stock. The spike system relies heavily on luck. When you're lucky, you can even buy storage rings at will. When you're not lucky, then you'll have to buy apples to taste the flavor. The good thing about the spike system is that the items are refreshed daily, so the probability of Pingdong-chun encountering something good was infinitely magnified. Even with bad luck, you'll always come across something good. The $1 second system could also give Pingdong-chen an unlimited bottom line, and an unlimited future. Old Chen, what are you smiling about? Did you encounter something good? Zhang Yong, who was at the same table, asked softly. Yes, there is good news. Didn't I tell you to invest in stocks before? I'll tell you the good news. All of our stocks have skyrocketed. You invested $50,000 with me before. I'll pay you back $100,000 in a month. Let's just ask if you're cool and happy, right? Pingdong Chen lowered his voice and said with a smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Chen really has you. Cool. I knew I could get rich following you. Old Chen, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Zhang Yong also said excitedly. A good brother for life. You'll follow me in this life. I will definitely take you to become rich. Pingdong Chen said solemnly. He hadn't helped Zhang Yong in his last life, but in this life he could make sure to pull a good brother. He. Old Chen, then I'll be relying on you for everything. Zhang Yong said with a hefty smile. Chen Pingdong, Zhang Yong, you two stop muttering down there and read properly for me. The teacher shouted from the podium. Zhang Yong all of a sudden sat upright and read carefully. Although Pingdong Chen did not care about the teacher's words, he nevertheless collected his demeanor and began to read seriously. Li Mangyun, who was not far away, blankly glanced at Pingdong Chen and secretly blamed him for not reading properly. Unbeknownst to her, she herself hadn't been reading properly, otherwise how could she have noticed Ping and Chen's every move? While Pingdong Chen was pretending to read a book, he was opening the system's stock interface. The system's speculation software can be used for a month and the next 3 weeks. Pingdong Chen wanted to seize such an opportunity to make a big fortune. The previous Pingdong Chen had a small capital of only a few $1,000,000. Also because of the small amount of money, he can buy as many stocks as he wants. But not anymore. It's up to $100 million. By the time you get to $100 million, you can influence the movement of the stock price. So how do you buy and sell stocks requires skill. The Northwest shipping industry is actually going to skyrocket. As Pingdong Chen was looking for a suitable target for speculation, a stock price suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The name of this stock is Northwest Marine, and I wonder what happened to the parent company of this stock? During this afternoon, this stock suddenly skyrocketed continuously. It pulled right up before the afternoon close. That's nothing. The point is that the stock will keep pulling up over the next few days. We'll be up for a few days. Chen Pingyang now do not know. But anyway, tomorrow is certainly still continue to rise. And Northwest Marine stock is on an exceptionally large plate. With this $100 million in his hand to throw in, he probably won't make a single wave. Northwest Shipbuilding would be perfect for a big money investment like his. Pingdong Chen wrote down the name of Northwest Shipbuilding and the stock code. After the morning reading was over, Chen Pingdong went directly to the rooftop and took out his cell phone to call Sun Haitang. Begonia bought me this stock, Northwestern Shipbuilding, in installments, by 2 p.m. Today, all $100 million of my money is going to be bought. Be careful when you buy. Buy in batches. Don't make too much noise. I don't think I need to teach you such things, do I? Pingdong Chen said calmly. Northwest Shipbuilding? $100 million to buy all of it? Sun Haitang inquired again. Yes, it's all of Northwest Shipbuilding's $100 million. Pingdong Chen said with certainty. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Sun Haitang had opened the stock interface while talking and checked out Northwest Shipbuilding. Just after looking at the trend of the Northwest shipbuilding industry, Sun Haitang immediately felt that something was wrong. Mr. Chen, Northwest Shipbuilding's trend isn't very good. It's been on a downward trend. Do we really need to spend $100 million to buy them all? Sun Haitang asked uncertainly. After all, this is $100 million, and you still need to be very careful when investing it. The fact that it's falling means it's bottoming out. Now is the best time to fish for the bottom. I'm clear on the risk side, so listen to me. Follow the method I told you to operate. Pingdong Chen said bluntly. Alright, I understand. Since you said so, then I'll start operating according to your instructions. Sun Haitang said helplessly. She herself definitely wouldn't buy Northwest Shipbuilding, but Chen Pingdong was the employer, and since Chen Pingdong was already determined, it would be good to do things according to Chen Pingdong's orders. Hanging up the phone, Chen Pingdong was also somewhat helpless. If possible, Pingdong Chen would prefer to personally operate the buying and selling of stocks himself. But as a high school student, he really didn't have the time or the means to operate a stock trading operation, so he could only choose to believe Sun Haitang. It is good that Sun Haitang is also a regular employee of the securities company, and I believe that Sun Haitang would not dare to mess around. By the way, I need to get a computer in the house, and I need to hook up the internet connection. Pingdong Chen opened his mouth. He didn't have any money before, so of course there was no way to accomplish things like computers. But now, then, he's not short of money, and it's better to account for it on his parents' side. After all, they know he's got a fortune in his hands. I don't think your parents would object to buying something like a computer, would they? Inside the securities company, Sun Haitang was skeptical of Chen Pinggan's orders though, but she's still a great person and has no issues with her work ethic, so she was skeptical in her heart, but she still did what Ping and Chen said when she bought and sold stocks. The first step was to sell all of the 3 million or so shares in the account. Stocks trying to sell are actually quite simple and done quickly. In this way, Pinggan Chen's account had more than $103 million. Then it was time to start buying Northwest Shipbuilding in batches. Northwest Marine stock has been moving downward for 2 consecutive months in a row. Stocks like this one are the best to buy because everyone wants to sell their shares and very few people are buying them. So once someone starts buying stocks after that, there will be a swarm of people who will start pitching their own holdings. Although Sun Haitang was not a professional trader, there was no need to doubt her ability. Sun Haitang began sporadically purchasing shares of Northwest Shipbuilding. Northwest Shipbuilding stock has also started to slowly improve due to Sun Haitang's involvement, but this boost is very small. Numerous retail investors have not picked up on this. The bankers behind it should have already realized this, and they started to suppress the stock price, releasing the shares in their hands little by little. The stock began a slow decline. Sun Haitang frowned a bit. She had noticed this situation as well, but Pinggan Chen's request was to buy all of Northwest Shipbuilding. Therefore, Sun Haitang still made the purchase as requested by Pinggan Chen. $100 million was all purchased in 2 hours in the morning. At this time, Pinggan Chen's account is in a state of loss, although it was bought in batches, because the stock price was falling continuously and consecutively. Pinggan Chen had already lost a point at this point. By this time the morning had also closed. Chapter 49, making $12 million. As soon as the market opened in the afternoon, the situation on the disc directly stunned Sun Haitang. Northwest Boats is riding high, almost pulling a straight line upward. In a matter of 2 minutes, Northwest Marine pulled right up to the stop. This kind of violent pull-up situation in the stock market is actually very common. Only this kind of violent pull-up ordinary people simply cannot catch such an opportunity, because by the time the average person sees this stock violently lift, you can't buy it anymore. Even if you were given the opportunity to buy, the average retail stockholder simply wouldn't dare to take the plunge. Northwest Marine closed the morning session at -3 points. Afternoon opened directly violent pull-up, directly to the stop. Pinggan Chen bought at a price that was already 1 point negative at the time, and the violent pull-up took it straight up 12 points. $100 million is up 12 points, and the gain is only at $12 million. That's the power of finance. Therein lies the reason why so many people dump their money into stocks, because if you buy the right stock, it's a simple thing to get rich. Of course, if you buy the wrong stock, it's a simple matter to go broke. Sun Haitang looked at the stock interface incredulously. She was never expecting it. This stock that Pinggan Chen was looking at actually pulled up directly in the afternoon. Could it be that Mr. Chen is a stock god? This reading of his is too accurate, Sun Haitang said to herself, her face full of incredulity. Sun Haitang hurriedly checked the relevant information again. He then saw a news item that turned out to be major good news for Northwest Shipbuilding, which had received a large order. The value of this large order is directly over $10 billion, and this big order is still from the state. It's no wonder that Northwest Shipbuilding stock went on an instant ride, pulling right back up violently. Any company that gets a tens of billions of orders like that would probably see its stock take off straight away. Luckily, I didn't suspect Mr. Chen's operation, but bought and sold stocks according to Mr. Chen's orders, otherwise I would have been out of luck, Sun Haitang said with palpitations. At this time in Mr. Zhang's office, Mr. Zhang was also dumbfounded as he looked at the data displayed in the monitoring account. Pinggan Chen's financing conditions were something he had agreed to, so he was also more attached to this matter. Pinggan Chen's account was also with him, being monitored by him. Originally, this morning all took $100 million to buy the Northwest Shipbuilding industry still let Mr. Zhang a little worried. But Mr. Zhang was just worried. After all, this is a normal operation. As long as there are no irregularities and not too many losses, then all other operations that are normal. But let Mr. Zhang never expected is only to the afternoon of this Northwest Shipping actually directly pulled up. It was this one investment that directly made Chen Pinggan earn $2 million. Mr. Zhang had a few moments of jealousy in his heart after reading it. Well, it took a moment for him to calm himself down. After all, he has been in the stock market for many years and this is not the first time he has seen this situation, so he's still good enough to stabilize himself. Making money in the stock market is not a great skill. It's only great if you can make money and leave the market safely. But this kind of operation by Pinggan Chen still opened Mr. Zhang's eyes. It was just not known if Pingdong Chen was lucky and the blind cat ran into a dead mouse or if he really had some kind of doorway. Mr. Zhang also intends to wait and see. The good thing was that after giving out his cell phone to Pingdong Chen before, there was a friendship between the two of them, and they could continue to deepen their friendship in the future. Chen Pingdong, who was still in school, didn't know that he had become a multimillionaire all of a sudden. After all, he wasn't in a position to check his cell phone during class, so he had no idea what was going on with the stock right now. But if the system interface hadn't made a mistake, then the Northwest shipbuilding he was buying right now should have gone up. Pingdong Chen's heart still had a number. Chen Pingdong's cell phone vibrated and received a text message, but Chen Pingdong didn't care about it anymore. After all, he was still in class. Finally class was over. Chen Pingdong took out his cell phone and glanced at the text message. It was from Sun Haitang. The text message consisted of just a few short words, and Northwest Marine violently stopped for a 12-point gain. After reading the content of the text message, the corner of Chen Pingdong's mouth also hooked up a smile. Now Chen Pingdong's heart was completely in his stomach. In fact, the area he was most worried about was that Sun Yat-sen had not purchased the shares as he had requested. But judging from the results, it was clear that Sun Haitang was still obedient and didn't act smartly in a way she shouldn't have. This girl is not bad. When the deal is done, give her a red packet then. Pingdong Chen thought silently in his heart. And in fact, Pingdong Chen also intended to do a little inspection of Sun Haitang. If Sun Haitang's character and ability passed muster, Chen Pingdong intended to poach Sun Haitang to work for him. Pingdong Chen had a month to speculate on stocks, and when he was done, he was expected to have a sum of money in his hands. At that time, Pingdong Chen could use the money to continue his investment venture. But Pingdong Chen himself had no one in his hands. As for his own words, he doesn't have time for that kind of thing because he's going to college. That was why Pingdong Chen needed a reliable team to work for him. Sun Haitang is considered to have entered the eyes of Chen Pingdong, but the specific need to Sun Haitang to do things for himself needs to continue to be examined. Of course, this matter also needed Sun Haitang's own willingness to do so. It was just that Pingdong Chen was confident that he would be able to dig Sun Haitang out. Don't look at the fact that Sun Haitang is now working in a securities company, but in reality, her salary package is not very high. As long as Pingdong Chen gave him good enough treatment, digging Sun Haitang out could be said to be a very simple matter. The power of capital is such that as long as the money is there, a lot of things are easy to do. The countdown to the college entrance exams has begun, and the studies are becoming more intense. It was good that at this point in time, after Pingdong Chen had been strengthened by the learning potion, his learning ability had been improved by leaps and bounds. The high school curriculum was no longer the least bit difficult for Pingdong Chen. Chen Pingdong's mind was also no longer focused on his studies, but more on his future business ventures. Pingdong Chen had already made several entrepreneurial routes for himself, but it's hard to say which one to do right now, and it depends on how much money you can actually make on this speculation. But no matter which entrepreneurial path it was a bright path for Pingdong Chen. Other people start a business and feel their way across the river, but Pingdong Chen was different. Pingdong Chen was stepping forward on the shoulders of giants, but Pingdong Chen knew what industries were going to be successful in the future, so Pingdong Chen just had to go for those industries that would be successful. If you can't, then just spend the money to invest in a 2-horse property. Ali Ma and 10 cent Ma, 2 horses in hand. The future is worry-free. Time dawdles even more, and it will go all the way and never stop. Finally, it was time for school to end again. Chen Pingdong, who had packed his book bag, only walked out of the classroom when he saw Lin Wanjun standing playfully in the corridor with her book bag on her back. Seeing Chen Pingdong walk out of the classroom, Lin Wanjun's eyes flashed with a flash of delight. Chapter 50 Zhang Yong's Envy. After school, Lin Wanjun waited for Chen Pingdong in front of the school. When Pingdong Chen saw it, he walked over. Old Chen, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Zhang Yong has chased out at this time. I'm not going with you tonight. I have some things to do. Pingdong Chen spoke. What's going on with you? Can't you go home with me? You're good, buddy? Are you still my good brother or not? Zhang Yong had a sad expression on his face. Alright, don't get weird on me. I'll take you to my family's internet cafe during the weekend and let you have a good time. Pingdong Chen said in a good-natured manner. This is what you said, really let me have a good time in your family's internet cafe? Zhang Yong said with great excitement. Chen Pingdong's family had opened an internet cafe, and Zhang Yong already knew about this matter. Now that he heard Pingdong Chen say this, it excited Zhang Yong. Don't worry, I'll do what I promised you. The computers at the internet cafe are just that. When I split the money with you next month, you'll buy a laptop then. Having your own laptop is awesome. Laptops are easy to carry. You can bring them along when you go to college. Chen Pingyang spoke. Although it's only 1998 and desktops are few and far between, and the number of internet cafes is small, laptops are already available. It's just that laptops really aren't cheap and the performance is a bit outdated, but it's still fine in use. the key is that it's highly portable. When Zhang Yong heard this, his entire body seemed to be excited as if he had been hit with chicken blood. Awesome old Chen. No, big brother, you'll be my own big brother from now on. Zhang Yong shouted excitedly, be quiet for me. You're going to lose the laptop if you keep rattling around like that. I'll shut up right away. Zhang Yong immediately covered his mouth, but suppressed laughter was still coming out of Zhang Yong's mouth. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you that much. I still have things to do. Go home by yourself. Chen Pingan waved his hand towards Zhang Yong. Then Pingan Chen rode his own bicycle and approached towards Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun nodded at Pingan Chen with little expression on her face. The two then rode their bikes together, one after the other, and disappeared into the entrance of the school. This scene was seen by quite a few people, but there were so many students leaving school at this hour that not too many people would care. Zhang Yong saw the scene and an anti-smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded right in Zhang Yong's ears. As soon as Zhang Yong turned his head, he saw Li Mengyun walking past him with a cold face. Obviously, Li Mengyun saw that scene as well. Zhang Yong also heard Li Mengyun's cold snort, and was so scared that he dared not say anything, and rode his bicycle to run away. What are you going to tell my parents? Lin Wanjun, who was riding her bike, coldly opened her mouth and asked, let's just say I'm willing to lend you $300,000. Do you think it's okay? Pingan Chen asked with some uncertainty. Then should I pay back the $300,000? If I don't have to pay it back, what do you want my parents to think? If it needs to be paid back, how do you expect my parents to pay it back? Lin Wanjun asked very calmly. It was a question she'd thought about over and over again just now, but could never think of anything too good to say. Chapter 51 Ping and Chen's Bullying. Lin Wanjun, this is not going to work. You're young, you don't understand a lot of things. I know very well that you are too much at a disadvantage in this case. That's better. Do as I say. The $300,000 is still considered a loan from me. You'll pay me back later when you're out of college and working and you have money. But go to your parents and I'll make it clear to them. You trust my eloquence. I can convince your parents. Pingan Chen asked seriously. Lin Wanjun was beautiful. There was no need to doubt that. And Pingan Chen had pursued Lin Wanjun before. It was only that Lin Wanjun did not have eyes for Pingan Chen. But for Pingan Chen to do something that would take advantage of a person's danger, he could not do it. You must have 3 views on being a human being or the book is going to be closed. Pingan Chen, thank you. Li Wanjun shed tears. Her heart moved beyond measure. He did not expect that in this situation, Chen Pingan could still make such a choice and still help himself unconditionally. Let's go. Just do what I just said. Pingan Chen said seriously. Li Wanjun nodded and agreed. Lin Wanjun's home was a bit far away. It was in the middle of a city village, and the location was a bit remote. It took the two of them 20 minutes of biking out of the school before they finally made it to the town center. That's quite a distance, and it's hard for Lin Wanjun to ride that far to and from school every day. My house is here, Lin Wanjun reminded. Following Lin Wanjun's hint, Pingan Chen also saw Lin Wanjun's home. The two of them were in front of Lin Wanjun's house and parked their bikes. Upon arriving here, Lin Wanjun was instantly hesitant. Before, she was quite bold, but now that she was really at home and really wanted to bring Pingan Chen home, Lin Wanjun was a bit timid all of a sudden. Let's go. It's fine. I'm here, Pingan Chen said seriously. With Chen Pingan's encouragement, Lin Wanjun seemed to have courage all of a sudden. I can do it. Come on. I'll take you home, Lin Wanjun said as she gathered her courage. The two of them walked into Lin Wanjun's home together. Daughter, you're finally back. Look at how Dejun has been waiting for you for quite a while. Lin Wanjun's mother saw her daughter return and quickly spoke. Lin Wanjun turned her head to see a man in the house. This man he had met once before. Probably in his 40s. His skin was dark and his face carried quite a few wrinkles. The man was wearing a suit, but it was obviously a bit on the large side, and wrinkled on him in some ungainly fashion, and one of his legs looked a little unusual. This man's name Lin Wanjun remembers very well. His name is Zhao Dajuan. This man is also Lin Wanjun's blind date. Zhao Dajuan promised to pay 300,000 dowry to marry Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun's parents are very fond of this marriage. They are all very fond of it, because it's a 300,000 dowry. In their time, marriage is only a few $1,000s as a bride price, or even a few $100s can be used as a bride price. A $300,000 bride price is absolutely outrageous. With this dowry of $300,000, their family's life can get a drastic change at once, although they were also very distressed by their daughters. But for the sake of the family, then they can only condescend to their daughters. Not every parent in the world looks out for their children. Lin Wanjun, however, was somewhat foolish and filial. If it wasn't for the appearance of Pingan Chen, Lin Wanjun would have really ended up marrying this Zhao Dajuan. Zhao Dajuan stood up at once when he saw Lin Wanjun return, his face smiling like a flower. When he stood up, the leg looked even more pronounced. Lin Wanjun's face turned somewhat pale all of a sudden. Right at this moment, Pingan Chen, who was following behind Li Wanjun, had already taken a big step forward and stood in front of Lin Wanjun in a flash. Hello uncles and aunts, my name is Chen Pingan. I'm Lin Wanjun's classmate. I came to the door today to propose marriage. Chen Pingan's two simple words were shocking to the entire audience. Lin Wanjun's parents were instantly stunned. Zhao Dajuan was also stunned. This, what's going on with you? Daughter, what's going on with you? Lin Wanjun's mother stammered. As for Lin Wanjun's father, he could only lie in bed because he was injured, but he could still hear what was happening in the living room. What do you mean by that? Young man, come to steal a woman from me, Zhao Dajuan said coldly. Lin Wanjun is young and beautiful. Zhao Dajuan has long had his eyes on it. It is impossible to give up the beauty that comes to his mouth. It was impossible to ask Zhao Dajuan to give up Lin Wanjun now. Uncle and auntie, I've heard that in order to marry Lin Wanjun, you need to come up with a $300,000 dowry. I'm willing to pay this dowry, and I'm Lin Wanjun's classmate, and I'm comparable to him in age. If the two of us get together, you two will have some honor on your faces. Otherwise, if Lin Wanjun marries this old man, it's the two of you who will lose face, and Lin Wanjun will live a hard life in the future. You guys look at this male scruffy. What woman could ever have a good life with him? Just because you guys don't think he can come up with $300,000 for a dowry doesn't mean you'll have a good life living with him. The key is that he's too old and ugly. Which part of him is worthy of Lin Wanjun? Pingan Chen said very nonchalantly, because Pingan Chen knew that the man in front of him was the murderer who killed Lin Wanjun in his previous life. Since he knew that this man was not a good thing, when Pingan Chen faced this man, he certainly did not need to be so polite. Who are you to talk about me like that? I think you're looking for death. All of Pingan Chen's words had reached Zhao Dajuan's wounds. Zhao Dajuan was already furious at this point, and his face was filled with a hideous expression. He stood up violently and walked towards Pingan Chen, obviously wanting to teach him a lesson. Chen Pingan, you run. Lin Wanjun reacted and rushed at Pingan Chen. Run? Do I still need to run? Against a loser like him, I can throw him out with one hand. Pingan Chen coldly finished raising his hand and grabbed Zhao Dajuan's neck. He then lifted Zhao Dajuan by the neck and grabbed him out as if he was riding a chicken. And after Zhao Dajuan's neck was grabbed by Chen Pingan, he felt that all of his strength had disappeared. Pingan Chen walked to the door and directly threw Zhao Dajuan out. Zhao Dajuan doubled over on the ground before letting out a scream. Zhao Dajuan, Lin Wanjun will be my woman from now on. I forbid you to hit on her in the future, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Pingan Chen pointed at Zhao Dajuan and said. Zhao Dajuan gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Pingan, but he didn't say anything harsh. He just gritted his teeth and turned his head, limping away. Pingan Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. Chapter 52, the more you look, the more satisfied you become. This Zhao Dajuan has a very deep mind. This man must not be kept. Pingan Chen said silently in his heart. Zhao Dajuan was obviously a pervert, and a very vicious one at that. He had now hated Pingan Chen and presumably hated Lin Wanjun as well. What bad things can a man like him do? So people like him must not be allowed to live either. But now is not a good time to do it. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry at all because he now finally knew the other party's name. This guy turned out to be called Zhao Dajun. Wait and ask this guy where he lives and then find a chance to do him. Pingan Chen had already sentenced Zhao Dajuan to death in his heart. Lin Wanjun's mother ran out with small steps, looking at Zhao Dajuan who had already left, her eyes suddenly a little dull. What can be done about it? How can this be? Lin Wanjun's mother said a couple of words, and it was obvious that she was already a bit overwhelmed. After all, Zhao Dajuan's promise to come up with a $300,000 dowry still made the old couple very happy. Now Zhao Dajuan is leaving, which means they can't get their hands on this $300,000 dowry. Although Pingan Chen had just said that he could come up with the same amount of astronomical dowry, but the Pingan Chen in front of us is clearly a child. Where is the money to get it out? Auntie and uncle, I'm sorry I lied to you just now. I do like Lin Wanjun, but we're both too young to get married yet. But I know that Lin Wanjun is in trouble right now. That's why I'm willing to contribute a sum of money. This money doesn't need to be paid back by Li Wanjun. Just think of it as Lin Wanjun owing me a favor. In the future, I'll start my own company and have Lin Wanjun come to my company to do things for me. This money will just be slowly deducted from Lin Wanjun's salary. Pingan Chen suddenly spoke. When Pingan Chen said this, Lin Wanjun's parents were shocked. In fact, they really did like Pingan Chen, but I didn't realize there was such a story here. But the conditions offered by Pingan Chen also made it impossible for them to refuse. Giving them a sum of money for nothing, waiting for Lin Wanjun to graduate from college and then go to work. slowly pay back my condition is really good to no end. Boy, you're not kidding. You're not lying to us, are you? You should know. Our family is in a bad situation and is waiting for this money to improve our family's life. This is our family's life-saving money. You can't lie to us, Lin Wanjun's mother said seriously. Of course, if you can really do it, we won't object to what you're doing with our daughter. You are indeed much better than that Zhao Dajuan. Lin Wanjun's mother spoke again. Although Lin Wanjun's parents were trying to sell her for a good price, but Lin Wanjun was after all one of their daughters. Naturally, they also hoped that their daughter would get better and better and be able to live a good life in the future. Pingan Chen's conditions were obviously much better than Zhao Dajuan's. Zhao Dajuan was, after all, just a choice made out of necessity. There were no rich people among the people they knew, and Zhao Dajuan was already the richest. Only Zhao Dajuan was willing to come up with this astronomical bride price, so that's the circle. Lin Wanjun's parents were poor, and all the people they knew were also poor, and they simply couldn't find rich people in their circle. So even if they wanted to sell their daughters for a good price, they simply couldn't find anyone to buy them. It was for this reason that it was a cheap shot at Zhao Dajuan. With Lin Wanjun's condition, even in this day and age, people willing to spend a sky-high bride price to marry her were probably a dime a dozen. Pingan Chen was just lucky that he had bumped into him. Of course, good luck also required strength. And if Pingan Chen couldn't come up with this amount of money, it was unlikely that Lin Wanjun's parents would agree to this matter. Determining that Pingan Chen could really come up with this amount of money, only then did Lin Wanjun's mother reappear with a smile. Lin Wanjun's mother is indeed quite a snob. Pingan Chen sighed in his heart. It's really hard for Lin Wanjun to live in such family conditions. It is no wonder that Lin Wanjun acted particularly high and cold in school. I guess that is not called high and cold. It should be called aloof, because that's the way her home environment was. It raised her to be like that. Auntie, how is uncle's health? Pingan Chen opened his mouth and asked. It's just like that. You can only raise it slowly. Lin Wanjun's mother spoke. I'll go talk to uncle for a few minutes, Pingan Chen said. In reality, Pingan Chen wanted to go and do some treatment for Lin Wanjun's father, but there would be no need to explain so much about this kind of thing. It was only appropriate to meet and talk about it. For such a request from Pingan Chen, Lin Wanjun's mother naturally would not refuse. Pingan Chen saw Lin Wanjun's father in the bedroom. It was a rather tall man, his face all wrinkled with age. Seeing Pingan Chen enter, Lin Wanjun's father instantly became a bit restrained and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. The young man has made you laugh, Lin Wanjun's father said in embarrassment. Uncle, just call me by my name. My name is Pingan Chen. Pingan Chen said with a smile. Fine, then I'll call you Pingan Chen. Lin Wanjun's father looked up and down at Pingan Chen's face, growing more and more satisfied. Although they were selling their daughters, and at a sky-high price too, their faces would of course be more glowing if their son-in-laws were tall and handsome. Chen Pingan's age was comparable to Lin Wanjun's tall and handsome, so they were still very satisfied with Chen Pingan's appearance. Uncle, how is your leg hurt? Let me give you a look. I've learned medicine from the elders in my family before. As he spoke, Pingan Chen began to check the injured area for Lin Wanjun's father. Lin Wanjun's father said with some uneasiness. Pingan Chen, you don't need to do a checkup, right? My injury is quite serious and I need to go inside the hospital to have an operation before I can do so, but we really don't have the money for surgery at home. All the compensation money I got before was spent in the hospital, but it's still not cured. Lin Wanjun's father sighed even as he spoke. Pingan Chen examined it, and immediately his brows furrowed. Like Lin Wanjun's father said, he was pretty badly injured and not handled properly. It has been treated before, but because it wasn't treated properly, the wound is now having a hard time healing. If we go by the current Western medical methods, several more surgical treatments would be required to do so, but fortunately, he, Pingan Chen, had come. Chapter 53, Treating Leg Injuries. I can cure your injury, uncle. You don't need to go to the hospital, and you went to the hospital that operated on you, and you actually had a hard time getting that leg back. Even if the doctors do a good job of operating on you to heal you, you'll walk with a limp from now on, and you won't be able to use this leg with any strength. Chen Pingan honestly opened his mouth. Little Chen, you're not joking with me, right? Lin Wanjun's father asked in surprise, because he just couldn't believe the outcome. He thought he was going to save his leg after he spent the money to go to the hospital for treatment. Everything I say is true, and I really have no reason to lie to you about this. But don't worry, uncle, with me you'll be able to keep this leg. This way you lie still and don't move while I give you the treatment. I'm going to point a few acupoints on your body now, lest you be in too much pain. Without even consulting the other party, Pingan Chen directly pointed several acupuncture points on Lin Wanjun's father's body while the other party was still in a daze. Because Pingan Chen also knew that if this kind of thing was really entangled, it would be endless. Therefore, Pingan Chen did not do anything and was very decisive. directly pointing the acupoints first. Lin Wanjun's father had lost control of his body directly after being pointed at the acupoints. Qin Pinggan's movements were a bit rude, flying directly to all the bandages and other items on Lin Wanjun's father's legs were undone. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of Lin Wanjun's father, he directly reached out and started resetting the bones in his feet. Resetting bones with bare hands is an old craft of Chinese medicine, but in modern times, fewer and fewer people know this old craft. The point is that there are also fewer and fewer veteran Chinese medicine practitioners who are able to become proficient in this craft. Pinggan Chen was the best of them. After all, the medical skills he had mastered were very impressive. Western medicine requires surgery to reset the bone piece by piece, which can be done, but Pinggan Chen didn't have that troublesome surgery at all. Pinggan Chen directly used his bare hands and reset all the bones in the injured area. After the bones were reset, Chen Pinggan began to use his true chi of the everlasting life technique to repair the wounds of his old father-in-law. The eternal life technique can kill as well as repair human organs. This was coupled with the addition of Pinggan Chen's medical skills, so this means of treatment could be said to be divine throughout the entire treatment. Because Qin Bingjing had pointed out the acupuncture points, Lin Wanjun's father did not feel any discomfort. To be precise, he couldn't feel his body now. His entire body was numb. The control nerves of his body had been briefly severed by Pinggan Chen. It was indeed very simple for a powerful martial artist to kill someone. For example, if Pinggan Chen was like this, if his hands were a little heavier, then he could have severed his old father-in-law's nerves directly, making him directly paralyzed in his next life. Of course, this is his own old father-in-law. Chen Pinggan would not lay such a poisonous hand. Just about 10 minutes later, Pinggan Chen finished the treatment before readying the bandage. Uncle, don't move this leg for half a month. You'll be in bed for the rest of the half month. You can't go anywhere. You can't do anything. After half a month, you'll basically be able to get out of bed and move your arms and legs. I'll prescribe you another pair of medicines. Taking them on time will speed up your body's recovery. Pinggan Chen opened his mouth. Little Chen, why does this body of mine feel like I can't feel anything all over? Lin Wanjun's father stammered and asked, his voice filled with trepidation. Uncle, your leg was just reset by me, and it will still be very painful. I was also thinking of you, so I temporarily pointed the acupuncture points on your body so that you wouldn't feel any pain. You lie down in peace now. In another 2 or 3 hours, your body will return to normal, but by that time your legs will be hurting too, so you'll have to put up with it. Pinggan Chen explained, and there was no way to stop this process. So that's how it is. Then I know. Lin Wanjun's father let out a sigh of relief. So my leg is even better now? Do I still need to go to the hospital? Lin Wanjun's father asked uncertainly. I've already treated you. You don't need to go back to the hospital. Don't worry, uncle. There's no way I'd lie to you about something like this. Pinggan Chen said seriously. If it was before, Lin Wanjun's father would not believe half of what Qin Pinggan said. But having seen Qin Pinggan's pointing techniques, as well as his exquisite healing techniques, he really had some faith in Pinggan Chen's abilities. The key is still on the cost of treatment. You know, he went to the hospital for such a healing procedure. It would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. It's the same as taking out his family's money all at once, but now it's better. He doesn't have to go to the hospital, so the cost of this treatment is saved. For a poor man like him, this is great news. So Lin Wanjun's father also chose to believe in Pinggan Chen. Little Chen, I don't even know what words of gratitude I should say to you, Lin Wanjun's father said with some embarrassment. Uncle, you and I would be too polite. Pinggan Chen smiled and said softly, I really don't know what to say. It would be great if you could be my son-in-law. Lin Wanjun's father also said in a hurry. Just at this time, Lin Wanjun and her mother also finally came in. Previously, when Pinggan Chen had given her father a treatment, Lin Wanjun had also seen it, but she didn't dare to stop it. After all, at that time, Pinggan Chen had already done it. Now that the treatment was over, the mother and daughter hurried in. Pinggan Chen, you really aren't joking, are you? My father's legs are not to be messed with. Lin Wanjun asked with red eyes. Trust me, how could I possibly joke about something like this? If something really goes wrong with uncle's leg, big deal. I'll support him for the rest of his life. Pinggan Chen followed up with a sentence. Lin Wanjun blankly glanced at Qin Pinggan in anger, but it was obvious that she wasn't really angry. It's too late in the day, so I'm going to head back. There's a prescription I wrote down on the table, so remember to go tomorrow and get the medicine as prescribed. Don't worry about it, guys. None of the herbal medicines I prescribe are expensive. I reckon it's just over $100. Pinggan Chen followed up with an explanation. The thing about Chinese medicine is that it's really quite deep, and if you use expensive herbs, the price can be sky high. But if you just use common herbs, then the price can be cheap again. This prescription prescribed by Pinggan Chen did not use any precious Chinese herbs, so the price was not expensive at all. Pinggan Chen, thank you. Lin Wanjun said gratefully. Why don't you stay for a meal first? Lin Wanjun's mother said in a hurry. Auntie, let's forget about it today. It's a bit too late today. Wait for me to come back next time. Pingan Chen said in a hurry. That's fine, daughter-in-law. You quickly give people a good send-off. Lin Wanjun's mother said again. Chapter 54, Tonight's the night. By the way, Auntie, do you know where that Zhao Dajuan lives? I'm worried that Zhao Dajuan will come after you in the future, and possibly me as well. So I'm trying to find someone to find out what this person's character is like. At least know where his family lives. Pingan Chen asked offhandedly as he walked to the door. Lin Wanjuan's mother just froze for a moment and didn't think too much about it. After hearing Pingan Chen's explanation, Lin Wanjuan's mother quickly said the address where Zhao Dajuan's family lived. Where Zhao Dajuan lives is not far. 2 streets back, there is another urban village. Zhao Dajuan lives at 85 Yanha Road. Chen Pingan memorized the address, said a thank you out of his mouth, and then left on his bike. Daughter, can this classmate of yours really be trusted? After waiting for Pingan Chen to leave, Lin Wanjuan's mother asked again with a sigh. She's still a little uneasy about it. He's still very reliable. I believe he can be relied on. Lin Wanjun only hesitated for that second, then said with great certainty, this is a man of your own choosing. Whether you suffer or live a good life in the future is your own pick. I, as a mom, can only let you be, Lin Wanjuan's mother said with another sigh. Mom, I know. Lin Wanjun whispered with her head lowered. How would she have made that choice if she had a choice? But there's nothing she can do about it. If it wasn't for the appearance of Pingan Chen, then she would have to marry that Zhao Dajuan. Instead of marrying Zhao Dajuan, she should have chosen Chen Pingan. That's what Lin Wanjun was thinking. To choose one, she chose Pingan Chen. Besides, Pingan Chen had also said that it was only money lent to her. When she went to college and earned money in the future, she could return this money to Pingan Chen. It's okay to talk to your parents when you get there. Pingan Chen did not go home directly after leaving on his bike, but after making a detour, he rode in the direction of Zhao Dajuan's house. 10 minutes later Pingan Chen smoothly arrived at Yanha Street. This place, Pingan Chen, had been here several times before and was quite familiar with it. In the past, there was a food street where there were especially many delicious things to eat, and Pingan Chen went there often. Along the river street Chen Pingan came less, but the approximate route is also known. Moreover, Pingan Chen already knew the door number of Zhao Dajuan's house. The location along River Street is a little out of the way, but it's easy to find because it's built right up against a small river. Once you find the creek, you also find the street along the river. 55, River Street. Pingan Chen glanced at the door number and then continued his search. Now that we have found 55, River Street, the rest of the way is easy to find. Sure enough, it didn't take Pingan Chen long to find no. 85, along the river road. Pingan Chen observed the surroundings, and there was no surveillance around. Luckily, it's 98 and the popularity of surveillance is very low. Most of the streets did not have the presence of surveillance at all, so it was very convenient for Pingan Chen to move around. The place where Zhao Dajuan lives is a single house. This was good news for Pingan Chen, but followed closely by a bad news. Zhao Dajuan is not at home. Pingan Chen could sense that Zhao Dajuan's house was not occupied just by standing in front of the house. Zhao Dajuan's house is empty, but there is a dog. When Pingan Chen walked to the door, the dogs in the yard heard Pingan Chen's footsteps and directly rushed in Pingan Chen's direction, barking frantically. Pingan Chen could only curse and leave after making sure that Zhao Dajuan was not at home. Mom at home was still waiting for him to come home for dinner. He didn't have time to keep spending time here. But the good thing is that the location of Zhao Dajuan's house has also been determined now. A plan slowly emerged in Pingan Chen's mind. Chen Pingan didn't move and got on his bike, then rode home. What's the matter with you, kid? Just getting back now. It's driving me crazy. I almost had to go to school to find you. When he returned home, his mother, Yu Xiaoying, split his head and yelled at him. Normally at this time of the day, Chen Pingan would have already returned, but today it was an hour later than usual, so it was no wonder Yu Xiaoying was so furious. Mom, I'm not to blame for this. The teacher gave us a paper and told us to finish it at school before we came back. Mom, you understand, it's almost time for the college entrance exam, so the teacher has strengthened us a bit. Pingan Chen hurriedly explained. Really? You didn't lie to me, did you? Yu Xiaoying asked in disbelief. Mom, if you don't believe me, why don't you go to school tomorrow and ask our teacher? Pingan Chen said with a straight face. Why don't you tell our teacher at school tomorrow that we shouldn't be forced to do homework in the future? You must let us go home from school on time every day. Pingan Chen took the initiative and said, that won't do. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Your studies must be intense. Yu Xiaoying said in a hurry. Forget it, you brat, hurry up and go eat. Yu Xiaoying waved her hand, and only then did she let Pingan Chen go. Pingan Chen smiled and said darkly in his heart, easy take. The food was already a bit cold, but Chen Pingon didn't care and took a big bite. After dinner Chen Pingon went back to his room to read and study. The time has come. At 10 p.m. Chen Pingon returned to the bedroom after washing up with the intention of sleeping. Another hour later, it's 11 p.m. By now the house was dark and quiet. Pingon Chen's bedroom door was opened with a creak. Then Pingon Chen, who was wearing a dark-colored sweatshirt and a mask, walked out. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, but for a villain to take revenge from early to late. Pingon Chen did not feel like a gentleman. He would rather be a villain. That's why things like revenge never last overnight. This Zhao Dajuan person should be dealt with tonight. Pingon Chen walked to the doorway and stopped for a moment, quietly listening to the sounds in his mother's bedroom. It was now 11 p.m. and my mother had long since fallen into a deep sleep. Pingon Chen eased his footsteps and walked out of his house. After coming out of his house, Chen Pingon walked towards the outside of the neighborhood with light footsteps. There were no security guards at the entrance of the neighborhood, but just in case Pingon Chen still chose to go over the wall, the 2-meter-high fence was easily surmounted by Pingon Chen. After leaving the fence Chen Pingon rushed all the way towards Zhao Dajuan's home. Pingon Chen did not ride a bicycle this time, but his walking speed was not at all slower than riding a bicycle. The night already seemed cold and clear at 11 p.m. The streets were almost devoid of pedestrians. However, Chen Pingon was still very careful in what he did, almost always advancing along the street corners so that he would not be noticed. Half an hour later, Pingon Chen arrived at Zhao Dajuan's doorstep. Pingon Chen had only arrived at Zhao Dajuan's door when the dog in the yard barked. Pingon Chen jumped directly over the courtyard wall and landed in Zhao Dajuan's courtyard. The big black dog in the yard, which had only landed on the ground, rushed towards Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen coldly glanced at this big black dog and lifted his foot to send it flying. With just one kick, the big black dog was directly kicked to death. The yard was instantly quiet. Chen Pingon slowly walked towards the bedroom, but the bedroom was very quiet, and Zhao Dajuan actually hadn't returned yet. Pingon Chen's heart immediately cursed again. Chapter 55. Good night, Zhao Dajuan. Cursing was cursing, but Pingon Chen's patience was not lacking at all. Since Zhao Dajuan didn't come back now, it didn't matter. Just wait. Chen Pingon had already made up his mind that he must do him tonight. If he didn't do Zhao Dajuan tonight, he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Waiting and waiting and waiting for another 2 hours to pass. The sound of the door opening suddenly came from the doorway. Zhao Dajuan, who smelled of alcohol, wobbled and finally walked in again. It turned out that after this guy left Lin Wanjun's house, he went to get a drink from his drinking friends. They were the best drinkers to kill time, and they drank for hours and hours before they finally went home drunk. He didn't feel anything unusual when he got home and didn't even realize that his dog had been kicked to death. He was even less aware of the fact that there was already one more person in his house. A figure was already walking towards him. Who the are you? Not here to steal from my house, are you? Zhao Dajuan finally noticed that there was someone in front of him, and he squinted his eyes with an impatient face. He thought the man in front of him was a thief. How was he to know that the person in front of him was here to take his dog's life? When Pingon Chen grabbed Zhao Dajuan's neck, he directly pulled Zhao Dajuan towards the bedroom. Don't look at Zhao Dajuan's burly appearance. But in reality, in the hands of Chen Pingon, he didn't have the ability to fight back half the time, and was easily grabbed by Chen Pingon. Pingon Chen grabbed Zhao Dajuan into the bedroom and then threw him onto the bed with a hand. Who the are you? Are you looking for death? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. The drunken Zhao Dajuan was still cursing. Pingon Chen didn't spoil him either, reaching out and nudging his body several times. These few acupoints were really not meant to harm Zhao Dajuan. It had to be said that this way of sobering up by Pingon Chen was indeed very effective. A few short minutes later, the drunken Zhao Dajuan was already sober. However, this sobriety was short-lived, and it was Pingon Chen who briefly brought him to his senses. It's you, I remember you. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Dajuan, who had come to his senses, had realized that something was not good, and he saw that Chen Pingon was standing right in front of him. Of course he knew Pingon Chen. Although he didn't know what Pingon Chen's origin was, he knew that his wife was snatched away by Pingon Chen. In the middle of the night, Chen Pingon appeared in front of him again, so of course he realized that the situation was a bit bad. However, the current Zhao Dajuan was still somewhat rampant, and he was not afraid of Pingon Chen. After all, Chen Pingon looked like a high school student, and when quietly didn't look that lethal. So Zhao Dajuan quickly came to his senses. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Pingon viciously. I know you. You do have a lot of guts. You dare to rob my woman. I'm telling you, I won't let you go. I'm going to get you killed, and I'm going to get your whole family killed. You wait to die. Your whole family waits to die. Zhao Dajuan spoke viciously into his mouth to speak the most vicious language. Pingon Chen, however, appeared to be very calm, because he wouldn't bother with a dead person. Do you know why I'm trying to get you to come to your senses? You were all drunk earlier. It was easiest to kill you then, but I wouldn't do that, because it's too cheap for you to die like that. I'm going to let you wake up before I torture you. I'll tell you how you're going to die. I'll break your hamstring and then your spinal nerves. I'm going to make you a paralyzed whole body that can never move again. I've heard that both your parents are dead. Relationships with your own relatives aren't too amicable either. If you were paralyzed at home, would anyone come to bring you food? It's not so bad if someone comes to bring you food. You, on the other hand, can still go on living like a dog. But if no one comes to bring you food, then you're out of luck. You'll starve to death here alive. Pin Gonshen said slowly and methodically, but his words came out more terrifying than Zhao Dajuan's threats. Impossible things, don't you dare brag in front of me. You think you can scare me with this kind of bull asterisk? Do you think I'm scared? Fine, come at me if you can. I'll see if you chaps have the guts to make a move on me. Have you ever killed a chicken? You haven't even killed a chicken. And you dare to kill someone. And you dare to pick my tendons. Do you have the guts to do that? Zhao Dajuan said with cold eyes, his face full of disdain. He didn't believe what Pin Gonshen said at all. Pin Gonshen just smiled, not explaining at all, much less refuting. Because there's no point in either explaining or refuting. All he has to do is get down to it. Before Zhao Dajuan could react, Chen Pingon directly reached out and grabbed his arm. Then Pin Gonshen pinched his hand. The nerves in Zhao Dajuan's wrists were then cut off directly with his true qi. This technique was very subtle, using true qi to sever the nerves under the skin through the skin. This technique is difficult to be able to observe even with modern anatomy. Even after Zhao Dajuan died, the coroner did an autopsy on his body and couldn't find out the cause of his death or the symptoms he had before he died. What the coroner was able to examine was that Zhao Dajuan was starved to death alive. Pin Gonshen's movements were quick, and the nerves above Zhao Dajuan's hands and feet were quickly severed by him with his true qi. In reality, Pin Gonshen could have done it without having to do so, because he only had to cut the spinal nerves. Zhao Dajuan's body would likewise lose control, but Pin Gonshen did it anyway. And the main thing is an insurance policy. The nerves to the limbs of the hands and feet are severed, and then you come back and sever the spinal nerves. Zhao Dajuan's entire body was completely numbed into a state of paralysis. What are you doing to me? What the hell are you doing to me? Zhao Dajuan asked frantically, now like a mad dog. Pin Gonshen also did not stop Zhao Dajuan from shouting, as he had just observed that there was no one living around. No one would hear Zhao Dajuan even if he screamed louder here. Who asked him to live in a remote enough location? After severing the nerves in Zhao Dajuan's spine, Pin Gonshen continued to start on the nerves in Zhao Dajuan's head. After just a few operations, Zhao Dajuan could no longer speak. He became a mute. Zhao Dajuan was lying quietly on the bed. Only his eyes could still rotate. The current Zhao Dajuan was completely quiet. His eyes were thick with fear. He wanted to speak. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't do anything. I'm off. Enjoy the future. Actually, I didn't intend to kill you. I just intended to come and scare you, but I took your threat just now seriously. So sorry, I had to go after you for the safety of my family. Good night, Zhao Dajuan. Chapter 56, The Magic Farm. The night was silent, and on the second day Ping and Shen woke up slowly after a night of beautiful dreams. Finally, Zhao Dajuan was done. Lin Wanjun's revenge from his previous life. Pin Gonshen had avenged him in this life. Although Pin Gonshen did not kill Zhao Dajuan with his own hands, there was actually no difference between killing him. Because at this moment, Zhao Dajuan was completely cut off from the nerves of his entire body. The body can't move, the mouth can't speak. All he could do was lie in his bed in his own home, quietly waiting to die. And his death will be more tragic. He would have starved to death alive in his own home if no one had found him. Normally, he would have friends, right? If there was a friend, then his friend might be able to find Zhao Dajuan. In which case Zhao Dajuan still had hope of surviving. But odds are no one should be going after Zhao Dajuan, because the door to Zhao Dajuan's house was already locked. Even if someone came looking for Zhao Dajuan, at most they would just knock on the door. But Zhao Dajuan is now a cripple, lying in bed at home, unable to move. So even if someone came knocking on the door and someone came looking for him, Zhao Dajuan had no way to ask for help. And even more so, no one could go in and find Zhao Dajuan. The end of Zhao Dajuan was almost predictable. He'll be starved alive in his own home in a few days. When he dies and his body stinks, it's probably only when the surrounding neighbors find out about the fact that he's dead. Shen Pingon was not at all worried that this matter would have anything to do with himself, because Pingon Shen had not killed Zhao Dajuan with his own hands. In terms of the crime-solving ability of this era, it was also impossible to find Pingon Shen's body. At the sound of his mother's call, Chen Pingon got up, dressed and washed himself, and after having breakfast, he then rode his own bicycle to school. As usual, Zhang Yon was waiting for Pingon Shen in front of his house, worthy of being Pingon Shen's hardcore hairdresser. Old Chen, what exactly is the situation between you and Lin Wanjun? Zhang Lei approached while riding his bike and inquired in a low voice. He had a leering expression on his face, and he didn't know where the hell the guy was thinking. Old Chen, I realized that you are old and powerful now, Zhang Lei said with a few moments of excitement. You've only just realized it. Your vision is failing. I've always been great, okay? Pingan Shan said with a smile. The two talked and laughed all the way to the school, and soon they were riding their bikes. 8 a.m. was again the time for morning reading, and Pingan Shan's favorite time of the day, because by this time period the system merchandise is also refreshed. Another 4 brand new items today. Full-level powerful Vajra Palm, a fine embroidered spring knife, 1 fantastic farm, 1 Bartlett sniper rifle. 4 items appeared today, giving Chin Pingan quite a surprise, except for the fine embroidery knife, which is a relatively ordinary item. The other 3 items are not ordinary. The full-level powerful Vajra Palm allure was still very good, and could boost Pingan Chen's fighting ability. But on second thought, it seemed that Chin Pingan could not use this full-grade power Vajra Palm. After all, it's modern times now, and this kind of martial arts really doesn't come in handy. The same result is true for embroidery. To be really attractive, it's the 2 later items, the magic farm and the Bartlett sniper rifle. Boys were all more attracted to firearms, and so was Pingan Chen. Still, the presence of the gun is quite a deterrent. Although Pingan Chen was very fond of this Bartlett sniper rifle, however, Pingan Chen's attention was still placed on the magical farm. Chin Pingan very much wanted to know what exactly this magical farm was a thing. All of the system's items will have a blurb, so to find out what exactly Fantastic Farms is, all you have to do is read the blurb. After reading the synopsis, Chen Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. This magical farm is actually a realistic version of QQ Farm. Awesome, 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 awesome. Fantastic Farm has planting and farming features, but the crops inside will grow very fast. Normally, it takes months to grow rice before it matures for harvesting, but in Wonder Farm it may only take a few days to complete the planting and harvesting. And Fantastic Farm also has one-click planting and one-click harvesting. The system interface only had a brief introduction, and the specifics could only be viewed one by one once he had purchased the magical farm. But at this point, Pingan Chen had already made a decision. He was going to buy this magical farm. After all, this magical farm is the most valuable item. Spend $1 on Wonder Farm. Here's the best part of the dollar spike system. Any item can be spiked down for just $1. There's no other price to pay, so it's just too good to be true. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the magical farm. There was suddenly a function button on the system interface. The name of the function button is Fantastic Farm. Pingan Chen opened the magical farm's function button. Watermouth and ink animation style farm appeared in front of Pingan Chen. This is the Wonder Farm now. Fantastic Farm has a lot of farmland in it, and there is a huge amount of space in it. This is something that QQ Farm can't compare to. Inside the farm there are mountains and rivers and numerous farmlands and endless meadows. The stuff is well equipped and all of it is presented as barren. The inside of the farmland is all overgrown with weeds. Pingan Chen looked at the usage functions and quickly understood how to use the magical farm. Pingan Chen could plant and farm in the magical farm, but seeds and pups cost money to buy. There is also no need for Chin Pingan to spend money outside to buy the system interface of the magical farm inside. You can directly spend money to buy seeds and buy cubs. Once you buy the seeds and pups you can plant them. Chin Pingan was having fun playing Magic Farm while attending classes. The gameplay of Fantastic Farm is similar to QQ Farm. Pingan Chen just played with it for a while and was soon able to use it skillfully. But very quickly, Pingan Chen realized that the magical farm was actually quite a money burner, because the seeds inside Wonder Farm cost money to buy. Wonder Farm uses cash. Fantastic Farms has a cash recharge window from which Pingan can make cash recharges directly. Only at this time, Pingan Chen did not have much money. He could only charge $100 in and casually familiarize himself with the operation. Pingan Chen must recharge more money to play this magical farm well. Chapter 57, I'm going to see a doctor. After fumbling for half a day, Chen Pingan could be considered to have figured out the basic functions of the magical farm. First is the size of Wonder Farm. The initial size of Wonder Farm was 100 acres, a pond, a pasture, and a livestock barn. This is all of the original items from Fantastic Farm, but Wonder Farm can be expanded. But expansion costs money. Like farmland, it's perfectly possible to spend money on an extension, but extensions can cost a pretty penny, $10,000 an acre. Such a price was really too expensive for the current Pingan Chen. But think about it another way. All of the farmland inside Wonder Farm is his personal, private land. For $10,000 an acre to buy it can be used all the time with no restrictions. With no restrictions, it's still a great deal. Of course, the key thing is that the crops inside the magical farms grow at a fast rate. Wonder Farm crops grow 10 times faster than the outside world. For example, It takes 150 days to grow rice in the outside world to harvest it, while it only takes 15 days on Wonder Farm. This is without the use of any fertilizer. If you buy fertilizer from inside the farm for watering, then the growth rate will be a little faster. But fertilizer costs money too. This magical farm is simply exactly the same as QQ Farm of Virtue. It costs money to buy anything, and it costs cash. Although it was necessary to spend money in order to buy these things, Pingon still felt that it was a very good deal after reading it, because you get what you pay for. The land of the magical farm is very fertile, the yield is very high, and according to the system explanation, the crops produced by the magical farm, there is a certain probability that it will produce extreme great crops. The superb peaches and superb apples that Ping and Chen had previously purchased were all produced from the Wonder Farm. The specifics were unknown to Pingon right now. After all, he hadn't really planted it yet. Although some fruits and vegetables have been planted, they have not yet been harvested. So the actual situation is at an unknown stage now. Although a lot of things were still unknown right now, Pingon could already see that the potential of this magical farm was very huge. Because if you spend money, you can expand the land of Wonder Farm infinitely. For example, in the future, when Pingon had enough money, he could buy 100 million acres of land. Rice or wheat is then planted on these lands, as Fantastic Farms boasts a 10x growth rate. So after only 15 days, these rice and wheat can be harvested. This operation can then be repeated. So generally Pingon alone could feed the world. Pingon couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air even as he thought of this. That's really impressive if you really want to do that. Of course, thinking about it and wanting to do that or not is another question. After all, if Pingon really did something like this in such a high-profile manner, it was estimated that the governments of various countries around the world would be looking for trouble from him. In a word, Pingon could now be sure that this magical farm was indeed very powerful. For the time being, Fantastic Farms can't be planted on a large scale, but on a small scale that's not a problem at all anymore. After all, there are still 100 acres at Wonder Farm. In the future, Pingon own family's food problem would be solved directly by the magical farm. Not only Pingon but his own family, as well as his relatives' families and friends' families were also completely settled. However, as soon as this thought came up, it was extinguished by Pingon own. Some things are easy to think about, but difficult to do. He sneaks a little bit in his own house, and that's not a big deal. But if Pingon gave these vegetables and fruits to his relatives and friends, and things got out of hand, then he was definitely asking for trouble. So yeah, there are some things that you can only think about in your head, and it's better not to do them if you do them. The 100 acres of land was planned by Pingon who intended to plant some vegetables and fruits that he wanted to eat. Now, though, he just grows a few acres of vegetables and fruits, because he doesn't have enough money. Whether you buy seeds or plant them, it costs money. Wonder Farm is a gold-swallowing monster. Pingon was studying the magical farm, and without realizing it, the class had already ended. Lin Wanjun suddenly went off and came over and rushed at Pingon. What's going on between you and Lin Wanjun? Lin Wanjun asked indifferently. What's going on? You're asking this question in an inexplicable way. Pingon asked, deliberately playing dumb. I saw you riding off together last night. Is this your intention to pursue Lin Wanjun? Lin Wanjun asked with a calm face. No such thing. How could I possibly pursue Lin Wanjun? You misunderstand. Lin Wanjun's father is sick, and her family's situation is not so good. She can't afford to go to the hospital, and when she heard that I can heal people, she asked me to go to his house to treat his father. Pingon came straight to this paragraph of lies with hardly any pause. But it's not quite true to say it's a lie. There are still a few bits of truth in there. Who do you think you are when you're told to go to the doctor? Are you a doctor? Lin Wanjun said disdainfully. I'm not a doctor, but I've studied medicine, and most doctors aren't as good as I am. It's because Lin Wanjun knew about this that he sought me out to treat his father. Besides, you wouldn't be unaware of what Lin Wanjun's character is. Would you think that for no reason he would be able to come together with me? Pingon asked rhetorically. You think Lin Wanjun can look at me? Pingon words had really put Lin Wanjun on the spot. Lin Wanjun and Lin Wanjun were still relatively familiar with each other. After all, the two of them were the two biggest schoolgirls in the school. Although they weren't in the same class, they were in the same grade after all, so they became more familiar with each other. Lin Wanjun of course knew that Lin Wanjun was a cold iceberg beauty, and had never heard of any boy Lin Wanjun was closer to. Under normal circumstances, Lin Wanjun should not have come together with Chen Pingon. Lin Wanjun thought, and also felt that Lin Wanjun could not possibly look at Chen Pingon. Could it be that what Pingon said was all true? Lin Wanjun fell back into self-doubt. You said you know medicine, so show me what I have. Lin Wanjun asked with a bit of arrogance. No problem. Actually, you don't have much of a problem. Come closer and I'll whisper to you. Pingon whispered. Is it necessary to get that close? Li Mangyun said with a beak. That's what she said, but she had to come closer herself. You get menstrual cramps every month. How about it? Was I right? Pin Ganshan said with a smile. Li Mangyun instantly blushed, because Pin Ganshan was right. She had menstrual cramps every month. Chapter 58, on the rooftop again. Girls get menstrual cramps. In fact, this ailment is quite common. Li Mangyun is just a little less familiar. Of course, she's a girl, so she must be embarrassed to be talked about in such a way. You don't have a big problem with this. I can cure it. Give me your hand and I'll give you a few massages. By the time I push and massage your acupuncture points, you'll be healed of a good portion of what's wrong with you. Then I'll give you a prescription for medicine. And you'll take the medicine according to the prescription, and you'll have to take it for a month in a row, and the disease in your body will be completely cured. Pin Ganshan said softly. You're not bluffing me, are you? Li Mangyun, however, was a bit disbelieving. Do I need to lie to you? Besides, there's no way to lie to you about something like this. If I can't cure you, you come over and beat me. Pin Ganshan said confidently. I don't want to hit you. Dirty my hands. Li Mangyun said without a good mood. Just after she finished, she looked around furtively. Noticing that many of the students around them were looking at the two of them, instantly became embarrassed. It's not convenient right now. Let's talk about it during lunch. If you can really cure me, I'll buy you lunch at noon. That's it. I'm going back. Li Mangyun finished brushing it off and ran straight away again. Pin Ganshan smiled and gently shook his head. Li Mangyun, Lin Wanjun, these were the two school beauties of their school. No boy would not like them. Zhang Yang of course liked it, but of course his liking was simply liking, not love. However, this did not prevent Zhang Yang from envying Pin Ganshan. You're awesome. Zhang Yang raised his thumb towards Pin Ganshan and said with an envious face. The two of them just made eye contact, and the meaning was clear to both of them. At lunchtime, Pin Ganshan took the initiative to look for Li Mangyun. The two sat down to eat. It was the first time the two of them had sat down at a table to eat. Pin Ganshan was generous, but Li Mangyun was not. Li Mangyun always felt that the students around him were looking at his own jokes. Student Li Mangyun, you're sneaky. Do you have a ghost in your heart? Pin Ganshan said with a smile. Li Mangyun just blankly glanced at Chen Pingan and said, you're the one with a ghost in your heart. Okay, I know you have a tender face and don't talk. Let's eat first. After eating you have to find a place where no one is. I'll treat you first. Speaking of which, your aunt will be here soon, and if you don't treat it, you'll be in pain for a while longer. Pin Ganshan suddenly lowered his voice and said these words. When Li Mangyun heard these words, her face instantly turned red, blood red. How do you know so much as a boy? Li Mangyun asked softly through clenched teeth. The way she gritted her teeth was adorable. I'm a doctor. How could I not know about such things? I know more about your physical condition than you do yourself. Hurry up and eat. You'll be in for a treat when it kicks in. Pin Ganshan suddenly said, and Li Mangyun's face suddenly changed for a moment, because she felt her belly start to ache. It's a precursor to a great aunt coming. Right now it's still just a vague pain in my belly, and it's going to get worse by the time the afternoon rolls around. Pin Ganshan's reading is really accurate. Now give me your hand, and I'll ease you out first. Pin Ganshan said. Li Mangyun didn't refuse this time, and very obediently handed over her wrist. Pin Ganshan grabbed Li Mangyun's small hand and then several acupoints on his hand. It was rubbed and pressed. While massaging, he injected his true chi into Li Mangyun's hand little by little. It was only a matter of 2 minutes before Li Mangyun suddenly felt that she was no longer in pain. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. I'm not in any pain now, Li Mangyun said in surprise. It's only temporary right now. Let's eat and then find a place where no one is around and I'll press you again. Remember to drink plenty of hot water during the day today, and don't catch a cold during the night. I'll write you another prescription. Remember to ask your family to go to the pharmacy to get you the medicine as prescribed. I'll write down the use of the prescription clearly for you, and you have to take the bar continuously for a month. Actually, your condition isn't really sick, it's just that you're weak and cold, which is why you have this result. The medicine I prescribed for you is supposed to be used to nourish your body, and after you've nourished your body, you'll naturally be free of illnesses. Pin Ganshan explained. Thank you, Li Mangyun said somewhat happily. This condition has actually been afflicting her for a very long time. She had also told her mother before and had been to the hospital to see a doctor. The doctors in the hospital have given her medication and used a number of treatments, but nothing too good. Each time it gets a little better when I take the medication, but as soon as the medication stops it comes back, and it's hard to go back and forth. This time, listening to the way Chen Pingan was talking, Li Mangyun's heart also ignited a few points of hope. Let's hope that I can really be cured this time, Li Mangyun said secretly in her heart. The two left together soon after they ate. Go to the rooftop. There's no one there, Pin Ganshan said. Li Mangyun was a bit embarrassed, but she nodded her head in agreement. However, Li Mangyun also made a request that they could not walk together. The two of them had to walk one behind the other. Chen Pingon was a bit speechless, but he did as he was told. Chen Pingon went up to the rooftop first, followed by Li Mangyun. Revisit the old place. Chen Pingon really has a kind of, cannot say the feeling. After all, this is where he was reborn. Even more so, he taught Zhang Lei's group a lesson here. By the way, speaking of Zhang Lei, I really don't know how that kid is doing now. If there are no accidents, that Zhang Lei kid should still be lying in the hospital now, right? Pingon Shen's mind spun this thought, but he quickly threw Zhang Lei out of his mind, because Li Mangyun has come. Come over here, I'll give you a little treatment. Pingon Shen waved towards Li Mangyun. You won't do anything strange to me, right? Li Mangyun said when she arrived, but she was a bit wary. Look at what you're saying, am I that kind of person? We've all been classmates for 3 years now, you still don't know what kind of person I am? Pingon Shen said in a good-natured manner. That's hard to say, it's hard to know what people know, Li Mangyun said with a beak. Okay, don't dilly-dally, get a grip. Chen Pingon took the initiative to walk over and grab Li Mangyun's hand and started to darken it. Li Mangyun was a bit embarrassed at first, but the massage technique of Chen Pingon was too comfortable. Chapter 59, I'm not going to be a doctor. It would be a real shame if you didn't become a doctor in the future. After all, you're such a good healer. If you don't become a doctor, all your medical skills will be wasted, Li Mangyun said in praise. Li Mangyun's words could be said without any hint of flirting. She really felt that Pingon Shen's medical skills were really good. She had seen so many doctors before, but those doctors were half useless and couldn't cure this little problem of hers. But when it came to the hands of Pingon Shen, this little problem in her body was instantly cured. Li Mangyun was most aware of just how powerful Pingon Shen's medical skills were, because Li Mangyun had experienced it firsthand. Being a doctor? There's no way I'm going to be a doctor in my life. I'll only be rich. Being a doctor and working for someone as a cowboy, do you think I'm stupid? Pingon Shen said disdainfully. Nonsense, how can being a doctor be a cow or horse for people? Li Mangyun retorted. Pingon Shen smiled, not explaining at all. Being a doctor is a very high-profile profession for the average person, but to the real upper echelon, doctors are just cattle and horses. Are you feeling better now? After a while, Pingon Shen asked. It's much better, that's why I said you should become a doctor. You're so good at healing, Li Mangyun persuaded again. Just don't say it, it doesn't mean anything to me. Let's not talk about this topic. Why don't we change the subject? Like what kind of boys do you like? Pingon Shen suddenly asked with a bad smile. It's none of your business what kind of boys I like. What's the point of asking so many questions? Li Mangyun blankly glanced at Chen Pingon and said without any good humor. Isn't it just a topic of conversation to inquire about it? What's all the excitement for? You even rolled your eyes. Pingon Shen said with a smile. I'm not going to fall in love during high school, at least until college. We can only be good friends and classmates now. You know what I mean? Li Mangyun said with extreme seriousness. I understand everything. Don't worry about it. Chen Pingon nodded repeatedly. Then we're considered good friends now, Pingon Shen added. Then forget it, Li Mangyun said softly. Pingon Shen smiled and said, as a good friend, let me do a magic trick for you. Do you want to see it? Do you see my hands empty? Are you looking at me to see if I have an extra peach on my hand? As he spoke, there was suddenly a peach on Pingon Shen's empty hands. Pingon Shen, how did you do this? You really know how to do magic? Li Mangyun asked in surprise. Show me the peach. It's not a prop, is it? Of course it's not a prop. This is a real peach and it's edible. Try taking a bite. Pingon Shen had already handed the peach in his hand to Li Mangyun as he spoke. Is this peach real or fake? Don't you dare lie to me. Li Mangyun took the peach and asked with a puzzled expression. Are the peaches real or fake? You'll know if you take a bite. Just try it. Pingon Shen said with a smile. Li Mangyun looked carefully at the peach in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was real. She took the peach and smelled it very fragrant. The aroma was especially tantalizing. It smelled and looked especially delicious. I'll give it a try then. Li Mangyun took a careful bite after she finished speaking. With just one bite, she was sure it was a real peach, as it was exceptionally tasty. You can tell if a peach is real or fake just by taking a bite. Li Mangyun could now be sure that this was a real peach, and it was the best peach she had ever eaten in her life. These peaches are so good, just as good as that apple you gave me last time. Do you have any more peaches? Give me some more. I want to bring them back to my mom. Li Mangyun said commandingly. No problem, Lord School Flower. Pingon Shen said flirtatiously. Screw you, don't talk nonsense. Li Mangyun frowned and said, but her heart felt weird. I'll listen to everything you say. I'll stop. Pingon Shen said in a hurry, and even scratched at his own mouth, as if he had zipped it up. The two of them talked and laughed and had a good time. Li Mangyun had no intention of staying after eating the peaches. The two were still leaving one after the other. Li Wanjun going first and Pin Chen following behind. Pin Chen froze for a moment as he walked down the rooftop because head-on he saw Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun glanced at Qin Pingon and turned around. Qin Pingon exhaled a breath, also had some helplessness, but it could not be helped. Chapter 60, Movie Tonight. Pin Chen wanted to find Lin Wanjun to explain, but indeed he could not find an opportunity to do so. Lin Wanjun seems to be avoiding him on purpose. It was until the end of the school day, and it was still caught by Pin Chen. You're not angry, are you? Or are you jealous? Pin Chen asked in a low voice as he followed Lin Wanjun's side. There's no anger or jealousy, Li Wanjun said stiffly, but that's not what the expression on her face said. You could tell she was angry by the expressive language on her face. There's something we all let go and say don't mess up like this, okay? Qin Pingon said calmly. So what do you mean? You even went to my house to propose. Then you turned your head and took Li Wanjun up to the rooftop. Who knows what you guys did on the rooftop? Lin Wanjun said expressionlessly. In the end she was still jealous. Of course it's a girl's prerogative. When Lin Wanjun saw Qin Pingon and Li Wanjun talking and laughing, she felt a hard feeling in her heart. It's as if you've been robbed of your own. To put it bluntly, Lin Wanjun was just jealous, whether she liked Pingon Chen or not. But Pingon Chen went to her home to propose marriage and promised to pay a bride price. She herself had agreed to this matter, so she must have already had Pingon Chen in her heart. Now that Qin Pingon was close to another woman, it would be a hell if her heart still felt good. You know, I've been pursuing Li Wanjun, and I like her too, but Li Wanjun doesn't like me. I've liked you before and pursued you, but you turned me down. If you had directly agreed to be my girlfriend in the beginning, where would there be anything about Li Wanjun later? I will only like you with all my heart. Won't mess with Li Wanjun. You mean this matter is still my fault? Lin Wanjun said breathlessly. No, this whole thing is my fault. It's my fault. I didn't control my feelings. Give me some time. I'll take care of this, Pingon Chen said seriously. Besides, Li Wanjun and I are innocent. It's not like you don't know that she can't see me. Lin Wanjun was somewhat speechless, but what Pingon Chen said seemed to make sense. Don't get mad. It's not worth it to get mad over something like that. Speaking of which, we haven't had dinner or seen a movie together, have we? I'll take you to dinner tonight and then we'll watch a movie together. Do you think it's okay? We have a long time ahead of us to be together. Shouldn't we seize every second? Shouldn't we cherish every bit of time we have together? So watch the movie with me tonight and let's have dinner together. Pingon Chen spoke. I feel particularly wound up by what you said. Forget it. That makes you say it. Lin Wanjun exhaled a breath and said softly. It gave her a headache to think about such things, so she simply didn't think about it much. I'll walk you home first and talk to your parents. Then we'll go out to dinner and see a movie together. I'll bring you back after the movie. Isn't the movie Titanic a big hit lately? Have you seen it? Pingon Chen suddenly spoke. It was only suddenly that it occurred to Pingon Chen that Titanic was the one that was released this year. Titanic? It's a movie I've heard of, but haven't seen. I heard others say it's especially good. Lin Wanjun, who also had a few heartbeats, said. She had heard her classmates talk about this movie, and many of them had already seen it, but because of Lin Wanjun's family, she hadn't gone to the cinema to see the movie at all. Now hearing Pingon Chen say that he wanted to take her to see the Titanic, it instantly gave Lin Wanjun a few moments of desire to go and see it as well. No refusal allowed. We have a deal, Pingon Chen said in a domineering manner. Lin Wanjun didn't refuse, which was already considered a tacit admission. The two rode together and rode towards Lin Wanjun's home. During the process Pingon Chen took out his cell phone and called his mom at home. Mom, I've asked a female classmate to watch a movie with him, so I'll be back later tonight. Pingon Chen whispered these words. You kid pay attention to your own safety. Mom's surprised voice came over from the phone, and then similarly lowered her voice, instructing him to pay attention to safety. That's what makes boys and girls different. If a girl were to go out to dinner and a movie with her male classmates, her old mother at home would never approve. But after switching to male students, the situation was instantly turned around. Pingon Chen's mother was overjoyed when she heard that Pingon Chen was going to ask his female classmates out for dinner and a movie. It didn't matter if nothing came of it between the two. It wasn't like her son was losing out anyway. After taking care of his mother, Pingon Chen would have no more worries. The action of Pingon Chen calling his old mother was clearly heard by Lin Wanjun, whose face was slightly reddened. The two of them were just having a conversation and then rode their bikes towards Lin Wanjun's house. It was finally Lin Wanjun's home. Seeing that Pingon Chen had come along, Lin Wanjun's mother was very enthusiastic. Lin Wanjun's mother was still planning to invite Qin Pingon to have dinner with her, but she was rejected by Qin Pingon. It was mainly because the dinner at Lin Wanjun's house was indeed a bit simple, and Pingon Chen didn't want to treat himself poorly. Moreover, such a good opportunity to increase affection. Of course, Qin Pingon would not give up. Under the insistence of Pingon Chen, Lin Wanjun's mother was amenable to good advice. Why don't you drop your book bag off at my house first? The two of them walked out of Lin Wanjun's house, and Li Wanjun looked at Chen Pingan carrying a large school bag, so she opened her mouth to inquire. No, watch, I'll show you a magic trick, Pingan Chen said with a smile, then his mouth chanted fiercely. Heaven and earth are limitless, Qianquan borrows the law, collect. The book bag he was carrying slammed out of existence. Ah, how come your school bag is missing? Lin Wanjun asked in surprise. Lin Wanjun walked over and even touched Pingan Chen's body. Pingan Chen's bike was also checked, but no organ props were found. How the hell did you do that? How did you lose your book bag? Where did you hide your book bag? Lin Wanjun directly started the mode of asking 3 questions in a row. Not telling you. He. Pingan Chen said with a hefty smile. If you don't say it, don't say it. I don't want to know yet. Lin Wanjun said with a stern face. But really, she still wanted to know the answer. Chapter 61, First Date with Lin Wanjun. Why didn't you just eat at my house? The two of them walked for a while before Lin Wanjun opened her mouth and asked. This is the first date and the first time we've both had dinner together. I think it's still more monumental, and it should still be solemnized. Not to mention dinner at some big hotel. Should have a nice meal too, Pingan Chen explained. Hearing Pingan Chen's explanation, Lin Wanjun's heart rejoiced a little. Though she'd never been in a relationship, being valued did feel comforting. Then what are we going to eat? Lin Wanjun asked. Is there anything you want to eat? Pingan Chen inquired. I've never eaten a burger. Can you take me to eat a burger once? Lin Wanjun thought about it and opened her mouth. No problem. We'll eat whatever you want today, but I can tell you up front that the burger isn't as good as you think it is, but it's only right to try it if you haven't. Pingan Chen said with a smile. If someone said they hadn't eaten a burger after letting 20 years go by, it would be an unimaginable thing. After all, by 20 years from now, burger joints will be full of burgers and prices will already be low. But that was not the case at all in 1998, because in 1998 a random burger combo cost $10 or $20. Keep in mind that this was 98 and you could go and eat a bowl of fried noodles for only $1. It only costs 50 cents to ride the bus. It also only costs $2 or $3 for a fast food meal. So when you convert it this way, you realize how expensive it really is to eat a burger. Pingan Chen's family was quite well off, so he had eaten burgers. Lin Wanjun's family situation was not too good, so she had never eaten a burger at all and couldn't afford to buy one. The author himself, as a child, only ever saw his classmates eat burgers, not himself, so he remembers the incident well. Even though they are a small place here, there is already a KFC. Chen Pingan directly rode his bike and took Lin Wanjun to KFC. The impression was that KFC hadn't even changed much, and sure enough, Pingan Chen saw at a glance that KFC was still the same as he remembered. When they reached the door, Lin Wanjun was a little afraid to go in. Turning her head towards Pingan Chen, Lin Wanjun whispered, "Things are so expensive here. Do you want us to forget about it for another one? It's okay, we'll eat here if you like." As he spoke, Chen Peiyang directly led the person, Lin Wanjun's hand towards the KFC and walked in. Lin Wanjun's heartbeat instantly sped up, and she struggled to get free, but didn't. His face was red, and he could only allow Pingan Chen to hold his hand. The store was doing unusually well and was almost full. Although KFC sells expensive stuff, there are simply no other peers to compete with him now. The people want a burger, then they have to come to KFC. Not like by 20 years from now, when all kinds of burger joints fill the streets. People have more choices, and prices have been knocked down instead. KFC is pretty much a monopoly these days. Let's just order a family bucket. I'm more able to eat. Pingan Chen spoke up, almost didn't bother with Lin Wanjun's opinion either, because Pingan Chen also knew that even if he asked Lin Wanjun's opinion, it would be in vain. Lin Wanjun is also here for the first time to eat KFC, and she has no idea which of the things here are good and which are not. In that case, you might as well order the whole family bucket with everything, which would be a bit more convenient instead. There were only 2 of them, but it didn't affect the food at all, because Pingan Chen's appetite was particularly large. Pingan Chen was also a martial arts practitioner now, and his consumption of food was relatively high. It's so expensive. Will I buy too much? Lin Wanjun said with some embarrassment. Lin Wanjun saw the price list above, and at this time, she also felt that she had come to the wrong place. It was the first time she had been inside a KFC store and the first time she knew it was so expensive. Lin Wanjun had only vaguely heard that the food in this place was delicious but expensive before. It's only now that I really know the price that it really feels so expensive. I can't believe a family bucket is over $90 now. You know she doesn't even have $90 in pocket money for a month in January. When you're with me from now on, I want you to never have to think about money again. In the future, in your eyes, the price is just a number. You don't have to think about whether it's expensive or cheap. You just have to think about whether you like it or not, Pingan Chen said seriously to Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun's heartbeat accelerated again and her face flushed, but her heart felt warm and fuzzy, and there was something unusual about it. Lin Wanjun couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was, but she felt very comfortable. If it's an experienced girl, you know she's in love. After the two of them finished ordering, Lin Wanjun was a bit at a loss for words. Chen Pingan directly held Lin Wanjun's hand to an empty seat and pressed her into position. You take your place here for a moment. We have small tickets in our hands. Just go straight to the counter to collect them when it's our turn later. They don't have a delivery service here. It all needs to be picked up by us. Pingan Chen raised the small ticket in his hand and softly explained. Because Pingan Chen knew that Lin Wanjun was here for the first time, so she should be unaware of many things here. That was why Pingan Chen took the initiative to introduce it clearly. Lin Wanjun nodded, and in her heart, she was secretly touched by Pingan Chen's meticulousness. Lin Wanjun's heart also felt a bit surprised, because when she was in school before, she felt that Chen Pingan was not such a boy. At that time, Chen Pingan was a big boy with a big grin, but the current Chen Pingan was very mature, giving her a feeling of security and stability. Could it be that boys all mature so quickly? Lin Wanjun thought secretly in her heart. The store was a little busy, so the two waited a little longer. Of course, Pingan Chen would not wait around like this. He had long since gone over to get 2 drinks over and chatted with Lin Wanjun in a whisper while sipping the drinks. Lin Wanjun felt so comfortable spending time like this. Lin Wanjun was somewhat repulsed by Pingan Chen before, but she now felt that she had somewhat accepted him. Finally, the family bucket belonging to the two of them has been made. Chen Pingan went over to the end of the plate full of a large plate of food. That's a lot. So much. Can the two of us really eat it all? Lin Wanjun said at a loss for words. Don't worry, I have a big appetite, Pingan Chen said with a smile. I'll open it for you. This is a burger, this is fries, and here's some fried chicken. Pingan Chen took it upon himself to open the various delicacies one by one for Lin Wanjun. The two of them ate with vigor. Chapter 62 Lin Wanjun's touched. After eating and drinking, the two of them planned to go to the movies. This era is certainly not comparable to 20 years later, but the movie theaters were there. It was just that the movie theaters of this era were indeed quite old, at least in Pingan Chen's opinion. Lin Wanjun didn't have such a feeling. Instead, she felt that the movie theater here was very high class. It's all about the difference in one's eyes, because Pingan Chen has seen what a movie theater looks like 20 years from now, so he was looking at the current movie theaters, and it just felt like they were particularly old now. And Lin Wanjun has never seen what a movie theater will look like 20 years from now, so at this point the movie theater looked great to her. Chen Pingan bought 2 movie tickets, and the two were sitting together. There's still an hour to go before the movie plays. Let's go out and take a walk, Pingan Chen suggested. Lin Wanjun naturally didn't refuse. Where do you plan to go in college? Pingan Chen asked carelessly. I'm planning to go to college in the capital. Do you think it's appropriate? Lin Wanjun said with some lack of confidence. Lin Wanjun's biggest wish before was that she hoped to get into a university in the capital, because in Lin Wanjun's opinion being able to attend a university in the capital was a very happy thing. It was just that Lin Wanjun had calmed down now, and she felt that this idea of hers was a bit too unrealistic. It wasn't that she couldn't get into a university in the capital, but the tuition fees for a university in the capital would be expensive, right? Given her family's situation, how could she possibly have the opportunity to go to college in the capital? Since you want to go to a university in the capital, then we'll go to a university in the capital. The thing you need to do now is to study at ease, take the college entrance exam well, and get a good grade. You don't even need to worry about the money. I'll make good arrangements for you. What you really need to worry about is whether or not you can get into the capital university, Pingan Chen said with a smile. Of course I can pass the exam. Lin Wanjun pulled up her voice and said. You should know that Lin Wanjun is the school bully. Her academic performance is still very good. That is, Tsinghua University, she has a certain chance to be able to get in. Lin Wanjun never doubted her ability to learn. That's why she never worried about her high school grades. She would only worry about her family not being able to pay for her college tuition. I know what you're worried about. It's college tuition. I'm still waiting for you to graduate from college and work for money to pay me back. That's why I'll pay for all your college expenses. College tuition, living expenses, I'll cover all of it anyway. I'm going to make sure you don't have any worries. How are you going to work to pay me back if you don't go to college? Pingan Chen said calmly, but as his calm words fell into Lin Wanjun's ears, a touching feeling rose in his heart. This was because Lu Wanjun knew that Pingan Chen had said this on purpose. Pingan Chen, why are you so kind to me? Lin Wanjun said with tears streaming down her face. She didn't feel like her parents had ever been this nice to her either, but Pingan Chen was just so good to her. Her parents want to sell her for a good price and marry her off to an older, middle-aged man. Instead, Pingan Chen pulled her out of hell. and Ping Chen didn't mind at all the situation of her family. Not to mention that it never bothered her that she had to go on to college. In fact, in their area many girls marry straight out of high school and never get a chance to go to college. Ping Chen then gave her the opportunity to go to college. At this moment Lin Wanjun's heart was touched. Lin Wanjun looked at Chen Pinggan and couldn't stop the tears in her eyes from flowing down. For the first time she knew what it was like to be truly loved. Don't cry. We should be happy. Why do you make it sound like I'm bullying you? Even if you want to cry, wait until you return the money to me later. Ping Chen teased. Screw you. Lin Wanjun laughed all of a sudden at what Ping Chen said. What was so funny about that? She didn't know. She just wanted to laugh especially. Ping Chen laughed along with him. Ping Chen, if you like Lin Wanjun, just go after her. You don't have to care about me. Actually, I know that you like Lin Wanjun. Don't let my business get in the way of your relationship. Lin Wanjun wiped a handful of tears and suddenly opened her mouth. After all, Ping Chen's so-called bride price was only to help himself. Lin Wanjun couldn't let her own affairs affect Ping Chen's feelings. When she said this, it startled Ping Chen. Ping Chen hurriedly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not like you don't know that Lin Wanjun doesn't like me. Don't you get any ideas?" Ping Chen said comfortingly. He was worried that Lin Wanjun would be imagining things. After having more contact with Lin Wanjun, Chen Pinggan realized that Lin Wanjun, a girl who seemed to be very high-strung, was actually very vulnerable inside. It should also have something to do with her family. I'm not imagining things. I actually understand everything. Don't treat me as if I don't understand anything, okay? Lin Wanjun said softly as she wrinkled her tall and cute nose. Okay. You guys know everything, Ping Chen said in a hurry. But it's not a good place to start. Have you thought about what you want to do after college? And what do you want to major in college? Ping Chen hastily adapted to change the topic. I don't know. What do you think I should major in? What job should I do in the future? Lin Wanjun was indeed diverted right away. She frowned at the thought of what she should major in. You don't need to think about money. You only need to think about what you like, Ping Chen suggested. I actually want to study business. I just don't know if there's a program like that. Because I think my family is so poor. I want to make more money. I want to major in something related to making money. Lin Wanjun spat out her tongue a bit and said with a few hints of mischief. Then you can study something related to business, like business administration or something like that. Except are you sure you're really cut out for business? Or are you really adapted to doing business? Ping Chen inquired. How do you look at Chen Pinggan and feel that Lin Wanjun, such a high and cold woman, is not suitable for business? According to Ping Chen's experience, it is not that women are not suitable for business, but the women who are suitable for business are all eight-sided. The strong women he has come into contact with are all very capable, sociable, personable, emotionally intelligent, all very strong. Lin Wanjun is obviously not qualified in this regard. Of course it didn't matter. Since Lin Wanjun had such an idea, she would try it and feel like you're not a good fit anymore. Then just change jobs again. By the time Lin Wanjun graduated from university, Chen Pinggan's career had long been doing well. At that time, if Lin Wanjun wanted to do any business, Ping Chen could support her. You're right. I'll think about it again, Lin Wanjun said as she listened to the advice. Chapter 63 Stock Liquidation. The two talked and laughed and the time flew by. The movie was about to start playing. Chen Pinggan brought Lin Wanjun to the movie theater very quickly. The two found seats and sat down, and a few moments later the lights in the movie theater dimmed. The movie is starting to play. Ping Chen had already bought a Coke and popcorn before coming in. Ping Chen reached out and picked up a piece of popcorn and started feeding it towards Lin Wanjun's mouth. Lin Wanjun was a bit uncomfortable at first, but gradually she got used to it. This movie had been seen many times by Ping Chen, who didn't care much about the content of the movie. The point is, who did you see the movie with? Watching a movie with a beautiful girl like Lin Wanjun does have a different feeling. There weren't many people in the movie theater, and there were no lights, so Ping Chen was a bit more daring. Lin Wanjun's hands weren't that delicate, instead they were a bit rough. This was because Li Wanjun would still work from time to time when she was at home, and she didn't take care of her hands at all during normal times. Take better care of your hands in the future. They're a little too rough. For a girl, that's not good. Ping Chen came to Lin Wanjun's ear and whispered. That hot breath blew on Lin Wanjun's earlobes, giving Lin Wanjun a strange feeling. Lin Wanjun didn't say anything, but her face was already blushing. Luckily, Ping Chen had a sense of propriety in what he did, and just talked and didn't move his hands. After a movie, Lin Wanjun's eyes had turned red, because she didn't expect the movie to have such a touching ending. That's how girls are, easily moved by a movie, and that's rarely the case with guys. After the movie was over, Ping Chen took Lin Wanjun to have another snack before sending Lin Wanjun home before Ping Chen rode his bike home. Brat, you're finally back. tell me exactly what you were doing tonight? Chen Pingan had only returned home when he was questioned by his own mom. Mom, don't be so agitated. I just got home, let me catch my breath, okay? Pingan Chen said helplessly. You're the one who didn't make it clear that you were telling me not to be in a hurry. Tell me properly first, what exactly is the situation? Yu Xiaoying said with some urgency. Just that Lin Wanjun from our school, you know? You should have seen it, it's that very pretty one. You even told me privately before that you'd be overjoyed if Lin Wanjun were to be your daughter-in-law. Tonight I just went to the movies with Lin Wanjun. I'm planning to chase Lin Wanjun into my hands. I'm just asking if you support it, right? Pingan Chen said very calmly. You mean that Lin Wanjun? Support. Mom has to support you, son. If you are able to chase Lin Wanjun down and are able to marry her back as your wife, Mom would be overjoyed. Yu Xiaoying said happily. That Lin Wanjun Yu Xiaoying has also seen. After all, they are all students of the same school. When Yu Xiaoying went to the parent-teacher conference, she had naturally seen Lin Wanjun. It was really because Lin Wanjun's appearance was too excellent and too beautiful. As long as one had seen her, there was no one who could forget it. But in just an instant, Yu Xiaoying said with a skeptical look on her face. Brat, you're not making your mom happy, are you? That girl I look at feels like she's particularly high-minded. With a look like that, she can look at you, Yu Xiaoying said with a skeptical face. Mom, don't be so unconfident, your son is still very good. Okay, Pingan Chen said playfully. Just you wait and see. I'll get her before the end of the high school exams. When the entrance exams are over, I'll bring her home, follow you for a meal. Pingan Chen said confidently. Fine, if you can really bring that girl home, then I'll definitely agree to what's going on between the two of you. Yu Xiaoying pursed her lips and smiled. If she could really marry Lin Wanjun home as her daughter-in-law, Yu Xiaoying would have to wake up smiling even in her dreams. That's what was said, but Yu Xiaoying didn't take it seriously. After all, that girl Lin Wanjun was indeed too good, and she still felt that her family's son was not worthy of Lin Wanjun. The days just went by one day at a time. It's also getting closer to the entrance exams. Chen Pingan lived a particularly fulfilling life every day. The event that he looks forward to the most every day is, of course, the dollar spike. But luck is something that is really hard to say. Before that, I was at least able to draw good babies every now and then. But in recent times, he'd hardly come across any treasures that caught his eye. But jewelry is not missing. Gold bricks, rubies and sapphires, and diamond emeralds, the very best Hutian jade. This type of item Pingan Chen had already bought quite a few of them. After buying them all, they were stored in the system space, and he couldn't use them now anyway. It's a matter of luck what items you can get in seconds with the dollar spike system. With a bit of luck, a spike to a top-tier technique, and a direct step to the top to become a martial arts master. But if you're not lucky, you'll have to buy some fruit, or a couple of gold bricks for that matter. Chen Pingan's luck was obviously not very good this time, and did not spike his preferred goods. The good thing was that his harvest would definitely not be considered small, and Chen Pingan himself was quite satisfied. It was also the last day of stock trading. After today, tomorrow's market Pingan Chen doesn't know. Pingan Chen called Sun Haitang. Sister Haitang, please, all the stocks in the account can be liquidated. Pingan Chen spoke. Have all the stocks been liquidated? Good. Which stock do we buy next? Sun Haitang inquired. No more buying, that's enough for now. For the time being, I won't trade. I'll take out the money in my account. I'm useful, Pingan Chen said. Sun Haitang was taken aback. It was important to realize that the biggest customer in Sun Haitang's hands was Pingan Chen. During this period of time operating stocks for Pingan Chen, the commission Sun Haitang earned was also very impressive. Now that Pingan Chen was not going to continue trading stocks, Sun Haitang had lost him, his biggest customer, in his hands. Right, after liquidating my position, how much money do I have in my account now? Pingan Chen inquired. Chapter 64, Being a Billionaire from Today. Just a moment, I'll perform the liquidation operation now. Okay, all sold out. You now have $269 million in your account. Sun Haitang's breath caught as she spoke of this figure. In only 17 trading days, under the operation of Pingan Chen, $100 million had turned into more than $260 million. Such is the terrifying power of the financial markets. Pingan Chen's principal is $23 million, and another $80 million is leverage provided by the securities firm. So the $80 million is required to be paid back to the securities firm. After deducting 80,000,000,000, Pingan Chen still had 189,000,000,000 in his account. This money was what truly belonged to Pingan Chen personally, but out of this amount of cash, another $32.4 million belongs to Zhou Wanhao. This was the funds that Pingan Chen had borrowed from Zhou Wanhao's hands. after returning Zhou Wanhao's funds as well. Then Ping and Shen's funds in hand reached $156 million. After Ping Shen calculated this number in his heart, he was also astonished and was very excited in his heart. In just 1 month's time, he had made more than $100 million by speculating on stocks, which was just too good to be true. Sister Haitang, I have to continue my lesson here, so that's all I have to tell you. I'll find you when school ends at noon and we'll hand over the account. Ping Shen said, okay, I'll take care of it for you. Sun Haitang promised in a hurry. It was just that Sun Haitang's heart still felt a bit regretful that she would soon be losing this big customer. Chen Pingan. At noon lunch break, Chen Pingan took advantage of his free time to come to the securities company. Knowing that Chen Pingan was coming to the company, the few bosses in the company had also been waiting for Chen Pingan for a long time. Chen Pingan didn't know that in the course of this month, he had become a big name in this securities company. Ordinary employees were of course not aware of Pingan Shen, but they, the old bosses, were certainly aware of it. The handling fee paid by Pingan Shen alone allowed them, the old bosses, to make a big profit. There is also the fact that Ping and Shen is also required to pay a fee for using financing, and the fee paid is equally not low. For a big customer like Pingan Shen, they were naturally warmly entertained. Although Pingan Shen was now a senior in high school, he had actually fought in the mall in his last life. It's a familiar thing for favors and that sort of thing. Even in the face of these old bosses, it was a walk in the park. Chen Pingan also left the contact information of these old bosses and promised that he would continue to trade in their securities company in the future. Only the next time he makes a trade at what time that's unknown and requires him to see the market before he makes a move. The old bosses also expressed their understanding. They are not cuties either. Of course they know that the real masters of stock speculation do not speculate every day. Only the kind of leaks who can't wait for the stock market to open every day. That's not called speculation by them. They're using the stock market as a casino. The true masters will watch the moment, and when the opportunity arrives, they will make a decisive move. If they don't see an opportunity, they come off the bench. The only thing about Pingan Shen's maneuvering was that he was a top expert in their eyes. Just how did they know that Pingan Shen was not a stock speculator at all? Chen Pingan is merely a 1-month speculation period, and the time has come. He can no longer see the next trend of the stock, so he can only give up speculation. After sending these old bosses away, Chen Pingan went through the various formalities with the help of Sun Haitang. Normally, it takes 1 business day apart to withdraw funds from a stock account, but Pingan Shen had already become a senior VIP client of their securities company. Sun Haitang handled the withdrawal procedures for Pingan Shen on the spot, so the funds were withdrawn at once. Sun Haitang helped Pingan Shen contact, again, the bank of Pingan Shen's account. The upgrade of the bank card was done for Pingan Shen on the spot. Pingan Shen's bank card directly generated the bank's black gold card. This type of card can only be applied for if you have more than $100 million in cash in your account. This black and gold card has many special features such as large transfers, such as no-interest loans and low-interest loans. This kind of bank card Pingan Shen is more troublesome if he applies by himself, but it will be much easier if he has the help of a securities company, and the process is completed directly on the spot. What Chen Pingan valued the most was this black gold card with the function of transferring large amounts. Regular bank cards have large limits on transfers, but not this black and gold card. Chen Pingan directly gave Zhou Wanhao's bank account a huge sum of money, a huge lump sum of over $30 million. The restaurant is accompanying customers to eat. Zhou Wanhao suddenly received a text message from the bank card. Was shocked. His account all of a sudden more than 30 million did not know. Zhou Wanhao a little confused. Zhou Wanhao for a moment is still not clear where exactly this money is remitted from. Just at this time, Zhou Wanhao received a call from Pingan Shen. The phone number already had a note, so Zhou Wanhao knew at a glance that it was a call from Pingan Shen. Zhou Wanhao's heart suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the money was remitted by Pingan Shen? With this doubt, Zhou Wanhao connected the phone. After the call was answered, Pingan Shen didn't nag and directly explained the situation. What did you say? It turns out that the 30,000,000,000 remittance was really from you, Zhou Wanhao said in surprise. Earlier in the day Zhou Wanhao had already guessed that the money was from Pingan Shen, only then he wasn't terribly sure. But now, waiting for Pingan Shen's call, waiting for Pingan Shen's definite answer, Zhou Wanhao then realized that this huge sum of 30,000,000 yuan is the repayment of Chen Ping to him. In fact, Zhou Wanhao only sent out 20 million or so, but Chen Pingan had previously agreed with Zhou Wanhao about the interest. The interest rate is very high. In a sense, this is a kind of usury. Of course it's a short-term kind of usury. However, for Pingan Shen, this is still a very rare and valuable first precious amount of money. Without this usurious loan of more than $20 million lent to him by Zhou Wanhao, it was also impossible for Pingan Shen to have made more than $100 million with this money. Zhou Wanhao was Pingon Chen's nobleman. For this favor from Zhou Wanhao, Chen Pingon had written it down. Little brother, you can really enough cattle. That you earn yourself can be quite a lot of it. Zhou Wanhao in a good mood also asked with a smile. Good luck. Made over $100 million, I guess. Pingon Chen said modestly. Zhou Wanhao, hearing this, was indeed shocked. What an understatement to say over $1 billion. But Zhou Wanhao can know how high the gold content of this sentence in the end? Zhou Wanhao called Cement King. But in fact his cash flow cannot get $100 million. Zhou Wanhao's total assets are only a few $100 million. And his cash is only a few tens of millions. But Zhou Wanhao, this wealth is also how many years he used to fight out. The hard work and bitterness involved is best known only to him. And then look at Chen Pingon, simple and easy, more than half a month's time actually earned more than 100 million? Zhou Wanhao felt like he was jealous. Chapter 65 Recruitment of Sun Yat-sen. Let's have dinner sometime. My father's health has improved greatly since treating you. His old man wants to have a meal with you. Zhou Wanhao smiled and invited. Then let's make it this weekend Saturday. Pingon Chen said directly. Zhou Wanhao's face still had to be given, so his invitation was not rejected by Pingon Chen. Moreover, Pingon Chen was willing to deepen his friendship with Zhou Wanhao. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and quickly hung up. Putting away his cell phone, Pingon Chen opened his mouth and smiled at Sun Haitang, who had been waiting by his side. Miss Begonia, it's been hard on you for a while. I don't know if I have the honor of treating you to a meal. Hearing Pingon Chen say this, Sun Haitang didn't hesitate at all and quickly said, of course, there's no problem. Let's go then. By the way, I don't know what you want to eat. You're in charge today. Since I'm the one making the call, can we go for Western food? Sun Haitang said somewhat playfully. I know a Western restaurant. It's quite famous, and it's said that the food inside is delicious. But I also know that the food inside is too expensive. I don't dare to go. But today is Mr. Chen, your treat. And you're getting rich, so I won't be polite with you. Of course, there's no problem. Then we'll go to this Western restaurant. Pingon Chen said with a smile on his face. Neither of them had a car, so they had to call a cab. As for things like dropshipping, that will have to wait until 20 years from now. The restaurant isn't that far away. A 10-minute car ride. After getting off the bus, Chen Pingon went to the entrance of the Western restaurant, which had a signboard named Dream Paris. Chen Pingon still has some memories and remembers that this Dream Paris restaurant is indeed quite famous. But after 20 years, this Dream Paris restaurant has closed down. Before and after 2 lifetimes, Chen Pingon also came to this Dream Paris restaurant for the first time. The two entered the restaurant, and Pingon Chen asked for a private room. Minimum spending is in place at this time of year, and there is a minimum spending requirement for private rooms at the Dream Paris restaurant. Minimum spend 388. Definitely high spending in this day and age. It was just that to the current Pingon Chen. It was not worth mentioning at all. Sun Haitang also knew that Pingon Chen did not lack money. After all, the current Pingon Chen was a billionaire. The two of them had also known each other for about a month, so they were basically familiar with each other. So Sun Haitang did not politely talk to Chen Pingon, and after picking up the menu, she ordered a few dishes that she usually did not dare to buy. Caviar steaks are expensive dishes. I don't know if it's good, but the price is really not cheap. After the ordering waiter left, Chen Pingon directly asked, Sister Haitang, have you ever thought of changing your job? A new job? Didn't realize I'm pretty good at the job I have now, and the right job can be hard to find these days. Are you planning to introduce me to a job if you would ask me that? Sun Haitang asked rhetorically. There is indeed a job I'd like to introduce you to. I've got the startup capital now, and I'm going to start a business, but I'm short on people around me. I've been watching you for a month now and think you're quite suitable to work for me. If you're willing to come work for me, the base salary is $10,000, with bonuses and benefits on top of that, and a year-end bonus at the end of the year. The point is that working for me, you have a big upside. If you come over to work for me now, you can be considered a patriarch within my company. In the future, as my company grows bigger and bigger, your status and position will also rise, Pingon Chen said extremely seriously. Pingon Chen also didn't think that what he said was false. Although he was drawing big cakes, his big cakes were all true. Sun Haitang almost choked on his own saliva when he heard the base salary. She's kind of in a good job now, but it's only $1,500 a month. Pingon Chen gave her a straight base salary of $10,000. A base salary of $10,000 alone was a price she couldn't refuse. And as Chen Pian said, there are welfare benefits, so obviously there are other benefits as well. Of course, Sun Haitang knew that Pingon Chen was still drawing big cakes, but Pingon Chen's ability, Sun Haitang could see it all in his eyes, made over $100 million in a month. This was something that she had never dared to imagine in her dreams before, but it was this kind of thing that was just done by Pingon Chen. So just how strong was Pingon Chen's ability? Sun Haitang didn't dare to estimate it at all. If Pingon Shen went into business, there was a real possibility that he would be successful in business. Once Pingon Shen succeeds in his venture, then Sun Haitang, who has become the patriarch of the company, can at least be a vice president by then? A vice president of a large company and a large enterprise? The status and position of that time and the treatment was something that Sun Haitang could not imagine now. Do you mean everything you say? Sun Haitang asked uncertainly. And what do you need me to do? I'm worried I can't do it on my own. That was what worried Sun Haitang the most. The company is in its infancy, and right now we have no one else in the company but you and me. So you'll be working as my assistant. And what you'll be doing is really simple. I'll give you assignments and you'll just complete them. To put it bluntly, you're just going to give me a bit of a beating to run errands for me. And I don't think you'll have any problem getting a job like that done. But again, this job is very important. Someone who doesn't have my trust can't do this job for me. During this time, you have been able to be very accurate in every trade scenario I have explained to you for the stock. Whether you had doubts in your mind or whatever else, you didn't operate on your own ideas. That's what I admire most about you. You know, speaking as my deputy, my biggest fear is that my deputy will get smart or smug. Well, have you thought about it? Want to come work for me? After Pingon Shen finished speaking, he looked at Sun Haitang with an expectant expression. Sun Haitang smiled and said, I really can't find. What reason can I refuse this job? Welcome to the team. You won't regret it. Pingon Shen smiled and extended a hand towards Sun Haitang. Sun Haitang also smiled and extended a hand to gently shake Pingon Shen. When the two shook hands, Sun Haitang had a strange feeling in her heart, but very quickly, Pingon Shen had withdrawn his hand. So boss, what are you going to do next? Sun Haitang opened his mouth and asked. First, to give you a very important task, we need to incorporate a company. This company will be used as our parent company from now on. This company will be registered in the Cayman Islands. I will give you a few names and you will see which one can actually be registered. Pingon Shen opened his mouth. Chapter 66, Giving Away Cell Phones. Sun Haitang, 1911 to 1985. Chinese-American mathematician and physicist. When can you come over and work for me? Pingon Shen asked. I need a week to use for my departure formalities, so I can come over and work after I leave. Sun Haitang thought for a moment and spoke. Right. Where will our work address be in the future? Sun Haitang asked again. That depends on where I'll go to college. Where did I go to college? That's where we opened our company. And where you're naturally based? Pingon Shen said with a smile. Sun Haitang had a feeling of being speechless, but she also knew that what Pingon Shen said was true. You don't need to worry. We'll give you all sorts of allowances when we get to work in the field. You don't have to worry about your life at all. Chen Pingon was afraid that Sun Haitang would be worried and hastened to explain. Okay, I understand. Sun Haitang gently nodded her head. Actually, such an outcome was within her expectations. Even though her parents were local, it wasn't that big of a problem, was it? After all, she was already making over $10,000 a month. The odds are that it's either going to the Magic City or the capital. Pingon Shen said. Where exactly he was going to go to college? Shen Arctic Ocean hadn't actually thought it through, but his preferred options were the capital and the Magic City. After all, these two cities, one is a political center and the other is a financial center, all very promising cities. Of course, Chen Pingon's preferred option should still be Magic City. I see. Sun Haitang nodded gently. The food began to be served as we spoke. Pingon Shen immediately said, We'll talk about work here. Let's eat first. Okay boss. Sun Haitang said with a smile. Chen Pingon also smiled and lamented in his heart that working with a beautiful woman was cool. The reason why he recruited Sun Haitang to be his assistant this time. After all, who doesn't want their assistant to be a great beauty? Workability aside, at least the appearance is pleasing to the eye. Chen Pingon had to continue going to school in the afternoon, so the meal would not take too long. After eating, Chen Pingon went to a nearby business hall and bought 2 cell phones, because the cell phone to see too much Back in the school, inside the classroom Li Mangyun was writing test questions with his head down. Pingon Shen walked away and went over to put his cell phone on Li Mangyun's table. What for? Li Mangyun said in surprise, but her eyes were on the cell phone on the table. Li Mangyun herself had a cell phone, but her cell phone was actually one that her mom had eliminated for her to use. As a senior, having cell phone access is already awesome, but no matter what, her cell phone was always an old one that her mom had outgrown. Li Mangyun also wished to have a new cell phone to use, but the price of a new cell phone was indeed a bit expensive. It's not like she can't afford it in her family's situation, she just can't afford it. It was important to know that her later was able to study abroad for Li Mangyun, so her family definitely wasn't short of money. Suddenly seeing Chen Pingon put a new cell phone in front of her made Li Mangyun a bit surprised. I recently made a small fortune, so I bought a cell phone for you. Didn't you say before that your cell phone was a little too old? This is a latest model cell phone. Pingon Shen said with a smile. What the hell are you doing? Giving me a cell phone? How much money do you have? Li Wanjun said heartily. The cheapest cell phone must be 4,000 to 5,000. Many families cannot save 4,000 to 5,000 a year. Li Wanjun was heartbroken over Ping Ganchen's money. I'm a rich man now. I don't lack for it. Actually, this kind of cell phone is not good at all. In the future, I'm going to produce a cell phone myself and give it to you specifically, Ping Ganchen said extremely seriously. The cell phone that Ping Ganchen was talking about was also known as a smartphone. Producing smartphones was also a plan that Ping Ganchen had set for himself. Since Xiaomi could succeed, then Ping Ganchen felt that the probability was that he could also succeed. You even produce your own cell phone. You can really brag, Li Wanjun said without any good humor. And of course, she would not take Ping Ganchen's words seriously. The current Li Wanjun certainly wouldn't know that one day in the future, Ping Ganchen would actually do what he said he would do. Ping Ganchen really gave Li Wanjun a cell phone that he produced and manufactured himself. This cell phone is too expensive. I can't take it. Li Wanjun shook her head and said, Are you sure you don't want it? If you don't want it then my cell phone can't be returned. So I'll have to go give it to another female classmate. Ping Ganchen said with a helpless face. How dare you? This cell phone belongs to me. You're also too much of a loser. Giving away such an expensive cell phone just by saying so. Li Wanjun immediately snatched the phone with one hand. How is it possible to give her a cell phone and then turn around and give it to another female student? Class is about to start. I'll go back to my seat first. We'll talk about anything later. Ping Ganchen directly left after saying these words. Returning to his seat, Chen Pingan patted Zhang Yang beside him again. The money you promised before can be paid now. Do you want cash or a transfer for you? Ping Ganchen said to Zhang Yang. When the two of them had gone to catch the traffickers before, Chen Pingan had promised to give Zhang Yang $50,000. Later this $50,000 did not directly to Zhang Yang, but was taken by Chen Pingan to speculate in the stock market. Chen Pingan intended to directly double the $50,000 and return it to Zhang Yang as $100,000. Old Chen, I have a bank card. If you call the money directly into my account, Zhang Yang said with a few moments of excitement. Right, old Chen. How much money can I get this time? Zhang Yang asked again, with a little more anticipation in his voice. 100,000. Ping Ganchen said simply. 100,000? Zhang Yang's mouth opened wide in surprise. You know, it was only $50,000 before, but I didn't expect it to become 100,000 all of a sudden. How am I supposed to spend this $100,000? Zhang Yang had an exaggerated expression on his face, but in reality that's what's really going on inside of him. Has he ever touched such a large sum of money since he was a child? And with prices being so cheap these days, there really is so much you can buy for 100k. What's there to think about? It's time to eat and drink and buy whatever you like. You don't have to expect the $100,000 to make you rich. That's what you usually spend on expenses anyway. When I get rich in the future, I'll still take you with me, Ping Ganchen said directly to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's $100,000 would actually be useful if he took it and invested it. For example, use the $100,000 to go to the Magic City or the capital to buy a house. Just buy any old rambling house and it will sell for a fortune in 20 years. Or you can also buy some stocks, like buying shares of Apple. Keep in mind that Apple's share price is now 0.3 cents, and by 2025, Apple's stock price rises to over $230. Ping Ganchen was not a professional stock speculator, and he was not very clear about the prices of many stocks, only the stock prices of some of the big companies he vaguely remembered. As a reborn person, it is indeed very simple to make money, and you can make a fortune with just one or two pieces of information. But this information could only make a fortune, but it could not yet allow Chen Pingan to build a business empire. If he wanted to build a business empire, that would depend on Ping Ganchen's own skills. Chapter 67. I have some things I need to take care of tonight, so you can go back by yourself first, Ping Ganchen said to Zhang Yang. Old Chen, you are getting more and more powerful now, Zhang Yang said with an envious face. A lot of things Zhang Yang knew in his heart, he just didn't say it. Just don't worry, when you go to college there will be plenty of beautiful women. All you need to do now is study hard and get into a better college. If you can only get into a pheasant college, I guess there aren't many pretty girls in the school. There will be even less for you at that time, Ping Ganchen persuaded. But I'm really not that good at studying. Zhang Yang had a helpless expression on his face. Naturally, Ping Ganchen would not continue to persuade. Zhang Yang is not that piece of study material Chen Pingan knows better than anyone. And it didn't matter. With Ping Ganchen around, it didn't matter even if Zhang Yang didn't get into college. That's it then. I'll leave first. After Ping Ganchen finished speaking, he turned around and rode his bicycle. chasing after Lin Wanjun, who was not far away. Seeing Chen Pingan and Lin Wanjun out and about, slowly riding their bicycles far away together, Zhang Yong's eyes revealed a look of envy. After all, that was Lin Wanjun. Envy was envy, but it wouldn't affect the brotherly bond between Zhang Yong and Pingan Chen. Why are you here? Lin Wanjun asked with some surprise as she rode her bike. Got the money in hand. Going to your house tonight? Delivering the money, Pingan Chen said with a smile. When Lin Wanjun heard this, her face reddened and she was still a little embarrassed. Why are you blushing? This money is lent to you. Later have the money and then return to me. It's not a big deal. When you have money later, return this money to me again. Chan ha 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 ha. Heian said seriously again. Thank you, Pingan Chen. Lin Wanjun said gratefully. By the way, a present for you. Pingan Chen had stopped his bike as he spoke and took out a small box from his school bag. Lin Wanjun could see clearly that it was the phone box. Out of the box came a small, beautiful cell phone. It's a cell phone? Lin Wanjun had a surprised look on her face. Chen Pingan directly handed over the cell phones. For you, Pingan Chen said with a smile. It's a white cell phone, albeit with a plastic body, but the shape is really pretty and generous. There is a fashionable beauty. The price of the phone was certainly not cheap, costing Chen Pingan more than $5,000. Only for the current Pingan Chen, more than $5,000 was only a small amount. What are you giving me a cell phone for? Lin Wanjun hastily refused politely. We're all good friends and classmates. What's wrong with giving you a cell phone? You're not even going to give me that face, are you? This cell phone has already been processed and registered. You can't return it even if you want to. If you don't accept it, then where can I put my face? Besides, it's really inconvenient to get in touch without a cell phone. With a cell phone that's totally different. Hold on to your cell phone. I'm going to call you now. Chen Pingan directly overbearingly put the cell phone into Lin Wanjun's hand, and then took out his own cell phone to make a call. The cell phone in Lin Wanjun's hand vibrated, emitting a pleasant singing sound. This phone can already be used to store songs and use them as ringtones. Listening to the pleasant ringtone coming from her cell phone, Lin Wanjun had a feeling of surprise. That's a really nice ringtone coming from your cell phone. Don't listen to the song, just answer the phone first, okay? Pingan Chen said helplessly. Okay, I'll answer the phone right away. Lin Wanjun finished speaking and opened her cell phone with her hands in a frenzy. Then she was a bit at a loss for words. She raised her head and looked at Pingan Chen with an aggrieved face. How do you answer the phone? It's very simple. You see there's a green button here. You press it, and that's answering the phone. If you want to hang up the phone, press this red button. Pingan Chen taught a little quickly. Lin Wanjun had learned how to use the phone. There are several other settings in here, so you can take your time getting them when you get back. Let's go back first, Pingan Chen said. Good. Lin Wanjun agreed. The two of them rode their bicycles and continued towards Lin Wanjun's home. Soon, it was time to arrive at Lin Wanjun's home. Lin Wanjun's father was limping and moving his arms and legs in front of the house. After seeing Pingan Chen arrive, he hurriedly greeted Pingan Chen with joy. Since receiving treatment from Pingan Chen, the injuries on his feet quickly began to heal. He was all but ready to get down and move his arms and legs now. Of course, walking is still not quite enough to move your arms and legs, work or whatever. Not even now, but for Pingan Chen's medical skills, he no longer had any doubts. After all, he himself felt it the most, and he knew he was almost healed. Uncle, how are you feeling physically? Pingan Chen gave a greeting. Look how much better my arms and legs are, Lin Wanjun's father said with a big smile. Uncle, I came over tonight to deliver money, Pingan Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Wanjun, who was next to her, once again looked at Chen Pingan gratefully. Hearing Pingan Chen say that he had come to deliver money, a happy smile appeared on Lin Wanjun's father's face. Although he said that this money had to be paid back, it looked like he should not have to pay it back in the end. So both of them were very happy as well. The money was just too much for their family. Not to mention that 350,000 is not a small amount in this day and age or even 20 years from now. The average person simply can't get that kind of money. Chen Pingan himself was a senior high school student, and with no parents to bring over, he himself said that he could come up with $300,000 in cash. It was indeed lacking in conviction. So Lin Wanjun's father was quite worried. Now that he heard Pingan Chen say that he had already come with the money, he could be considered relieved. When Pingan Chen arrived in the living room, he directly took out his book bag. Open your book bag and start taking money out of it in stacks and stacks. The cash was actually picked up at the bank at noon. VIP's bank card is very impressive indeed, and normally the banks are closed by noon, and you need to make an appointment in advance for large withdrawals. But Pingan Chen only needed to make one phone call and directly all the arrangements were put in place. There was no need for Chen Pingan to have any worries, and the $350,000 in cash was collected for Chen Pingan by noon. The joy of the rich was manifested in this moment. Stacks and stacks of cash lay on the table, creating a powerful visual impact on Lin Wanjun's entire family. Lin Wanjun's parents were already smiling from ear to ear when they saw this. Chapter 68, A Happy Family. Lin Wanjun, 1925 to 1995. Taiwanese actress. Lin Wanjun's parents were indeed somewhat greedy for money, but it can't be helped. They're all poor and scared. It was also the first time that the old couple saw so much money. Their eyes looked straight. Lin Wanjun suddenly turned red because she knew that this was her money for selling her body. But at least it was sold for a good price. And at least after this period of contact, she was somewhat fond of Pingan Chen. No matter what, Pingan Chen was really good to her. If one was destined to find someone to be with in their next life, then choosing Pingan Chen should also be very good. Lin Wanjun thought silently in her heart. Uncle and auntie had previously agreed on 350,000, but then I thought 350,000 sounded unlucky and bad, so I took it upon myself to add another 38,000. So the total here is 388,800. Pingan Chen pointed to the pile of cash on the table and said, Uncle and auntie, you guys also order the bride price. It's also considered a good handover. Pingan Chen said with a smile, then let's order it. Lin Wanjun's father said with some embarrassment, but in reality, he'd wanted to get his hands on an inventory of the dowry for a long time. This is all proper. You don't have to be polite with me. Pingan Chen said, I'll go and make you guys something delicious. Ah, Pingan Chen, you sit and rest first. Lin Wanjun's mother also said in a hurry. Now that they have received Chen Pingan's dowry, they can be considered to have officially settled the marriage. Therefore, Lin Wanjun's mother became more and more enthusiastic towards Pingan Chen. Lin Wanjun's father, on the other hand, was busy counting the bride price. A bride price of 388,000 was no small amount, and he had to finish counting it carefully. And the process of counting money was very enjoyable for him. Go sit in my room, Lin Wanjun said. Good, Pingan Chen agreed. Lin Wanjun's room wasn't big, and there were 2 beds in her room. One of the beds belonged to her and the other belonged to her sister. The sisters were sharing a room. Lin Wanjun's room wasn't big, but it was cleaned up. It was much cleaner than Pingan Chen's room. Isn't my room a bit not so good? Lin Wanjun said with some embarrassment. No, what's wrong with it? It's cleaned up so well. What a nice room. Pingan Chen said with a smile. Lin Wanjun smiled along with her, but didn't say anything. Which one is your bed? Pingan Chen asked. It's this one. Lin Wanjun reached out and pointed to a bed against the door. I'll lie down. Pingan Chen smiled and directly lay down towards this bed. Don't lie down, Lin Wanjun suddenly said, because Lin Wanjun also only suddenly thought that she still had underwear on the bed that she hadn't put away. Chen Pingan had already laid down on the bed at this time, and once he reached under the covers, he took a piece of underwear out. It's a corset, a little old, but not a small size. Pingan Chen froze for a moment. Lin Wanjun hurriedly reached over and tried to snatch the underwear away. The scene made both of them a little embarrassed. I'm going to take a walk while you clean up here. Pingan Chen uttered these words and then left the room. In the living room, Lin Wanjun's father had finished counting the bride price. Lin's father was all smiles as he collected the bride price. A bride price of $388,000 is really too much to dream about. With this money, their house can be renovated. The second daughter and youngest son also have their schooling expenses covered. Their family could have a good life. Moreover, it could be seen that Pingan Chen was very good to Lin Wanjun. In the future, his daughter won't suffer if she marries there. The family was very happy with the outcome. It wasn't long before the meal was ready. Lin Wanjun's mother hurriedly called out Lin Wanjun and Pingan Chen. I didn't do much preparation today. There isn't much to eat, so you can just enjoy a random bite. Lin Wanjun's mother said with embarrassment. Their family is not very well off, so their daily diet is not very good. Luckily, there were still some bacon and sausages in the house, and the vegetables were there, so we barely made a table. Auntie, you are too polite. For me such a meal is already very good, Pingan Chen said in a hurry. It's good that you don't mind. Let's eat. You're all hungry, Lin Wanjun's mother said with a smile. The food was quite tasty and was not a big problem for Pingan Chen. Instead, Chen Pingan felt that the time left for himself and Lin Wanjun was too short. He would have liked to have kissed a few more times, but unfortunately time didn't allow for that. After eating, Chen Pingan left. Lin Wanjun personally escorted Chen Pingan out of his home. Pingan Chen did not stay, waved his hand, and soon left on his bicycle. A child will be a hero. The degree in this, Chen Pingan had to grasp it well. Chapter 69, Opening another internet cafe. Going after the girl again. When Pingan Chen returned home, his mom opened her mouth directly to ask. Yeah, Pingan Chen said with a giggle. When the hell are you going to bring that girl back for me to see? If you really like him and agree, you guys can get engaged first. settle this matter first. Yu Xiuying spoke up. She still took her son's marriage very seriously. Mom, you can't rush this kind of thing. Bringing it back to have a meal with you is fine, but you don't ask for things like betrothal. Think about it. We're about to take the college entrance exam, and after that we'll go to college. It would be nice if he and I still went to college in the same place. It's hard to tell what's going to happen afterward if we go to college in two separate places. If we're not engaged, we can only be considered to have been friends, and even if we break up it's not a big problem. But if we get engaged and then break up, that's definitely not a good thing. Chen Pingon hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Yu Xiuying thought about it and also felt that what her son said made sense. There's really no way to rush this kind of thing. Then you should bring the person back first so that I can meet them, Yu Xiuying added. I know. I'll bring her back after high school. By the way, how's it going over at Dad's? How's the business at the internet cafe these days? Pingon Chen hastily changed the topic. When it comes to the business of the internet cafe, a smile immediately rises on Yu Xiuying's face. The best idea you've ever had. Ah, is this idea of opening an internet cafe? Our family internet cafe is now full every day, and we make hundreds a day. Our family is really going to be rich this time. Yu Xiuying's eyebrows were also raised as she talked about it. That's good. By the way, Mom, isn't your job not so good either? Why don't we open another internet cafe in our house? Actually, the big part of opening an internet cafe is all in the computers. Didn't I, before, contact the owner who sells computers? They promised me that I could make installment payments, like a $200,000 computer. It could be set up for us to use first, and then pay him back $20,000 a month for 10 months. With 20 computers, you can make tens of thousands of dollars a month, so it's totally affordable, paying back $20,000 a month. Pingon Chen was not joking either, but had really talked to Lin Wanjun about this matter. And in case something happens to the business of the internet cafe and the money can't be paid back, Pingon Chen will also pay to fill the hole. Son, what you said is true, Yu Xiuying said with some excitement. She certainly knew all about how lucrative the internet cafe business was. After all, whenever Yu Xiuying was free, she would go around to her family's internet cafe. The internet cafe is a full house every day. It's the nightly package that does it all. Now a night 8 a day is basically worth a month's salary for her. How could Yu Xiuying not be excited about such an income? Now that she heard Pingon Chen say this, she was even more moved. Good. Of course it's a good thing. I'm afraid I can't do it. Yu Xiuying calmed down and said with some worry. Mom, what can't you do? I'll hire a webmaster in an internet cafe. You don't need to do anything at that time. What about when you get inside the cyber cafe? You'll be supervising these webmasters. These webmasters won't dare mess around as long as you're in the store watching. That's your most important job. And then what about the rest of it? It's all in the hands of those webmasters. If our family opens one more internet cafe, then the income will be doubled. Pingon Chen said compulsively. Yu Xiuying was instantly moved. It seems like it's really okay, but do we have enough money at home? Yu Xiuying said again with worry. Didn't I get a bonus last time? I'll take $100,000 out. The $100,000 will take care of the cost of the store. Don't worry about the cost of the computer for now. Just pay it back every month from now on, Pingon Chen said directly. Hearing Pingon Chen say this, Yu Xiuying's face was also filled with an expression of anticipation. On day 2 it was time for another delightful systematic merchandise refresh. 4 items also refreshed. A gold brick, a pair of superb imperial green jadeite bracelets, skillbook virus immunity, skillbook master level go. Of today's 4 items, the gold bricks are kind of an old cast member. Pingon Chen often swiped gold bricks, and if there were no more valuable goods, he would also purchase them. But within today's commodities, gold bricks are the first to be eliminated because they are the least valuable. A pair of superb emerald green jadeite bracelets. This value should still be relatively high. Even if it's sold for a couple million in 98 it shouldn't be a problem. Just relatively speaking, it's not comparable to the other 2 items. Pingon Chen was not interested in playing Go, so he had no desire to purchase the Go skill book either. In the end, Chen Mingyang still spent $1 to purchase the skill book. Virus immunity. After learning this skill, Chen Pingon would be immune to any virus. Although this is a passive skill, it is still relatively useful. In the future, Pingon Chen wouldn't have to worry that he would encounter a virus. The value of this skill was very high for ordinary people. It was just that in the case of Pingon Chen, it was not as valuable. After all, Pingon Chen himself was a martial arts expert, and his internal strength was so deep that it was impossible for ordinary diseases to infect him. But it's always still a good thing to be immune to viruses anyway. As the saying goes, those who can do more will do more. So the matter of opening an internet cafe, Chen Pingon also left it to Sun Haitang to handle. Sun Haitang did not refuse about this matter. After all, the boss gave a high salary. it is right to do a little more. It's just that Sun Haitang is still in the process of leaving her job, and she's not separated from the securities firm yet, so her time is more limited. After thinking about it, Pin Gongchen made another call to the old president of the securities company. It is hoped that this old boss will be accommodating and allow Sun Yat-sen to leave earlier. Sun Haitang, that girl I remember looking very pretty. Mr. Chen, you have a good eye. Pin Gongchen understood that this old boss had misunderstood his relationship with Sun Haitang, but it was really not easy to explain this kind of thing. Don't worry about it, I'll say hello about this and it will be taken care of as soon as possible. But let's make a deal. Your account will still have to be with our company, and you'll have to use our company's account the next time you want to speculate. No problem, hahaha, we are all friends. A single phone call from Pin Gongchen was all it took to finalize Sun Haitang's departure procedures. Sun Haitang could of course just leave without going through the separation procedures. The big deal was that he didn't want a month's salary, except that would be a stain on her resume. Sun Haitang certainly didn't want this to happen, and now that Pin Gongchen had greeted him, the handling of the departure procedures really went a lot smoother. Sun Haitang left his job without incident in the afternoon. Sun Haitang then called Pin Gongchen to tell him the news. Next, Sun Haitang could work wholeheartedly for Pin Gongchen. Chapter 70, The End of High School. Sun Haitang's working ability did not disappoint Pin Gongchen. It's only been 2 days and I've already found a suitable store for an internet cafe. This store was not far from Pin Gongchen's home, so he walked directly there and arrived in a few minutes. There is also more foot traffic around the store, making it a suitable place to open an internet cafe. The things needed to open an internet cafe did not require Chen Pingon to do it himself. Sun Haitang took care of all these things straight away. As for the incorporation of the company, it is already in progress. However, since the company is registered in a foreign country, it can only be registered through some organizations and it will take some time. Of course, registering such a company would cost a lot of money, but Pin Gongchen was not short of money. Opening an internet cafe is really easy when you have a computer, and this one has a bigger store, so you can put down more computers. Pin Gongchen made a call to Guangxin Lin, and the two sides had agreed that they could provide 40 computers. The funding would be provided by Ping and Chen's side first, except that this kind of thing could not be told to Ping and Chen's parents, for Ping Gongchen's parents would only tell them that the computers were purchased in installments. It only took a few days for the second internet cafe to open. The second internet cafe also uses an internet cafe management system and employs more webmasters. After all, the internet cafe is much bigger inside, with more computers, and the network administrators would probably not be able to keep up with it if there were too few of them. Yu Xiaoying was also very happy to see the new internet cafe appear in front of her. She knew she couldn't do anything else, so she left the cleaning of the internet cafe to her own devices. Chen Pingon was also crying and laughing. How could any boss be a janitor himself? But he couldn't talk his way out of his own mom's hands on something like that, so that's how it ended up. According to Yu Xiaoying, cleaning must be employed in the internet cafe, and if she doesn't do it, then she will have to hire someone, and that will cost her money again. But now that she does the cleaning, then the cleaning money is saved. She wouldn't have done any other work in the internet cafe anyway. It was left to the webmaster to take care of. Chen Pingon also knows that the cleaning inside the internet cafe doesn't have too many things to do, and is considered a relatively free job. So just let your own mother make that decision. In any case, being a janitor inside an internet cafe could be a lot easier than my mother's previous job. And for Yu Xiaoying, the most important thing is a good income. This internet cafe is 40 computers, which is directly double the number of computers in their family's first internet cafe. So it's a straight up double in terms of revenue as well. In fact, at first, when she wanted to buy 40 computers, Yu Xiaoying was a little worried about business. After all, with so many computers, wouldn't all those computers go down the drain if business was bad? But after the internet cafe opened, this worry became redundant, because nowadays, internet cafes are not worried about business at all. The internet cafe immediately had customers coming in as soon as it opened. Then the internet cafe was basically full, and the internet cafe could be said to be doing so well that there was no need to worry about business at all. It will be at least a couple more years before we have to worry about the internet cafe business, because in a few years, internet cafes will begin to be popularized. And once there are more internet cafes, the competition will become fierce, and the business of internet cafes will naturally be bad. At that point, the cost of internet cafe access is going to start dropping, and you don't have to worry about that at all if you do now, because there are so few competitors for internet cafes, but so many people who want to spend money on the internet. Internet cafes have never done very well. Daily collections are in the thousands of dollars every day, and we've already made $10,000 in the first few days of business. This result was a great joy to Yu Xiaoying. Both the old couple were originally a bit confused and worried about the future, but since the family opened an internet cafe and made money, this confusion and worry can be completely gone. Pin Shan was also very pleased to see such a result. Day by day, it's getting closer and closer to the college entrance exam. On the eve of the college entrance exam, Pin Shan's investment company was finally registered. The domicile is in the Cayman Islands, where there are many conveniences to registering and huge tax benefits. Many large international companies are registered here. As for the name, it is called Qing-Yun Investment Company. Pin Shan had thought of quite a few names before, but most of them had been registered by others long ago. It was a good thing that the name Qing-Yun Investment had been registered by Pin Shan before it had been used. After the company was registered, Pin did not have any other tasks, but gave Sun Haitang a vacation so that she could go home and spend some time with her parents, because Pin Shan was about to take the college entrance exam. Everything else would wait until he finished the exam. Peacefully, there was no storm. As Pin walked out of the examination room of the college entrance exam, the high school years were finally completely over. Since being reborn into this era, Pin was also about to walk into a new life. Chapter 71, Targeting the Magic City. After the college entrance exam was over, Pin gave himself a score estimate. According to Pin Shan's own estimation, his scores in the college entrance examination this time would be very high, and he could go to any university he wanted to go to. He was able to do this thanks to the study potion he had gotten earlier. Without the boost of the study potion, it was absolutely impossible for Pin to score such a high score on the exam. After roughly estimating his grades, Pin considered where he would go to college. Pin Shan had two addresses to consider. One is to go to college in the capital, and the other is to go to college in the Magic City. After comprehensive consideration, Pin planned to still go to Magic City to attend university, because Mordor is a financial center. Compared to the capital, Mordor is more suitable for Pin business. It's much easier to choose which college you want to attend after you've chosen your address. This way of choosing a university by Pin Shan was estimated to be completely unexpected by ordinary people. The average person will only consider their scores and then choose a college, and Pin Shan would only consider, where would it be more in his interest to go to college? The best in Mordor is, of course, Mordor University, which is also a top college known throughout the country. It was certainly not easy to get into Mordor University, but Pin estimated that it should not be difficult for his grades to get into Mordor University. The first volunteer will fill in Mordor University, and the rest of the volunteers will fill in the rest of the universities in Mordor. It didn't matter which college he went to, as long as he went to college in Mordor anyway, which would make it easier for him to start his own business. After determining that she wanted to go to college in Mordor, Sun Haitang's task came to her. Pin Shan called Sun Haitang and the two agreed to meet at a cafe. Pin Shan also came earlier and was already waiting for Sun Haitang in his seat. Sun Haitang came to the cafe and saw Pin and hurriedly jogged over. "Sorry boss, I'm late," Sun Haitang said apologetically. "It's okay, I'm the one who came early. Have a seat," Pin Shan said casually. "Okay, thank you boss." Sun Haitang hurriedly took a seat beside Pin Shan. "From now on, you can call me boss at work in private. You can call me by my first name." Pin Shan opened his mouth. Sun Haitang thought about it, then shook her head again and said, "Forget it, I'd better just call you boss." Sun Haitang still felt that calling the boss by his first name was a bit inappropriate, so he might as well keep up the habit of calling the boss. Pin Shan nodded and would not force Sun Haitang. After all, this was a minor issue. "Next, I plan to go to Magic City to attend university, so I'm going to start assigning tasks to you." Pin Shan spoke. Sun Haitang's heart was shaken, and she hurriedly took out a pen and paper and started planning to take notes. With regard to Sun Haitang's reaction, Pin was still satisfied. Looking at Sun Haitang, who was ready, Pin began. "I'm planning to go to college in Mordor, so we'll start our careers in Mordor in the future. You have to move to Magic City now to register a few companies. One company's name is Penguin Technology Limited, and one company is called Alibaba Commerce and Trade Limited. Register another company named Legendary Games Limited. By the way, there's another company, and the name of this company is 1000 Degrees Online Search. Your task now is to go to Mordor and register the names of these 4 companies. These 4 companies, all of them, are wholly owned subsidiaries of Qing-Yun Investment Company. You should know better than me exactly how it works." "Okay boss, I'm clear." Sun Haitang nodded gently. Something like registering a company wasn't hard for her, and with the experience of registering a company last time, Sun Haitang was also clear that things like this only needed to go to the local area to find an intermediary company to register. When the time came, it would only cost a small amount of money to get this done, much easier than if she had to register the company herself. These 4 companies were also the next direction that Pin Shan had picked out for himself, because he has limited funds and because the current computer penetration rate is not high enough. So none of these 4 companies are going anywhere anytime soon. Really wanting to make money, Pin Shan had other ideas, but the future development potential of these 4 companies is too great, so Chen Pingon is definitely going to get it up. There is also the fact that after you arrive in Mordor, look around the neighborhood of Mordor University to see if there are any suitable neighborhoods, and if the price is right, I will buy a house at that time to serve as my temporary place of residence, and the company needs an office space, so you can find a location then. 2. There's no need to make any other moves for the time being after these 4 companies are registered. Just wait for news from me. That's all for your mission. Any more questions? Pingon Chen inquired. Boss, I have a question. Can I recruit? I'm the only one right now, and I'm a girl. I always feel less safe. Sun Haitang voiced her concerns. You're right. I'm sorry. This is my negligence. Chen Pingon hurriedly apologized. Since Pingon Chen himself was a martial arts master, he ignored Sun Haitang's safety. It's 98, and although social security has gotten better, that doesn't mean it's completely safe. Even in 20 years' time, it is difficult to say that policing is completely safe. It's true that it's a bit unsafe for a girl like Sun Haitang to run a business outside. Let's put it this way. You can find a few people to work as subordinates for you. The other thing is to find out if there are any professional bodyguard companies and see if you can hire a few female bodyguards. Pingon Chen thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Boss, female bodyguards aren't even necessary. Not even close to that. After all, it's not like I'm a big boss. There shouldn't be any robbers trying to get at me. I just need to hire a few more people who can follow me around and do things. Yes, it's up to you in this matter. You don't have to worry about the expenses you should spend. You don't worry about spending. The company will reimburse you for it all. Pingon Chen said with a smile. Thank you, boss. Sun Haitang also smiled happily. Sun Haitang said again with some embarrassment. Actually, I do have a cousin who practiced wrestling before, but now that she retired and can't find a suitable job, it just so happens that I'm short of people to use right now, so I'd like to hire her over. Usually she can run my errands and protect me when it matters. Boss, don't look at her as a female. In fact, ordinary men can't really beat her. Sun Haitang followed up with this explanation. No need to explain so much. I believe you. Pingon Chen said with a smile. Thank you, boss. Sun Haitang was moved to say. It's really heartwarming to meet a boss who trusts you. Chapter 72. Young Mr. Ma. Sun Haitang had to go to the Magic City early, and Chen Pingon had things to do himself. Pingon Chen remembers that Penguin was also started this year, but Pingon Chen checked the information and did not find Penguin. Pingon Chen then felt very strange, and he planned to go to the Shenzhen side to find out. Penguin needs to be taken over if he can, and if he can't, then he needs to be broken. It is the best way to corral the enemy while he is still growing, or to destroy him. There was no way to explain this kind of thing to his parents, so Chen Pingon directly told his parents that he was going out on a trip, not even waiting for his parents to object. He took his luggage and set off straight away. Lin Wanjun and Li Mingyun side Pingon Chen had both called and talked about their schedules. Of course his reason, as usual, was that he was out traveling. Lin Wanjun was now reasonable, and once Chen Pingon told him what happened, Lin Wanjun didn't say much, but only instructed Chen Pingon to pay attention to safety. Li Mingyun side then threw a lot of tantrums. After all, she was still planning to dine and shop and watch movies with Chen Pingon, but she didn't expect Chen Pingon to run away directly. This pissed off Li Mingyun half to death, but no matter what, Chen Pingon had gotten on a plane and headed directly to Guangdong, all the way safe and sound, and no accidents happened. Only a few hours later, Chen Pingon had already arrived in Shenzhen. Chen Pingon didn't know what Penguin's Mr. Ma's situation was now, but he probably knew where Penguin's Mr. Ma's office was. Just look around that area and you should be able to find the guy. Now that he had arrived in Shenzhen, Chen Pingon also began to visit the city without any panic. Now in Shenzhen, how can I put it? It has started to develop, but it is still not comparable to 20 years later. But as one of the first cities to be opened up, Shenzhen is still developing at a very fast pace. Chen Pingon had little interest after strolling around, and directly called a cab on the side of the road and said the address. Pingon Chen also remembered that Mr. Ma's office should be in Nanshan District. After Pingon Chen arrived in Nanshan District, the first thing he did was to check into the best local White Swan Hotel. It's a 5-star Grand Hotel, which is already considered the best Grand Hotel in the area. Pingon Chen had already booked a hotel suite before he arrived. When he arrived at the front desk, Chen Pingon reported his name and checked in. Chen Pingon did not have such high requirements for the living environment, but of course he was not short of money right now, so he would not condescend himself. Putting his luggage away in the guest room, Chen Pingon took out his laptop. Of course, Pingon Chen would not foolishly go looking for Ma shouting aimlessly. He planned to use his hacking skills to find Ma shouting out. After connecting to the network, Pingon Chen quickly lurked into the local household registration network system in Shenzhen. This system could be said to be full of loopholes and backdoors everywhere for the current Ping in Chen. He fiddled with it casually and was soon inside the system. Subsequently follow your own request to find Ma Xiaodong. The number of Ma Xiaodong, who met the age and conditions, was not very large, and then it was screened, and soon the real Ma Xiaodong was found. Ma's home address is now available. Unfortunately only his home address has been found so far as where his office is located, and his phone number, but it's okay. It's good to have a home address. After writing down Ma Xiaodong's home address, Pingon Chen exited the network. Chen Pingon put his luggage directly in the hotel and then called the hotel front desk to ask if there was a car available for use within the hotel. As it turned out, there were no surprises, and hotels like this one were able to provide vehicle service. Of course, there were regulations regarding their vehicle services, so if Pingon Chen needed better car services, then he would need to pay. This was certainly no problem for Pingon Chen. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. A Mercedes-Benz car at the entrance of the hotel was already waiting for Pingon Chen to arrive. Chen Pingon got into this automobile under the guidance of the hotel staff. Pingon Chen gave the driver the address and also handed out a $100 bill. The $100 bill was a tip for the driver. "Master, we'll have to work hard for you next," Pingon Chen said politely. "Thanks, boss." The driver was very happy to accept the $100 bill. It's a service tip from the owner they are allowed to take. Half an hour later the destination arrived. Chen Pingon got out of the car and told the driver to find a place to park. "Now I wonder if Ma Xiaodong is at home." Pingon Chen followed the address and found Ma Xiaodong's house, knocked on the door, but it turned out that there was no one at home. Pingon Chen waited for a quarter of an hour, but never waited for Ma Xiaodong to return. After thinking about it, Pingon Chen could only take out a pen and paper and leave his phone number, as well as his basic information, and then posted it on Ma Xiaodong's doorstep. Chen Pingon only left and walked out of the neighborhood to meet a few young people. One of the young men made Pingon Chen feel particularly familiar. Chen Pingon immediately stopped and called out at one of the young men. "Ma Xiaodong?" Ma Xiaodong froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Pingon Chen as well. "Which one are you? You know me?" Ma Xiaodong asked suspiciously. "My name is Chen Pingon, and I'm here specifically to find you." Chen Pingon smiled and extended his hand. Although Ma Xiaodong did not recognize Pingon Chen, he hastily reached out and shook hands with him. "I don't think we know each other," Ma Xiaodong said again. "We didn't know each other before, but we do now. I've heard that you formed an online company. If possible, can I visit your company?" Chen Pingon spoke. Ma Xiaodong was a bit hesitant, and more than anything else, there was a doubt in his heart. After all, he didn't know the young man in front of him at all, but the young man in front of him seemed to know himself very well. "Who the hell are you? Then, how do you know me?" Ma Xiaodong asked again. "I'm the founder of Green Cloud Investments and a cyber hacker. I've received word that you're working on an instant messaging program. I was very interested in the software, so I came over." Pingon Chen did not hide and said directly. "So that's how it is." Ma Xiaodong's mouth was saying this, but his brain felt even more confused. "This isn't the place to talk either. If it's okay, could we take a tour of your company? We'll then sit down and chat slowly by the way." Chen Pingon said bluntly. "Yes, then go to our company." Ma Xiaodong finally nodded and said. The corners of Chen Pingon's mouth also curled into a smile. Chapter 73, it's called QQ. Is your company's location far? If it's far we can get a ride. My car is parked out front. Pingon Chen took the initiative to speak. Hearing Pingon Chen say that he still had a car, Ma Xiaodong and a few others were convinced of Pingon Chen's identity for a few moments. Moreover, the kind of aura that Pingon Chen had on him also felt like a successful person, or more accurately like a rich man. No. Our company is not far ahead, just a few steps away. We'll just walk directly there, Ma Xiaodong said in a hurry. The few other young men didn't dare to speak at this point. Along the way, Chen Pingon also asked a few questions. At this time Ma Xiaodong was too young to have that much heart. These few questions that Pingon Chen was able to ask, Ma Xiaodong answered them directly without much thought. Chen Pingon nodded silently in his heart, and probably knew about Ma Xiaodong's current situation. Ma Xiaodong raised a sum of money and started a company to get instant messaging software out of the way. They are now in the process of incorporating the company, but the company is not yet complete. Also, this instant messenger is still in the works and not finished. This company is certainly not big. After all, at this time Ma Xiaodong didn't have much money per se. Ma Xiaodong certainly wasn't lying. His company was not far away. Except that when you say company, it's really just a larger office space. The location of the company is in a residential building. The building is a bit old and its appearance can be described as unimpressive. The interior of the company was also a bit dirty and messy. And after arriving at the company, Ma Xiaodong's face immediately turned a bit red, because he was feeling a little ashamed of himself. It's really embarrassing to call this place my own company. It's already considered good for the company to have such a scale in its infancy. Chen Pingon took the initiative to speak. Hearing Pingon Chen say this, Ma Xiaodong's face looked a lot better. and his gaze towards Ping Chen became softer. There were several people inside the company, all of whom were partners invited by Ma Xiaodong. All of them were busy with their own work, and no one paid attention to the arrival of Ma Xiaodong's group. How far have you gotten with the production of your software? Chen Pingyang opened his mouth and asked. This is not convenient to say, Ma Xiaodong said in a hurry. It's not that it's inconvenient to say, it's just that I'm embarrassed to say it, because the instant messaging software they have now is actually plagiarized from overseas, and the core part can't be copied now, just a framework, but the frame is almost ready to be made. Just give them 2 more months and this instant messaging software should be ready to be produced. According to Ma Xiaodong's estimation, this instant messaging software will almost be online in November to December this year. I don't suppose you guys have made it yet? Let me show you something. Ping Chen smiled and took out his laptop from the backpack he was carrying. Then Ping Chen opened his laptop and clicked on one of the software. This is. Ma Xiaodong stuttered when he saw this software appear on his computer. To his eyes, it was an instant messaging program. Ma Xiaodong wasn't wrong. This software was the instant messaging software made by Ping Chen. In Ping Chen's opinion, it was a very rough product, so it didn't take much time at all to produce. In total, it only took him 2 days to create this instant messaging software. For Ping Chen, who possessed top-notch hacking skills, creating this software was actually not difficult. Since Ping Chen had such technology, why did he come to Ma Xiaodong and the others? This was because the subsequent research and development could not be done by Ping Chen himself. Ping Chen needed a team to work for him. Looking at the historical results, Ma and the others did a pretty good job. That was why Ping Chen wanted to take their team under his wing. Of course, if Ma Xiaodong and the others were unwilling to do so, then Ping Chen would find ways to suppress them and kill them in the cradle. It's an instant messaging program I made. It's still a bit rough, though, and it should still be fine for simple use. Come on, let's connect a LAN to use it and show you the effect. Chen Ping opened his mouth and said, good. Ma Xiaodong did not have any hesitation and directly agreed in one bite. Ping Chen's laptop computer was connected to the local LAN, and then this same instant messaging software was installed in another computer. What's the name of this software? Ma Xiaodong asked with some curiosity. Do you guys see this icon? Is it a penguin icon? So what about the name of our software? It's called Penguin Communication Software, but in order to facilitate a better way to address him, so he also has a nickname. His name is QQ. Ping Chen explained with a smile on his face. What a good name, Ma Xiaodong said with sudden excitement upon hearing the name. He didn't know why he became so excited, but when he heard the name, he felt a rush of blood. Maybe it's because it's so well named. Ma Xiaodong thought silently in his heart. The software is installed. Let's chat and try it out. Ma Xiaodong said. Ping Chen smiled and sent a smiley face over to Ma Xiaodong. A paragraph was typed. First time meeting, how are you, Mr. Ma? Hello. Ma Xiaodong also typed these 2 words with some excitement. Because it's a LAN, it's fast. Both sides picked up on each other the moment they tapped the text. It's so fast. And this interface looks so cozy. Awesome is awesome. This is what we want. A few young men beside him, at this time, also spoke up. All of their gazes changed when they saw Ping Chen as well. A group of them, a group of people, had spent so long working together, and now they were just creating a framework. But the man in front of him had come up with the finished product. That's too big a gap. Mr. Chen, did you really create this software? Ma Xiaodong asked with some disbelief. Ping Chen smiled and nodded, casually saying a few codes. Don't look at the fact that Ping Chen just casually said a few codes, but the level of the few codes he said was very high. Ma Xiaodong and the others were also engaged in technology, and as soon as they heard it, they knew that Ping Chen's technology was definitely very high as well, and all of these codes are critical. You're awesome, an expert, Ma Xiaodong said admiringly. So I don't understand, what exactly is your purpose in seeking us out? According to your current technology, you can completely crush us then, Ma Xiaodong asked in frustration and doubt. Because I'm only one person, but I lack a team. I think you guys are a pretty good team, that's why I've come to you. Ping Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Chapter 74, Mr. Ma agrees. Although Ping Chen was here to integrate them, the word integrate did not sound good, so Ping Chen changed the word. Ping Chen continued to speak. I'm here to seek your cooperation. Of course Chen Bin didn't use the word takeover, so he used cooperation. Come to find us to cooperate. Ma Xiaodong only felt his brain buzzing. Of course I'm here to work with you. I want you to join my company. I have the money and the technology, and you have the people. Together that's a strong partnership that we can start a business together and build a bright future. It's also possible to build one of the most powerful instant messaging programs. I wonder if you have any ideas about the cooperation between us? Ping Chen said directly. It's too sudden. I didn't know what choice to make for a while. Ma Xiaodong said hesitantly. Ma Xiaodong had somewhat reacted at this point. Even if Pingdan Shen said it nicely, he was still here to collect them. Once Ma Xiaodong and the others joined Pingdan Shen's company, then they were just a bunch of wage earners. This is not the same as Ma Xiaodong's original intention. Ma Xiaodong's initial goal was to build a career on his own. He doesn't want to be a wage earner. I'm afraid there won't be much time left for you, because my time is precious and limited. I won't be in the area for too long. If you guys don't agree to join in, then I'll have to find another team to collaborate with, or go inside the school and recruit the high achievers directly. And it should be obvious to you and me that one instant messaging program is enough. If there are two instant messaging programs, then they must be natural enemies. Everyone will surely fight to the death, only one family will survive. For this instant messaging software, I would initially plan to invest $5 million. At a later stage I'm going to keep putting money into it. My goal is to make it the strongest instant messaging software in China. With every word Pingdan Shen said, Ma Xiaodong's face turned gray, because compared to Pingdan Shen, Ma Xiaodong's advantage over them was too small. Ma Xiaodong tried his best to raise only a few $100,000 of startup capital, and now that the startup money he had in hand was pretty much spent, he had to find a way to get money again. Thinking about it again, the startup capital on Ping and Shen's side was a direct $5 million. It had already directly crushed them. The key was that Ping and Shen here had already made a finished instant messaging software. Pingdan Shen can start putting the software online in a very short period of time, and their chat software is, so far, a long way off. Ambition told Ma that he should start his own business, but reason told Ma Xiaodong that they should join Pingdan Shen's company. Why don't you guys listen again to the deal I'm offering you? I've registered an instant messaging software company in Magic City. The registered capital of the company is $5 million, and if your team is willing to join in, I will give your team 20% of the shares. The 20% belongs to your entire team, and it's up to you how you divide the shares among yourselves. The company's office will be in Mordor, and you'll be coming with me to Mordor at that time, but I'll pay for all your food, clothing and shelter. On top of that, I'm offering you between $100, 000 and $300, 000 a year. The minimum annual salary is $100, 000 to start with a maximum of $300, 000. It's up to you guys to decide exactly how much annual salary you can get. Anything else you guys want, you can totally talk to me about that too. Other benefits packages, we can talk more about that too. All of this is negotiable as long as your team is willing to join in, Pingdan Shen said with extreme sincerity. The moment these conditions of Pingdan Shen were put forward, there was the sound of cold air being sucked in around them. You have to know that the only reason why these people of theirs would follow Ma Xiaodong was because of Ma Xiaodong's face, but in reality their income here in Ma Xiaodong is very meager, even to the point of not being paid at all in many cases, just following him for nothing. Of course, everyone understands, because Ma Xiaodong also has no money. The early stage of the business, it is normal to have some difficulties, but now suddenly, they heard such an excellent offer from Ping and Shen. It would be impossible to say that they were not moved. $100, 000 a year for starters. What was that in 1998? After working for a year, you can buy a house in the suburbs of Shenzhen. Work for 2 or 3 years in the city of Shenzhen to buy a house have been affordable. Several of the young men became short of breath. With such a high salary package for shares, they are really heartened. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Ma Xiaodong. They were very much looking forward to Ma Xiaodong directly agreeing to it now. A bitter smile appeared on Ma Xiaodong's face. Mr. Chen, you've made an offer that's hard for me to refuse yet, Ma Xiaodong said with a bitter smile. Ping and Shen also give shares and give so good treatment. You tell him to refuse how to refuse it? Pingdan Shen smiled but did not say anything. In fact, Pingdan Shen had already laid a trap. Is $5 million for a 20% stake really a lot? Not much at all, actually, because $5 million just isn't enough. It won't take too long for all $5 million to be consumed. When that $5 million runs out, then the money will have to continue to be invested. Once the capital continues to be invested, then everyone's shares will be diluted. In time that 20% becomes 10%, 5% and then less and less. Of course, then again, the market capitalization of the company got higher and the shares got smaller. But in reality the value of the shares has been driven up instead. The current Ma Xiaodong is still too young and probably can't think of this. Or should I say he has no idea how much money a piece of software can really burn. Historically, he started his own company, Penguin, and it almost went bankrupt due to lack of funds. So many times there is serendipity and luck involved in a company's success. Mr. Ma, it seems you agree with my suggestion. If that's the case, that's great. Pingdan Shen reached out and shook Ma Xiaodong's hand with an excited expression. While there is an element of staking, there is also a portion of emotion that is real and present. You know this is Mr. Ma. How fortunate to be able to take Mr. Ma under his wing. Mr. Chen, The conditions you proposed are so good, I can't afford not to cooperate. Ma Xiaodong also said with a smile at this time. But there are a few questions I'd like to ask. Why do we have to go to the Magic City? Actually, our conditions here are quite good. It can be used as our headquarters over here. That can't be helped. I just took the college entrance exam and plan to go to Magic City for college. Driving the company to Mordor is convenient for me to commute, Pingon Shan said with a smile. When the crowd heard this, their faces were covered in shock. After all this one in front of me is still a senior? Chapter 75, Incorporating Ma Xiaodong's team. When the crowd heard that Pingon Shan was still a senior, they all had a feeling of shock. Mr. Ma was a little suspicious at this point that the young man in front of him was not joking with himself, right? It's not here to tease yourself, is it? Mr. Chen, you're not joking with us, are you? You just said you'd give us those perks and those companies. Are they real or not? Ma Xiaodong asked uncertainly. See for yourself. It's part of my funding. Chen Pingon knew what the other party was suspecting, and directly took out his cell phone to show the other party the short message of the bank card. Ma Xiaodong glanced at the short message from the bank displayed on his cell phone, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Over $100 million. I can't believe it's that big of a sum. No wonder people start business at a young age. So the principle is so strong. After seeing this funding, Ma Xiaodong no longer had any doubts. After all, with that kind of money, you can make a killing in just about any endeavor. Plus, the other team is very skilled, and there's this team of theirs to add to the mix. Ma Xiaodong, who was still somewhat skeptical, no longer had any doubts. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was too young just now, Ma Xiaodong hurriedly said in embarrassment. It's okay, it's only human nature. They say that if you don't have hair on your mouth, you won't be able to do anything. Although that's not 100% true, it still has some truth to it. After all, we young people have less life experience. It's normal that we can't compare to older people in some ways, but we young people also have the advantage of daring to think and act. Older people who are older can't match us in that. That's why I'm looking for you young people to work with me, because I know you have the drive. Chin Pingon simply have a sentence let the scene of the crowd mood surging also harvested a wave of goodwill. If you guys don't have any other opinions, then you'll do as I say, Pingon Chen said as he looked at the crowd. Yes, then, as you say. Ma Xiaodong glanced at his companions around him. Everyone was fine with it, so he nodded his head in agreement. Although it was a bit of a hassle to go to Magic City to work, Ping and Shen had already promised to provide food and shelter, so what else was there to say? It's the same for them wherever they work anyway. However, Mr. Chen, the various costs over in Magic City are quite a bit higher, which is actually a bit unfavorable to our company's development. Ma Xiaodong still politely persuaded. You have a point there, and I've given that aspect some thought. So my plan is to move the company's headquarters to Mordor. But on the Shenzhen side, we can also handle branch offices. The development of the Shenzhen side certainly can't be given up, Pingon Shen said with a smile. As they say, you can't put your eggs in one basket. Although Pingon Shen's focus would be on the Magic City in the future, he would not give up on layouts in other places. Otherwise, what if he gets caught in the middle of Mordor? What if the local authorities in Mordor were to give him a hard time? Although the probability of such a thing will not happen, but it is better to save for a rainy day. It's always right to plan ahead. Besides, Ma Xiaodong was right in saying that the cost of living in the Magic City is indeed very high, although the Shenzhen side of the development is also very fast, but all aspects of the consumption level will be much lower. The cost of opening a company here is of course also much lower. So Pingdon Chen's intention is that the company's headquarters is in Mordor, but the company's office can be settled in Shenzhen later. But that was for later. There was no need to get into that kind of trouble when they had so few people in the company now. First, we'll drag all of them to Mordor and do a good job. It's not too late to start opening branches when the company gets bigger. Pingdon Chen certainly had his own plans. His career is just starting now, and he himself is in Mordor. If he installs the company in Shenzhen, it is the company is being hollowed out, and he doesn't know it at all. That's why it's important to have the company on your watch in this current situation. When he can grasp the whole situation, then open the branch to Shenzhen. There is no problem at all. By that time, the company is expected to be huge. It was estimated that many people would be needed to work for him as well, and Pingdon Chen wouldn't need to have so much to worry about at that point. Ma Xiaodong didn't think of that much, but when he heard Pingdon Chen say that, he agreed. You can take a break for a few days. It's a vacation for you. Pack what you need to pack for yourself, and you take care of all the personal things. I'm going to take a trip to Xiangjiang, and when I get back we'll go to Mordor together. Right, going to Xiangjiang? Do you have a doorway? Pingdon Chen inquired. Shannon was recalled last year, but it's still a hassle to get to Shannon. A lot of paperwork is required. It's not hard to go to Xiangjiang. Just spend the money and it'll be solved. Ma Xiaoding said with a smile. As a local, he still has some energy and a doorway of his own. Hearing Ma Xiaoding say that, Chen Pinggan also smiled and nodded. Is there a legal officer in the company? Let's get the contract. Pinggan Chen inquired. Ma Xiaoding was a bit embarrassed. Where did their company have a legal affairs? So there was no choice but to go to a lawyer again and get a professional lawyer to get a contract out. The content of the contract is certainly not complicated and should be fairly simple. Pinggan Chen offered $5 million to start a company. Among them, Pinggan Chen holds 80% of the shares. Ma Xiaoding's team took a 20% stake with technology equity. There is also a supplementary agreement. It was Pinggan Chen who spent money to buy all the equipment inside Ma Xiaoding's team. These devices also cost Ma Xiaoding a lot of money, all of which he personally funded. Pinggan Chen didn't give him a hard time either, and spent $500,000 to buy out all of this equipment. Don't look at these few small gestures, but to Ma Xiaoding, it was a very warm-hearted thing. Ma Xiaoding's heart was also becoming more and more grateful to Pinggan Chen. He had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to buy all this equipment, and his family was going to be emptied out. Now that hundreds of thousands of dollars had been returned at once, he could also breathe a long sigh of relief. Some of it he took to pay off his loans, and some of the rest, still available as his own personal funds. Ma Xiaoding became rich all of a sudden. He also suddenly felt that the deal was really good for him. In the evening, Pinggan Chen treated himself to a big meal at a big restaurant. The food was a seafood dinner, and it wasn't inexpensive after all. It was all top-quality seafood. It's just that money is really worth too much in this day and age. Just feasted and ate all the seafood, and spent a few $1,000s on a meal. If you put it in 20 years and don't have tens of thousands of dollars, it's going to be a downer. After eating and drinking enough to go back to their own homes, Chen Pinggan also went back to his hotel. I didn't realize that when I got back into the hotel, I found small cards stuffed in the cracks of the hotel door. Drinking wine, Chen Pinggan had a small moment of excitement. After all, the beautiful women on the card are quite beautiful. All it takes is for him to make a phone call and beautiful women are delivered to his door. But with a sudden snort, Pinggan Chen threw all these cards into the trash. Being born again and being a billionaire, his virginity is golden. How could it be used on these women? The thought of it put him in a great mood. Brush your teeth and wash up. Then take a hot shower and suddenly you're comfortable. After watching TV for a while, and not knowing when in a daze he fell asleep in bed, woke up to day 2. Instead, it was the system prompt that rang in his ears. Chapter 76. The system's beep woke up Pinggan Chen. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes in a daze, only to realize that it was already 8 a.m. The goods in the system mall had been refreshed again. The system tone can be set by yourself. It could be made to not make a sound, or it could make a sound to remind Pinggan Chen. However, Chen Pinggan had always allowed the system alert sound to be able to prompt himself. After all, every day's merchandise refresh is the most exciting time. He wants to be the first to receive the news. Today's 4 items followed the refresh to completion. 1 gold bracelet for defense, the secret of light water skiing, 1 quatermass devil fruit, 1 book of chanting skills. After Pinggan Chen saw the 4 items, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The spike system has been around for so long that the first straight opening is a king's ransom. None of the 4 items are crap. All of them are fine. Defense gold bracelet. The system shows that this defense gold bracelet can enhance one's own defense ability after wearing it. That's definitely a good one. It's not a bad idea to learn the secret of lightweight water drifting, which gives you access to very powerful lightweight skills. Although Pinggan Chen's internal strength was profound, lightness was not something he excelled at. It would be awesome if he could learn this light skill of floating on water. The 3rd item was actually a devil fruit. However, it was very unfortunate that the ability of this devil fruit made Pinggan Chen really dislike it. After eating this devil fruit, he has the ability to split into 4 pieces. The point is that this quarterbacking ability works on his own body. It can make its body in pieces, and the body can still move individually after the pieces are split. This ability looked impressive, but just by using his brain to think about it, Chen Pinggan gave up on this ability, because he really didn't want to turn himself into a monster. Of course, the most important thing was that this ability didn't do much to increase his strength. Might as well learn that light skill. The final item is a skill book, which allows you to master the power of Nimbus after learning it. Numinous power is simply mental power outwardly allowing mental power to materialize. Then you can use your thoughts to control other items. If Pinggan Chen's Nianli was strong enough, he could even go so far as to use his Nianli to use his sword to kill his enemies and take their heads thousands of miles away. Of course, taking the head of the enemy is a very exaggerated maneuver, but tens of meters by hundreds of meters should not be an exaggeration. Rather, there is the possibility of realizing it. Pinggan Chen's eyes swept over the 4 items. In the end, he chose the Numinous Power Skill Book. This is because the Nimble Skill Book has the highest utility. Spend $1 and buy a Nimble Skill Book. With the skill book in hand, Chen Pingan directly learned it off. A golden light flashed across Pingan Chen's body, and then a skill was added to his mind. He had mastered Nian Li. Pingan Chen's mental power had also undergone a marvelous change. His mental power had become stronger, and he could easily drive his nimbus. Pingan Chen used his nimbus for the first time. In Pingan Chen's senses, he felt a large invisible hand reaching out from his brain. He could control this big invisible hand very casually. This was the big invisible hand that others could not see. Only Pingan Chen could see it. The big hand of Nian Li slowly stretched outwards, and the farther the distance was drawn, the more mental energy was consumed. By the time he reached 5 meters, Pingan Chen felt some strain. By the time he reached 10 meters, Chen Pingan felt that this was his limit, so for the time being, his age is best used within 5 meters. It can't be farther than 10 meters. The distance isn't too far. Try the power of the mind. How powerful is it? Pingan Chen controlled his nimbus to lift the table next to him. It's a solid wood table, but it's a lot of weight. It turned out that the nimbus couldn't lift the table at all. Chen Pingan was a bit disappointed. The chanting power didn't seem to be very strong. One by one after the test, finally the nimbus lifted the suitcase. There isn't much inside the suitcase. The whole thing weighs about 30 pounds. After Pingan Chen's test, he then realized that with his nimbus and 30 pounds of luggage it was still relatively easy, but he had 50 pounds of weight. It was a struggle. The extreme weight is also 50 pounds. With this distance and this weight, it's like this idea has become a waste. Pingan Chen was all a bit teary-eyed. With his powers, what good would it be if he could read? But on second thought, Chen Pingan somewhat figured it out again. It was not the same as the full skill he had acquired before. For example, he gets the eternal life technique, and it's straight to full level when he gets his hands on it. That's why he got the eternal life technique is the strongest state. But that's not how chanting works. The strength of the nimbus is based on one's own mental power and control of the nimbus. The stronger one's spiritual power, the more skillful one is in the use of Nian Li, then the stronger the use of Nian Li will be. Pingan Chen was just an ordinary person now. Although his force value was high, his mental power was not superhuman. Plus, his control over his nimbus is very low even though he's learning it for the first time. So it's not surprising at all that there is such a result. Superman didn't grow up in a day. He's been in the sun for 20 years. So if you want to make your chanting power strong, you also need time to exercise it slowly. After having such a thought, Chen Pingan's mind calmed down. That way, you'll need to spend a little time every day in the future to work on your chanting. The process of exercising the power of the mind was actually the process of exercising the power of the spirit. Pingan Chen was not at a disadvantage at all. It could also be said that after obtaining the nihility ability, Pingan Chen could be said to have gained great benefits. Without the numinous force ability, Pingan Chen could not exercise his spiritual power even if he wanted to, but now with the numinous force ability, Pingan Chen could exercise his spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the person's spirit will be, and there will be many benefits. After getting up and washing up, Chen Pingan gave Ma Xiaodong a call. Ma Xiaodong had gotten up long ago and was also waiting for this call from Pingan Chen. After both parties communicated, a meeting place was agreed upon. Half an hour later, Ma Xiaodong came to the entrance of the hotel and waited for Pingan Chen. This time Pingan Chen called the hotel car over again. The two got into the Mercedes together. Ma Xiaodong, who had gotten into the Mercedes, looked at the car with some envy. It was the first time he had been in such a luxurious automobile. Ma Xiaodong's heart is also secretly thinking that in the future when he has money, if he also buys a car like this, how cool it would be. Like this car? Pingan Chen asked with a smile. Who wouldn't like this kind of luxury car? Ma Xiaodong also said cheerfully. I'll give you one when our company is on track. Pingan Chen said indifferently. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, right? Ma Xiaodong asked excitedly. Do I look like I'm joking to you? If you want to take me as a joke, then that's it. Pingan Chen said with a smile. No, you're definitely not joking. I'm serious. Ma Xiaodong hurriedly said excitedly. Ma Xiaodong didn't know exactly how much the car was worth, but if the boss was willing to give him a luxury car like this, he was definitely overjoyed. Chapter 77, Auction of Treasures. It's much easier to do whatever you need to do when you have an acquaintance. Ma Xiaodong was busy helping Pingan Chen with all the formalities. Normally, this procedure takes quite a bit of time to complete, but now there is no such problem at all, and the whole set of formalities can be taken care of very quickly. Pingan Chen got his pass on the same day, returned to the hotel, got my luggage and checked out. On the same day Pingan Chen traveled directly to Xiangjiang. After all, the time left for him was pretty tight, so he had to grab every second. It would be very easy to go to Xiangjiang after getting the pass, and the distance between the two sides can be only a few dozen kilometers. The hotel side of the service was also very much in place. Directly sent a car to send Chen Pingan to Xiangjiang. Pingon Chen had been worried about how to get there before, but now he had reached his destination in a flash. Chen Pingon's purpose of coming to Xiangjiang this time is very simple, which is to complete the realization of some jewelry in his hand. After arriving in Xiangjiang, the old rule was to check into the hotel first. Pingon Chen chose to stay at the Peninsula Hotel. This hotel is very famous in Xiangjiang and many rich people like to live here. The grade was also high enough that Chen Pingon had long admired it, which was why he chose to stay at the Peninsula Hotel this time. The formalities were quickly completed, and Pingon Chen successfully checked into the Peninsula Hotel. Putting the unimportant luggage in the hotel room, Chen Pingon used the hotel's phone to contact Fujibi Auction House. This auction house is also one of the most famous local auction houses, belonging to a large and powerful international company. The reason why Pingon Chen would call them to contact them was to sell those treasures in his hands. Chen Pingon was also in a hurry this time out. He did not have that much time to waste on selling treasures, so straight away, I was going to find a bigger auction house and sell everything at once. The phone number, which he had found on the internet, belonged to the front desk of the Fujibi auction house. The phone call through Chen Pingon communicated directly in English. There is no way. The local language he does not speak. If he used Mandarin, he was afraid that the other party would not understand. So it's better to just communicate in English. There is nothing wrong with you communicating in English in Xiangjiang at all. And you can also elevate your status and reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Pingon Chen came here to do business, not to find trouble for himself, and it would certainly be a good thing to reduce the trouble. Chen Pingon communicated in English. The other party's attitude shifted to be very respectful. If Pingon Chen was using Mandarin to do his communication, he probably wouldn't have such an effect. Pingon Chen's speaking ability in English is still very good, and there is no problem at all with normal communication. After communicating with the other party, Chen Pingon planned to go over directly. After all, time is limited, so hurry up. Chen Pingon took out all the treasures he wanted to sell. Each treasure was individually wrapped in cotton cloth and placed in its own backpack. The treasures he has for sale this time are 9 in all. They are all daily seconds in the system. The specific value of how much money Chen Pingon does not know, but it should not be cheap. When he arrived at the front desk of the hotel, Chen Pingon asked the front desk to prepare a vehicle for himself to travel. Large hotels of their caliber have their own vehicles available to serve their customers. The attendant at the front desk quickly agreed and then arranged a vehicle for Pingon Chen. It is really much more convenient to have a vehicle provided by the hotel. Only the Peninsula Hotel was a bit far from the auction house, and it took more than an hour of driving to finally arrive. At the auction house, the hotel car also had inconveniences. After arriving at the destination, the car would have to go back on its own, and would not be here waiting for Chen Pingon all the time. If Pingon Chen wanted to use a car next, it would be best to find one for himself. Good thing we're at the auction house now. Pingon Chen picked up his backpack and walked straight into the auction house. The door of the auction house stood 2 Indian security guards. Saw Chen Pingon walked in. These 2 Indian security guards also put Chen Pingon intercepted down. Pingon Chen also knew that this kind of dog-legged man was the most difficult to deal with, so he directly spoke in fluent English and said, I have an appointment with the auction house and am here to auction off the treasures. If Pingon Chen were to open his mouth to speak in Mandarin, it would definitely be ineffective. But now that Chen Pingyang spoke fluent English as soon as he opened his mouth, the effect would be completely different. Hearing that Pingon Chen was using fluent English and already had an appointment, the 2 Indian security guards at the door directly released him with a smile on their faces. The country is still weak. That's how helpless it is. If the country was strong enough, where would he need to say such nonsense? Without the interception of these Indian Asan, Chen Pingon quickly arrived at the front desk. After saying his name, the receptionist checked the records and hurriedly and enthusiastically arranged Pingon Chen into the hospitality room. Tea and snacks were also arranged quickly. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man came over to entertain Chen Pingon. The middle-aged man used Cantonese, and Pingon Chen gently waved his hand and said in English, I'm sorry, I don't speak Cantonese, let's talk in English. Hearing that Pingon Chen spoke fluent English and did not know Cantonese, the middle-aged man not only did not look down on him, but instead, his expression became more and more enthusiastic. Okay sir, my name is Zhang Brilliant, and I am the account manager of our auction house. Do you have something you would like to put up for auction at our auction house? Just take a look at it. Pingon Chen also did not talk nonsense, directly opened his backpack, and took out what he had prepared. 9 treasures one by one. Seeing the 9 treasures placed in front of him, Zhang Brilliant's eyes widened. These 9 treasures, although not what antique paintings and calligraphy, are all valuable jewelry. For example, one of the ruby necklaces. The entire necklace was made of white gold and covered with crushed diamonds. And even if they were crushed diamonds, they were all of excellent quality. Instead, on the pendant part of the necklace was a ruby the size of a pigeon egg. According to his vision, Just this ruby necklace could be sold for at least $20,000 million. Besides another imperial green, the god of fortune statue, a foot high. The whole body is the color of imperial green. The color is particularly positive. The head of water is also particularly good. The god of wealth is a rich man's favorite, and it's still an imperial green color with such a good head of water. Zhang Lei could roughly estimate that the selling price of this imperial green god of fortune would not be less than 10 million. The exact price will need to be given after a professional appraisal master comes over to appraise it. Ping Chen took out these 9 items, none of which were worthless. In fact, if Ping Chen was not short of money, these treasures should not have been put up for sale. He should have kept these treasures in his collection. They would have been worth more in a decade or two. But Ping Chen was short of money to use. Although he already had over $100 million in cash in hand, he was still short of money. Moreover, Chen Pinggan knew very clearly, after realizing these treasures, he would then use the cash to invest it, and his future achievements would be a bit greater, and the rate of appreciation would also be faster. Chapter 78, Another Big Income. After determining that what Ping Chen had brought was really a treasure, Zhang Lei then contacted a professional treasure appraiser to come over. After all, the status of these treasure connoisseurs was relatively high. Not just anyone could invite the treasure connoisseur over. At least make sure that what the visitor brings is worth appraising. That's the only way to bring in a treasure hunter. Because Ping Chen had brought 9 treasures, Zhang Brilliant had also contacted 3 treasure appraisers. It's a little more accurate and safer to have 3 treasure hunters cross-appraising. The process of treasure identification is still relatively time-consuming. A total of 9 pieces of treasures took more than 2 hours to complete the identification of all 9 treasures, for which the auction house side gave an estimate of $130,000,000,000. Of course, that's just the estimated price, not the auction price. When the time comes, they will operate these 9 treasures, take them to the international auction and sell them. According to their experience, the auction price would be a bit higher, possibly up to 200 million. It's really hard to say exactly what it will sell for, and it depends on the day of the auction. I'm in a hurry. What price can you give me? Ping Chen didn't talk nonsense and asked directly. It could certainly fetch a much higher price if it was put up for auction, but the auction process takes too long. Can it take months? Expensive jewelry like these don't get auctioned off all at once, and it takes a lot of time up front to advertise them. When the rich people of the world know about the existence of these treasures, they will take them to auctions and sell them. It is by following such a set of processes down the line that these treasures are able to fetch the highest prices. Otherwise, an auction was opened in a hurry and there weren't many rich people at the auction site. How could it be sold at a high price? But auction houses are also able to recover them directly. Ping Chen was now trying to sell these treasures directly to the auction house, which would then conduct the auction. The auction house would of course bear some risk, but their profits would also be a bit higher. Auction houses don't mind recycling if it's a really good one. The 9 treasures that Ping Chen had brought were within the range of good things, and they were the best of the best. Of course auction houses want to recover good stuff like this. Mr. Chen, our auction house is willing to offer 135 million to acquire all 9 of these treasures of yours. This is already one of the highest prices we can offer. You know there are risks in this business, and now the risk has been put on our company. You can just take the money and go. You can use this method if you are in a hurry for money. Of course, if you feel that the price is not suitable, then I suggest that you can give these 9 treasures to us for auction. At the auction, they can be sold for a much higher price, Zhang Brilliant said confidently. Chen Pingdan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, my family is in dire need of a sum of money, so I just can't wait. Then let's do as you say and work together. Happy cooperation. Zhang Brilliant also said with a smile on his face, with this deal done, the company can earn a large sum of money, and as a handler, Zhang Huiwan's commission will not be small. The next step is the actual transaction process, with a very elaborate set of paperwork to go through. This is because the auction house will be concerned that these treasures are stolen goods. First of all, when it comes to the formalities, they will take all the blame. That means that in case these treasures are stolen goods, their auction house is not at all responsible. Then they will also investigate through their own channels in a short time whether these treasures are stolen or not, because they don't want to get themselves in trouble. Actually, there's one more thing. If they determine that the treasures are stolen goods, it doesn't mean they won't take them, but they can use the name of commerce to suppress the price. It took a couple hours to investigate, but unfortunately they didn't find any evidence that they were stolen goods. This establishes that it's not stolen property can't be used to suppress the price on stolen property grounds. A few hours later the process was finished, the formalities were completed, and $130,000,000 was directly credited into the company account provided by Ping Chen. Ping Chen provided the corporate account of Qingyun Investment Company. large public-to-public money transfers can again be a huge hassle to reduce. Mr. Chen, have a good cooperation. In the future, if there are any good things, you can continue to contact our auction company. Zhang Brilliant shook hands with Chen Pingan with a smile on his face. I will. Chen Pingan nodded gently. In the future, if there were still treasures that could not be used, of course, Pingan Chen did not mind and continued to take them out for sale. After all, it's not like these so-called treasures are food for thought, but they can be turned into cash once they're sold. Pingan Chen still preferred cash. For this realization, Chen Pingan was also very satisfied. Not expecting 9 items, it actually allowed him to get 130, 500, 000, $000. It was important to realize that these 9 items were in Ping and Chen's system mall, and he had only spent $9 on them. If this matter was told, it would probably scare Zhang Huihuang to death. Of course, Pingan Chen would never say anything about it for the rest of his life. It's a secret he'll keep for the rest of his life. With this 130, 000, 000, 000, plus the 150, 000, 000, 000 that Ping and Chen had gotten from speculating on stocks before, Pingan Chen now had $280, 000, 000, 000 in cash on hand. It's a really great feeling to have $280, 000, 000 in your hands before you even start college. By the time Pingan Chen walked out of the auction house, it had long been dark outside. Zhang Huihuang also originally wanted to invite Chen Pingan for dinner, but was politely declined by Chen Pingan. After all, the two were not familiar with each other, and eating together rashly would only make Chen Pingan feel uncomfortable. Hailing a cab at the entrance, Chen Pingan got in. Habitually, Chen Pingan still opened his mouth to inquire in English. I'm sorry, sir, I don't speak English. Do you speak Cantonese? The driver master, a middle-aged man, said shyly. Many of the people at the bottom in Hong Kong, on the contrary, do not know English. There are even many who have never been to school at all. Can you speak Mandarin? Pingan Chen asked tentatively. Great, I speak Mandarin too. The middle-aged driver who was driving the car opened his mouth with a smile. He spoke Mandarin with a heavy Hong Kong accent, but it was indeed Mandarin. You could say it's Harbor Path. Pingan Chen also smiled. Although the accent was rather heavy, he could indeed understand it. You are a compatriot from the mainland, right? The driver inquired. Yeah, came over to run some errands. It went pretty well, and it's been taken care of. I'm planning to find a place to have a meal. Can you introduce me to any good local places to eat? Chen Pingyang inquired. Are you planning to eat at an upscale restaurant, or are you planning to eat at our local stall? The middle-aged driver inquired. Chapter 79. Upscale restaurants and stalls. What's the word on that? Pingan Chen asked in disbelief. After all, he's not a local, so he really doesn't know much about the area. High-end restaurant, good ingredients, good materials, good environment, but expensive. The stalls are the most grounded, relying on craftsmanship and fresh ingredients for the most authentic flavor. What about if you want to eat the most authentic food we have here? Sir, I do suggest you go to the big stall. We have so many celebrities here, rich people, who also love to eat at the big stall. The middle-aged driver introduced. Yes, master, I'll listen to you. You introduce me to a big stall. It needs to be the best. Pingan Chen said with a smile. Listen to the advice of people to eat a full meal. This year, the middle-aged driver said that the big stall to eat good flavor authentic. Then listen to him. No problem. It's still quite early at this hour. Let's go to the Fook Key stall. This Fook Key stall is one of the stalls we all love to go to. Things are not expensive and taste delicious. The middle-aged driver drove while talking and chatted with Chen Ping along the way. They, the drivers, were also well informed, and all along the way various topics in Chen Pingan got high. Speaking of which, the stock market has been really good lately, and I have several friends who have made a killing in the stock market. It's a pity that I don't know how to speculate in stocks. Otherwise I would have gone in to make a profit. The middle-aged driver said with a look of regret. Uncle, listen to my advice. What about things like stock speculation? It's better not to do it. You see how many of those speculators have come to a good end. There's no difference between stock speculation and gambling. It's not even close to gambling. Well, at least you can directly see the winners and losers at the table. At this time, however, Pingan Chen persuaded. Although Chen Pingan had made his fortune by relying on stock speculation, he certainly knew how huge the risk of stocks really was. The stock market in Hong Kong, in particular, will soon reach August. The famous financial defense war at Shenzhen will soon be launched. One of the purposes of Pingan Chen's visit to Shenzhen was also to participate in this war. With Pingan Chen's principle, he certainly did not have the ability to sway this war, but he can fish in the water and make a buck. Thank you, Mr. Chen. You're right, I won't touch the stocks. The middle-aged driver also spoke up in a hurry. By the way, I don't know what you call yourself, uncle? Pingon Chan asked with a smile. My last name is Song, with a single name, the character for margin. Actually, everyone likes to call me Old Song. Song Yuan said with embarrassment. I'll call you Old Song then. By the way, Old Song wonders how much money you can make in a day? Pingon Chan asked curiously. It depends. It's usually just 500-800. Old Song said with a bit of smugness. An income like his is not low in this day and age. Of course, it's still the bottom of the barrel as far as Xinjiang is concerned. But if you put it within the mainland, it's definitely the wealthy class. Let's just say that the two regions still have different levels of consumption and income. I'll stay local all this time, and I'll hire you for $1,000 a day. I've chartered you in the car. Is that okay with you? Pingon Chen spoke. Anyway, Pingon Chen was not short of money, and it was convenient to spend a little money to get a car for himself. Boss, you guys are kidding me. Old Song asked with some disbelief. Does this need to be a joke? It's better this way. Start working for me from tomorrow, and we'll do it one day at a time on a daily basis. Pingon Chen said directly. No problem. I'll take this job. Old Song quickly agreed. After all, he could only earn a few $100s a day. To follow Pingon Chen and have $1,000 a day, he would be a fool not to do it. The big stall arrived as we spoke. Count yourself out of work early today, and accompany me to dinner later. My treat. Just in time to accompany me for a drink and a chat. Pingon Chen said to Old Song. No problem. It's on the boss. Of course I'm happy to do it. Boss, you go ahead and find a spot. I'll find a place to park the car. Old Song said with a smile. He didn't have the slightest idea of being polite with Pingon Chen. Although the contact time with Pingon Chen was still quite short, Lao Song could also see that Pingon Chen was a good person to get along with. Of course, it was obvious, but Old Song wasn't stupid. The bottom line that should be there he would still abide by. Wouldn't let the boss get sick of himself, living to his age, as long as it is not a little cute. Should have understood the human condition already. Old Song is clearly not a cutie. When Pingon Chen wanted to invite Old Song for dinner, he of course also wanted to ask for more information from Old Song. Drivers are the most well-informed group of people, so it's definitely a good idea to ask them if you have any information. The business of this stall was really good. Chen Pingon and the others were considered to be early, but they had already started to line up. There were already a few people standing in line in front of Pingon Chen, but fortunately there were not many people. Pingon Chen was not in a hurry. Since Old Song had recommended this place to be delicious, then he would wait here a little longer. Moreover, the local marketplace culture of Xinjiang was also of great interest to Pingon Chen. Old Song parked his car and also came over. Just as it was also Pingon Chen turn to have a seat, two people occupied a small table. He didn't even have a menu here, so he could order what he wanted to eat himself. But Chen Pingon really couldn't order it. Old Song will recommend me a few good dishes. Don't think about the money. Pingon Chen said with a smile. Boss, then I'll be polite. I'll order a few good dishes. Old Song said with a wide grin. No problem. Feel free to order whatever you want. Chen Pingon gently nodded his head. Like this big stall, even if it is expensive, it is still expensive in a limited way. And Chen Pingon really doesn't mind him ordering whatever he wants. Old Song said that, but in reality, he wouldn't really order too much. For two people, Lao Song ordered 4 dishes and 1 soup, and also gave each of the 2 people an order of dry fried beef river. Because he had to drive, he didn't order any wine, and Pingon Chen wasn't interested in wine, so he asked for a few bottles of soda. Chen Pingon then chatted with Old Song, mainly asking about the local situation. Old Song was a chatterbox, and as soon as Pingon Chen asked, he also began to talk endlessly, but Pingon Chen really loved listening to Old Song. The food was served quickly at the big stall and a few dishes came quickly. Pingon Chen tasted it and it did taste good. There is a downside to the big stalls, though, and that is that none of these dishes are sophisticated enough to be street food style, but the flavor is really good, quite tasty. Try an upscale hotel next time. It would be a shame to come to Xinjiang once and not go to a high-class restaurant for dinner. The two were eating when a heated argument suddenly erupted next to them. Dead puffer. No money to pay your gambling debts. Money to come out and eat, right? Are you looking for death? This is your daughter, right? She's very pretty. Just in time to take your daughter to pay off her debt. Chapter 80, Su Yuqing. Su Yubaru, 1981. PRC female singer and actress. Pingon Chen didn't understand Cantonese very well, but he could hear that it wasn't a good word. Turning his head to look, he saw the family surrounded by a few punks. There was a girl inside the crowd who was very pretty, and just looking at her made even Pingon Chen feel awestruck. A girl who could make even Pingon Chen feel awestruck. That was not easy. After all, Pingon Chen had experienced the baptism of online beauty. Old Song, what's going on here? Pingon Chen asked curiously. The gambler got into gambling debt and now he's stuck with the loan sharks. this family is going to be in deep, Old Song also said with a sigh. But people like gamblers are really not to be pitied. There's a saying that it's better to save the poor than to save the desperate. But even more terrifying than the poor is this kind of gambler. Poor people still just don't have money. But gamblers, that's a bottomless pit. The people around were just watching. No one dared to come forward to help. There are two types of people you can't mess with locally in Xinjiang. One is the rich and wealthy and the other is these street gang members. While the rich are rich and powerful, gang members are crowded. So both groups are not to be messed with. Ordinary folk had better get as far away as they can when they see these two circles. So all the people around were here watching the fun. And no one dared to come forward to help. Chen Pingan glanced at the young girl, followed by another glance. He always felt that this young girl looked so familiar. By the way, I remember. I've seen her picture 20 years later. No wonder I felt she looked familiar, but didn't recognize her. Pingan Shen suddenly remembered where he had seen this young girl before. He had seen the young girl in a newspaper 20 years later. But after 20 years it can no longer be called a teenage girl, but a middle-aged beauty. If I remember correctly, her name should be Su Yuqing. 20 years later has become the helmsman of a $100 billion conglomerate. And there are folk rumors that she is the mistress of a certain big shot. As for whether it's true or not, then no one knows. Pingan Shan also believed that this rumor should be true. It was because the paparazzi in Hong Kong had once investigated Su Yuqing's background origins. They investigated that Su Yuqing was of ordinary, common people origin. But in just over 20 years, she had mastered a $100 billion conglomerate. To say that there was no support behind Su Yuqing was something impossible. It was also because of this story that Pingan Shen could be said to have a deep memory of Su Yuqing. I never expected to meet this Su Yuqing here. It seems like this Su Yuqing should not have met that big brother yet. Chen Pingan was also rather curious about the identity of that big brother. I don't want to go. You guys let go of me. I'm calling the police. At this time those few punks had already pulled Su Yuqing towards the outside. Su Yuqing was terrified and let out a terrified scream. The people around them were heartbroken at the sight of this scene. But no one dared to come forward to help. After all, they didn't want to get themselves and their families into trouble. Does Old Song have the guts to go over and translate for me? I want to save that girl, Pingan Shen said to Old Song. Old Song was a bit scared, but looking at the girl who was really pitiful, he still nodded his head and said yes. There was nothing Pingan Shen could do. After all, he really didn't know Cantonese. It was hard to have a conversation without Old Song there to translate. Tell them that I'll pay for this family. Pingan Shen spoke. Old Song was also in a hurry to translate. The leading punk heard Pingan Shen speak in Mandarin and gave Pingan Shen a despicable look. Only when he heard Old Song say that Pingan Shen was willing to pay for it, his face changed a bit. The little punk had dyed his hair green and would now be called Green Hair. The Green Hair looked up and down at Pingan Shen and said disdainfully, he's willing to take the money $500. 000, can he afford it? This old thing owes our boss $500,000. If he can come up with $500,000, this debt can be cancelled. $500,000 is no problem. Bring me the IOU. Of course we don't have the IOUs. Tell you what, you come with us to our boss's place. As long as you can come up with $500,000 this thing you can set it right. But I'll say it ugly up front. If you can't get the money, our boss won't let you off the hook. Meddling in other people's business comes with a price. Green Hair said coldly, the money is fine, but you can let go of the girl now. Pingan Shen pointed at Su Yuqing and said, when you get the money, we'll naturally release this chick. But for now, it's okay for us brothers to have some fun with her first, right? Green Hair said with a smirk, and as he spoke, his hand was already reaching out to grab towards Su Yuqing's chest. Su Yuqing had tears in her eyes and was obviously terrified, and her hands were grabbed by two other punks. Couldn't even defend herself if she wanted to. Just then, a big foot kicked violently, sending Green Hair flying with a single kick. Several punks hadn't reacted yet, and all of them were kicked out by one person. Giving face? Then don't blame me for not being polite, Pingan Shen said coldly. Old Song looked so dumbfounded that he even forgot to translate. You're ing looking for death. You even dare to hit us. Do you know that we are from the number gang? If you offend us, your whole family will die. Green Hair pointed at Pingan Shen and directly cursed. Old Song had already reacted and made a translation in a hurry. Old Song's face is also a little ugly. I did not expect to be offended by the number gang. This was a top-tier big gang. Where were the people like them able to mess with it? Without half a word of nonsense, Pingan Shen walked directly to the Green Hair and kicked it again. You only know that the number gang is powerful, but do you know that I am even more powerful? If you offend me, do you want to quit the number gang? Do you believe that I will call the capital with one phone call and ask someone to destroy your numbered gangs? Xinjiang has already been taken back. You little rascals still dare to be arrogant. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Pingan Shen said arrogantly. It wasn't like anyone here knew who he was anyway, and no one would be able to uncover it if he blew a little bit of power. Instead, The people around them nodded in agreement after hearing this. Many people also came to a realization. They had wondered before how Pingon Chen had the guts to provoke these punks. Now that he heard Pingon Chen say this, then it didn't feel strange at all. After all, in their hearts, Chen Pingon was definitely a big shot from the mainland side. This is the kind of existence that even the number gang can't afford to mess with. Green Hair also changed his face. He was really worried that he was messing with the wrong people. It's still the same thing. Xiangjiang has been taken back. Let's go. Just you wait. This isn't over. Green Hair put down these harsh words and flew away with his men. This was the Green Hair. Where it knew the means of Pingon Chen. Chen Pingyan's second kick at him had already used his true chi. A stream of true chi had been injected into Green Hair's body, and Green Hair was dead. Chapter 81, $1 million. Green Hair took his men and left, only dropping a harsh word, but he was completely unaware that his fate had already been sealed long ago. After Green Hair left, Su Yuqing also finally let out a long breath. What happened before had scared Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was actually not very old at all, only in her 20s. That group of punks trying to drag Su Yuqing away earlier really made Su Yuqing feel like she had landed in hell. Just because of the appearance of Pingon Chen, she was pulled up from hell again. This gentleman, thank you for saving me. Su Yuqing walked to the side of Chen Pingon and said in fluent Mandarin. This mouthful of fluent Mandarin surprised Pingon Chen a bit, but after being surprised, Chen Pingon also quickly reacted. After all, this is Hong Kong. Many of the local residents also ran from the opposite side of the country, so it's not unusual for them to speak Mandarin. You're welcome, it's just a show of hands, but I'm afraid this won't end so easily. What are your next plans? Pingon Chen directly inquired. Su Yuqing's face instantly turned white. She thought about the huge sum of $500,000 that her father owed and really even wanted to die. Even if they sold their whole family, they couldn't come up with $500,000. This gentleman, you must save our whole family. Save a man to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. We're all dead if you don't step in to save us. Those numbered gangs just now won't leave our family alone. A bone-thin old man fiercely knelt in front of Pingon Chen, hugging his thighs and continuously begging. This old man was Su Yuqing's father, Su Dafu. In fact, this Su Dafu's name is really not wrong, because when he was young, he was actually a rich second generation, and his family also has money. It's just that he's a dude, which means he's a loser. Sold the family estate clean at a young age. Su Yuqing had even spent a few years as a rich young lady when she was a child, but when she was in her teens, her father had lost all of the family's property. Even Su Yuqing, who had been dragged into the situation, had no way to continue being a rich girl, and even now she was almost sold. If it wasn't for Pingon Chen's intervention, Su Yuqing would have been taken away for sure, and as for what fate would have followed, it would be anyone's guess. This is not the place to talk. Let's find a place to talk slowly. Pingon Chen hurriedly spoke. After all, there's a bunch of people around here watching, and it's inconvenient to do whatever it is you're doing. Then why don't we go to my house? My house is just across the street. Su Dafu said in a hurry. Pingon Chen nodded. It was good that Chen Pingon had already eaten almost all of it and was not hungry now. Otherwise, all of the food from earlier would have been wasted. After paying for the meal, Chen Pingon followed Su Dafu's family out. Old Song was very self-conscious and did not follow him, but told Chen Pingon to go back to the car and wait for him. Fortunately, Su Yuqing's family all spoke Mandarin, so there was no need for Old Song to be the translator. The place where Su Yuqing's family lived wasn't good either. It was in a residential building in the alley across the street. The environment of such a residential building is certainly not too good, with all the trash in the hallways and aisles. The walls are covered with all kinds of graffiti and it just looks like a dirty mess. Su Dafu took out the key and opened the door to the room. This is the house they rented. The original house was sold by them long ago. They also rented this little place to escape their creditors. I didn't realize that I would be met by my debtors again once I went out to dinner. Mr. Chen, you just said that you are willing to pay our debt for us. I wonder if it's true? Su Dafu inquired with a pleasing face. The question was asked with a look of anticipation on his face. The thing is true, but what's in it for me? I can pay the $500,000 gambling debt, but what can you offer me? When Pingon Chen spoke, his eyes still fell on Su Yuqing's body. The meaning was already very clear. Su Dafu was not a little cutie, could be said to have a clear understanding of Pingon Chen's purpose. Su Dafu licked his lips as he raised a finger and opened his mouth. 1 million, as long as you give me 1 million. Mr. Chen, my daughter will follow you from now on. Su Dafu whispered. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Yuqing said incredulously. Daughter, Daddy is doing this for your own good. You're not going to have a good time following Daddy, the gambler. Now Daddy is finding you a good home. Look at how talented Mr. Chen is, and he saved us just now, showing that he has a good heart and a noble character. You won't be able to find such a man even if you hit the lantern. Su Dafu persuaded bitterly. Su Yuqing was still a little sad, but when she heard her father say this, she turned her head and secretly glanced at Chen Pinggan again. Anyway, it felt that what her father said was really right. Pinggan Shen had already saved her life in the first place. Moreover, Pinggan Shen was young and handsome, so if he became Pinggan Shen's woman in the future, he wouldn't be shortchanging himself. Oh daughter, think of your father too. Dad is an old man. If he doesn't pay this gambling debt, Dad is dead. And there's no way those guys at the casino are going to leave you alone. If you don't agree to this thing today, Dad will really be dead. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth and didn't say anything else, but Su Dafu knew that his daughter was acquiescing as soon as he took a look at her expression. Su Dafu hurriedly said curtly towards Chen Pinggan, Mr. Chen, my daughter has already agreed. My daughter will be yours from now on, as long as you give me $1 million. Pinggan Chen's expression was still a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this to go so well. He did have some thoughts about Su Yuqing, but in reality, he wasn't thinking of being able to get his hands on Su Yuqing all of a sudden. Originally, Pinggan Chen thought that this matter would be a bit troublesome, but he did not expect it to go so smoothly. $1 million to get your hands on a beauty like Su Yuqing is actually a good deal. The point was that after the next 20 years, Su Yuqing would become a female president that Pinggan Chen could not afford to reach. And now, Pinggan Chen could easily buy Su Yuqing out. This kind of excitement and seductive power is not something that the average man can resist. There's no problem with the money, but are you sure that if I give you the money, you won't involve Su Yuqing again in the future? I've heard that gamblers are hopeless at quitting. No. I'll be good from now on and never dare to gamble again. I'll use $500,000 to pay off my debts, and with the remaining $500,000, I can buy a small apartment and live my next life comfortably then. As for my daughter, she'll be yours from now on, so what's it got to do with me? What happens to me won't affect her either. Married daughters splash out water well, Su Dafu said in a hurry. Su Yuqing, what do you think? I respect your wishes and will not force you. Chen Pinggan asked Su Yuqing. Chapter 82 Death of Green Hair. I'm fine with that. I'll go with you. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Pinggan and said with a firm face. Su Yuqing also figured out that following her gambling father her whole life would be over. In that case, it would be better to fulfill yourself and your gambling father. You can find yourself a good man and your father can get $1 million. Good, then it's a deal. Let's go to the bank and do some formalities. Chen Pinggan also nodded his head and said yes. Su Yuqing, you also pack your luggage. Come with me straight away later. Chen Pinggan said to Su Yuqing again. Now that the money has been spent, there's no point in being pretentious. If it was in the mainland, this kind of thing Pinggan Shen would not dare to do. There are concerns, after all, but it's totally different in Xiangjiang, which is a free harbor. Moreover, Chen Pinggan also had his own plans. He needs one of his own in Xiangjiang. Su Yuqing was the one that Pinggan Shen had chosen as his own. Su Yuqing was able to master a $100 billion group in the future, so there was definitely no need to doubt her ability. This was also the reason why Pinggan Shen had bought Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing nodded and quickly went to pack her things. She had very few belongings of her own and packed a small suitcase. The rest of his things he left behind. The happiest person on the scene was Su Dafu. Su Dafu was never expecting that he could make a fortune in this situation. Su Yuqing's mother just silently wept when she saw this scene, but she didn't say anything more, because she knows exactly what kind of man her husband is. This gambling husband is hopeless and his daughter is dead with him. Now the daughter could have been with a good man instead, giving her an extra way to live. The group quickly went to the bank across the street where the transfer was processed. Transferred $1 million in Su Dafu's bank card. As far as the rest of the agreement is concerned, it's not written at all. Su Dafu was overjoyed to see an extra $1 million in his bank card. Let's go, Pinggan Shen said to Su Yuqing. We're just leaving. Don't we need to write any agreements? Aren't you worried that my father will back out? Su Yuqing asked curiously while walking. Your father can't even handle a bunch of punks. If he messes with me, do you think he'll have a chance to live? So you think an agreement like that is even necessary to write? Pinggan Shen asked rhetorically. You're right. I'm sure my father won't back out either. And since I promised that I would follow you, I won't go back on my word. Su Yuqing also said seriously. That would be the best. Then you'll be my person from now on. Pinggan Shen smiled and pinched Su Yuqing's cheeks. Su Yuqing's face is so tender and smooth. The location where Old Song had parked his car was known to Pinggan Shen. Chen Pinggan directly took Su Yuqing into Old Song's cab. Old Song just swept a glance at Su Yuqing, but didn't say anything. Only a flash of envy still flashed through Old Song's eyes. A veteran like Old Song could certainly see the outcome of things at a glance. Without the need for Pinggan Shen to explain, Old Song knew what had happened. This kind of situation often happens in Hong Kong, and Old Song is not surprised. Boss, where are we going now? Are we going back to the hotel? Old Song inquired. Let's wait for now. Where can we shop? Let's go buy something. Pinggan Shen said. I see. We'll just go to Causeway Bay then. Just as Pinggan Shen took Su Yuqing away, Green Hair also returned to the casino. Boss, the chick we didn't bring back was taken. Green Hair walked up to his boss and said with an obscure look on his face, Kai, what's the situation? Can't you handle such a small thing? Green Hair's boss is named Scarab, a minor leader of the numbered squad. Name opened a casino. There are several nightclubs, the hands of more than 100 minions. In this street is considered to be mixed quite good. Ever since Scar had last seen Su Yuqing, he couldn't forget about her. However, he also knew that it would be difficult for someone like himself to get Su Yuqing through the regular channels. I also heard that Su Yuqing's old man was a gambler, so Scar set up a trap, and sure enough, he got Su Yuqing's old man on the hook. In just one night's time, it made Su Yuqing's old man lose $200,000 in the casino. You have to know that this $200,000 is the loan shark that Su Yuqing's old man borrowed from the casino. Loan shark interest rolled over $200,000 to $500,000 in just a few days. Scar felt that the time was almost right, so he sent out his own minions with the intention of capturing Su Yuqing. With regards to the whereabouts of Su Yuqing's family, of course Scarab was well informed, so tonight's arrest wasn't a chance encounter either, but a premeditated operation. Scar also gave the matter to his right-hand man, which was Kai. What about Kai? That's the greenhorn. Just Scar never expected this. The greenhorn actually screwed up. Boss, I can't be blamed for this. A continental boy stepped in and took the man. I've told him that we're from the number gang. He didn't give us the number gang any face at all. Boss, what do we do now? Green Hair asked worriedly. You're asking me what to do? You're out and about on day one? Can he have a good ending after offending our number class? And get to the bottom of him for me. I want to know what's messing with me. And that Su Yuqing, there's no reason for the woman Lousy has his eye on to let her get away. Kai, I'll ask you one more time. Can this thing be done right? If it can't be done well, I'll leave it to Defay. Brother, Scar said coldly. Green Hair hastily patted his chest and said, Boss, I was not on guard just now and that's why I fell for the other party's move. I'll call some more brothers later. Definitely take care of this properly. Of course, Green Hair knew very well that if he didn't get this done, the boss wouldn't even let himself go. Green Hair, can you do it or not? If you can't, why don't you leave this matter to me? Daffy beside him gloated. Off Daffy. You don't get to talk here. Boss has already left this matter to me. I will definitely take care of this matter properly. Green Hair also said in a hurry. Alright, cut me some slack. Kai, go do something. I'll give you this one chance. Don't let me down. Scar said with a curse. Boss, just don't worry. I will definitely help you get your woman back. Green Hair said loudly again. Green Hair only finished the sentence, suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 83 Shopping. Green Hair suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, but it startled everyone. Boss, Scarab was also startled at this time, completely not expecting how Green Hair suddenly spurted blood. Quickly look at him, is this kid dead? Scar said as he pointed at Green Hair. Daffy, who was next to him, was bold enough to come right up and check on the greenhorn. He touched the greenhorn's pulse for a moment, then shook his head at Knifebug. Boss, Greenhorn hung up. Greenies hung up. How is that possible? He was fine a moment ago. Scarab had a look of disbelief on his face. After all, just now, Green Hair was still alive and well in front of him, and had to work for him to cut people down. Now well, Green Hair all of a sudden sprayed a mouthful of blood. People cannot hanging. Scarab really didn't know what kind of situation had happened to Green Hair's body. What's the boss going to do now? Should we take him to the hospital? A sidekick spoke up. Send a ING hospital. He hung up. Yeah. Damn, this kid doesn't have some terminal illness, does he? Scarab grabbed his hair and walked back and forth in place for a few steps before pointing a finger at Green Hair's corpse and saying to Daffy, Daffy, you take the greenhorn's body back to his house and give his family $50,000 in settlement money to keep their mouths shut. It's kind of me as a boss to give him $50,000 to settle down. Yes boss, I know what to do. Or the boss is benevolent to die and give $50,000 back. Following the boss is worth it. Defay said in a hurry. Your boy's mouth is still as sweet as ever. Scarab also laughed out loud. As for the matter of the dead little brother, he didn't take it to heart, except that he had to dispose of the body and pay $50,000 for the settlement, which made him feel a little bit of pain. Daffy, I'll leave that thing with Green Hair to you, and I'll leave Green Hair's minions to you from now on. You should be okay with that, right? Scarab said. Of course, there's no problem. Thank you boss for lifting me up. Defay said with a happy face as he patted onto his chest. Good buddy, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Scar said with a loud laugh. The group of them were completely oblivious to the fact that Green Hair had died a very strange death. They also realized even less that Greenie was killed. At this time, Pingon Chen was taking Su Yuqing to browse the stores. Chen Pingon did not lack money in his pocket, so the store he took Su Yuqing to was also a luxury store. Su Yuqing was a bit overwhelmed looking at the prices written on the items in the store. Can't even touch it now because the price is too high. Su Yuqing also realized for the first time that luxury goods were so expensive. But everything here is so beautiful. It looks so delicate. She loves it. Su Yuqing had only seen these exquisite luxury goods on TV and magazines before, and this was the first time she had seen them up close. Which one do you fancy? We'll buy it if you like it, Pingan Shan said with a smile, but it's all so expensive. Su Yuqing whispered, I have no problem buying this store out with my financial resources, not to mention just buying a few items, so you don't need to worry about the price at all. Just ask if you like it. Is there a favorite? Pingan Shan asked again. There's this bag I like, and there's this dress I like too. Su Yuqing thought about it and only said a bag and a skirt. We'll take this bag and this dress. Please find a pair in the right size for my girlfriend. Pingan Shan opened his mouth. In the luxury store, Pingan Shan used English. If Pingan Shan continued to use Mandarin, on one hand, he would be looked down upon by these shopkeepers, and on the other hand, there would be quite a few barriers to communication. Maybe these sales clerks don't speak Mandarin at all. This was a very helpless thing, but the reality was such that there was nothing Pingan Shan could do about it. The salesperson in the store quickly found a suitable size for Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing went into the fitting room to change into the dress. By the time Su Yuqing came out again, Chen Pingan had a feeling of a brightening of his eyes. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes to change into a new dress. Su Yuqing, looking even more beautiful than before. Su Yuqing was a little shy, but in her heart she was happy. Nice. This dress suits you. Let's buy a few more sets. We'll buy any we like directly, Pingan Shan said to Su Yuqing. Thank you, Su Yuqing said gratefully. It was the first time she had felt this kind of care, because her mother was weak and her father was a gambler. So when she was at home, she was never cared for at all. But in the short time she had followed Chen Pingan, she already felt like she was surrounded by love. From now on you're my woman. You don't have to keep telling me thank you. Thank you. It becomes worthless to say more. If you want to thank me, you can do it in a tangible way tonight. Chen Pingan came to Su Yuqing's ear and said somewhat ambiguously. Li Mangyun and Lin Wanjun were both considered big girls, but they're just big green girls. Pingan Shan liked them, and could even be said to love them, but his interest in them wasn't that great because they were still young ones after all. But Su Yuqing was completely different. This was a completely mature big beauty. Although Su Yuqing's temperament was still a bit youthful, her body had already completely developed and matured. Pingan Shan's body was also 19 years old, while his soul had long been dozens of years old. Facing a big beauty like Su Yuqing who had already matured, Chen Pingan was also a little bit foolish. Chen Pingan bought several more sets of clothes for Su Yuqing, all new from the inside to the outside. In addition to buying clothes for Su Yuqing, Chen Pingan also bought a lot of clothes and bags for Li Mangyun and Lin Wanjun as well. Pingan Shan's memory was still very good, and he remembered both of their figures very clearly, and the sizes they wore Pingan Shan was naturally able to provide. It's a gift to take back to both of them. The clothes that Pingan Shan bought for the two girls were all on the conservative side, but the styles were all very original and good-looking. It is still difficult to buy this style of dress on the mainland. Su Yuqing naturally also discovered the clothes that Chen Pingan had bought for other women, but Su Yuqing only glanced at them and didn't ask much about them. Su Yuqing knew her identity and status very well. She can't be the rightful wife. She would only be Pingan Shan's little wife. Of course, this is very common in Shangzheng. That is, Su Yuqing herself has also accepted this view. Su Yuqing still remembered very clearly that when her father was rich, she still had several sister-in-laws. These sister-in-laws were actually his father's mistresses. Only then his father went bankrupt and naturally these little wives ran away. Only Su Yuqing's mother followed her own father without leaving. Things bought a whole bunch of things. Also spent a lot of money on Chen Pingan. Probably spent tens of thousands of dollars. I can only say that the consumption level in Shangjiang is really expensive. And that's without buying top-of-the-line luxury items. If you're buying that kind of top-of-the-line luxury goods, you probably can't beat a few $100,000. Chen Pingan also gave to buy, and bought himself several sets of clothes, several of which were suits to facilitate his daily wear. Buddha relies on gold. People rely on clothes. Chen Pingan also needs a few sets of high-class suits to support the scene. Chapter 84, The Gambler. Daffy just left, but soon returned, only to come back to Daffy with some odd looks on his face. Boss, that old gambler surnamed Su is back again. Daffy came to his boss Scarab's side and whispered. Scarab was also taken aback when he heard this news. He thought that this old gambler had run away, but he didn't expect that this old gambler actually came back on his own. Where is he? Scar asked. Said in our casino that he was here to pay back the money. Daffy said. In our casino and said he came to pay back the money. Where did this old boy get the money? Scar said with an odd face. Never mind. Let's go over and meet the old boy first. With a wave of his hand, Scarab took Daffy and the others to his underground casino. The casinos here are not legal, so the ones they run are underground. This casino is ostensibly a mahjong parlor with more than a dozen mahjong tables and a large number of people coming to play mahjong every day. But there's a big space behind the mahjong parlor, and inside is the underground casino. Underground casinos are not meant to be underground, but casinos that are hidden in the shadows. This underground casino is small, but business is good. This is also one of Scar's important financial sources. When Scarlet arrived, he saw Su Dafu watching others gamble next to him. At this moment, Su Dafu looked at the pai gow on the gambling table with both eyes. He watched himself, his eyes glowing, itching to take his place at the table and play a few games. Gamblers are like that. As soon as they see a bet, they want to get their hands on a couple of games themselves. Only Su Dafu still remembered his previous miserable appearance, so now he saw the gambling game and did not dare to go up to play. "Old man Su, are you here? Is there money to pay me back?" Scar said as he rushed at Su Dafu. Su Dafu also came back to his senses when he heard the voice. Hurriedly, he said to Brother Scar with a pleasing face, "Brother Scar, I'm just here to repay my debt. It's good to come to pay off a debt and find us in the office." Scarab nodded. Turning around, he walked towards the office. Su Dafu glanced fondly at the gambling table before following. When he got to the office, Su Dafu took out his bank card. "Brother Scar, I have all the money ready. Swipe your card to pay." Don't look at their place as an underground casino, but the equipment is quite advanced, and the boss machines are always ready. "No problem. Here's your IOU. See for yourself. You give the money, and the IOU you can take it away." Scarab Brother also said very painfully. On top of that kind of thing, he didn't screw around, because Scar is also very clear that those in their line of work must be disciplined. People like them in the casino business need to be disciplined most of all. If they don't play by the rules and their reputation goes bad, then no gambler will dare to come to their casino to gamble. They can go behind their backs, but they must play by the rules in the open. Su Dafu was here to pay back the money, so Scarab definitely can't mess around with this part. But Scarab wasn't worried at all. Scar doesn't know where Su Dafu's money comes from, but Scar knows very well that an old gambler like Su Dafu can't help himself. As long as Su Dafu had money in his hand, he would definitely continue to gamble until he lost all the money in his hand. Swipe the card to pay the bill and $500,000 goes to Scar's card. Scarab also returned the IOU to Su Dafu as agreed. The first thing Su Dafu's did was to take out a lighter and burn the IOU. After burning the IOU, Su Dafu let out a long breath, a smile on his face. "Boss Su, I see you're rich now. Do you want to play 2 more games in our casino?" Brother Scar said with a big smile. "No more, no more. I'll never play again." Su Dafu quickly shook his hand and said, yet one of his eyes still looked toward the gambling table. Scarab smiled knowingly. He knew very well that an old gambler like Su Dafu would definitely not be able to resist. Don't look at Su Dafu's words now. It won't be long before he's sure to keep reading. "By the way, Boss Su, earlier my man saw a young man walking with your daughter. What kind of person is that young man to you?" Scarab said as if he had no intention of doing so. "You mean Mr. Chen's? That Mr. Chen, that's awesome. I've heard that he's a son of the capital on the mainland side. I don't know exactly what his identity background is, but it must be very powerful. I'm kind of half his father-in-law now, and my daughter is with him now." Su Dafu also had a smug look on his face when he said this. Su Dafu of course did not know what exactly Pingon Chen's bottom line was, but it did not prevent him from blowing in awesome. After all, it's not like Su Dafu is a little cutie. Of course he knew that if he had a backer, no one would dare mess with him. That's why he blew off this awesome. Scarab's face twisted for a moment when he heard this. He should know that he had his eyes on Su Yuqing as well. Now that he was taken first, it was of course hard to feel in his heart. Of course, it wasn't love that Scarab was looking at Su Yuqing. He just saw that Su Yuqing's own conditions were good enough. He wanted to get Su Yuqing into his hands to play around for a while, and then get her into a nightclub. With Su Yuqing's condition, she could definitely be used as a headliner when she arrived at the nightclub, and could earn him a large amount of money again at that time. Scarab secretly felt some pity for losing an opportunity to get rich, but it should be possible to continue to make money on this old man Su. "Boss Su, we are also old acquaintances. Since you're so quick to pay me back today, I can't let you suffer. Daffy, get Boss Su $50,000 in chips. Let Boss Su have a good time." Brother Scar said with a bold face. "Brother Scar, what do you mean by that?" Su Dafu stammered and asked. "It doesn't mean anything. We're all old friends. These 50,000 chips are for you, so feel free to play. I'm just looking out for you, an old friend, so you can have fun." Scar said with a loud laugh. Big Fei had obeyed and brought over $50,000 in chips and put them into Su Dafu's hands. Su Dafu wanted to refuse, but saw the 50,000 yuan chips in his hand and became itchy again. It's a $50,000 chip for nothing. If he gets lucky, maybe those 50,000 chips will double to 100,000 soon. 50,000 to 100,000, 100,000 to 200,000, 200,000 to 400,000, 400,000 to 800,000. With a bit of luck, he'll turn over his money soon enough. You may not lose if you gamble. Thinking of this, Su Defu could no longer hold back. Brother Scar, thank you then. I'll just play a little bit, definitely not much, Su Defu said excitedly. I opened my casino down here for you guys to just play. It's most important that you regular customers are happy, Brother Scar said with a big smile. Thank you Brother Scar, I'll go play then. After Su Defu said this, he couldn't wait to run towards a gambling table. Seeing this scene, Scarab and Daffy both hemmed and hawed. Chapter 85, for the first time in my life. What happened to Su Defu Chin Pingon did not know. Even if he knew, it did not matter. After all, it was not his father. Pingon Chen was now somewhat expectant and nervous. It was now in the hotel suite, and across the street in the bathroom Su Yuqing was taking a shower. Through the hairy glass of the bathroom you could see a slim figure inside, hazy looking but particularly moving. Pingon Chen felt that his mouth was a little dry, and he ruthlessly drank another large pot of hot water. After drinking the water, he felt even more irritated. Living again, he was finally going to be a real man. In his last life he'd experienced so much of this sort of thing that he'd gotten used to it long ago, but in this life, this is his first time. Originally, Pingon Chen hadn't thought that his first time would come so soon, and Pingon Chen would have thought before that his first time was either to Li Wanjun or it should be to Lin Wanjun. It turns out it's actually all more than just the two of them. What is meant by fate is probably the case. However, with regards to this matter, Chen Pingon did not think that much about it. After all, he wasn't a girl. Su Yuqing's condition was put there. This was already the top beauty. Pingon Chen wouldn't take a loss. Looks and figure were already at the top when they reached a level like Su Yuqing's. It can be said to be to the point of impeccability. Not only did Pingon Chen not lose out, but instead, he made a lot of money. I'm done. You go ahead and wash. Su Yuqing walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas with her wet hair. Her face was red and she didn't dare to look at Chen Pingon at all. Okay, you get some rest and I'm going to take a shower. Pingon Chen nodded and directly removed his clothes on the spot. He wasn't the least bit shy about the fact that Su Yuqing was still in front of him. After all, sooner or later the two had to meet like this. Su Yuqing's cheeks became even redder, but she still couldn't help but look at Pingon Chen. This guy's got a great body, Su Yuqing thought in her heart with a red face. Previously, Su Yuqing was feeling that Chen Pingon was a bit thin and weak, but by the time Pingon Chen took off his outer clothes, one could see that Pingon Chen's body was actually full of muscles. Pingon Chen's figure was similar to Bruce Lee's, looking exceptionally lean, but in reality the muscles on his body were well defined. Su Yuqing lowered her head, but her heart was already pounding. It was only until Pingon Chen entered the bathroom that Su Yuqing came back to her senses. Afterwards, Chen Pingon washed himself in the bathroom, and Su Yuqing blew dry her hair and changed into a set of clothes that she had prepared earlier. This set of clothes was chosen by Pingon Chen for Su Yuqing. It's a very sexy nightgown. After putting on this set of pajamas, Su Yuqing's face turned even redder. Because these pajamas were particularly provocative, they could only be worn in the bedroom for a bit, not outside at all. Su Yuqing also saw for the first time that clothes could still be like this. Chen Pingon usually bathed very quickly, but he washed especially carefully today, so it took longer. This is the first time in my life and I have to be careful. After coming out of the shower, the first thing Pingon Chen saw was Su Yuqing. Pingon Chen immediately brightened up. Su Yuqing, who had packed up and changed into her pajamas again, was really too beautiful. Pingon Chen felt that he was having some difficulty controlling himself. Since it's hard to control yourself, it's better not to. Pingon Chen took large strides towards Su Yuqing. Then he picked up Su Yuqing and walked into the bedroom. Su Yuqing's face was red, but she still cooperated with Pingon Chen's movements. After a night of flirting, Pingon Chen felt that he was indeed very happy right now. Last night was a bit strenuous, so on the second day Pingon Chen woke up a bit late. Again, Pingon Chen was awakened by the system's alert. The time has come and gone, and at 8 a.m. the system merchandise has been refreshed again. Pingon Chen rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed. Beside him lay Su Yuqing, who was still in a deep sleep. Chen Pingon also did not disturb Su Yuqing to get up carefully by herself. First, he went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth to clear his head. Then he boiled a pot of hot water and poured himself a cup of coffee. While savoring the instant coffee provided by the hotel, Chen Pingon opened the system mall. The system mall refreshed with 4 more items. 1 Shaolin Small Return Pill. 1 copy of the Language Mastery Complete Skill Book. 1 nanostrength bulletproof undershirt, 1 attack enhanced wooden sword. 4 items appeared in front of Ping Chen. The goods refreshed in the system mall were all random, and what you could come across depended on your own luck. Ping Chen's luck was actually still good today, and these 4 items were all still okay. The period before the high school entrance exam was not a good time for him to refresh his daily merchandise. It's not even close to the 4 items available today. Shaolin small return pill is still a good thing, right? Those who have suffered from internal injuries can quickly recover from their injuries after taking this kind of pill. But this thing was of little use to Ping Chen. The complete book of language proficiency, which is a pretty good skill book. The explanation on the top of the system was that by learning this skill book you could master all the languages of this world. Dialects and foreign languages are included, as well as various minor languages. Even the indigenous language of the cannibalistic tribes of the Amazon jungle is actually included. This is especially awesome. As long as he learned this skill book, all over the world Chen Ping'an could go as he pleased, and there was no need to worry about the language problem at all. Ping'an Chen's heart was already wanting to purchase this skill book. Nano bulletproof undershirt. It's kind of a nice one, I guess, with a strong defense, but the probability was that this thing would still not be used by Ping'an Chen. As for the wooden sword that added attack, it was even more useless. If there was no language proficiency complete skill book, then Ping'an Chen would have chosen the bulletproof undershirt. But now, in this case, of course, it's time to buy the language proficiency complete skill book. Spending $1, Ping'an Chen purchased the language proficiency complete skill book. The purchase was successful, and Chen Ping'an directly studied the skill book. A massive amount of linguistic information was directly injected into Ping'an Chen's brain. Chen Ping'an all felt his brain swell and ache. Chen Ping'an directly fell towards the sofa and lay down, then began to silently absorb this knowledge in his head. Knowledge takes time to learn, and it takes rather less time to absorb that knowledge. It was only 3 to 5 minutes later that Chen Ping'an's brain returned to normal, and there was no longer that tingling sensation from before. Instead, there were thousands of additional languages in Ping'an Chen's head. What a surprise! Thousands of languages exist on this planet. Of course, while there are thousands of languages, there are actually only about a dozen that are really useful. The rest of the other languages are minor, and many of them have even disappeared long ago. But this language mastery complete skill book is the one where even the disappearing languages are recorded. Ping'an Chen rubbed his temples to allow his brain to recover. Then Ping'an Chen opened his mouth and spoke a few sentences in Japanese. Then French, English, German, and Russian. These international languages were spoken by Ping'an Chen in a particularly smooth manner. Then there's Cantonese, Hmong, Tibetan, and the Hakka vernacular, which likewise comes out of your mouth without a trace of an accent. Ha ha ha, this skill book is indeed awesome. I can just go anywhere in the world from now on, and I don't need to worry about communicating in the language. Chapter 86 speaks Cantonese. Not long after, Su Yuqing also woke up. Su Yuqing was still a little embarrassed when facing Ping'an Chen. Ping'an Chen smiled. Wash yourself here. I'll go out first. Chen Ping'an took the initiative to leave, leaving space for Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing also breathed a sigh of relief. A few moments later, Su Yuqing was freshly dressed as well as washed up. Su Yuqing, who had redressed, was not as shy when facing Chen Ping'an, and was considered to have returned to normal. Only a few shyness was still present in the gaze that was looking at Chen Ping'an. How about I arrange a job for you next? Ping'an Chen spoke. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just worried that I won't be able to do it right. Su Yuqing said in a small voice. Well, don't worry about it. You'll do fine. I'm planning to open a company in Shangjiang, and you'll manage this company then, because I'll be going back to the mainland to study for university soon. I won't have much time to stay in Shangjiang. I'll leave the company to you from now on, Ping'an Chen said. Hearing Ping'an Chen say this, Su Yuqing was shocked. Su Yuqing stammered a little. You're still a college student? Of course Su Yuqing knew that Chen Ping'an was young, but she felt that Chen Ping'an's aura was very mature, and that he should be a boy who was a few years older than herself. Su Yuqing never expected that Ping'an Chen was actually still a college student. Yeah, I'm a freshman. I just took the college entrance exam this year. I'm only 19. You're an old cow eating young grass, Ping'an Chen said teasingly. Hearing the words old ox eating young grass, Su Yuqing's face instantly turned red. Su Yuqing never expected that Chen Ping'an was actually several years younger than herself. Su Yuqing took a deep breath to calm herself down, then spoke. The company was given to me to manage. What if I can't manage it well? Then don't worry. I'm certainly not going to just dump the company on you. I'll set a direction for the company to go, and we can always keep in touch by phone. You just need to do what I tell you to do, or you can think of yourself as my assistant. Only in the company you are the president and I am the chairman, Ping'an Chen said with a smile. In that case, that's okay. Su Yuqing gently nodded in relief. She was just a young girl, and she really didn't have the confidence to be asked to manage a company. But if she was just working as an assistant for Ping Shen, she felt that she could still do a good job, no matter what. Su Yuqing was also a college student who graduated from a prestigious university. She still had that much self-confidence. Even Su Yuqing was somewhat looking forward to the scene where she would manage a company in the future. Let's eat first. After we eat we can start working, Ping Shen said to Su Yuqing. Ping Shen had just called the front desk and asked them to send breakfast up. It is natural for a large hotel of this class to offer a la carte services. Soon enough, the hotel staff brought breakfast over. What Ping Shen ordered were local breakfast delicacies, and the portions ordered were large enough for the two of them to eat. After having breakfast, the two of them went out of the hotel, and at the entrance of the hotel, Lao Song was already waiting for Ping Shen at the entrance in a cab. Boss, Old Song greeted respectfully. Ping Shen nodded, then asked, have you eaten breakfast? Already ate, Old Song said in a hurry. That's good. Let's get going. I'm going to register a company. Do you have any idea who to call? Chen Pingan brought Su Yuqing to sit down in the back row and then spoke again. Registering a company? I know a company that specializes in helping people register their companies. I've heard my friends say that this company is good. Should I go and ask? Old Song thought about it and opened his mouth. Could just go to that company you mentioned? Chen Pingan nodded his head and said yes. Old Song agreed, started the car and set off. This company is a bit far away, and there was a lot of delay on the road, and after an hour and a half of driving, we finally arrived at this company. The name of this company is Xuanfa Finance. Chen Pingan let Old Song wait downstairs, then took Su Yuqing up to this Xuanfa Finance company himself. After knowing the purpose of Chen Pingan, the front desk of Xuanfa Finance company warmly entertained Chen Pingan. Soon there was an obese female manager walking quickly over. Hello Mr. Chen. I'm Shin Suihua, the general manager of Xuanfa Finance, but my friends call me Sister Fatty, and I should be older than you, so if you don't mind, you can also just call me Sister Flower. Sister Hua said to Ping Shen with a big smile. It was obvious that Sister Flora was a very approachable person. Sister Hua's age should be in her 30s, and with Chen Pingan's age calling her Sister Hua was still very appropriate. Hello, Sister Hua. Ping Shen also smiled and shook Sister Hua's hand in greeting. Sister Hua, I heard that your company can register companies on behalf of you, right? Ping Shen asked. Of course you can, and we charge a fair price here and work fast, definitely make you satisfied, and we take all kinds of business related to the company. If you have any financial needs, we can also help with them, Sister Hua said with a big smile. Of course, Ping Shen can also register his own company, but the procedures for registering his own company are very cumbersome, and the time delay will be longer. And companies like them that specialize in escrow have their own doors. They specialize in this kind of food, so it would be easier to leave this kind of thing to them instead. Chen Pingan inquired about it and knew that it could be processed in a week, and the cost was not expensive, within Chen Pingan's acceptance. By the way, do you have a doorway to get an ID card? Pingan Chen asked again. Of course I do. Is it your friend who needs an ID card? Sister Hua nodded and said, it's not my friends, it's me. I'm from the mainland. I need to apply for an ID card. Pingan Chen said. Sister Hannah, however, was taken aback. I wouldn't have known you were from the mainland at all if you hadn't told me, Sister Hannah said in surprise, because Ping Shen always used Cantonese when he spoke. Ping Shen had already learned how to use Cantonese this morning, and Ping Shen's Cantonese was very standard, without any semblance of a foreign accent. It's exactly the same as talking to the locals. So Sister Hua thought that Ping Shen was a local. It was only at this point that Su Yuqing realized with hindsight that Ping Shen was speaking Cantonese, because Su Yuqing still remembered that yesterday, what Ping Shen had said to himself could be in Mandarin. Just now Su Yuqing had forgotten about this, and it was only now that she had heard Sister Hua's reminder that she had woken up. I learned Cantonese from a friend, Ping Shen said simply. Su Yuqing, on the other hand, was strange and glanced at Chen Pingan, but did not ask anything more. Su Yuqing thought that Ping Shen was hiding it on purpose yesterday. Registering a company and applying for an ID card are both small businesses for Sister Flora, but even for such a small business, Sister Flora was still warmly entertained. No wonder Old Song introduced the business here. This Sister Flora is a pretty good businesswoman. Sister Hua, I would like to inquire, where is a better place to rent an office building if I want to handle a company? Chen Pingan opened his mouth and asked. Chen Pingan, now money is not much. Of course, the company building will not directly spend money to buy, or rent. It will be more money saving. We'll buy an office building later when we have the money. Chapter 87 Patek Philippe Watch. If you're going to rent an office building, no, it's better to live here. This office building of ours is just a good location for rent to the public. It's inexpensive, and we've got a lot of space here, and we've got all kinds of tools, Hannah explained with a smile. Does Sister Flower know anyone at the property? Call you over and I'll ask about the price. Pingon Chen said. Chen Pingon had seen it before when he came here. The location is really okay. Not the most lively location, but the surrounding office buildings are also quite a lot. In this office is also suitable. Moreover, Chen Pingon's requirements for the office building itself were not that high. There was a place where he could work, and that was enough to use. Sister Flora agreed and quickly got the people from the property over. The property manager personally took Chen Pingon and went through the vacant offices upstairs and downstairs. Then Pingon Chan looked at the office on the 7th floor and directly rented the entire 7th floor. The rent of the office space is not cheap, and Chen Pingon rented down the site is large enough to rent the entire 7th floor for a year to $200,000. This was still because the office location that Pingon Chan and the others had chosen was not in a lively area. If it is in the most central area, it is not unusual for an office building like this one to cost several $1,000,000 a year in rent. So there are benefits to being remote. The contract formalities were completed, and after paying the money this floor belonged to Pingon Chen. It is also much easier to register a company once the office location is settled. Right now the company is just a framework and doesn't need to recruit yet. Su Yuqing's job is just as simple. Accommodation needs to be sorted out next. Since the office is settled here, the place to live certainly can't be too far away. Flower Sister well informed. Chen Pingon did not look for other people. Directly asked Flower Sister has no channel to buy a house. Sister Hua, hearing that Pingon Chen wanted to buy a house, immediately smiled and introduced a housing agent to Pingon Chen. However, Sister Hua told Pingon Chen that this housing agent was very reliable. A reliable housing agent can actually save you money and a lot of time. Pingon Chen certainly understands this, and was introduced by Sister Hua to a housing agent surnamed Zhou. Chen Pingon's requirements were simple. He wanted a suitable apartment nearby to rent to live in. The environment should be good and the price doesn't matter. After knowing that Pingon Chen was not short of money, the housing agent also introduced Pingon Chen to a set, a very nice large flat suite. It's also just 10 minutes away from the office. This large flat is in the middle of an upscale neighborhood with an area of 120 square feet, which is considered a big house in Shangjiang. Such a large flat. As for the rent, of course it wasn't cheap, but for Pingon Chen now, these were just small amounts of money. Of course Pingon Chen would buy a house in the future, but right now his money had to be used on a knife edge. So Pingon Chen only chose to rent a house for now instead of buying one. Moreover, Chen Pingon also knew that the house prices would fall later on, and it would be a plunge. You should also wait a little longer if you want to buy a house. It took a day to finally get all these issues of housing office space taken care of. Chen Pingon had also completed his move and moved directly to the large flat floor to live. Su Yuqing looked at her new home, but her heart was happy. This will be her new home from now on. You will have all the furniture in your new home. You don't need to buy them separately, but it's better to buy sheets and bedding separately. Chen Pingon took Su Yuqing to a nearby shopping mall to buy a lot of daily necessities, as well as brand new sheets and bedding. By the end of the night, the new home was finally settled. This will be our new home from now on. Are you happy? Pingon Chen asked with a smile as he glanced at Su Yuqing. Of course I'm happy. How could I not be when I have such a big house to live in? Su Yuqing said with a light laugh covering her mouth. Yesterday's time Su Yuqing didn't have too much goodwill towards Pingon Chen. After all, Chen Pingon had directly spent money to buy himself out. No matter who encountered this kind of thing, their mood would not be too good. But just one day down the line, Su Yuqing's feelings towards Pingon Chen had been completely turned around. Su Yuqing knew that Pingon Chen was a good man, and that Pingon Chen was also very good to her. With her father, she had absolutely nothing to look forward to in life, but staying by Chen Pingon's side, Su Yuqing felt that she finally had something to look forward to in her life. She could feel her life was bound to get better. Since you're happy, shouldn't you repay me? Pingon Chen said with some anticipation. Then how do you want me to repay you? Su Yuqing cocked her head in disbelief and asked. This will do it. Pingon Chen walked to Su Yuqing's front, put his big hand on Su Yuqing's head, and gently pressed downward. Su Yuqing was first a bit puzzled, but quickly came to her senses. She blankly glanced at Chen Pingon, but also quickly obeyed. Kneeling down, another night of fun. When he woke up in the morning Chen Pingon a little, and did not feel tired, but instead felt that he was full of energy. As the saying goes, alone yin will not grow, and alone yang will not be born. The eternal life technique that Pingon Chen practiced was actually a supreme technique of yin-yang harmony. He had only been practicing by himself before, and he had not been able to feel some of the subtleties within the heart technique. But ever since he became a real man and got together with Sichuan, some of the subtleties within the gongfu were then finally felt by Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen also felt that his internal energy was becoming more and more pure, and his own essence was becoming more and more vigorous. It's true, life is about movement. 8 o'clock, soon to be here again. Today's 4 items are once again complete with refreshes. Pingon Chan glanced at it, then just shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, today's 4 items would be nothing to write home about. It's not every day that you get to brush up on the good stuff. Today's 4 items are 1 alloy bicycle, an electric scooter, 1 Patek Philippe watch, 1 diamond ring. Those are the 4 items of the day that have value, but not a lot of value. Alloy bikes and motorized scooters are ordinary commodities with no special features. The diamond ring is a 3-carat diamond, worth a little money, but not particularly expensive. The most valuable is probably the Patek Philippe watch. This one Patek Philippe watch, however, is not labeled with a model number, so it's hard to say exactly how much it's worth. It's only $1 bet well anyway. Chin Pingon spent $1 at the thought of purchasing this Patek Philippe watch. Spent $1 and managed to purchase this Patek Philippe watch. From the system interface, Pingon Chan received this Patek Philippe watch. The system is very thoughtful and comes with a box for the watch, and there is a certificate for the watch with all the paperwork. Pingon Chan opened the box and a gold watch emitting a ghostly blue light appeared in front of Pingon Chan's eyes. Sapphire cover, gold body. Just the first look, Chin Pingon fell in love with this Patek Philippe watch. Beautiful, too beautiful. I should say it's a work of art. The fact that Patek Philippe watches can fetch such a high price is partly due to the brand premium, and partly of course due to its excellent workmanship. Every Patek Philippe watch is a work of art. Pingon Chan put this watch on his own wrist and it was actually just right. This watch looks a little familiar. Chin Pingon said to himself, "Honey, is this your new watch? This is Patek Philippe's Fantasy Star Commemorative Edition. I've seen it in a magazine before. It's so expensive, like over $7 million. Su Yuqing walked over in her pajamas and said with a look of amazement, Chapter 88 Tenfold Financing. You still recognize this watch? Huh? Pingon Chan asked curiously. I don't recognize it either. I just read it in a magazine. Because the watch was so expensive. I remembered it then. Su Yuqing said with embarrassment. Hubby, how much did you spend on this watch? Su Yuqing inquired. Hubby was a word she was now calling very well. Pops gave it to me without spending any money. Pingon Chan said with a smile. It was bought in the system mall for $1, which is equivalent to a gift from the system. The system is closer than a real dad. So isn't that just Pops? So there's nothing wrong at all with saying a sentence is from Pops. It's from hubby's old man? Su Yuqing said, but she had no doubts about it. After all, Chen Pingon is so rich. Then his old man must be even richer. To send me this piece of watch worth millions of dollars is also a very normal thing. Chen Pingon also realized that this watch is actually worth so much money. Fantasy Star Commemorative Edition. I said it looked so familiar. Pingon Chan suddenly said with a sudden realization in his heart. Because of this watch, Pingon Chan had seen it in his previous life, but that was more than 10 years later. The watch sold for more than $30 million at auction. It really is a heavenly watch. It's hard to say exactly if it's really worth that much, but it's certainly worth a lot of money. In the future, if you really have no money in case you run out of money, you can still take out the watch for auction. A watch like the Patek Philippe can no longer be treated as a mere watch, but a piece of jewelry. Many fine watches are not pre-owned at all, nor do they depreciate in value as time passes. Instead, the more time passes, the more valuable the watch becomes. Let's eat first. We'll start working afterward, Pingon Chan said. Okay, hubby. Su Yuqing nodded her head in a hurry. Although there was food at home, Pingon Chan would be too lazy to get it, and there was an early morning tea house nearby. So Pingon Chan happened to want to go and savor the local cuisine. After taking Su Yuqing for breakfast, Chin Pingon called Old Song, who was already waiting for Chin Pingon at the entrance of the tea house. Getting into Old Song's car, Chen Pingon directly said the destination, which this time was HSBC. HSBC is not only a multinational bank but also a securities company. HSBC has its own securities department. HSBC is not too far from where Chen Pingyang lives, and it is only a 10-minute drive. This was why Pingon Chan had chosen to live here. He still has more to deal with HSBC next. After getting off the bus, Chen Pingon took Su Yuqing and walked directly into the HSBC. Pingon Chan's previous more than $100 million existed in HSBC's account. When he reached the front desk, Chen Pingon directly took out his bank card. First, I asked the receptionist to check the balance on my card, and a balance of over $100 million was still very intimidating. After the service staff read it, they also became more respectful to Pingon Chen. I need to see your manager. I'd like to open an account in the securities department of your bank. I need to talk to your securities manager. Pingon Chen spoke. It's no problem, Mr. Chen. Please follow me to the parlor for a rest first. I'll get the manager over here right away. After taking Pingon Chen to the parlor and pouring tea for both of them, the service staff left. In a few moments, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked over with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Paul Chang, the manager of HSBC's securities department, and I'm glad to be of service to you. Chen Pinggan stood up and shook hands with Paul Zhang. Hello Manager Zhang. Speaking of which, I am also a customer of your HSBC bank. I have $100 million in your HSBC account. Now that I intend to open an account through your HSBC securities, I hope you can give me some special care. Pinggan Chen spoke. No problem. Of course there's no problem, Paul Zhang said with a quick smile. Pinggan Chen had more than $100 million in HSBC, and he had already looked at the account a long time ago. Otherwise he wouldn't have come over so quickly as the manager. In Paul Zhang's eyes, Pinggan Chen was a big customer, so he entertained him with great enthusiasm. There are a few things here that you need to cooperate with Manager Zhang to accomplish. First of all, I still have more than $100 million in cash in my bank in China. I need to transfer them out. Pinggan Chen looked at Paul Zhang and said, no problem. This matter can be done by our bank. Paul Zhang smiled and nodded. If Pinggan Chen had transferred the cash out of the country himself, it would have been a very troublesome thing. But HSBC had its own channels. It will be easy and simple for them to carry out capital turnover. Pinggan Chen followed and nodded. Then spoke. I can open an account at your securities department, but I need to get access to financing. What is the maximum amount of financing authority you can give me? Pinggan Chen inquired. My personal maximum authority can give you 5 times the financing. If you need higher authority, then you'll need to apply upwards. That will take some time. I want 10 times the financing. And if you can do that, then I'll put more of my money in your securities department at HSBC for operations. Pinggan Chen looked at Paul Zhang in front of him and said decisively, 10 times the financing. You're making it a bit difficult for me, and you have such a large amount of money. Paul Chang said bitterly, the more money I have, the more money you guys make. There's no reason why you guys won't do the business that's delivered to your door. If you feel embarrassed, then forget it. I'll find another securities company to inquire about it. Pinggan Chen shook his head and said softly. Paul Chang instantly tightened up inside. Paul Zhang was also quick to say, why don't you wait here for a moment, and I'll go apply for you right away. I really don't have that much authority myself. And even if I promised you now, it wouldn't count. Give me a moment. I'll go and request permission for you now. But before you can apply for access, you need to open an account with our company. No problem. We can open the account now. Pinggan Chen nodded. Things like opening an account certainly don't need to be operated by Paul Chang. Paul Zhang called a staff member over to serve Pinggan Chen, while he himself had already gone to apply for 10x financing privileges for Pinggan Chen. In a short while, Pinggan Chen's account had been opened. Paul Chang's side of the operation is estimated to take quite a bit of time. Pinggan Chen was not in a hurry at all, as he believed that Paul Zhang would do a good job with this matter. After all, this matter is not at all risky for HSBC, but on the contrary, it can make a large amount of commission. Chapter 89, Speculating in Stocks Again. Pinggan Chen had made these requests which were actually not too high. The risk was so much greater than the reward that HSBC quickly agreed. It didn't take long for Paul Zhang to come back again and agreed to all of Pinggan Chen's requests with a smile. The 10x financing qualification was thus obtained by Pinggan Chen. HSBC's channels were indeed powerful, and with the help of HSBC, Pinggan Chen's cash in China was quickly transferred into HSBC. This cash was quickly turned into Hong Kong dollars. Pinggan Chen already had more than 300 million Hong Kong dollars in cash in his account at HSBC. Even in this day and age, that's a lot of money. And Pinggan Chen also qualified for 10x financing. Pinggan Chen also became excited when he saw his account. He now had plenty of ammunition and finally had the qualifications to sit at the gambling table and participate in the gambling game. And this time, the financial war was initiated by the pretty country. The pretty country started the financial war last year, and the first thing it attacked was Silla, setting back the entire Silla economy by several decades. This year has seen the launching of financial wars in the countries of Southeast Asia, knocked out the economies of countries throughout Southeast Asia. I have to say, even in this day and age, pretty country is already very powerful. Of course he wasn't strong on his own, but he led the whole group. Behind him stands an entire powerful interest group. It's because the team is so powerful, that's why they are able to make waves in Southeast Asian countries. Such a feast, Pinggan Chen had long wanted to participate in it. It was only that the previous Pinggan Chen had little money at all, and certainly had no qualifications to participate in it. But now he'll have the credentials to do so. He had a lot to accomplish before getting involved though. Of course Pinggan Chen was not going to go against them. He was just going to follow the trend and take a bite of meat. The reason why Pinggan Chen had the guts to get involved in this matter was because he had purchased a piece of merchandise before. Pinggan Chen had previously been in the System Mall and had purchased a stock speculation skill book, making Pinggan Chen a master of stock speculation. Pinggan Chen's ability was equally powerful. This was also why Pinggan Chen had the courage to participate in this matter. The securities department also provides operating rooms, and big clients like Pingon Chen have their own separate operating rooms for him to use. However, Chen Pingon still refused, because the amount of this transaction was too large. Pingon Chen didn't trust them, so he wouldn't operate here. Pingon Chen had already bought a computer in his own home, and he could just operate it in his own home, and with his own computer. Pingon Chen had a little more trust. After the formalities were completed, Chen Pingon went straight home. The next step was the time to make money. For the sake of these few days, Chen Pingon had long been well prepared. Pingon Chen was not a professional trader, but he was a super hacker. So long before Pingon Chen intended to engage in stock speculation, he had already created software for himself to speculate on stocks. With this auxiliary software, Chen Pingon's men are equal to 100 more of the most obedient and powerful manipulators. With a single command from Pingon Chen, the stock speculation software could fulfill his stock speculation commands according to Pingon Chen's instructions. All the financial giants have their own teams of professional manipulators. Pingon Chen does not have such a professional manipulation team, so he can only rely on the software to assist. Pingon Chen had already tested it, and the software he had designed was very reliable. There would be no mistakes. If this stock speculation software of Pingon Chen was published, it would definitely cause huge fluctuations in the stock market. In fact, Pingon Chen was already making AI models, or you can also call it quantitative investment software. It is important to realize that the ups and downs of stocks are well documented, and all professional speculation is based on stock data. The quantitative speculation software, on the other hand, is set up with this kind of data, and as soon as the stock market reaches it, the set data will be bought and sold directly. Although this type of hype lacks spirituality, it is because it is mechanized and goes against human nature. So the probability of him making money is a little higher instead. In this day and age, quantitative investing hasn't actually existed. And by 20 years from now, quantitative investing will be a common thing. So Pingon Chen used his hacking abilities to get quantitative investing out of the way 20 years ahead of schedule. Only the model of quantitative investment is not well established, and Pingon Chen still needs a lot of time to establish the model of quantitative investment. Once this quantitative investment is modeled, he can lay back and make money. Of course, quantitative investing isn't as magical as it seems. It's not hard to make money with quantitative investing, but it's impossible to become a top billionaire. Quantitative investing is like guerrilla warfare. You can sneak in and get a handful. It's not hard to make money, but it's hard to make a lot of money. If you want to make a lot of money, you still have to start a business, a big industry on a large scale. When he returned home, Chen Pingon turned on his computer and began to operate it. They were attacking the stick country during this time period. The current stick nation doesn't know this, and thought its financial system was pretty solid until it was hit with a financial attack. They are completely ignorant of their weaknesses. They were equally ignorant of the fact that their enemies were powerful. However, Pingon Chen had already seen that the financial system of the stick country was under attack. Pingon Chen's operation was also very simple, which was to follow the consortium. How the consortium operated, so did Pingon Chen. It's such a coincidence to say the least. In his last life, Pingon Chen was still a great admirer of them, so he had specifically looked at their various classic battles. For their attack on the financial systems of Asian countries, the specific modus operandi, Chen Pingon had understood. Never would I have thought that the information I read in my last life would come in handy in this one. 300 million Hong Kong dollars 10x financing. The funds available in Pingon Chen's account amounted to 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. In this day and age, 3 billion Hong Kong dollars is definitely not a small amount. Throwing it at any stock can cause huge swings, but Pingon Chen is not used to invest in one stock. He spread out his $3 billion and invested in the entire stock market of the country of the stick. Compared to the entire stock market of the semi-colonized countries, $3 billion would be a piece of cake. It's like a drop of water falling into a pond, and you can't even find the drop now. The operation is complete. Now we're just waiting to get rich. Pingon Chen said with a relaxed face. Hubby, is it really okay to operate like this? Su Yuqing asked somewhat nervously. That's $3 billion. After all, if something goes wrong with this funding, they will have a hard time in the future. Trust me, there will be no mistakes, Pingon Chen said indifferently, but he didn't explain that much about the specifics, because there was no need for that. Next you'll learn how to manage a company. There's no need for you to ask much about other things, Pingon Chen said to Su Yuqing. I know. Su Yuqing nodded her head in a hurry. Chapter 90, The Gambler Loses Again. Instead, the next few days were extremely leisurely for Pingon Chen. Every day, he just speculates on stocks, and the rest of the time is to accompany Su Yuqing to travel around. It really is a different day when you have a beautiful woman with you. It's safe to say that every day was a good one. The only thing I'm not happy about is that I haven't come across anything good in the system goods that I swipe every day. but the profits from the stock market again put Chen Pingon in an extremely good mood. Pingon Chen had also made a fortune in the stock market of the stick country. The original $3 billion principal has skyrocketed to over $5 billion in just a few days. This was still because Chen Pingon operated conservatively and did not dare to operate in a wide-open manner. Otherwise, Pingon Chen would have earned a bit more money. However, in Pingon Chen's opinion, operating conservatively in the stock market is a bit more stable and is the right way to think. After all, he is using 10 times leverage. Fluctuations to be too big, but will directly burst the position. So there's nothing wrong with stabilizing the operation. Wall Street, Sam was in a rather good mood as he sipped his afternoon tea. During this period of time under his maneuvering, the financial market of the stick country could be said to be losing ground, and their company had made a fortune as a result. Sam is as good as it gets, so to speak. Just then there was a knock on the office door. "Come on in," Sam said. The door opened and Sam's secretary walked in. "Boss, we found a little situation," the secretary said with a serious face. "What happened?" Sam asked curiously. "We've noticed a stream of money that has been following us around for the past few days. This guy's origins haven't been investigated by us yet, but he's been making a lot of money by operating alongside us." Sam's secretary followed closely. "Did you operate behind our backs? Any investigation into where the other side's money is coming from?" Sam asked curiously. "We only investigated that they came from HSBC. It should be from Xinjiang, but more specific information we didn't find out." "Boss, what do you think we should do?" the secretary inquired. "Got any records of their maneuvers? Bring them to me if you have them," Sam asked. "Yes, here are the manipulation records we checked." A record of the maneuver was put in front of Sam. Sam grabbed his glasses and put them on, carefully reading through the manipulation log in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he said with a few moments of happiness, "It seems that this is a fellow traveler. This is a master. The volume of funds is not large, but the operation is very sophisticated. Find a way to see if we can reach each other. We can team up and operate. That's all for now. For the moment he is not our enemy. He is even our ally. One more ally is good for us," Sam said with a smirk as he lowered his glasses. "Okay, boss, I'll dig out his bottom as soon as possible," the secretary said in a hurry. After the secretary left, Sam went back to sipping his afternoon tea, not really taking the incident to heart. It's a small thing to him. Pingon Chen did not realize that his operation had been detected by Sam, but it doesn't matter. After all, Pingon Chen was aware of Sam's next maneuvering strategy, and whether or not Solo had discovered him was irrelevant. A week has passed in a flash. During this week's time, Chen Pingon did manage to brush up on 2 skill books. One book is the God of Gambling secret skill book. After learning it, you can master the skills of the God of Gambling. There was also a book on the bone transforming sheep palm skill. Fortunately, both skill books appeared separately, so they were all bought by Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen learned the skill directly after buying the skill book. He now possessed superior gambling skills, like the God of Gamblers. He also mastered a hand of bone transforming sheep palm. It's just a shame that these 2 stunts have no use right now. This week's time, the financial market of the stick country has been a flop. Sam made a lot of money, full of money, but also successfully detached from the financial market of the stick country. Pingon Chen's maneuvering was similarly smooth. Before Sam left, Pingon Chen had long since detached himself from the financial markets of the stick country, and this operation had brought Chen Pingon rich rewards. What started out as $3 billion has now ballooned to $7.5 billion. This rate of money making is horrifying, and at this point in time, Sam's money has begun to enter the financial market of Xinjiang. Pingon Chen likewise followed suit and decentralized his funds into the Xinjiang financial market. The next big thing is the Xinjiang financial market. A storm is about to descend on the Xinjiang financial market, but the ordinary shareholders in Xinjiang are completely unaware of this. Pingon Chen had already completed his layout and was now waiting for Sam's attack. Su Yuqing was sitting next to Chen Pingon, quietly looking at the book, and she was extremely satisfied with this current life. Su Yuqing was also extremely fortunate that she had met a good man. Just then her cell phone rang. Su Yuqing picked up the phone. The call was from her mother. Only a few words later, Su Yuqing's face brushed white. Pingon Chen noticed Su Yuqing's abnormality. In fact, he also heard the general content of the phone call. What happened? Pingon Chen took the initiative to ask. It's my dad. He went to the casino to gamble again, and this time he owes the casino $2 million. As she spoke, Su Yuqing's tears flowed down her face. Su Yuqing wasn't worried about her father. She was lamenting her own bitter fate. How could she have met such a gambling father? The casino people said either pay back the money or cut up my dad and feed him to the fish in the sea. After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she did not even dare to look at Pingon Chen's eyes. It was because Su Yuqing knew that her family simply couldn't come up with the money. The only person who could save her father was Pingon Chen. But how could she have the face to beg Chen Pingan to come up with this money? Pingan Chen had already spent $1 million when he bought her. It could also be said that her father's death was no longer relevant to her as a daughter. Don't worry, it's fine, I'll pay for this. Chen Pingan held Su Yuqing in his arms and softly comforted her. For this situation that was happening now, Chen Pingan did not feel strange at all, because Pingan Chen knew the gambling goes too well. Gamblers are like that. When they don't have money, they think they want to quit gambling, and as soon as they have that few dollars in their hands, they will definitely gamble by all means. Therefore, Pingan Chen did not feel surprised at all that Su Dafu would continue to gamble. A gambler is a bottomless pit. Chapter 91. Pingan Chen goes to the casino. Your father was lucky to have a daughter like you. You, on the other hand, are equally fortunate to have met a good man like me, Pingan Chen said with a smile on his face as he hugged Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing blushed a little, but she also felt that Pingan Chen was right. What do we do now? Su Yuqing asked in a small voice. Call your dad and ask where they are. I'll come over and find them. Su Yuqing nodded and called her father's phone. The call was quickly answered, but it was the voice of a young and gruff man that rang on the other end of the line. Is it Su Dafu's family? The man asked coldly. Chen Pingan waved his hand towards Su Yuqing to signal to give him his cell phone. After picking up the phone, Pingan Chen spoke. I'm Su Dafu's son-in-law, and I'm here to pay you back. Tell me where you are now. Su Dafu's son-in-law is fine. It's fine if he can pay back the money. This is the location of our casino. Su Dafu owes us $2 million. Bring the money here and you can take him away. The man on the phone had already said the location of their casino. Good. I'll be at your casino in half an hour, Pingan Chen said indifferently. Hanging up the phone, Chen Pingan this time intended to leave. Su Yuqing was a little worried about Chen Pingan, but she was also worried about her own father, so she could only hope that both of them would come back safely. Hubby, what can I do in the future if my dad is like this? Su Yuqing said sadly. Su Yuqing is also worried about their own dad never change. In the future this is the bottomless pit. His family is even more rich, cannot afford such a scourge. Don't worry, I'll teach the casino a lesson. That way there will be no more casinos that will dare to continue gambling with your father. Pingan Chen said with a smile. It's impossible to get a gambler to stop gambling, so it can only be done to make the casino afraid to gamble with this gambler. Just get this gambler on the casino's blacklist. No place to go, no place to gamble. Then this gambler will not be able to find a place to continue gambling even if he wants to do so again. Pingan Chen made a call to Lao Song, and very quickly, Lao Song came. Old Song was no longer driving a cab. Pingan Chen had bought himself a Mercedes-Benz, and Old Song was now Pingan Chen's full-time driver. The treatment certainly did not make Lao Song suffer, so for this job, Lao Song is still very much like. Old Song soon came and drove his car downstairs to wait for Pingan Chen. Pingan Chen said the address of the casino after he got into the car. It's this place. I know there's an underground casino there. Boss, are you going to the underground casino? Old Song asked hesitantly. Yes. Song Yuqing's dad went gambling again and lost $2 million and called me to rescue him. I can't help it. After all, it's my woman's dad. I have to step in when things go wrong, Pingan Chen said with a slight smile and a relaxed face. If an ordinary person encountered this kind of thing it would definitely be a headache. But to Pingan Chen, it was just a small matter that he could casually solve. If the casinos give us face, we'll settle this peacefully. If the casinos don't, then it's a violent solution. It depends on the attitude of the casino side as to which solution is to be used. Hearing Pingan Chen say this, Old Song did not continue to say anything more and soon started the car and set off. It didn't take half an hour or 20 minutes or so for the casino to arrive. Pingan Chen asked Old Song to drive and wait while he entered the casino alone. Outside of the casino is a mahjong parlor, or a place to play mahjong. It's the real underground casino when you get to the back. Pingan Chen entered the mahjong pavilion and directly said that he was here to find the casino to pay back the money. The person from the Sparrow Hall nodded and led Chen Pingan to the back. The people in the back won't open the door if they don't have someone to show them the way. Places like theirs have lookouts and strangers are monitored when they come in. If it's someone from the police side, they will also be notified first. Scar has gotten the message in the underground casino. Scarab Su Dafu's son-in-law is here, saying he's here to pay back the money. That kid is quite bold. He really dares to come, Scar said with a smirk on his face. Bring you here. I'd like to see what he is. Scarab brother touched the scar on his face as he spoke. The smile on his face also looked more and more hideous. Pingan Chen was brought in. This time Pingan Chen saw an underground casino for the first time. The environment of the underground casino was certainly not good, but the good thing was that the air was still fresh, and it wasn't difficult to stay here and gamble. The underground casino didn't have a lot of tables, just 8 tables, but the number of gamblers who come here to gamble is really good. Chen Pingan saw Scarab brother at first glance. After all, Scarab brother's image was still very recognizable. Brother Scar, I'm here to pay back Su Dafu. Where is he? Pingon Chen spoke directly. Don't be in a hurry. People are right here. I wonder what this gentleman's name is, Scar asked as he looked at Pingon Chen. My name is Pingon Chen. Brother Scar, let's not delay. Call out the person first and I'll take a look. Pingon Chen said indifferently. No problem. I'll listen to Mr. Chen. After all, you're here to pay back the money. You're the biggest. Bring out Old Man Su, Scar said with a hefty smile. Scarab's men quickly brought out Su Dafu. Su Dafu looked a bit lousy, but there were no injuries on his body. It was mainly because Pingon Chen had promised to pay back the money that Su Dafu did not receive special care. Su Dafu was a little delighted to see Pingon Chen come, but was a little embarrassed. After all, Pingon Chen was not really his son-in-law. Rather, Pingon Chen had paid to buy his daughter away. In reality, Pingon Chen could care less about his death. Even if he was killed by the casino, it had nothing to do with Pingon Chen. However, Chen Pingon still came. After all, for Su Yuqing's sake, here's a check for $2 million. Take it and verify it. Pingon Chen took out a check for $2 million from his own pocket. Can I see the IOU now? Pingon Chen said at the same time. As for the $2 million check, of course he still has it. 2 million isn't 2 million anymore. The interest is now 3 million. Scar said with a big smile. As long as you take out $3 million, then you can take your father-in-law away. Brother Scar touched the scar on his face with a smug expression, while he looked at Chen Pingon with a few eerie glances in his gaze. After all, Su Yuqing was the woman he had his eye on in the first place, but was taken away by Pingon Chen. If he didn't give Pingon Chen a lesson, Scarab's heart felt unhappy. Brother Scar, are you sure you want to play me like this? Pingon Chen calmly asked. Chapter 92, Winning Streak. I'll play you. What can you do? Mainlander, don't think you're great just because you have a few bucks. This is Xianzheng. It's a simple matter for me to get you killed. Believe it or not, I'll chop you up and throw you in the sea tonight. Ha! Scar said grimly. No problem, Brother Scar. Of course it's no problem if you're that good. Whatever you say is fine. Since you're so fun-loving, Brother Scar, then I'll have a good time with yours. Brother Scar, you run a casino. Do you mind if I play a few games in your casino? Pingon Chen asked with a big smile. You've got a lot of guts, kid. I admire you for that. Since you want to play in my casino, feel free to do so yet. We opened the doors of our casino to welcome all the bosses to patronize us. I can't wait for you to be willing to gamble in my casino. Brother Scar said with a similarly big smile. Both were all smiles, but the scene was not good at all. Su Dafu trembled, not daring to say a word more. Is it okay to trade me 2 million in chips? Pingon Chen handed over the check he was holding. Of course there's no problem, Scar said with a direct nod. Immediately, his men came over and changed the chips for Pingon Chen. A $2 million check for $2 million in chips. $2 million in chips is nothing in a big casino. Standing in their small casino, that's a lot of money. The biggest chip they have in the casino is 100,000 and 2 million is 2100,000 chips. Chen Pingon took the chips and went directly to the table for betting on the size. It's still easier and simpler to bet on size. At the gambling table, Hojo has started shaking the dice. Chen Pingon quietly listened and waited for the bet to begin. Quickly, the dice were shaken. Chen Pingon directly pressed his chips to the big top. Buy in, buy in, buy in. The casino lotter said loudly. Soon the crowd had placed their bets and the points of the dice were displayed in front of them. 4, 5, 6 big. The casino dealer reported the number of points on the dice. Chen Pingon bet on the big top. That is, the bet won 2 million into 4 million. The casino Dutchman glanced at Pingon Chen, and a drop of cold sweat had already formed on his brain. Scarab Brother also walked over at this time looking at Chen Pingon with a surprised face. The casino Dutchman also looked towards Scarab. Scarab just nodded lightly. The betting continues. The casino dealer continued to start shaking the dice, this time a little more carefully and using his own unique techniques. Pingon Chen smiled and pressed his 4 million on the big one again. Seeing Pingon Chen placing a bet on the casino, the lotter's hand shook a little. Scarab frowned, but didn't say anything. Asterisk 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 400 million pressed big. This little brother is so generous. Brothers follow along and press the big one. It's just the right time to absorb the blessings. I see that this little brother is prosperous. Follow him and place your bets. The gamblers next to him were also up in arms. Then followed Chen Pingon and pressed on the big one. Of course there were people who didn't dare to follow Chen Pingon and place their bets. Instead, they went against Chen Pingon. When Pingon Chen presses big, he presses small. I fixed. The casino dealer continued to do so. When everyone had placed their bets, he opened the dice again. The points of the dice were again displayed for all to see. For 66 is still big. This time the points are just about a point bigger than the last time. The face of the casino's Dutchman is a bit white because at this point, Pingon Shen's 4 million had turned into 8 million. Scarab's face also became a bit grim, because that's $6 million to lose. Pingon Shen's principal was $2 million, which has now turned into $8 million, and that $6 million is not what they lost in the casino. And if Pingon Shen won another round, it would become 1.6 million. Their casino is small. Where can they top that? Losing like that, the casino dealer no longer dared to continue shaking the dice. Instead, the gamblers who had followed Shin Pingon in placing their bets were shouting with excitement. Because they followed Shin Pingon and placed their bets, they also followed and made a profit. Go on. What are you waiting for? That's right. The old man is on a red-hot streak right now. The gamblers were up in arms and told the casino dealer to keep shaking the dice. Just a moment, gentlemen. It's time for our shift change. We need to change one of the lotteries. Scarab brother hurriedly stood up and spoke. Scarab's social status was still very high, and no one dared to retort when he opened his mouth. A middle-aged older man came a few moments later. This middle-aged uncle is their casino's bottom-of-the-barrel master of the 1,000 tricks. If there is a customer who can't handle it in the casino, this master of the 1,000 tricks will be called upon. At this moment, this master of 1,000 arts, after seeing Shin Pingon, also stared at him. He felt like he couldn't see through Pingon Chen, but the arrow had to be fired. He also knew what had happened, and Pingon Chen had already won 3 in a row. The principal is now up to $8 million. If he continued to let Pingon Chen win, it would be $1.6 million. The casinos are going to be overwhelmed. Bosses, the new lotter is here. You can continue gambling, Brother Scar said loudly. The person he mainly spoke to was also Pingon Chen, because he was now afraid that Shin Pingon would take the money and leave without continuing to gamble, in which case it would be even more troublesome instead. However, Pingon Chen just smiled and had no intention of leaving. It was still just the beginning, so how could Pingon Chen leave now? Su Dafu was already looking at both eyes at this point. Su Dafu was never expecting that Pingon Chen was actually still a gambling expert. If he had known that Pingon Chen was an expert, he would have looked for Pingon Chen to learn gambling before, but it was not too late now. He could still look for Pingon Chen to learn in the future. The new casino dealer continued to shake the dice. He shook the dice in a very special way. Not fast, but very slow. There's a pause with each shake, but then Pingon Chen's expression became serious all of a sudden. Don't look at the other side shaking slowly, but this maneuver is special. The dice inside were spinning up in a very weird trajectory. Before, Pingon Chen could easily hear the points of the dice, but it would be hard to hear now. Shin Pingon took a deep breath and put the true chi in his body according to a specific meridian and began to travel through the nerves in both ears. As his true chi traveled, Pingon Chen's hearing began to be amplified. This is the wonderful use of true chi. Buy in. Please place your bets. The Dutchman shook the dice and said calmly. Pingon Chen brainstormed and pushed all these dice of his to the big one. I'm still buying big, Pingon Chen said with the same calmness. Seeing that Pingon Chen was buying big, the Dutchman's face instantly froze, because he knows the points he shakes out are just big. Pingon Chen had pressed the center. Chapter 93, The Power of the Bone-Crushing Cotton Palm. Scar took one look at the Dutchman's face and knew something was wrong. If this hand was bet on by Pingon Chen, their casino would lose $1.6 million. Such a loss is not something their casinos can afford. Good, you kid actually cheated. Scarred brother slammed the table and pointed at Pingon Chen and shouted. The yell startled everyone. It was estimated that the only person who had not been frightened was Pingon Chen himself. Cheating? It can't be. It's a bet on the size. How do you get out of the sky? The people around them were also talking about it. But there are already smart people who know that something is not right. Scarab brother directly pointed at Pingon Chen and said, You kid has a lot of guts to cheat in our casino. According to our rules out here, God wants to cut off both hands. Su Dafu's face went white when he heard the news. Chen Pingon was calm and collected. Chen Ping said indifferently, Do I cheat when you say I cheat? You say I'm cheating. Show me the proof if you can. Even though this is your place and your casino, it's not your turn to say I'm cheating. I am. Do you all think it's the right thing to do? Pingon Chen rushed at the surrounding gamblers and also opened his mouth. It's not so bad that when we win money, that's cheating. It can't be that you can only lose money in your casino and not win, can it? As long as you win money, that would be cheating. Pingon Chen said loudly once again. The surrounding gamblers also changed their faces when they heard this. In fact, what do they, the gamblers, fear most in the casino? It's the casinos that don't play by the rules. If the casino doesn't play by the rules, then they won't have any fun. For example, like now, if you win the casino's money, the casino will say that you cheat, so how can they still play? Scarred brother was also red in the face. He didn't expect that this move actually didn't scare Pingon Chen. I naturally have evidence, but there are so many people here right now that it's not convenient to show the evidence. Bosses, today's gambling game will end here for now. Please go back today and come back tomorrow. Daffy has a red packet for all the bosses to send them out first. Some of the crowd rejoiced to hear this and some were not happy, but no matter what, Scarab had already said something like that, so they couldn't force them to stay. As for the hilarity of the scene, there was no way for them to continue watching, and there was no way they would offend Scarab for the sake of Pingonchen. It didn't take long for all the gamblers to all be cleared out. Even gamblers who don't want to leave will, of course, be chased away. Only two outsiders were left at the scene. One was Su Dafu and the other was Chen Pingon. Su Dafu had been so frightened that his body was shaking and his teeth were chattering. Brother Scar, it's no fun for you to play this hand. Can't you afford to lose? Actually, you and I both know I didn't cheat. I won your casino with my skills. Pingonchen said confidently. You're right about everything. You didn't cheat. You won our casino on merit. But I'm sorry, you're going to be dead soon. People like you, I don't know how you've lived to this age. By the way, you're from the mainland. Maybe the rules are different over there than they are here. In our place people like you are bound to die young. Scar said coldly. A group of fighters had already appeared around him as he spoke, and the weapons in the hands of these fighters were all clear machetes. Su Dafu's face was ashen when he saw the scene, feeling like he was going to die here today. Su Dafu felt that he was going to die. Not only himself, but also his son-in-law was killed here with him. Su Dafu is now regretting it. Just you dead puffers are still trying to kill me. In your dreams, Pingonchen said with a sneer. Still talking tough at the end of his life. Brothers chop him to death. Scarred Brother pointed at Pingonchen and said. The surrounding fighters cried out, waving their machetes in their hands and rushed towards Pingonchen. Old me just happened to have learned a handful of bone-converting sheep poems, so I'll take you guys to test the power of the bone-converting sheep poems today. Pingonchen sneered and swung his hands violently towards the surroundings. Pingonchen's hands were striking out towards the air. This scene looks so ridiculous now. Spacing out has a gross effect, but soon no one was laughing. This was because those who surrounded the fighters were actually hit by a huge force on themselves, and were directly sent flying out with a slap. The bone-transforming sheep palm is a very profound internal palm technique. Pingonchen had originally mastered the perfect grade longevity technique internal technique. Pingonchen's internal kung fu level had already reached the level of a grand master. Combined with this masterful internal palm technique, the bone-transforming Mian palm, the power that was exerted could be extremely terrifying. Scarab and the others' eyes widened at the sight. They never dreamed that someone would still be able to hurt people across the air, transforming bones sheepishly. Pingonchen screamed in his heart. Both hands swung continuously, invisible palm power directly toward the surrounding beaters, frantically pouncing. This kind of spacing palm force was shadowless and invisible, and these ordinary fighters could not dodge it at all. Before they could react, they were directly sent flying. The fighters who had been gathered in a circle around them had all dropped to the ground by now. Scarab was also trembling at the sight. Daffy, who had previously wanted to find trouble with Pingonchen, was about to flee when he saw the opportunity. But before he could escape, Pingonchen struck him with a palm. A few meters apart, the spaced palm force had already struck Daffy's body. Daffy was knocked out by a slap and a mouthful of blood man sprayed onto the ground. He was on the verge of dying when he landed. Scarab shivered at the sight, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed directly out of his pants. Scarab actually peed himself. No one had expected that Scarab, who had been so formidable just a moment ago, was now actually scared to the point of pissing his pants. Big brother, you are generous. Let the little man go. The little man was wrong. You don't know it's wrong. You're scared to death now. You do know you're going to die now, don't you? Pingonchen said slowly. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Let me go. Scarab directly knelt down and kowtowed. However, violently Scar pulled out a pistol from the waist of his own pants and pointed it at Pingonchen. Chapter 94, The Wonderful Use of Storage Rings. But Scar was too late to shoot. Pingonchen's bone-transforming sheep palm had already struck Scarab's head one step ahead of him. Scarab fell straight to the ground without saying a word. A large dent had been made in the brain. If you split his head open, you'd see that the whole of his brain had become a mush. Scarab is dead and can't die anymore. Su Dafu was once again shaking with fear. He hadn't expected that Pingonchen would kill people, and that he would kill so many people in one go. Of course it was also even more unexpected that Pingonchen's kung fu would be so powerful. So many people were actually not a match for Ping Yang Chen alone. Mr. Chen, what do we do now? Su Dafu asked shakily. Find your IOU first. I'll take care of the rest. It has nothing to do with you. What are you nervous about? Pingonchen said calmly. Hearing Pingonchen's so calm voice, Su Dafu slowly calmed down at this time. Su Dafu of course knew that it was useless to think about so many things, and that all that needed to be done now was to wrap things up. You go into the office first. I'm going to take care of this place. Pingonchen said to Su Dafu. There were some things that were not convenient to do in front of Su Dafu, So Chen Pingan sent Su Dafu away first. Su Dafu was certainly no cutie pie. Hearing this, very well behaved went to the office, and also unlocked the office door. The reason why Pingan Chen made a move to kill someone here was because he had observed something before. That is, there are no security cameras here at the casino. A proper casino, of course, has security cameras. But this isn't a regular casino, it's an underground illegal casino. So it's impossible to install security cameras here. Because if there are surveillance cameras installed here, the unlucky person will be the casino owner. In case their own surveillance cameras are exposed, the police will have a reason to just arrest all of them. That's why Scar didn't install security cameras here. It was for this reason that Pingan Chen would choose to strike here. Since there were no surveillance cameras, no one would know whatever Chen Peiyan was doing here. As long as everyone at the scene was dead and clean, then Pingan Chen would be the safest instead. As for how to clean up the scene so that he could leave safely, Chen Pingan had of course already had an idea. It was important to know that Pingan Chen had a storage ring. Pingan Chen's storage ring could not hold a living person, but it could be used to hold a dead person. Chen Pingan began to include the corpses at the scene one by one into his storage ring. Pingan Chen's bone-transforming sheepishness was so powerful that those who were hit by his bone-transforming cotton palm would not be able to survive at all. So all these people on the scene, none of them are alive now. They're all just bodies one by one. It didn't take much time to receive all the corpses at the scene into the storage space. The scene cleared up all at once. As for leaving some blood behind, it doesn't matter. Pingan Chen was also not in the habit of cleaning up blood donations. You know, as long as there's no body, it's not a homicide. Then this case has nothing to do with Pingan Chen. This is supposed to be an underground casino. The police can't come here to investigate a case for no reason. There were no dead people and it was an underground casino. So what did it have to do with Pingan Chen? This was the reason why Pingan Chen had made a decisive move to kill. Speaking of which, Pingan Chen really hadn't thought about killing anyone. Pingan Chen's original intention was just to teach the casino a lesson and just make some money in the casino. I never thought that the casino would accuse him of being a hustler, and they want to cut him to death. This drove Pingan Chen to murder. Chen Pingan came back into the cash register. All the cash in the casino is kept in the cash register, and there are several safes in the cash register. Guess all that cash is kept in a safe. The safe requires both a key and a combination to open, but all of this was no problem at all for Pingan Chen. Chen Pingan directly launched his Nimbus, which directly penetrated into the interior of the safe, subsequently opening the locking clasp of the safe. The safe was opened easily without a key or a combination. The corner of Chen Pingan's mouth curled into a smile. Pingan Chen, who possessed Yanli, was the most powerful locksmith in the world. There was no lock that Pingan Chen couldn't open. This was because Pingan Chen was using his mind power to open the lock. The safe opened, and sure enough, there were stacks and stacks of all cash inside. Although Pingan Chen was rich, it was the first time he had seen that much cash. All of the cash in the safe was put into storage rings in pieces. Several safes were all opened, all full of cash. There should be $7 or $8 million in cash here. That's a lot for an underground casino. But to Pingan Chen, there was still some feeling of regret, because the money is too little. No wonder Scarab would directly accuse Pingan Chen of cheating, because the casino side simply couldn't come up with that much money to compensate Pingan Chen. Maybe the casino side still has cash deposits in the bank, only that Pingan Chen had no intention of touching the money in the bank. After all, there's money in the bank. Pingan Chen didn't want to compromise himself for that money. Pingan Chen knocked on the office door, and Su Dafu quickly opened it. Su Dafu's entire body was dumbfounded at the sight of the empty casino hall. There were bodies all over the place just now. Where are they now? Why are they all gone? Where are those corpses from earlier? Su Dafu asked shakily. There are no bodies. They all left a while ago. I didn't beat them to death. I just knocked them out. But this is something you should just keep in your mind. But don't say anything about it. Anyway, if you say it out, the one in trouble is also you and I have nothing to do with it. Pingan Chen said indifferently. No, I won't say anything. I don't know anything. Su Dafu quickly shook his head and said, he is not a little cutie. How could he possibly say such things out? Have you found your IOU yet? Pingan Chen asked. Found it. My IOU is here. Su Dafu took out an IOU, his face full of joy. Then he took out his lighter and burned this IOU directly. Without it, Su Dafu felt relaxed all over after the IOU. What about the other IOUs in the casino? Burn them all, Pingan Chen said. Su Dafu was a bit hesitant, but still followed Chen Pingan's advice and found all those IOUs, then burned them all in a fire. Pingan Chen searched through the office again, then actually found another secret door in the office closet. There's probably something good in the secret door, right? Chapter 95, Security Companies. The secret door was also locked, but opening such a secret door was easy and simple for Pingan Chen. After opening the secret door, there was indeed a small room inside. There was also a safe inside the small room. Chen Pinggan was rendered speechless by such tactics. Presumably there was something very important being placed here as well, or else there would be no need to use such tactics. The door of the safe was still very easy for Pinggan Chen to open. Once you open the safe, there's not much left inside, but when Pinggan Chen looked at it, he instantly knew that it was the things here that were of the highest value, because in this safe, Chen Pinggan found gold bars and jewelry, as well as basic account books, several bank cards, and the bank cards actually had passwords written on them. I guess it's because there are so many bank cards that it's easy to forget your password without writing it down. There are also stacks of corporate bonds which are bearer. Anyone who gets their hands on them can use them. It's not easy to estimate the value of these things, but the value is certainly not low. I guess to Scarab, these were the most valuable things. That's why they were hidden so well. Pinggan Chen only casually glanced at it and quickly received all the things into his storage space. It's not a good time to deal with these things yet. It's better to get out of here first. Restore all the safes and secret doors. Chen Pinggan then left with Su Dafu. By the time they reached the door, the thugs outside didn't know what was going on, but they hadn't received instructions either, and their heads were full of foggy looks. Before they could react, Pinggan Chen took them down with a direct strike. Pinggan Chen told Su Dafu to wait for himself outside, and when Su Dafu left, Pinggan Chen shot out and directly killed the person. These gatekeepers had no grievances with Pinggan Chen either, but it was impossible for Pinggan Chen to leave any manpower behind. Anyway, if he killed all the people, Pinggan Chen would be safe. The Mahjong Hall was still full of people, and everyone was having a great time, completely unaware that the underground casino in the back had been taken out in one fell swoop. Pinggan Chen left silently with Su Dafu without attracting anyone's attention. "Uncle, did the money run out again?" Sitting in the car, Chen Pinggan faintly asked. Su Dafu nodded somewhat awkwardly. "I hope this is the last time. Can you do it?" Pinggan Chen calmly asked. "I can do it. I will definitely quit gambling. I don't dare to go gambling anymore," Su Dafu said in a hurry. Only for his bull asterisk. Pinggan Chen didn't believe a word of it. "Whatever, because I'm going back to the mainland soon. I won't have time to come to your rescue if anything happens to you again then. Actually, if you want to play, can't you just play mahjong and cards? Must play so big. I've paid you before, and I'm not likely to keep paying you now. But no matter what, you are also Su Yuqing's father. It's only natural for Su Yuqing to raise you as well. Tell you what, every month from now on I'll be in your bank card. Make a payment of $5,000 for every year that passes. It's an extra $500 a month. Although this amount of money can't make you rich and famous, it's still enough for you to live a carefree life. What do you think?" Pinggan Chen continued. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'll really quit gambling in the future. I don't dare to go gambling anymore," Su Dafu said gratefully. Pinggan Chen nodded, but did not take this to heart. Whether Su Dafu would really quit gambling, Pinggan Chen was not sure, but it didn't matter. It wasn't his own father after all. If Su Dafu really got killed next time, it would be his own bad fate, and it had nothing to do with him, Pinggan Chen. However, this incident also gave Chen Pinggan a wake-up call. When Pinggan Chen went back, there would be no security force around Su Yuqing. With such an unreliable dad, Su Yuqing's safety needs to be reconsidered. Pinggan Chen tapped his fingers and quickly had an idea. To engage in such things as a triad society, Pinggan Chen would not do it. After all, he was able to make money legitimately on his own, so there was no need to get involved in the underworld. Pinggan Chen doesn't run a triad society, but he can run a security company. There's really not much difference between a triad and a security company. If there is a difference, it is that one is illegal and one is legal. Those thugs in the triads actually get paid. The bosses pay to keep the hitters and hit what sells to work for the bosses. Pinggan Chen planned to open a security company and then take in people who dared to fight and kill. Usually, they are paid to keep them, and of course they are asked to sell their lives when needed. After Pinggan Chen sent Su Dafu home, Pinggan Chen directly took out his cell phone and called Sister Hua. Having dealt more with Sister Flower during this time, Chen Pinggan and Sister Flower had become familiar with each other. For things like this opening a company, Chen Pinggan was directly handed over to Sister Hua to handle. Flower Sisters charges a reasonable fee and is mostly reliable. This was the reason why Pinggan Chen was willing to continue working with Sister Hua. Pinggan Chen said his request for Sister Hua to register a security company for himself. Sister Hua agreed without saying a word. After all, this is business on the doorstep. There is no reason not to agree. And the registration of the security company was a simple matter for Hannah. Sister Hua, the security company still lacks a management person. Do you have any suitable person you can recommend to me? Pinggan Chen asked directly. That's really hard for me to say. I really don't know this kind of person, but if you wait I can find someone to ask around, Sister Hua said in a hurry. Sister Hannah, that would be hard on you. By the way, Sister Hua, there's something I'm quite curious about. How much income can you make in a year when you run a company like this? Pingon Chen suddenly asked. Sister Hua froze for a moment before speaking. Mr. Chen, do you think it's quite easy for me to make money by opening a company like this? It's actually not at all what you'd expect. There's not really much money to be made from a company like ours, because the really big money goes to the people at the top. For example, I should have a $300, $000 to $500, $000 a year from this company I own. That's not a low income by any stretch of the imagination. But this is Xiangzhang. My little income is nothing in Xiangzhang, Sister Hannah said with a bitter smile. Pingon Chen nodded and also felt that Sister Hua was telling the truth. Companies like theirs actually feed off of connections. But how are connections maintained? They have to cost money? So Sister Flower is well connected, but spends a lot of money. Instead, there would be little money that would actually end up in her own hands. But then again, compared to the average person, she's earning an awful lot. With a yearly income of several $100,000 Hong Kong dollars, this is not something that ordinary people can do? Sister Flower, have you considered coming to work for me in my company? I can give you an annual salary of $1-2 million, and bonuses and welfare benefits can be counted separately. Pingon Chen slowly spoke. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, right? Sister Hua asked in disbelief. Chapter 96 Ling Bo Wei Bu. How could I possibly joke with you about something like that? I don't know how well you've considered what I just said. $1-2 million a year, plus other benefits. And your job is the vice president of the company, and will be assisting Su Yuqing in the company in the future. You also know that Su Yuqing is a young lass. She doesn't know much about business and needs someone to help her. I think that you, Sister Flower, would be suitable. Pingon Chen spoke. Sister Hua's heart was very happy. After all, someone had seen her ability. But Sister Hua was very worried. Was Pingon Chen telling the truth or not? And once you close your own company and work in Pingon Chen's company, then she wouldn't have anything to fall back on, in case she got fired later. Hannah's concerns are still not small. Sister Flower, you can just tell me if you have any ideas. Pingon Chen sensed Sister Hua's concern and asked directly. Sister Hua's ability and character. Chen Pingon had seen it all. The most important thing is that Flora is a woman. Su Yuqing was also a woman. So the deputy for Su Yuqing had better be a woman as well. There's a lot of inconvenience if it's a man. Pingon Chen would soon be going to university and would not have the time to stay in Xiangzhang very often. That's why Su Yuqing's deputy is also very important. Su Yuqing's potential was great, but she really wasn't very good at what she was doing right now. Sister Flower took a deep breath and opened her mouth. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for being able to look at me. I'll agree to this matter. It's just that I'm worried that I won't be able to do the company's business well enough. Hannah didn't say anything more than point blank. However, Pingon Chen instantly heard the meaning in Sister Hua's words. Also aware of Hannah's concerns, Pingon Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Sister Flower, why don't we set up a long-term contract? I'm actually really worried that you'll jump ship. How about you work for my company for 20 years, just in time to work until retirement? And with Sister Flower's ability, I think there are many positions in my company that would be suitable for you to fill. You've also met Su Yuqing. It should be appropriate for the two of you to be partners in the future. Hearing Pingon Chen say that, the last concern in Sister Hua's heart was gone, because the biggest concern in Hannah's mind at the time before was worrying about how long she would actually be working. If she worked for a few months at Pingon Chen's company and then was dismissed, she would be out of luck. But a 20-year contract was signed. So what was there for her to be unsure about? Of course, Sister Flower also knows very well that a 20-year-long contract can actually do a lot of tricks, like giving Hannah a really bad job, like going to sweep the streets and clean the toilets. There are actually a lot of tactics a company can use to get rid of people. But Sister Hua and Pingon Chen were also in contact and felt that Pingon Chen was not that kind of person. Sister Su Yuqing Hua had also come into contact with her, and was a pretty good little girl. Hannah thought she could still take a gamble. At $1.2 million a year, that's way more than she's making now. Hannah is approaching 40 years old and with another 20 years of work, that would be just enough to retire. That means if she does well, she can stay with this company until she retires. When these conditions were blended together, it naturally made Sister Hua very moved. The two quickly came to an agreement. Sister Hua would end her own company as soon as possible and then come to work for Pingon Chen. After hanging up the phone, Chen Pingon was in a good mood. Only after returning home, Su Yuqing rushed over to Pingon Chen with red eyes and directly threw herself into Pingon Chen's embrace. Thank you, Su Yuqing said with a red face. She was really too touched. Su Yuqing didn't expect her father to be in trouble, and Pingon Chen went to save him without saying a word. Facing such a man, how could Su Yuqing's heart not be touched? Su Yuqing has received it, her mother called. And of course, I know that my father is back home safe and sound. Father was able to come back alive, and that was all because of Pinganshan. Pinganshan lowered his head and kissed it, smiling. How did you thank me? Just say it with your mouth. I'll thank you however you want me to thank you, right? Su Yuqing said softly, her face red. Pinganshan smiled and gently patted Su Yuqing's head. Su Yuqing understood in seconds. The night passed quickly and it was another good night. At 8 a.m., another great item appeared in today's system merchandise. One of the finest emerald cabbages, 1 golden desert eagle, 1 full-grade Ling Po Wei Bu skill book, 1 bottle of the 10 perfection pills. Those are the 4 items for today. Qin Pingan's eyes were attracted to the skill book at the first moment. It's actually a full-level Ling Bo Wei Bu skill book. Ling Bo Wei Bu ah. This is from the top lightweight skill of the easy school in the novels of the 8 books of the Heavenly Dragon. Qin Pingan's mouth watered after seeing this skill book. Without any hesitation at all, Pinganshan spent $1 at the first opportunity to purchase this full-level skill book of Ling Bo Wei Bu. Skill books are actually divided into many levels, and some of them need to be cultivated slowly by yourself, and some skills out of one step are straight up full level. Pinganshan's luck was just that good, and this time, he had swiped another full-grade skill book of Ling Bo Wei Bu. With the skill book purchase in hand, Qin Pingan directly learned off the full-level skill book. The full-level Ling Bo Wei Bu skill book is finished learning. Pinganshan then saw an image in his mind. A fairy-like figure appeared in front of his eyes, dancing in front of his eyes. The figure, however, was like a dream, flashing before Pinganshan's eyes continuously. This is the Ling Bo Wei Bu. It was more powerful than the Ningbo microsteps described in the novel. You should know that Duan-Yu in the novel only learned the Ling Bo Wei Bu. However, he did not cultivate Ling Bo Wei Bu to a high level. Duan-Yu was also only extremely deep because of his internal strength, and he relied on his profound internal strength to propel his Ling Bo Wei Bu. Instead, what Pinganshan had learned was the full-grade Ling Bo Wei Bu. There is a world of difference between the two. After a good while, Pinganshan finished learning the skill book. Pinganshan had already mastered the full-level Ling Bo Wei Bu. Ling Bo Wei Bu is a top-level stance in fiction. Not only does it have great speed and great dodging ability, but it also recovers internal energy while dodging. Ling Bo Wei Bu is a body technique and a top-notch internal martial arts cultivation method. Other stances used out will consume internal energy, but Ling Bo Wei Bu is just completely different. Using Ling Bo Wei Bu not only doesn't consume internal energy, but instead strengthens it and restores it. This is top-notch bodywork. Chapter 97, Visiting Mr. Hua. Qin Pingan was in such a good mood that he ate an extra cage of meat buns for breakfast. Soon after the accompanying stock market opened, Qin Pingan's mood became better. Because in the stock market Pinganshan can continue to make money again, Qin Pingan was in a great mood. But the mood of the others was not. Because this period of time the stock has been relatively low, the entire Shangjiang stock market can be said to be in mourning. Of course, Pinganshan knew what kind of person was doing this. But in this current situation, Pinganshan could do nothing. Pinganshan, he was just a person. He was able to follow and make some money secretly, but he couldn't change the situation. The only thing Pinganshan could do was that when this time was over, he would open factories in Xinjiang to provide more jobs for the ordinary people of Xinjiang. This was also something that Pinganshan had already thought about long ago. The cost of opening a factory in Shannon are very high, but the upside is that high-tech companies will be very free to open factories here. Not like the mainland side. If one is returning to the mainland to start a high-tech company, one is subject to the constraints of the Western technological world. It can't be helped that the motherland is not strong enough as the result. At noon Pinganshan took a car and went to the outskirts of the countryside, found a place where no one was around, practiced his Ling Bo Wei Bu, and thoroughly familiarized himself with the ability to master the Ling Bo Wei Bu, because tonight he was going to use the Ling Po Wei Bu. Qin Pingan didn't know that at this time, someone in the numbered class had already set their eyes on him. Scarab is one of the leaders of the numbered gangs. You know that casino doesn't actually belong to Scar personally either. Instead, it's a property belonging to the number gang for Scar to manage. But now Scar and the others, for no reason at all, have all disappeared cleanly. After the number gang received the news, the first thing they did was to send people over to deal with the matter. The man who came to handle the matter was a big shot from the number gang, nicknamed Big Gold Tooth. Of course there are not many people who dare to call this nickname. Only those of the same status as him dared to call him Big Gold Tooth, while the others, of course, called him Big Gold Tooth. It certainly wasn't a cutie pie for Big Gold to be a big brother, although there were no clues found at the scene and no body was found. But according to Dejinya's judgment, Knife Bago and the others were either dead or taken. Dejinja inquired a little more about the day. There was no surveillance, but it wasn't really difficult to ask questions about the day. The general message has basically been inquired. On the day of the incident, someone had once come to the casino to cause trouble, and then all the other gamblers were driven away by Scar, and then there was no later, because all the people in the back disappeared for no apparent reason. But the mainlander boy who caused the trouble took Su Taifu safely away from the casino, so they weren't seen doing anything, but the suspicion on them was the greatest. The guys aren't cops, so of course they don't need evidence. All it takes is for them to be skeptical, so they had locked onto Su Dufu and Pingon Chen. Of course, Pingon Chen had anticipated this situation, so he had already asked Su Dafu to move. Xiangjiang is not a big place, but also not a small place. After Su Dafu moved, it is not really easy for the people of the number gangs to find it if they want to. As for Pingon Chen himself, that was even less of a concern. If he doesn't come after the number gang should burn a hole in their hearts. If the people from the number gang were to find trouble with Pingon Chen, then Pingon Chen would definitely get them killed. Nightfall Chin Pingon let the old song drive and sent himself directly to the famous mid-level villa area. Serenity Villas is also one of the most famous upscale complexes in Xinjiang. Those who can live here are the most prestigious group of people in Xinjiang. According to Chin Pingon's current value is enough to afford a house here. However, Pingon Chen did not want to waste money at this time. If you want to buy, you'll have to wait until this fiasco passes before you buy a house. Home prices will surely come crashing down by then. Just park the car here. Old Song, you wait for me here. I'll call you when I'm done with things. Pingon Chen asked Old Song to stop the car and opened his mouth. Okay boss. Old Song agreed and stopped the car. After getting down from the car, Chen Pingon walked into the night alone. Old Song didn't know what Pingon Chen was going to do either. But he was a smart man. He knew very well what could be done and what couldn't be done. Old Song wouldn't even ask half a word more about what his boss was going to do. This was also the reason why Pingon Chen was willing to let Old Song follow him to be a driver for himself. If Old Song was a talkative person, Chen Pingon wouldn't have let him be his driver. Inside a luxurious villa in the mid-levels, an old man was quietly reading a newspaper in his study. His brow furrowed as he looked at the newspaper. Just at that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. The old man felt a little strange. Under normal circumstances, his family would not disturb him at this time. Who was knocking on the door? Although it felt a bit strange, the old man still spoke. Who's at the door? Come in. The door opened and a young man walked in. The old man, somewhat strangely, looked at the young man in front of him, and realized that he didn't recognize this young man at all. Who are you, young man? We should be meeting for the first time. The old man's complexion was somewhat serious as he asked. Yes, Mr. Ho, we are meeting for the first time. Hello Mr. Hua, my name is Pingon Chen. Nice to meet you. Pingon Chen walked towards the old man and extended his hand. The old that looked quite calm, and when he saw Chen Pingon's outstretched hand, he also reached out and shook Chen Pingon's hand. Is your name Pingon Chen? This name sounds but unfamiliar. I should be hearing your name for the first time. I don't suppose you're a descendant of those old friends of mine? Mr. Hua asked tentatively. Mr. Hua, you don't have to try. You won't be able to guess my identity, because it's the first time we've met and the first time we've crossed paths. My parents are just ordinary people, and they don't have any dealings with you. I know I'm coming on a bit of a tangent right now, but I can't help it. After all, I don't have many connections in Xinjiang. It would be too difficult to meet you through formal channels. This old man is none other than the famous Mr. Fok in Hong Kong. It was also a patriotic businessman that Pingon Chen admired greatly. Pingon Chen's time to stay in Xinjiang was running out, and he would soon return to the mainland to continue his college education. But Pingon Chen will leave some industries in Xinjiang. These properties can be a pain in the ass if they're not looked after. Chen Pingon then thought of Mr. Hua. That's why Pingon Chen came to visit Mr. Hua this evening. Chapter 98 Cooperation. It certainly wasn't easy to meet Mr. Hua. It's as if you don't have the reciprocal status and position to have any chance of meeting the President of the United States. Mr. Ho is not the President of the United States, but the reasoning is the same. It's hard for ordinary people to meet Mr. Hua. Pingon Chen did not have any connections in Xinjiang, and it was equally not easy for him to meet Mr. Hua. That's an understatement. Not really, Mr. Hua said with a smile. It's just that I don't know what kind of matter little friend Chen came to see me about. Mr. Ho spoke again. I'm from the mainland and will have some business in Xinjiang, but I'm going back to the mainland soon to continue my college education. I'm worried that my business in Hong Kong will be screwed. That's why I hope to cooperate with Mr. Hua. With your status and position, Mr. Hua, it's enough to ensure that my industry won't be given a hard time. Since we're cooperating, of course it's mutually beneficial. If you run into trouble in the future, I can solve it for you. Mr. Hua, I'm just an ordinary guy, but I still have some skills. There are two things I'm good at, killing people and saving them. You watch it, Mr. Hua. Pingon Chen raised his hand towards the wall and slowly struck it as he spoke. Mr. Ho was a little uncertain of the meaning at first, but quickly, his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, because Mr. Ho saw an extra palm print on the wall. I've embarrassed Mr. Hua with my carving skills, Pingon Chen said calmly. Amazing, truly amazing. This can't be the legendary inner strength, right, Mr. Hua asked with some excitement. Pingon Chen didn't say anything, but only nodded his head gently. The meaning could not be clearer. Awesome, that's awesome. If this hits a person, Mr. Hua shook his head with emotion even as he spoke. This kind of ability would be really powerful if used to kill people. Of course, at a position of status like Mr. Hua's, he didn't need to kill people easily. There's basically no one worth killing for him anymore. But such ability was also respected by Mr. Ho. At the same time, of course, it was a warning to Mr. Ho. Mr. Fok himself is well aware of this. Other than killing people, what I'm best at is healing people. Mr. Hua, although you're rich and get the best medical resources, but in reality, your health is still not considered very good. If you trust me, Mr. Hua, I can treat you now. Pingon Chen continued. Mr. Hua said with some surprise, I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Is there? Mr. Ho, you should know better than I do about that. There is no major problem with Mr. Hua's body, but your body is rather weak. After all, you've gotten older. It's no longer comparable to when you were young, and you're in a physical state where doctors can't make changes. Pingon Chen said with a smile, but after my treatment, Mr. Hua, your body can become younger. Pingon Chen said confidently. Mr. Hua nodded thoughtfully and spoke. If that's the case, then I'll trouble you. Mr. Chen. Mr. Hua, you are too polite. You are about the same age as my grandfather. Just call me Little Chen. Pingon Chen said with a smile. Mr. Hua also hurriedly said with a smile. In that case, you shouldn't call me Mr. Hua either. You can just call me Grandpa Hua. Okay, Grandpa Hua. Pingon Chen didn't make any pretense and directly called Grandpa Hua. After all, Mr. Hua's status is here. Calling a Grandpa Hua Chen Pingon cannot eat dust. Instead, Pingon Chen had taken advantage of it. Grandpa Hua, I'll take your pulse first to check the specifics of your body. Pingon Chen said. Mr. Hua also hastened to extend one of his hands. Pingon Chen began to take Mr. Hua's pulse. It was also at this time that Mr. Hua felt a hot stream that was injected into his body from Pingon Chen's fingers. The feeling was more pronounced, so Mr. Hua felt it easily. This can't be internal power. I can feel it. Mr. Hua said with great surprise. Not bad, Grandpa Hua, this is internal power. Use your inner strength to view your grandfather. Your body can be seen more clearly and carefully. Pingon Chen nodded and said. After 2 minutes, Pingon Chen withdrew his hand. Pingon Chen said with a smile, it's pretty much the same as my judgment. Grandpa Hua, you don't have any major health problems, but you're getting older and your physical condition can't be compared to when you were younger. I'm going to use my internal energy for conditioning now, and I'll condition you once a year from now on. I dare not say anything else, but I can guarantee you a long life. Pingon Chen said confidently. Can you really live a long life? Mr. Hua asked with some surprise. Mr. Hua is in his 70s, and a long life would allow him to live at least another 30 years or so. Such an outcome is, of course, overwhelmingly good news for Mr. Ho. It's useless for me to say more now. Let's talk about this in 30 years. Pingon Chen said jokingly. Good, then we'll talk about this in 30 years. Mr. Hua said freely. Do you need me to do anything now? Mr. Hall asked with some anticipation. Grandpa Hua, come and lie down here on this couch. Lie down and do the conditioning to make you feel more comfortable. Pingon Chen spoke. Mr. Hua was also very cooperative and laid back on the couch. Chen Pingon then began to condition Mr. Hua's body. Neither of them said anything about the previous terms of cooperation, which had actually begun. As long as Pingon Chen showed his worth, then Mr. Hua would naturally contribute to Pingon Chen's cause. That was the beginning of the partnership. Pingon Chen began to inject internal energy into Mr. Hua's body, stimulating the acupoints on his body. He also took out silver needles and did acupuncture for Mr. Hua. This conditioning took a full half hour, and in the process, there was a knock on the door of the room. Mr. Hua's expression was a little hesitant. Chen Pingon took the initiative to go over and open the door to the room. A nanny stood in the doorway, holding tea and a fruit plate. Grandpa Hua is resting, so give me the stuff. Don't come in and bother us in the meantime. Anything until half an hour from now. Chen Pingon said extremely naturally, and also took the tea and fruit plate in the nanny's hand. The nanny was a bit dumbfounded, as she was completely unclear about what Pingon Chen's status was. But again, Pingon Chen was in Mr. Hua's study. Moreover, Pingon Chen was still called something like Grandpa Hua. The nanny was even less clear about Pingon Chen's identity. Yes, sir. The nanny hesitantly agreed before closing the door and leaving. After the nanny left, Chen Pingon continued to do physical conditioning for Mr. Hua, and by now the Hua family had received a message from the nanny's mouth. A strange young man had been added to Mr. Hog's room. Chapter 99, Congenital Heart Disease. Hua's family was also shocked to receive the news, because they had no news at all before that they had heard that someone had gone to Mr. Hog. But now there was a strange young man suddenly in Mr. Hog's room. That makes it a little weird, if not a little unusual. This is something they have to get to the bottom of. Mr. Hua's oldest son volunteered to step forward after receiving the news. He also knew the importance of the matter, but he still had a very good head on his shoulders and didn't do anything rash. Instead, he first called all the bodyguards in the house and rearranged them. Then he himself went up again and knocked on the door. Chen Pingan was also somewhat speechless, but he still went forward and opened the door. After opening the door to the room, Chen Pingan returned to Mr. Hua's side and continued to condition his body. Mr. Hua's son's name is Huayong. Huayong had already walked in at this time, seeing the situation in the room, and instantly felt surprised as well. Mr. Huayong, please take a seat on the side first. I'm working on your father, old Mr. Hua's body. I know you have a lot of questions, but please be patient and wait a little longer. Old Mr. Hua is fine now, and I won't hurt him. Pingan Chen continued the movements of his own hands while speaking faintly. Huayong also saw his father, who was indeed safe, and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'll wait here for you guys. Huayong nodded his head and said, then took a seat next to him and waited. Pingan Chen's hands did not stop moving, but his mouth still continued to speak. He briefly described the current situation and introduced himself. Old Mr. Hua had fallen into sleep by now, because Chen Pingan's conditioning was just too comfortable. It made old Mr. Hua fall into sleep in a flash. After hearing Pingan Chen's explanation, Huayong was also quite relieved. Half an hour had passed in a flash. Pingan Chen's conditioning was very effective, making Mr. Hua's body feel much more comfortable. By the time Chen Pingan finished conditioning, Mr. Hua also opened his eyes and came to his senses. It's so comfortable. It's been a long time since I've been comfortable again. I feel energized all over. Old Mr. Hua smiled and sat up from the sofa, saying happily, Dad, are you alright? Huayong said in a hurry. What could possibly be wrong with me? I'm feeling so good right now. Little Chen's craftsmanship is really good. This medical skill is too high. Mr. Hua said with emotion. Seeing that his father was fine, Huayong was relieved. Pingan Chen just smiled and did not say anything more. Grandpa Hua, why don't we leave it here for today, and we'll talk about anything tomorrow during the day. Here's my phone number. You can contact me if you need anything. As he spoke, Chen Pingan left a business card of his own. Good. I'll talk tomorrow then. Huayong will give me a ride to Shaochen. Mr. Hua said. Huayong nodded his head and promised, then personally sent Chen Pingan out. When the two walked out of the room, all the bodyguards were outside, and at this moment, these bodyguards were all looking like enemies. As long as Huayong gave the order, all these bodyguards would strike at Pingan Chen. However, Huayong had also gotten a clear picture of what was going on by now, so of course he wouldn't give such an order. Hua's family was also waiting outside the door, and were a bit overwhelmed by the scene before them. This was because they did not recognize the Pingan Chen in front of them at all. I don't know what Pingan Chen is, and even more so, I don't know what Pingan Chen has done. However, Mr. Hua had already sent Chen Pingan out, and were all smiles, looking as if they were on good terms. The Hua family members also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Pingan Chen's gaze swept over the Hua family congregation. Suddenly, Pingan Chen's gaze fell on one of the girls. The girl didn't look like she was very old. She should be 16 or 17. Although this girl was not very old, she was extremely beautiful, with extremely fair skin and delicate three-dimensional features, just like a porcelain doll. But the girl's skin was so white, with no blood color at all, that she looked very unhealthy. Moreover, according to Pingan Chen's medical skills, there was a serious illness on this girl. Pingan Chen stopped and carefully looked again, then spoke. Has this little sister been to the hospital? She has a congenital heart disease. This opening of Pingan Chen's mouth caused the Hua family to be taken aback. Mr. Hua also reacted suddenly. Since Pingan Chen's medical skills were so high, wasn't it possible that he could cure his granddaughter's illness? This young girl is Mr. Hua's granddaughter, the daughter of Huayong. The young girl's name was Hua Tingting. Hua Tingting was extremely beautiful and extremely smart from a young age. However, her health is not very good, and she was tested at birth and was born with a congenital heart disease in her body. With Hua Tingting's physical condition, she actually wouldn't be able to live that long at all. But the Hua family has money, and the medical resources they get are very good. It was with the support of the most advanced medical technology that this allowed Hua Tingting to live to her current age. The doctor once said that Hua Tingting might not live past the age of 20. Hua Tingting was also a heartbreak for the Hua family. The Hua family had also tried to find a way to give Hua Tingting a new heart. But you can't change something like a heart just because you want to. a matching heart must be available for replacement. Although the Hua family is rich and powerful, there is no way to find the right heart. Hua Tingting's body was again weak and no other medical treatment could be used. Although the Hua family is rich and powerful, they can only watch Hua Tingting wait to die. Oh little Chen, do you have a way to cure my granddaughter? Mr. Hua asked with some excitement. Don't be in a hurry, Mr. Hua. I'll take your granddaughter's pulse and see what's going on. Pingan Chen said softly. He wouldn't dare open his mouth without taking his pulse. Then take your pulse as soon as possible. Mr. Hua spoke up. Little sister, sit down over here. Pingan Chen pointed at the sofa and said, you're not much older than me. Can you not call me little sister? Hua Tingting said somewhat shyly. Then what should I call you? Pingan Chen asked with a smile. Just call me by my name directly. My name is Hua Tingting. Hua Tingting opened her mouth. Okay, Sister Tingting. Pingan Chen called out. Hua Tingting also had a speechless expression when she heard the 4 words Tingting sister, but paired with her unrivaled beauty, it's the expression of a speechless face that's so great to see. Still, Hua Tingting cooperated and sat down on the sofa. Pingan Chen followed suit and sat down, allowing Hua Tingting to extend a hand. Chen Pingan began, taking Hua Tingting's pulse. Chapter 100 Treatment Programs. The family didn't dare to speak during the process of Pingan Chen taking his pulse for fear of disturbing him. Pingan Chen's face did not change much. His face still appeared calm, but slowly Pingan Chen also frowned. Tina's sister is in a tricky situation. Tina's sister has a congenital heart condition, which is carried from her mother's womb. Although it has been treated over the years, it's a very difficult disease to treat. It still hasn't been treated at the root cause. On top of that, Sister Tingting also has the 3-yin absolute veins. The 3-yin absolute vein is a Chinese medical term. It should be difficult for instruments to detect this 3-yin absolute pulse now. But the outward manifestation of the 3-yin absolute vein is that Sister Tingting's body is very weak. I'm afraid that if we operate on Sister Tingting, her body won't be able to survive. Is there a way to cure it? Mr. Hua asked in a hurry. Yes, there are 2 ways to treat it. The first way is to get a new heart for Tina's sister. But before replacing Tingting's sister's heart, the 3-yin absolute vein in her body must be treated. And the requirements of this heart are also very high. It's not just an ordinary heart that can be used. And I'm afraid that this heart is also very difficult to find. Hearing Pingan Chen say this, the Hua family members also nodded their heads in a hurry. Mr. Hua also said helplessly, we've seen a heart surgery specialist before. It's still a world-class expert. And he said the same thing, that the heart must be replaced, but the heart is too hard to find. It's actually quite simple for a rich and powerful family to find an ordinary person's heart. It doesn't take much to get a live heart on the black market. But if there is a demand for this heart, it is difficult. This was the case with Fok Tingting, who had a hard time finding a matching heart. If we can't find a matching heart, then we'll have to use treatment number 2. The second treatment is more conservative. It is possible to treat congenital heart disease without having to replace the heart. What's called congenital heart disease is actually a heart that didn't grow at birth. It's the equivalent of a car with a faulty engine from the factory, and a crippled engine at that. In this case, unless he is given a new engine, or this engine is completely repaired. Otherwise, sooner or later, this car is going to be scrapped. It's also difficult to treat Ting Ting's sister's heart by normal means. If it were for me to treat it, I would use a kind of warming method to bring Ting Ting's sister's heart back to its mother-baby state. That means letting this faulty heart, for the second time, develop so that its mutilated parts grow back on their own. But the process is not that quick to complete. By my estimation it will take 3 years at the slowest and at least a year at the fastest. That's why I said it could be cured in 3 years at a conservative estimate. In the process of treatment, do not do strenuous exercise. Emotions should not be too excited. To take good care of the body. After 3 years I can guarantee to hear that my sister's body can be exactly like normal. Once Pingan Shen said this, the scene instantly quieted down. Hua Tingting was also dumbfounded by what she heard. She couldn't believe that she could actually be cured of her disease. You're not lying to me, are you? Hua Tingting asked in disbelief. Sister Tingting, you are the Hua family. I dare to lie to others, but do I dare to lie to you? And I don't charge for treating you, so what do you think I'd be lying to you about? Of course, I don't charge for the treatment, but you're paying for the medication, and the drugs are fine, you can buy them yourselves. Pingan Shen said with a smile, okay, just follow what you said. Little Chen, we're not going to replace the heart, we're going to use this conservative treatment. It's only 3 years, we can afford to wait. Mr. Ho said excitedly. Hua Yang spoke up at this time and asked, so during the 3 years, will our family Tingting be in danger? During my treatment time, I can guarantee that the heart attack won't happen, but it's also imperative that Sister Tingting cooperates with the treatment, and during the treatment period, she must keep her emotions stable and refrain from doing strenuous exercise. Chen Pingan said seriously, of course I know, I've been emotionally stable since I was a kid. Hua Tingting smiled and said somewhat happily. Then there's no problem. I can guarantee that Tingting's sister will be healthy in 3 years. If the treatment goes well, maybe in a year's time TT's sister will be healthy, Pingon Chen said again. The Hua family members were also excited to receive this news. They were genuinely in disbelief that Ting Ting actually had a chance of being cured. It was just that they still had some doubts in their hearts about Pingon Chen's words, because Pingon Chen was truly too young. Did such a young Chin Pingon really have that good of a cure? And was Pingon Chen's identity really reliable? They all had this question in their minds, but none of them asked it. Let's stop here for today. Tingting's sister's body will need quite a bit of preparation if she is to undergo treatment. I'll give you a list of the tools I'll need to use, and the medications. I won't charge you for the treatment, but these medicines and tools will require you to spend money on them, Chen Pingon said indifferently. Pingon Chen then took out a pen and paper and began to write up the list. Hua Yong also rushed over to look at the things on the list, and could also ask on the spot if there was something he didn't understand. Very quickly, this list was written. After Pingon Chen left this list, he quickly and truly left. Hua Yong personally escorted Chen Pingon out of the gate, waiting for Chen Pingon to leave Mr. Hua's home, but all of a sudden fell into silence. Dad, you see how this is going to work out? Hua Yong walked away and came back to ask cautiously. Check him out first. One more thing. How did he get in here? No reaction from the family at all? Mr. Hall asked somewhat calmly. I've asked the butler to check the surveillance. There should be news soon, Hua Yong said in a hurry. The soon-to-be butler and the captain of the bodyguards walked over together at a brisk pace. Master, we've found out the situation. The butler spoke in a hurry. Find out what's going on. You guys. Mr. Hua opened his mouth and asked. And this time it was the bodyguard captain who answered. The bodyguard captain still had a shocked look on his face as he opened his mouth. Mr. Hua has already investigated. Mr. Chen came right through the front door. Mr. Chen didn't come in through the gate when he got there, but came right in with a jump over the gate. Our gate is 3 meters high, and Mr. Chen jumped over it with a single jump. It's unbelievable. If I hadn't checked the CCTV, I wouldn't have been able to imagine anyone being able to jump over a 3-meter high gate. Mr. Chen strutted in after entering the courtyard. But Mr. Chen's speed was so fast that our courtyard's bodyguards couldn't even react before he had already entered. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry, this is something we did not do right. But the bodyguard captain couldn't say anything after that. You guys come with me to the study for a moment. Mr. Hua suddenly spoke. Chapter 101, The Hua Family's Shock. The crowd was a little unsure, however they still very obediently followed Mr. Hua to his study. When they arrived in the study, everyone didn't see anything unusual. After all, the study they often came, or very familiar with the steps. It was at this point that Mr. Hall pointed to the wall and said, Don't you look anywhere else. Look here. The crowd all looked in the direction of Mr. Hua's finger and saw, at a glance, a large handprint on the wall. Everyone at the scene was surprised, really could not imagine why there was a large handprint on the wall. Dad, when did you get this handprint on the wall? Hua Yong also asked with some surprise. Is this typed with some kind of machine? Hua Tingting also asked curiously. You guys are overthinking it. How could I put a handprint like that on the wall? It's been beaten out of me. Yes, it's with the palm of your hand, but it's not a direct hit with the palm of your hand. At that time, Pingon Shen was standing in this position, and then he slapped at the wall. There was just this big handprint on the wall. I was as dumbfounded as you all reacted. From that far away, he could actually leave a handprint that big on the wall. To kill someone with this ability of his can be said to be very simple. Who he's going to kill is arguably defensible. This is the first time I've seen such a tactic in the decades I've lived. In the past, I only heard that there were masters on the continent, but I only heard about it. Now I'm truly seeing what it means to be a master. But there shouldn't be many such experts, or they should be very rare. Otherwise, the world would have been theirs a long time ago. Mr. Hua spoke slowly. The crowd at the scene was all still a little dazed, looking at that handprint on the wall and then looking at Mr. Hua in his current position like this. That handprint on the wall was at least 5 or 6 meters away from where Mr. Hua was currently standing. 5 or 6 meters apart. A palm hit the wall and left a palm print on the wall. Their heads just couldn't imagine how a human being could do that. Is this Qigong? Hua Yong said to himself. What Hua Yong said was also heard by the people around him, and everyone nodded in agreement. Whether it's Qigong or internal energy, it shows that Pingon Chan is not an ordinary person. I brought you here to see this handprint to tell you about it. When you all face Pingon Chen in the future, you must be respectful and cautious, and never offend him, if he holds a grudge. Mr. Hua was said, shaking his head, and did not continue on. But Mr. Hua's meaning could not be clearer. If one offended Pingon Chen and Pingon Chen held a grudge, then it would be a simple matter for Pingon Chen to kill someone. All Pingon Shen needed to do was to strike a palm at them and their surroundings to kill them. Chen Pingon's strength is very strong, and his medical skills are also very skillful. After Pingon Shen's treatment, I feel that my body is much better now, and I'm full of energy. Pingon Shen once told me that it would allow me to live a long life. If he can really do what he says, then this will be a great benefit to you. Mr. Ho spoke again, and after hearing this news, everyone's mind was blown. Since Mr. Hua can live a long life, they can certainly live a long life. It's not a temptation to live forever, but who wouldn't want to be able to live a long life? If this Chen Pingon's medical skills are really so brilliant, isn't it true that he can cure our Ting Ting? Hua Yang's wife spoke up in a hurry. Hua Tingting was also a bit happy at this time. She felt like she had real hope of surviving. In any case, the matter is still in our favor. I'll use my contacts to investigate his identity and origins as soon as possible, and then we'll be able to make a more accurate judgment. Mr. Hua spoke again. You guys don't have to do much right now. Do what you need to do. Only never offend him in the future. Mr. Hua said again. That's right, Dad, this Pingon Shen came to us. Does he have any requests? Hua Yong spoke up. There was a request. He came to us for cooperation. He's opened a company in Shangjiang, but he'll go to college on the mainland later. He wants us to help take care of his company and his woman in Shangjiang when he's not there. Mr. Hua explained. So that's all there is to it. If that's all that's required, then we can totally do it. Hua Yong breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. That's what I thought, but we owe too many favors. That's why it's important to be as good as you can be in terms of cooperation. It must reflect the values of our Hua family. Cooperation without value can't last. Mr. Hua said lightly. Hua Yong also had a jolt in his heart, hastily nodded his head and said yes. While the Hua family side was having a family meeting, Chen Pingon returned to his home in a good mood. Pingon Shen had only returned home when the phone call came. The call was from Sun Haitang from Magic City. Sun Haitang told Li Qingshan about some of the latest developments in the company. Ping and Shen's company in Mordor has now been opened and the first company has already been effective. The first company is Penguin Company. Penguin Company under the leadership of Pony worked day and night. Half a month time finally completed the first version of QQ. And of course, their first version of the QQ was done under the technical guidance of Naruto. Ping and Shen had originally provided a full QQ version. Only this version of the QQ there are some details of the place to do not in place. The small horse led his own people, spent more than half a month. The QQ version of the fine optimization again. Now the first version of QQ is finally made. The next step would be to public test the QQ. And once that is done it can be officially launched to the public. This was certainly good news for Pingon Shen. It's just that QQ isn't as easy if you want to make money. Now QQ can only burn money into it and will only burn money for a very long time. But such a way of burning money, Chen Pingon was also willing. Because Chen Pingon knows exactly how much economic benefit the future QQ can bring to himself. This is the cornerstone of his business empire. Pingon Shen exhorted everyone on the phone before hanging up. The call just hung up here, and immediately another call came in. The person who called in was Li Mangyun. Chapter 102, Su Yuqing's thoughts. Where the hell have you been? When will you be back? We can all start school. As soon as the phone was connected, Li Mangyun split her head and questioned. Chen Pingon smiled helplessly and chatted with Li Mangyun. Of course, Pingon Shen knew that Li Mangyun was concerned about himself. So in the face of Li Mangyun's concern, he felt both helpless and a warm, comfortable feeling in his heart. To know that you can be cared for by someone is a blessing. Pingon Shen then felt that he was indeed quite happy right now. After all, there were people who cared about his life and his well-being. So Chen Pingon's mood was also quite good. After Pingon Shen said a few kind words, Li Mangyun's anger subsided. Then when do you plan to come back? Li Mangyun inquired. Another month and I'll be able to go back. Pingon Shen thought for a moment and spoke. College starts in another month, right? Li Mangyun said without a trace of humor. Not so much. There should still be time. Pingon Shen said in a hurry. In fact, if it would really delay going to college, then Chen Pingon would also recognize it. The big deal is to go back and sign up, enroll, and then come back to Shannon to continue the operation. After all, the work on the Hong Kong side is very important now. Currently, all of the funds manipulated by Pingon Shen had reached tens of billions of dollars. He himself would be really uneasy if he wasn't here, and it could be dangerous at any time. Such a large sum of money, if it lost the monitoring of Chen Pingon himself was worried that the securities company's side would play tricks. Although the probability of this was very small, the amount of money involved was too much, and Pingon Shen would still be worried. And the stock market is changing too fast. Pingon Shen himself is not here to maneuver. The risk is also really too big. Going to college is just experiencing life. Instead, the present job will be about the future state of life. Of course Pingon Shen could tell the difference between the big and small kings. Let's put it this way. I can fulfill 3 of your wishes after you arrive in Mordor and go to college. Chen Pingan hurriedly made his promise. When Li Mangyun heard this, she smiled happily. Forget it, I'll let you off the hook for now. I'm going to travel abroad with my mom, Li Mangyun said. When Pingan Chen heard this, he was relieved. Then you have fun, and be safe when you go abroad, Chen Pingan said in a hurry. By the way, where will you be traveling? Is it safe where you're going? Chen Pingan continued to ask. His heart is still a little worried. After all, the foreign security environment no all understand. We're planning a trip to the stick country. My mom has made the arrangements. Safety-wise it's no problem. And there's a local private tour group that will receive us after we land, Li Mangyun said casually. Li Mangyun's family situation was something that Pingan Chen had also learned about. Her family's situation was indeed very good, much better than Pingan Chen's family. Li Mangyun's father is a high official in the system. Specifically what position Chen Peiyan does not know, but certainly not low. Li Mangyun's mother runs her own company and is said to be doing great business. The specifics of the situation Li Mangyun did not say, but Chen Pingan guessed that Li Mangyun's family situation would not be bad. After chatting with Li Mangyun for more than half an hour, which coaxed Li Mangyun to get better, Li Mangyun hung up the phone. Only then did he hang up the phone with Li Mangyun. Before Pingan Chen could take a breath, the phone rang again. Picking up the phone, it was Lin Wanjun calling. Pingan Chen felt a bit speechless, but there was no way around it. This was a debt he owed to himself. The phone quickly connected, and Lin Wanjun's concerned voice came from the phone. Pingan Chen, where are you now? When will you be back? Lin Wanjun asked with concern. Still in Xiangjian on business. How are you doing at home? Are you okay? Pingan Chen inquired. I'm fine at home. It's just that I'm a little worried about you being outside. Lin Wanjun's voice suddenly took on a bit of gentleness. When are you coming back? This simple sentence instantly made Chen Pingan a little heartbroken. Truth be told, he missed them a little too, but he was now in Xiangjiang, and it was really inconvenient for him to make a trip back, so the thought of going back was quickly suppressed by Pingan Chen. He talked to Lin Wanjun for another half an hour before ending the call. It was only then that Su Yuqing walked over in style and smiled at Chen Pingan. Busy man, the phone call is over. When are you going to take me to meet the sisters? And I'd like to know what I'm really considered to be? Itchy skin, isn't it? How dare you say that? Chen Pingan stepped forward and took Su Yuqing in his arms. With regards to his situation over on the mainland, Chen Pingan did not hide it. Su Yuqing was also aware that it was impossible for her to become Chen Pingan's only woman, much less a proper wife. After all, her background status is all over the place. However, Su Yuqing was still curious about the 2 girls that Chen Ping often called. Pingan Chen hugged Su Yuqing and kissed her before speaking. Don't make such jokes in front of me in the future. You're not a senior. In my case you're my woman. And you're also my first woman. Chen Pingan was already 19 years old. He had his own woman, and it was normal for him to fall in love, regardless of what Chen Pingan's heart was thinking. These words instantly hit the softest and tenderest part of Su Yuqing's heart. I'll do everything you say, and I'll never speak of it again. Hubby, thank you, Su Yuqing said with a touched voice. Su Yuqing wasn't sure if what Pingan Chen said was true or not, but the fact that Pingan Chen was willing to say such words to herself already made her heart content. I see you've been a bit idle lately. We should get cracking. As he spoke, Chen Pingan smiled evilly, then picked up Su Yuqing and walked towards the bedroom. Who's afraid of who? I'm not afraid of you, Su Yuqing said with a red face, with a few moments of anticipation on her face. Vegetable and fun-loving, that's what she's like. Chen Pingan was also afraid that Su Yuqing's body couldn't handle it. The situation was almost the same, so he let her go. Su Yuqing blamed herself a little, as if she really wasn't very good. Su Yuqing half squinted her eyes, pondering in her gaze. She had been hesitating about one thing before, but now she had made up her mind. By herself, she was indeed a bit too vulnerable when facing Pingan Chen. She needed to find herself a fighting partner, and the candidate for this battle partner, Su Yuqing already had a number in mind. The clock ticked down to the morning of day 2 again. The system merchandise has also been refreshed again. Pingan Chen's eyes widened again when he saw the 4 items that appeared today. Chapter 103, Telepathy. Sometimes luck comes in and you just can't stop it. All 4 of today's items are just great. Chen Pingan also let out a sigh of relief that his luck had exploded today. Advanced Flame Alien Book. Advanced Telepathic Alien Book. Advanced Frost Alien Book. Advanced Shield Alien Book. Pingan Chen's luck today was truly too good, opening 4 books of supernormal abilities in one go. The so-called Psychic Book is the one that allows you to master psychic abilities after studying it. Such an item can be very valuable. Moreover, all of these 4 books of supernatural abilities were advanced. If Pingan Chen learned them, it would be very helpful to the improvement of his strength. Pingan Chen was now all caught up in the difficulty of choosing. For psychic powers, what should he choose? These 4 psychic abilities are actually different from each other. Two of them were offensive powers, one of fire and one of ice, which were among the better understood abilities, simple and straightforward, but also very effective. The last one belongs to the defense department. You can get yourself a strong defense. There's also a psychic ability, which is part of the support system. Pingan-chan looked at the system introduction and realized that telepathy belonged to the mental faculty of psychic abilities. It was of the same type as the numinous power that Pingan-chan had previously obtained, both belonging to the spiritual lineage. Only telepathy and chanting are two different abilities. Telepathy can detect changes in someone's mind. Also, telepathic abilities can strengthen one's mental powers. Advanced telepathic powers could allow Pingan-chan's mental power to gain a substantial boost. This ability is similar to Professor X's powers, only not as powerful as Professor X's. Pingan-chan thought quietly and finally made a choice. Pingan-chan did not choose an attacking skill, nor did he choose a defensive skill, because in the end, Pingan-chan chose the telepathic ability. This was because Chin Pingan was very clear that it was this ability that was the most important and helpful to him. To be honest, right now, Pingan-chan's fighting ability was very strong. Among ordinary people, Chin Pingan was an invincible existence. Only when facing an army did Pingan-chan need to escape. But in reality, did Pingan-chan need to face the army? Pingan-chan did not need to face the army. At most, Pingan-chan would only have to face some thugs or killers. And for such people, Chin Pingan did not put them in his eyes at all. So for the current Pingan-chan, he was not lacking in fighting ability. The telepathic ability would be a bit more helpful to Pingan-chan. Spend $1 on the Advanced Telepathic Alien book. After the Advanced Telepathic Energy book arrived, Chin Pingan directly chose to study it. In an instant, a powerful force did so within Pingan-chan's body, subsequently strengthening Pingan-chan's spiritual power. Pingan-chan's spiritual power had increased by as much as tens of times in an instant. Pingan-chan himself was astonished, never expecting that a skill book could give such a huge boost to his spiritual power. At the same time, Pingan-chan had gained a new skill, telepathy. Pingan-chan quickly knew how he should use telepathy. Pingan-chan could sense lifeforms within 100 meters of his surroundings. The first person Pingan-chan sensed was Su Yuqing, who stayed by his side. Pingan-chan looked down at Su Yuqing beside him, in which Su Yuqing's body radiated a clean white light. The light on Su Yuqing's body represented Su Yuqing's attitude towards Chin Pingan. The more pure white the light on Su Yuqing's body was, it also meant that Su Yuqing's attitude towards Chin Pingan was the friendlier it was. If this glow is gray, it represents neutrality. If it's black, it represents malice. This is the power of telepathy. Telepathy has no offensive or defensive capabilities, but can sense how other people are treating them. It can also sense the location of others. Pingan-chan could easily sense the presence of his neighbors around him right now. All of these neighbors are just gray in color. This meant that these people did not have a state of good or evil towards Chin Pingan. They were neutral. The corner of Chin Pingan's mouth curled up into a smile. He was really satisfied with the ability of telepathy, which was also fantastic. With this telepathic ability later, Chin Pingan would be able to know if there was a mole on his side. Pingan-chan could also know what kind of state his men or his friends were in towards him. That's a really good ability. Pingan-chan could not help but say to himself. Chin Pingan did not go to wake up Su Yuqing, who was still asleep. After washing up, Chin Pingan walked out of his house. As Pingan-chan wandered around the neighborhood, he was also using his telepathy and was observing his surroundings. Telepathy had a range of 100 meters, and within that range, Pingan-chan could sense the surrounding situation at will. Still, there is some difference between this ability to sense and to see with the naked eye. Chin Pingan discovered another function of telepathy, the telepathic ability to actually distinguish each one quite clearly, because the fluctuations of telepathy emanating from each one are actually different. Pingan-chan was unfamiliar with the ability at first and was unable to make a distinction, but by the time Pingan-chan had familiarized himself with the ability, he would be able to easily distinguish the differences between each of them. Telepathic abilities aren't really worth much to the average person. An ordinary person is still just an ordinary person even if they have gained the power of telepathy. However, for someone like Pingan-chan, this ability would be too important. It's just a shame that the 100-meter range is still a bit too short. It would be great to be able to extend that range to a few kilometers. Pingan-chan was not in a hurry now, because the system mall would refresh the goods every day. As long as he continued to obtain spiritual treasures, he would constantly improve his spiritual power. Then one day his range of perception will become infinite. Maybe one day he'll be as powerful as a god. After strolling around the small area, Chin Pingan went out of the neighborhood and bought breakfast at the breakfast store across the street to eat. This breakfast restaurant, Pingan-chan, still liked it and would occasionally come here for breakfast. Pingan-chan habitually would use telepathy on people around him. Telepathic use consumes very little, to say the least. Even if Pingan-chan had been using telepathy, he could still withstand such a consumption. Just then a few guys with black auras coming out of their bodies approached Ping and Chen. Ping Chen was taken aback, not expecting people with malicious intentions to approach him. There were 4 people in all with black auras. Moreover, these 4 people were spread out and were encircling towards Ping Chen. Chapter 104, You're Looking for Death. Ping Chen glanced at his surroundings. He did not want to make a move here, because there were just too many old people on the scene. It would be more or less inconvenient to do it here. So Chen Pingon didn't care about eating breakfast, got up and left. Those 4 people had not yet formed an encirclement, and they were about to make their move when Ping Chen got up and left. The 4 of them had no choice but to leave with them as well. Ping Chen's footsteps, lightly and violently ran. Damn, how did this kid know? Hurry up and chase, can't let him get away. As soon as the 4 people saw that Ping Chen was going to run, they cursed under their breath and quickly chased towards him as well. Although these 4 were also skilled, how could they be compared to Ping Chen? Ping Chen had deliberately slowed down his speed, but these 4 people still couldn't catch up with Ping Chen. Ping Chen took a look at this situation that can't be done. He can't really get rid of these 4 people, because Ping Chen still had to catch the survivors. He wanted to know what was going on with these 4 people. There was no way out. Ping Chen could only deliberately slow down his speed. Moreover, Chen Pingon made the appearance of being out of breath. Right at this moment, several people with black chi on their bodies surrounded towards Ping Chen. Ping Chen. I didn't expect that there were quite a few people who wanted to deal with him this time. Ping Chen ran towards an alley. This alleyway Ping Chen knew very well was a dead end. It was also because the alley was a dead end, so no one would normally pass by here. This was where Ping Chen chose to strike. Ping Chen reached the alley, and those who had surrounded him chased after him at that moment. A total of 8 people chasing after them had blocked Ping Chen in the alley. Those 8 people saw that the alley was a dead end and laughed happily at this point. Pouncer, you're running? Dog-like thing. How dare you run when you see us? I'll see where you run. A few people were speaking in an unproductive manner, cursing and swearing, which instantly aroused the anger in Ping Chen's heart. Chen Pingon calmly looked at the 8 people in front of him, but he gave them a death sentence. Who are you people? Who told you to come against me? Chen Pingyang opened his mouth and asked. This was the real purpose of Ping Chen. I'm from the number gang. Now you know why we're here for you, right? One of the burly men said coldly. So it's the number gang. Then I understand. Must your number gang be immortal with me? Ping Chen said indifferently. What are you? You dare to fight with our numbered gang? You brats are really seeking death on your own. Our boss wants to see you. You'd better behave now and come with us. As long as you cooperate well, we won't make you suffer. Otherwise we'll break your arms and legs before bringing you over to see our boss. The burly man continued to speak. It was obvious that this burly man was their leader. Break my arms and legs and then take me to your boss? I don't like this way. I like the other way. Ping Chen said with a cold smile. As the words fell, Ping Chen had already taken the initiative to charge towards them. With this movement, Ping Chen used his Lingbo Wei steps, only seeing a shadow flash. Ping Chen had already rushed to the front of the burly man. Ping Chen sent the strong man flying with just a single slap. Ping Chen's movements were simply too fast. The burly man could not react in time before he was already sent flying by Ping Chen's palm. This palm sent this strong man flying out, 2 meters away. And after landing the strong man couldn't get up at all, only feeling his body in immense pain. Before the other fighters could react, Ping Chen had already struck out one after another. One person sends them a slap, childlike, for everyone. The palm that Ping Chen had sent them was the famous bone-transforming sheep palm. If they had not been so cheap with their mouths just now, Ping Chen would have at most broken their arms and legs, and would not have taken their lives. But the words they cursed were too hard to hear, making Chen Pingon's heart on fire. With a sharp blade in hand, the killing mind is self-evident. Ping Chen already had the ability to kill them and was enraged by their language. Therefore, Chen Pingon struck out, and without any more mercy directly killed them. After being hit by Ping Chen's bone-transforming neon palm, where would they people have a chance to live? Soon enough, the wailing stopped. Aside from the burly man, all 7 of the remaining people died on the spot. Tell me where your boss is and I can let you die a painful death. Ping Chen walked up to this burly man and asked in a faint voice. Don't you dare. I won't tell even if I die. The strong man said with a stiff upper lip. You've got a tough mouth now. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Ping Chen said with a sneer. The bone-shattering cotton palm is extremely vicious. Not only can this palm technique kill, it can likewise be used to torture people. The bone-transforming neon palm that Ping Chen had struck on the strong man was not used to kill, but to torture. It had only been less than a minute before the bone chemistry neon long on the burly man had begun to kick in. Without waiting for the burly man to make a grunt, Ping Chen directly pointed his mute point. After the mute points were lit, he couldn't make any sound. All he could do was roll around on the ground in pain, but he couldn't make any noise. The pain of the attack of the bone-transforming sheep palm was not something that ordinary people could withstand. In less than a minute's time this burly man was kneeling in front of Pingon-Chen kowtowing repeatedly. Although the burly man didn't say anything, his actions already represented his attitude. Chen Pingon kicked the strong man to unlock the mute points on his body. At the same time, Pingon-Chen also struck another palm on the strong man's body, temporarily controlling the onset of the bone-converting Mian palm. I'm only giving you this one chance. Tell me where your boss is and I'll give you a hard time. If you're not going to say anything, then let's get on with it. Don't. I'll say it all. My boss is having refreshments at the Dragon Phoenix Tea House. You can meet my boss if you go over there now. The burly man hurriedly spoke, but as soon as the burly man opened his mouth to speak, Pingon-Chen knew that he was lying. This is also the power of telepathy. Telepathy can tell when a person is speaking. Mental senses can tell if a person is lying or not. Pingon-Chen now knew that the burly man in front of him was lying. Telepathic powers do work so well. You're lying. It looks like you're really mouthy. Then I will fulfill you. As he spoke, Chen Pingon raised his hand and was about to strike this palm again. Don't. I said I really did. Our boss is still waiting for you in the parish hall. The location of our parish hall is at 38, Poland Street. My oldest's name is Black Bear, and he looks almost like a black bear, so he's recognizable. The burly man spluttered. Chapter 105, Killing with Thought. Now that I've said everything, is it time to let me go? The burly man said with a pitiful look on his face. Don't worry, I promised I could give you a hard time. Pingon-Chen said with a serious face. After saying that, without waiting for the strong man to react, he hit the strong man's head with a palm. This palm used the bone-transforming sheep palm. It hit the brawny man's head without any trauma, but the brawny man's brain had long since turned to mush. This was the terror of the bone-transforming sheep palm. After killing the people, Chen Pingon moved quickly to receive all the corpses into the storage space. There were no cameras around, no witnesses, and no body left behind. Since there's no body, there's no hit. While this logic may seem like a joke, it's actually the reality. No body means no hit. This was also the reason why Pingon-Chen had to put away all these corpses. Pingon-Chen would find an opportunity to go out to sea, and when the time came, he would throw these corpses towards the sea, and then there would be no traces left behind. Now Pingon-Chen knew where that boss was now. Now that we know the location, of course we can do it. Pingon-Chen had never been a kind man or woman. Since there were people who wanted to make a move on themselves, then Pingon-Chen wouldn't mind giving them a ride. Call Lao Song and ask him to bring the car here. After just a few minutes of waiting, Old Song drove up to Pingon-Chen. Go to Poland Street, Pingon-Chen said. Old Song promised and didn't say half a word. Old Song had followed Chen Pingon for some time and knew the style of Chen Pingon's work. Normally, he could chat with Pingon-Chen, but when doing things Old Song would never talk too much. Poland Street arrived 20 minutes or so later. Pingon-Chen went down the street toward the Polish street and walked in. Poland Street is very lively and famous here, as it is known as a bar street. On both sides of the street, there are rows of bars. In fact, this street is also very chaotic. After all, there are all kinds of people coming to the bar, and there are also a lot of foreigners here. Pingon-Chen quickly found it. Number 38. By the time Pingon-Chen arrived at number 38 he was also taken aback. Turns out this 38 is just called 38. 38, Poland Street is the door number, but the name of this bar is also 38. The place is called Bar 38 to be exact. I don't know what kind of ghost came up with that name. Should I say no? The name is really quite memorable and catchy. Pingon-Chen walked directly towards the bar. As soon as he entered the bar the ear-piercing music poured directly into Pingon-Chen's ears. Even Pingon-Chen couldn't help but frown. The voice was just too shrill. Chen Pingon couldn't understand why so many people liked to come to such a haunted place. Anyway, Pingon-Chen didn't like this kind of bar. This bar is doing exceptionally well and the bar is exceptionally well staffed. But Pingon-Chen saw a large dog bear at a glance in the crowd. No, it wasn't a big dog bear. It was a black bear. And no, it wasn't a black bear. It was a man who looked like a black bear. Chen Pingon was a bit powerless to spit. How could anyone look like this ghost? No wonder that the gang leader from before said that their boss was recognizable. It really was exceptionally recognizable. Pingon-Chen walked directly towards the other party. At this time, the black bear was completely unaware that the Chen Pingon he was looking for had already arrived. Black Bear was blowing awesome in his own deck, hugging the big beautiful girl next to him and laughing freely. The first time Pingon-Chen walked in front of them, some of the juniors noticed Pingon-Chen's arrival. Who are you, kid? Stay away from our boss. A junior brother walked directly towards Pingon-Chen and reached out to push him away. The moment this junior brother's hand pushed into Chen Pingon's shoulder, the internal force within Chen Pingon's body exploded. The terrifying force directly bounced back along the little brother's hand, sending the little brother flying out more than 10 meters away. This scene was particularly conspicuous and attracted everyone's attention. Black Bear also put down the wineglass in his hand and looked towards Chen Pingyang with a grave gaze. Who are you? The Black Bear looked at Pingon Chen and questioned coldly. My name is Pingon Chen. You're the one who wanted to find me over, right? You should be the Black Bear. Pingon Chen said calmly. You're Pingon Chen. That incident at the casino. Did you do it? Black Bear said coldly. It was me who did it, and it was also that guy who saw death himself. This matter can't be blamed on me. I came here to try to settle this. There are too many people here to conveniently solve the problem. Do you want us to find a place to solve the problem? Pingon Chen revealed a smile and spoke. You've got a lot of guts, and I admire you for it. No problem. Let's go to the second floor, Black Bear said with a sneer. At this point, the Black Bear had no idea what kind of person he was dealing with. Just now, Pingon Chen had struck too quickly, so Black Bear and the others were completely unaware of how Pingon Chen had sent that little brother flying out. The Black Bear thought that Pingon Chen had kicked his little brother out with his foot. If Black Bear knew that Pingon Chen hadn't even made a move, and that his little brother had been sent flying out after just touching Pingon Chen, he probably wouldn't have such composure. The Black Bear can be completely unaware of this now. Black Bear nodded towards his men, and a few of his men reacted and hurriedly surrounded all of Pingon Chen's retreat. Come on, follow me upstairs, Black Bear said and walked directly towards the stairs on the second floor. Pingon Chen smiled and followed behind the Black Bear. Behind Pingon Chen then surrounded over a dozen beaters. The group of people soon went up to the second floor, which also had all the private rooms in the front, but there was also a huge warehouse in the back. Pingon Chen followed the Black Bear and quickly arrived at the warehouse. By the time they entered the warehouse, the door to the warehouse was unlocked. You kid is really bold. You dare to come to me alone, Black Bear said coldly. You're quite bold as well, actually daring to be alone with me. Pingon Chen also said with a smile. Alone with you? You think my minions are for show? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Teach him the rules first. Black Bear nodded his finger towards Pingon Chen. Black Bear's men also understood what he meant and immediately drew their weapons and surrounded towards Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen grinned, but this time he did not use the bone-transforming cotton palm. However, in the palm of Pingon Chen's hand, there were dozens of extra flying daggers. These flying daggers flew up out of thin air and swept directly towards these minions. This time Pingon Chen was going to use his mind power to kill people. Chapter 106, Subduing Li Shown. The previous Pingon Chen's mental power was too weak, so his Nian Li was not strong enough, and basically could not do anything to kill with his Nian Li. But after gaining telepathy, Pingon Chen's mental power suddenly became very powerful. Pingon Chen had already tested it, and it was completely possible to control the flying dagger with his own spiritual power. But Pingon Chen had not yet tried to kill someone with his mind power. This time it was just right to take these punks to test their means of killing people with their chanting power. These flying knives that Pingon Chen took out were very ordinary knives bought on the streets. Although the quality of this flying dagger was somewhat lacking, it was certainly sufficient to use just as a killing tool. Under the control of Pingon Chen, more than 30 flying daggers soon flew straight up. These flying daggers then shot towards the punks in front of them, because there were somewhat too many flying daggers. Pingon Chen's control was somewhat less precise. Doesn't matter though, as long as you can shoot someone. More than 30 flying daggers passed through the crowd, and soon screams rang out. These flying daggers penetrated through their bodies with only a small amount of hindering force, accompanied by miserable screams. One after another of the fighters died a tragic death directly in the hands of the flying daggers. However, after experiencing this kind of actual combat, Changji also realized that the more flying daggers are not as good as they are, because there are so many flying daggers under control. The power goes down and the accuracy is not good at all. Then reduce the number of flying knives. Chen Pingon started little by little, reducing the number of flying daggers. The fewer the number of flying daggers, the more powerful Pingon Chen's maneuvering would be. By the time the number of flying daggers was down to only 7, Pingon Chen then had a feeling of ease. When he controlled so many flying daggers before, although he controlled a large number of flying daggers, they were actually not very powerful, and there was a huge gap in terms of accuracy. One could only control the flying dagger and pierce it in the approximate direction of the human body. And now that Pingon Chen was controlling the 7 flying daggers, he realized that he could precisely control each of them. The 7 flying daggers that Pingon Chen could control attacked 7 different targets. Moreover, when using Nianli to control only 7 flying daggers, the speed of the 7 flying daggers could also be the fastest. The power of the flying dagger before was equivalent to a flying dagger thrown by an ordinary person. And now Pingon Chen was only controlling 7 flying daggers. The power of each flying dagger was equivalent to a bullet. Just how powerful the flying dagger was could be imagined. The screams from the scene soon stopped. This was because all of the fighters had already died at the hands of Pingon Chen's flying daggers. Pingon Chen also had a clear idea of what his current Nianli was capable of. With him controlling 7 flying daggers with his mind power, he could almost easily kill someone. In this way, Pingon Shen's hand was equal to one more card. The black bear looked so dumbfounded that his legs were already shaking. Black bear has been on the streets since he was a kid, and he has seen an exceptional amount of bloodshed, and he has seen all kinds of scenes. He didn't think he'd ever be afraid in his life, but now in this moment Black Bear was truly afraid. Black Bear had never seen anyone who could kill like that. It was actually possible to manipulate flying daggers and kill people from a distance. Isn't this tactic the legendary sword immortal? With a thud, the black bear fell straight to his knees. This boss, please don't kill me. I can be your dog from now on. I'm useful. I can do things for you. Just don't kill me. Ask me to do anything. The black bear shuddered. He was truly shocked by the scene in front of him. If Pingon Shen was just a great hand, he would not have been able to scare the black bear to the extent that he was now. But the ability that Pingon Shen had shown was not as simple as martial arts. Or can you remote control a flying knife? In the face of such ghostly and unpredictable means, the black bear really didn't know what courage he had left to resist. So the black bear's first reaction was to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. Seeing the black bear kneeling down and begging for mercy, a thoughtful look flickered in Pingon Shen's gaze. At the time before, Shen Pingon had intended to come to kill people. Pingon Shen did not intend to come and convince the other party because Pingon Shen knew that verbal persuasion was useless. Only euthanasia is reliable. But now Pingon Shen had other ideas. This was because Pingon Shen saw that the aura on the black bear's body began to change color. Earlier in the day, Pingon Shen saw that the aura on the black bear was pure black. It was intensely hostile. But now the aura on the black bear had changed from black to white. This change was also something that had surprised Shen Pingon a little. It actually went straight from hostile black to kind white. The telepathic ability also works really well. One can easily tell whether the other person is hostile or well-intentioned. This meant that the current black bear had no hostility towards Pingon Shen, only goodwill remained. Or it could also be said to be submission to Pingon Shen. I can give you a chance. If you prove yourself useful, I can spare you from death and still promote you to the top. The leader of the numbered gang. It shouldn't be you, right? Pingon Shen asked. Of course it's not me. How could a villain be that blessed to be the leader of a numbered gang? Our leader is Master Su. Black Bear said in a hurry. What's your name? How come the nickname is Black Bear? Pingon Shen continued. My name is Li Xiong, because I have the word Xiong in my name. I also grew dark and strong, like a black bear. Then everyone called me Black Bear. Li Xiong said in a hurry. I'll ask you one more time. Is it true that you'll be working as a dog for me in the future? Pingon Shen asked again. Yes, yes, yes. The little man will be your dog. Being able to be a dog for an immortal is a blessing for the little man. Li Xiong said while kowtowing. The breath on Li Xiong's body was always kept white. At this point Pingon Shen was also impressed with Li Xiong. This kid's changing his mindset really fast. Get up, Pingon Shen said. Many thanks, Master. Li Xiong kowtowed once more and then stood up. You don't have to call me Master from now on. You can call me Boss. As long as you obediently work for me in the future, I can promote you to the top and make you the leader of the number gang. Pingon Shen said indifferently. Yes, thank you boss, Li Xiong said excitedly. Li Xiong never thought that he would have such a chance to be a dog for an immortal. If you were to be a dog for another person, it would of course be a shameful thing. But to be a dog for an immortal is not a shame. It's an honor. It's a blessing. Did Pingon Shen intend to show his hand again to make Li Xiong's loyalty to him increase a few more points? Under Li Xiong's horrified gaze, Pingon Shen walked past these corpses, only to see Pingon Shen waving his hand around him. The corpses all disappeared one by one. Li Xiong's mouth opened wide in shock while the white light on his body became purer and purer. Chapter 107, Just Kill Them All. Boss, are you a fairy? Do you know spells? Li Xiong stammered and asked. He was truly surprised by Pingon Shen's ability. Or should I say that they were stunned by Pingon Shen's ability. Li Xiong at this time is also very fortunate. Fortunately he is fast. Directly kneel down and beg for forgiveness to defect to his boss. Otherwise he should have been turned into a corpse by now. You ask less about things you shouldn't know. There's only one thing you need to know. I can hold you up to the top. I can also take your head. Pingon Shen spoke indifferently. Li Xiong's face shook as he hurriedly said seriously. Boss, don't worry. I, Li Xiong, am your man in this life. I would never dare to betray you. Although I, Li Xiong, have read little, I am not a cutie pie. I know that after the stronger the boss's ability, the brighter my Li Xiong's future will be. Following you, boss, I must have a very bright future. Li Xiong uttered such words with a face full of seriousness. Obviously he was being patronizing, but maybe he also meant what he said. Shen Pingon couldn't tell at this moment whether Li Xiong was flattering or speaking from the heart, but it's also clear from this that Li Xiong is not a cutie. I should even say that Li Xiong is a very smart person. So what? People can't be profiled. If one only looked at Li Xiong's appearance, one would definitely think that Li Xiong was a very rough person. But in reality, Li Xiong's mind was spinning fast. If Li Xiong didn't have a brain, he wouldn't be able to be this boss. How do you think you should get to the top? What kind of things do you need me to do for you? Pingan Chen also spoke directly. Hearing Pingan Chen say this, Li Xiong was also excited. Boss, there are a few things I need you to do if I want to get to the top. First and foremost is the need to kill Master Su, the dragon head. If Master Su doesn't die, it's impossible for me to have a chance at the throne. Not only is Master Su going to die, but there are a few others who need to die along with him. As soon as these guys of theirs are dead, I'll be on top in the numbered gang. But receiving their power after the death of the boss and a few of them will definitely affect our strength. The other gangs might attack our gang by then. I'm just a little worried that I won't be able to carry it off when the time comes. Li Xiong also said honestly, it's okay, I can help you when the time comes. No matter what, you are also my person. If someone wants to lay hands on you, I will do it. Chen Pingan spoke indifferently. Thanks a lot boss. Li Xiong said gratefully, don't delay. Let's kill that leading boss of yours first now. Pingan Chen said directly. This was because Pingan Chen did not want to continue wasting his time over this kind of thing any longer. Pingan Chen wanted to get rid of this matter as soon as possible. Okay boss. By the way boss, there's another one named Daikinya who wants to deal with you, because the casino you dealt with before, boss, actually belongs to Dakin's men. Dajinya is already investigating your news. Are we taking care of Dajinya along the way? Li Xiong said in a hurry. Then just do it even with him. And you still want to hit on me. You really don't know how to die. Pingan Chen said coldly. Is there any way to call all these people of theirs together? Otherwise it would be too much of a waste of time for them to spread out and kill them one by one. Pingan Chen spoke after thinking about it. The boss has a way to gather them all together. Then let Master Su speak. As long as the dragon head has asked, those of us who are underlings will definitely follow along. We'll be able to get them all in one place by then. Li Xiong said in a hurry. That's not a bad idea. Where is your dragon head boss now? Take me there. Pingan Chen said calmly. Li Xiong, of course, had no objections and agreed directly. The two walked out of the warehouse outside, people completely unaware of what was going on inside. When he saw Li Xiong walking out with Chen Pingan, the men outside were still a bit curious as they walked over. All of you get out of my way. Li Xiong scolded coldly, and these henchmen were startled and left in a hurry. It was obvious that Li Xiong, the boss, was still very prestigious in front of their little brothers. The minions, on the other hand, were a bit curious. Just now they were fighting and killing each other. How come they are fine now? And where are those fighters now? Why are they all gone? But Li Xiong's fury made them not dare to inquire at all. Pingan Chen followed Li Xiong out of the bar and then got into one of Li Xiong's cars. Boss, I'll call the faucet now and ask where he is. After getting into the car, Li Xiong spoke. Yes, you fight. Chen Pingan nodded his head. Only after obtaining Chen Pingan's approval did Li Xiong take out his cell phone and start dialing. The call was quickly answered. The person who answered the phone was none other than Li Xiong's leading boss, Master Su. Li Xiong said respectfully. It's Xiong, what's the matter? Master Su asked without haste. There's one thing that's not convenient to say over the phone. I want to go find you. I don't know where Master Su is right now. Li Xiong lowered his voice and asked carefully, as if he really had something secret to report to his boss. Master Su also looked solemn and said softly, I'm at home, come over. The call was quickly disconnected. Master Su is at home. We'll go to Master Su's home now. Li Xiong spoke. Okay, you drive. Can it be done? Li Xiong promised and quickly started the car and drove towards his leading boss's home. Half an hour later, the home of the leader arrived. In the car, Chen Pingan had already discussed the course of action with Li Xiong. There was no need for so many flowery detours, just a direct strike from Pingan Chen. At that time, Li Xiong would take Chen Pingan directly to his leading boss. Pingan Chen would step in and take control of Master Su. What follows is naturally very easy. Master Su's home had arrived, and the two parked the car and got out of it. Li Xiong walked in front, and Pingan Chen followed behind Li Xiong, as if Pingan Chen was Li Xiong's newly adopted little brother. Master Su, as the leader of the leading boss, the place where his family lives is naturally not bad. He is living in a villa. The two soon arrived at Master Su's doorstep, and here the two were stopped by the thugs at the door. Even Li Xiong leading the way here needs to be searched. Both Li Xiong and Pingan Chen were checked by the thugs at the door, and only after making sure there were no weapons on them were they released. Son, who is this? In the living room, Master Su asked with some curiosity when he saw Pingan Chen behind Li Xiong. Chapter 108, No Chance. Boss, this is my boss, Li Xiong said with a respectful face, because by this point, there was no longer a need to conceal Pingan Chen's identity. Master Su also froze for a moment when he heard this, and then a brilliant light flashed in his gaze. Master Su realized that something was wrong with the situation, but he doesn't feel like his safety is threatened right now, and had many of his men in this house. And all these men like Master Su's are carrying guns on them. Leaders like them were hard to assassinate because they were followed by a large group of people at all times. If the boss was that easy to kill, they'd still be a boss. Master Su spoke calmly. Ah Xiong, what do you mean by that? I haven't done anything to wrong you, have I? As he spoke, those bodyguards around Master Su had all moved closer. Of course, it was now in the living room of Master Su's own house, so the number of bodyguards was actually not that many, just 5 or 6 people. These 5 or 6 people also heard the commotion in the living room before this decisive entry. Just then Pingon Chen struck. The 7 flying daggers in Pingon Chen's hand instantly flew out. 2 of the flying daggers were flying towards Master Su. The remaining 5 flying daggers were each aimed at the bodyguards. Without waiting for these bodyguards to react, these 5 flying daggers directly pierced their throats. With their throats pierced, the babies can't make a sound at all, and at the same time, they can't breathe. The throat isn't a lethal organ and won't die all at once, but they can't breathe after it's pierced. They'll die of suffocation. At this moment, Master Su did not dare to move because the 2 flying daggers were hovering over his head. As long as Master Su made any movement, these 2 flying daggers would instantly kill Master Su. The original Master Su's time has been put to his waist, because there was also a pistol in his waistband. But at this time, Master Su no longer dared to move, because as long as he moved, then the flying dagger would kill him. Master Su never expected that this scene in front of him would happen. It stands to reason that they would have been checked at the door, and any weapons on them would have been the first thing to be checked. Master Su also couldn't figure out why this person would still have a weapon like a flying dagger on his body. Sung, what kind of things are you guys up to? Are you guys coming to kill me? Master Su took a deep breath, then spoke in a calm manner. Don't worry Master Su, we're not here to kill you, we're just here to make a deal with you. Li Xiong spoke at this time. This is the expert I hired. As for the ability of this expert of mine, you should have seen it before. Master Su, with this expert here, it should be normal for the leading position to go to me. Hearing Li Xiong say this, Master Su then understood Li Xiong's purpose. It's fine, if you want to be the leader, I'll give you the leader's position. Master Su directly nodded his head and said, because he knew that he was in a very dangerous situation and could be killed by the other party at any time. The best thing for him to do now is to get out of danger and keep himself alive first. In any case, only if he survived would there be any other chance of resistance. Worthy of being the leader of the Dragon Head, it is true that he knows what's right. Please, boss, call the Hall Masters over. I need all the Hall Masters to be there to testify for me that you gave up the position of the leading boss to me. Li Xiong continued to speak. No problem, I can call all those Hall Masters over. Master Su also nodded and said. Then Master Su also did not have 2 words, directly took out his cell phone and dialed all of his subordinate Hall Masters. After these Hall Masters received Suye's call, they didn't think much of it. Hearing that the Dragon Head boss had summoned them over and had something to command, each one of them promised to come over soon. After the call, Master Su put down the phone, and at that moment, Li Xiong had already gotten the pistol from the bodyguard's body. Li Xiong aimed his gun directly at the leader of the Dragon Head. It was only in this situation that Pingon Chen put back his flying dagger. You watch him, I'll go out and take care of it. Pingon Chen said. Okay boss. Li Xiong hurriedly agreed. Only then did Pingon Chen walk out of the living room to deal with the others in the villa. After seeing Pingon Chen leave, Master Su spoke. What the hell is going on with Xiong? Why do I feel that something is wrong with the situation? That person just now wasn't some expert you hired, was he? Is it possible that you have some kind of handle that fell into the other party's hands and you were threatened by him? If you were threatened by him, you could have told me that we could have joined forces. We can discuss anything. There's no problem if you want to be the leader. I can support you to get to the top to make you the leader. Master Su said with a face full of sincerity. I'm sorry Master Su. I can't help it. That person just now is my new boss. I just told you again. The boss didn't threaten me, but I've seen what the boss is capable of. I'm going to follow the boss to do great things. With the boss's support, I can be the leader. You want me to betray the boss? That's impossible. Master Su, don't take me for a fool. Li Xiong spoke faintly. Sung, do you really think the other side will let you go? He makes you the leader and then he doesn't want to be the leader himself? When you get to the top, he's going to get you killed. You have to trust me. Master Su had to continue persuading. Hearing this, Li Xiong laughed to himself. Master Su, you still treat me like a fool. What do you think we are? We're the good guys? We're triads. Look at the big bosses. How many of them want to hang out with people like us? My boss has a bright future. How can he look at a position like mine? I will be one of my boss's dogs from now on. There is no way I will betray my boss, Li Xiong said with a loyal face, because Li Xiong wasn't sure if his boss could hear him. So even if the boss isn't around, he'll still show his loyalty. Of course this is what Li Xiong really thinks. Li Xiong wasn't worried at all that his boss would take his position because he was too strong. If it's the boss who wants to take his seat, all it takes is a word of command from the boss. Under these circumstances, how could Li Xiong listen to such nonsense from Master Su? Master Su's face turned gray when he heard this, and he knew he didn't have a chance. Now we can only wait. Wait for those hall masters to arrive to see if there is still a chance. But in reality, Master Su doesn't stand a chance. Chapter 109. Who is in favor and who is against? Very quickly, all the hall masters arrived at the villa. There wasn't a single fool who could be a hall master, and they felt that the atmosphere in the villa wasn't right after they arrived at the scene. And there's a strong odor of blood throughout the villa. Everyone became alert. They then saw Li Xiong in the living room, as well as their leading boss, Master Su. Sung, what kind of thing are you going to do? You're not going to deal with our boss, are you? Dajinya asked with a disdainful face when he saw Li Xiong's actions. Dajinya was certainly qualified to say such things. After all, his power and strength was a bit greater than Li Xiong. You're the big gold tooth. Li Xiong had not yet spoken, but Pingon Chen had already spoken. Pingon Chen had already inquired about this big golden tooth before, and it was Scarab's boss. Scar's casino is actually Dajinya's turf as well. That was why Dajinya's animosity towards Chen Pingon was also the deepest and biggest. That's right, my name's Big Gold Tooth. Who are you? Are you allowed to talk here? But you look familiar to me. Dajinya looked at the somewhat hesitant look in Pingon Chen's gaze. My name is Pingon Chen. Do you know who I am now? Chen Pingon spoke indifferently. The other bosses were watching the show but didn't speak up at this time. And after hearing Pingon Chen's name, they remembered what kind of person Pingon Chen was. Earlier, Dakin's men had been laid out and so many had disappeared for no apparent reason. The casino was also ransacked, and the incident is still a pretty big deal in their circles. They also all knew that this matter had something to do with a person named Pingon Chen. Although the specifics of the situation were unclear, the three words Pingon Chen were still kept in their minds. Now after hearing the three words Pingon Chen, the first reaction was, this casino thing was done by Pingon Chen. Moreover, they also felt that Chen Pingon's guts were really big. How dare you come to their place? I said, why is this kid so bold? So it's because he colluded with you. Li Xiong, you have a lot of guts, Dajinya said with a disdainful face. You've got one thing wrong, Big Gold Tooth. It's not that I'm colluding with Mr. Chen. Rather, I am working for Mr. Chen, Li Xiong said with a cold smile. Brother Li, what the hell are you talking about? Dajinya said with a foggy head. Dajinya had thought that Pingon Chen was Li Xiong's man, but now he heard Li Xiong speak as if the situation was not like that. Right at this moment, Pingon Chen threw out a flying knife. No one had expected Pingon Chen to suddenly strike. Dajinya actually had a defense, but he couldn't defend himself. Li Qingshan's strike was sudden and fast, and the flying dagger seemed to have eyes, actually drawing an arc and shooting over again. By the time the crowd reacted, Dajinya already had a flying knife stuck in his throat. All the hall masters on the scene were startled at the sight of this scene. Don't be afraid everyone, I only killed him for personal reasons. I'm not going to kill all of you. Pingon Chen waved his hand and said calmly, except that no one will believe this crap from him. All of the hall masters looked at Pingon Chen warily. At this moment, they were also secretly regretting not bringing their own men over, realizing that they were here to meet the dragon head boss. It was of course impossible for them to bring all of their henchmen minders with them. Several hall masters had come alone, and of course there were several others who had brought their men with them. Like Daikanya had several henchmen with him. The moment Dajinya was killed, these few henchmen immediately pulled out pistols from their bodies. This was because all of the fighters at the entrance had been cleared out by Pingon Chen, so they were not searched for weapons on their person, but they had only taken out their guns when the flying daggers were already at their throats. The flying daggers came so fast that they only had time to draw their guns but no chance to shoot. Several more had been killed, and the scene had caused an uproar. Several of the hall masters were getting stupid at this point. I would advise you all to stay put. If you cause me to misunderstand, I will kill someone. Pingon Chen continued calmly. Pingon Chen's calm words, coupled with his invincible flying daggers, finally caused the scene to quiet down once again. Mr. Chen, right? What exactly are you doing? A hall master spoke up. Pingon Chen did not say anything, but only looked towards Li Xiong. Li Xiong knew what Pingon Chen meant and nodded at him. Li Xiong stood up and pointed at the leading man, Master Su, and spoke. This old man has been standing in the position of the boss for more than 20 years, and hasn't put in any great effort for our society at all. Our society has been standing still for these 20 years, and as we all know now, it's getting harder and harder for associations. This old man is too old to do anything, for the sake of the society, and for the sake of everyone's future. That's why I, Li Xiong, will step forward. I'll be the leader from now on. I don't think everyone should have a problem with that. The hall masters on the scene were also shocked to hear this news. They didn't expect Li Xiong to do so many things, but it turned out that he wanted to rise to the top and become the leader. But on second thought, It felt figured out. Who wouldn't want to get to the top and be the leader? If they were in their place, they'd want to get to the top and be the leader too. Only they don't have that opportunity. Master Su also knew that the situation at this moment was very dangerous for him. So Master Su also spoke up in a hurry and said, I also support Xiong's ascension to the throne. From now on, our leader will be Xiong. The hall masters on the scene were somewhat contemptuous in their hearts when they saw Master Su in such a bearish state, but thinking about Dajinya and the others who had just been killed, these hall masters understood Master Su's difficulties. After all, a small life is held in someone else's hands. Xiong, you want to get to the top and become the boss. I can support you, but I don't know if my little brothers below me support it. All the bosses are here. Do you think you have that kind of ability to be the leader? A tall and thin man next to him spoke up at this time. Boss Gao, what do you mean by that? It seems like you don't support me. Li Xiong opened his mouth. This tall skinny guy was nicknamed Boss Tall because he was tall and skinny. I didn't mean that. Don't get me wrong. I'm just afraid you can't carry it, Boss Gao said in a conspiratorial manner. He also didn't believe that Li Xiong would have the guts to kill all of them. Even the Dragon Head boss didn't have the guts to kill all of them. The Hall Masters, all of them, the Dons, are going to die, and their society will collapse. Li Xiong simply ignored Boss Gao's provocation, just called out at Pingon Chen. Boss, work hard boss to kill him. The words had only fallen, while a flying knife had already been inserted into Boss Gao's throat. That's a really fast kill. Several Hall Masters had been watching Pingon Chen just now, but they could only see Pingon Chen waving his hand, and the flying dagger shot directly at Boss Gao's throat. The hearts of the crowd were cold. They had realized that Pingon Chen was not simple. I support Li Xiong's ascension to become the leader. Which of you supports it? Who is against? Chen Ping stepped forward and said, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I'm first in favor. Master Su hastily spoke up, but in the next moment, a flying knife had shot through Master Su's throat. This was because the black aura on Master Su's body was already too thick to be melted. How could Pingon Chen let go of an enemy like this? He didn't kill him before. That was because he still had use for him, but now his use was gone, coupled with the thick, unmistakable black aura of Master Su's body. Only then did Pingon Chen choose to directly kill him in the first place. The crowd at the scene was in an uproar. They didn't expect Master Su to be killed outright. And it's also at a time when Master Su promised to support Li Xiong's rise to the top as the boss, and actually killed him even under these circumstances. Don't get me wrong, people. I have a bit of a personal grudge against Master Su, so I settled it in passing just now. You may now proceed to vote. I support Li Xiong's ascension to the throne as the boss. Which one of you is in favor of it and which one of you is against it? Chen Pingon spoke indifferently, but all the hall masters on the scene were terrified, and no one dared to speak up. Chapter 110, Manipulation of Societies. How come none of you are talking? It's because none of you are talkative. Or is it because you're all against it? Pingon Chen swept his gaze over everyone as he spoke. Those who were swept by Pingon Chen's gaze immediately felt a chill in their hearts. It's like being targeted by some flooded beast. Mr. Chen, you've opened your mouth. Of course we'll support it. One of the hall masters hurriedly spoke up. Yeah, Mr. Chen, we definitely all support you. Anyway, whatever you say, Mr. Chen, we'll listen to you. The crowd spoke up. Li Qingshan's gaze swept over the bodies of several of them. Li Qingshan then realized that the aura on all of them began to change. The breath on someone's body became darker, as black as ink. It was deeply hostile, but there were others whose breath began to turn white, from black to gray and then to white. That would be marvelous. That means there is no more hostility in them. They have chosen to submit. I'll give you one last chance, to fight me to the end, or to become one of our own. This is the last chance I will give you, Pingon Chen said in a deep voice. Pingon Chen didn't care what effect killing them all would have on the society. Pingon Chen knew that their breath was too dark, and that was the sign of the enemy. Since they're enemies, of course we have to kill them clean. The crowd all looked hesitant when they heard Pingon Chen's words. They still didn't understand what exactly Pingon Chen meant in those words, and the hostility is still thick on those who are hostile. I'm sure I can't change their minds. Even if the combat power that Pingon Chen had displayed was so terrifying, it still couldn't change the identity of their enemy. So yeah, it's so hard to change someone's mind. Since you can't change their minds, it's better not to change their minds. It's too hard to change someone's mind, or is it easier to kill them? Without further ado, Pingon Chen waved his hand and the flying dagger reappeared. This time, what appeared were 3 flying daggers that directly shot through the throats of the 3 hall masters. The throat is shot through. It doesn't die immediately, but because of the complications caused by the shot through the throat, it can be very painful and still be fatal. After the few of them were shot through the throat, a wail of pain escaped their mouths. They wanted to say something, but nothing could be said at this point. A few moments later, they collapsed in a pool of blood in agony, becoming a corpse. Mr. Chen, Why did you kill them? A hallmaster asked with trembling. Several of them have a murderous aura about them. They tried to kill me. That's why I'm going to kill them. You guys are just fine. You don't have a murderous aura about you. I'm sensitive to killing. I can feel if a person has a murderous aura against me. Congratulations on passing this test. In the future, Li Xiong has yet to be the leader, and you guys will continue to be the hall masters. And, of course, it won't be at your expense. These hall masters are dead, so you will inherit their territory. How exactly these plots are going to be divided up is up to you. I'm not going to bother you. I don't really care about this gain of yours either. It's just that I'd like to advise you that society is different. So in the future, do less of the unethical and illegal things. Xiangjiang has been reclaimed after all, not the old days when the sunset ruled. You'd better be able to clean up and get ashore if you want to be safe later in life. The least you can do is to do a little less breaking the law. Well, I've said all the things that need to be said, and it's up to you to decide what you want to do from now on. Li Xiong is my man. Your support for Li Xiong is like supporting me. If someone will come after you, then I will step in. That's it. I'll leave you guys to take care of the rest. Pingon Chen walked towards the outside after saying these words. The crowd hurriedly stood up to see off Pingon Chen. Li Xiong also sent Chen Pingon out of the villa with a respectful face. Only after sending Pingon Chen away did Li Xiong return to the villa. Son, we can support you as the dragon head, but you also have to tell us what this Mr. Chen is really about. Seeing Li Xiong return, someone opened his mouth and asked. Li Xiong turned his head to look and saw that the person who opened his mouth was a middle-aged big handsome man. Brother Hanan, there are some things I can't say too much about. What I can tell you is that Mr. Chen is not someone we can afford to mess with. But now Mr. Chen has been our backer is our backer. We'll work for Mr. Chen from now on with peace of mind, and we won't have to worry that Mr. Chen will find us in trouble. If we get into trouble, Mr. Chen can still stand up for us. Isn't that a bad result? As for what Mr. Chen's status is, I don't know. I know one thing. If Mr. Chen wants me to die today, I won't live to see tomorrow. You guys should know what I mean. The crowd fell silent. They certainly understood what Li Xiong meant, that Mr. Chen was just too strong and terrifying. If Mr. Chen were to take their little lives, not a single one of them would be confident that they could survive. That's right, they are the ones who are in charge and they do have a lot of minions under their hands, but they aren't able to take their minions wherever they go. With the abilities Chen had shown, he could find an opportunity to kill them at any time. Mr. Chen didn't make any excessive demands and then gave them a large piece of land. And you can ask Mr. Chen for help when you're in trouble. Under such circumstances, what reason do they have to oppose Mr. Chen? Bosses, stop talking about Mr. Chen. Let's talk about how to divide the territory next. And with so many bosses dead before, there's still a lot of ponies under them. What if these ponies don't listen? Are we setting a program down as well? Li Xiong spoke up. It's time to have a good chat about a proper program. Brother Honan said with a nod of his head as well. Several other hall masters also nodded their heads. No one will be unhappy about the matter of expanding the territory. In this way, Chen Pingon was controlling the number gang in his own hands through another way. This type of control wasn't very safe, but it didn't matter to Pingon Chen. This was because Pingon Chen's bottom card was never an external force, but himself. Moreover, Pingon Chen didn't want to get too close to them, the club members. What Pingon Chen valued more was the security company he had started. After all, security companies are legitimately violent organizations. Chapter 111, Treating Huatingting. The matter of the number gang was of concern to Pingon Chen, but did not continue to be in charge. After all, they are gangsters. Our association's Chin Pingon also does not want to get too deeply entangled with them. If they hadn't come to cause trouble in the first place, Pingon Chen wouldn't even be willing to bother with them. But it has to be said that in this land, hands do not control one or two associations. A lot of things aren't really possible to do well. Now Pingon Chen's hands were equal to one more association. It would also be much easier for him to open a company and do business in the future. After the affairs of the society were dealt with, Chen Pingon needed to go and do the physical treatment for Huatingting. The Hua family was also extremely concerned about this matter, and personally sent a driver over to take Pingon Chen to their home. The list that Pingon Chen had made earlier had also been prepared by the Hua family a long time ago, and all the items had already been purchased. After Pingon Chen had done an inspection of each of these items and determined that they were complete, the next step was to treat Huatingting. In order to facilitate treatment, the Hua family had also prepared a special medical room. Pingon Chen took a look at the environment of the medical room and was indeed quite satisfied with the place. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Mr. Ho asked, opening his mouth. A few women are needed to help out on the side. Pingon Chen spoke. In reality, Pingon Chen did not need anyone else's help, but the reason why he said so was to avoid suspicion. After all, Huatingting was still a girl and Chen Pingon was a man. so there is still a need to avoid suspicion and have other people present at such things. Mr. Ho nodded, a smile on his face. Let Tingting get changed and ready. We can start the treatment later. Pingon Chen continued. Okay, I'll tell them now. Mr. Hua spoke up in a hurry. This matter was an extremely important one for them. Not only did Mr. Hua attach great importance to it, the entire Hua family could be said to attach immense importance to it. Hua Tingting had already washed up earlier and was now dressed in a hospital gown as instructed. This is a special gown for doing surgery, which can facilitate the next operation. Pingon Chen could see that Hua Tingting was a bit nervous. Pingon Chen then smiled and said, Sister Tingting, you don't need to be too nervous. The entire treatment shouldn't be painful. I'm still sure of that. The main healing process today is to use acupuncture and qigong to clear your meridians. Hearing Pingon Chen say this, Hua Tingting also breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Following them in, there was Hua Tingting's mother, and a few maids from the house, but they had all changed clothes on them as well. Mr. Chen will all be counting on you later. If there's anything we need to do, just order us. Hua Tingting's mother also said in a hurry. Okay auntie, I know. Chen Pingon nodded seriously. The rest of the group was shooed out and the door to the room was closed shut. Let's start with the back first. Tingting, you lie down on this first. Pingon Chen spoke. I know. Hua Tingting nodded, but her face flushed a little. She's wearing a hospital gown to facilitate treatment. It was a good thing her mother was still in the room, but it wasn't too much of a problem. Hua Tingting was still relatively young, but her body was particularly thin. The back is all bone and looks to be a bit of a touchy-feely affair. Auntie Tina is too thin and has some malnutrition on her. Is she usually a non-foodie and has a poor appetite and absorbs food poorly when she eats? Pingon Chen opened his mouth. Yes, that's right. Tina's never had a good appetite. We also often give her supplements, but taking so many tonic medicines doesn't seem to be very effective. Hua Tingting's mother also hurriedly said. It's not unusual, because Tina's sister's body is like a chipped bottle. The bottom of this bottle is broken with a ragged hole, so no matter how much water is poured into this bottle, it won't be stored. All the nutrients will flow out through this broken hole. But don't worry, after my treatment, it will be the same as filling the gap at the bottom on this bottle. In the future, I will write a prescription. Follow my prescription and give Tingting's sister tonic. Her body will soon get better. Pingon Chen said. That would be great. Thank you so much. Hua Tingting's mother said gratefully. It was actually heartbreaking for her to see her daughter's bone-thin appearance. Now that she could finally get her daughter well, the person who was happiest was her as a mother. As Pingon Chen spoke, but the movements of his hands had not stopped. One silver needle after another in his hand had already been inserted into Hua Tingting's back. Hua Tingting could feel a little tickle in her back and a tingling sensation, but the good thing was that the pain was mild enough that she could feel it, but could handle it. Tingting, how are you feeling? Hua Tingting's mother asked with concern. Mom, I feel pretty good. Have you started the treatment yet? Hua Tingting asked with some surprise. The treatment has begun. You don't feel uncomfortable, do you? Hua Tingting's mother also felt surprised and asked. After all, acupuncture had been inserted all over my daughter's back. She was a little worried about her own daughter. Would she feel any pain? She didn't expect her own daughter to feel nothing. There's a little bit of a tingling sensation, but it doesn't really hurt, Hua Tingting said softly. Pingon Chen said with a smile. I promised you just now that it won't hurt very much, so just relax. Thank you, big brother, Hua Tingting said somewhat happily. Before she started treatment, she was actually really quite worried. After all, Hua Tingting was aware of her physical condition. She was thinking about how serious she was and how hard this disease was to treat, so the whole process of healing should be hard too. She had been worrying about this for a long time, but she didn't realize that the whole treatment didn't hurt at all, and she had been worrying for nothing. Hua Tingting was completely relieved because of this. The rest of the treatment went very well. After completing the treatment on the acupoints on his back, Chen Pingon had Hua Tingting again turn over and lie flat. The physical treatment for Hua Tingting continued next. The whole treatment process can be a little awkward at times, but it's kind of nice to have Hua Tingting's mother there. Hua Tingting's mother also knew that this was a doctor treating a patient, so she didn't have any extra thoughts. Moreover, after Hua Tingting's treatment by Chen Pingon, her originally pale as snow face suddenly gained some more blood color up. Hua Tingting's essence has gotten better. Well, the first treatment is complete. I'll be coming in once a day for the next week to do a treatment for Tina. After a week, Tingting's illness will basically get better, Pingon Chen said happily. Chapter 112, Explosive Profit of Tens of $Billion. Little Chen. Ah, thank you so much. After the treatment was over, Mr. Hua clasped Chen Pingon's hands tightly and said with a look of gratitude. Whether the treatment worked or not is unknown at this point, but at least the attitude should be there. This is something that Mr. Hua still understands very well. Pingon Chen also smiled and said a few polite words. Then Pingon Chen left. Mr. Hua personally sent Chen Pingon out. For Pingon Chen, treating Hua Tingting was just a small episode. But for the Hua family, this is a very important event. The Hua family owed Chen Pingon a great deal of favors. Pingon Chen's life was still uneventful, and one day passed by. But the whole of Hong Kong has been thrown into a state of panic. This is because the stock market in Hong Kong has suffered a major blow, and the financial market has extended to reality after the attack. During this period of time, the newspapers in Hong Kong have news of jumping from buildings every day. You can see the extent of the chaos of the period from this point on. Pingon Chen made his fortune in a low-profile manner and heard the thunder in a silent place. There were also several days of melee in the societies of Hong Kong, as the internal turmoil of the numbered gangs triggered an attack by foreign enemies. Several clubs have joined forces to attack the numbered gangs. The numbered gang almost couldn't even top it. Later on, it was Pingon Chen who stepped in and did away with all the bosses of several rival gangs. That's what allowed the numbered gang to survive again. After this incident, the bosses of the numbered gang became more and more loyal to Pingon Chen, because they were truly feeling that Pingon Chen's very existence had become their backer. Pingon Chen's security company was finally established. Because of this company, with good pay and excellent benefits, they have recruited a number of qualified security guards in a short period of time. This matter was also thanks to the help of the Hua family. Otherwise it would not have been possible to establish the security company in such a short period of time. If there's money, there's people. As long as the money is there, it is practically easy to recruit qualified security guards. Within a short period of time the security company has recruited more than 500 people. The security company is now quite large. The security company is up and running, but there is one thing, that is, none of these security guards have proper jobs right now. Of course recruit the security guards in and the company will pay them, but it's certainly not appropriate to keep them all day, so there is a need to find them a job. Of course, Pingon Chen had thought about this point long ago, and Pingon Chen was undoubtedly very lucky as well. During this period of time, Pingon Chen had also drawn quite a few good things, and one of those good things was the chip manufacturing technology. Pingon Chen has acquired a full set of chip manufacturing technologies, from 100 nanometer chips to 7 nanometer chips. All the relevant manufacturing techniques were now stored in Pingon Chen's brain. This set of chip manufacturing technology was enough for Pingon Chen to use for many years. The manufacturing technology for the chip is available, but the related hardware equipment in pieces is not. Equipment for manufacturing chips needs to be imported and purchased from abroad. Pingon Chen had already gone through the Hua family's connections, as well as the channels he had found to purchase the various equipment involved. Meanwhile, a chip manufacturing company has started to be established in Xinjiang. For a chip company, Hong Kong is not a very suitable place, but if we put it on the mainland, it would be even more inappropriate. So it's comparatively better to have it placed in the Heilongji Kuk. The name of this chip company is Raytheon Electronics. Chen Pingon he had intended the name of this company to be called Pangu Electronics Company, but after careful consideration, he dropped the name Pangu. Because the name Pangu is too strong a component of the Dragon Kingdom, it is somewhat inappropriate for the future. Therefore, Pingon Chen still enabled the name Thunder God. Raytheon Electronics will not only produce chips, but also related electronic devices. In the future, Pingon Chen would put quite a few electronic devices in this company to use for production. Doing so can circumvent a large portion of the hassle. Of course, at home Pingon Chen would likewise build his own electronics company. Doing so allows you to walk on two legs. The winds are changing and the stock market is in turmoil again. Just when the Shangjiang stock market was in the doldrums, the Dragon Kingdom made a decisive move. Pingon Chen had also long been prepared. One step ahead has already completed its layout. More than that, it's accomplished a whole lot of plumbing. So when the counterattack came, Chen Pingon once again made a fortune. The consortium of the pretty country. This time it was a stolen chicken. Instead of making money, they lost a huge amount of money. Chen Pingon secretly conducts the operation himself but earns a large sum of money. Not many people really knew that Chen Pingon was making money, and one of them was the top management of HSBC. After all, Pingon Chen had operated through their bank and had completed a large amount of financing from the bank. Pingon Chen's operation was something that they, the bank's senior management, could all see in their eyes. It could also be said that Chen Pingon's maneuvers had truly amazed them. Near the beginning of the university year, Chen Pingon finally took delivery of his shares. By the time Pingon Chen repaid the financing and then collected all the cash from the stock market, the amount of cash in his hand was already staggering. When he saw the dense string of numbers in the account, Chen Pingon himself felt a bit stunned. When he first came to Shangjiang, he only had a few dollars in his hand, and now, Pingon Chen's cash in hand had exceeded more than $20 billion. It is not easy to transfer all such a large sum of money back to the mainland. Of course, Pingon Chen wouldn't do that. After all, he still had a lot of business to do in Hong Kong, And there are many other companies in the foreign stock market that Ping Shen is optimistic about. Ping and Shen had already made plans, of which 5 billion stayed in Shangjiang for local development, another $10 billion to invest in tech companies in pretty countries, another $5 billion was transferred back to the mainland for use. This makes it possible to utilize the funds wisely. After all, you can't put your eggs in one basket, and it would be relatively easy to maneuver that way. Ping and Shen communicated with the senior management of HSBC, and of course they would be very enthusiastic about entertaining a big customer like Ping and Shen. HSBC is also very happy to fulfill these requests made by Ping and Shen. So this $20 billion of cash was quickly processed under the operation of HSBC according to the requirements of Ping and Shen. 10 billion Hong Kong dollars may sound like a lot, but in reality after putting that amount of money into the pretty country, it underwent a major downsizing all at once. Despite the downsizing, there was still more than $1 billion, which was enough for Chen Pingan to use for investment. Honey, can't you stay with me for a few more days? In the airport waiting hall, looking at Chen Pingan who was about to leave, Su Yuqing was very reluctant. Can't help it, college is starting, but don't worry, I'll come over to see you when I'm on vacation in a few months. Pingan Shen smiled and touched Su Yuqing's small face. Chapter 113, Dad's been beaten. Finally back. The golden nest is not as good as your own family's dog's nest. Chen Pingan stood at the entrance of the coach station with an emotional expression. Transportation in this day and age is real inconvenient. Even if Chen Pingan had money, he still didn't have half a clue what to do in the face of this backward transportation situation. Chen Pingan was on an airplane and went to the capital city of the province first. After all, only provincial capitals have airports. Then took a long-distance bus back to Chanha City, which was still quite a tiring trip. Now you can be considered to be in Long River City. Chen Ping hadn't informed his parents that he was back. He planned to give his parents a surprise. After leaving the coach station, Chen Pingan called a cab. Chen Pingan knew that at this point in time, his parents should both be at the internet cafe watching the store, so he was directly reported the address of the internet cafe where his father was. Half an hour later, the internet cafe was in sight. Pingan Shen was taken aback when he saw the crowd gathered at the entrance of the internet cafe. Is this an incident at the internet cafe? Pingan Shen dropped a $100 bill, said no need to look for it, and directly pushed open the car door and rushed out. A group of people gathered at the entrance of the internet cafe. A group of people of all ages ranging from small teens to large 20-somethings, dyed colorful hair and flowing clothes. In the words of Pingan Shen, it was a group of ruffians. In the crowd, Chen Pingan's father, Chen Guoqing, was also there. Chen Guoqing looked a bit distressed, and there were some red and swollen marks on his face, and you could vaguely see the slap marks on his face. The anger in Chen Pingan's heart rose up, but even in this extreme situation of anger, Chen Pingan still restrained himself. Chen Pingan knew that the more extreme the situation was, the less impulsive he could be. As he spoke, Chen Pingan had already rushed into the crowd. Pingan Shen swung his hands like phantoms to sweep through the crowd. The crowd that was swept by Pingan Shen immediately fell to the ground with soft bodies, no longer able to move. Of course Pingan Shen had not killed anyone. He had only used the pointing method. Dad, are you okay? Chen Pingan assisted Chen Guoqing and asked with a concerned face. Son, are you back? Dad, nothing is wrong, just ugh. Why are you back at this hour? Chen Guoqing said with some embarrassment. After all, he didn't want to expose an embarrassing side of himself in front of his own son. All fathers think alike. Dad, you're being bullied. How can I not come back? What happened? They people are here for trouble. Pingan Shen pointed at these people on the ground and said, the group of punks on the ground. At this time, but the whole body is soft. Even the movement of speech cannot do. Son, are they okay? What did you do to them? Chen Guoqing said worriedly. He's not worried about these people dying. He's worried that his son will be brought to justice for this crap. Don't worry, Dad. I'll just point them out. There's something I didn't even tell you guys before. I actually learned some kung fu from a master when I was a kid. My master won't let me talk about it, so I haven't talked to you guys about it before. They were just acupointed by me. Their bodies are now numb and weak. They'll be fine when time passes. Pingan Shen softly explained. Good boy now has kung fu on him. Chen Guoqing said happily, gently patting his son's shoulder. He was very pleased about the fact that his son was learning kung fu. It's good that you have kung fu. It's just that you have to be careful with your measurements. Chen Guoqing followed with another exhortation. It is of course a good thing that your son has kung fu, but you are afraid that your son will use it to do things that he shouldn't do. However, Chen Guoqing still had a better grasp of his son's character. He knew his son would never do something that's stupid. Dad, let's leave these guys alone. Let's go back to the internet cafe and you tell me what the hell is going on. Are they people looking for trouble? Has the police been called? Chen Guoqing said helplessly. They're just here to look for trouble. To be precise, they're here to collect protection money. It was only recently that I realized that all of our street belongs to the management of the Green Bamboo Gang, and this group of people from the Green Bamboo Gang will come to us stores every month to collect protection fees. We didn't know about this when we first opened our stores. It was only later that they started coming over to collect protection fees. Actually, if they charged less, I would have paid it. It's just that I didn't expect them to have such a big appetite either. They said we had to pay $10,000 a month in protection money for our store's high revenue and good business. To pay that much money, of course I didn't agree. Then for 3 days they came after us. I called the police as soon as I started, and the rangers came over. They ran away as soon as the patrolman came, and when the patrolman left, they came again. They won't vandalize our cybercafe when they come, but with this group of them messing around in our cybercafe, how can we keep our business going? If we can't, we still have to pay this money. Chen Guoqing is still a little heartbroken when he says this yet. Paying $10,000 a month and $120,000 a year. Who in their place could not be heartbroken? Dad won't be able to do anything even if he pays. They are greedy people. If you pay $10,000 today, they dare to ask you to pay $20,000 tomorrow. When will it end? Pin Shen said softly. That can't be helped. We can't just stop doing business. We're doing just the right amount of business in this internet cafe. Chen Guoqing said with a face full of helplessness. Dad, leave this matter to me. I can handle it. Pin Shen said. Don't talk nonsense. You're about to go to college. Don't get involved in this kind of thing. The big deal is that we don't do business anymore. When Chen Guoqing heard this, he quickly said excitedly. It's important to realize that you're only opening an internet cafe to make money, but your son's safety and career is the most important thing. He didn't want his son to risk his life for the sake of an internet cafe. None of these people from the Green Bamboo Gang were good. If Pin Shen fought them, he would definitely suffer. Even if Pin Shen's kung fu is high and he is able to deal with them, if Pin Shen injures or maims them, he will still go to jail and break the law. Therefore, Chen Guoqing was adamant that he did not agree with Chen Pingon to do this. Dad, where are you thinking? Am I that stupid? Would go against them. Cement King, Zhou Wan, how you remember? I've saved his son before, and I've befriended him. He's got such a big business. He's exceptionally well connected, and he knows people like this. I'll contact Zhou Wanhao later. Let him step in and help to intercede. 10,000 yuan is too much. Pay less. Pay a few $100s a month. Nin on the line. Pin Shen smiled and opened his mouth. This was certainly not Pin Shen's true intention. They beat up their own dads and charge protection money for their own internet cafes. Do they people still want to live? There was no way that Pin Shen would let them all go, but that purpose wouldn't need to be made so clear to his own dad. Chapter 114, I'll handle this. After hearing Chen Pingan's explanation, Chen Guoqing let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Then, it's better not to make a scene if you can. Internet cafes are still pretty lucrative. As long as they don't screw up, then it's all good. Chen Guoqing hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, Dad. I won't screw up. But you also have to tell me a little bit about what exactly has happened in the past few days. What's the situation? Pin Shen said softly. What else is there to say? Isn't it just like that? Chen Guoqing stammered. Dad, if you don't tell me yourself, I'm going to ask the webmaster. They would have said it to me anyway. Pin Shen said seriously. All right, I'll tell you. Chen Guoqing said helplessly. Then came the specifics of what happened. Pin Shen listened calmly, but the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. The Green Bamboo Gang can be described as very chicken-hearted. They were here to collect protection money, and their real purpose was to make Chen Guoqing submit and make him obediently pay the protection money. So they are not going to do it. Smash and grab. That means they have their own set of guidelines. They don't make a big deal out of it. Not to mention the present 98. Even if we put it in 20 years' time, as long as they don't make a big deal out of it, very few people will actually bother about them. At most, it's a security detention. But is security detention useful for them people? No. 3 or 5 days in jail, they get out, get worse and keep coming back to torment you. In this case, the ordinary people can't afford it. That's how the Green Bamboo Gang operates. They didn't rough up the inside of the internet cafe. But when they get inside the internet cafe, they drive away the customers who are surfing the internet in the cafe. Or come a group of people who intentionally smoke and yell inside an internet cafe. This group was already rather scary looking and had such a brutal attitude. How would ordinary people dare to go against them? When they're around, the internet cafe is basically cleared out. But they don't know how to access the internet themselves, so they just watch from the sidelines. If you call the police, they leave. The rangers come and they leave after them later. In short, they just play hide and seek with you. Chen theorized with them, but to no avail. Chen Guoqing had exercised restraint before, but just now he couldn't help but argue with them. Then a couple of them slapped him around a couple times. The slaps weren't too hard. No injuries, but they were too insulting. Dad, will you come out with me and identify for me which ones did it? If you only recognize those guys, I'll only do it to those. If you don't identify yourself, I will take action against all of them together. Pinggan Chen spoke indifferently. Son, there's no need for that. I just got hit in the face by them a couple times and it wasn't serious. It doesn't even hurt now. Just be at ease and don't mess things up. Chen Guoqing hurriedly persuaded up. He's still worried that something will happen to his son. Alright, if you won't identify yourself, then I'll do it myself. Ping and Shen didn't want to talk nonsense, so let's just do it to them all together. Treating them equally was just right. Can't I just point you in the right direction? Chen Guoqing took a look at this situation not only to recognize not work. All he could do was walk up to the crowd and reach out and point at a couple of yellow hairs. Just did it. There were 3 yellow hairs in total. It was the 3 of them who beat up Chen. Pinggan Chen walked over without saying a word and touched the bodies of their 3 yellow hairs a few times. This time, Pinggan Chen used not a pointing technique, but the bone-transforming sheep palm. The bone-shifting sheep palm can kill quickly, but of course it can also kill chronically. What Pinggan Chen used this time was the technique of chronic killing. These 3 yellow hairs had already been hit by Pinggan Chen's bone-transforming sheep palm. They don't have any symptoms or feel anything right now, but after a week, the bone-cutting sheepskin palm will come into its own. After a week, all the sinews and bones in their body would be melted away by the palm power of the bone-crushing cotton factory. Although it wouldn't be as exaggerated as inside the TV series, directly melting their flesh and blood into blood, but they'll be dead by then, too. And what did it have to do with Pinggan Chen if they had an accident a week later? It is now a society governed by the rule of law, and it is about evidence and the law. Things without evidence had nothing to do with Pinggan Chen. Inner masters are actually scary in the modern world, because it's hard to find evidence of a murder by a master like them. Even if someone guessed that these people of theirs were killed by Pinggan Chen, what could they do? You can't find evidence to convict Pinggan Chen. Want to falsely accuse Pinggan Chen? It was certainly difficult to do so, because Pinggan Chen was no ordinary person. Pinggan Chen didn't cause trouble. That was because he was kind. But if someone treats him as a good target for bullying, that person will definitely be in bad luck. Just at that moment, a police car from the patrol house drove up. After all, it was quite a big deal just now, and someone had already called the police. A few patrolmen got out of their cars and walked over quickly as well. What's going on? Who called the police just now? I'm the one who called the police. Chen Guoqing took the initiative to step forward. And of course he's the one who called the police. Came the inspector and Chen Guoqing also know each other. After all, this time they often deal with. It's the same old story. They're making trouble again. Comrade Rangers, you see, they even hit me. They did it to my face. I've still got them on me, and they just hit me so hard it hurts. It just so happened that my son came back and saw them hit me. My son has kung fu in his hands from practicing martial arts since he was a child, so he subdued them. This should be considered my son's self-defense, Chen Guoqing said in an extremely organized manner. Pinggan Chen gave his old man a surprised look. Never thought Pops had it in him. The young man still has kung fu. Look at you. The leading patrolman gave Pinggan Chen a surprised look. After all, Pinggan Chen didn't look like he was very capable of fighting, but the situation at the scene couldn't be fooled. All of those rowdy punks fell to the ground at this point, but strangely enough, there didn't seem to be any injuries on these punks. What's wrong with them? The man from the inspector's office asked, pointing at the ground, as the punks opened their mouths. They're not hurt, only hit by my acupuncture points. If they hit the acupoints, it will make their chi and blood unstable for a short period of time. The body won't be able to move. Just let them lie on the ground for a while longer. But I do want to ask, they come to our internet cafe every day to cause trouble. How should this matter be handled? Their behavior has already affected the normal operation of our internet cafe, so you guys just don't care? Chen Pinggan asked calmly. Hearing Chen Pinggan's questioning voice caused these inspectors on the scene to darken their faces for a moment. Chapter 115, The Hopelessness of Reality. Boy, don't talk like that. How come we don't care? Would we have come over if we didn't? We're also about evidence in our cases. And your case is originally a civil dispute. We enforce the law according to the law as well, not whatever we want, the lead patrolman said in a no-nonsense manner. Alright, then what do you guys say to deal with it? Pinggan Chen smiled and said calmly. In fact, Pinggan Chen also knew that the inspector was right. This little fight is actually the hardest to deal with. If it's really a smash and grab, then it's better to deal with it instead. The big cases are well handled. The small ones are just a pain in the ass. Punks like them who come to make trouble are old farts, and they have the scale down very well. They're not going to make a big deal out of this case at all, but it's just going to put you out of business. What's the deal with the $0 purchase at Pretty Country? There is also that group of people who have a good grasp of the law. They also only control it when it comes to $0 purchases. They will never exceed the amount allowed by law. so powerful and beautiful country can't do anything about $0 purchase. Not to mention them ordinary people. Don't worry, we'll take care of this kind of thing as soon as possible. The inspector said this with his mouth, then made a statement, and all these punks on the ground were taken away, and these punks can't get into trouble. If they do, they have to be counted as Pingon Chen's head. Before leaving, the inspector also made a warning to Pingon Chen. Warned Shin Pingon to be mindful of the limits next time he made a move. If he exceeded the limits of self-defense, Chen Pingon would also be breaking the law. Not to mention the next time. Even this time if these punks went to the hospital later for a checkup and they had any serious injuries, then Pingon Chen would likewise have to bear the legal responsibility. Doesn't that sound add up? But there's no way that's the way it is, because it's the law. Alas, they can't be relied on either. Looking at the departing patrolman, Chen Guoqing also let out a helpless sigh. Pingon Chen also revealed a helpless smile. It's not that the Rangers are bad, it's that they can't be counted on for a lot of things. At this time, Chen Pingon also finally thought about the end of the Green Bamboo Gang. When Chen Pingon heard about the Green Bamboo Gang earlier, he felt that the name was particularly familiar, but he just didn't think of it for a while. But now Chen Pingon finally remembered what the Green Bamboo Gang was. The Green Bamboo Gang is not as simple as a punk gang. Instead, it's a very powerful triad gang. Collecting protection money is just the smallest fringe business within their society. There are many other lucrative businesses within this group, and they are even involved in human trafficking, and in trafficking in white flour. Pingon Chen didn't know much about this gang's bottom line, and he only saw it in the news later. It was probably another 5 or 6 years when the gang would have been cleaned right out by the sweeps. All of the main leaders were sentenced to death, with a dozen other cadres sentenced to life imprisonment and more than 30 cadres sentenced to more than 20 years. But the news is still pretty big. However, that was already several years later, and it was estimated that the current Green Bamboo Gang was not that powerful yet. But even so, the Green Bamboo Gang should never be underestimated, because forces like theirs are connected up and down. In his previous life, Pingon Chen's parents didn't run an internet cafe, so he hadn't come into contact with such a society. In this life, Pingon Chen's parents, however, had opened an internet cafe before they were targeted by the likes of them. Son, if it's not possible, forget it, we'll just pay up. Let's say it's bankruptcy to avoid disaster. Chen Guoqing thought and spoke. He really didn't want to put his whole family's lives on the line for a little money. At this point, Chen is still very sensible. It's mostly just fear too. Dad gave me 2 days. I'll give you a yes in 2 days. If it really doesn't work, we'll just pay up. Pingon Chen opened his mouth. But in reality, this was not Pingon Chen's intention. Pingon Chen was planning to do something good for the people this time, and do something good for his hometown as well, right? Another thought also rose in Pingon Chen's heart. He had to get some business out of his hometown. Otherwise, there was really no guarantee of his parents' safety. Ordinary people are not taken seriously by anyone, but when it comes to entrepreneurial parents, it's a whole different story. If now, those patrolmen knew that Chen Pingon had returned with $5 billion, while Chen Pingon's parents were bullied by local punks. You take a look at how they will do things in these departments that is completely different. Pingon Chen was of course very clear about the reasoning behind it. It's just a matter of reconsidering exactly how to go about it. Let's go home first. Let's leave things here at the internet cafe to the webmasters and their watchful eyes. Chen Guoqing took the initiative and said. Of course, Pingon Chen agreed in one breath. Chen Guoqing had an electric car. Chen Pingon sat in the back of the electric car, and father and son just drove home. Mother had gotten the message and had long since gone home. Her mother, Yu Xiaoying, also owned an internet cafe, but Yu Xiaoying's internet cafe was outside the Green Bamboo Gang's sphere of influence. So far no harassment from these punks, but in the future, it is expected that there will be punks coming to the door to collect protection money. This sort of thing is almost impossible to avoid in this day and age. When he returned home, his mother, Yu Xiaoying, was already busy in the kitchen. Seeing her son return, Yu Xiaoying was also overjoyed. You brat, you've been gone for over a month. You've gotten hard, haven't you? Half of Yu Xiaoying's body poked out of the kitchen and rushed at Chen Pingon unhappily. Mom, look at the gift I got you. Chen Ping laughed and took out a pair of gold bracelets directly from his arms. In terms of Chen Pingon's worth, sending gold bracelets was a bit tacky and a bit too low, but Pingon Chen knows that if he really buys his mother a pair of multi-million-dollar jadeite bracelets, I'm afraid she won't necessarily like them. After all, although the emerald bracelet is expensive, it is easy to break. And wearing it on your mother's hand will also tie her hands. But a gold bracelet is a different story. Gold bracelets don't break, just wear them. And for a family like theirs, wearing a gold bracelet is just right. Mom, here's my gift for you. See if you like it. Pingon Chen smiled and walked over to put the 2 gold bracelets on his mother's wrist. Hands just about one hand at a time. You brat, Count your conscience. Looking at the gold bracelet worn on her hand, her mother Yu Xiaoying's face immediately broke into a smile. Chapter 116, The Green Bamboo Gang. The family was happy to eat together, and asked about Pinggan Chen at the dinner table. Chen Pinggan also made a brief introduction. Of course he lied. He said that he had gone out for a trip, also said with a nose. But in reality, of course, Chen Pinggan is not going out to travel, but to go out to start a business, and used that month to make himself $20 billion. There would be no need to talk to one's parents about it, except that it would cause them to worry. By the way, here's your college acceptance letter. Keep it to yourself. It's getting closer and closer to the start of college, so watch your time and don't miss it. After the meal, Chen Guoqing handed a college acceptance letter to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan was also extremely happy to get his college acceptance letter. Flipping it over, it reads the acceptance letter from the Computer Science Department of Mordor University. Chen Pinggan just looked at it and put away this acceptance letter. There wasn't much surprise on his face. Of course, being able to go to college, and such a good one at that, is still a delightful thing after all. Just when the family was all very happy, the gate at the entrance suddenly came. With a loud bang, someone is violently slamming doors. The two parents were taken aback. Mom and Dad, you guys have to back off. I'll go open the door. Pinggan Chen calmly said. Should we call the police first? I don't think the situation is right. Chen Guoqing hurriedly spoke. No need to call the police. They came just in time. Pinggan Chen said with a smile. You know who's coming? Chen Guoqing said in surprise. That goes without saying? It must be those people from the Green Bamboo Gang who came to the door. Pinggan Chen said calmly. It's from those people of theirs that's a big deal. Don't open the door. Chen Guoqing said in panic. Dad, even if we don't open the door, it's useless. Can this room door of our house stop them? Pinggan Chen shook his head and said. Their house was an old one, and the front door was just a regular wooden door, not one of those security doors. In fact, all the man at the door had to do was stomp a few more times and the door to their house would have been kicked in. I'll just open the door before they break the lock. Pinggan Chen had already taken the initiative to open the gate as he spoke. A man standing in the doorway was lifting his foot to stomp hard toward the door. He put his foot down when he saw the gate being opened. Chen Pinggan glanced at the other party and had memorized him. Going to focus on this guy later. Not bad. The little thing still knows to come over and open the door of its own accord. The man put his foot down with a scoff. The crowd around him laughed out loud. Chen Pinggan simply ignored the man's ridicule and just looked at the crowd and asked, Are you guys from the Green Bamboo Gang? And who's the leader? Seeing how calm Chen Pinggan was, it made them look at Chen Pinggan in a favorable light. Another person in the crowd, at this point, stood up and spoke. I'm their big brother, one of the 8 kings of the Green Bamboo Gang. You can call me Second Master Zhang. Second Master Zhang stood in front of Chen Pinggan and spoke faintly. Pinggan Chen swept a glance at Second Master Zhang with a hint of disdain in his gaze. You dare to call me Second Master in front of me, don't you? I'll make you call yourself a grandson. Pinggan Chen said secretly in his heart. I don't know what guidance Second Master Zhang has for coming to our home. Pinggan Chen said calmly. I see you're pretty smart. You should know very well what we're here for. Our Green Bamboo Gang's patience is also limited. And you don't want to mess up your family's life because of an internet cafe. Little brother, persuade your parents. Don't force our brothers to resort to means. If we really resort to means, your family can't afford it. Second Master Zhang slowly opened his mouth and said, his tone extremely arrogant. Let's put it this way. I want to see your boss for a while, and I have something to talk to your boss about. Pinggan Chen spoke. How old are you? You want to see our boss? Are you looking for death? The punk next to him spoke up viciously, but only after he finished his sentence. His entire body violently flew out. Pinggan Chen stomped over and directly sent him flying, along with the 2 or 3 people behind him. They were also knocked out with him. This scene happened so fast that Second Master Zhang and the others didn't have time to react. UTMD looking for death? Ah, brothers, do it. Zhang Air Master said viciously, but without waiting for them to do so. Pinggan Chen had already taken the initiative. Pinggan Chen bullied his way forward and kicked them all one by one. In front of Pinggan Chen, they did not have the ability to fight back in any way. The hallway outside the front door was filled with punks who had been kicked out. The only people still standing at the scene were Second Master Zhang and Pinggan Chen. Zhang Ershi was dumbfounded by what he saw, and his legs were shaking a little. It's not that Zhang Erji has never seen a fierce one, but he has never seen such a fierce one. One man beat 7 or 8 of them without even moving his hands, directly kicking everyone down with just his feet. It was the first time he had encountered such an expert. Can Master Zhang speak properly now? Can I see your boss, please? Pinggan Chen stood in front of Second Master Zhang and said coldly. No problem. I'll take you to see our boss. Second Master Zhang said in a hurry. Arrogance is arrogance, but he's not a cutie pie. He knew that all he had to do was say a no, and he guessed that the next one to be kicked out would be himself. Mom and Dad, you guys wait at home. I'll be back soon. Pin Shan rushed to his parents at home. Pin Shan then reclosed the door. Get all these losers up and stop lying on my doorstep. Pin Shan rushed at second Master Zhang and said coldly. Zhang Ershi hurriedly helped all these men on the ground. Of course, Pin Shan didn't hit them hard, so they were only kicked and hurt, but not injured. After all, it was at his own doorstep. Ping Shan would not be here, laying down a heavy hand. There's definitely a chance to strike later. The crowd looked at Chen Pingon in awe, then helped each other to leave. Pingon Shan followed them out. There were two vehicles parked in front of the neighborhood, a sedan and a white van. The sedan was Zhang Ershi's own ride, and the white van was for the minions. Chen Pingon naturally got into second Master Zhang's car. Little brother, I don't know what you're calling our boss for? Second Master Zhang asked tentatively. Got a big deal to talk over with your boss. This business is too big for you to make a decision. See your boss's face and we'll talk it over. Chen Pingon said indifferently. Alright, I'll take you to meet our boss. Second Master Zhang nodded and decisively started the car. Chapter 117, A Bigger Fist Calls for Reason. That villa is just up ahead. That's where my boss lives. Second Master Zhang opened his mouth. Pingon Shan looked at the luxurious villa in front of him, and a few more points of anger were added to his heart. It takes the average citizen a lifetime of hard work to afford a house, but like the boss of the Green Bamboo Gang, this kind of villain can easily live in this kind of big luxurious villa, and an ordinary person can't afford such a big luxurious villa in his whole life. The car stopped in the parking space in front of the villa. The white van behind him stopped right behind him. At that exact moment, the door of the villa opened, and a group of punks came out from the villa as well, surrounding the entire car. The characteristics of these punks were so obvious that it was obvious at a glance that they were a bunch of punks. Let's just say they are still too low on the ladder for these people. Calling them triads is all but inflating their stature. In reality, they are a bunch of street hooligans. Street punks, you're the one who wants to see our boss. Come with us. Our boss has been waiting for you. A burly man opened the city gate and rushed at Pingon Shan and said indifferently. Pingon Shan nodded and quickly got out of the car to follow them into the villa. Pingon Shan's ability to perceive his surroundings was very powerful, and he could sense that quite a few people had already come around. The ones who appeared in front of Chen Pingyang were still only a part of them, and there was another part hidden in the shadows that had not come out. Apparently their boss was very afraid of death, or one could say very cautious, knowing that someone is out to get them. You've been setting up for a long time. As for how he did the setup, it's simple. Of course, although Second Master Zhang couldn't make a phone call when he followed Chen Pingon, Second Master Zhang's men were able to make a phone call. It was assumed that they had already passed the gas long ago and knew that Ping and Chen would be looking for them, so they had already made preparations in advance. The villa hall was filled with another group of people, and all of these people were viciously looking at Pingon Chen. If an ordinary person came to the scene, he or she would probably be scared to death. The only people sitting in the scene were three. These three are two large and one small, two middle-aged men and a youngster. Both middle-aged men had flat expressions and were talking and laughing as they sipped their red beers. The young man, on the other hand, was looking at Pingon Chen with disdain. These three people Pingon Chen did not recognize. One of the middle-aged men put down the red wine in his hand and smiled at Pingon Chen. Little brother, is you wanted to see me, right? I've heard you're good with your hands, so I'll give you face and a chance to see me. I'm the boss of the Green Bamboo Gang, Su Yuan Kuei. Say it, what do you want from me? Su Yuan Kuei said with a gentle face, not in an aggressive manner. His temperament was somewhat refined, and he looked as if he were an amiable middle-aged teacher. But if you're deceived by its appearance, you're mistaken. If he was really a jaded teacher, how could he become the leader of the Green Bamboo Gang? It's simple. I just want to ask if I can keep my parents out of trouble so they can have some peace and quiet and start a small business. Pingon Chen said bluntly. I'm afraid that's not going to work. Su Yuan Kuei said with a loud laugh. Rules are rules, and I made the rules for collecting protection money, and no one can refuse my rules. If there's someone who wants to break my rules, I don't mind sending him down. Su Yuan Kuei spoke the coldest of threats in a gentle tone. That means there's no way to talk about this matter. Pingon Chen said calmly, if that's what you're after, there's no talking about it. If you're done with your business, it's time to get to mine. You injured my brother and said you'd come to see me and didn't give me face. How do you intend to end this? My Su Yuan Kuei's face you have to give. If you don't give me face, then don't blame me for having black hands. Su Yuan Kuei said with a smile and shook his head. Not a hint of a gangster look to him, but Pingon Chen knew that this guy's hands were black. It seems that we can't talk about it, so let's follow the rules of the Jianghu. The rules of the Jianghu. Whoever has the biggest fist, what he says makes sense. There's nothing wrong with this rule, right? Pingon Chen said. There's nothing wrong with that rule. It makes sense. Since you like this rule as well, then I'll make it happen and teach him to behave. Su Yuan Kuei smiled and nodded, stretching out a finger towards Pingon Chen. with Su Yuankui's order. All the gangsters in the hall began to silently take out weapons from their bodies. They had all sorts of weapons, chains, machetes, short sticks, all sorts of things. A group of people had already gathered towards Pingon Chen. This young man has quite a lot of guts. Su Yuankui smiled and said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was also heard laughing out loud. It's not rare to see a more interesting young man, but he died too early. This kind of fool deserves to die. The young man opened his mouth. Don't say that. People are at least courageous, Xiao Wangqiu said with another laugh. The three of them were talking and laughing, completely unaware of what kind of enemies they were about to encounter. Pingon Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, a hint of coldness sweeping through his gaze. Originally he had only come to teach them a lesson, but now he had to go down fighting. It was because those of them were planning to kill Pingon Chen. Would it be okay if they really killed Pingon Chen? The answer is yes, they are just fine. This was because they could completely fake the scene after killing Chen Pingon, even to the point of disposing of Chen Pingon's body cleanly without leaving a trace. People like them have their hands full with an umbrella over them and a bunch of minions underneath, so they can really be described as lawless if they really want to do something. Since this was the case, Pingon Chen did not intend to stay his hand. Of course, Pingon Chen would not kill anyone tonight. Pingon Chen's true jinx was internal injuries. That said, it's still a bit more enjoyable on the Shangjiang side. If it were on the Shangjiang side, Pingon Chen would have killed a bloodbath and killed all of them, and then just dispose of the bodies. But you can't do that on the mainland. There are still scruples, especially with so many people on the scene. Just because you can't kill, doesn't mean you can't fight. What are you guys dawdling about? It's better if I do it. Pingon Chen sneered and took the initiative to charge towards the crowd. Pingon Chen's movements were not fast at all. They could easily see the trajectory of Pingon Chen's movements, and they could also see the full Pingon Chen striking out, with a palm strike towards the little brother. But a magical scene happened. It was this kind of movement by Pingon Chen that no one could block. Obviously, Pingon Chen's movements didn't seem to be fast. However, Pingon Chen's palm strikes could solidly hit these punks' bodies, and one palm at a time. As long as they hit, Pingon Chen's palm will directly fall softly to the ground, without half of the ability to move. The middle-aged man who was originally watching the show snapped his eyes wide open. It's a master, the middle-aged man said in surprise. Chapter 118, A Terrible Blow. Pingon Chen rushed into the crowd and opened his hands left and right, just by relying on his own pair of meaty palms. He sent these punks flying one by one. Pingon Chen's palms were plain and unassuming. There was nothing special about them. They didn't look very eye-catching, but his palms were very solid. As long as it strikes, there will surely be no one to stop it. Su Yuankui's expression immediately became grave, and the middle-aged man beside him had stood up in direct surprise. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. This middle-aged man had learned Kai Li Fo Quan himself, counted as a dark power expert. In this day and age, masters of statecraft are actually very rare. They weren't from the Green Bamboo Gang either, but they had a cooperative relationship with the Green Bamboo Gang and happened to come over to talk business today. I didn't expect to see a master of statecraft right here. He saw that Pingon Chen had struck out without haste, but there was no one to block it. Immediately, he knew that this Chen Pingon was not simple. He felt that Pingon Chen was an expert not much weaker than himself. But in reality, if Pingon Chen were to hit him, it would only take one palm. Only at this time, Pingon Chen did not use his real kung fu, just used the bone-crushing cotton palm to greet these punks. There were a large number of punks on the scene, at least 20 or so. More than 20 people surrounded Pingon Chen alone, but they actually couldn't hurt him half the time. Instead, a group of punks fell around Pingon Chen, and when these punks fall down they are physically weak and can't get up anymore. This was because when Pingon Chen struck, he struck at the acupuncture points on these punks' bodies. Pingon Chen's bone-transforming neon palm struck their acupuncture points and directly paralyzed them. Don't think these punks should be able to get up and keep fighting for at least a short while. Moreover, their end was already doomed when Pingon Chen used the bone-transforming cotton palm to hit them. Of course Pingon Chen would not kill them. So many people all killed them. How big a case would it be? Even Pingon Chen couldn't carry it off, and could only die when the time came. So from the beginning to the end, Pingon Chen had no thoughts of killing them, but Pingon Chen wanted to waste them. The palm force of the bone-transforming sheep palm had already struck into their acupoints. They've been hit with internal injuries. Unless there was an internal expert who could heal their wounds, they were hopeless. They will get weaker and weaker, day by day. By then they'll be gasping for breath going up a 2-story building, and their legs will be weak from the extra steps they'll have to take. It's hard to even try to function properly, let alone go and hit someone. But there's no damage on them? Even if they wanted to call the police, it would be useless. You know that even broken bones are only considered minor injuries, and they can only be described as a kind of flesh wound. Not even enough for a minor injury. It's the law. After all, the people who made the law didn't know that someone could actually hit the bone-crushing palm. It's safe to say the law still saved their lives. If there was no law to save their lives, Chen Pingan would have beaten them to death by now. There's something odd about this man, the young man said with some surprise as he stood up. The young man had also learned Kai Li Fu Quan, and although his kung fu was not up to par, he still had some eyesight. Su Yuankui slowly stood up as well. Though he didn't know much kung fu, he did have eyesight. The scene was so obvious he could certainly see that Ping and Shen was an expert. Keep calling, I'll see how many he can hit, Su Yuankui said coldly. The men around him immediately went out to call someone. They've got a lot of people set up around them, at least 50 hitters. Another large group rushed in, but the hall was literally overflowing with people, but all of them move around a lot. However, Pingan Shen's actions were easy and relaxed. These people lying on the floor of the hall did not even try to affect Pingan Shen's actions. No matter how many people came in the hall, they were actually no match for Pingan Shen. This scene also dazzled everyone. As the old saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. However, when these words fell on Pingan Shen, they did not have this effect anymore. This was because Pingan Shen was facing enemies in all directions, front and back, left and right, just by virtue of his own pair of palms. None of them were able to cause harm to Pingan Shen. The middle-aged man who was watching the fun finally sucked in a mouthful of cold air at this moment. He had already realized the gap between himself and Pingan Shen. Obviously, Pingan Shen looked plain and ordinary, and there wasn't much movement between strikes. However, so many manpower were actually no match for Pingan Shen. This alone could show how strong Pingan Shen's ability really was. The situation is a bit off. Let's go first, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Before, he was also in the mindset of watching the show, but now he was unsure of being able to deal with Pingan Shen. While Pingan Shen was still dealing with the thugs, it was better for them to leave decisively. Hearing this, Su Yuankui also had the idea of leaving. Good, let's go first, Su Yuankui said in a hurry. But just as the 3 of them were getting up to leave, they only realized that they had a flash of light before their eyes, and Pingan Shen had already appeared in front of the 3 of them. When did Pingan Shen come over? They couldn't feel it at all. Didn't the 3 of you watch the theater quite comfortably? Why are you leaving now? Chen Pingan spoke indifferently. Little brother has to be spared. I'll see that this matter is settled today. Let me introduce you. My last name is Wang, called Wang Tai, and I come from the Suzhou Hangzhou Wang family. And me, my surname is Song. My name is Song Kaming, and I come from the Song family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Little brother, we've already given you face. Don't give us face. That young also stood up and spoke coldly. When Song Kaming opened his mouth, Wang Tai knew that the situation was going to be bad. As expected, when Pingan Shen heard this, his body had already pounced towards the 2 with a single movement. Pretending in front of me. Let me see how much weight you really have. As the words fell, Chen Pingan had already slapped his palm towards the 2. Wang Tai's kung fu was a bit higher and his reaction was timely, immediately raising both arms to block the palm. However, Song Kaming's martial arts were inferior, and he could not even react before being sent flying by Pingan Shen's palm. Song Kaming directly flew out 7 or 8 meters away, and spewed out a mouthful of blood right after he landed. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body fell into a coma. Kung fu is so bad, and you're still pretending in front of me, Pingan Shen cursed. Pingan Shen thought that this guy had kung fu, so he struck a little heavier, but he didn't expect that this guy was a paper tiger, and he couldn't even catch a slap from him. Wang Tai was a bit stronger, but the result was actually the same. Similarly, he was sent flying by Pingan Shen with a single palm strike. However, Wang Tai's state was a bit better and didn't spurt blood, but after eating this slap, the others also fainted. Pingan Shen arrived in front of Su Yuankui and controlled Su Yuankui in place with a single point on Su Yuankui's body. Chapter 119, Super Regretful Su Yuankui. Su Yuankui could only watch as Chen Pingan, who was invincible, crisscrossed the hall, knocking out all of his men, one by one, on the floor. Then Pingan Shen walked away, came over and grabbed Su Yuankui by the back of his collar and directly grabbed Su Yuankui. Su Yuankui couldn't move, and a feeling of fear rose in his heart. Su Yuankui also never thought that just for the protection fee of so little, actually want to take themselves into it. Had he known this was the outcome, he would have just agreed to it in one breath. Isn't it just a protection fee for an internet cafe? If you don't charge it, you don't charge it. But now he didn't even have a chance to speak. Chen Pingan directly grabbed Su Yuankui to the next bedroom. Clicked. The door of the room was closed by him. Pingan Shen took out a camera from the space and set it up. Then Pingan Shen undid the acupuncture points on Su Yuankui's body. As soon as the acupoints were undone, Su Yuankui shouted loudly in a hurry. Little brother, I'm wrong. I won't collect the protection fee. Please let me go. I don't dare to deal with you again. Su Yuankui just shouted loudly. Shut your mouth and yell again and I'll kill you right now. I just spoke to you nicely and you didn't say yes, and now it's too late. I've done it all. We're in a no-win situation. You're telling me now that you won't charge my family for protection, but I don't think you're being sincere with that, and I'm not going to believe this rhetoric you're saying, but I have no intention of killing you either. After all, killing you would dirty my hands as well. Tell you what, I'll give you a chance. You give us all the things you've done to break the law. I'll let you go as soon as you explain yourself. You can take a fortune and go far away. Just don't come back in this life. If you agree, I'll let you live and let you leave the country. If you don't agree, then there's no way out. I'll have to kill you now for the safety of my family. You should know better than me what to do. Pingan Shen slowly spoke. When Su Yuankui heard this, he wanted to die. In his heart, he also regretted to the extreme. If he had known that it was such a result, hadn't he agreed to it just now? Isn't it just $10,000 a month for protection? He's not charging anymore, just for such a small amount of protection money. It's actually going to cost you your career and possibly your own little life. It's just not worth it. Is there any more to talk about in this matter? How about I can make it up to you for $1 million? $5 million, I'll give you $5 million. With $5 million, your parents don't even need to open an internet cafe anymore. Your family can all go far away. It's impossible for me to find trouble with you. Su Yuankui hurriedly opened his mouth and said. Pingan Shen didn't talk nonsense and only clicked a few more times on Su Yuankui's body. The acupuncture points of the human body were really too mysterious, and after just a few gentle nods, Su Yuankui's body was suddenly in severe pain. He felt as if he was being stabbed by needles all over his body. That kind of severe pain, that kind of pain made him not have the courage to live. He hated to kill himself right now. He tried to let out a scream, but realized that he couldn't make any sound as if his throat was blocked. It turned out that he had been muted by Pingan Shen and couldn't even speak. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Pingan Shen undid the acupuncture points on Su Yuankui's body. Su Yuankui gasped loudly. Never felt this moment was so happy. It turned out that as long as the body did not hurt, that was the happiest thing. You have no room to bargain. Either die or give an account of your crime. Don't lie in front of me. It won't work. I've studied psychology and micro-expressions. Are you lying? I can tell at a glance? Shen Pingan spoke indifferently. Of course, Pingan Shen hadn't learned psychology or micro-expressions, but he had telepathy, and the same effect was a bit stronger. So whether Su Yuankui was lying or not, Pingan Shen knew exactly. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't agree, we'll continue every 5 minutes. I'll ask you again. I'll see how long you can hold out. Pingan Shen said coldly. Don't. I've promised everything. I'll give an account of it all. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Su Yuankui was startled and said loudly in a hurry. Well then, you start to explain now. What illegal and criminal things have you done? What kind of men do you have and who is the umbrella above you? What evidence do you have in your hands? Give me a full accounting of all these issues. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's inquiry, Su Yuankui's face became very pale. He knew he just had to account for these issues. Then he was still dead. No one will spare him, at least at home. Holding on to his luck, Su Yuankui said something small, like fights, like hurting people, like some theft cases. Anyway, he didn't say a single thing about the big cases, the crimes that would kill his head. How dare you talk tough in front of me? So let's give you a 10-minute package. After Pingan Shen finished speaking without waiting for Su Yuankui to speak, he directly pointed Su Yuankui's acupoints again. Su Yuankui opened his mouth wide and fell helplessly to the ground. This one was 10 minutes of hell for him. In those 10 minutes, he felt dead. Then he was dying to die, but he just couldn't die. This painful experience is unimaginable to those who have not encountered it. After 10 minutes, Su Yuankui's body was already drenched in sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water, and all of the clothes on his body were drenched in sweat. Pingan Shen once again relieved Su Yuankui of the acupoints and pain on his body. Su Yuankui opened his mouth, unable to make any sound, and his entire body lay powerless on the ground. Ready to give an account? Do you want to do it again? Pingan Shen asked again. Don't I give an account of it all? I give an account of it all. Su Yuankui reacted violently and said in a hurry. He couldn't care about anything now. He just wanted to live in peace and never want to suffer that again. Let him do whatever he wants as long as he's not put through that. This time Su Yuankui finally began to give an honest account of his crimes. Su Yuankui no longer dared to hide, and explained clearly the bad things he did one by one. Quite a few things still have evidence to retain. For example, he gave those umbrellas a favor. He actually did all the accounting for it. He left an account book and there are records of remittances. With this evidence in place, it's a good idea to take out all those umbrellas. Pingan Shen had filmed the entire process. Su Yuankui had also taken the initiative to hand over evidence, which had now been placed in the hands of Chen Pingan. Chapter 120 CO1Q has escaped. Pingan Shen collected the evidence, and the camera. Before leaving, Pingan Shen said, I'm only going to give you 1 day to run, and 1 day after that this evidence will be turned in, so you must move fast. Get out of the country as soon as you can. You don't have much time. Pingan Shen didn't care what Su Yuankui's reaction was after he finished speaking. He turned around and left. Before leaving, Chen Pingan had already lightly slapped Su Yuankui's body. The slap had little force and wouldn't hurt, but actually this is the essence of the bone-shifting cotton palm. This palm of Pingan Shen's was using the bone-transforming cotton palm. This move had already struck Su Yuankui's body, and Su Yuankui only had 1 day left. 1 day later the bone-crushing sheep palm will explode instantly. By then, Su Yuankui would die instantly and violently. This was why Pingan Shen told Su Yuankui to hurry up and leave. Because Pingan Shen didn't want Su Yuankui to stay here and wait for death again. Even if Su Yuankui is going to die, he should get far away. The farther the better. In which case Su Yuankui's death and Chen Pingan will have nothing to do with it. Of course, Pingan Shen would turn in the evidence. But Pingan Shen didn't trust those of them. Those people from the patrol office did not have a very high credit rating with Pingan Shen. Chen Pingan very much doubted that even if he handed over the evidence, Su Yuankui would probably not be able to die in the end. Even those big fishes behind him would make an effort to protect Su Yuankui. Chen Pingan didn't know if Su Yuankui would die after he handed over the evidence, and he wasn't willing to gamble on it, even less willing to put Su Yuankui's fate in someone else's hands. So Pingan Shen pulled this trick. He's going to scare CO1Q away. Then he moved on CO1Q's body and made CO1Q die halfway. As for the success of this plan, that's up to God. Pingan Shen quickly left. After all, what had to be done had already been done. The rest of it, that's for someone else to do. After seeing Pingan Shen leave, Su Yuankui finally let out a long sigh of relief. Su Yuankui also slowly calmed down at this time, and his mind turned, thinking about how to break the game. Can we get this person killed? Su Yuankui thought in his heart, but in the end, he still didn't dare to make a move. I'm really not sure. The feeling wasn't deep before, but now the more he thought about it, the more he felt the terror of Chen Pingan. Even if he took out his firearm, it was hard to say if he could kill Pingan Shen. What if I don't die? That's a lot of trouble. And he had just handed over all the evidence of his crimes, which had also been captured on video, and as soon as that evidence was handed over, he was dead. Su Yuankui also dared not bet that the top would let himself go. It has to go, and it has to go now. I'll figure out how to fix this kid after I leave the country first. Seo Wankyu thought silently in his heart. Thinking of this, Su Yuankui no longer dared to stay. Take their ID cards, and passports, and valuable things all away. As for the money on the bank card, there was no time to deal with it. After all, it's hard to deal with the fact that you can't even transfer abroad if you want to now. But Su Yuankui has long been prepared. He was in a foreign bank, has long been prepared. A bank account inside has deposited a sum of money. Even if he leaves the country, he still has the capital to rise again. It had to be said that Su Yuankui was indeed very shrewd, and had even arranged his own backstory. Seo Wonkyu's wife and child happened to be out traveling. He couldn't care about his wife and children now, and could only make a call to his wife, explain the situation, and let her take his children and leave the country overnight. As for the wife being able to run out, that's hard to say. When he walked to the entrance of the villa, Su Yuankui was a little hesitant, thinking about whether he should call and inform some people. But in the end, Seo Wankyu decided that this call couldn't be made, since no one knew the news yet. Then his escape was the easiest situation. But once the news spreads and more people know about it, then the probability of a change of heart would be too great, and there was a chance that Su Yuankui might not be able to escape in time at all. This call can't be made right now. I have to wait until I'm out of the country to make this call, Seo Wankyu said in the letter. After taking this idea, Su Yuankui drove away in the night. First of all, drove to the provincial city, and then took an airplane in the provincial city. First flew to Shangjiang, and then changed planes in Shangjiang to go to the South Pacific countries. As long as he goes abroad, then he is safe too. Su Yuankui, however, was completely unaware that no matter where he escaped to, he was already a dead man. Pingan Chen, however, was already taking out his cell phone and calling Mr. Hua. How to deal with the evidence in his hands. Chen Pingan also has his own ideas. First of all, this evidence can't be turned over to the local beat cop, because what people were reliable in the local inspector's office? Pingan Chen had absolutely no idea. Point 2. This evidence must be maximized. So this evidence cannot be handed over in secret. It had to be handed over by Chen Pingan himself, so that the people above would know that Chen Peiyang had also made a contribution, and that this was a credit. So there's another question here. Who to put this evidence in the hands of? Chen Pingan then thought of Mr. Hua. Certainly not by handing the evidence to Mr. Fok. Mr. Fok is a big shot in Hong Kong, so handing the evidence to him won't do much good. But Mr. Hua has connections, so Chen Pinggan can hand over this evidence through Mr. Hua. The phone was quickly answered, and the person who answered was Mr. Hua's housekeeper. Knowing that it was a call from Chen Pinggan, Mr. Hua happily took the call. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Chen Pinggan spoke of his needs. So that's what this is about. No problem. I'll take care of this. You are in Jiangnan province, right? I'm still acquainted with one in Jiangnan province. We've also dealt with each other. So I'll give him a call right now and communicate with him about this matter. When the time comes, I'll tell him that you're my god-grandson. That's how I'll say it. It's too much of an aggravation. Mr. Hua said with a smile. Grandpa Hua is joking. What's so aggravating about it? According to your age, being my grandfather is also more than enough. Pinggan Chen also said with a smile, saying that Chen Pinggan was Mr. Hua's god-grandson had actually elevated Chen Pinggan's status. In saying this, Pinggan Chen also appeared to be more valuable in the eyes of those bigwigs up there. This was a good thing for Pinggan Chen. After the two communicated, the phone hung up. Half an hour later, an unfamiliar phone call came to Pinggan Chen's phone. Chen Pinggan took out his cell phone and took a look at the phone number, knowing that the call was from the provincial city. As soon as the phone was connected, a mature and steady middle-aged man's voice rang out over the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Pingyang Chen? I'm the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Secretariat. My name is Wang Xian. Chapter 121, The Wine Bug. Hello Director Wang, I'm Pinggan Chen. Pinggan Chen said hurriedly, and in his heart, he also secretly felt that Mr. Hua's connections were indeed powerful. With a status and position like Director Wang, if it was Pinggan Chen himself to contact him, he probably wouldn't be able to do so at all. But a phone call from Mr. Ho led to a direct connection. After both parties had introduced themselves, the case was quickly stated. Of course Pinggan Chen would not tell the truth. Chen Pinggan had a set of his own rhetoric. Anyway, it was to take out his own suspicion. As for how the evidence in his hand came, Chen Pinggan did not explain the origin. Fortunately, Director Wang did not ask so many questions, mainly asking Chen Pinggan's current position and the evidence in his hands in the end reached what level. The phone hangs up soon after both parties have made good communication. Director Wang, on the other hand, told Chen Pinggan that he would come and personally receive Chen Pinggan on the morrow's day, and that he would take the evidence away at that time. As for how to deal with this evidence after he took it away, Director Wang didn't say half a word, but Pinggan Chen didn't ask much either, because how it was handled and Chen Pinggan no longer had anything to do with it. But Chen Pinggan believed that there was estimated to be another gust of wind to blow. Guess there's going to be a lot of people to deal with here in Long River City. After all, in Su Yuan Kuei's account, there are quite a few officials who could have accepted his bribes. After doing this, Chen Pinggan returned home in peace of mind. Seeing Pinggan Chen return, his parents were finally relieved. Mom and Dad, I told you, it's okay, you don't have to worry. Also, I've got someone to talk to about the protection money side of things. No one will come after us again. Pinggan Chen said with a smile, actually, I don't care about protection money at all. What I care about is still your safety. If I had known that I would have to mess up so many things, I might as well have agreed to it from the start. Chen Guoqing said with a helpless face. Dad, words can't be said that way. $10,000 a month. $120,000 a year. We are still 2 late shifts. A year is $240,000. You really don't feel bad about this money, ah? Chen Pinggan said with a smile. Who could not be heartbroken about this money? Isn't it out of the question? Chen Guoqing shook his head and said, Alright, the trouble is solved. It's fine. From now on, you guys just open your internet cafes in peace. By the way, I didn't even ask if the internet cafe is doing well. Pinggan Chen took the initiative to digress. Good business is too good. It's full every day, and as long as no one comes and messes with us, we're doing good business at the internet cafe. When it comes to the business of internet cafes, Chen Guoqing can be very energetic. Chen Pinggan and his own father were talking and laughing, and the family was happy. It was just that the two parents could never have imagined that Chen Ping had already made such a big scene by going out before. The night passed quickly and it was time for day 2. Chen Pinggan's life had become very self-disciplined, and he woke up naturally at around 7 o'clock. After washing up in the bathroom and eating, my mother created a bowl of fried noodles. By the time the bowl of fried noodles was finished, Pinggan Chen's side heard another system alert. The items in the system mall were refreshed once again. Pinggan Chen had long been accustomed to such a voice, but hearing such a voice again still made Pinggan Chen feel anticipation. Opening the system interface, 4 items appeared in front of Pinggan Chen. 1. A pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets used by Shangguan Jinhong. 2. 1 recipe for watermelon planting. 3. A book of skills in the art of micro-engraving. 4. 1 wine bug spirit pet. The appearance of 4 items today was already arousing Chen Pinggan's interest. The first item is actually a weapon used by Shangguan Jinhong in the novel. But this kind of weapon had no effect at all in someone else's hands. This was because they were in need of matching feats in order to use them out. This kind of weapon Pinggan Shen did not need either. Watermelon growing recipes are barely okay, aren't they? After all, it is a watermelon planting recipe produced by the system is definitely something different. Definitely not an ordinary watermelon planting recipe. As for the skill book of the micro-sculpting technique, this had no value to Pinggan Shen, because it wasn't like Pinggan Shen needed such technology. The last item made Chen Pinggan somewhat unintelligible. However, by the time Pinggan Shen had read the system introduction, he immediately had a feeling of surprise, because the fourth item, this wine bug pet, is a bit unusual, because the wine bug was considered a spirit. The wine bug inside the system mall, however, was a kind of pet, and after buying it, it would become one's pet. The biggest hobby of the wine bug is drinking, and its value is reflected in the brew. If you have a wine bug, you can have it make wine for you. You can just throw the wine bugs to the place where the wine is being made, and then the wine bugs, where they appear, will appear as fine wine. Exactly how it worked, Pinggan Shen didn't know. Anyway, he just knew that wineworms could make wine. In that case, this wine bug is a good one. Compared to the other 3 items, the wine bug is undoubtedly the most valuable. Pinggan Shen didn't hesitate anymore and directly spent $1 to buy the wine bug as a pet. With the purchase complete, the wine bug had become Pinggan Shen's pet. Pinggan Shen directly took out the wine bug from the system interface. Very quickly the wine bug arrived in the palm of Pinggan Shen. It was a white and chubby bug, somewhat like a caterpillar in appearance, but the body of these bugs looked crystal clear, as if it was carved out of crystal, but it's also creamy in color. The wine bug was probing in Chen Pinggan's hand, looking very cute. The wine bug belonged to Pinggan Shen's pet, and Pinggan Shen could use his spiritual power to communicate with the wine bug. After communicating with the wineworm, Chen Pinggan knew how the wineworm made wine. It was only then that Pinggan Shen realized that wine bugs actually belong to a type of bug demon. It can also be thought of as a type of demon. Since he was a demon, he naturally had some distinctive skills, and although he didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, he had mastered the art of water escape. As long as there is water, it can perform the water escape technique. Sake is also a type of water. And of course, you can use the water transportation technique. Pinggan Shen gave a command to the wine bug in his mind. A splashing sound was emitted from the body of the wine bug. It then disappeared in the palm of Pinggan Shen's hand. Chen Pinggan flew to the cabinet and opened it to see a bottle of bulk white wine, which was lying on the wine bug. Sure enough, this wine bug found the nearest bottle of wine and directly executed the water escape technique to enter into the white wine. This kind of ability is indeed amazing. The wineworm arrived in the bottle and began to roam freely, and along with his roaming, the aroma of this bottle of white wine became even more intense, and its quality became even more fragrant. Chapter 122, Brewing. But Pinggan Shen knew that the quality of this bottle of white wine was not very high, because this bottle of white wine is bulk white wine, except that his own father from the country quite liked the taste of this white wine, bought several bottles at home. The bottle is already half drunk and there's still half left. Now that the wine weight has traveled around in the white wine, the bottle seems to have become of a higher quality. Pinggan Shen opened the bottle cap and smelled it, and it really became more fragrant. How long has this been going on? I can't believe that the wine bugs have changed the quality of the white wine. The ability of this wine bug is really something. In fact, this was also this bug demon's own natural ability. Not to mention that this was only half a bottle of white wine, even if it was as much as a pond. In front of the bug demon's innate ability, it could quickly enhance the quality of the white wine. After understanding this, Pinggan Shen had an idea in his heart. Pinggan Shen wanted to make wine, so of course he let this insect demon make wine for himself. Pinggan Shen could completely open a winery himself and then let this wine bug make wine. And then the quality of the wine inside his winery would naturally be very high and could be sold for a large price. It was not important to make money or not, but starting a distillery was more important to Pinggan Shen. This brewery could then be opened locally in Long River. After all, this was Pinggan Shen's hometown, and investing in his hometown would be conducive to enhancing Pinggan Shen's social status. If Pinggan Shen had been an entrepreneur before, how would the people of the relatives gang dare to find trouble with his parents? The point is that such a distillery can still make money. Pinggan Shen had been moved, but this is something that needs to be looked into. Son, you want to drink? Chen Guoqing happened to walk over, saw Chen Pinggan's movements and asked with a strange face. Just as Chen Guoqing walked over at the same time, the wine worms in the wine bottle suddenly disappeared. The wine worm didn't really disappear into thin air, but his body became transparent and was simply invisible in the white wine. It's like ice melting in water is invisible. For the same reason, I just suddenly wanted to try it. Dad, how about you try this wine? Pingan Shan smiled and opened his mouth. What the hell are you up to? I drank the rest of this wine. Can I not know how this wine tastes? Speaking of which, this wine, even though it's a bulk white wine, tastes real good and I still like it. It's just that in the future, I guess I won't be able to drink such good white wine. I've heard that this distillery's benefits are not very good, and it's estimated that it's going to close down. Chen Guoqing spoke with some emotion. Since the quality of this liquor is so good, how come it's closing down? Chen Pingan, however, asked curiously. Just because something is good doesn't mean business is good too. And the competition for liquor on the market right now is too fierce. Just tell me how many white wines there are on the market now. You can't even count them. How fierce the competition is. And it's time to say no. While I do like the flavor of this white wine, not everyone will. And this wine is still bulk white wine. The grade is indeed inferior. Chen Guoqing opened his mouth to explain. Pingan Chen understood somewhat, but he still spoke. Dad, let's not talk about anything else for now. You can taste the flavor of this wine first. Pingan Chen picked up a wine glass and poured half a glass of wine for his old father. What's different about this wine? It's still the same wine. Chen's mouth grunted. Still, he walked over and picked up the half glass of wine. But when he picked up the half glass of wine, the others paused. Strange. The flavor of this wine doesn't smell right. Why is it so fragrant? Chen Guoqing asked with a puzzled face. Pingan Chen smiled and spoke. I've remodeled this half bottle of wine and added a little something else into it. But, Dad, don't worry, the stuff is safe, so feel free to drink it to try the flavor. Pingan Chen was still certain on this point. Because the wine bug was his pet, of course he wouldn't hurt his father. Wine bugs also make wine that is non-toxic and harmless. You put something in the wine, huh? Chen Guoqing asked with some hesitation, but smelling the aroma of the glass of wine in his hand, he couldn't stand it any longer. While he wasn't much of an alcoholic, he still enjoyed the occasional white wine, and the glass of white wine in his hand tasted too flavorful. The aroma emanating from it made him a bit irresistible. He raised his glass and took a careful sip. This mouthful of white wine in his throat immediately made Chen's eyes go wide. This wine is too flavorful and delicious. Chen Guoqing blinked his mouth with a surprised expression. I've had Mao Tai before, and it doesn't seem to taste as good as this wine, Chen said hesitantly. Chen Guoqing was feeling that this wine he was drinking in front of him was a bit better than the best Mao Tai he had ever had. Of course he suspected it was his own delusion. After all, the last time he'd had a glass of Mao Tai had been years ago, and a lucky circumstance. He now always had a feeling that the flavor of the glass of wine in his hand was better than Mao Tai. Unable to resist, he took another swig of the remaining white wine in his glass. It did taste good. It was the best wine he'd ever had. Come pour me another cup. I want to savor it, Chen Guoqing said in a hurry. Pingan Chen smiled and poured another glass of wine for his father. Then Pingan Chen found a glass and poured a little bit for himself as well. Pingan Chen also took a small taste. Chen Pingan didn't know white wine, but he felt that this wine tasted fragrant and did not have that pungent and stimulating feeling. And the white wine after the mouth is particularly fragrant. The so-called mouth full of flavor is such a feeling, right? What did you add to the wine? How come the wine has become so good? Chen Guoqing couldn't help but ask. Dad, it's a secret recipe, so don't ask. I've been drinking along anyway, so the wine must be safe. But Dad, what do you think would happen if I used the secret recipe to open a distillery? Pingan Chen spoke up. If you really use the secret recipe to open a distillery, then the business of that distillery is definitely going to be so good that it's going to explode. The quality of this wine I feel is even better than Mao Tai. If we packaged it a little bit, advertised it, and did a little marketing, I don't think I need to worry about business at all. Chen Guoqing spoke. After all, he was a regular drinker, so he was more vocal in that regard. Mao Tai is delicious. There is no doubt about it, but Mao Tai is too expensive. Who can afford to drink it? If there's a wine that tastes almost as good as Mao Tai, but is cheap and inexpensive, imagine how such a wine could lack business. Chapter 123, Meeting Director Wang. Originally, Pingan Chen hadn't thought of starting a brewing business, but now he really had such an idea. After all, the wineworm's ability was very powerful, and with the wineworm's brewing ability, Pingan Chen could brew cheap and inexpensive good wine. No, you shouldn't sell cheap. You should sell premium liquor. Anything priced low is worthless, and you can only make a lot of money if the unit price is high enough. There's a lot of promise in this white wine. Pingan Chen already had the idea of brewing wine in his heart. Both parents soon went off to their respective jobs. After all, they were still needed to watch over the internet cafe. After his parents went to work, Chen Pingan went to his bedroom and opened his computer. A new computer had been installed in Pingan Chen's bedroom. This was the computer he had bought before the college entrance exam. In addition to his desktop, he bought himself a laptop. He didn't shortchange himself in that regard, and it wasn't like he was short of money right now anyway. Nowadays, Computers have lower configurations and are slower to boot up, so I waited for a few minutes for it to finally finish booting up and connecting to the internet. On the internet, Pingon-chan looked for the brewing process and checked the brewing process of modern wineries. The good thing is that all this information is available online, so look for it. An hour later, Pingon-chan already had a good idea of the winemaking process in mind. He didn't know how to make wine himself, but the general process was already known. Right at this moment, Pingon-chan's cell phone rang again. It was director Wang Xianwang who called Chen Pingon, and director Wang had already arrived in Changhua City with his people. Chen Pingon and director Wang agreed on a meeting place. Then Pingon-chan set off with the information. Half an hour later, Pingon-chan met Wang Xian, director Wang, in a box in a tea house. Wang Xian was taken aback when she saw Pingon-chan. When he had talked to Pingon-chan on the phone before, he had felt that Pingon-chan should not be very old, but he also didn't expect Pingon-chan to be so young, because Pingon-chan looked like a high school student. I can only say that director Wang Xianwang is really accurate in reading people, and Pingon-chan is a senior student. No, the current Pingon-chan was already a freshman. Are you Pingon-chan? Wang Xian asked uncertainly. Director Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Pingon-chan. I heard your voice, Pingon-chan said with a smile. Now director Wang was also certain that the person in front of him was Pingon-chan, the person he was looking for. I was not expecting you to be so young. Wang Xian chuckled. Director Wang is a good judge of character. I am indeed very young and I'm a freshman this year. It's a freshman to be, Pingon-chan explained. So that's how it is. Wang Xian nodded. Following Wang Xian, there were two other people, and Wang Xian also introduced the identities of these two people, and both of them are the people of the provincial arrest office. This time is also followed together over the case. Let me show you the information first. When Pingon-chan finished speaking, he opened the laptop he had brought with him. The video footage taken earlier is already stored in the laptop. With the laptop running, the content of the information explained by Su Yuankue appeared before the eyes of the three. One of them took out a paper and pen and began to write and draw carefully, writing down all the important points. It didn't take too long, and the video was finished very quickly. There were no USB flash drives in this day and age, so storing information was a bit of a hassle. To store information, only disks can be used. Fortunately, Pingon-chan had prepared for this, and this video had already been stored on the disk. Pingon-chan took the disk out of the laptop. The video content is all here. Now I'll leave it to you. With that, Pingon-chan handed over the video storage disk to director Wang. Of course the finished movie itself is backed up, but there's no need to be so clear about such things. In addition to this disk, there were a number of documents and accounts that were all handed over. Of course, all of these things were backed up by Pingon-chan himself. After all, what if you're not afraid of anything? Mr. Chen, thank you for your cooperation, Wang Xian said happily. If this matter is accomplished, his credit is not small. Of course, it is also extremely happy thing. Moreover, he was completely aware of the news that the Chin Pingon in front of him was Mr. Was God grandson. That's a lot of status. Mr. Fok is a big shot on the Hong Kong side, and he knows many of the big shots up there. It's the age of the economy again now. If Mr. Hui is happy and can invest in them, it would be really great. Since Chen Pingon was Mr. Was God grandson, he must be very close to Mr. Hua. If Pingon-chan could say a few words to persuade Mr. Hua to invest, that would be the best ending. These are things I should be doing. Speaking of which, I was forced to do the same. This green bamboo gang collects protection money and received it on my parents' heads. My parents are honest people and they are not equipped to deal with this situation. I'm about to go to college again, and I don't have the time to protect my parents every day, so I have no choice but to get rid of them, Chen Pingon said lightly. But the three people across the street didn't know what to say when they heard the news. Speaking of which, this matter is our fault. It's because we didn't do our job properly that the people were bullied, Director Wang said in a hurry. Pingon-chan smiled, waved his hand and said, this matter has nothing to do with you guys. Director Wang, one size fits all. I still get it. Director Wang nodded with a bitter smile, but this kind of thing was really hard to say. But at the end of the day, it is true that they are also not doing their job properly. If they were doing their job really well, there's no way this could have happened. By the way, Mr. Chen, between you and Mr. Hua, Director Wang's expression was also a bit hesitant when he asked this question. After all, it's really not a good question to ask. They had certainly investigated Pingon-chan after learning of his existence. In fact, Wang Xian's understanding of Chen Pingon's situation was still very profound. After all, he's the director of the provincial secretariat and holds a lot of power in his hands. And the matter to come over and investigate this time was so big. How could they not investigate Pingon-chan? The surprise he felt when he saw Pingon-chan just now was actually all feigned. This meant that he hadn't investigated Pingon-chan. but how could it not actually be investigated? But it was the fact that it had been investigated that made him feel surprised, because in their investigation, both of Pingan Chen's parents were ordinary people, and Pingan Chen was just an ordinary high school student. It was only after this college entrance examination that Pingan Chen went to Shangjian once. How did Pingan Chen suddenly become Mr. Was God grandson? There's definitely a story here. As for the matter of Chen Pingan having money, they hadn't investigated it yet. Chapter 124, Investing 300 million. Chen Pingan has money. This matter they are not unable to investigate, but just have not yet gone to investigate. If they wanted to investigate Ping and Chen's property, just go to the banking system and assist in the investigation. They'll be able to find out soon enough. It was only that time was too tight, and they hadn't been able to investigate all of Pingan Chen's details, but they already knew the basic situation of Pingan Chen. The average family is 19 years old, and the high school seniors will be going to college soon. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Chen Pingan to have any interactions with Mr. Hua, but now Pingan Chen had become Mr. Was God grandson, which was strange. Pingan Chen smiled and explained, when I traveled to Shangjiang, I once met Grandpa Hua, and I did Grandpa Hua a small favor. Grandpa Hua and I hit it off so well that he took me in as a god grandson. Pingan Chen's lies also came out of his mouth, but no one could poke through such lies. So that's how it is. Then you are blessed, Mr. Chen. Director Wang said with some envy. Honestly, even at his age, he hated to be Mr. Was God grandson. It's just a shame he doesn't have such a life. The two people who followed beside them were also filled with envy when they heard this. After all, that's Mr. Was God grandson. Who wouldn't envy that? After all, just a little bit of grease coming out of Mr. Was fingers would be enough for them to eat for the rest of their lives. Director Wang, there is something I would like to ask you for a favor. Pingan Chen suddenly spoke. Please speak, Mr. Chen. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do my best. Wang Xian hurriedly spoke. Grandpa Hua gave me a grant to start my own business. After my careful examination, I am very optimistic about the future of the liquor market. It just so happens that we also have quite a few wineries in Long River City, and I would like to contribute to the economic development of our hometown. It's just that I'm only a senior and I don't have much of a clue in that area. I have the money, but for the other aspects, I will need the government side to carry out the assistance. Chen Pingan said in one breath. This is a good thing. I absolutely fully support it. Wang Xian said with a quick smile. It was entirely possible that he would have shrugged it off if it were anything else. But how could he possibly turn down an investment and development project like this one? So Wang Xian didn't have any hesitation at all and directly agreed first. Only Wang Xian's heart was also dark. But unfortunately he was not the supervisor in charge of the economic category. So the matter could not go to his head, and there was no credit to be given to him. But if you can't get the credit, you have to get the favor. This time he was able to get two favors. The first was to help Pingan Chen. He could get a favor from him. Secondly, he can make bridges for the leaders concerned. And the leaders concerned must also recognize him for this favor. Mr. Chen, let's put it this way. I'll contact the local leaders first to see what the exact situation is, and I'll notify you again at that time. But don't worry, it's a great thing, and at the leadership level you will definitely be fully supported, and there will be absolutely no obstacles. Director Wang first made a promise, but he didn't say a word about what exactly was going on right now. This was because he still needed to go and communicate with the relevant parties, and would only come back to Pingan Chen to claim credit when the communication was complete. Sitting in his position, he is absolutely dripping in terms of doing things. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Director Wang. Chen Pingan hurriedly said gratefully. With Director Wang stepping forward, this matter is also 8 or 9, and can save a large amount of trouble. If it was just Pingan Chen himself who had stepped forward, then the trouble would definitely not be less. I have to say that the saying that it is better to have people in the court is really so true. After the information was in their hands, Director Wang and the three of them didn't stay and soon left with all the information. This time when they came over, of course, it wasn't just Director Wang and the three of them. Instead, a competent investigation team was sent down, and Director Wang and the three of them were only there to get the information from Pingan Chen. Now that the information is in hand, it's also finally time to actually do something about it. There were dozens of people on this investigative team, and it began to take on every aspect, and Long River City blew up into a major storm. Only this time, the big storm had nothing to do with Pingan Chen. After handling this matter, Chen Pingan hurriedly called Lin Wanjun again. Lin Wanjun was also very happy to receive Chen Pingan's call. Soon after, Lin Wanjun was asked out by Chen Pingan, and the two of them had a couple's set meal together at noon. Then it was a movie together, and after the movie they went shopping in the park hand in hand. But in the afternoon, Chen Pingan received a call from Director Wang. Director Wang told Chen Pingan that things had been taken care of. For Qin Pingan to invest in his hometown, this matter of local leaders attach great importance to. The third leader is in charge of the economy. He will in Qin Pingan specifically docking this matter. However, Director Wang also implicitly asked how much money Pingan Shen intended to invest and what scale he wanted to engage in. I've prepared $300 million. That should be enough to use. Pingan Shen said bluntly. That $300 million figure is not just a figure to be taken lightly, because Qin Pingan had already learned in his chat with his father before. One of the largest wineries in Changhua City had a market value of just over $200 million. Pingan Shen said that he was ready for $300 million, which was more than enough to buy the largest winery. If the investment of $300 million after 20 years is nothing, it will not be taken seriously by the leaders. But it's 98 years old now, and the $300 million figure is still very large. If it is replaced by the leadership of the North, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, these super first-tier cities may not be able to see the investment of $300 million, but for a third-tier city like Changhua City, this is a very impressive investment. Pingan Shen speaking this number would definitely be taken seriously by them as well. Sure enough, after Pingan Shen spoke this number, Director Wang was also shocked. When talking to Qin Pingan on the phone, his tone of voice became more cordial. After all, Director Wang didn't expect Pingan Shen to invest so much money. Truly worthy of being Mr. Was God grandson. This is too powerful. Director Wang's heart flashed with such thoughts at this moment. Tell you what, let's organize a dinner to meet tonight and have a good chat. Director Wang spoke up. Of course, Pingan Shen had no reason to refuse. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanjun looked at Qin Pingan curiously. You just said you want to invest $300 million. Lin Wanjun asked curiously. Yeah, went out and made a small fortune over the summer. It just so happens that there's a good investment program out there, so I thought I'd take some of it out and invest it. The leaders are going to have dinner with me tonight. Do you want to come along? Pingan Shen asked with a smile. Is it appropriate for me to go? Lin Wanjun said. She wanted to go but didn't dare to. What's inappropriate about that? When the time comes I'll just say you're my secretary. Speaking of which, we're all adults. We'll encounter this kind of situation a lot in the future, so adapting earlier will be good for all of us. Pingan Shen spoke. Lin Wanjun thought about it, nodded and agreed. Chapter 125. Since they were going to a dinner party later, the two were now a bit inappropriately dressed. Pingan Shen could care less, but the respect that should be there should still be there. It was just as well that he could use such an excuse to take Lin Wanjun to buy a few sets of suitable clothes. Lin Wanjun only wore her school uniform when she was at school, and the clothes at her home were indeed of a somewhat lower grade. Lin Wanjun did not refuse, and after hearing Pingan Shen's suggestion, she directly agreed. The two went to the mall, where Pingan Shen saw a Chanel boutique, directly bringing Lin Wanjun. He entered the Chanel boutique. The facepalm drama doesn't come into play here, and these salespeople still have a great attitude, regardless of what they thought in their hearts. They at least served Qin Pingan and Lin Wanjun well when entertaining them. Although the clothes in the Chanel boutique are expensive, the stuff is worth every penny. Pingan Shen bought 3 sets of clothes for Lin Wanjun here, and shoes and socks as well. Even the underwear panties were intended to be bought, but it was really Lin Wanjun who was embarrassed and directly refused. One of the sets of clothes allowed Lin Wanjun to change on the spot. This was a set of fashionable women's clothing, and Lin Wanjun, who had changed into the set of fashionable women's clothing, had a sudden change in temperament, completely lacking the previous appearance of a green schoolgirl. Instead, it has the air of an urbanite. But Lin Wanjun's age was there after all, so just by looking at her face one could tell that Lin Wanjun was definitely still very young. It's a nice suit, and it fits you well. Just wear this one straight away, Pingan Shen said with a smile. Lin Wanjun looked at herself in the mirror a little dazed. She didn't think she could be so pretty. The saying that a man is only as good as his clothes is really true at all. Lin Wanjun was already very pretty, and putting on this Chanel suit immediately raised Lin Wanjun's appearance and temperament by a few notches. Pingan Shen, thank you, Lin Wanjun said softly with a red face. Lin Wanjun was also genuinely unable to refuse such a good-looking dress. With me you're still polite, Pingan Shen said with a smile. After exiting the Chanel boutique, the two went next door to Armani menswear. Although Armani was not a top international brand, it was already considered a good one in their part of the world. Pingan Shen did not have high requirements for these. As long as they were branded goods, it was enough. It should be said that the price of this imported luxury brand is really expensive. If it wasn't for the fact that Pingan Shen had money, he really wouldn't have gone into this kind of store to buy something. But the clothing in their store is also really high enough class and quality. Qin Pingan picked a blue suit for himself. After all, it is to participate in a dinner party or wear formal dress is more appropriate. The temperament of Qin Pingan who wore a suit also changed, appearing more mature and stable. And unlike Lin Wanjun, Qin Pingan's temperament originally appeared to be more mature. After putting on this suit, It's straight off that youthful air of being a high school student. There was absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind when the current Pingon Chen said that he was a domineering president. Lin Wanjun's eyes shone as she looked at Chen Pingon. She didn't expect Chen Pingon to look so handsome in a suit. It was about time. Things were bought and the two were supposed to be attending the meal. The hotel for the meal was booked by Pingon Chen. And you called and booked the box before. Now just go straight over there. The location of the box was previously sent to Director Wang. It wasn't very lucky that the road encountered a traffic jam. So by the time Pingon Chen arrived at the restaurant, there was a delay. When Pingon Chen entered the box with Lin Wanjun, the sound of talking and laughing was already coming from the box. Chen Pingon pushed the door in and said with a smile, "I'm sorry leaders, just now the road encountered a traffic jam. Delayed the time. I'll punish myself 3 times later." Director Wang stood up with a smile when he saw Pingon Chen arrive. Director Wang said, "Mr. Chen, this is what you said yourself, so you can punish yourself with 3 cups later. No problem. Not to mention punishing yourself with 3 cups, even punishing yourself with 9 cups is no problem." Pingon Chen said with a loud laugh. The two made a not-so-subtle joke at each other's expense, and it kind of lightened the mood of the meal. As he spoke, Chen Pingon placed the bottle of wine in his hand on the wine table. Pingon Chen pointed to the bottle of wine he had brought with him and said with a smile, "This is my own home-brewed wine, made with the secret brewing recipe I obtained. Wait for the leaders to taste it. Since it's the wine brought by Mr. Chen, it must be tasted." Director Wang also said very cooperatively. Director Wang then took the leaders and introduced them to Pingon Chen. All the leaders also looked kind and polite, as they had already chatted about Pingon Chen's identity before he arrived. Mr. Foxcott grandson. This identity alone was enough to make them leaders polite enough to Pingon Chen. The key was that Pingon Chen still came with an investment. Although it is no longer the 80s, they, the leaders, have always still attached great importance to investors. Especially Changhua City was originally a third-tier city. To invest here merchants was not a lot. Chen Pingon with a few $100 million to invest. They will have to pay more attention. Pingon Chen also introduced Lin Wanjun in passing, but only introduced Lin Wanjun's name, but not her identity. Leaders just look at Lin Wanjun absolutely beautiful appearance on the smile and nodded. Confident well. They all understand. After everyone familiarized themselves with each other, the talk was liberalized, and several leaders asked for advice on investment in the winery. Chen Pingon also said his own ideas. It is best to buy into the scale of the winery to be able to directly brew wine. The details are all negotiable, as is the price. Hearing Chen Pingon's idea, the leaders were satisfied. Because Changhua City originally had a few state-run wineries, the production efficiency is not very good. It's all official baggage now, and it would be best if we could just sell the distilleries. The purpose of forming a meal today is for people to get to know each other. It's not a place to talk business. Get a feel for each other. That's all. If we really want to talk about things, we need another place to talk properly. So the next thing you know, the business side of things is out of the way, and you just talk about the private side of things. In particular, he also inquired about the Xiangjiang side and Mr. Hua. Chen Pingon also smiled and said some interesting things about the Xiangjiang side, as well as the situation of Mr. Hua's family, waiting until the food and wine started to be served. But Chen Pingon took the initiative to open the bottle of white wine that he had brought with him. Leaders, check this bottle I brought, Pingon Chen said confidently. Seeing Chen Pingon's confident demeanor, a few of the leaders were a little more curious about the white wine he had brought with him. Without saying a word, Pingon Chen opened the white wine and directly poured a cup for each leader. The white wine had only been poured out, and the rich aroma of the wine had already spread out. Chapter 126, Telepathy Advanced Skill Book. This wine smells too good. The aroma is so good. It's the first time I've smelled a wine that smells so good. I'm kind of wondering if the wine is perfumed. That's not what perfume smells like. It's a rich wine scent. It's so pure and mellow. Several leaders smelled the wine one by one and said in awe, they've had a lot of good wine. All kinds of good wine. But it was the first time they had encountered a good wine that smelled so good like today. Of course the wine is delicious, but whether it's good or not, the only way to know is to drink it. Several of the leaders raised their glasses and clinked them to each other before taking a sip of their wine. Good wine. Director Wang was the first to speak up, his face all surprised and praising. He was genuinely surprised that the wine tasted as good as it did. Of all the great wines he'd had, it was this one today that tasted the best. Mr. Chen, will you mass-produce this kind of wine in the future after you buy the winery? Director Wang couldn't help but ask. Pingon Chen smiled and opened his mouth with a nod. That's right. I'll be producing this wine in bulk after I buy the distillery. But this is the finest aged wine, and it takes quite a bit of time to brew. So the number of aged wines will be sparse, and the number of other wines that are a little lower in the hierarchy will be higher. Even if the grade is a bit lower than this, as long as it has 1/5 of the flavor of this wine, I don't think it can sell poorly. Director Wang said with emotion. After all, they were all regular drinkers and had the ability to taste wine. The other leaders also praised it, and for once they could mean what they said. Mr. Chen, in the future, when you brew this kind of wine, can you supply it to us internally? You also know our situation. Although our welfare package is very good, but ask us to spend money on such a good wine, I guess we can't afford it. Another leader spoke up. It's not that they are so poor that they can't afford this kind of wine, but as leaders, they simply don't dare to buy this kind of expensive wine. Being in officialdom, although one is in a position of great power, one is subject to great restrictions. For example, they will be controlled in terms of food and clothing. On the contrary, those businessmen are not so restricted in this regard, and can spend money as much as they want and as much as they want. Of course there's no problem. We're all friends. Let me know if you want to drink. I'll arrange it. Isn't it just my own home-brewed wine? It's not worth a few bucks, so this favor should be fine, right? Pingan Shan said with a smile. Ordinary favors are certainly in order. The leaders opened their mouths with a smile. Mr. Chen's winery must be opened as soon as possible. We're all waiting for your wine, a leader said jokingly. Although he finished the sentence in a joking tone, the other leaders took it to heart. This leader still carries a lot of weight, so of course you have to listen carefully to what he says. These leaders have a large capacity for alcohol, and it is important to have a good time drinking with them. But it was a good thing that Pingan Shen's ability to drink was equally good. Of course, it was not because of Pingan Shen's good ability to drink, but because of Pingan Shen's accomplished internal martial arts and deep internal strength. With Pingan Shen's current internal energy cultivation, no matter how much wine he drank, he would never get drunk. Such was the mystery of internal energy. The meal was finally over and the leaders wandered off. Chen Pingan, however, was still sober and pulled Lin Wanjun's hand out of the restaurant. How does it feel? Pingan Chen asked with a smile. I don't know. Just now I didn't even dare to speak. It felt quite depressing. Lin Wanjun exhaled a breath and said softly, it's normal for you to think like that because you're too weak. You think about the fact that they're leaders and can easily take you down. So you feel uncomfortable when you eat in front of them and feel the pressure coming on. But not me. I am their equal, even above them in my mind. So when it comes to having dinner with them leaders, I'm not stressed at all. Pingan Chen looked towards Lin Wanjun as he spoke. Mark my words. You're no worse than anyone else. In the future, when faced with such meals, you can let go and no one will be able to give you a hard time, because I'm here. Pingan Chen said softly. Lin Wanjun's eyes shone as she looked at Chen Pingan, a wave of emotion welling up in her heart, as well as an indescribable emotion. It's getting a little late, so I'll take you home first, Pingan Chen said. Lin Wanjun agreed with ahem. Chen Pingan called a cab and sent Lin Wanjun home before he himself took a cab back home. There was no one at home. So I guess my parents were busy at the internet cafe again. When Pingan Shan saw his family's old house, the idea of buying a house once again came to his mind. It was a bit inappropriate for him to live in a house like this when he was already so rich now, and the security here is really bad. Just about anyone can come in and get their family in trouble. You have to buy a house in an upscale neighborhood, and the natural environment in upscale neighborhoods is much better, and the living environment is certainly a little better. Just like there's no point in treating yourself poorly now that you have money. And to buy a car for dad. It's a shame mom can't drive, otherwise you could have bought a car for mom as well. Chen Pingan called his dad and mom separately and asked about their situation. Determining that no one would go to the internet cafe to trouble them today, Chen Pingan also let out a sigh of relief. After determining the safety of the two, Chen Pingan went to the bathroom by himself to take a shower and changed into his pajamas. Then Chen Pingan opened his computer and looked for a favorite old movie and watched it. After watching a movie, it was about time to go to bed just in time. A good night's sleep and it's already into day 2. At 8 a.m. The system mall was refreshed again. The 4 items refreshed today have touched the nerve line of Pingan Shen again. 1. Telepathy Advancement Skill Book. 2. Super Manipulation Flame Alien Skill Book. 3. Tempered Body Alien Skill Book. 4. Air Shield Alien Skill Book. What a surprise! The 4 items refreshed today are actually 4 skill books. If these 4 skill books had appeared individually, Chen Pingan wouldn't have any hesitation at all to buy them directly, but the problem was that the 4 skill books appeared together, and Pingan Shen could only buy 1 item per day. In other words, these 4 skill books, Chen Pingan could only choose 1 out of 4. Happiness came too suddenly, making it difficult for Pingan Shen to choose all 4 skills are pretty good, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Pingan Shen hesitated for a moment. After thinking and thinking, Chen Pingan finally chose the Telepathy Advancement Skill Book. Chapter 127, Checking Memory. The telepathy skill book is purchased and learned directly. Chen Pingan also wanted to feel what kind of effect the skill book could have on his telepathy skill after learning it. The whole process of learning was very quick and easy and there was no feeling of discomfort. Instead, After learning the skill book, Qin Pingan felt that his telepathy skill had become more powerful, to be stronger than before. As the skill level increased, Pingan Shen's mental strength also gained a boost. And the telepathy skill has an additional function after the advancement. Telepathy after advancement can view memories. Such an ability made Pingan Shen feel surprised. Qin Pingan was truly surprised that the telepathy skill could actually view memories. Might as well try it now to see how it works, Qin Pingan thought silently, and then spread his spiritual power out. The little boy in the next door neighbor's house, who was also on summer vacation, happened to be watching TV at home today. Pingan Shen directly threw the skill at this little boy. The telepathic ability fell on the little boy, and then Pingan Shen saw fragments of his memories. A person's memory is not continuous, but fragment by fragment. The process is so amazing that it's like watching a movie, but in this case the movie isn't coherent. It's made up of individual frames. Pingan Shen could watch these memories at will, while this little boy did not have any reaction. The little boy's memory is somewhat fragmented, though, and many of the images are a bit fuzzy, but there are some that will be clearer. The blurry images mean that he didn't have a deep memory of it, while those that are clear mean that he had a very deep record of it, of the memory. In fact, that's the way our human memories work. There are some things we don't remember very well, but there are some things we will remember very well. However, Qin Pingan soon realized something marvelous. Even those fuzzy memories, when he did the reading, he could actually make the fuzzy images clear by concentrating on them. I didn't realize that viewing memories had such a function. There were some things that his client might have forgotten, but Pingan Shen could clearly see it when he checked his memories. This ability is truly powerful and awesome, but checking out other people's memories was also a greater drain on one's own mental energy. After only checking for 10 minutes or so, Pingan Shen felt his spirit getting a little tired. But after these 10 minutes of checking it out, Qin Pingan had also been able to skillfully utilize it with regards to his new abilities. Moreover, when Pingan Shen realized which piece of memory he wanted to read, he could actually search for it quickly. For example, Pingan Shen wanted to check the memory of bedwetting. Then all the memories related to bedwetting would appear to Pingan Shen. So if he wanted to check which memory he wanted to check, all he had to do was search for the keyword. As Pingan Shen withdrew from the little boy's memories, he suddenly felt as if his head was foggy as well. Pingan Shen realized that his spiritual power was still not strong enough. So once he had spent a long time checking out other people's memories, the consumption of his own mental energy was very huge. So the matter of checking memories has to be done quickly, and useless memories should not be checked. It's best to only view the memories you need to view and leave the rest alone. Doing so minimizes the consumption of mental energy. Pingan Shen sat in place and rested for a few moments, and the mental energy he had consumed slowly recovered. Finally returning to his normal state again, Lin Wanjun called on her own initiative and asked if Pingan Shen had time. Wanted to go out with Pingan Shen for shopping, dinner and a movie. This seems to be the first time Lin Wanjun has taken the initiative to ask Qin Pingan out. Of course, Pingan Shen readily accepted. At this time, Qin Pingan realized that he didn't have a car, so it was indeed inconvenient. The point is that he doesn't have a driver's license yet. Even if you can pay for a car, a driver's license is not easy to get. Not right Now is 98 years license good to get as long as there is a doorway. If you can quickly get the license, you should get your driver's license before you go to college and then buy a car so it's easier. Pingan Shen said in his heart, saying that, but he's really been quite busy lately, and it's not easy to get these things off the ground. After leaving the neighborhood, Pingan Shen called a cab and then picked up Lin Wanjun. After picking up Lin Wanjun, Pingan Shen, however, did not take Lin Wanjun shopping, but went to a housing agency. Last night, Pingan Shen had planned to buy a house, taking advantage of the fact that he was now free. I'm planning to buy a house later, so you can help me with some reference advice, Pingan Shen said to Lin Wanjun with a smile. You're planning to buy a house? Lin Wanjun asked in surprise. Yeah, my house is too old now. It just so happens that I have a bit of money in my hand. I want to buy a house while I can. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. The housing agency arrived quickly. Both parties had contacted each other by phone before, knowing that Pingan Shen was a big customer. So it was a gold medal agent who received Pingan Shen, because Pingan Shen had asked if there was a villa when he inquired before. That was how they knew that Pingan Shen was a big customer. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. I'll ask someone to get the information now. By the way, what kind of tea do you two want to drink? This gold medal agent was a woman in her 30s, with a charming appearance, and spoke politely. My name is Li Lingling. Mr. Chen can just call me Little Li. Little Li was definitely older than Pingan Shen, but she had put herself in a very low position. Pingan Shen also had no intention of being polite with him, smiled and nodded, saying, tea is not necessary, let's just look at the house first. I am planning to buy a villa. Have you prepared the information on this? We have long been ready. The information was brought to you to look over and see. If there is a satisfactory house, we can go to the field to see the house. A stack of pamphlets were placed in front of Chen Pingan, and all of the pamphlets were single-family villas. That's right, Chen Pingan was one step ahead and intended to buy the villa directly. Anyway, he has money to buy the best. Directly buy villas. What big flat building those do not buy? In his last life, Chen Pingan had his heart set on living in a villa. And in this life, when he had money, of course he wanted to buy a villa. The price of the villa was certainly not cheap, but for the current Pingan Chen, it was only a price of 9 cows and 1 dime. Chen Pingan's requirements for the villa are also relatively high. It can't be the kind of villa in the countryside. That doesn't make sense either. Preferably close to the city surroundings and good environment. Security should also be good high-end villa area. Mr. Chen, according to your requirements, the villa area that best meets your needs is the Jiangnan Watertown Villa area. Zhang Lei smiled and made the introduction. Chapter 128 Looking at the Villa. The Jiangnan waterfront villa area was only completed last year, and the facilities inside, as well as the villas, are all very new. The key is still this villa area location and good close to the city. Out of the door is the Nine Rivers Park, the environment that is very good. Although we have other villa areas in Chanha City, the other villa areas are either too remote or the houses are too old. It's not even comparable to the Jiangnan waterfront villa area. The key is still safety. All of the security guards at Jiangnan waterfront villas are veterans, with a total of more than 30 security guards patrolling the area day and night, which can ensure the safety of the residents. And in the villa area inside and outside, all are installed. There are monitoring anti-theft equipment, can ensure that the residents, living in the area, absolutely no worries. Of course, the biggest drawback of this villa area she didn't talk about. The biggest downside is that it's expensive. The price of a good villa area like this certainly cannot be cheap. And if it is cheap, what else can the developer earn? The villas in the Jiangnan waterfront villa area are also all graded. It's the lowest grade townhouses that are priced upwards of $3 million. Such prices are not affordable for the average citizen. If it's a detached villa with a yard, it's $10,000,000 upwards. Such a price is a very impressive one when put 20 years later, let alone in 1998. Jiangnan Watertown Villa House which are good. Is the price is a little expensive, but also absolutely value for money. After all, a penny well. Townhouses here start at $3 million. And if it's a single family home, it's $10 million. Little Li had already looked towards Pingan Chen when he said this. She wanted to see Pingan Chen's reaction when he heard the price. As a result, she only saw the female companion beside Pingan Chen change her face, which meant that Lin Wanjun's face became red. However, Pingan Chen was expressionless, and no change in his emotions could be seen at all. Zhang Lei couldn't understand it either, wondering what Pingan Chen meant by this. I'll only buy the best, no need to read the other information. Take the best villa here and show it to me. Pingan Chen pointed at the pile of information and said, no problem, of course, Zhang Lei hurriedly said, then drew out 3 pieces of information about the villa from it and put them in front of Pingan Chen. The 3 villas are all detached villas, with 2 floors above ground and 1 more underground, with separate garden parking and swimming pool. All the villas are finely decorated and all 3 have the same specifications, except that they are decorated in different styles. One set is decorated in European style, another in modern minimalist style, and the last one is decorated in Chinese style. When Pingan Chen saw that Chinese decorating style, he had a feeling of lightening up, because this Chinese decorating style decorating drawings works really well. Although it is a Chinese decorating style, it is not a pure Chinese decorating style. Instead, it incorporates modern elements. So the style of the whole set of villas looks particularly luxurious and atmospheric. Only looking at the decorative effect, Chen Pingan was very much in favor of this villa with Chinese decorative style. But how does it actually work? You still have to see the actual villa to be sure? Let's go. Take me to see these 3 villas. I want to actually see them. Pingan Chen said as he subjugated the 3 pictures. Chen Pingan's current favorite is the Chinese decoration style villa, but he still has to actually take a look to determine. And he also does not want to show his true thoughts directly. Li was overjoyed to hear this and agreed straight away. I haven't taken my driver's license yet and haven't driven. Do you guys have a car? Chen Pingan said directly and frankly. Li was a little surprised to hear this, but he didn't ask anything more and just smiled and said that he did have a car. He does have a car. An old BMW. It's an old BMW, but it's a BMW face after all. In this period of time, riding in a Mercedes-Benz and driving a BMW is a famous saying, and many people believe in this saying. That's why BMW and Mercedes-Benz sales are also higher and more people drive this car. Pingan Chen took Lin Wanjun to the back row, where Zhang Lei personally drove the car. The villa area is just over a 20-minute drive away. The surroundings of the villa area are exceptionally nice, and although it's not the center of town, it's not very far away from it either, and the location isn't exactly remote, and there is a park right next to it, which is great for early morning runs and walks, and with all the amenities built up around it, there is a large shopping supermarket within a few kilometers, so it's pretty convenient to do some shopping. It's the fact that there isn't a breakfast place or convenience store close to the neighborhood that's not so convenient. It can't be helped, you can't have both the fish and the bear, so for those who can live here, their families must not lack money or cars, otherwise it would not even be convenient to go out. There was a security guard at the door, who was young, in his late 20s early 30s, everyone needed to be checked when entering and exiting the neighborhood, and the agent had also registered and checked when he brought Chin Pingon and the others in. It's really good in terms of security, and of course, the neighborhood is certainly not cheap, but Chin Pingon was still satisfied with such a property. A property company like them surely has a great service and there should be no other drawbacks except for the expensive fees. After all, those who can live in this neighborhood are all non-rich and expensive, and these property companies can't afford to offend such tenants. How do you feel about living here? Do you like it? Pingon Chen squeezed Lin Wanjun's hand and asked with a smile. Of course I like it. The environment here is so nice. Lin Wanjun whispered. After all, compared to the environment of Lin Wanjun's home, this villa area was like heaven. Lin Wanjun never dreamed that there were people who could live in such a nice house, because she usually went to and from school on a more fixed route. She didn't pass through this kind of villa area and didn't know that rich people lived in such places. If you like it, you can come and stay at my house in the future, Pingon Chen said teasingly. Lin Wanjun blankly glanced at Chin Pingon without saying anything, but her heart was still somewhat moved. The villa arrived quickly and the first thing to look at was the European-style villa. Pingon Chen took Lin Wanjun to see this European-style villa, which was very luxuriously decorated. Perhaps many people would like this luxurious style, but Chin Pingon just saw the first glance and felt that such a style was not his favorite. Let's just say it doesn't fit. The second set is a modern minimalist style. Chin Pingon instead thinks that this style is not bad. The last set is the Chinese style. In fact, this is a set of Chinese style Suzhou forest garden style. The whole villa is built very scenic and very beautiful. After seeing the physical object, Chin Pingon became even more fond of the villa. What are the prices of these three villas? Pingon Chan asked carelessly. These three villas are all well decorated with the best environmentally friendly materials, and they can all be moved in directly. The first villa is $15.8 million. The second villa is a little lower, $13.8 million. The last set of Chinese villa is the most expensive, because this set of Chinese villa it uses the most solid wood, a lot of use of nanmu, and pear wood, so the price of this set of villa is $1888. Xiao Li softly quoted the price. Chapter 129, the villa has arrived. Which villa do you like better? Pingon Chan asked softly in Lin Wanjun's ear. If it were me, I would prefer this Chinese set. I think it looks the most comfortable. It's just that it's too expensive. Lin Wanjun also approached Chin Pingon's ear and whispered. Pingon Chen smiled. Not bad for a Chinese aesthetic. Ah, indeed more to obtain the country's favorite. Then we'll take your word for it and we'll buy the villa, Chin Ping said with a smile. As for the parents' opinion, there's no point in asking. The first is that parents can't give much advice, because Pingon Chen's parents probably couldn't afford to spend money on such a nice house, and it's a pain in the ass if you have to explain it to your parents. The second point is that the house is indeed really nice, and even if the parents come, they will surely love the house. It was estimated that Pingon Chen's parents would never have dreamed that they would be able to live in such a nice house in their lifetime. I can buy the house in full now, but the price must give me the best deal. Without a discount, I'll have to reconsider other neighborhoods, Chen Pingon said calmly to Agent Xiao Li. Upon hearing Pingon Chen's words, Xiao Li felt a jolt run through his body. Her voice was a little sharp as she asked, "Are you saying you want to buy the villa in full?" It was because she was so excited that her voice came out a little shrill. It's no wonder she reacted the way she did, because it was the first time she'd ever met a customer who was so gung-ho about buying a luxury home. Those big bosses before them, when they came to buy villas, also needed to pick and choose and look. Some of them even needed to visit for several months before making up their minds before buying. But today, she's kind of grown up. Do really rich people buy houses like they buy groceries? Ask for a price, return it, and buy it outright if the price is right? It's just that she doesn't go to the grocery store that fast. But it was time to say no. Such a customer she really did love. Love. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We will definitely give you the biggest discount, Xiao Li said with a quick assurance. In fact, the villa has been vacant for a long time and is not for sale at all. The sales office has been withdrawn for over a year now. So a house like this one can only be listed with their agent to continue selling. I can only say that when the villa was built it was too well anticipated and I thought it would sell well. I just didn't realize that the economy has been a bit sluggish in the past 2 years. And these villas didn't sell. And all of a sudden they were left vacant. Li hastily called to make contact, then explained the situation and asked for a minimum discount. After some communication, the price was talked down to $17 million, a direct savings of over $1 million down the road. Pin Ganshen didn't care about this amount of money, but the money that should be saved should still be saved. The next step is to get the paperwork for the house. Companies like them have their own contacts and their own channels, so procedures like these are much easier to handle. Pin Ganshen had his ID card and account book with him, followed them directly to the housing office, worked directly on site, contracts were processed, and the transfer of the property was completed. All the paperwork was done in just a few hours. Under normal circumstances, it is just possible to spend several days on these procedures, but having a special channel to do so is a completely different story, and it only takes a few hours to complete all the formalities. With the real estate license in hand, the villa belonged to Pin Ganshen. Lin Wanjun was involved in the entire process, and as she watched the crowd's respectful attitude towards Chen Pingan, Lin Wanjun also had a feeling of being honored. Lin Wanjun also realized for the first time that Chen Pingan was actually that rich. A villa of more than $10 million was said to be bought and paid in full. That agent also had to persuade Chen Pingan that he could pay for the mortgage because the bank gave a very low interest rate and it was a very cost-effective behavior. But it was rejected by Pin Ganshen. After all, it's just over $10 million. Where do you need a mortgage? Just buy it in full. A house of more than $10 million and a mortgage every month was a big hassle for Pin Ganshen. If Pin Ganshen needed to use money, he could go for a loan, and then he would get a lower interest rate, and there was still not so much hassle involved. Pin Ganshen told the agent to arrange for the cleaners to do a thorough cleaning inside and outside the villa. As for anything else missing from the villa, he would make the purchase himself. The cost of cleaning does not need to be paid by Chen Pingan, the agent's side of the whole package. After all, the commission earned by their agency for buying this villa is not a small amount. This little bit of cleaning cost certainly didn't need to be paid by Pin Ganshen. Pin Ganshen had thought about whether to buy a villa for Lin Wanjun as well, but in the end, Pin Ganshen did not ask this question out, because the two hadn't gotten that far. They now fall into the category of friends over lovers. There are some unspoken things that are better left unspoken. It would be appropriate to buy a house for Lin Wanjun when the relationship is really established later. At that time, after the real estate license arrived, Chen Pingan accompanied Lin Wanjun for shopping and shopping. Only then did he send Lin Wanjun back home. Lin Wanjun went home with a big bag in her hand and took a lot of various things. Part of them were bought by Pin Ganshen for Lin Wanjun, and the other part were gifts for Lin Wanjun's family. Because there were so many things, Pin Ganshen came along as well. In particular, the several big guys that Pin Ganshen was carrying in his hand attracted the attention of everyone in Lin Wanjun's family. This is the television. Lin Wanjun's mother asked curiously, "Auntie, this is the monitor for the monitor computer. I got you guys a computer so you can surf the web at home later." Pin Ganshen explained with a smile. Lin Wanjun's mother froze, not understanding what this was. She was just an ordinary rural woman who had only heard of the existence of computers, but had no idea at all. More than that, "I don't know what this thing is for. It looks like a TV and it seems expensive." Pin Ganshen didn't explain and directly assembled the computer. This was one of the gifts that Pin Ganshen had bought for Lin Wanjun, but in reality this computer Lin Wanjun herself basically cannot use, because she will soon go to college. So this gift should then be used by Lin Wanjun's younger siblings. When Lin Wanjun's younger siblings saw that Pin Ganshen was assembling a computer, they also curiously walked over. Pin Ganshen had been to Lin Wanjun's home several times, and had also met her younger siblings, and although he wasn't familiar with them, he was able to talk to them. Lin Wanjun curiously watched Pin Ganshen's operation. She quickly recognized that Pin Ganshen was assembling a computer, and her heart immediately became a little excited, because she knows that her sister will be going to college soon, and when she does, won't she be able to use this computer if she leaves it at home? Thinking about this, Lin Wanjun's heart was especially happy. His younger brother Lin Yiming was also looking on excitedly. After all, having a computer in his own home was still a very exciting thing for a kid like him. Chapter 130, CO1Q is dead. The computer is installed. Do you two know how to use a computer? Pin Ganshen turned his head towards the siblings. He had a gentle smile on his face, making the Lin Wanjun siblings feel cozy. No, I haven't used it. Lin Yiming directly shook his head and said. Lin Wanjun nodded and shook her head again. I've seen them play with computers in internet cafes, but I haven't used them myself. Lin Wanjun said. It's okay, you guys can learn. Computers are actually pretty easy to learn. I'll start by teaching you some basic computer usage. Here's another book on how to use a computer, so when the time comes, you can read the book yourselves and learn slowly. Pin Ganshen shook himself holding a computerized book in his hand and said to the two. Lin Wanjun also walked over and also curiously watched Pin Ganshen's operation, because Lin Wanjun hadn't touched a computer much either. They already have a computer room in their school this year and are already teaching computer classes. But they're seniors, and there's no computer test on the college entrance exam, so there's no computer course for them seniors. Pingon Chen patiently taught them how to turn on the computer and how to use the basic functions of the computer. Those keys on the keyboard were also basically taught, but the time is too short to teach it all at once. But the general usage has been taught to them. This computer is not connected to the internet right now, so it's impossible for you to access the internet, but it can be used to play some standalone games, and you can learn to type on the computer. Here's a typing learning program. Click on it and learn how to use it. It's called a folder, and I've installed some computer games in here that you can use by clicking on the games in here. Pingon Chen told the three siblings about this knowledge one by one. As he was talking, Chin Pingon's phone rang. Pingon Chen picked up his cell phone to see that it was Director Wang calling. Phone call connected. Director Wang told Chin Pingon on the phone that the winery side has been almost done. Chin Pingon can go to the winery to visit. At the same time, he was also telling Chin Pingon that the relevant leaders were already waiting for Chin Pingon at the distillery. For his part, Pingon Chen told Director Wang where he was now, and troubled Director Wang to call a car over to pick him up. If you don't have a car yourself in 20 years, it's easy to call an internet car, but not now. It's a pain in the ass to call a cab if you don't have your own car, especially since their location was quite remote and they couldn't even call a cab if they wanted to, so we can only trouble Director Wang to arrange a car. Director Wang smiled with his mouth full and agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chin Pingon said helplessly, I still have things to do today and will be busy later, so I can only call you here. It's fine. If you have business you can go and get busy first, Lin Wanjun said in a hurry. He knew that Pingon Chen was already completely different from before, and there were many things that needed to be dealt with by Pingon Chen, and since Pingon Chen had spent enough money on her today, she was embarrassed and delayed Pingon Chen's business. There's no rush. They'll drive over and pick me up. I have time to spend a little more time with you guys before they get here. Pingon Chen smiled and said carelessly, because Chin Pei Yang is very clear that now it is they who have a request for themselves, not they who have a request for them, so the advantage is that I do not need to care too much. Only after the words were finished, Pingon Chen's cell phone rang again. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at the number, Chin Pingon knew that it was a headhunter calling him. Pingon Chen found a headhunter yesterday and said what he needed. Executive search firm is the common name for senior executive agency recruiters, or you can think of them as an agency, only they specialize in presenting talent. Pingon Chen wanted to start a distillery, so of course he needed a lot of management talent. As for the original leadership of the brewery, Chin Pingon would not use all of them. It was too early to say exactly, but at least Pingon Chen needed some manpower to work for him. But now Pingon Chen's hands were empty, not even a single person. So Chin Pingon contacted a headhunting company and asked them to find a group of management talents for himself. I contacted the headhunter only yesterday and I've already heard today. Let's just say these headhunters are really good at what they do. The phone is connected to the other end of the phone is really a business manager of the headhunting company. The headhunter told Chin Pingon that they had found all the talents that Chin Pingon needed. You can let Pingon Chen arrange for an interview. Since these people are sought out by headhunters, they must all have abilities that stand out. As for whether or not they were the talents that Pingon Chen needed, that would require Pingon Chen himself to have personally interviewed them in order to know. Pingon Chen's requirements for these talents of theirs were not very high. After all, he only needed them to manage a distillery. As long as they are qualified managers, that's all that matters. Coupled with the fact that time is short, there is no need to go out of town to poach people at all, but only to find qualified management personnel locally. Tell you what, I'll find a place to set up their interviews at 8 p.m. Let's arrange for the interview to take place in the conference room of the Sheraton Grand Hotel. Pingon Chen thought for a moment and spoke directly. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll inform them now. After hanging up the phone, Chin Pingon made another call to the front desk of the Sheraton Hotel. Reserve a conference room. The good thing is that this kind of appointment is not a hassle and can be done with a single phone call. It wasn't long before the car arranged by Director Wang had arrived. Director Wang himself was in the car. Pingon Chen bid farewell to the three Lin Wanjun sisters, pulled open the car door and got into the back seat. Director Wang was also sitting in the back seat, as if he was waiting for Pingon Chen right here. Once the car was started, Director Wang said softly, Su Yuan Kuei was caught, but by the time we found him, he was already dead. He died on a plane to Xiangzhou. Director Wang quietly observed Pingon Chen's expression as he spoke. Chen Pingon's eyes blindfolded really big. Incredibly said, Su Yuan lost died. How did he die? Was killed by the killer? The cause of death is still unclear and is still under investigation. Director Wang said softly, but his eyes were still staring at Chen Pingon. Wasn't he killed and silenced? Pingon Chen also lowered his voice and said, it's not good to say. Director Wang said, shaking his head. He couldn't have said it more sincerely. because now it is indeed not good to determine whether Su Yuankui has been killed and silenced or not. Seo Mankyu's body has been found, but an autopsy hasn't been performed yet. But from the current situation, Seo Wankyu should have died of a sudden illness, but Su Yuankui's death was too strange, and he actually died just like that at this juncture. Makes you wonder if someone killed someone. There were also people who suspected that Su Yuankui's death had something to do with Chen Pingan. That was why director Wang had taken the initiative to tell Chen Pingan about Su Yuankui's death. He wanted to observe Chen Pingan's reaction. As it turned out, Pingan Chen's reaction was normal, and he could not see any abnormality. Director Wang withdrew his gaze and minimized his suspicion of Pingan Chen. After all, Seo Wankyu was already thousands of miles away on an airplane when he died. There shouldn't be a chance that Pingan Chen would be able to kill Su Yuankui. The suspicion on Pingan Chen was already small, but now it was even smaller. Chapter 131 Defending the Brewery. Director Wang initially ruled out suspicion on Pingan Chen. After all, Pingan Chen had an alibi. It was impossible to say that Pingan Chen had killed someone more than 1,000 kilometers away. Of course there was also the possibility that Pingan Chen had hired an assassin to do the job, but the likelihood of that is actually pretty low. In short, there was not that much suspicion on Pingan Chen's body in the first place, but it was only because Pingan Chen was more involved with this matter. That's why Director Wang deliberately came and poked around a bit. Now, it was basically possible to rule out the suspicion on Pingan Chen. Director Wang also relaxed and smiled as he talked to Pingan Chen about the winery. After our coordination, we can transfer the first distillery of Chanha City to you, Mr. Chen. Our Long River is the first distillery. The scale is still very big. In the 90s also once the scenery, but later, it is indeed a little difficult to say. Now this distillery has become an albatross to Long River City, and it would be great if you could take that albatross over. Director Wang gave another overview of the first distillery in Long River City. This distillery is also the largest one in Chanha City, covering an extremely large area and with a very large number of workers, totaling more than 600 workers. In the 1990s, the brewery's peak output could reach more than $1 billion. Only over the years the situation of the first distillery in Chanha City has been deteriorating, year by year. The current valuation of this winery has only reached $400 million. Even the plant with equipment, and the land all counted. And actually the most valuable part of this is the land. The current valuation of this winery is $400 million, but the arrears in the bank and in various other areas have reached $300 million. As well as the workers' salary arrears have reached more than $50 million. Director Wang said here with a somewhat serious look. Pingan Chen didn't say anything, but just looked towards Director Wang. If this was the case, Pingan Chen would be a fool to buy the distillery. It was impossible to ask Pingan Chen to be responsible for repayment. Director Wang laughed and then said, "There's no need to look at me like that. We certainly won't let you suffer. After our coordination, we came up with an optimal acquisition plan for you, Mr. Chen. The local government will settle the debt, and the winery as a whole will be packaged and sold to you for $300 million. But the workers' unpaid wages will have to be handled by you. At the same time 80% of these workers must be left behind to do so. The remaining 20% of the workers we will try to handle ourselves. Mr. Chen, this plan is already the optimal plan and has taken special care of you." Director Wang also said with a sincere face. Chen Pingan was silent, but in reality, he was already happy in his heart. Whether the winery was worth $300 million, Pingan Chen didn't know, but that piece of land Pingan Chen did know very well. 10 years later the land of the distillery was purchased by the Wanda Group and later built into the Wanda Plaza. I don't know how much it could be worth, but it must have been a blood moneymaker. I don't know how much that parcel alone will be worth in 10 years, so buying his own winery with $300 million was definitely a blood profit for Chen Pingan. But when it comes to business, you have to talk about it, or else you'll agree to whatever they say. The price is still a bit high. This is beyond my prediction. $300 million to buy a winery. So do I need money to add new equipment? Do I need money to buy raw materials? Do I pay my workers or is it another big expense? Actually, I don't have to buy such a big distillery. I can just buy small and medium-sized distilleries. It wouldn't have cost me as much to do that. Pingan Chen slowly spoke. Director Wang smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, what other clauses are you dissatisfied with? Just speak directly. We're all on our own. There's no need for all this bending and twisting." The whole package was purchased for $250 million, and the workers' debts can be taken care of by me. The exact number of workers we can leave behind is an article we'll have to put on hold, or we can make a supplementary agreement. I can keep all of these workers, but I'm going to reserve the right to fire the workers. If all of these workers have no problem with their abilities, I'm not going to fire them without a valid reason. I'm going to keep them all. However, if the ability of these workers does not satisfy me, I will fire them and rehire new workers locally. 250 million is too little. 300 million is already the lowest price. Let's do it this way. We'll each concede 280 million. As for the workers, we can promise you. Director Wang nodded after thinking about it and said, but there's also a bit of dismissal of workers that must be properly arranged as well. After all, this winery was originally a state-owned enterprise. Director Wang added cautiously, workers in state-owned enterprises and workers in private enterprises are not the same. Workers in the private sector are cattle and horses and can be fired whenever they want, but workers in the state sector are the masters of the house. That is why you must be careful when it comes to workers. No problem. I agree to these conditions. Just like what you said, Director Wang, we are all our own people. There is no need to be stingy. If you say 280 million, then 280 million it is. We can talk about the workers some more, but the management has to make changes. Pingganshan finally spoke about his greatest concern. In fact, Pingganshan was not very worried about the workers, especially the frontline workers. Those who are able to be workers on the front line are no worse. The biggest root cause of a factory being able to close down must be in the management. So Pingganshan would definitely move against the management of the winery. This issue must be talked about first. There's no problem with that. I can make a guarantee for you that the management you can place as you please. Director Wang also said in a hurry. Director Wang had dealt with a lot of things in this regard, and he was certainly well aware of Pingganshan's thoughts. The two had basically agreed when they spoke. Just then, the car stopped while a loud noise came from the front. The driver who drove the car hurriedly said, "Leader, the distillery has arrived, but there seems to be a problem in front, and some workers are causing trouble. Defend the brewery and return my paycheck. Defend the brewery and return my paycheck. Defend the brewery and return my paycheck." A clamor was reaching the carriage through the window glass. Director Wang looked out through the glass and his face changed color. There was a large crowd gathered in front of the brewery, and some people were pulling banners that said "Defend the brewery, return my wages." The surrounding crowd of people watching was even larger, and the entire entrance to the winery was already surrounded. At this juncture, but something like this happened. Director Wang felt like he had no place to put his face. Li Qingshan was not too touched, but just watched with interest what was happening in front of him. He felt like he was becoming a villain. The smile at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth at the thought of this could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 132. His voice is so loud. The smile at the corner of Qin Pingyan's mouth quickly tightened. After all, this matter is closely related to his interests. If this matter was not handled well, it would be Pingganshan himself who would suffer. I don't know what's going on with this matter, Director Wang said with some embarrassment. He did and did not expect that the workers of the distillery would actually march and cause trouble here. After all, selling the distillery would actually be a good thing for the workers. But I don't know what kind of situation happened in the middle, and how these winery workers caused trouble in front of the winery. I'll find someone to ask what's going on. Director Wang spoke up. Before Director Wang could get started, something new happened outside. Only the crowd was heard shouting, "Here come the black-hearted capitalists who bought the distillery. Look, everybody, there in that car sits the black-hearted capitalist who wants to buy the distillery. Absolutely no black-hearted capitalists should be allowed to buy out our distilleries. If the distillery is gone, none of us will survive. Our paychecks haven't been paid yet. What will happen if the winery loses our paychecks? Down with the black-hearted capitalists." Defending the people's brewery. A shout came from the crowd, so loud that the crowd got excited all of a sudden. Dozens and hundreds of people ran quickly and surrounded their automobile. Many of the workers had wooden sticks in their hands, and a vicious gleam welled up in their eyes. They don't look like decent workers now. Pingganshan could see that the workers' eyes were bloodshot, and a restlessness was brewing in the crowd. Director Wang's heart sank when he saw the scene in front of him, and he felt that the situation was getting rather bad. Once things here explode into a mass incident, none of the people involved will be able to escape. This is something he was involved in, and he can't get away with it all the same. Director Wang has realized that someone is up to no good. It's just that he's not sure what's going on and for what purpose. A smart man like Director Wang still has a clear head. He had realized that someone was up to no good, but the situation at hand was also really hard to deal with, because there were too many workers coming to the door of the distillery, and the cars they were now traveling in were surrounded by workers. If these workers were really incited to overturn their cars or pull them out and beat them violently, they themselves might be in danger of losing their lives by then. This is definitely not a joke. Pingganshan's gaze swept through the crowd, and he could see a black aura surging through the crowd. It was a wave of ill will and hostility from the workers against him. But right in the midst of this hostility, there were a few auras that were particularly strong, that were thick, deep black. That was no longer as simple as hostility. It was simply a killing intent. Chen Pinggan was still curiously pondering a question at this time. It was clear that he didn't know these workers and no one had ever seen him, but these workers just had a deep malice towards him. and it was perceived by him. How did this happen? It should be that someone had fanned the flames and portrayed the image of Chen Pingon as sinful and evil among the workers. When the workers' impression of Pingon Chen dropped to freezing point, malice was born. That is to say that the birth of malice does not require that both parties are known to each other. As long as someone knew of Pingon Chen's existence and had malicious intent towards him, then this malice is born. Pingon Chen had also gained a deeper understanding of the ability of telepathy. Don't be afraid, Mr. Chen. I'll call the patrolman over right now, Director Wang said in a calm manner, but in reality, his hand holding the phone had been trembling non-stop. After all, he had always sat in an office, and it was the first time he had encountered an incident like this group, and now they're the first seen facing it. They were sitting in the car while outside the thin glass was the angry crowd. Call someone, and there's me going out to take care of it, Chen Pingon said calmly. It was not Pingon Chen's character to sit back and wait for death. Moreover, Chen Pingon was confident that he could handle this matter well. The reason for the outrage must be because someone is fanning the flames. There was actually a certain misunderstanding between the two of them, and as long as the misunderstanding was cleared up, there wouldn't be such a big conflict. How to solve the misunderstanding? Pingon Chen already had an idea. Mr. Chen, you're going out? Absolutely can't go out? It's absolutely impossible to go out in this situation now. It's too dangerous, Director Wang said excitedly. They'd be safer hiding in the car at this point. It would be harder to tell if they got out. Maybe it's just a straight stick and it kills the person. If Pingon Chen died here, Director Wang would have no way to explain to the Hua family. Don't worry about me. I can handle this. After all, this is my distillery and these are my future employees. If I can't even handle this, why would I open a winery? Pingon Chen said confidently. After Pingon Chen finished speaking, he didn't even wait for Director Wang to react, pulling open the car door and directly walking out. All outside the car door. It simply won't open the door anymore under normal circumstances, because the crowd was so dense. It had long since blocked the car door, but as soon as Pingon Chen exerted his force, his internal force exploded, and the door was directly pushed open by Pingon Chen. With a clatter, the dozens of people outside the door were all pushed away by Pingon Chen. The scene also startled a number of people. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Pingon Chen jumped in place, directly onto the roof of the sedan. Pingon Chen stood tall and attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Chen Pingon took a deep breath of internal energy and ran it up to his throat with a fierce roar. All shut up. The last word mouth resonated back and forth in the scene for a long time. The sound was deafening, like thunder descending on earth, and those who were close to Pingon Chen only felt their ears buzzing and could not help but cover their ears with both hands. The rest of the voices on the scene were instantly drowned out by Pingon Chen's roar. It took 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds for Pingon Chen to stop his roar. After Pingon Chen stopped his roar, the scene was finally quiet. Director Wang covered his ears, with only one thought in his head, how loud Pingon Chen's voice was. Chen Pingon exhaled and let his throat rest. However, Chen Pingon also knew that it was impossible for him to rest for too long. He had to seize this precious opportunity to settle things once and for all. Pingon Chen said loudly once again. This time he didn't hiss, but his voice was still very loud, without the aid of a loudspeaker. Pingon Chen's speaking voice likewise resounded through the scene, and everyone could hear it clearly. Chapter 133. My name is Pingon Chen, native to Long River City. It's me, too, who intends to buy the first distillery. The first thing I did after I bought the distillery was to settle your paychecks. The second thing that happened when I bought the distillery was that the distillery went back to work and those who wanted to stay could continue to work for me. Paycheck to paycheck, treatment to treatment. Those who don't want to work for me are free to leave anytime you want. 2. I don't know what you guys are up to. Are you planning on stirring this up? Are you guys going to make me fail to buy the brewery and then not pay you? Are you guys out of your minds? Thought I could only buy your first distillery. If you guys don't want to sell, then forget it. I'm not buying the first distillery, the second brewery, the third brewery. They're all waiting for me to buy them. I really don't believe it. I have money in my hand. Can't I still buy a wine farm? Now, anyone who wants to continue to work at the brewery, who wants to continue to get a paycheck, who wants to continue to let me buy the brewery, go home right now. Pingon Chen didn't speak in a delicate voice, but roared viciously. Of course, Pingon Chen knew very well that he had to act tough enough in this situation, but if he were to be that much weaker, these people in front of him would surely stomp on their noses. It has nothing to do with good guys and bad guys because it's human nature. The scene was quiet at first, and then there were murmurs, because the news was nothing like what they had heard. The workers heard the news that the government was going to sell the distillery cheap. When the distillery is sold off cheaply, they, the workers, will lose their jobs and they won't get their previous wages. As soon as they heard the news, all the workers froze. They came straight to the door of the distillery, with some people in tandem. Then the demonstrations happened. Zhao Qingjiang's face changed drastically in the crowd. Director of the first distillery of Zhao Qingjiang. He was the director of the first brewery for 10 years, and it was under his leadership that the first brewery gradually began to go downhill. It can be said that the first winery will fall into today's situation. Zhao Qingjiang is the first responsible person. But what can be done? As long as there is no evidence of Zhao Qingjiang's embezzlement and bribery, even if the first brewery closes down, it has nothing to do with him. Zhao Qingjiang is an old fox, although he raked in a large sum of money in the winery, but he did things in a very old-fashioned and covert way, and could not find evidence. All the money he makes is not in his name, and in the hands of one of his own little wives. He had only one daughter with his original wife, but his youngest wife gave him twin boys. That's why he has to be more doting and trusting of his little wife. Zhao Qingjiang has his own plans. He put all the money he got in the name of his young wife. Then he tossed the distillery hard. He's just going to toss the brewery. This original market value of 1 billion winery, in his tossing and turning, is now not far from closure. So the official will have a few hundred million on the sale to Qin Pingan. But this turn of events was completely unexpected by Zhao Qingjiang. In Zhao Qingjiang's original calculations, it was he himself who brought down the brewery, and then his young wife spent money to buy it over again. This kind of operation was common in the 1980s, and many of the losses of state-owned enterprises were worked out in this way. Zhao Qingjiang is not the first person to do this, and definitely not the last. Normally, Zhao Qingjiang's plan would easily succeed, but I didn't expect a Pingan Chen to come out halfway. The first brewery was cut off by Pingan Chen. When Zhao Qingjiang received the news, he was furious, but Zhao Qingjiang can do nothing about this kind of thing, because this is the decision of the leaders above. He is only the director of a winery. He is powerless to change the decision of the leaders. But Zhao Qingjiang wasn't willing to do it. So Zhao Qingjiang called his lapdogs over and launched this demonstration. Zhao Qingjiang just wants to make a big deal out of it. He's going to borrow the power of the workers to stir up the sale and purchase of the brewery. How it would work in the future he hadn't figured out yet, but at least for now he was going to stop the sale of the distillery. People should not listen to this black-hearted capitalist. Everything he said was a lie. They bought the distillery just to build a commercial building. With the distillery all gone and our jobs gone, there's no way he's going to pay us. Down with the black-hearted capitalists. Someone in the crowd hissed loudly. Zhao Qingjiang smiled in relief when he heard this voice. It was the voice of his loyal lapdog, Bao Su, the workshop director in the distillery. Bao Su's brain is still very flexible. At this critical moment at once jumped out. Who's talking there? Stand up and talk if you can. You call me a black-hearted capitalist? Do you have any proof? How dare you talk nonsense without proof? Where are you running? I saw you. Pingan Chen stared at the crowd and yelled, and he saw the other man at once. The roads were crowded and it was really stealthy to hide in the crowd. But Pingan Chen had good eyesight. The key was still that the black aura on the other party was so thick that it stared him out at a glance. Pingan Chen violently jumped down from the car, squeezed through the crowd, and chased after Bao Su. Bao Su wanted to run, but there were too many people around him to run away. But Pingan Chen was different. He was strong. No matter how many people were around him, he directly squeezed them all away. Pingan Chen grabbed Bao Su as soon as he could. What is this guy? Do any of you know him? Pingan Chen questioned loudly. It's the head of the workshop at our distillery. Someone else answered just as loudly. Since he's the shop steward at your distillery, I can't figure it out. Why is this shop steward working against the interests of you, the workers? He's going to mess up the brewery being bought out so that you workers can't work anymore. So that you workers can't get paid anymore. What good would that do him? Are you workers out of your minds? Can't you use your brains yourselves? What people say is what they say. Can't you guys tell the difference between things that are true and false? Pingan Chen hissed with luck, his voice deafening. The eardrums of those around them vibrated back and forth. Everyone's hearts were secretly screaming. The sound was too scary. But should I say no? The voice was truly awesome and silenced all the talking. The workers are actually not stupid. Just now, on the one hand, they were blindsided. On the other hand, they were also too excited. Now that they were being yelled at by Pingan Chen like this, they were also somewhat brought back to their senses. Only for the words of Pingan Chen, the workers were half-hearted. When Pingan Chen grabbed Bao Su, he had already knotted the acupoints on Bao Su's body. Bao Su couldn't move now and could only be obediently grabbed by Qin Pingyang. Pingan Chen just seized the opportunity to check Bao Su's memories. Chapter 134, Catching Zhao Qingjiang. The new ability to view memories is also very easy to use. Moreover, Pingan Chen was already completely familiar with this ability, and when viewing memories, he could easily find the memories he needed by searching for keywords. When Pingan Chen checked Bao Su's memories, he was just reciting the keywords in his heart. Preventing the sale of the distillery. These were the keywords that Pingan Chen had silently recited in his mind. And this keyword does work. When searching for this keyword, the memories associated with it surfaced at once. It was at this time that Pin Chen realized that Bao Su was only a small leader below him. There's another big rat on top, and that's the distillery director, Zhao Changjiang. This is all a conspiracy by Zhao Changjiang, the director of the distillery, who aims to mess up the plan to sell the distillery. As long as the distillery isn't sold, then he has the opportunity to buy it out himself. Dogs, so it's you guys who are up to no good. This matter was already known to Pin Chen, but he couldn't really find any evidence for a while. After all, they discussed the matter in private, and it's not like they could have left any evidence behind. But it doesn't matter if there's no evidence. It's fine for this matter to be known by Pin Chen. Pin Chen said violently and loudly, "Comrade workers, you've been had? I've long since placed eyes and ears in the distillery, and I've been aware of all the winds that blow in your distillery for a long time. Do you know who's behind this? It was Zhao Changjiang, the director of your distillery. Think with your brains. Did your first brewery start going downhill after Zhao Changjiang became the director? That's because Zhao Changjiang, the director of your distillery, embezzles and takes bribes to enrich himself. He's the big rat of your distillery. All the public money of your distillery has been wrecked by your distillery director, Zhao Changjiang. I'll be damned if your first breweries can still operate with this big rat in it. You workers are poor one by one, but you fattened up this big bunch of rats in the distillery. Zhao Changjiang has made hundreds of millions of dollars by himself, but he owes you workers tens of millions of dollars in wages that he can't pay out. You fools are still being used as a gun by Zhao Changjiang, and you're going to come and mess up the plans to sell the winery. Don't you guys realize that this is Zhao Changjiang's plot? Because Zhao Changjiang himself wanted to buy the distillery. He just wants to bring down the distillery and then pay for the distillery himself. By then you'll all be longtime laborers in Zhao Changjiang's family. You've been sold like pigs and you're counting the money for them. So tell me if you're stupid. Pin Chen roared loudly, anger flaring in his voice. He was really angry at him, and these workers were really stupid enough. People just pull a little trick and they'll screw you over. The workers also looked at each other when they heard this, some half-heartedly, some with a skeptical attitude, but there were also more people who believed in the matter, because they've all personally experienced the distillery from glory to bust. They hadn't wondered before why a good distillery had fallen into disrepair all of a sudden, but after hearing Pin Chen's introduction, they instantly came to a realization. That's right, it was after Zhao Changjiang became the director of the brewery that their first brewery started to go downhill. A mouse falls into a rice vat. Is the rice in the vat any better? Zhao Changjiang is such a big rat. Zhao Changjiang and the crowd's face darkened. Zhao Changjiang was shocked and furious. He never thought that his old bottom was actually uncovered by the young man in front of him. With a single sentence, "It's over. It can't be that someone up there is trying to investigate me, can it?" Zhao Changjiang's body suddenly trembled with fear at the thought. He's not afraid that the people below him are going to mess with him, because in the distillery he's a handful, but he's worried that someone up there is out to get him. The big boys up there could take him down with just a word. Zhao Changjiang is now worried. Is it that someone from the big brother above has a problem with himself and wants to take him down? If that's true, then he's got to run. Boss Chen, do you have any proof for saying that? An old worker in the crowd opened his mouth and asked. He was also half convinced by what Pin Chen said. Of course I have proof. One of the suppliers of raw materials to your distillery. There's a boss's wife surnamed Chui. She's actually Zhao Changjiang's mistress, and she also gave Zhao Changjiang a pair of twin sons. It's through Chui's boss's wife that Zhao Changjiang harvests the winery's proceeds. Whether this is true or not, just go and investigate. Those twin sons are Zhao Changjiang's seed. Just need to check the DNA. Zhao Changjiang can't get away with it. That boss lady Chui Xin I know. I've even seen her twin sons. I told you that her twin sons look like Zhao Changjiang. So it's really this old dog's seed. One of the workers cursed loudly and angrily. The anger of the workers at the site was instantly ignited. They can sort of find out why the distillery is in disrepair. So the culprit is Zhao Changjiang, the director of the brewery. As soon as Zhao Changjiang saw that the scene was not right, he quickly turned around and was about to leave. But as soon as he turned around, the man behind him recognized him for what he was. It's Zhao Changjiang. Zhao Changjiang is here. Catch Zhao Changjiang. Don't let the old dog get away. The crowd was furious and grabbed Zhao Changjiang, slapping him in the face. With the first leading the way with a slap on the wrist, the rest of the guys got going, kicking and punching. Zhao Changjiang has been suffering for a long time. By the time he was caught out, he was already bruised and swollen. His mouth was full of blood, and he didn't know how many of his teeth had been knocked out. Zhao Changjiang was caught. Don't let him go. The workers grabbed Zhao Changjiang, and I don't know who found the rope and tied Zhao Changjiang's hands behind his back. Just then the sirens went off and the patrol car finally came by. The scene was also finally under control. It was only at this time that Director Wang got out of the car. Don't blame him for being timid. Just now that kind of situation normal people wouldn't dare to get out of the car. Mr. Chen, you're too good too. I didn't think you could handle a situation like this, and it was easily put right by you. Director Wang walked over to Pingon Chen's side and raised his thumbs, and his mouth was full of praise, and he meant what he said. Just now he had thought that this matter was going to be bad, but he didn't expect the peaks and troughs to end up like this. By the way, Mr. Chen, is the news you just said true or false? Director Wang lowered his voice and approached Chen Pingon's side, asking in a low voice. It's all true. I have a reliable source of information. Since I'm buying distilleries, of course I've researched these distilleries. Chen Pingon spoke indifferently. Bull. Too bull. No wonder your business can be so big. Director Wang said with praise. The word came unbidden to mind. Avatar. Chapter 135, the winery is in hand. There was a bit of a hiccup, but it didn't affect the brewery's plans to buy or sell. Zhao Changjian was quickly arrested, and because of this incident, it was the bigwigs above who were watching. So by the time Zhao Changjian's news reached the ears of the bigwigs, an extended hatchet hit straight down and landed on Zhao Changjian's head. Zhao Changjiang is finished. The people who worked with Zhao Changjian are also finished. Zhao Changjiang hadn't been in trouble before simply because no one had targeted him. Also because the person on him hadn't popped yet. But now Zhao Changjiang has blown up, and a big shot from above has spoken. No one can save Zhao Changjiang now. In order to avoid complications, the first winery, sold to Pingon Chen in a fire. The price tag is $280 million and all the debts of the distillery will be taken care of on the part of the government. But the resettlement of the workers and the wages owed to them need to be paid by Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen certainly had no problem raising his hands in favor of such a condition. Chen Pingon knew very clearly that he had taken advantage of a great deal here. Not to mention how much this winery is actually worth. The land of the winery could be worth billions and billions in the future. And by the time Pingon Chen checked the distillery warehouse, he was surprised and found a big surprise. The ingredients inside the winery warehouse were actually very well stocked. After asking the people involved in the distillery, this is how I realized that all the raw materials for these distilleries were prepared before. Those raw materials alone are worth over $200 million. That said, if these raw materials are worth more than $200 million, why can't this distillery stay in business? This is because the distillery has produced a completely unsold product and the financial chain has been completely broken. Even the wages of the workers have already been unpaid. There was certainly another speculation in Pingon Chen's heart. That's what Zhao Changjiang did on purpose. After all, Zhao Changjiang's aim was to bring down the first distillery, and then he would buy it himself at a low price. As the director of the first winery, Zhao Changjiang still has a lot of power in his hands, and it is easy for him to make things happen. Zhao Changjiang deliberately wants to bring down the brewery. Don't make it too easy. And now it was all cheap for Pingon Chen. It was only now that Pingon Chen realized that he had picked up another big leak. The leaders up there don't know the news. But for this matter, no one came to make an issue of Pingon Chen. The people above had already acquiesced that these raw materials belonged to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen, as a vested interest, was not in a good position to comment on this matter himself. Let's just say it's boring. Sure enough, it's really easy to get rich with power in your hands. After the contract was signed, Chen Pingon on-site office directly paid $280 million into the designated account. Then Chen Pingon left the brewery to interview those professional managers that the headhunters found for themselves. On the way to catch up, Chen Pingon himself was crying and laughing, because Pingon Chen originally did not want to be a cow or a horse. He wanted to enjoy life in his life, but since starting his business, he seems to be getting busier and busier. Pingon Chen now somewhat understood old Ma's famous quote about regretting starting a business. However, Chen Pingon quickly adjusted his mindset. If you want to be able to enjoy life later, then you have to work a little harder now. After all, it was now the beginning stage of his career, and everything was difficult at the beginning, a truth he still knew very well. When his career made scale in the future, these things would instead not require Chen Pingon to do it himself. At that time, Pingon Chen would also become more relaxed. By the time they got to the hotel's parlor, the headhunters were already here with the professional managers who had been interviewed. There were quite a few more who came, dozens of them. Of course, it was still too early to say whether all of these people would be accepted or not, and it would need to be determined after Pingon Chen interviewed them one by one. Chen Pingon did not delay, and directly started interviewing one by one in the parlor. The rest of us will just sit on the sidelines and come back when it's his turn, and we can rest when it's not. Chen Pingon also did not avoid the other people on the spot to directly conduct the interview well. Pingon Chen's interview process was actually quite simple. He would ask some simple questions, as long as these questions satisfy him, but in reality that's just scratching the surface. The real interview was Pingon Chen checking the other party's memories through his ability. After all, they can lie about these issues, but their memories don't lie. Congratulations Mr. Zhang Lei, you've been accepted by me. From now on, I'm appointing you as the director of the first brewery. Pingon Shen stood up and extended his hand towards Zhang Lei in front of him. Zhang Lei was in his mid-40s, with a meticulously groomed appearance, and he wore glasses to look less like a leader than a scholar. Zhang Lei has rich experience in winery management and was previously the deputy director of a large winery. It was obvious from his memories that he was just too decent a person to be in bed with some of the leaders of the brewery, so get screwed and quit. Pingon Shen was very satisfied with Zhang Lei's ability and character, so he directly appointed him as the director of his winery. Zhang Lei also had a dreamlike feeling at this time. He didn't realize he'd just been interviewed and passed to become the director of the brewery, and this time, the winery's package was very high, offering him an annual salary of $500,000 with dividends. The $500,000 a year is just the base salary, and if you do well the dividends can be very generous. Zhang Lei also came over for an interview with the attitude of trying, and did not expect to be accepted directly. At this time, Zhang Lei also had some excitement, and quickly walked up and excitedly shook Pingon Shen's hand. Thank you boss for your appreciation. I will definitely work hard. Zhang Lei said excitedly. Go sit on the side. I'm going to continue the interview. Pingon Shen said with a smile. The dozens of people who came were all applying for different positions. There were actually only a few people who applied for the position of distillery director, and Zhang Lei was one of them. There are 2 other people who also applied for the director of the distillery, but their conditions, not as good as Zhang Lei. But Chen Pingon also inquired about the 2 men's thoughts, asking them if they were willing to become deputy factory directors. If they're willing to be deputy plant managers, they can go on. Both of them are not as good as Zhang Lei's ability, but they should be more than enough to be the deputy factory director. One of them agreed. The other gave up. He was going to find another career. After finalizing the position of factory director, Chen Pingon began to continue to face the other positions of yesteryear. The entire interview was very fast, with Pingon Shen asking a few simple questions about each person and then determining if they could stay for the job. This was all because Pingon Shen had the ability of telepathy. The character and ability of the other party was obvious to Pingon Shen at a glance, so of course the interview was faster. Chapter 136 Confessions with Parents. The number of interviewees in the conference room dwindled, and in the end only 17 people remained. These 17 people were the final results of Pingon Shen's interview. They had all passed Pingon Shen's interview and were now Pingon Shen's employees. Chen Pingon communicated with the headhunter and let the headhunter prepare the employment contract for himself. Contracts were then signed with all 17 people on site. It's a good contract, but it also says that the probationary period is 3 months. Only during the probationary period, the salary is the same as that of a regular employee. But if they made any mistakes during the 3-month probationary period, or if they displeased Pingon Shen, they would also be fired. Everyone knew this by heart and had no objections. After all, it was a very reasonable condition. After the labor contract was signed, Chen Pingon explained the situation of the winery to everyone. The first winery had already been bought by Pingon Shen, and this winery would be renamed in the future. The new name is still being registered and will take time to process. The process has been expedited because a bigwig from above has said hello, and I expect the new name to come down in a few days. The situation of the winery, Chen Pingon also talked to them. Generally speaking, this winery is still very good, and the hardware of the winery is also considered to be qualified workers are also more than 3,000. As soon as the funds are available, these workers can start work immediately. The one's priority of the winery is to pay the workers' wages first, and not to put them in arrears anymore. These small things did not need to be worried about by Pingon Shen. These management of the winery would definitely do things right. Pingon Shen certainly had his own plans for the distillery. The word on the street is that you have a whole new set of brewing recipes of your own. After making wine according to the new recipe, the winery also needed a whole new marketing program. The formula would be taken care of by Pingon Shen, but the marketing program would be left to them, the professionals, to worry about. The salary package that Pingon Shen gave them was considered top-notch among their industry. Everyone is very happy with this paycheck and very much wants to do the job with all their heart and soul. After all, they don't want to be unemployed again themselves. The meeting was short and ended quickly, and Chen Pingon invited them to a hotel for a late dinner, even if it was a company get-together. By the time Pingon Shen returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Son, you're finally back. What are you doing all day long? Why are you busier than me? Chen Pingon had only returned home when his own old mom nagged him to ask. Of course, Mom was also concerned about what exactly Pingon Shen was doing. Pingon Shen smiled and spoke. Mom and Dad, you're home too, so it's just right. I happen to have something I want to talk to you guys about. Go ahead, we're listening. What's going on? Dad Chen Guoqing spoke up. There are 2 things I want to announce to you. First thing, I bought a villa. Let's move in a few days. Second thing, I'm buying plus the distillery. and I want you guys to stop running the bar from now on, and instead help me to watch the distillery, Pingan Chen said. After Pingan Chen announced this news, both mom and dad were stunned. Son, say it again. Did I hear it wrong? Chen Guoqing said with a look of disbelief. Chen Pingan had bought another villa and a winery. Such news was too shocking for him. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. The mother, Yu Xiuying, reacted in exactly the same way. She also felt as if she had heard wrong. Mom and dad, you heard right. I really did buy a villa and a winery. The villa, I'll show you guys around tomorrow. We'll move there in a few days. The distillery is the former first distillery. I don't need to introduce this. You guys should know it better than me. Pingan Chen smiled and said softly, Son, let me feel your head. You don't have a fever, do you? Why are you talking nonsense? Yu Xiuying still couldn't believe this. Pingan Chen also understood why his parents had such a reaction. After all, in the eyes of his parents, he was just a high school student. How could he possibly have the money to buy a villa and a winery? Without saying a word, Pingan Chen opened his own backpack and took out 2 contracts from it. But in reality both contracts were kept in storage. He's just using the backpack as his cover. This is the contract of sale for the villa, and this is the villa's real estate license. Here's another one that's a contract for the sale of the winery. Take a look at it yourselves. Pingan Chen didn't continue to explain any further. After all, mom and dad wouldn't believe him even if he said more. So Pingan Chen chose to directly take out the hard evidence. The 2 parents carefully took the 2 contracts and the real estate license. The 2 men came together and carefully read both the contract and the real estate license back and forth several times. It looks like it's real, but the price, it's too expensive. $280 million for the distillery. My ass. The parents put down the contract and the real estate license in their hands and sucked cold air from their mouths. You this? How is this possible? Chen stammered, his speech turning into a stutter. There's something I haven't been telling you guys. I've actually been researching stocks and I've learned to speculate on my own. Didn't I save a kid before and get a bounty of several $100,000? I'll use that money as my own startup capital. And then I got lucky and skilled and had that startup capital and I made a ton of money in the stock market. Actually, after the college entrance exam, I went to Shenzhen to speculate on stocks. The stock market over in Hong Kong is much more prosperous and easier to make money. By accident, I made $1 billion. Pingan Chen slowly spoke, also explaining his source of funding. Regarding his entire capital, Chen Pingan did not say it, only the figure of $1 billion. But even if it was only $1 billion, it nearly shocked the parents' jaws off. $1 billion? My goodness, how much is that? Chen Guoqing said to himself, and suddenly there was a light in his eyes. There was a glint of tears in Chen's eyes. He didn't realize that after a lifetime of being a loser, his own son had become a genius. $1 billion. My son made $1 billion. That was all Chen had in mind. Both parents were hit harder and couldn't slow down for a while. Mom and dad, you guys take it easy. These are small amounts of money. I can make more money later. Pingan Chen looked at his parents' dumbfounded appearance and suddenly became a little frightened. Don't give your parents too much excitement and drive them crazy. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. You're really fighting for your old man. Chen Guoqing suddenly laughed out loud. Viciously, he slapped Pingan Chen on the back. This time it made Chen Guoqing so happy. He was truly surprised that his son was actually this competitive. Chapter 137 Arrangements for Parents. Waiting until his father's emotions stabilized, Pingan Chen continued. Dad, I've already bought the distillery, and I'll be hiring a professional manager to help me run it. But a distillery of that size certainly wouldn't work if it didn't have its own people watching. That's why I'm trying to get you and Mom, a director's job at the brewery. What about your position? That is the management director. There is no specific task. It is to go to the winery every day, patrol on time to check the accounts, look at the workers' commute, and also check the production of the winery. What if you find something wrong? You guys just tell me. I didn't want to bother you guys, but I've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this winery, and I'm going off to college soon myself. There's no way to keep an eye on the brewery, so I'm going to have to ask you guys. You this brat and the 2 of us still need to be so polite. Just tell us directly. Chen Guoqing said with a loud laugh. He certainly had no problem with this point of his son's request. We'd be fine with going to work at the brewery. But what about the internet cafe? Internet cafes make a lot of money every day, so you can't lose it. Chen Guoqing thought for a second and then said with some regret, isn't that easy? Aren't there quite a few people in our old neighborhood who are unemployed? Look to see if there are any suitable personnel within your relatives and friends. Pay them a salary every month, and let them just watch inside the cyber cafe, packing food and housing, and giving them a salary. This isn't treating them badly. Pingan Chen spoke with a smile. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Chen Guoqing slapped his thighs and hurriedly said happily. He still had quite a few relatives and friends, and it wasn't too difficult to find a reliable person to manage the internet cafe. In this way, The 2 cybercafes will each get 1 person to manage them. Then he and his own wife went to work at the distillery. After all, it's the work of the distillery that counts. It cost my son hundreds of millions of dollars to buy the winery. It's such an important drinking spot. They'd have to watch it to be sure. The family quickly discussed the matter. Right, son? Did you buy that villa? What exactly is it like? Yu Xiaoying asked curiously, and at the same time, there were a few more points of anticipation. Although she wasn't a vain woman, who wouldn't want to live in a big villa? Originally, she thought that living in a villa was just a dream. There shouldn't be that kind of expectation in this life. But never thought, her son can actually earn money to buy the villa directly. Yu Xiaoying's heart was happy and expectant. Mom, I'll show you tomorrow. Right, let's go buy a car tomorrow. It's really inconvenient to live in a villa without a car. And you guys will need to drive to and from work if you want to go to the winery in the future. Pingon Shen said with another smile. Buy a car? Oops, it's time to buy a car. Son, tell me what car we should buy? Chen Guoqing said excitedly. Can he not be excited? Chen got his driver's license more than 10 years ago, but for family reasons, he never got a car. Now that my son is rich, finally their family can buy a car. Let's go to the store and take a look at it then. This car will be for Dad to drive in the future. We'll buy whatever car you like. Pingon Shen said with a smile. Chen Guoqing was ecstatic to hear this. Alright, let's talk about something tomorrow. Don't even look at what time it is now. Yu Xiaoying interjected. One by one, get in the shower and hurry to bed afterward. Son, you go wash first. Yu Xiaoying made the decision. Chen Pingon smiled, for the mom's decision of course did not dare to refute. Directly went to the bathroom to take a shower. When Pingon Shen took a shower, Yu Xiaoying had already brought him a change of clothes. The underwear and panties are all ready too. It's good to have mom around. Pingon Shen lamented in his heart. Right, son? Now that you've also gotten into college, when is our promotion banquet going to be held? Across the bathroom door Chen Guoqing asked. Mom, this promotion banquet is also quite troublesome. Can we not have it? Chen Pingon said somewhat helplessly. For a party like the promotion banquet, Chen Pingon was indeed not too fond of it. He prefers to just go out for a meal as a family on his own. How can you not do it? It was hard for you to get into a good university. You have to invite your relatives and friends for a meal for something that big, and the teachers from your school have to be invited over as well. Chen Guoqing retorted. He was bound to have the promotion banquet anyway. Noon tomorrow then. I'll invite some more leaders over then. I'll wait a minute and just call the Sheraton Hotel and book the reception. Now you count how many guests will come, and it will be easier for me to make arrangements. After thinking about it, Pingon Shen spoke very decisively. Since there's no way to hide from promotion studies anymore, it's better to do it as soon as possible. And you can also use the promotion banquet as an opportunity to invite all those leaders out for a get-together. It is also appropriate to use the name of the promotion banquet to deepen the relationship with the leaders. Pingon Shen could care less about these leaders. But what about the fact that his parents will be living in the area? So surely it's important to get along with the local parents. By the time Pingon Shen came out from the shower, the 2 parents had already counted the number of people. Relatives from both sides of the family are definitely invited. And usually there are small children who come along for this kind of promotion banquet. Important teachers inside the school should also be invited. Counting the number of people again, we need at least 3 tables. Let's make it 4 tables. Then, and I'll have another table of guests over then. When I bought the winery, those leaders gave me face. And now that I'm organizing a promotion banquet, it just so happens that all of these leaders are invited over to have a meal together. Chen Pingon said. Leaders? What kind of leaders are they? Chen Guoqing asked curiously. Chen Pingon casually said the names of a few leaders and directly stunned Chen Guoqing. These leaders are the parents of the city of Changhua, the status of the high and mighty. Chen Guoqing had also only heard of their names and had never seen them at all. I didn't realize that I could invite all these leaders to my son's promotion banquet. Chen Guoqing heard the news but happy bad son's voice. The college was able to invite these leaders to come over. Then face Lizzie can have. After determining the number of people, Chen Pingon made a call to the hotel. It was a bit late now, but Chen Pingon was directly calling the hotel manager's phone number. This was the phone number that Pingon Shen had gotten at a previous time. The phone was quickly connected, and Pingon Shen introduced himself and said a little more about his needs. He's going to book 4 tables of drinks to the highest hotel specification. 4 tables of banquet at noon tomorrow. Yes, no problem. It just so happens that the Blossoming Fortune Hall is still free, so I'll book it for you then? The hotel manager said in a hurry. Chapter 138 Advanced Driving Techniques. After arranging the banquet, Chen Pingon went back to his room to sleep, had a good night's sleep and woke up at dawn, grabbing the alarm clock beside me and glancing at it. The time was already 8:30. Without the stress of school, his biological clock isn't even that accurate anymore. Lying on the bed for a while, Pingon Chen then opened the system interface. The items in the system interface have been refreshed and there are 4 new items today. 1. Advanced Driving Techniques. 2. Powerful Vajra Fingers Skill Book. 3. 30 carats Ruby 1. 4. 1 piece of high-grade bulletproof vest. All 4 items were refreshed. Pingon Chen carefully looked at the 4 items, and the 3rd and 4th items were first ruled out by Pingon Chen. Although these 2 items also had some value, to Pingon Chen, their value would not be high. Instead, the advanced driving techniques and the martial art of vigorous Vajrazi have some value. It was still of some use to Pingon Chen. Pingon took another close look at the advanced driving techniques. When he finished reading the system introduction, he was pleasantly surprised. At the time before, Pingon had thought that this advanced driving technology was simply the technology of driving an automobile. But when Pingon Chen had finished reading the entire system introduction, he realized that he had looked away. Advanced driving techniques is inclusive of all driving techniques. Airplanes, ships, yachts, tanks, submarines, any skill that requires the use of driving is included in advanced driving skills. That is to say that as long as he learns the advanced driving techniques, he will be able to master all of the driving-related techniques that he will need to use in the future. And there's a matching driver's license. Bull. It can be seriously awesome. With so many driving skills, he really didn't know how long it would take him to learn them if he were to learn them on his own. The point is that every driving skill is associated with a driver's license. It can be equally hard and troublesome to get these driving licenses, but now in one step, all driving skills can be learned and you can get the appropriate license at the same time. It is indeed too good. What else did Pingon Chen have to hesitate about? He directly spent $1 to buy the advanced driving technology. Advanced driving techniques is not a book of skills, it's a bonanza. Picked up this great package from the system interface, opened it and used it. An essence light was immediately injected into Pingon Chen's body. In a trance, Pingon had one more memory, in which he learned to drive a car, learned to fly an airplane, and learned to drive a tank, and so on and so forth. He learned all of the driving skills, as long as they were relevant. It was still a long process, and it took several minutes of Naruto's time to learn and master these relevant driving techniques. Pingon came to his senses and exhaled a long breath. All the driving skills he has all but mastered. He should be one of the most complete masters of driving on the planet. And all of those driving skills are at an advanced level. Exactly how powerful, Pingon couldn't say. It always felt like he was particularly powerful. There was also a stack of additional driver's licenses in the system interface. Pingon Chen flipped through them and found the automobile driver's license. Before, Pingon was still worrying about how he could get a car driver's license, but now he didn't have such worries because the car driver's license was already in his hands. In that case, Pingon Chen could buy a car himself, but after thinking about it, Pingon still temporarily dismissed the idea of buying a car. After all, he's about to go to college and it's kind of a waste to buy a car at home right now. And the whole driver's license thing is unexplainable, so might as well just buy the father a car so he doesn't have to buy one himself. He'll buy himself a car when he goes away to college. At that time, other people do not know when Pingon Chen was examined for a driver's license. Pingon Chen has a driver's license. This matter can also be perfectly covered up. Is my son awake yet? The father's voice had sounded outside the door. Coming. Pingon Chen said lazily. Hurry up and get up. There's still a lot to do today. Yu Xiuying also spoke. Pingon Chen sighed and could only come out from the quilt, then put on new clothes for himself. After washing up in the bathroom, Pingon saw that breakfast had already been prepared for him on the dining table. Simply eating all of his breakfast clean, his parents had already prepared and were waiting for Pingon Chen. Mamas can't wait to visit the villa. Dad, on the other hand, wants to go car shopping. It's safe to say that cars were one of Dad's few thoughts as well. Before that, I was broke, so I had no intention of buying a car at all. You can't afford to buy a car even if you want to, but it was different now. Pingon Chen had money. They can finally buy a car too. I'm full. Let's get going. Buy the car first, then go look at the villa. Pingon Chen said with a hammer blow. Yu Xiuying thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, getting in and out of the house will be a little easier when you buy a car, and it will certainly be easier to go and look at houses. Oh son, what kind of car should we buy? Pingon Chen asked as he walked. Dad, is there anything you'd like to be able to afford to buy a car? Pingon Chen asked. How about a Santana? I think Santana that car is just fine, leathery and durable. Chen Guoqing asked tentatively. For Chen, the Santana is a good enough car. Although the car Santana looks old-fashioned after sitting for 20 years, it was one of the luxury models in this era. A lot of people dream and want a Santana. Santana's a little low class. Let's get something better. Dad, no matter what, you represent my face as well. If you drive a car of too low a grade, it's me as a son who will lose face, Pingon said in a serious manner. Of course, Pingon Chen wasn't wrong in saying this. Santana is still considered low grade. That's a luxury car, Chen Guoqing said with some shock. Dad, we have enough budget to buy a car today, so we can buy something more expensive, like a Mercedes, like an Audi, and yes, how about a BMW? It's okay to buy a Rolls-Royce if you really can't, Pin Ganshan said with a smile. You brat, you really don't think of money as money. Those cars are also something our family can afford. Chen Guoqing laughed and scolded, but on second thought, his son is a billionaire. With Chen Pinggan's current worth, buying a luxury car seemed like a normal thing to do. Why don't you take the lead on this car buying thing? I can't handle it. Chen Guoqing thought and shook his head. Let him make the decision. He can only think of Santana. As for other luxury cars, he really can't afford to buy. Alright, we'll take a look at it then. Chen Pinggan nodded with a smile. It was only in Pinggan Shen's mind that he already had an idea. At the very least, you have to buy your father $1 million plus luxury car. When you're out and about, your car is a man's face. With enough money, of course the car should be better. Chapter 139, Buying a car for his father. After going out, Chen Pinggan called a cab. If it was before, Chen Pinggan's parents would definitely not be willing to take a cab. After all, the price of taking a rental car was also more expensive. But now they know their son has money. Now that it's time to go car shopping again, that cost of getting out of the car is certainly not something to be concerned about. Son, you've made all the arrangements for the promotion banquet, haven't you? You can't make any mistakes. We have to eat at noon, Chen Guoqing said with some worry. After all, he had put the matter in place with his relatives last night. If something went wrong with the Ascension Academy at noon today, they wouldn't have much to show for their faces. Moreover, when they notified their relatives and friends of this promotion banquet, they had taken the initiative to explain that there would be important leaders coming to the scene to participate. Originally did not intend to participate in the promotion banquet. Some relatives and friends heard that there will be inside the city. The leaders came to participate in the after. One by one are full of promise to participate in the promotion banquet. In fact, if it were not for the participation of these leaders, a number of relatives and friends would not have come to such a promotion banquet at all. Pin Ganshen smiled and said confidently, Dad, just rest assured that nothing will go wrong. That's fine. I'll call again now to make sure again. In order to reassure his father, Pin Ganshen took out his cell phone and called the manager of the hotel again. This is to establish the box again. The manager of the hotel also clearly told Chen Pinggan that the banquet had already begun to be in the process of production, and there would be absolutely no mistakes. And Pin Ganshan ordered the most expensive banquet. A table will be 8888. Pin Ganshan had booked a total of 4 tables. Even if you put it in 20 years later, 8,000 a table is still very luxurious, let alone put it in the present time. Dad, you can rest easy now. The banquet is already being set up. Pin Ganshan put down the phone and said to his father with a smile, That's good. That's good. I'm relieved. Chen Guoqing nodded happily. You guys booked a banquet of 8,000 a table. Ah, so expensive. Ah. The driver who was driving in front asked with a surprised face. Keep in mind that the average worker in this day and age makes just over $1,000 a month. 8,000 bucks a table. That's like 8 months of work. They usually throw banquets for a couple $100 a table. I think 8,000 bucks a table is still pretty amazing. So the driver was a little taken aback to hear that price. Chen Guoqing smiled and pointed at Chen Pinggan and said somewhat implicitly, My son got admitted to Mordor University. This is a promotion banquet. This is the only time in his life. It definitely needs to be done in a more sumptuous manner. Getting into Mordor University. That's really something, the driver said with praise and envy. Hearing such praise from the driver, Chen smiled even more happily. The auto store arrived quickly. You can't compare an auto store today to 20 years from now. It's not as big and can sell as many models. Especially top-of-the-line luxury cars can be hard to come by these days. Chen Pinggan's family of 3 soon entered the automobile specialty store. The first thing I saw was Santana. A row of Santas parked in front of the store, looking very bright. Chen's eyes frequently looked at Santana. He had dreamed of owning a Santana before. Now that's a dream he can fulfill anytime he wants. Dad, don't look at it. The car doesn't deserve our family, Pin Ganshan said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. You say what you want, you pay for it anyway. Chen Guoqing retracted his gaze and said with a loud laugh. Chen Guoqing had already discovered that his son was much more capable than himself. Listen to your son and you won't lose out. Remember before he was going to open a hot pot restaurant in partnership with a relative? It was because I listened to my son that the hot pot restaurant didn't open and opened an internet cafe. The result is that he runs a red-hot internet cafe that does great business. It's only been a few months and the money spent on the internet cafe is already going back. On the other hand, his relative who owns a hot pot is so unlucky that the business of the hot pot store is about to go cold. I don't know what's wrong with them. How can they run a good hot pot restaurant like that? Chen Guoqing's heart was celebrating after knowing this news. It's a good thing he opened an internet cafe instead of a hot pot restaurant in the first place, or he would have been out of luck. That's why Chen Guoqing is also listening to his son's advice more and more now. Come on, let's take a look inside. Pin Gonshan led his parents towards the inside of the specialty store. This row is full of car boutiques with all grades of cars. Ordinary cars Pin Gonshan did not look at, and directly took his parents to see high-end cars. Mercedes, BMW, Audi, several popular brands of luxury cars are available here. Chen Pingon picked a few million-dollar level luxury cars and let his old father, Chen Guoqing, choose for himself. Chen Guoqing's eyes dropped at the sight of these million-dollar luxury cars. Look at this one and love it too. Look at that one and it's great too. After looking around, Chen Guoqing looked at the Audi A8. The Audi A8 shape fits Chen's actor. And the more you look at it, the more you like it, and the more you like it, the more you want to buy it. He certainly wouldn't have purchased the Audi A8 if he had considered the price. But now that I have my son paying for it, I don't have to think about the price, so I'll just pick what I like and buy it. How about this Audi A8? Son, is it too expensive? Chen Guoqing approached Chen Pingon's side and asked in a low voice. He would say that. He obviously likes the car. He's just worried that the price will be too much. Keep in mind that this car is hundreds of thousands of dollars even for the base model. And if it's top of the line it's going to be a little over $1 million. The price of buying a car is enough to buy several houses. So you can imagine how expensive this one is. Dad, if you like this car we'll just buy it. There's no need to consider the price. Pin Gonshan said with a smile. Then we'll buy it. Chen said affirmatively with a clench of his teeth. Pin Gonshan smiled and directly called the salesperson over, allowing the salesperson to arrange for a test drive, and told the salesman to buy the car at full price as long as his father was satisfied. Hearing Chen Pingon's bottom line, the salesperson was also very happy and hurriedly arranged a test drive for Chen. Chen Guoqing drove the Audi A8 around outside 3 times before returning with satisfaction. My son will buy this car. It's such a nice car to drive. Chen Guoqing said happily. Can it be bad to drive? It's over $1 million. The car was put into my father's name, and the procedure was not complicated, especially since there was no need for a loan. It was bought outright at full price, so the formalities are particularly fast, just half an hour. All the formalities are completed. Full payment to buy a car is so fast. The dealership also arranged for a temporary license plate for the car, and the paperwork was processed so that it could be driven straight onto the road. As for the official license plate, just get it when you have time. Chapter 140, Li Mengyun is here. Pin Gonshan also had a bit of an itchy hand and wanted to drive as well, but after thinking about it, I couldn't explain the driver's license thing, so I had to squash that idea of my own. If he came back for the next winter vacation, Chen Pingon could lie that he had taken his driver's license while attending school, and then he would have no problem driving again. The car has been purchased as well, so now we can go look at houses. Chen Pingon said the address of the neighborhood, and his father, Chen Guoqing, was also shocked after hearing the address of the neighborhood. Jiangnan Watertown? That's a luxury villa area, Chen Guoqing said in surprise, because that neighborhood is still very famous, a famous villa area. He couldn't even dream of imagining that he could live in this kind of luxury villa area. The mother, who hadn't said much beside her, also had a surprised expression on her face at that moment. Before buying Chen Guoqing a car of more than $1 million, Yu Xiaoying was not too surprised. After all, his son is rich. It is normal to buy a better car. But now he heard that Chen Pingon had bought a house in Jiangnan Watertown, a high-end luxury neighborhood, so he was also extraordinarily surprised. The houses there are expensive, right? Yu Xiaoying asked curiously. It is somewhat not cheap. It cost $7 million. Chen Pingon nodded his head and said, as for the price of the house, there was no need to hide it. He directly reported the price. Hearing that the price of the villa was $17 million was a shock to the couple. They had previously thought that the villa that Chen Pingon had bought was just a few $1,000,000, right? I never expected it to be $17 million, and that's a really scary price, too. Such an expensive house. Chen lamented. Yu Xiaoying was really getting a little excited. She was truly surprised that she could live in such a mansion. Seeing the expressions on the two parents' faces, Chen Pingon also let out a sigh of relief. Chen Pingon had bought such an expensive house, and before that, he was a little worried that his parents would talk about him. But now it looks like the parents are more tolerant. Didn't give myself a lecture for buying such an expensive house. Chen Pingon's heart is also quite happy. His parents so obedient and well-behaved, really good. But Pingon Chen knew that some parents would go against their children. For example, if a child wants to buy a house in Beijing, his parents are hardened, persuading him to buy a house in his hometown, just not letting him buy a house in Beijing. Then you miss out on the high-priced phase of real estate, lose the opportunity to buy a home in the capital, and never be able to afford to settle down and make a home in the capital later. Examples like this are very common in the latter days of the internet. Fortunately, Pingan Chen's parents were not this kind of person. Parents who don't hold their children back are the best parents in the world. The location of the neighborhood is not in the center of town, but it's not very far either. It's a 20-minute drive. One thing is also rather coincidental. It is the Jiangnan waterfront district. The distance from the first distillery is relatively close, probably only 5 kilometers away, driving a few minutes. In the future, it will be much easier for parents to commute to work instead. The car was stopped by security when it reached the entrance to the neighborhood. Because the car had not been registered, it was not possible to get in at the gate. Chen Pingan directly got out of the car and registered this car here at the security booth. But right now it's only temporary plates and the registration is only temporary. When you change your license plate later, you will need to re-register once again. He also called down his parents and registered them here at the security booth. After registering, it will be much easier for your parents to enter and exit the neighborhood in the future. My goodness, the security of a high-end neighborhood is so strict, Chen Guoqing said in secret shock. Dad, since we do pay for the property, they definitely have to do a good job before they can. And I also bought a house here because the security is a little bit stricter. You see, the security guards here are young ex-soldiers, and with them we are guaranteed security here, Pingan Chen explained. Both parents nodded happily when they heard this explanation. They remembered the last time their home was broken into by bad people, and if they could live in this kind of upscale neighborhood, they wouldn't have to worry about outsiders coming in again. The car followed the road into the neighborhood, and Chen Pingan was in the passenger seat to show his father the way. Dad, that's the villa out front, Pingan Chen said as he pointed to the villa in front of him. Seeing the large detached villa in front of them, Chen Guoqing and Yu Xiuying were both filled with excitement. This will be our home from now on, and that's great too. Looking at the villa in front of her, Yu Xiuying said excitedly. Chen didn't say anything, he just smiled, and his face was all satisfied. Pingan Chen took out the key and opened the door, allowing his father to park the car in his own parking space. Then the parents were given a tour of the large villa. Parents visited the large villa. That is, the more they see the more they like. They dream not dare to imagine that they still have to live in the villa this day. Luckily I gave birth to a good son. Yu Xiuying glanced at her son and was satisfied in her heart. An emotion called happiness rose in her heart. After all, this is the son she gave birth to. The villa is finely decorated and there's not much that needs to be changed. So basically you just need to buy a few household items and come over. And then you can move right in. There were even sheets and bedding in the villa. But none of these things Pingan Chen had any intention of using. You can use everything else, but you have to buy new sheets and bedding yourself personally. It was about time after seeing the villa. So the family drove in the car again and went directly to the Sheraton Hotel. After all, as hosts they need to be one step ahead of the hotel to prepare for their guests. It was fortunate that they had arrived at the hotel early, for just half an hour after they had arrived, relatives and friends were arriving one after the other. The relatives and friends who can come are all relatively close, and those who are not on good terms will not invite him over at this kind of promotion banquet. So there wasn't much messing around at the promotion banquet. Chen Pingan was not too fond of this kind of thing, but his parents were fond of it and those who came were closer, so he could only be patient and entertain the guests. It wasn't long before Director Wang arrived with a group of leaders as well. Leaders are also very give Chen Pingan face. In the morning when Chen Pingan called them, said that at noon to open the promotion banquet, invited them to come over. One by one also agreed. After all, even if they didn't look at Chen Pingan's face, they still had to give Mr. Hua face. The guests at the scene were shocked to see that these leaders had really come, and their faces were astonished. They had received news before that the leader would come, but at that time they still had some doubts in their minds. Now that he saw these leaders actually coming, that hint of doubt had long been thrown to the winds. Seeing that these leaders had arrived, Chen Pingan's attitude warmed up. Watching people cook is also Pingan Chen's specialty. Of course, it can't be helped. That's just the way the human condition is. Pingan Chen also notified his teachers, but not many teachers could come. Only the homeroom teacher and 2 other classroom teachers came. These teachers were also shocked when they saw that Pingan Chen's promotion banquet had actually invited several leaders over. They were never expecting that Pingan Chen's family actually had such connections. What exactly do Pingan Chen's parents do? How come they invited all these people over? Several teachers whispered, and in their hearts, they were also secretly guessing what kind of big shots Pingan Chen's parents were, while the several teachers were secretly surprised. Pingan Chen was also taken aback, because he saw Li Mengyun behind one of the leaders. Why is Li Mengyun here? Chapter 141, Mother's Favorite. Pingan Chen had once heard Li Mengyun talk about it. Her father was in the system, while her mother was in business and owned a company. Upon seeing the leader in front of Li Mengyun, Chen Pingan understood somewhat. This leader should be Li Mengyun's father. Pingan Chen also remembered that this leader was a director inside the city government. His status wasn't very high, but it wasn't low either. After all, it was already considered a leadership class, and it was different from the ordinary grassroots. When I saw him earlier, I thought there was something familiar about his face. It turns out that because Li Mengyun is his daughter, there are some similarities between the two. Pingon Chen, why didn't you tell me you were back? And you actually didn't look for me when you had your promotion banquet, Li Mengyun said with some exasperation behind her own father. The leaders present were all a bit surprised to hear this, and they all looked towards the two with curious faces. Li Mengyun's father was calm. After all, he had already asked his daughter before. Pingon Chen and his own daughter were in the same class. This director Li then smiled and spoke. It's a coincidence to say the least. It was only today that I realized that my daughter Li Mengyun and Pingon Chen. It turns out that they were in the same class. Several of the leaders were in a daze when they heard this. They looked at Li Mengyun again, then at Pingon Chen, and the smiles on their faces took on a bit of playfulness. Li Mengyun and Chen Pingon were in the same class, and it looked as if the two of them were very close. Maybe the two will even get together in the future. Of course, this is what is in the minds of their leaders, and there is no need to say such things out loud when they can just think about them in their minds. This is uncle, isn't it? I'm sorry I didn't recognize it before. Instead of answering Li Mengyun's words, Pingon Chen walked over to Director Li and greeted him with a smile on his face. Li Ming smiled and said, "It's not strange if you don't know. I only realized it today. I should be blamed for this incident. I was the one who cared less about my daughter's schooling." Li Ming was helpless about this. After all, he usually had to be busy with his work. His daughter's studies were managed by her mother. He hadn't been to his daughter's school in 3 years of high school. As for which classmates his daughter had, he knew even less. Li Ming also never expected that Pingon Chen and his own daughter were actually in the same class, and it looked like the relationship between his own daughter and Chen Pingon must be extraordinary, or at least relatively close. If Pingon Chen was a poor boy, Li Ming would have been furious by now, and he would never allow his daughter to go with a poor boy. But the situation at hand does look a little different. Pingon Chen was at least not a poor boy. Then this matter can be put on hold. Li Mengyun also knew that the situation at the scene was different from usual. After all, there were so many leaders at the scene, so there are some things that are not convenient to say here. If there's really something going on, we can talk about it in private. Leaders' time is valuable and certainly not to be wasted any longer. Pingon Chen quickly announced the start of the banquet. The leaders sat at a table, and Pingon Chen was to accompany them. There were no more seats at this table, so Li Mengyun could only sit in other seats. Just where is the best place to put Li Mengyun? Chen Pingon was a bit hesitant. Just then, her mother Yu Xiuying walked over and greeted Li Mengyun with a smile. Jokes ensued before pulling Li Mengyun away. Yu Xiuying even shot a wink towards Pingon Chen as she spoke. It was just that Pingon Chen really didn't understand what this wink from his mother actually meant. But it's good to know that the seating issue can be sorted out. Because of the presence of the leaders, the atmosphere of the whole promotion banquet was also rather depressing, and those friends and relatives, who spoke, lowered their voices quite a bit. After all, it's important to be aware of the impact in front of your leaders. Chen Pingon then did not want to think about that much at all. Should eat and drink, spent so much money, definitely want to make themselves eat and drink well. So the most relaxed person on the scene was instead Pingon Chen. Those leaders are not as relaxed as Chen Pingon. After all, there are so many people on the scene. These leaders also have to pay attention to their own image and influence. That's why they watch their behavior when they eat and drink. Pingon Chen didn't care about that much. Anyway, it was good that he was happy. The other table, Li Mengyun, was a bit nervous, because beside her sat Pingon Chen's mother. Li Mengyun's heart had an absurd thought. Does one count as meeting one's parents now? Thinking about this, Li Mengyun's face slightly reddened. Girl, your name is Li Mengyun, right? Yu Xiuying smiled and greeted Li Mengyun. Yes, auntie. My name is Li Mengyun. Li Mengyun hurriedly replied. There's no need to be so nervous. We're all on our own. You've been classmates with our family, Chen Pingon, for 3 years, and I've seen you before. I didn't think we could sit together for dinner. Whenever you get a chance, come and sit at our house. I have only one son, Chen Pingon. It would be great if I could have another daughter-in-law like you, Yu Xiuying said with a smile. She's made that pretty obvious. Some of the others at the table caught on and covered their mouths in light laughter. It was obvious that Yu Xiuying was also looking at Li Mengyun and wanted Li Mengyun to be her daughter-in-law. But it should be said or not, Li Mengyun's external condition is really too good. Who could refuse a beautiful daughter-in-law like Li Mengyun? And I just heard that Li Mengyun's father is that Director Li is also considered a leader. That's quite a family background, too. If he could marry Li Mengyun home, he would be truly blessed. Li Mengyun, however, did not understand the meaning of Yu Xiuying's words, but the fact that Pingon Chen's mother liked herself was something she felt. The original somewhat tense thoughts were slowly relaxing at this point, because there were so many leaders on the scene. No one would come over and cause trouble at this time either. The whole promotion party went very well. After eating and drinking, everyone left and the leaders were the first to go. After all, the leaders had a lot of things to do, and being able to come to the promotion banquet was already enough to give Chen Pinggan face. They all left as soon as they could after eating and drinking well. Chen Pinggan's original intention was to market his winery's liquor at the promotion banquet, but after thinking about it, he abandoned the idea. Because time was just too short, he should have waited a little longer. It would have been better to operate when he was well prepared, and you can give each of these leaders a few bottles of good wine when the time comes. When they have tasted it, the good wine made by their own winery, won't this advertising effect come too? Chapter 142, Ambiguity. Li Mengyun's father had left, but Li Mengyun had stayed behind. After all, Li Mengyun had already left for such a long period of time, and she was also a little miss for Pinggan Chen. When did you get back? Both men spoke at the same time. There were so many people at the promotion banquet just now that it was indeed inconvenient to talk. It's good now that everyone else is gone. The two of them were finally able to talk without fear, openly. However, there were some other staff members at the scene, and Pinggan Chen's parents were there as well. Li Mengyun was a bit embarrassed. Mom, I'm taking my classmates out for a stroll. We'll talk about anything later. Pinggan Chen waved his hand at his mother. He then led Li Mengyun straight out of the hotel. Be safe and come back early, Yu Xiuying said with a smile. Looking at her son, walking out with Li Mengyun, Yu Xiuying's eyes were already more than a little expectant. It's a pity they're too small, Yu Xiuying whispered. What's too small? Chen asked without understanding. Yu Xiuying blankly glanced at her own husband and said without any good humor. They're too young. They're not even at the legal age for marriage. How many more years do I have to wait to have grandchildren? You're in too much of a hurry. Our son is only 19 years old, Chen Guoqing said breathlessly. 19 isn't too young to get married in the old days. And don't you realize how hard it is for boys to get married these days? Isn't it a good thing that our son was able to find a girlfriend to his liking earlier? Yu Xiuying said with a few moments of annoyance. Okay, you're right about everything. But as far as our son's condition is concerned, you're really worried that he won't be able to find a daughter-in-law in the future. I'm worried that our son will have too many girlfriends in the future. What can we do then? Chen Guoqing, however, said in a troubled voice. It should be said not to say that Chen's vision was indeed awesome, and he saw the core of the problem at a glance. Pinggan Chen would definitely not have fewer girlfriends in the future. He doesn't need to worry about no one marrying him. Instead he worries about having too many girlfriends and who should he marry? Yeah, what can we do if we have too many girlfriends? Yu Xiuying thought of her son's situation and also said with some fretfulness. In the time before, she thought her son was ordinary, so of course she was worried that her son wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend. But now she knew how good her son really was. With her son's qualifications, I wonder how many girls would hit on him. While the two parents were worrying here, Chen Pinggan held Li Mengyun's hand and happily started shopping. What are you doing with your hands? Li Mengyun said somewhat shyly. Just now, her small hand was caught by Pinggan Chen by accident, but Li Mengyun didn't resist either, and went along with Pinggan Chen's wishes. I haven't done anything yet. It's that there are too many people on the streets. I'm afraid you'll get separated, so I had to reluctantly hold your hand. Chen Pinggan spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Li Mengyun looked at the pedestrians around him. The streets are sparsely populated with pedestrians. Where are the crowds? Forget it, I won't break him down for his lies, Li Mengyun secretly thought in her heart. And to be honest, having her small hand grabbed by Chen Pinggan made Li Mengyun's heart actually quite happy. The two of them are sort of holding hands now. Where are we going now? Li Mengyun asked. Is there somewhere you want to go? I'll accompany you if you do, but if not we'll just go shopping. By the way, I haven't even bought you any gifts. Do you have a favorite? I'll buy it for you, Pinggan Chen said. No need, I don't lack anything. Li Mengyun shook her head and said, she comes from a relatively wealthy family and really has nothing to lose in life. The lack of it is your business, but the gift is mine to give. Just tell me if you want the gift I gave you, right? Pinggan Chen pretended to be angry and said, okay, then I'll take it reluctantly. There's a jewelry store up ahead. Let's just go in and take a look, Li Mengyun said as she pointed at a jewelry store. Don't there are all plastic sellers there? Nothing interesting. To buy jewelry go to a jewelry store and look around. Let's go. Let's look at jewelry. Chen Pinggan pulled Li Mengyun's hand directly into a gold jewelry store. Seeing the two men walk in, the store salesman did warmly entertain the two men. However, by the time they saw that both of them, Pinggan Chen, were young in age, that enthusiasm receded all of a sudden. It wasn't as enthusiastic as it had been in the beginning, but the attitude wasn't too much of a problem. Any favorite jewelry? Pinggan Chen asked. This bit of stuff is so expensive. Let's just casually look around and buy it even. Li Mengyun whispered. Fool, have you forgotten how much money I have? Didn't your dad tell you I bought First Winery for $280 million? I've even spent $280 million. What's missing from this little money for jewelry? Be numb, hurry up and pick the jewelry. We have shopping to do later. Pingon Shan said with a smile. Are you that rich now? Li Mengyun said in surprise. She hadn't heard her own father talk about Pingon Shan's investment in the winery, so Li Mengyun also didn't know that Pingon Shan was now rich. It was also after hearing Pingon Shan's explanation that Li Mengyun realized that Pingon Shan was now rich. Since you don't lack money now, I'm going to have to rip you off. Li Mengyun raised her head and said with a haughty face, you don't want to feel bad about the money when the time comes. Alright, hurry up and look at the jewelry now. Pingon Shan smiled and pinched Li Mengyun's little face. This skin is so hydrating when you pinch it. Li Mengyun knocked away Pingon Shan's hand, and her face turned a little red. The two didn't act this close when they were in school. This is the first time it's been done. Then Li Mengyun also picked carefully. After knowing that Chen Pingon had money, she didn't need to worry that the things here were too expensive for Chen Pingon to afford. After all, a gold store like this one couldn't possibly have too expensive jewelry. The most expensive jewelry is only $100,000 to $200,000, and ordinary jewelry is a few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. Regardless of the era, the price of these gold jewels remains high. Li Mengyun picked out a necklace for herself and a pair of earrings. She had her eye on a ring, but after thinking about it, she gave it up. It was because Li Mengyun felt that her relationship with Pingon Shan hadn't reached that point yet. After all, a ring is not the same as a regular piece of jewelry. You can't give a ring away. Chapter 143, Punks Looking for Death. The two went through the rest of the process pretty much the same as a normal couple. Go shopping and see a movie and then have dinner together in the evening. But they are also all very conservative in their demeanor. Holding hands at best. The odd move. Then don't even think about it. Pingon Shan was not in a hurry at all, because Pingon Shan had already asked. Li Mengyun had already gotten into a university in Magic City. Although the two weren't at the same Magic City University, since they both went to school in the same city, it was fine. Both going to college in the same city, it's really easy to see each other on a daily basis. There was still a long time left for them in the future. So Chen Pingon was not in a hurry at all. It was almost time to finish eating. So Chen Pingon this intended to send Li Mengyun home. Li Mengyun seemed a bit upset. She still wanted to play a bit more. However, under the persuasion of Pingon Shan, Li Mengyun was also listening to the advice and planned to go back. After all, it really wasn't appropriate for a lone man and woman not to go back in the middle of the night. Of course, it wasn't actually that late. The two of them had finished dinner and the time was now just up to 8 o'clock. Pingon Shan did not call a car and directly accompanied Li Mengyun to walk home. The two held hands and spoke softly, just like a couple. Gu, little brother, your girlfriend is pretty enough. Lend us a few brothers to play for a few days. A group of young men were walking overhead on, and after one of them saw Li Mengyun's looks, he suddenly opened his mouth with a smile. The rest of the young men couldn't walk any further and assumed a semi-surrounding stance, encircling Pingon Shan and Li Mengyun. Li Mengyun was a bit scared. Her hands were instantly sweaty, and she was shaking a bit. Now this location was a little out of the way. Not in an alley, but in an alley off the main road. The lights around them were a little dim, and there were no other pedestrians on the side of the road. This environment also creates opportunities for criminals to get their hands dirty. Just ran into this group of, drunken punks again. Li Mengyun suddenly didn't feel safe anymore. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Pingon Shan whispered in Li Mengyun's ear. Just that one sentence of I'm here instantly made Li Mengyun's flustered mood become quiet. Chen Pingon, after pacifying Li Mengyun, turned his head to look at the group of people in front of him and said coldly, now get the hell out of here and I won't bother you. Otherwise, you guys are in big trouble. Gu, the youngster speaks quite loudly. Talk is pretty big. People don't have big mouths. Blow awesome yet. The group of people did not take Pingon Shen's words seriously at all. Instead, they were laughing and teasing. They did not notice that Pingon Shen's gaze had gradually turned cold. The rule of law society still saves their lives. If it had been in ancient times, Pingon Shan would have already moved to kill them. Even if it was in the middle of nowhere, Pingon Shan had already done it. But this is inside the city limits. The risk of killing someone here is too great, and you could get yourself trapped at any time. It was just that even if Chen Pingon didn't kill anyone with his hands, he still had many ways to deal with these punks in front of him. Punks like the one in front of me will never go extinct in any era. It doesn't matter if it's 80s, 90s or post-aughts. Chen Pingon also felt quite speechless. How is it that any era can't do without these punks of theirs? Don't say we don't give you a chance. Little brother, now get the hell out of here and lend us your girlfriend for a few days of fun. In that case we'll be happy too, and we won't bother you, and we'll give your girlfriend back to you. Maybe you'll even be happy to be a father by then. After saying this, he laughed out loud to himself. The rest of the punks laughed along with them when they heard this. Li Mangyun was angry and anxious when she heard this, and her face turned white. Pingon Chen's expression was calm, but the murderous look in his eyes could no longer be concealed. You guys are looking for death yourselves, so you can't blame me for this. My girlfriend is right here. Come and grab her if you can. Pingon Chen had already pulled Li Mangyun behind him as he spoke. TMD old man talking to you, you are not listening to half of the sentence. Told you to be a good boy and send your girlfriend over. You don't know that, do you? Brain dead. Seeking death on your own. Then we'll teach you a lesson. Brothers all together. We'll fool around with his girlfriend when the time comes. The punks had already quickly approached towards Li Qingshan as they spoke. Several of the punks even pulled out throwing sticks from their own bodies. In front of me were a total of 6 punks. Pingon Chen had to fight 6 people by himself, so it was no wonder that the punks were full of self-confidence as a result. Li Mangyun, on the other hand, was nervous. Pingon Chen didn't move, as if he was scared silly, but those punks weren't half as polite as he was. The fastest running punk raised his own throwing stick and had already struck directly towards Pingon Chen's head. The guts of these punks are also really big, hitting people towards their heads. Punks are like that. They have no scruples about what they do, and it's not uncommon for them to beat people to death. On the contrary, it was those big gangsters who had experienced more things and had become old farts, doing things instead with more rules and a lot of scruples. Pingon Chen couldn't care less. Since they had done it, he couldn't blame himself. It just so happens that you can fulfill them yourself. In an instant Pingon Chen struck out. Pingon Chen struck his opponent's chest with a palm strike afterward. It was just a slap that sent people flying. Before the rest of the punks could react, Pingon Chen directly pounced into the crowd. Hands shot left and right, easily knocking all of these punks out of the air. In just that one breath of time, all 6 punks were on the ground. They rolled around clutching their chests, just feeling the pain in their chests. They wanted to stand up and retaliate against Pingon Chen, but it felt like all their strength had been drained out of their bodies. Pingon Chen, you're so powerful, Li Mangyun said excitedly. You haven't seen what I'm good at yet. Pingon Chen said with intent. It was important to realize that Chen Pingon's current physical quality was much higher than that of a normal person. He was just a little worried now that the average woman wouldn't be able to handle his razzle-dazzle. Really? Do you have any other awesome kung fu? Li Mangyun was uncertain when she heard Chen Pingon say that. She also asked with a curious look on her face. Ha ha, you'll know later. I'll let you see it later. Pingon Chen said with a haha laugh. As for the specifics, that's not easy to explain. Although the trouble was solved, what to do next was equally troublesome. Chapter 144, The Punk Who Had a Bleak Future. How are they guys doing? Nothing's going to happen, right? Li Mangyun looked at the punks rolling all over the ground and said with some worry. Don't worry, I measured in my strikes. They're fine. Pingon Chen said confidently. For his current craftsmanship, Chen Pingon was still very self-confident. When he had struck the man just now, Chen Pingon had still used the bone-transforming sheep palm, and Pingon Chen's application of the bone-transforming neon palm was already at the point of perfection. These punks had been hit by Chen Pingon's bone-transforming cotton palm, and now on the surface there were no external injuries to be seen at all. But in reality, the internal injuries caused by the bone-crushing sheep palm were already permanent, unless there was an inner strength expert who could heal their wounds. Otherwise their lives were actually over. The bone-transforming sheep palm was a very insidious and vicious kung fu, and Pingon Chen could make them go to their deaths in a short period of time. But of course, he could also make their lives worse than death. What Pingon Chen chose was to make their lives worse than death. Their bodies would gradually waste away, and even if they wanted to be a normal person in the future, it would be difficult to do so, and this process will not be reached all at once. It may take 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months later they became invalids. Would they still have half a cent to do with Pingon Chen by then? That's why Ping Ping is confident he'll make a move. It would be a very irrational behavior to mess with an internal expert in the modern world. Pingon Chen took out his cell phone and found one of the numbers and dialed it. Hello, is this Director Song? I'm from Pingon Chen. Chen Pingon smiled and greeted the other party. Director Song was a bit confused at first, but quickly responded. It's Mr. Chen's pleased to meet you looking for me, is there something? Director Song said very enthusiastically. Chief Song, the chief of the Long River City Patrol. The two had met once before, and Pingon Chen had left Director Song's contact information. I didn't realize how quickly this contact would come in handy. Director Song of course also knew the background of Pingon Chen's identity, knew that Pingon Chen had invested several $100 million and bought the first winery, and also knew that Pingon Chen was God-grandson. Such a status is highly valued by those of them. Pingon Chen exchanged pleasantries with Director Song and then briefly told him what had happened. Chen Pingon also focused on the fact that the girl beside him was Director Li's daughter. Director Song and Director Li had also known each other. and once they heard that they were still their colleagues' daughters, they paid more attention to the case. A bunch of punks messed with the wrong people, so rule them hard. After asking clearly where Pingon-chan was now, Director Song told Pingon-chan to rest assured that he would take care of the matter. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes a large group of police cars drove up from Ula. A large group of Uncle Hats got out of the car and arrested all those punks. One of the inspectors came to Pingon-chan and greeted him warmly. I did not expect Song director actually came over personally. This face is really in place Chen Pingon smiled and also shook hands with Director Song. By the way, Chief Song, are you short of sponsors in the patrol room? Lacking too much. As you know, Mr. Chen, money is being used everywhere now. Our funding is also very tight are only able to use it on the knife edge. Too short of sponsorship. Director Song understood the meaning of Chen Pingon's words and said with great excitement. And of course what he said was not a lie. All of it was genuine. Patrol houses like theirs are really short on sponsorship. Because their annual, fixed funds are limited. They only have so much money to work with. But with so much to do, how can they not run out of money? Then I'll sponsor $2 million in the hope of adding better equipment to the patrol house. And in order for the patrol house to better serve the people. Director Song, what do you think of this? Pingon-chan asked seriously. $2 million was a small number to Pingon-chan. If you can use $2 million and strengthen your relationship with the local beat cops, then it would be money well spent. Thank you so much Mr. Chen for you've solved our pressing problem, Director Song said excitedly. It is certainly impossible for this money to be embezzled by Director Song. It doesn't end up in his own pocket either, because donations like these are recorded. But the money came into their account, and it was available to Secretary Song. Could fix up the office a bit, buy more air conditioners and more cars. Doesn't that instantly elevate their work environment? It was no wonder that Director Song was so agitated. The two of them exchanged communication in a very cordial manner, and then Pingon-chan left with Lin Wanjun. As for confessions and whatnot, there's absolutely no need to have Director Song around for all these little things to be taken care of. And all these punks rolling around all over the place too. When these punks are taken back they are checked for their criminal record and if they have any other cases on them. If there were no other cases, then they would be considered lucky that they didn't commit too many offenses and would be locked up for a few months at most. If there are other charges on them, that's a big problem. But no matter what, this matter had already been dealt with. And Chen Pingon did not take it to heart. A group of punks who came out on their own to seek death. For people like them, Pingon-chan would never condone it. Because Pingon-chan knew that he was capable of dealing with these punks. What if it was an ordinary person who encountered these punks? Imagine if Pingon-chan himself was incapable. He was just an ordinary person who was shopping here with his girlfriend when he encountered a group of punks. If these punks' minds were any worse, then both Pingon-chan and his girlfriend would suffer. So for this kind of person, Chen Pingon was never soft. This was also the reason why Pingon-chan had used the bone-transforming sheep palm on them. Garbage should stay in the garbage. You were so powerful just now, Lin Wanjun said with a few moments of adoration. I've told you that I have something more powerful. You don't know? Pingon-chan said with a smile. You're saying such things again, Lin Wanjun said with a red face. Although Lin Wanjun was still a little girl, she had reached the age when she should know better. The meaning in Pingon-chan's words was something she could hear now. Lin Wanjun was not angry, but just felt so shy. Between the two of them talking and laughing, Chen Pingon finally sent Lin Wanjun to her home. I'm going back. Standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, Lin Wanjun said with some reluctance. There are long days ahead, and I'll be with you for a long time to come. Once you meet in the Golden Wind and Jade Dew, is it not in the morning and evening? Pingon-chan said with silent warmth as he looked into Lin Wanjun's eyes. When did you kid learn all this? Lin Wanjun said with a smile, but in his heart, he was still quite happy. I learned it a long time ago. I just haven't used it on you before. By the way, this is the fruit I prepared for you. You take it home and eat it slowly. Pingon-chan already had an extra bag of fruits in his hand as he spoke. These fruits were all grown on Pingon-chan's farm and were of the very best quality, with the best flavors. When did you prepare the fruits? Lin Wanjun asked with a surprised face. When the two were walking just now, Pingon-chan's hand was empty. Chapter 145 Parents. Where the hell did all this fruit come from? You had an empty hand just now, didn't you? Lin Wanjun asked with a puzzled expression. She really didn't know how Pingon-chan had gotten so many fruits. Don't ask. Asking is magic. Everyone has their secrets, so don't get to the bottom of it. In the future, if you want to eat fruit or if your aunt and uncle want to eat fruit, you just tell me. I can't promise anything else, but there will be enough fruit. Chen Pingon smiled and said evasively without any explanation. It was really too difficult to explain this kind of thing. Moreover, Pingon-chan did not want to continue making up another lie down the line. Making up to one lie requires making up for it with countless lies. This was really a bit too much of a hassle for Pingon-chan. so it would be better to just skip over it. Okay, I won't ask, but I'll make a deal. If these fruits aren't delicious, I'll be looking for trouble from you, Li Wanjun said playfully. No problem, I can guarantee that all of these fruits are delicious. If they are not, you will come to me. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded his head in agreement. Only after receiving Chen Pinggan's assurance did Li Wanjun enter the neighborhood with a bag of fruits. Not long after, Li Wanjun returned home carrying fruits. Only what Li Wanjun didn't expect was, she had only just gotten back into the living room when she looked at both her parents waiting for her. That's still a good thing to confirm, because her mom and dad are busy people. Usually when she came home all she could see was the babysitter. But today both her parents were actually there and just sitting on the couch talking. Mom and Dad, why aren't you guys busy today? Li Wanjun's eyes rolled for a moment as she preemptively opened her mouth to question. Isn't it nice that we're not busy and come back early to be with you? I think you, are a thief. Tell me nicely what's going on with that boyfriend? Li Wanjun's mother, Luo Shangmei, spoke up. As she spoke, Luo Shangmei had a gentle smile on her face. Li Wanjun carefully said, what can be the matter? Is a classmate ordinary classmate. By the way Mom and Dad, I got some fruit back. Try it. It's supposed to be the same fruit as the ones I brought back last time. Li Wanjun had already taken out the fruit from his pocket as he spoke. There were apples, pears, and peaches. There are several kinds of fruits inside this bag. You're changing the subject with me again. But we agreed that we couldn't have kids until we were married. I don't want you to go home with a big belly without being married. Luo Shangmei said in a deep voice. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I be that kind of person? Li Wanjun stomped her foot and said with a face full of unhappiness. Mom is a person from the past. Just a little wake-up call with you. Just afraid that you'll suffer. Luo Shangmei said helplessly. She had only one daughter, and she hadn't worried so much when she was young. But now that her daughter was getting older, she was getting worried. After all, parents are surely concerned that their daughters will suffer. This kind of thing is also hard to avoid. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I know it. Li Wanjun hurriedly said seriously. Alright, let's stop here for now. Father Li Ming spoke. Luo Shang whitened her husband, but didn't continue to say anything more. After all, the two had communicated before their daughter returned. In fact, the result of the communication between the two of them was that they could allow Li Wanjun and Pinggan Chen to continue their contact for a bit. Pinggan Chen's conditions were still very good, and if his daughter really liked him, it wasn't impossible. Of course, it's too early to say anything, just so my daughter is aware of the situation. They don't want to be grandparents that early either. They also want their daughters to graduate from college happily. Very quickly, Li Wanjun washed the fruits and brought them out. I'll have a peach. It looks like a good one. Then again, have peaches started to be available this season? Luo Shangmei asked with some confusion as she picked up a peach. She wasn't sure if it was the right time of year for peaches, and it's hard to argue with that sort of thing in this day and age. After all, with the technology of greenhouses in place, counter-seasonal fruits are common enough. It should be grown in his shed. Li Ming guessed as he picked up an apple and took a bite. Not bad, that's the flavor. That's what the last apple one had tasted like. It was really good. They don't know how these fruits are grown. How come they taste so much better than the fruits on the market? Li Ming asked with a puzzled face while eating an apple. I don't know. It's someone's trade secret yet. How could they tell us? If they tell us, how can they still do business? Li Wanjun also picked up a peach and took a bite while eating it. The family happily ate the fruit, while also speculating on how this fruit was actually grown. They would never have dreamed that these fruits were all grown by Pinggan Chen in his own space. This secret Pinggan Chen would not tell anyone. He would keep it in his heart for the rest of his life. There are some secrets that can be shared with one's loved ones, but there are some secrets that can never be shared out. When Pinggan Chen returned home, he likewise brought back a bag of fruits. After all, he couldn't condescend to his parents. If your girlfriend's parents have fruit to eat, your own parents certainly deserve it even more. Seeing Chen Pinggan return, his mother, Yu Xiaoying, spoke up at the first opportunity and said, Son, that girl looks very nice. I like her very much. You step up your game too and see if you can't marry that girl. I would have been satisfied to have married that daughter. Yu Xiaoying laughed to himself as he said this. Got it, Mom. I'll try my best to marry her home. Pinggan Chen smiled and opened his mouth. By the way, do you know what's going on in that girl's family? Yu Xiaoying asked again in a hurry. Chen Pinggan briefly introduced himself, but of course he didn't know much information. Pinggan Chen only knew that Li Wanjun was an only child. Her father was in the system and her mother was in business for herself. Li Wanjun's mother, Pinggan Chen, had met her before, during a parent-teacher conference at school, but it's also just seen, but not communicated. After all, at that time, Pinggan Chen's guts were small. He didn't have the guts to talk to Li Wanjun's mother, but it was different now. If he had a chance to meet next time, he would definitely say hello to Lin Wanjun's mother. Chapter 146 The Happy Family. By the way son, there's something I want to discuss with you. Yu Xiuying spoke again. Your dad and I will be working at the brewery soon, but the internet cafe is definitely less crowded. Although there is a webmaster inside the internet cafe, it certainly won't work without one of your own people running the show inside. That means 2 internet cafes are still short of 2 store managers. The mother, Yu Xiuying, continued. We have discussed this and plan to invite 2 more relatives from home. There's nothing suitable on your father's side, but it just so happens that your 2 cousins have been out of high school for a couple of years now, and they're not doing too well now, doing things that are hard work, but pretty low paying. So I thought I'd ask them to come over and manage the internet cafe if I could. Do you see this thing working? I don't have any opinions. You guys make your own decisions. Pin Gongchen nodded with a smile and said, we're not respecting your opinion. Without your nod, this matter won't count. Yu Xiuying also said with a smile. In fact, she was relieved to hear her son say yes. I don't have any opinions. These 2 internet cafes are well managed anyway. Pin Gongchen continued. That's it then. Chen Guoqing spoke at the same time. Chen's expression seemed a little unhappy. Pin Gongchen glanced at his father, but did not say anything more. Every family has its own problems, and the same is true of theirs. This was because Pin Gongchen knew very well that there were more brothers on his father's side, but not many sisters. But those several uncles of Pin Gongchen were not any kind of oil lamps, plus those aunts are rather snobby too. The result is that the relationship between several uncles and their own fathers is not so good anymore. Instead, the mother's side of the family is much more cordial, so the mother's side is definitely considered when recruiting, not the father's side. Pin Gongchen was also in favor of this, as he himself did not have a good relationship with those cousins. Instead, they are cousins on their mother's side of the family and they have a better relationship. Again, it's all about hiring manpower, and it's definitely about hiring some manpower with better connections. So for this matter, Pin Gongchen himself had no opinion. The father, Chen Guoqing, must have known this as well, just that his heart would definitely not be too happy. This was just a small matter, and Pin Gongchen did not put it on his mind. Compared to the business that Ping and Shen was doing now, the business income of the 2 small internet cafes was really just a small fraction. After accompanying his parents to chat for a while, then Pin Gongchen washed up and went to bed. The entertainment in this era is relatively small, and Pin Gongchen is not much interested in computer games, so he might as well go to bed early, because going to bed early naturally leads to waking up early. It was just after 7 a.m. when I woke up on the second morning. After Pin Gongchen washed up, he went straight downstairs and ran around. After moving my muscles around a bit, it was 8 o'clock when I came back again. The parents were not at work and had already prepared breakfast for Pin Gongchen. Moreover, they were going to wait for Pin Gongchen today and follow him to the distillery to join the workforce. Both of the parents were more serious about this participation, and both of them wore new clothes on their bodies. It's kinda like that. Looking at his parents' solemn and happy appearance, Chen Pinggan's heart followed suit. I'm done eating, let's get going. Pin Gongchen put down the chopsticks in his hand and spoke. The morning meal was a bowl of noodles. The noodles cooked by his mother tasted good, and Pin Gongchen already had a full stomach. Then go to work. Chen Guoqing smiled and spoke. Both parents looked a little agitated in their state at this point. After all, this time their job was a little different than even before. Internet cafes can only be considered small time, but this one is a 3,000 person-sized brewery, and they weren't going to work inside the winery this time, but to be in management. The most important thing is this winery, but their son bought it. It's a distillery that belongs to their family, which makes it feel completely different. The family of 3 went straight down the stairs, and on the way, they also met a lot of neighbors, and all of them greeted them warmly when they met them on the road today. Moreover, all the neighbors would constantly praise Pin Gongchen, saying that the 2 parents' hearts were blossoming. Chen Pinggan himself was instead calmly facing all of this, because Pin Gongchen knew that this kind of thing would come sooner or later. Obviously, it was impossible to hide the fact that Chen Pinggan had spent $280 million to buy the first winery. Sometimes the marketplace spreads news that fast, but Pin Gongchen never wanted to hide this matter. Why did he make such a big deal out of it? In effect, to get himself a talisman. The smaller the person, the easier it is to be targeted and the easier it is to get them killed. The bigger the status, the safer the big man is instead. Though there is an old saying that people are afraid of being famous, but there's also the saying that it's better to be famous before it's too late. For both of these words, Chen Pinggan had his own understanding. There was actually no conflict. Pin Gongchen's understanding is to do things in a high profile and keep a low profile. The parents didn't think about it that much and were already smiling when they heard the neighbors around them praising Pin Gongchen. Pin Gongchen smiled and didn't say anything more. Anyway, it was good that his parents were happy. Mom and Dad, we need to move soon too. You guys are also considered famous, so continuing to live here would also be unsafe. Pingon Chen spoke as he walked. That's also true. Now that they all know that our family is rich, it is indeed a bit unsafe. Li Guoqing also said with emotion. While domestic policing has always been good, the bad guys never go away. Once this matter of their family being rich spreads out, there will definitely be some people who will target their family. And the security conditions in their neighborhood weren't that great, and those security guards were all in their 60s and 70s. The security guards in the neighborhood are useless if anything happens, so it's better to move to a new neighborhood as soon as possible. After all, the new neighborhood was an upscale villa area, and the security guards were all ex-military in their 20s, so that security was pulled right out of the air. Down the stairs to the parking space, the family got into their car. Finally having his own car, and $1 million luxury car at that, made Chen very happy. Happy as he was, Chen drove very steadily. It was a smooth ride to the brewery. Chen Pingon was not idle, and while sitting in the car he had already opened the system interface and checked out today's system merchandise. Today's system merchandise gave Chen Pingon another big surprise. Chapter 147, Full Grade Amulet Crafting Skill Book. 1. Full Level Amulet Crafting Skill Book. 2. Extreme Ice Iron Chopper. 3. A piece of Imperial Green Raw Stone. 4. 1 Western Joe Bronze Tripod. 4 items appeared in front of Pingon Chen's eyes. The first item had already made Chen Pingon's heart flutter. It was the crafting skill book for a full-grade amulet. The specific effects were unknown, but just reading the introduction of the system made Chen Pingon's heart flutter. The rest of the items are actually pretty good, like that superb ice iron chopper. Even though this is a kitchen knife, you can actually see it as a very powerful weapon to use. The key problem was that this thing Pingon Chen couldn't use. After all, it's a time of peace. Who still uses knives? Imperial green raw stones are also great to sell for money, but Pingon Chen didn't lack this amount of money yet, so the value of this piece of raw stone to Pingon Chen was not that high. The last item made Chen Pingon cry and laugh. The fourth item is a bronze which is of incalculable value, because this is a Western Joe bronze, a national treasure level. It cannot be traded, only donated items. Even if you buy it and put it in your own home, you can only watch it secretly and never let anyone else see it. So this item is still pretty good, just a little hot. Of the 4 items today, Pingon Chen browsed through them and quickly made a decision. As such a decision was not difficult to make at all. Pingon Chen's decision was to purchase the first item, which was the skill book of the full-level amulet, because it's the most practical. Spend $1 and buy the full-level amulet crafting skill book. Amulet arrives directly to learn to use. After all, this kind of skill book to keep and cannot download, only to learn off to reflect its value. Pingon Chen quickly completed his studies, and the moment he did, an exquisite light rose from his body. This time it was very special. All the relevant memories of the amulet appeared in Pingon Chen's mind. Amulets are actually very tough to make. It's not like you draw a symbol on yellow paper and the amulet is made. The symbols used to make the amulet are not the key. The infusion of power is. If you are an ordinary person, learn how to make amulets, then it's a 2-step process. Step 1 is to learn the depiction of the pattern, and step 2 is to infuse power within the pattern. And this power can be spiritual mana or spiritual power. The power of faith. The process of making amulets varies from person to person and from amulet to amulet, but Pingon Chen was lucky that he was learning a full-grade amulet crafting skill book. The tedious process is all simplified and eventually transformed into a skill. Pingon Chen could sense that he had mastered a skill. The name of this skill is called amulet crafting. Chen Pingon found a piece of white paper beside him in his mind. Holding the white paper in his hand, Chen Pingon began to silently cast the amulet making technique. On top of the white paper violently floated to a golden light, which constituted a golden symbol, which was then engraved on the white paper just like that. On this white paper there was an additional golden graphic, which was very mysterious, but had a pleasing look to it. This is the amulet. Pingon Chen could sense that this amulet had the ability to defend 2 times. After 2 defenses, this amulet is also nullified. The effectiveness of the amulet is also related to the material itself. Pingon Chen didn't even use the yellow paper. He directly used the amulet made from the white paper torn from the book. That's why the effect of this amulet wasn't that strong, but even so, he actually had the ability to defend twice. I just don't know how strong his defense is in each case. Well, give it a try. Pingon Chen directly placed this white paper on the table and then violently punched it. The defense mechanism of the amulet is what kicks in the moment an attack is encountered. So when Pingon Chen's punch struck the amulet immediately flickered with a faint white glow. Pingon Chen's fist was blocked by this white light and was unable to continue. Pingon Chen's fist had a lot of strength, but he didn't expect it to be knocked down as well. If even Pingon Chen's fist could be defeated, then of course the fists of others were no match. Not to mention fists, it's a high altitude throw, or even a bullet attack. Such thoughts inexplicably came to Pin Shen's mind. The defense effect of this amulet is also a pleasant surprise. Although Pin Shen himself couldn't use it, his family and friends could use it. However, after blocking Pin Shen's punch, the golden text on top of the amulet also became a bit dimmer. Pin Shen threw another punch for the second time, and once again, it was blocked by the flickering light of the amulet. However, after blocking this punch from Pin Shen, the amulet became even more dim, and then the words on it dissipated and disappeared. Not only did the golden writing disappear, even the white paper directly tore apart. White paper is a bit too trashy for an amulet carrier. If you want to make an amulet, make sure you choose better materials. The preferred material for making amulets is spirit jade, that is, jade with aura. If jade with aura is hard to find, then you can also use regular jade instead. If you don't even have jade, it's best to just use professional yellow paper. There is also the possibility of using animal skins as an alternative, but animal skins like this one for making amulets also have to be specially crafted before they can be used. Pin Shen intended to purchase jade to make an amulet. You don't really need to buy expensive jade, just ordinary jade. The price of jade is set by man. But as for making amulets, the requirements are much lower. It doesn't need to be that kind of superb jade, as long as it's slightly upmarket and sufficient for use. My father was driving and my mother was in the passenger seat. The two of them did not notice Pin Shen's behavior in the back seat. Pin glanced at his parents and silently threw the piece of white paper along the outside of the window. The distillery has arrived. I didn't realize this would be our family's property from now on. Chen Guoqing, who was driving the car, was also very excited when he saw the stadium in front of him. It also happens to be work time, so there are an unusually large number of workers coming to the brewery. Mom and Dad, we seem to be early. In the future, if you come to work at the brewery, you can come a little later. After all, it's your own company, so you don't have to be so preachy. Pin Shen smiled and opened his mouth, because he wanted his parents to sleep in a little longer and not have to get up so early. It would be a sin to make your parents get up early and go to work every day when it's your own family's company anyway. Even if it's your own family's company, then you can't work too late. What do you tell the other workers to think? Chen Guoqing said full of concern. I can't sleep at home anyway, so it's good to come to work early. Yu Xiaoying also smiled and spoke. Pin Shen smiled and did not say anything. Whatever the old couple wants to do. Chapter 148 Excellent Aged Brew. Today is the first day of work since the distillery was sold, so there's still more to deal with today. Those trivial things didn't need to be dealt with by Qin Pingan, but major things needed Qin Pingan to make decisions. Qin Pingan first took his parents to go through the formalities of joining the company. Even if this is your own family's company, all the paperwork that needs to be done needs to be in place. The management got the message and have all come. The previous management had already been cleaned out of a group by Pingan Chen. The current management of the brewery were all hired over by Pingan Chen himself. At least these administrations can make sure they do what they're told. If anyone dares to disobey, then they're just kicked out. Private companies are just so plain and simple. The boss likes you and thinks you're valuable, you stay. The boss doesn't like you and doesn't think you're valuable anymore. Then you're good to go. They say that the system is good because once you are in the system, no one can easily fire you. Even if the big leader doesn't like you, the most he can do is to put small shoes on you. It's impossible to fire you easily. But in the private sector it's different. The boss doesn't like you, a word can fire you. The big deal is to pay you money as compensation payment just. There are even no contracts associated with many private companies at all, and you can fire them if you want to. This topic is a bit of a stretch. Pingan Chen called a female supervisor over and asked him to show the two parents around the winery, as well as organize their work. In fact, the parents' job is very simple. It is to patrol the factory a little bit on a daily basis, and also to check the accounts company's raw materials. The parents' job is really to oversee the entire operation of the distillery. This matter was well known to everyone, but no one would say anything because Pingan Chen was the big boss. The entire brewery belonged to Pingan Chen, and he could do whatever he wanted with it. This winery had actually given Chen Pingan a lot of surprises. For example, the raw materials inside the brewery are very sufficient, and in a short time Chen Pingan doesn't need to spend money to buy raw materials again. On top of that, the distillery has a large amount of finished wine that has already been made. However, these wines, Pingan Chen looked at them. The quality is not very good. It belongs to the average quality of white wine, but it doesn't matter. Even white wine of average quality can be turned into a superb fine wine when it comes to Pingan Chen. Pingan Chen's wine bugs had long since arrived at the distillery to start working. Wine bugs are very spiritual creatures. Pingan Chen only needed to give him an order, and he would be able to fulfill Pingan Chen Brew's order very well. Pingan Chen didn't even need to worry about this. The rest of the things the wine bugs themselves would do well. Boss, as you ordered, all the white wine has been poured back into the barrels to be rebrewed again. It's just that this doesn't seem to be working. Zhang Lei, the director of the winery, spoke with some hesitation. According to Pingan Chen's order, all the previous white wine had to be rebrewed. Selling or pouring is out of the question. It's all poured back into the original casks and reworked. Only Zhang Lei wondered if there was any point in recreating such a wine. It was only that this was the order of the big boss, Pingan Chen, and he could only follow the order. But according to Zhang Lei's knowledge of brewing, this is pointless. Don't worry, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. You come with me and I'll show you the results. Pingan Chen smiled, then waved his hand at the crowd to follow along. Pingan Chen had to let them, the management, see the effects and strengthen their confidence a bit. Pingan Chen had already communicated with the wineworm and asked the wineworm which wines had already been made. In Pingan Chen's planning, the wines sold in the future would also be graded. Pingan Chen had also figured out a plan for the grades. The highest grade of liquor, Pingan Chen called him the Millennium Classic Collection, then the 100-year seller, 10 years of soy sauce, and 3 years of aging. In total, they are also categorized into 4 grades. The Millennium grade is listed at 18,888. The Centennial grade is listed at 8,888. The 10th grade is marked at 1,888. The 3rd grade bid was 388. The cheapest 3rd grade one is a walk-on model, so it's only labeled as 388. After all, it's too expensive to ask for, and ordinary people simply can't afford to buy it or afford it. But even so, the price of a 300-plus bottle of white wine is likewise not cheap. But then Pingan Chen had no intention of selling low-priced wine. After all, his winery only produces so much at a price that sells cheaply, so what else is he going to make? And the price is sold too cheaply. It's going to bring down their whole distillery. As long as there is a price division for these wines, then there is also a difference in quality. The difference in quality is in the amount of time the wineworm has been brewed. The cheapest 388 bottle of white wine like this one is enough to let the wine bug brew for a day. If it's 10-year-old quality, then it needs 3 days of aging. A 100-year-old quality one would take at least 10 days to brew. As for the most expensive Millennium Collection, that would take a month. That's why you get what you pay for. The only quality that can be tested today is the cheapest 388 with 3 years of aging. Pingan Chen pointed to a mouthful of wine barrels and said, "Have someone take some white wine out of here, and you all try our 3-year aged wine as well. In the future, we must divide several areas, with various grades of various qualities of liquor, not mixing them in one place." Chen Pingan spoke. Zhang Lei agreed in a hurry. Already one of the management had fetched some white wine out handily. As soon as this white wine was taken out, the rich aroma of the wine began to spread out. "Why does this wine smell so good? Strange, it didn't smell so good when I poured it in yesterday," the crowd whispered in shock, all feeling surprised. Everyone then poured a full glass of wine, and Pingan Chen had an extra glass of wine in his hand. Pingan Chen smelled it, and it did smell good. Chen Pingan didn't like to drink, but of course he would still drink. He took a small sip and felt that the flavor of the wine really pleased him. There are no words to describe the quality of a 300-plus bottle of white wine. In a word, it's great value for money. "You all taste it," Pingan Chen said calmly. Zhang Lei and the others hurriedly took a careful taste. By the time they tasted the bite, they were immediately filled with astonishment. Someone who doesn't know anything about wine, who can only manage it, and who can't say much more than that it's pretty good. But people like Zhang Lei and the others have experience working in a winery and have a certain appreciation for good and bad wine, so they immediately realized that the quality of this lowest grade 388 3-year-old wine was actually so high. "This wine is not worse than Maotai, ah? No, this wine is even better than Maotai," Zhang Lei said with a gleam in his eyes. He really didn't expect his family's winery to produce wine of such high quality. If they could guarantee that every bottle of 3-year aged liquor would have this quality, their winery would have no worries about selling their wines. Of course, prices are cheap in this day and age. Let's just say that Matai is good, and the cheapest Matai only costs 140 a bottle at this time of year. Chen Pingan's price tag of 388 was definitely not a low-priced wine, but also already belonged to the high-grade wine. But Pingan Chen was confident in his wine, and the domestic liquor market is huge. As long as your stuff is good, there is no worry about sales. Chapter 149 Tianhe Liquor. This is 3 years old wine. How do you feel after tasting it? 388 a bottle. Is it expensive? Pingan Chen put down the wine glass in his hand and smiled as he opened his mouth to ask. "I wish to hear the truth from you." Pingan Chen followed up with this sentence. The crowd didn't say anything, waiting for Zhang Lei to speak up. They still understand this rule. After all, Zhang Lei is the factory manager. Regardless of what they had in mind, this default rule still had to be recognized. Zhang Lei also spoke with a big smile. "Isn't the 388 bottles I was thinking about before a bit expensive? After all, most liquors can be purchased for tens of dollars these days, and there are countless liquors on the market for a few dollars or 10, even if it's one of those upper-end white wines." "Terrific," It's just over 100 a bottle. The lowest markup on our distillery's white wine is 388 a bottle. And to be honest, that markup was something that startled me when it came out. But now that I've drunk our factory's 3-year aged wine, I realize the chairman's good intentions. For the quality of this 3-year aged wine from our winery, selling 388, that's really not expensive at all. It should be said that the general public is blessed to get the best liquor at a low price. My words aren't half watered down. Zhang Lei smiled and opened his mouth. When Zhang Lei finished speaking, the others also expressed their opinions. Bottom line, this is a great wine for the money, and at 388 a bottle, it's not expensive at all. After all, price is tied to quality. If the quality of your wine is not good, you are selling it for $10 and $8, and people think your wine is not good. But as long as your wine is good, 388 bottles, that's really nothing. 388 a bottle of wine is planned for volume in my case. After all, our winery's wine can't always be high on the list, but ordinary people simply can't afford to drink it. At least give the average citizen the opportunity to be able to drink our wine. The few remaining upper-grade wines, those are not for ordinary people. Those are for people with special needs. Pingan Chen spoke. The crowd nodded silently when they heard this, and they understood Pingan Chen's thoughts. Ordinary poor people can just drink 388 wine, but those rich people, and those leaders, definitely can't drink this ordinary wine. Even if there are state banquets in the future, you can use the wine from their winery. When the time comes, that kind of upscale wine will be available and come in handy. The crowd patted their asses, saying that it was perfect for Pingan Chen to plan like this. Pingan Chen laughed at what he heard, but did not take it to heart, because he knows very well that there will definitely be more and more horse ***** there in the future. As his status became higher and higher, it was expected that no one would dare to say anything true in front of him in the future. It was only the truth or falsehood that Pingan Chen could still tell the difference. I'm counting on you all for the rest. After all, I'm going to school soon. The future of our distillery is in your hands. Pingan Chen put away his smile and said seriously to the crowd at the scene. Don't worry, Chairman. We will definitely work well and make our winery bigger and stronger. Zhang Lei also said in a hurry. Pingan Chen nodded and said softly, I will leave 100 million in cash in the winery's account, of which 20 million is to be used as the daily expenses of the project, and all the remaining 80 million will be used for me to advertise and do promotions. In the past, it was said that fragrant wine was not afraid of the deep alley, but times are different now, and fragrant wine is also afraid of the deep alley. So advertising this piece absolutely cannot be neglected careless. In the future, in the investment in advertising, I will also increase year by year. Chen Pingan explained some more things and then left. The crowd also rushed to send Chen Pingan away. Chen Pingan could now drive and had his own license, but this matter was not yet easy to explain to his parents. So instead of driving himself, Pingan Chen found a driver in the winery to drive himself. The winery has its own transportation class, and a dozen or so trucks dedicated to delivering goods, and a few sedans. All used sedans though. Of course, Pingan Chen would not commit himself, and directly asked for the car keys from his father, got into the Audi A8, and let the driver drive. If your parents are going to use a car, it's good to start with a used car from the factory. Anyway, Pingan Chen would not treat himself poorly. Pingan Chen planned to go out and buy some jade to create some amulets for his parents and also his friends. The car ride had only gotten out of the drinking spot when Pingan Chen's phone rang. The call was from Director Li Mingli, Li Mingyun's father. Director Li was quite polite on the phone, telling Chen Pingan that the winery's name change had been successful and the brand had been registered. This matter was originally the responsibility of Director Li, so it was also up to Director Li to notify Pingan Chen. The first distillery of Long River City is now officially renamed Sky River Brewing Company. As for the name of this wine, it is called Sky River White Wine. Chen Pingan also thought of an advertisement for this. This advertisement is very simple, can also be said to be catchy, called Drink Tianhao Liquor, Do Heavenly Immortals. The tagline is fairly vernacular and simple, but it's the simplicity that makes it easy to use for brainwashing. How Brain Platinum was successful back in the day was because of its exceptionally simple and penetrating advertising messages and daily fatigue bombardment. A relatively simple jingle, but one that can be heard every day, and everyone will take that jingle to heart. That's all advertising is supposed to do. As long as you remember the word, then you will definitely look at the item when you want to buy the item in question. Chen Pingan is to let the name Tianhao Liquor penetrate into the hearts of the people. After Director Li said the news, he communicated a few more words, after which he hung up the phone. Pingan Chen hung up the phone but was a bit dumbfounded. He was thinking about whether this is considered his future father-in-law. It's really hard to say about this kind of thing. Never mind. I don't want to think about that much now. Just take a step and see what happens. Pingan Chen asked the driver to drive directly to a jade store. The quality of jade required for making amulets is not that high, as long as it is not too bad too poor. Of course, the most basic requirement is that this jade must be real, cannot use counterfeit products. Half an hour later, the car arrived at one of the largest jade stores. Chen Pingan directly got out of the car. The driver would find a place to park. Having a driver was really convenient at this point. When Pingan Chen entered the jade store, there were immediately a few young ladies who came over to warmly entertain Pingan Chen. They could all have seen Chen Pingan getting down from the private car. People with cars in this day and age, that's really rich. Unlike 20 years later, when even the average family could afford a car, car ownership was a common name. Pingan Chen didn't make things easy with them and said what he needed. He needed to purchase some peace and quiet cards of decent quality. Chapter 150, Wet Jade Amulet. This point of Pingan Chen's request could be said to be too simple. So very quickly several trays were placed in front of Chen Pingan, and in the trays were all top quality Hatan jade piece and safety plaques. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade has no price. This statement does not mean that jade is more expensive than gold. Rather, it is because the prices of gold are all uniform, fixed, and have a market price. But the price of jade is a bit more watered down. It can be said that there is a price per stone, and the price movement is particularly high. The same are all Hatian jade. Quality is not the same. Carving is not the same. That the price is also completely different. The sky is the limit. Pingan Chen had also come into contact with Hatan jade and knew some common sense about it. Pingan Chen picked up a few of the safe and sound tiles in the tray and looked at them carefully. After feeling it again with his hand, Pingan Chen then nodded his head in satisfaction. He is not an expert, but it is better to distinguish whether the Hatian jade is real or fake. So Pingan Chen could be sure that all these Hatian jades were real, only that the quality was not very high. For Pingan Chen this was enough. He just needed real Hatian jade. Is your boss in? I'll take all of these pallets of Hatian jade, but of course the price must satisfy me before I can do so. Chen Pingan spoke calmly. After hearing Pingan Chen's words, the salespeople at the scene were taken aback. The store manager also came over on the news. Hello sir, are you planning to buy all the Hatian jade on these several pallets we have here? The store manager asked uncertainly. Yes, I intend to buy all of these peace and quiet signs, but of course the key is for you to give me the right price. In fact, the number of Hatian jade on each tray was not much, just 10 or 20 pieces. After all, this stuff sells fine products, not volume. There's no way a pallet could be piled high with Wada jade, so even if it's 3 trays of Wada jade, it's only a couple dozen pieces. Pingan Chen intended to buy all these Hatian jades and use them slowly in the future. After all, amulets are also expendable. After hearing Chen Pingan's affirmative answer, the store manager's smile grew more and more enthusiastic. Our boss is out of town on business, but I'm the store manager and I get to make all the decisions in the store. I can give you a best price. If you are able to take all of these Hatian jades in one sitting, I will give you a 20% discount. The store manager said with a big smile. The quality of these Hatian jade is not very high, and the price won't be very high. For you to give me a 20% discount is still a bit too much. Tell you what, all else aside, I'll take it all at 60% off. It's a walk in the park now. Pingan Chen spoke calmly. And don't you say 60% off. We can't even get the goods at 60% off. Besides, you get what you pay for. Cheap Hatian jade. We still have a lot of it here, but you surely can't look at those qualities. According to my authority to you, the minimum is only 70% off. This is still because you are a big customer. If other customers came in there would be no discount at all. The store manager said softly, his gaze tightly looking at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan glanced at the price tag on it. The price tag for the Hatian jade on the tray was a minimum of 1,000, starting at a maximum of no more than 3,000. In fact, Pingan Chen did not know what the current market price was. After all, he had not paid attention to the market price of Hatian jade, but such a selling price was still acceptable to Pingan Chen. That's acceptable, so there's nothing more to say. Fine, then do as you say. You guys work out the price. I'll see if there are any other jades. No problem. The store manager agreed with a smile. Pingan Chen strolled around the store, trying to find a few upscale ones to use as gifts. Chen Pingan again told the sales next to him that he needed a few pieces of top-grade Hatian jade for his requirements. Sales rushed to bring another couple of trays, this one containing even less, but the quality would be higher. Of course the prices are much higher, with minimums starting in the tens of thousands. A few of the best ones are priced into the hundreds of thousands. It's 98, and the price of Hatian jade isn't particularly high. So you can imagine how high quality these hundreds of thousands of dollars are. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't know Hatian jade, so he didn't pick the most expensive ones, but the ones he liked that matched his eyes. Chen Pingan picked a few more pieces of Hatian jade plaques worth tens of thousands of dollars in these pallets. In the end, when you put all these prices together, the total has come to $650,000. In fact, the prices of the Hatian jade tiles in those previous trays were not expensive. Instead, it was Pingon Chen, who later bought a few jade stones that were more expensive, so all of a sudden the price went up. Of course, the price of 650,000 was not even worth mentioning to Pingon Chen. Pingon very painfully paid $650,000 for the goods. The store manager of this store was very good at his job and saw that Pingon had come empty-handed. A large traveling case had already been prepared for Pingon Chen. Each piece of jade had a separate box for Pingon Chen. Dozens of boxes all packed into a large travel case. Pingon Chen could just leave directly with his suitcase. The suitcase was also given to Pingon and there was no additional charge. Although the suitcase wasn't worth much this time. This kind of service makes one happy. Pingon was also satisfied with such a service. There were too many people around, and Pingon Chen could not maneuver well. So Pingon could only take this large suitcase along with him now. Pingon Chen saw the driver of the car diagonally across the street when he walked to the entrance of the store. Directly, he waved toward the driver. The chauffeur was very knowledgeable and brought the car around. Pingon put the suitcase in the trunk himself and sat in the car. Pingon Chen said his home address, and he planned to make a trip home first to dispose of the jades. The address that Pingon Chen said was the address of his own family's old house. It didn't take long for the car to have arrived at Pingon Chen's home. Let the driver wait in the neighborhood. Pingon Chen took the suitcase and returned home. Pingon Chen opened his suitcase and took out all the Hut and Jade no matter cards inside one by one. Pingon Chen didn't take much, and only took 7 or 8 out. All the rest were received. In the storage space, a couple of these pieces were the most expensive to buy. There was a piece that Pingon Chen had chosen for himself, a piece of Hutian jade with a bit of emerald green coloring, and that touch of emerald green coloring had been carved into a leaf. The overall shape is that of a peace and quiet sign, and then a green leaf is carved into the peace and quiet sign. It has a mood and nice colors, and Pingon Chen likes it very much. There are also a couple of other jade pieces that are not peace and quiet medallions, all of which are a couple of very small, but high-quality jade medallions. This was what Pingon Chen used to give to his female friends. The first thing that Pingon Chen took out were those cheap Hutian jade piece and safety plaques. Now it's time to start making the amulet. Put the expensive ones on the back burner for now and take the cheap ones to practice first. Pingon Chen held the Hutian jade safe and sound sign, and then the skill was activated. A faint halo of light emanated from Pingon Chen's hand and directly coalesced on the Hutian jade plaque. There was an additional light golden pattern on the jade plaque of Wada jade. The Hutian jade amulet was made so easily. Chapter 151 Meeting the Parents. Pingon Chen carefully felt the power within the amulet. He could determine the power that could be stimulated 5 times in this Wada amulet. That is, it can protect the user 5 times. That's a pretty high level of protection. And keep in mind that this piece of Hutian jade was not of high quality to begin with, and cost just over $1,000 to buy over. And that's even if it's purchased in a Hutian jade store, which would presumably cost less if there were other appropriate channels. It's all over the store for $1,000, and I'm guessing it's only a couple hundred or even a couple dozen if you have access to a wholesaler to make the purchase. After all, things like jade are inherently watery. Pingon Chen continued to make the Hutian jade amulet. It didn't take him much effort to make these amulets anyway. Amulet after amulet were all quickly made by Pingon Chen. After the ordinary amulets were made, the next step was to make upmarket amulets. The few remaining amulets are made of the more expensive Hutian jade, and the cost of purchasing them is that they cost tens of thousands of dollars. Pingon Chen tried the expensive amulet, and the effect would indeed be a bit better. These amulets made out of top-grade Hutian jade have a protection of 6 and 7 times alone. The higher the quality, the more power the amulet can generate. Of course, this statement is not accurate. The accurate statement should be that the higher the quality of the Hutian jade, then the more power it can withstand and the more times it can be used. I guess it would work a little better if you could get a superb sheep's white jade later on. Pingon Chen took the amulet and went downstairs to the car to report the address of Lin Wanjun's home. Before going to find Lin Wanjun, Pingon had also already made a call to Lin Wanjun. Knowing that Lin Wanjun was at home, it was only then that Pingon Chen took a car to go there. Lin Wanjun's home is in the village of the city. Driving can only go to the street outside. The inside of the alley will have to Pingon walk in on his own. In a few moments, Pingon Chen had arrived at Lin Wanjun's doorstep. After receiving the call from Pingon Chen, Lin Wanjun was already waiting at the door. Seeing Pingon Chen arrive, Lin Wanjun also smiled and waved her hand. The relationship between the two of them is also more and more familiar. Long ago did not have that strange feeling before. What brings you here? Lin Wanjun walked up to Pingon Chen and asked softly. I miss you, Pingon Chen said with a few deep feelings. Lin Wanjun blankly glanced at Pingon, but the smile on her face grew brighter and brighter. I brought you a present. This is the amulet I personally made for you. You remember to wear it on your body every day. That is, you are not allowed to take it off when you take a bath. As he spoke, Chen Pingan had already taken out the Hutian Jade amulet and personally put it on Lin Wanjun. This amulet can withstand 7 times of damage, so you must wear it all the time. Pingan Shen said solemnly. You're not kidding me if you're telling the truth or not, are you? Lin Wanjun was a bit surprised. She suspected that Pingan Shen was joking with himself. How could I joke with you about something like that? Anyway, this amulet is fine for you to wear all the time. You'll have to tell me if the amulet ever breaks. Pingan Shen had already tested this kind of Hutian Jade amulet, and it would all break apart on its own after reaching the upper limit. That was why this kind of amulet was also a consumable item, and that was why Pingan Shen had bought so many amulets at once. Good, I believe you. Lin Wanjun gently nodded her head. Although the kind of things that Pingan Shen said were very unreliable and sounded as if they were fake, Lin Wanjun still chose to believe Pingan Shen. Here are a few more amulets for your family. One is prepared for each of them, so remember to tell them to keep them close. Pingan Shen took out a bag, and inside the bag were several small boxes, each containing an amulet. The Hutian Jade given to Lin Wanjun was one of the better ones, worth tens of thousands of dollars alone. But the amulets given to Lin Wanjun's parents and younger siblings weren't as expensive. They were a few $1,000s apiece, but in fact the value of this amulet cannot be estimated by the value of Hutian Jade, because that in itself is priceless as far as this world is concerned. If Lin Wanjun's father had had one of these amulets before, he wouldn't have gotten hurt while working at the construction site at all. Lin Wanjun already knew the value of these amulets after hearing Pingan Shen say that. Now seeing that Pingan Shen had given out so many more amulets, his heart grew more and more grateful to Pingan Shen. Where did these amulets come from? They're made of jade, right? Will they be expensive? It's costing you money again, Lin Wanjun said with some embarrassment. Your family is my family, and you're still being polite with me, Pingan Shen said with a bit of teasing. Lin Wanjun smiled, but did not retort. Right, you give me your ID card later and I'll get you a plane ticket. 2 more days and we'll leave straight away. I'll take you to school in the capital first. Pingan Shen opened his mouth. Lin Wanjun didn't reject it either. She just opened her mouth and said a good word. Knowing that Pingan Shen had come, Lin Wanjun's parents were also warmly received. Although the relationship between the two had not yet been finalized, Lin Wanjun's parents were actually already treating Chen Pingan as half a son-in-law. Moreover, Lin Wanjun's parents also knew that Chen Pingan had money, and they were now really eager for Lin Wanjun to be able to come together with Chen Pingan earlier. Pingan Shen did not stay too long at Lin Wanjun's place and left after getting Lin Wanjun's ID card. Nowadays, it was more troublesome to buy airplane tickets, so you needed to take Lin Wanjun's ID card to buy them on site. If you switch to the future, you can buy plane tickets directly on your cell phone, but then it is really much more convenient. Pingan Shen was thinking whether he should get his smartphone out as soon as possible, but such things can only be thought about. Smartphones aren't that great. Not to mention smartphones, even desktop computers are terrible these days. It's that he's having a hard time trying to produce desktop computers, let alone smartphones. It's still a really long way to go to get a smartphone out there. After leaving Lin Wanjun's house, Chen Pingan called Li Mengyun again, then took a car and went straight to Li Mengyun's house. Knowing that Chen Pingan was coming, Li Mengyun's mother had already specifically waited at home. However, Li Mengyun's father, Director Li, had work to do, so he didn't have the time to wait for Chen Pingan at home. Chen Pingyang took a car and quickly arrived at Li Mengyun's home as well. Li Mengyun's family lived in a villa as well, but it was one of those old-fashioned villas that should be some years old. But even if it is an old villa of some years, it is still in the range of luxury houses. From the house, you could see how good Li Mengyun's family really was. Pingan Shen also met Li Mengyun's mother once again. I've met Li Mengyun's mothers before when she was in school. Li Mengyun's mother's name is Luo Shangmei. Luo Shangmei is not your average housewife, but a strong woman who has started her own company and is doing great business. Li Mengyun was able to live the life of a rich man all because of his mother's earning power. When facing Luo Shangmei, Chen Pingan also behaved graciously. But of course, the proper attitude was still there. After all, Luo Shangmei was also the one who might become his future mother-in-law. So Pingan Shen was also impeccable in his attitude. Chapter 152, The Talisman is really effective. After coming out of Li Mengyun's house, Chen Pingan was also finally relieved. It wasn't that Li Mengyun's mother wasn't treating him well, but facing his future mother-in-law, the pressure on Chen Pingan just felt great. Fortunately, Pingan Shen now also had the courage to face his mother-in-law, so this hurdle was still topped. Li Mengyun's family naturally sent a set of amulets. Li Mengyun was using the best amulets on her body. Her parents were using average amulets. But whether it's the best amulet or an average amulet, the effect is really not that different. As for whether or not Li Mengyun's parents believed in such things, it didn't matter. Anyway, Pingan Shen had asked Li Mengyun herself to make sure to carry the amulet every day. If Li Mengyun disobeyed without the amulet and something happened, then there was really nothing Pingon Chen could do. It can only be described as respecting the fate of others. Let's hope that Li Mengyun is obedient and can carry the amulet all the time. For the amulet that Pingon Chen had given to her, Li Mengyun still liked it. It was just that she didn't believe too much in the things that Pingon Chen had said. Not only did Li Mengyun not believe it, Luo Shangmei also did not take this matter to heart. But since it was an amulet from Pingon Chen, well, it needed to be carried for a while at least. That was why both mother and daughter had the amulet sent by Pingon Chen on them. In the afternoon the mother and daughter drove and went out to go shopping. The day before school started was getting closer and closer. The mother and daughter planned to go out and purchase some supplies for Li Mengyun's convenience when she went to school. Going to college is also completely different than going to high school. With high school so close to home, you have to go home every day, and you can see Li Mengyun every day. 2. There is basically no preparation required, but this time it's going to college, and there's a lot more to prepare for. After parking the car in the parking lot, the mother and daughter had to get out of the car, and then hand in hand, they started to stroll along the pedestrian street. Li Mengyun was in a good mood and wanted to buy everything she saw. Just half an hour's time, mother and daughter's hands were already full of large bags of various things. In fact, most of these things are bought home for your own use, not brought to the university for use, and only a small percentage are brought to the university for use. Moreover, Li Mengyun was also a small rich woman who was not lacking in money in the first place. A lot of the stuff you can buy after you get to college is fine. There's no need to buy it here at all. They're just looking for an excuse to get out and go shopping. It was at this time that an exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. Run! Something's falling! Someone yelled out. Li Mengyun and Luo Shangmei were both a bit overwhelmed. Only when they looked up into the sky with an afterthought did they see a vase smashing straight down in the sky. It all happened so fast. In fact, they were too late to react. With a loud snap, the vase hit Luo Shangmei's head. Luo Shangmei's eyes went black and her body went limp. She felt like she was going to die. But just at that moment, she realized that a white light appeared before her eyes. The vase that fell from the sky was blocked by the white light, and then the vase shattered and fell to the ground. Li Mengyun was likewise not in the best of shape, and she was also terrified. But Li Mengyun was young after all, so she was still in better shape. At least her body didn't fall to the ground weakly. After noticing that her mother's state was not right, Li Mengyun had already assisted her mother with a hand. The two then decisively ducked out towards the side. In case any more vases come crashing down, it's all over. Drop. This vase is one of those black ceramic vases with soil and unknown flowers planted inside. Like this ceramic vase is placed on the balcony for planting flowers and plants, and I do not know whether it is a gust of wind or what happened. This ceramic vase directly from the height fell down. I was scared to death just now. I almost died. Luo Shangmei covered her heart and said with a face of fear, "Are you guys okay? It was really close just now. Why did I see what looked like a smash on the head?" Nonsense. If it hit their heads, would they both have a chance of surviving? You guys were blind just now. The vase was falling to the ground. Some people swore, but others were sure they had just seen the vase hit the middle-aged woman in the head. I just don't know what situation has arisen. That vase seems not to have hit anyone. At this point, Luo Shangmei finally recovered somewhat. Luo Shangmei clearly remembered the vase hitting her head just now, but a white light emanated from her body, blocking the falling vase. If it wasn't for the appearance of this white light, she would have died, because the vase was dropped from as high as a 5-story building. A vase that big and falling from that height, hitting someone on the head, would surely kill them. It was lucky for her that Luo Shangmei survived. Nope, it wasn't any luck. Luo Shangmei also felt it was her luck at first, but soon she couldn't wake up. It wasn't luck at all. It was the amulet on her that did the trick. Luo Shangmei hurriedly took out the amulet from her own body. She didn't feel the jade was too pretty, so she didn't wear it around her neck, but put it directly into her shirt pocket. Luckily, Luo Shangmei still had this amulet with her. Even if it's not around your neck, it's at least on your body, so it's equally as effective. Luo Shangmei took out the amulet and took a look at it to realize that a crack had appeared on top of the piece of Hetian jade, and the golden text seemed to have become a little dimmer than before. It's the amulet working, Luo Shangmei said with some disbelief. Li Mengyun also took it all in and was also filled with incredulity. Never in a million years did he expect that this amulet given by Pingon Chen would actually be really useful, and it was also because of this amulet's effect that it saved his mother's life. Pingon Chen was his mother's savior, Li Mengyun thought silently in his heart. Luo Shangmei also said with a bitter smile at this time, "I also thought that Pingon Chen was bragging before. He said that the amulet he sent us was real and truly capable of protecting us. I don't give half a damn about what he says. Never would have thought that this child, Pingon Chen, is actually telling the truth. The amulet he gave us actually does have an effect. This amulet saved my life." After Luo Shangmei finished speaking, she turned her head towards her daughter, Li Mengyun. Luo Shangmei said with a light smile. Daughter, this is a good opportunity for you. You have to grasp the opportunity when it comes. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Mengyun said with a pouty red face. I only thought before that this kid, Pingon Chen, had the ability to be able to make a lot of money. I realize now that I still underestimated him. You were originally classmates, and you kind of know each other, even if it's not too much to say a childhood friend. He can make money and has great skills, and he treats you well. You can never miss out on such a good man, Luo Shangmei gently persuaded. Mom, I know it, Li Mengyun said softly in a petulant manner, but her heart was already sweet. Chapter 153, In-Laws Meeting. Uncle Hat from the patrol office came soon after. After all, a vase that big thrown down and nearly hitting a passerby must have been a bad influence. This matter must also be taken seriously. But the good thing is that no one was killed and there is still a chance to remedy the situation. Li Mengyun mother and daughter were also frightened, and the mood for shopping was gone, so they quickly went home after making a statement. After returning home, Li Mengyun called Pingon Chen and told him about what happened on the road earlier, and also asked about the news of the amulet. Pingon Chen repeated the message of the amulet and once again told Li Mengyun that the amulet must be kept with her. This time both Li Mengyun and her mother also became serious, and they both now knew that the amulet was real. All have taken the amulet on themselves and carried it well. After hanging up the phone, Shen Pingon but fell into deep thought. I hadn't heard of Li Mengyun's mother being hit by a vase in her previous life. Then the question also came up. Had Li Mengyun's mother been hit by a vase in her last life or not? The odds are that it's just not there. Why did you get smashed in this life when you never got smashed in a previous life? Although the results were the same and nothing happened, the process changed. Is this what is known as the butterfly effect? It was important to know that in his previous life, Pingon Chen and Li Mengyun did not have this kind of entanglement. So in her previous life, Li Mengyun and her mother shouldn't have gone out shopping at this hour either, and certainly wouldn't have encountered the whereabouts of the vase. So it was because Pingon Chen's appearance changed the things in front of him that the things behind him changed accordingly. The butterfly effect happened as a result. I wonder just how much my presence has changed the future, Pingon Chen said to himself in his heart. With things having come to this, of course, Pingon Chen would not have any extra thoughts. After all, the world had changed subtly the moment he appeared. Even if Pingon Chen did nothing, the world would be changed. There was no way that Pingon Chen would really let himself be tied up just for that unknown change. He will continue to pursue the good life, even if the things he does will make a difference in the future. It was so hard for God to give him a chance to be reborn. He wouldn't waste such a precious opportunity. When he thought of this, there was a sense of clarity in Pingon Chen's heart. 2 more days passed in a flash. Today was also the day that Pingon Chen sent Lin Wanjun to school. Pingon Chen had contacted Li Mengyun and knew that Li Mengyun's parents would send her to college, so Li Mengyun's side didn't need to worry about Pingon Chen. But Lin Wanjun's side was different. Lin Wanjun's father is still recuperating from his injuries and his mother has to take care of her younger siblings, so the parents at home simply can't get away. Of course it would require Qin Pingon to send Lin Wanjun to school. Moreover, Qin Pingon was also really a bit worried about Lin Wanjun. This girl looked quite mature, but in fact, she was a silly girl. If she didn't accompany her herself, she might be abducted on the way. Pingon Chen didn't have the idea of committing himself, so he bought an airplane ticket. Airfare isn't really cheap at this time of year. It's dead expensive. It was just a small amount of money for Pingon Chen. Qin Pingon had already talked to his parents about this matter, and they were both a bit excited after hearing about it. The most excited is of course the old mom. Yu Xiuying. China City does not have an airfield yet, and you need to take a bus to the provincial capital first if you want to take an airplane. You can drive or take the train to the provincial capital. Trains were not fast in this era, and Pingon Chen and the others did have their own family car. Qin Pingon had also originally planned to take the train directly to the provincial capital, but his parents had vetoed it directly after they learned of the news. It's not that far to the provincial capital anyway, just over 100 kilometers away. It's also easy to drive straight there. The main reason was that I could see my future daughter-in-law on the way. Mom, this is not necessarily your future daughter-in-law yet. Pingon Chen explained this, but Yu Xiuying didn't listen at all. And anyway, she just treated Lin Wanjun as her future daughter-in-law. The family had to leave a little earlier because they had a plane to catch. After having breakfast at home early in the morning, the whole family got into the car and drove directly towards Li Wanjun's home. Qin Pingon was driven to the passenger seat, and his mother, Yu Xiuying, sat in the back seat. A few moments later Lin Wanjun's home arrived. Knowing that Qin Pingyang was driving to pick himself up, Lin Wanjun had already taken his luggage and was waiting in the alley outside his house. Not only Li Wanjun herself, but her parents and her younger siblings also came. When the car stopped in front of Lin Wanjun's family, Li Wanjun's parents' eyes flashed with excitement when they saw the luxurious car in front of them. The situation of Pingon Chen's family was something they now knew a little bit about. If Pingon Chen could really be their family's son-in-law, they would be overjoyed. After the car stopped, Chen Pingon's parents also got out of the car in a hurry. The parents on both sides greeted each other warmly, and the in-laws were almost called out. Luckily, both sides were still relatively restrained, and the in-laws who were at the edge of their mouths were swallowed down again. But the harmony of the atmosphere, that was visible to the naked eye. Lin Wanjun's parents were obviously a little constrained and a little inferior. Instead, Pingon Chen's parents appeared to be very enthusiastic and did not look down on them at all. After a brief contact, Lin Wanjun's parents were relieved. They could see that Pingon Chen's parents were good people and had no intention of looking down on them at all. Such in-laws, they love it. In-laws are both good people. Our daughter is blessed. Lin Wanjun's mother thought silently in her heart. Lin Wanjun was a bit at a loss for words, and her face was already red. Mom and Dad, hurry up. We have a plane to catch. Pingon Chen had to voice out a reminder. I know. What's the point of talking so much? Yu Xiaoying said without a trace of anger. After all, she is chatting with the future in-law's mother is happy. Chen Pingon is here to urge 3 or 4 urge her heart annoyed. However, this comment from Pingon Chen also made them think about catching the airplane. Naturally, there will be no further delay. Putting Lin Wanjun's luggage in the trunk, several people sat in the car. Driving the car was veteran driver Chen Guoqing, and on the passenger side sat Chen Pingon. Yu Xiaoying took Lin Wanjun's hand and sat on the back seat. The car quickly drove off and gradually disappeared in the eyes of Lin Wanjun's parents. Lin Wanjun's mother suddenly burst into tears. How did she feel as if her daughter had married out? Lin Wanjun's father, however, was very happy. He could sense that Pingon Chen's parents were good people and both loved his daughter. It seems that the marriage is not too far off. His mouth was humming a little tune, and it was obvious he was in a good mood. Chapter 154, on the airplane. There was laughter in the back seat all the way. At first it was her mother, Yu Xiaoying, who was doing all the talking, and Lin Wanjun could only listen and occasionally chime in. But gradually the two became familiar with it, also let loose. The two began to talk and laugh. The atmosphere seems particularly good. Pingon Chen paid attention for a moment and then was relieved to find that the future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law did get along quite well. In that case he was relieved. Yu Xiaoying was also overjoyed at this time, and the more she looked at Lin Wanjun, the more she liked her. Especially after this journey together, she felt that Lin Wanjun was a girl who understood things and was obedient and well-behaved. The key is that this girl is still pretty, and it's very honorable to take her out to meet people. After all, no one wants their daughter-in-law to be ugly and unattractive. It's also a great honor to be around a beautiful daughter-in-law. She could hardly see any flaws in Lin Wanjun's body. Of course Lin Wanjun had flaws. They were just automatically ignored by Yu Xiaoying. Yu Xiaoying never dreamed that her son could find such a good girl as his girlfriend. It's just a shame the girl is attending college in the capital, and his son is going to go to college in Mordor. The distance between the two cities is really a bit far, in the future some inconvenience. But you can't think about that much now. Joking and laughing along the way, time passes particularly fast. As if in the blink of an eye, the airfield is already in front of us. When the car arrived at the airport, Chen Pingon and Lin Wanjun grabbed their luggage and walked in towards the airport. Yu Xiaoying reluctantly waved her hand, and before she left, she was still screaming, "When the vacation is over, Lin Wanjun must go to her home to sit ah." Lin Wanjun also agreed with a smile. "It seems like you mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are getting along well," Pingon Chen said jokingly. "It's auntie who is nice and good to get along with." Lin Wanjun blankly glanced at Chen Pingon, but did not retort. Instead, she quietly said this. Lin Wanjun's heart was somewhat sweet. Before, Lin Wanjun's heart was also not bottomless. After all, his family's conditions are placed here. Pingon Chen's family was so rich, would they look down on her? This was the point Lin Wanjun was most worried about. But after getting along all the way, Lin Wanjun now had absolutely no worries in this regard, because Lin Wanjun was able to sense that Chen Pingon's mother was really good to herself, as if she was also very satisfied. The piece of baggage in his heart was finally heavy. After passing through the security check, the two of them finally entered inside the airfield waiting hall. The two of them had arrived just in time. There was still an hour before the plane would take off. Plenty of time. "I'm a bit nervous. What's it like to fly on an airplane?" Lin Wanjun whispered. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. And in terms of safety, flying is already the safest form of transportation," Pingon Chen explained with a smile. "But I still get nervous," Lin Wanjun continued, glancing at Chen Pingon again. Pingon Chen smiled, as if he somewhat understood what Lin Wanjun meant, and reached out his hand to gently hold Lin Wanjun's small hand in his palm. Neither of them continued to speak, but Lin Wanjun's heart instantly settled down. After getting on the airplane, Lin Wanjun curiously looked around. This was the first time she had ever been on an airplane and was just too curious about it. Ping Shen had wanted to buy first class before, but alas, not all airplanes have first class these days. Even if he had the money, he couldn't buy a first class ticket. I must buy my own private airplane in the future, Ping Shen said in his heart. Anyway, now that he had money, he should allow himself to enjoy life and the conveniences that money brought. Their seats were for four, and sitting next to them was also a young couple. Sitting next to Lin Wanjun was a young woman. The young woman looked at Lin Wanjun and then curiously looked at Chen Pingon and asked with a smile, "You should be college students going to the capital for school, right?" Lin Wanjun hummed and didn't say anything more. She would only talk more in front of Pingon Chen, and in front of everyone else she had a high-strung demeanor. She wasn't actually genuinely high-strung. It was just her protective shell. Pingon Chen smiled and opened his mouth when he heard the voice. "Yes, we're both freshmen. I'm sending my girlfriend off to college." Hearing Pingon Chen introduce himself as his girlfriend made Lin Wanjun a little shy and her face turned red. Pingon Chen looked at the red-faced Lin Wanjun and immediately followed with a hefty smile. This was because Lin Wanjun did not reject her statement, but rather a state of acquiescence. This made Chen Pingon quite happy. "Sending your girlfriend to college? What about yourself? Aren't you in the capital?" the woman asked with some surprise. Then she said with a self-introduction, "My name is Yang Kaier. This is my boyfriend Guo Chang." Pingon Chen also introduced himself and also introduced Lin Wanjun. Guo Chang nodded at the two, but did not say anything more. "I don't know if he's just not a talker, or if he doesn't want to talk. Is Ms. Yang from the capital?" Pingon Chen asked curiously. "Is that even visible?" Yang Kaier asked strangely. "I can't tell, but I can probably hear it. The accent is still different in the capital, and the aura on the natives of the capital is a bit different," Pingon Chen explained. "I don't feel like I have an accent either." Yang Kaier asked with growing strangeness. "Maybe you don't feel it yourself because you're used to it, but in other people's ears, that sound is different," Pingon Chen said with a smile. "Then you're pretty good too. I feel like no one else knows that," Yang Zier said. A few people said a few words, but soon didn't continue the conversation. After all, there are other people on the plane, and yakking has an effect on the other passengers. Pingon Chen took out his tablet from his backpack, turned on the computer and played a movie. Headphones Chen Pingon had also prepared earlier. One headset was worn on his own ear, and the other headset was worn on Lin Wanjun's ear. The two moved close together and watched the movie in silence. Yang Kaier looked at this scene with some envy. She doesn't seem to have had this experience with her own boyfriend. "Yeah, look at others, and look at you." Yang Kaier pinched her boyfriend and said with a bit of a grimace. Guo Chang helplessly rolled his eyes and said, "If you like the tone, I'll accompany you to watch it slowly next time when you go home. You're not attentive to me at all." Yang Kaier said somewhat angrily when she heard such an answer. Guo Chang took a look at Yang Kaier getting angry and hurriedly coaxed in a small voice. Chen Pingon and Lin Wanjun glanced at each other, and a smirk grew in their eyes. "You shouldn't become like this in the future either." Pingon Chen came to Lin Wanjun's ear and whispered, "That's hard to say. Maybe I'll be like that too." Oh, Lin Wanjun said meaningfully. Chapter 155, Prices in Beijing. The journey was smooth, and only a few hours later, the airplane had arrived in the capital. After seeing the airport, both Chen Pingon and Lin Wanjun breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. After all, flying in the sky does give a very unsafe feeling. Lin Wanjun was also taking an airplane for the first time, so naturally she was a bit more nervous. Now that the plane was finally going to land, the sense of security was instantly pulled full circle. "Do you have someone to pick up the airplane?" As she walked out of the airport, Yang Kaier casually asked. "Not yet." Pingon Chen shook his head. "My dad drove to pick me up. Why don't you take our car? If it's inconvenient to call a car here, we can give you a ride on the way," Yang Kaier asked with a smile. "Is it convenient?" Pingon Chen did not refuse, but only asked a rhetorical question. "There's nothing inconvenient, as long as you guys are willing," Yang Kaier said with a smile. Her boyfriend next to her got a little upset, but didn't say much. Pingon Chen smiled and nodded, sort of agreeing. In the future, Lin Wanjun will have to live alone in the capital. One more friend is one more way. Therefore, Pingon Chen also hoped to strike a good relationship with Yang Kaier, an indigenous person. Yang Kaier had already graduated from college and had come back to the capital to work. Yang Kaier's family situation is quite good. Both parents are in business, and it is said that they have their own factories. Exactly what they do is not yet known. At the entrance to the airport, a Land Rover drove towards a group of people. Yang Kaier whispered to Pingon Chen. It was only then that Pingon Chen realized that this Land Rover was the car driven by Yang Kaier's father. The Land Rover quickly pulled up beside the group of people, with a middle-aged man sitting in the driver's seat. Janzel said hello to her own father and then told her father that two other friends were going to ride with her. The Land Rover was big enough to seat the four of them more than adequately. After putting their luggage in the trunk, the group got into the car. Janzel's boyfriend took the passenger seat. Yang Kaier, Chen Ping'an, and Lin Wanjun sat in the back row. Pingan Chen sat in the center, and Lin Wanjun and Yang Kaier just happened to sit beside her on the left and right. Yang Kaier's boyfriend glanced towards the back, and there was a look of jealousy in his eyes now. He was still mainly jealous of Pingan Chen's good fortune. Yang Kaier was already pretty and could be considered a great beauty, but compared to Lin Wanjun, she was 2 notches behind. Now that Chen Pingan was sitting in the middle of 2 big beauties, it made him even more jealous, but he wasn't a cutie either. It was fine to be jealous at a time like this, but of course such words could not be uttered. Pingan Chen also smiled and greeted Yang Kaier's father. Chen Pingan was calling him directly as Uncle Yang. As for his name, it was also absolute. His name was actually Yang Guang. I can only say that this Uncle Yang's parents are really daring to take the name Yang Guang. This name also dare to give his son to use. When Uncle Yang introduced his name, he also laughed and said, "My father is not well educated." He didn't know at that time that Yang Guang was the emperor's name, and he didn't know where he heard the name Yang Guang. Thinking that this name is nice and atmospheric, he used it on me. I've also used the name Yang Guang for decades, and now I'm used to it. Yang Guang is a good name. The old man is also quite good at naming. Pingan Chen said with a smile. Uncle Yang, on the other hand, laughed. Let's have lunch together at noon, just to pick you guys up. We're locals from the capital, so it just so happens that we're also doing our part as landlords. Uncle Yang said while driving. If you say so. Speaking of which, my girlfriend will also be going to school in the capital in the future, so Uncle Yang and Sister Yang can take care of her in the future. Pingan Chen said with a smile on his face. No problem, although I'm not a big shot either. I still have some connections. If you encounter any trouble in the capital in the future, call me directly, Uncle Yang said. Yang Kaier's boyfriend tried to interject and speak several times, but couldn't really find a place to do so. Instead, it was Pingan Chen and Yang Guang who were chatting very happily. Lin Wanjun looked at Chen Pingan, who was constantly talking, and an adjective rose in her heart. The word was still something Pingan Chen had once said, and that was social awesome disorder. Pingan Chen is really good. He can talk to anyone. Lin Wanjun felt that she needed to learn from Chen Pingan on this point. We'll go home and drop off our bags before we go to the hotel to pick you up. By the way, you guys seem to have come a bit early. Right, has the university already started now? Uncle Yang asked somewhat strangely while driving. It's a little early, but I was planning on coming over early and setting up a place for my girlfriend to stay. I'm going to buy him a house near the university if there's a suitable property available, so it'll be easier to get to and from school. She will usually live in the dormitory, and when it's vacation time or on weekends she can also return to her home. Pingan Chen explained. Upon hearing Pingan Chen's explanation, Yang Guang came to a realization. Yang Guang asked again which university Lin Wanjun had gotten into. She got into Peking University. Pingan Chen said with a face full of pride. Peking University. Oh, that's good. That's a good school. That's a real coincidence. Our home is near Beida. Yang Guang also said with a smile. Speaking of which, at first, I also hoped that Yang Kaier would be able to get into Peking University. That would make it easier to go to school. It's a pity that my girl is not competitive. Peking University did not get in to go to a foreign university. Yang Guang also shook his head when he said this. Dad, what are you talking about with this about me? Yang Kaier said unhappily. She also wanted to get into BYU, but her grades didn't allow it. So what could be done? Yang Guang burst out laughing. You guys see up ahead there is BYU. Yang Guang suddenly pointed to a gate in front of him and said. Pingan Chen and the others hurriedly looked in that direction, and sure enough, they saw the entrance to the campus of Peking University. At this time, the entrance to the school of the University of Northern China is cold and quiet, with only a few scattered people coming in and out. After all, it was still in the vacation phase, and the school was closed, so of course there weren't many people in the school. Our house is right in front of it. And speaking of which, this is still a new neighborhood built only 5 years ago. The house price here is not low. When I bought a house here, I spent more than $4 million already, and the houses are getting more and more expensive now. Yang Guang lamented about the expensive house prices. $4 million to buy a house in the capital is actually still too expensive? Chen Pingan frantically spat inwardly. 20 years later the capital's housing prices have risen to what the hell? 98 years of people is simply cannot imagine 20 years after the price of housing is how crazy. Not to mention 20 years from now, house prices are already in place 10 years from now. You definitely can't lose by buying a house in the capital now. And if you're going to buy, it's best to buy a fourplex, but good for yards, good for investment, not good for living. But if you can buy a few quadrangles in the capital, it's really a very dignified thing to do. Chen Pingan's heart then had the idea that he wanted to buy a few more sets of courtyards in the capital. Not so much from an investment perspective. Although the property prices in the capital are also rising very fast, The growth of these funds in the hands of Chen Pinggan is equally fast. Using it to buy a house instead is a losing proposition. The main point is that houses in good locations are still available now and will be hard to come by later. Uncle Yang, what is the approximate price of the house price in the capital now? Pinggan Chen asked curiously. It mainly depends on the location at 4,000 to 6,000 a square meter within the second ring, and the price fluctuation is also relatively large. Like where we are now is up to the North 4th Ring Road, and the prices around here are much lower, about 2,000 a square foot. Our family's house was bought as a villa, so it's a bit more expensive, and if it's one of those private houses, the price is even lower. Uncle Yang said casually. Yang Kaier's boyfriend was already dumbfounded when he heard this. He knew that Yang Kaier's family was rich, but he didn't expect it to be this rich. Even more so, I didn't expect the prices in the capital to be so expensive. Chapter 156, Buying a House in Beijing. The prices in the capital are too expensive. Yang Kaier's boyfriend couldn't help but say in surprise. Originally, he hadn't intended to speak, but was too surprised to do so. The price of housing in the capital isn't that expensive. The price of a house is expensive or depends on the future potential. You know this is the capital of inches. You think house prices are expensive now, but they will be more expensive in the future. If you have money, buy a few more houses now and you won't even have to worry about money in the future. Pinggan Chen said with a smile. Little Chen, you are very discerning. Yang Wang said with a smile. He was also very much in agreement with Pinggan Chen. House prices in the capital are not cheap now, but they will definitely be more expensive in the future. He himself had bought several houses in the capital, as well as several stores outright. Even if all his future businesses failed, with these stores and properties, he could rise again. That's really where the difference between the rich and the poor comes in. If you are a poor person, you can't afford to buy a house even if you know that the price of houses in the capital will increase in the future. But rich people are different. For example, for a rich man like Yang Wang, he felt that the prices of houses in the capital would rise in the future, so he just really bought the house. Chen Pinggan is also a rich man now, and he certainly knows how crazy the property prices in the capital will rise in the future, so he would have done the same to buy some suitable houses. On the one hand, it's a way to satisfy your vanity, and on the other hand, it's kind of an investment. Yang Kaier's boyfriend bristled in disdain, but didn't say anything more. However, he didn't think that what Pinggan Chen said was right. It's a no-brainer that prices are that high now and will be even higher in the future. That's how one's perception is limited. He thinks that the property prices are already very high now, but he can't imagine that they will be even higher in 10 or 20 years' time. Uncle Yang, I happen to want to buy a house as well. I don't know if you have any contacts in this area? Pinggan Chen opened his mouth and asked. No problem. If you want to buy a house, I'll introduce you to someone. Yang Wang also said it in a big way. After all, he is also a local of the capital, and has been doing business for so many years, and is the first batch of people to get rich, so he still has some local connections. Soon the neighborhood arrived. It's a newly built neighborhood, and it's a high-class villa, and the surroundings of the neighborhood are certainly nice. The car stopped in front of a single house. The villa wasn't very big, but it was still in the range of a luxury home for an ordinary family. By the way, to close on the house, what do you think of this villa next door to mine? I also know the landlord of this set of villa, surnamed Li, a Li boss. His business has some problems. The villa has just been renovated, and it is going to be sold before he has a chance to live in it. Yang Wang pointed to a set of villa next door and said. Chen Pinggan turned his head and then looked towards the villa next door. The villa next door was the same layout as Yang Wang's home, neither of which was the kind of large villa that was particularly luxurious. But this villa is also particularly cozy and sophisticated. If Chen Pinggan lived on his own, he really didn't think too highly of this kind of small villa. After all, the villa he had bought in Long River City was a super deluxe large villa, but this villa was bought for Lin Wanjun to live in. Lin Wanjun lived by herself as a girl, and such a villa was big enough. If it was too big a villa, it would be a bit inappropriate for her to live alone instead. And this villa is right next door to Yang Kaier's house, so the two families will have a care for each other in the future. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. What is the price of this villa? Pinggan Chen asked directly. Let me call Mr. Li and ask. I bought this house for over $4 million in the beginning, and the price has gone up a bit over the years, but it shouldn't be too far off. But this villa of Boss Li's was redecorated by himself at great expense. He's in need of cash flow again now, so he probably won't sell it too cheaply. I'd estimate it to be between 4-5 million. Yang Wang spoke thoughtfully. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Yang, to contact that Boss Li. Pinggan Chen spoke. A few $1 million house was already a piece of cake for the current Pinggan Chen. Yang Kaier looked over with some surprise. Did she really not expect Pinggan Chen to be that rich? Pinggan Chen had money. She had guessed that before. After all, Poor people don't fly at all. They just take the train. Anyone who can fly on an airplane belongs to the rich in this day and age. But Yang Kaier also didn't think that Chen Pingan himself could take out a few $1,000,000 to buy a villa. Lin Wanjun was also taken aback, but with outsiders present, she didn't open her mouth to say anything more. Yang Kaier's boyfriend, on the other hand, was jealous and glanced at Pingan Chen. He didn't expect that the inconspicuous Chen Pingan in his eyes was actually that rich. Chen Pingan, who he thought was inconspicuous, was actually a big handsome man in the eyes of Yang Kaier and Lin Wanjun. Since Pingan Chen wanted to buy a house, they were in no hurry to leave. But Yang Kaier's luggage was taken down first and put in the villa. Bosley rushed over at the first opportunity after receiving the news. However, Bosley was a little disappointed in his heart after seeing this young man, Pingan Chen. After all, in Bosley's mind, the one who could spend millions on a house should be a middle-aged big boss, not a youngster like Pingan Chen. But the businessman is exquisite. The heart is what the idea will not show on the face. Instead, he entertained Pingan Chen with a warm face. He then took out the key and opened the gate of the villa, allowing Chen Pingan to go in and watch the decoration inside the villa. The decoration of this villa I spent more than $2 million. Last year when the New Year's renovation has been idle for most of the time, the decoration of the smell of all have been dispersed. Truly belongs to the kind that can be moved in with a handbag. The materials used in the renovation and the appliances, I used the top of the line. To be honest, I had renovated this villa with the intention of living in it for myself, but I didn't realize that something had come up in the business, and now I can only bear to sell off the other things. There's no need for me to hide this kind of thing from you. I'm guessing old Jiang told you about it too, Bosley said with a sighing face. It's a really nice house, and there's no way I'd sell it if there wasn't an accident. So in terms of price, speaking here, Bosley had already looked towards Chen Pingyang. As long as the price is right, I can buy it in full and pay for it today, Chen Pingan said calmly, hearing the full amount, and that it could be paid today. Bosley's heartbeat quickened. This was so much better than he had expected. I can pay in full, or I can pay today, but still, the price has to be right. Chen Pingan spoke again. Chapter 157, A Room in Beijing. The offer of full payment and same-day payment instantly struck a chord with Mr. Li. Boss Li quoted his final offer after mulling it over in his own mind. 5 million. This price is certainly not low for an ordinary person, but with the current price of housing and the value of his house is not high, even if he himself has already lost some money into it. The portion of the money he lost into this is mainly the renovation payment, because when he bought this house he was spending a lot of money to renovate this house, but now there is no way out. His company has a problem, the capital chain is about to break. He needs money for the company to continue to live. When Pingan Chen heard this price, it was a joy in his heart because this price was very favorable to Pingan Chen. More than $4 million can buy a villa in the capital. Can't even think about it. Although this location has reached the 4th Ring Road, but it is close to the North University neighborhood. This location is very impressive for many people. Boss Li is refreshing. Then we'll follow this price. Why don't we go check in now? Pingan Chen said with a smile. After all, this price can buy such a house. Chen Pingan is still very excited. He wants to complete the transfer of the house as soon as possible. No problem, Boss Li also said happily. Yang Guang spoke up at this time. The two of you should wait a little longer. What time is it now? It's a lunch break. You can't handle it even if you go to the housing office. Let's eat first. I'll treat you for this lunch today. Look at my brain for getting the time. But this lunch must be on me today. Thanks to the support of Boss Yang and Mr. Chen, you guys have helped me solve a big problem. This meal at noon must be my treat. Boss Li also said in a hurry. A meal doesn't cost a lot of money, but it's nice to add to the bond. Chen Pingan was able to take out several $1 million to buy a villa at a young age, so his wealth could be imagined. For a young genius like Chen Pingan, both Yang Guang and Boss Li were very willing to make friends. Chen Pingan and their luggage could also be put directly into the villa, regardless of whether or not the formalities could be completed today. But this house, Chen Pingan, they could all live in it first. Boss Li certainly doesn't care about such things. The group set off to a nearby restaurant that serves Tan's cuisine. The location of this restaurant is somewhat hidden, but the people who come here to eat are many and loud, and it is also notorious. Yang Guang also introduced the restaurant with a smile. It was also mainly introduced to Pingan Chen, lest Pingan Chen had any misunderstandings in his heart. This is because this restaurant looks a bit ordinary and normal on the outside. It doesn't seem to be of a very high grade, but in fact, this restaurant is a long established, before the founding of the country, decades to be able to stand, a few years ago and redecorated. Out-of-towners may not know about this place, but they locals do. They, the locals, are the ones who know best what the local cuisine has to offer, and this restaurant is not low class at all. The food here is Tan family food. Tanja cuisine is one of the most famous official dishes. and in the old days, the common people would never have had the chance to eat it. Only the great and powerful have the opportunity to taste it. That is, now. Times are different and the environment is better. Rich people like them have a chance to come here and savor the food too. Of course, the poor still can't come to such places, because the food here is too expensive. After hearing Yang Guang's introduction, Chen Pinggan then said with a sudden realization, "So this is Tan family cuisine. I've known about Tan family cuisine for a long time, but I just haven't had the chance to see it, so I'm going to have to dip into Boss Lee. Your favor, for lunch today." Pinggan Chen was also telling a half-truth, mainly to praise Boss Lee. That's how people blow each other off in business. Boss Lee also burst out laughing. It was obvious that what Ping and Chen said spoke to his heart, making him very happy. Tan's family cuisine lived up to its name, and the noon meal made Chen Pinggan extremely satisfied. Pinggan Chen had also eaten food made by Cantonese masters when he went to Shangjiang, but when compared to Tan's food, I still feel that Tan's food is a bit more delicious. Of course, it's possible that this has something to do with personal taste. While Cantonese cuisine is a bit lighter, Tanjia cuisine is more delicately prepared. It was about time for lunch, and I guess that the housing authority side should have gone to work. The group went directly to the housing office to complete the paperwork for the purchase. When signing the house book, Chen Pinggan called Lin Wanjun over to sign it as well. "Do I sign too?" Lin Wanjun asked with some surprise. "Of course, this house is for you to live in. If you don't sign it, who will? I've already signed. Now you sign as well," Pinggan Chen said in a somewhat overbearing manner. Lin Wanjun hesitated for a moment before picking up a pen and signing her name. She owed Pinggan Chen enough, and there was no shortage of signatures for this set of houses. The big deal is to work for him as a cow in this life. Lin Wanjun thought silently in her heart, but being able to sign on the house still moved Lin Wanjun. After all, the house was so expensive, and he'd get half of it if she signed. Yang Kaier looked at this with some envy. Although her family was also rich, after all, Chloe Yang herself did not own a house in the area. Will she be able to have a house when she gets married in the future? Depending on who she will marry, it would probably be pretty hard to marry your own boyfriend. Cecilia Yang's boyfriend is her college classmate, but actually the boyfriend's family is rather average. Yang Kaier's boyfriend's parents are also businessmen, but the business is not big, can only be regarded as a well-off family. It couldn't be compared to Yang Kaier's family, and Yang Kaier wasn't sure if her boyfriend's family could come up with the big millions to buy them a matrimonial home in the capital. Her parents have always given Yang Kaier a reminder before that she should look for a boyfriend who was a good match. But Yang Kaier was a bit of a rebel and didn't take such things to heart. But now Yang Kaier felt that she might actually be wrong and that she should have listened to her parents. After all, Yang Kaier has never had a hard life since she was a child. And if she does marry her current boyfriend in the future, the two of them should have a poorer life. Unless they can get the support of Chloe Yang's parents. But Chloe Yang isn't sure her parents will really support them either, especially when Pinggan Chen and her boyfriend, the two of them, were together for comparison. The time before, Yang Kaier didn't feel this way, but people are sometimes afraid of comparison. With Pinggan Chen as a comparison, Yang Kaier's boyfriend was instantly suppressed. Chen Pinggan didn't know that he had already caused this unexpected change because of his appearance. Moreover, this kind of thing would not be on Chen Pinggan's mind. The real estate license transfer is not a simple matter. But Mr. Lee has his own contacts. A small leader was brought in directly, and a special deal was made, and it took only an hour or so for all the formalities to be completed. More than $4 million to buy a house. Chen Pinggan is also direct full payment at once. Boss Lee was also very pleased with Pinggan Chen's bravado. Chapter 158, Buying a car for Lin Wanjun. After the house transfer was completed, Boss Lee said hello and left in a hurry. He waited for the money to save his life, and now he went ahead and used it to take care of the company's business. Only after Boss Lee left did Pinggan Chen approach Yang Guang's side and asked about the situation of Boss Lee's company. Yang Guang also made a small introduction. I wasn't familiar with Boss Lee before, so of course it wasn't convenient to ask. Now that Boss Lee had left, it would be possible to inquire about it. But of course it was only pure curiosity that Chen Pinggan would inquire. The contact with Boss Lee down. He felt that Boss Lee is also a quite capable person. How to make the business like this? Actually all the financial chain broke. Although this kind of thing is very common, but Chen Pinggan is still more curious. He's just too ambitious. This guy was originally in the electronic components business. Then I don't know what he thought, but he managed to get a cell phone license that he could use to produce cell phones. But where is that cell phone thing so well manufactured? It's deep water in there. Especially nowadays, cell phone patents are monopolized by those big foreign companies. You have to submit royalties to those big companies if you want to produce cell phones. But when you pay the royalties, the production cost of the cell phone is higher, which translates into a higher cost of the cell phone, and a higher cost results in a higher selling price. The final settlement found that their selling price was more expensive than foreign cell phones. There is no way then we can only develop it ourselves. But if you develop it yourself, it's even more troublesome. Developing a cell phone, that's a big money burner. As a result, he lost all his family money. I don't even know what to say about him. Yang Guang also said with a look of emotion. So it is. Looks like my feeling was right. Just now I felt that Boss Lee didn't look like an ordinary person. This kind of thing can't be done by ordinary people. Pin Gon Shen was not mocking, but truly admiring. In fact, in the path of entrepreneurship, there are absolutely many people like Mr. Lee. They are ambitious and hope to make a bright path on their entrepreneurial journey. Only most of them would die halfway through and subsequently go unrecognized. Very few are able to succeed. Let's just say domestic cell phones are good. Pin Gon Shen remembered what he had heard in his last life, that there were very many brands of domestic cell phones. It can be said to have sprung up and blossomed. But then what happened? One by one, all of them have disappeared. And there are only a few domestic cell phones left that can survive. It's a big wave. For the business of cell phones, of course, Ping and Shen also has ideas. Just for now, Pin Gon Shen didn't dare to engage in it. After all, Pin Gon Shen was also without technical support, especially in the field of cell phones. Basically most of the patents are in the hands of those big foreign companies. As long as you manufacture cell phones, you can't get away from the control of these big companies, unless you produce a phone that bypasses their patents. Of course there is a way to get around their patents, and that's by producing smartphones. Still returning to the original statement, Ping and Shen currently had no technical support. Pin Gon Shen's heart remembered this matter, but did not say anything more. The house had already been bought, so Lin Wanjun would be able to live here in the future. But there's a shortage of living supplies and stuff, and there's still a lot of purchasing to be done. But most importantly, they also needed a car. You want to buy a car? I have a friend who is a car dealer now. I'll take you guys over to buy a car. Yang Kaier even joked when she heard that Pin Gon Shen wanted to buy a car. What are you doing buying a car here? Don't you still have to go to Magic City for college? Lin Wanjun said with some surprise. This car is for you, so you can drive to and from school during the week, and it will be a lot easier to have a car. There aren't many cars in the capital now, and license plates are better handled. When there are more cars in the capital later, it won't be easy to get license plates. Besides, it's not like I don't come all the time. I'll come more often in the future, okay? It's really inconvenient to not have a car to get around. Pin Gon Shen explained again. Alright then, your call. Lin Wanjun smiled and shook her head. She had all become somewhat accustomed to Pin Gon Shen being in charge. This friend of Chloe Yang's also literally owns a car dealership and is obviously a rich kid. It wasn't the top kind of rich kid, but at least it was one whose parents had money at home. How else would a young man in his 20s be able to open a car dealership? Chin Pingon could only lament in his heart that this was the power of the circle of friends. Rich kids like Cecilia Yang are also surrounded by rich friends. This car would mainly be for Lin Wanjun to drive in the future, so Chen Pingon allowed Lin Wanjun to pick the car. Lin Wanjun didn't know much about cars either, so she had to pick her favorite model. After looking around, Lin Wanjun took a look at a Maserati, which had a beautiful appearance, but was a bit expensive, needing more than $1 million. However, a price of more than $1 million could not be considered expensive at all for Pingon Chen. Since Lin Wanjun liked it, she just bought it. Lin Wanjun was also shocked when she heard that the price needed to be more than $1 million, and she hurriedly tried to change her car. After all, it was a little too intimidating to have a car that expensive bought over for her to drive. But under the insistence of Pingon Chen, Lin Wanjun finally compromised, because it is a friend introduced by Yang Kaier, so in terms of price or gift Chen Pingon a certain discount, as well as some car giveaways and free maintenance. For such a good thing, Chen Pingon naturally would not refuse. The temporary license plate photo is now installed and the official license plate will take time to be processed. But since you bought the car from them, you get the official license plate, and they help with contacts. It's also much easier to get official license plates when you have their help. Pingon Chen also asked about the driver's license. Chen Pingon himself now had a driver's license, but Lin Wanjun didn't yet. So Lin Wanjun still needed to take the time to get her driver's license. To driver's license, this is simple. As long as the money is in place, things are good. Yang Kaier said in a big way. I'm familiar with this matter. It's almost $5,000, and the driver's license will be in your hands within a week. Yang Kaier said with a smile. Sister Zhao, thank you then, but you'll have to make sure she actually learns to drive. I don't want Lin Wanjun to be a roadkill in the future. Pingon Chen also spoke with a smile. That won't be able to happen. Definitely let her learn to drive. Yang Kaier said with a smile. The phrase many friends, many paths is true, not true at all. After meeting Cecilia Yang on the airplane, buying a house and a car and all these things were actually solved because of Cecilia Yang. For this situation, it was Pingon Chen himself who had not anticipated it. In the next few days, Pingan Chen accompanied Lin Wanjun to stroll around the capital. The main attractions of the capital have been left with the laughter of the two. It's just a shame the feelings aren't there yet. Lin Wanjun slept by herself at night, and even unlocked the bedroom door. Pingan Chen could only look on in dismay. It was good that Chen Pingan was not anxious at all. Instead, he was enjoying this feeling right now. It was that he hadn't swiped any good items in the past few days. But Chen Pingan felt some regret. It was hard to come to the capital, but I can't believe I didn't even swipe a good item. The $1 second kill system. It was not every day that the treasures that Pingan Chen needed would appear. What items will be swiped is still a matter of luck. But good fortune again seemed to favor Pingan Chen. Just as Pingan Chen was about to head to Magic City to attend university, an item was refreshed within the system mall. After Pingan Chen saw this item, his eyes widened. Chapter 159 The Complete Book of Cell Phone Technology. System mall refreshed with 4 more items today. 1. 1 gold brick weighing 3 kilograms. 2. Cell Phone Technology Book 2025 edition. 3. A full carbon bicycle. 4. Yulong Bagua Palm Secret. Among these 4 items, Chen Pingan took a glance at the second item, also known as the Cell Phone Technology Book 2025 edition. Looking at the system description, this Cell Phone Technology Book 2025 edition includes all the cell phone technologies that have appeared so far up to the year 2025. As soon as he obtains this book of cell phone techniques, he will instantly become a cell phone guru. While this book of technology only goes up to the 2025 edition, it's still more than 20 years ahead of where we are now, and it's definitely good enough to use. Chen Pingan hardly had any hesitation and directly spent $1 to purchase this cell phone technology book. The Cell Phone Technology Book 2025 edition presents a folder style right in the system interface. Simply click on Use to download it within your own brain nerves. Su Fei directly chose to download. There are so many points of knowledge contained within this book of techniques. Although it is transmitted through brain memory to begin with, it takes longer to learn. After all, the speed at which the human brain absorbs knowledge is also limited. And even with the help of the system, learning this knowledge took, 15 minutes. But in reality this was already very impressive. In just 15 minutes it allowed Chen Pingan to learn the relevant cell phone technology. It's an open question if you can learn it in 150 days, not to mention 15 minutes, if it's a normal study. After studying, Chen Pingan felt his head was drowsy and couldn't help but lie down on the sofa and rest. What's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? Lin Wanjun asked with concern when she saw the appearance of Chen Pingan. I'm fine, just thinking about something, don't worry about me. Pingan Chen smiled and shook his head. Alright then, take care of yourself, Lin Wanjun said softly. Even as he spoke, Pingan Chen was already recovering. Previously, Pingan Chen had always thought about making smartphones himself, and now that Pingan Chen had even mastered the technology of cell phones, he could make smartphones at any time. But thinking about smartphones is equally not easy. Even if Pingan Chen had already mastered the full set of technology, the hardware was still difficult to meet the current conditions. Chen Pingan's fingers gently snapped on the desktop, slowly thinking about how to reach his wish. The manufacturing of smartphones is still difficult in the present day, but the manufacturing of digital phones that is much easier. And right now, all cell phones are 2G, so if you produce a 3G phone, you can just bypass the 2G patents. A flash of joy appeared on Pingan Chen's face. He can produce cell phones. Smartphones aren't good enough to produce, but regular digital phones, especially 3G phones, aren't too difficult anymore. There is no difficulty, either on the technical or hardware level. By the way, I wonder what happened to that Boss Lee cell phone company. When Pingan Chen thought of this, he took out his phone and called Boss Lee. To produce a cell phone you need a license, and this license is not that easy to apply for. Boss Lee does have a cell phone license in his hand, and I guess it's the most valuable thing in his hand. The call was quickly answered. Hello Boss Lee, I'm Pingan Chen. It's Mr. Chen. What is it that you're looking for me for? Boss Lee said. Can we find a place to meet and talk? I've also become interested in the business of cell phones and would like to consult you. Pingan Chen said. Boss Lee hesitated for a moment, but agreed. The two agreed on an address and time to meet, and the phone hung up. Why did you make another appointment with Boss Lee? Aren't you going to Magic City today? Lin Wanjun asked in surprise. Originally, Chen Pingan had already bought a plane ticket today, and logically, he would be heading to the Magic City today, but now unexpected circumstances had occurred. So Chen Pingan planned to stay for 2 more days. I'll stay for 2 more days, just so I can send you to school first, and then I'll go to Magic City University, Pingan Chen said with a smile. Of course Lin Wanjun knew that Pingan Chen stayed behind not because of himself, but she was still very happy to be able to hear Pingan Chen say this. In fact, Lin Wanjun was also an adult and was perfectly capable of going to school on her own. But of course Chen Pingan would be happier if he could send her to school, since she was going out to talk about business. Lin Wanjun didn't follow. Chen Pingan drove his car out of the house and ran into Boss Lee at a tea house half an hour later. Boss Lee still didn't look too good, and it was clear that the cell phone business had taken a lot out of him. Mr. Chen, are you looking for me for something specific? Boss Lee opened his mouth and asked. I've become interested in the cell phone business. It just so happens that you have a cell phone factory in your hands. Boss Lee, I would like to inquire, do you have the will to sell? Pingan Chen did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Boss Lee's face also changed when he heard this, but of course there was no anger. After all, this is business. It is normal that people will ask this way. If it was before, if Pingan Chen had asked Boss Lee this way, he definitely wouldn't even consider it and would have rejected it directly. But things do look a little different now. His money chain is going to break, but the cell phone the company has been working on hasn't done much yet. Boss Lee's business is not small, and he has other industries, but this cell phone company has become his burden. Originally, Boss Lee was also optimistic about the prospects of the cell phone company, but he underestimated the difficulty of cell phone production. It's only after actually running the business that you realize how difficult it really is. In fact, if you think about it with your toes, you will know that if this business is so good, it will not be mastered only by those few big head companies. Boss Lee didn't say anything, and was also thinking slowly. Pingan Chen did not continue to speak either, as he waited for Boss Lee's reply. To be honest, the cell phone business is really bad. It's me who thought about this thing simply before. If Mr. Chen wants to take over, I can fulfill you. It's just that you've really thought it through. Mr. Chen, this matter is not that good. Boss Lee also said seriously. He is also a man of honor in business and will not intentionally screw over his partners. Hearing Boss Lee say this, Pingan Chen smiled. Pingan Chen smiled faintly and spoke. If you say so, Boss Lee, then we can have a good talk. Boss Lee, I can tell you very clearly that I have a complete set of cell phone technology in my hands. I don't lack the technology to produce cell phones in my hands, but I lack the license and the equipment to produce them. Now it just so happens that you have what I lack and I have what you lack. It is possible for both of us to work together. Boss Lee also had a feeling of lightening up when he heard this. Chapter 160, Rice Cellular Phones. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, right? Boss Lee still asked with some disbelief. Mostly, he didn't believe that such a good thing could fall from the sky to his head. I never joke about Boss Lee's business, and this is something we can't talk about in detail until you agree. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when the time comes. Pingan Chen said seriously. Boss Lee's face also became serious. Boss Lee said directly, no problem. I promise on this matter, we can talk about the specifics. Pingan Chen smiled and continued. It's good that you agree, Boss Lee, but we must speak clearly about business matters. I'm not here to be charitable or to pull your leg. I won't do business at a loss. In fact, I could have bought a cell phone company on my own, with 100% of the shares pinched in my own hands. But I know running a company like this isn't easy. Boss Lee, you must have something about you that makes you able to make your business so big. It's not your company I'm looking at, it's you as a person. If our cooperation can be accomplished, then I'm going to have a big part in this company. I'm also putting the little man before the gentleman when I tell you this. Boss Lee listened to this carefully and slowly nodded as well. Yes, you can have the lion's share of this company. Boss Lee is certainly aware of the importance of technology. Without the support of technology, his company would have gone bankrupt sooner or later. But once the technology is in place, his company can take off where it left off. The difference in that would be too great. As long as the company took off, even if he was only a minority shareholder in the company, then he could still make a fortune. I'm going to take 90% of the shares with technology and capital. The technology one have mastered will allow you to verify it. As for how much money I have to contribute, we can discuss it again. Pingan Chen opened his mouth and said, that's impossible. The shares you take up are too much. Boss Lee shook his head repeatedly in surprise. Boss Lee, you'd better hear me out first. You know that all cell phones nowadays have 2G networks, and this technology belongs to the second generation of cell phones, whereas the technology one offer is third generation 3G cell phones. The technology of 3G cell phones already belongs to the third generation of cell phone technology. The same technology used in 3G cell phones can also bypass the patent restrictions on 2G cell phones. You should know what that means. I'm able to leave you 10% of the shares, and this is out of the principle of win-win cooperation. Otherwise, I don't have to give you this 10% of shares, because I could start a cell phone company myself. Pingan Chen said slowly. In fact, there was another big reason why Pingan Chen would look for Boss Lee to cooperate with him, and that was Boss Lee's background. Boss Lee is actually a native of the capital and belongs to the second generation of the Red. Although Boss Lee's family wasn't one of the top of the line, it was at least able to speak for itself. Without a certain background, it was simply not easy to do business in the capital. Boss Lee has such a background, but does business honestly and doesn't rely on his family's doorway to go for the big bucks. Such a person was also worthy of Pin Ganshen's friendship. You have the 3G cell phone technology in your hands. You're not joking with me, right? Boss Lee stood up in surprise. The technology of 3G cell phones is certainly well known to Boss Lee, because this is the big trend of the future. Many large foreign cell phone companies are already working on this technology. However, the current 3G cell phone technology is not very mature. The most mature now is the 2G cell phone technology. If the technology for 3G cell phones is actually available, of course you can bypass the patent embargo on 2G cell phones. I wouldn't joke about something like that, and there's no way to fake it. After all, these can be written into the contract. Pin Ganshen spoke. Boss Lee also realized that what Pin Ganshen had said was all true. Let's talk in detail. Boss Lee got serious and said in a deep voice, this kind of thing is certainly not something that can be talked about in a day. But the two quickly agreed on the basics. Pin Ganshen was willing to take shares, and Boss Lee was willing to accept. After reaching an intention, Pin Ganshen called Sun Haitang. Pin Ganshen's investment company could be managed by Sun Haitang now. The cooperation with Mr. Lee is of course in the name of an investment company, not an individual to make an investment, and the cooperation with Boss Lee is limited to digital phones. As for the smartphone, well, we'll see. It may continue to work with Boss Lee, but it's also possible that he'll recreate a smartphone company on his own as a sole proprietor. The production of smartphones will take time and there is no need to rush now. Of course, if the cooperation with Boss Lee was pleasant, Ping and Shan wouldn't mind sending Boss Lee a fortune. Speaking of which, Boss Lee's name is also very distinctive. Boss Lee's name is just Lee. There are really a lot of people with the name Zhang from people like Boss Lee's era. Pin Ganshen had already notified Sun Haitang to bring a team over to discuss the cooperation with Boss Lee. Even though Boss Lee is a second-generation Red, he's actually a very nice person. This also subverted Pin Ganshen's thoughts about these second generation of theirs. Not every second generation is arrogant and brain-dead. Most of the second generation, because they have strict family education, are instead of the character is more hard. The quality and character of the second generation is really dependent on their parents. Lee's parents were strict with him, so he did everything in a disciplined manner. If it wasn't for that, it would be impossible for Pin Ganshen to find Li Jianguo to cooperate with him. Sun Haitang's team had arrived that afternoon. After all, the company's business was relatively free right now, so a single order from Pin Ganshen summoned Sun Haitang's team. Sun Haitang's team also met their boss for the first time. They were all secretly feeling surprised internally at their boss's youth. Sun Haitang also introduced all the people in the team to Pin Ganshen to get to know them. This team was also recruited by Sun Haitang, with accountants, lawyers and relevant people in it. The team is small, less than 10 people, but the sparrow is small, but it has all its organs. With this team to play with, investing in a cell phone company is a lot easier. It was only 2 days, and basically it was all negotiated too. Pin Ganshen got 90% of the company's shares with his technology, plus $10 million in cash. Li's hands would be left with only 10% of the shares, but Li Jianguo does not lose out at all, because this 10% of the shares are 2 gold. With the technical support brought by Pin Ganshen, the new generation of 3G cell phones was finally ready to be planned for production. Pin Ganshen had a little more mischief at this time, and he asked Chen to register a new name for the new generation of cell phones, calling it the Rice Phone. Rice Phone. For the audio file. Chapter 161, Song Lin Wanjun goes to college. All the matters in the capital were finally taken care of. The affairs of the cell phone company is also explained to Li Jianguo to deal with. Li Jianguo's ability is not to doubt. After all, people are able to make the business so big, and his connections in the capital were wide enough to take care of anything. Pin Ganshen also asked Li Jianguo to purchase a quadrangle for himself. The money is of course from Pin Ganshen. Just that buying a courtyard is not a simple thing. Not that you can buy it just because you have money. It's also pretty complicated, so it would take an old local native to step in to make it work. It would be easy for Li to do something like this, especially after knowing that Qin Pingan had taken out $300 million to purchase the quadrangle. Li felt that this matter was even simpler. The $300 million is certainly not to purchase a quadrangle. It's hard to say exactly how many quads you can buy, but certainly not a small number. It was only that Pin Ganshen also had requirements for the quadrangle. Ordinary big miscellaneous courtyard. Then forget it. That kind of courtyard Qin Pingan has no desire to buy. You have to buy a fine product, such as a quadrangle at the level of a royal residence. The price is good as long as the quad is fine. If $300 million is not enough, additional funding can be made. When Li Jianguo heard that it was this matter, he patted his chest and promised to handle this matter beautifully. And there was no need for things like purchasing a quadrangle to remain behind by Pin Ganshen himself. Qin Pingan has already hired a lawyer to take this matter and entrust it to a lawyer to handle. Although the cost of entrusting it to a lawyer was not low, but Qin Pingan did not care about this fee at all. His time was obviously more valuable. School time is finally approaching. Chen Pingan personally sent Lin Wanjun into the campus of Peking University. The girls' dormitory was also open to the public at the beginning of the school year, so Chen Pingan took his luggage and sent Lin Wanjun directly to the dormitory. A few roommates had already come to the dormitory, and when they saw the arrival of Chen Pingan and Lin Wanjun, they all greeted them warmly. "Hello everyone, this is your classmate Lin Wanjun, also your college roommate from now on." Pingan Chen greeted his dormitory classmates in a self-congratulatory manner. Pingan Chen knew that Lin Wanjun was somewhat uncomfortable with the situation, so he took it upon himself to greet everyone. "Hello, Lin Wanjun." The roommates were also enthusiastic and greeted Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun smiled in response. "What about you? You're Lin Wanjun's brother." A pretty girl, somewhat coyly, asked. Lin Wanjun suddenly felt herself tense up. Pingan Chen smiled and pinched Lin Wanjun's hand and said, "No, I'm her boyfriend." Pingan Chen said this in a big way, and said it extremely skillfully. Lin Wanjun froze for a moment, and her face suddenly turned red. She didn't retort, feeling a little sweet inside, but also feeling weird. Maybe it was too sudden. Too. Pingan Chen had never said anything about this matter before, and all of a sudden he said that he was his boyfriend in front of his roommate, which was really too sudden. It was sudden, but there was also a sense of happiness in the heart. "Lin Wanjun, you already have a boyfriend, ah, so happy," a housemate said enviously. After all, they all came from senior year and are just now entering their freshman year. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanjun, who was the same age as them and already had a boyfriend, came to the school to see her off. In addition to these roommates, there were their parents in the dorm room as well. After all of them parents are here to see them off too. "I see that everyone in your dormitory seems to have arrived, and now it's time to eat, so I'll treat you to this meal at noon." Pingan Chen took the initiative and said, "You're still young, how can I let you buy? This meal at noon is on me. A middle-aged man spoke up. He was the father of one of the roommates. Several other parents spoke up as well. Even if they hadn't wanted a treat, they had to make a statement at this point. "I'd have to say I'm definitely the youngest of the parents who are seeing them off, so why don't you let me treat you first this time? And a few uncles and aunts will give me the opportunity to do so," Pingan Chen said politely, and that's saying a lot, too, as several parents insisted and quickly agreed. "Since it's a treat you can't eat in the cafeteria, that's too much of a drop." Chen Pingan took out his cell phone and flipped through it, finding the phone number of the lobby manager of the Diaoyutai Hotel. Pingan Chen made a single phone call. Previously, Li Jianguo had taken Chen Pingan to the Diaoyutai Hotel when he had invited him to dinner. Chen Pingan also got the phone number of the lobby manager of the Diaoyutai Hotel as a result. The Diaoyutai Hotel is a bit of a special case and is not accessible to the general public, but it's okay to want to go as long as you have that little connection. If you're just going for dinner, it's even easier to just call and make a reservation first. Of course, it's expensive to come to this place for dinner. It's not that the food is so good when you come here. It's mostly that you come here for enough rows. The purpose of Pingan Chen's dinner invitation was to set up a row for Lin Wanjun. In that case, Lin Wanjun would not be easily bullied in the dormitory in the future. Lin Wanjun herself hadn't realized this yet, but Pingan Chen had already gone ahead and done it. After the call, Chen Pingan inquired about the situation of the box. Fortunately, there was no activity at this time, so the boxes were all free, and Chen Pingan directly booked a box. Another number of people on his side of the table was stated, and a table was fixed. The price of this table was certainly not cheap, but for Pingan Chen, this price was simply not worth mentioning. After booking the box, Chen Pingan found Li Jianguo's phone and called again, asked Li to help arrange for 3 cars to come and pick him up. Many people are afraid of bothering others and always feel that it is wrong to bother others. The people who actually think this way are honest and ordinary people, because human interaction, human fellowship is actually built in the midst of mutual socialization. If you don't bother others and they don't bother you, then there is no fellowship between you. For example, now that Pingan Chen had asked Li Jianguo to do something, there was a friendship between the two parties. In the future, if Li Jianguo needed anything to be done by Pingan Chen, he would also ask Chen Peace to handle it. After a while, isn't there a bond between the two parties? This is actually the same thing as a relationship between a man and a woman. Being in a relationship is all about socializing, and being a friend is all about talking. The reasoning is the same. Several parents were a bit confused when they heard Pingan Chen call, "Little Chen ah, you just booked the Diaoyutai Hotel's box ah." The middle-aged man who had just spoken asked with an incredulous face. "Yeah, the Diaoyutai Hotel stuff is still pretty good. I've been there before, so it just so happens that I'm taking you all to try it again today, and I want to eat it myself," Pingan Chen explained with a smile. The crowd was shocked to hear this. What kind of place is the Diaoyutai Hotel? Is that where they can go to eat? My goodness, How much does it cost to eat there once? A parent with a Sichuan accent said with a similarly shocked face. It's not expensive. Pinggan only said these 3 words, but did not say the price. It's also the fact that the price wasn't stated that leaves endless room for imagination. Chapter 162, A Horse of Clairvoyance and a Bull. 3 sedans came quickly, but it was stopped at the school gate and the school couldn't get in. Some of the men arrived on foot and then saw the 3 sedans in front of the school. They, the parents, also didn't expect that one phone call from Pinggan could actually call 3 cars directly. Mr. Chen, you're from the capital? The middle-aged man from before asked once again, but this time he didn't dare to call me Little Chen, but respectfully referred to Mr. Chen. In his thought that Chen Pinggan was able to call 3 cars at once, it should be that Chen Pinggan was a local. No, I'm from Jiangnan province. Pinggan smiled and shook his head. These are all friends' cars, and they are also friends giving me face. Chen Pinggan explained. Even if Pinggan was not a local, even if these cars were not Pinggan own cars, but in this day and age, to be able to call 3 cars with a single phone call also showed Pinggan ability and status. Now these parents were looking at Chen Pinggan with several more glances of high regard. Get in the car first, we'll talk about anything later. With Pinggan words, everyone got into the limousine. Although the number of people was a bit large, Pinggan had also called for 3 sedans, so the ride in the sedan was more than enough. These 3 sedans are actually official cars in Li Jiangguo's company. Li Jiangguo had already explained that all 3 cars would be used by Pinggan at will today. Half an hour later the Dao Yutai Hotel arrived. 3 sedans stopped at the door. The people got out of the car, looking at the imposing Dao Yutai Hotel in front of them. All have a feeling of looking at it. The main thing is that the atmosphere here is really unusual, and the average person wouldn't really have the courage to go in here, because they'll be worried that their wallets won't be able to pay for it. Luckily, today was a treat from Pinggan, and their backs were instantly stiffened. Pinggan also saw their thoughts and smiled as he led the way in front. Welcome, hello, do you have an appointment? When the group arrived at the door, the welcoming ladies at the door greeted them first in unison. A greeter then asked if there was an appointment. Reservation made. My surname is Chen, and the reservation is for the Jinqiu Mountain River private room. Chen Pingyang opened his mouth and said, Okay Mr. Chen, you come with me. The welcoming lady hurriedly said with a smile, and then led the way right in front. Lin Wanjun was a bit nervous. It was actually her second time here. It was just that every time she came here to eat, Lin Wanjun would be a bit nervous. Pinggan planned to bring him here a few more times in the future, and he would not be nervous after coming to places like this one more often. Chen Pinggan himself didn't have much nervousness. After all, he had money in his pocket and his waist was hardened. The saying that money is the guts of a hero is not a lie. Each of Lin Wanjun's classmates was also very nervous. After all, it was the first time they had been to such a place. Not to mention Lin Wanjun's classmates. Even his classmates' parents were all nervous at this time. They've never been to a place like this before. The box arrived quickly, and the group all entered it. This box was particularly large, and as for the decoration inside, it was certainly chic, but to say that it was very flashy, I can't say that. All of you here are your own people. In the future you'll be classmates for 4 years. There's no need to be formal here, Pinggan said with a smile. When facing his own people, Chen Pinggan's attitude was never good, and a smile never even disappeared from his face. Without the presence of outsiders, the atmosphere really lightened up. Let's eat something first, and we'll talk while we eat. Pinggan pointed to the table and opened his mouth, after which the crowd took their places at the table. The seats at the main table were supposed to be given to the older parents, but they were all very understanding and allowed Chen Pinggan to sit at the main seat. After all, Pinggan was treating the guests in the limousine, but anyone who knew a little bit about the world would not compete with Pinggan for this position. Lin Wanjun was sitting beside Chen Pinggan. A number of cold cuts had been served on the table. These are prepared in advance. I don't know if these cold cuts are good or not, but they are very nice to look at. Let's just start eating. Pinggan picked up his chopsticks as he spoke and ate a piece of beef with 5 spice sauce first. Seeing Pinggan move his chopsticks as well, the others followed suit. Soon enough, the hot dishes began to be served one by one. Chen Pinggan himself was not a drinker, but among the parents who came today, there were several male parents. Pinggan estimated that they should drink, so he ordered a bottle of Mao Tai. When opening Mao Tai, Chen Pinggan was also thinking in his heart. He founded the Tianhao liquor industry. If he could send Tianhao liquor here in the future, it would be good. There should be that day. After all, there is no need to doubt the quality of Heavenly River wines. Everyone was very pleased with the noon meal. After all, the quality of the meals at the Dao Yutai Hotel is not at all in doubt. They are indeed upscale and very tasty. A few parents peeked in as they were checking out and paying. When they saw that Chen Pinggan had paid more than 20,000 in cash, They were surprised. I can't believe I ate more than $20,000 for this lunch. Over $20,000 for a meal in 98 was really quite scary too. Let's not talk about 98. Put it 20 years later, $20,000 plus for a meal is scary. The average family simply cannot imagine how a meal can cost so much. Mr. Chen, I've broken your bank today. Those parents were embarrassed. We're all on our own. What's the point of being polite to me? All small things. It's most important that everyone has a good time eating. Lin Wanjun and the girls are going to be college classmates for 4 years in the future. So let's not say those raw words. Pingon Chen said smilingly. This set of cuts in a row instantly brought the crowd together again. After dinner another bus ride took everyone back to the school. Only then did Pingon Chen take his leave. Chen Pingon had already bought a plane ticket for the afternoon, and he was going to report to Mordor University in the afternoon. After so many days, Pingon Chen was also finally going to college. Sun Haitang's team was left behind to get involved with the rice phone for the time being, but Sun Haitang herself followed Pingon Chen. Chen Pingon boarded the airplane with his luggage and Sun Haitang. It's a nice plane, with first class. Of course, Pingon Chen would not condescend to buy a first-class cabin as well. First class is so much better than economy, and the penny-wise and pound foolishness never goes out of style. Sister Haitang, it's been hard on you for a while. After sitting down, Chen Pingon said sincerely, it's all things I should do. I'm embarrassed that you're saying this to me. Sun Haitang covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Actually, I should be the one saying thank you. After laughing, Sun Haitang added seriously, it was you who gave me a different life. Sun Haitang said with the same sincerity. Without the promotion of Pingon Chen, Sun Haitang should still be working as an account manager in a securities company. Unlike now, several companies under Chen Pingon's name are managed by Sun Haitang. The fact that Sun Haitang was able to manage these companies well also showed her ability. But even so, Sun Haitang was still very grateful to Pingon Chen. If Sun Haitang was a 1,000-mile horse, then Pingon Chen was her bull. A 1,000-mile horse is important, but the bull is even more important. Chapter 163, Inspection of Companies. After writing 300,000 words, I finally finished my high school years. Now it's time to enter the college years and the real story is about to begin. The comfort of first class is not something that can be compared to economy class. Chen Pingon slept in the first class cabin, and when he woke up the airplane had already arrived at the Magic City airport. The three got off the plane together. In addition to Chen Pingon's Sun Haitang, there was another person who was Sun Haitang's cousin and her bodyguard. After all, it was really quite unsafe for Sun Haitang to follow a girl without a bodyguard by her side. Policing in this day and age is not that reliable. Sun Haitang had already made the arrangements, and a car would come to the airfield to pick them up when they arrived in Magic City. The car was the company's official car, not a very high grade, but a Santana nonetheless. There are 5 other such official cars in the company. After Pingon Chen made money in Shangjiang, he had already completed the capital injection into the company. Now the company still has more than $4 billion lying in its account, so don't live too comfortably in those days. Previously, starting a winery and investing in a cell phone factory did not cost a few dollars, so Chen Pingon still had more money in his hands. Boss, where are we going first? After getting into the car, Sun Haitang asked, let's go to the company for a bit before sending me to school to report. Chen Pingon thought about it and spoke. Okay. Sun Haitang agreed and told the driver to go to the company. The driver of the car glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror. His eyes flashed with a few moments of shock. He didn't expect his boss to be that young, but soon he focused and drove properly. He had to get in front of his boss. Just because he's only a driver doesn't mean he doesn't want to get better. Now this job is not much work, less things, but the pay is not low. For such a job now, he is still very satisfied. He does not want to lose this job. The airport was a bit of a distance from the company's offices, and it took over 40 minutes of driving to finally arrive downstairs. Because of financial constraints, it has not yet bought a building, is directly rented a floor of office buildings. Despite having billions now, the idea of buying a property is still not there. After all, there's just so much money to spend. The idea of buying a building is not there, but the idea of buying land is there. Pingon Chen was planning to build a company headquarters building by himself. All you need to do is buy a suitable plot of land and you can build a corporate headquarters building yourself. This allows you to build your company's headquarters to your heart's content, and it's also more cost-effective. During the time that Chen Pingon was away, Sun Haitang had already put the company in order, and the framework of several companies had already been built. One of the most complete companies is Penguin. After all, this enterprise company was directly bought over by Pingon Chen as a whole, so it was also one of the most complete companies. The few remaining companies have only frameworks, with some principles, but not yet concrete matters. The rest of this work was waiting for Pingon Chen to complete. Without Chen Pinggan's orders, it wouldn't be possible to complete these jobs. These personnel of the company had already received the order long ago, and were now waiting for Pinggan Chen and his group at the company's main entrance. Xiaoma stood in the crowd and saw Pinggan Chen at first glance. After seeing Chen Pinggan, the pony looked a little excited, because this period of time, all of them have been working overtime has been the QQ first generation version to produce. Now he can't wait to show the result to his boss, and the ponies know the boss is the master. If there was anything wrong with it, the boss should be allowed to pick it out as well. Of course he would want to pass the boss's inspection as well. The boss is here. That's our boss. So young. There were gasps from the crowd. Many people were seeing Pinggan Chen for the first time, and never thought that Pinggan Chen would be so young. Sun Haitang made introductions for the crowd, introducing the main people in charge of several companies. Chen Pinggan also shook their hands cordially and encouraged them with a few words. After the meeting, Chen Pinggan visited the company's current office. We're a little crowded in the office. That's not good. Manager's son will rent a few more office floors. Every company should have at least one office floor. Pinggan Chen made a direct decision. Decisions like this could only be made by Pinggan Chen. No one else could do it. For cost-saving reasons, several companies are now housed in the same office. This certainly saves money, but it's also a little out of shape and the office area is a little cramped. Hearing that Chen Pinggan, the boss, had made such a decision, everyone at the scene was letting out cheers in their hearts. Sun Haitang followed suit with a faint smile. Pinggan Chen glanced toward Sun Haitang. It wasn't that Sun Haitang didn't know this. Of course she knew this, but she did it on purpose anyway. This was an opportunity left by Sun Haitang for Chen Pinggan to recruit people. You see, when the boss doesn't show up, you have to work crowded in a narrow office. Now well, once the boss comes you guys can go to the big office to have a more relaxed and more complete office environment. Can't you guys work hard with such a good boss? This was the opportunity Sun Haitang had left for Pinggan Chen to recruit people. Thank you, boss. The pony was very good at his job and quickly spoke up the first time. The other employees also opened their mouths to thank them. I'm going to go ahead and let everyone barely do their work here. Our company's headquarters is already in the process of being identified. I will buy a piece of land to build our own company headquarters. And when our company headquarters is built, we can move into the office. Pinggan Chen smilingly fed everyone another big pie. Of course this pie isn't fake. It's real. Except that this pie hasn't materialized yet. But it's time to say no. This big cake is still very resistant to hunger. Once this big pie was drawn, the crowd had a feeling of contentment. There are a total of 4 companies here on site. They are Penguin, Alibaba Commerce and Trade Ltd, Legendary Games, and 1000 Degrees Online Search. There will be many more profitable companies in the future. But Pinggan Chen also knew that not everything that made money could be done by himself. And it's not like any company can make it with the current conditions. Therefore, Pinggan Chen intended to make these major companies good and strong first. Of these 4 companies, only Enterprise is currently complete. The rest are just empty shelves. After the rest of the company was sent away, Pony was left behind. I heard that the first generation official version has been made. Take me to see it. Pinggan Chen said smilingly to the pony. The pony was a bit excited and was shaking a bit as he spoke. Pony said, "Come with me, boss. The initial version of our first generation has already been made. I feel like this version is perfectly crafted and you're going to love it. And, of course, it's an optimized change from the version you made." Xiaoma consciously led the way in front of him after he finished speaking, bringing him to his office area and then showing the latest version of QQ to Pinggan Chen for viewing. Chapter 164, The Legendary Game. The QQ in front of you is logged in and you can experience it directly online. However, it's not currently logged into the network. It's just available for test use on the LAN. Now it was waiting for Pinggan Chen's order. As long as Chen Pinggan orders, the official version of the QQ can be online and tested. Chen Pinggan sat down on the chair and tested the version of QQ in front of him. A few minutes later Chen Pinggan nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Comrade Xiao Ma has done a very good job. This version of QQ already has that flavor. Actually, this version of QQ still has a lot of rough spots, but for this day and age, it's perfectly adequate. And just because it's rough sometimes doesn't mean he's not good, because the internet is not even very good in this day and age. If you really make this software too big and too detailed, it might not even work well. Like now it's a bit rough, but it's small enough and very smooth to use. Rather better. And it has to leave room for progress. It's always impossible to really do it all in one step. Now that's enough to be able to use it properly. That's fine. Let's just start testing online with this version. Choosing a day is not a good idea. Can we go online now?" Pinggan Chen asked with a smile. "No problem. We've been ready for this for a long time," Pony said excitedly. While they did have a QQ version online before, that one was actually really not very good. Especially if you compare it to the current version. The previous version was a piece of crap. the latest version is finally going live for testing, much to the excitement of the ponies. Pony quickly called all the relevant people and immediately operated on the line. It had been well prepared and was just waiting for a command. So after 10 minutes the latest version of QQ was online. No one thought that QQ, which will have such a great impact on the future, would quietly come online at this time. But that's normal. In this day and age you just want to try to get some kind of handjob going and it's hard to do so. So why not just go straight to the line like that? I shouldn't have to teach you guys about how to do promotion. You should know more about that than I do. Financially, start with a $10,000,000 hit to their company in. Pingon Shen said this to Sun Haitang. Okay boss. Sun Haitang agreed in a hurry. There's still over $4 billion lying around in the parent company, and the capital chain is now so strong that the money can be spent as it pleases. Thanks boss. Pony also said excitedly. It has to be the boss. It's so awesome that the boss brought $10 million directly to the company as soon as he came to the company. In fact, the $10 million won't take too long to spend, and now it's in the burning phase. It's not that easy to make QQ cash. In another time and place, QQ also burned a lot of money for many years, which was able to turn a loss into a win to start getting cash. And in that time and space, QQ also took a lot of rugged detours, and then with the support of many large companies, only to be able to go to the big road of success. It's not that great of a road, but the current Pingon Shen was not afraid at all, because he has a lot of money. In this day and age, almost anything can be done with more money. The QQ company has a small horse that is watching, and there is almost no need for Chin Pingon to worry. This was also the reason why Pingon Shen wanted to poach the pony, and it's not like the ponies came alone. They came as a whole team. Now this team is in the midst of another expansion. Pingon Shen had given the pony funds and the right to expand, so of course the pony would recruit. The company that Pony works for now has over 30 employees and is still hiring. I guess this company will be staffed more and more in the future. Next, Pingon Shen inspected several other companies, and also gave orders to each of them to develop. Of course every company made a capital injection. Only with money can these companies grow. The last place to go was Legendary Games. Pingon Shen also holds this company in very high regard. After all, game companies are cash cows, and it goes without saying how profitable they are. But right now this Legendary Games company is just a framework. There are no real games. For this game company, Chen Pingon had long been prepared. Speaking of which, it was also a stroke of luck once before when Pingon Shen swiped the merchandise. He swiped a game pack. This game package contains the source code for the Legends online game. Pingon Shen had already installed the source code of this legendary online game in his laptop. Get the company techs over here and I'll show you a game. Chen Pingon said directly to the head of the company. Okay boss, I'll get him here now. The person in charge of the company was a middle-aged woman, and her name was called quite loudly, actually called Chen Tianjiao. The first time he heard this name, it all startled Chen Pingon. Although Chen Tianjiao is a middle-aged woman, but her management ability to manage the company management experience are relatively rich. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible for Sun Haitang to scoop her up and become the general manager of Legendary Games. The head of the company's technical department soon arrived. In fact, the head of tech has been wanting to touch base with the boss for a while now, since they've all been out of things to do since they arrived. Doing nothing looks cool, but it's actually anxiety-inducing in their minds, because there is nothing to do at work. They feel unsettled in their work. Now that the boss had come and was finally going to explain things to them to do, all of them became excited. Good day boss. Several technicians directly greeted Pingon Shen as soon as they arrived. Do introduce yourself. Pingon Shen rushed at the several people. Several technical directors quickly introduced themselves. The ones who were able to be hired over were technical gurus, all of them graduating from institutions of higher learning with a high degree of specialization. Their abilities weren't the top of the line, but they were enough to satisfy Pingon Shen's needs. And a new company like them, it's not really easy to hire really top talent, because those top talents aspire to big companies like them. Small companies like them, even if they give them good treatment, they often will not come. After listening to their introduction, Chen Pingon nodded and did not say anything more. Then he took out his laptop, opened it and started the game program. I'll show you a game. I made this myself earlier. The name of this game is Legend. We could also call him Legendary Netflix. While Pingon Shen made the introduction, he opened the game and let them take a look at the game screen. This is a first-generation saga. The graphics of this legendary game are actually rather crude. It is important to realize that the more detailed the game graphics are, then the greater the content of that game will be. The rougher the game's graphics, then the smaller its content. The computers of this era were all inferior in performance and had slow broadband speeds, so in this day and age, the smaller the game, the better. Pingon Shen had specifically simplified this game and made it smaller. Legendary online game? Several technical supervisors' eyes flashed with shock when they heard Pingon Shen's introduction. They haven't even gotten the single-player games right yet, and the boss is now working on online games.